My family fell from grace, and I became a humble intern at a tech company, only to discover the CEO was my wealthy ex-girlfriend from college. She made things difficult for me at every turn, dumping the impossible task of upgrading the chip architecture on me, waiting to see me fail. But she didn't know that I had already awakened an SSS-level research talent. All technical challenges automatically resolved themselves before me, easily doubling performance metrics. When I placed the perfect design proposal on her desk, her shocked expression filled me with secret delight. Yet this was only the beginning. An even more outrageous task swiftly followed. Solving the core challenges of military-grade AI driving systems for the company. Just how many more surprises does she have hidden up her sleeve waiting for me? Chapter 1, the female boss turns out to be my sugar baby from university days. Shanghai City, Genesis Technologies Annual Gala. The currently most sought-after female entrepreneur in all of Shanghai City, Zhong Shiying, this outstanding young woman barely 25 years old, quickly moved on to the employee appreciation segment after concluding her keynote speech at the gala. Your research team performed quite well last quarter. I hope you will continue to strive and contribute to the soaring success of Genesis Tech. Wherever Zhong Shiying went, she was always surrounded by many people, partners of Genesis Tech, among whom were also quite a few of her admirers, making her the center of attention like the moon amidst the stars. At the heart of the crowd, Zhong Shiying wore Balenciaga, stepped in Valentino, and paired with a black evening gown. Against the backdrop of her long, slender legs, she looked from afar like a magnificent black rose in full bloom. Her fair skin and serene stance made her appear like an exquisite porcelain doll, drawing the admiring gazes of many young men and women, who seemed to fantasize about some fleeting connection with her. Yet, the cold, indifferent gleam in her eyes spoke volumes about the success and ruthlessness of this star entrepreneur from Shanghai City. It was rare to see such maturity and tranquility in a woman so young, a calmness that defied her age. Her aloof gaze, with just a casual glance, could evoke a sense of inadequacy and deep-seated reverence in others. Zhong Shiying gently pursed her red lips and walked toward the research team, holding a slender glass filled with deep red wine. With what seemed like an unintentional glance at the corner of the research team's area, Zhong Shiying's heart stirred slightly, and her expression underwent a subtle change. But she quickly pulled her thoughts back, keeping her emotions hidden, and spoke to the research team members before her. Ah ha ha, it's the least we could do. All members of the research team, let's toast to President Zhong. The head of the research team, his face glowing with enthusiasm, immediately turned to call out to the team members behind him and spoke up. A group of balding men wearing thick glasses and plaid shirts grew even more excited, their faces flushed as they hastily took the premium red wine from the serving trays held by the attendants, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Yet, amidst the crowd, someone seemed slightly out of place. He quietly shrank further into the corner, deliberately avoiding Zhong Shiying's gaze, lowering his head with a somewhat timid demeanor. TSK. Gumo's expression flickered between gloom and irritation. Why is she coming over? I never expected that after so long apart, the ex-girlfriend I once supported during university, would now become the wife of the boss at Genesis Tech. And yet, he had become one of her subordinates, not even officially hired yet. Just an intern. Truth be told, this was a dark chapter in Zhong Shiying's past, though very few people knew about it. To be honest, these matters should have become ancient history and forgotten. Yet, unexpectedly, they would meet again in such a way. This revelation sent chills down Gumo's spine, as he was one of the few who knew about this past. At the same time, there are still some past burdens he can't let go of. Now it feels as if something has caught up with him, that bitterness washing over Gumo like a tide, leaving him somewhat helpless. Yet, he can only treat these feelings as memories from the past, reluctantly releasing them. After all, the gap between the two of them now is too vast to describe. He was no longer that rich second generation, and Zhong Shiying wasn't that same tearful little sniveler from before. Gumo had long since experienced the complexities of society and come to understand himself. He lowered his head and quietly retreated to a position where he wouldn't attract attention. It was supposed to be a simple process. At this moment, there was a loud clink. Everyone quickly turned their heads. The supervisor's face instantly darkened. Yet in the crowd, Gumo stands stiff as a crane among chickens, looking extremely unnatural. It turned out that just now, when Gumo was taking a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray, she was accidentally bumped by an overly excited person nearby. Losing her grip, the glass soon fell to the ground. The noise quickly drew everyone's attention. Supervisor Li Feng's face darkened. Gumo pursed his dry lips, silently cursing his luck, now even more afraid to raise his head. He never wanted to see this woman in the first place, so he had quietly found an inconspicuous spot to hide. Unfortunately, he still ended up exposing himself. Truly a stroke of bad luck. I really shouldn't have come to this place. Damn bastard. Can't even hold a wine glass properly. Have you fucking lost your mind from typing all day? Li Feng cursed angrily. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. For a moment, the atmosphere was intensely awkward. Sorry, I'll handle this right away. Gumo spoke in a hoarse voice. He quickly crouched down, intending to clean up the mess here. Throughout the process, Gumo kept his head down, preventing the female CEO from seeing his face. Anyone observant would surely notice that Gumo's position clearly overlapped with where Zhong Shuriying's gaze had been earlier. Yet Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she had seen something that displeased her. Zhong Shuriying quickly waved her hand dismissively. Problems happen all the time. Get him another glass. I hardly think our Genesis tech can't spare an extra glass of red wine. Li Feng scowled darkly. Humph, letting that guy get away with this for free. We never should have allowed that country bumpkin upstairs in the first place. What an embarrassment. If it weren't for the president's kindness, you'd be packing up and getting out today. Hurry up and thank the president. Thank you, President. Gumo's voice was still slightly hoarse. He lowered his voice and said, "It's nothing." Zhong Shuriying nodded calmly on the surface, appearing somewhat indifferent. There was just a flicker of genuine fire in his eyes, but it wasn't directed at Gumo. However, a young man beside Zhong Shuriying snorted in disapproval. It has to be Miss Zhong, so beautiful and kind-hearted. A guy like this deserves a good punishment to keep him from getting too full of himself. Dealing with subordinates calls for occasional discipline. They need to understand the distinction between superior and subordinate, lest they think we're running a charity by paying them. Zhong Shuriying frowned slightly. She turned back calmly. This is my Genesis Tech employee. Mr. Wu, as an outsider, you have no right to discipline them. As soon as these words were spoken, the talented young man who had been speaking quickly changed expression and awkwardly fell silent. Those around were also somewhat startled. Unexpectedly, this female CEO would so staunchly defend her employee. The research team members became even more invigorated by this. Gumo, however, licked his upper lip, overwhelmed by an indescribable bitterness. From the very beginning, he had deliberately avoided her. All because this so-called highly sought-after female CEO shared with him an unspeakable past. Now, looking at Zhong Shuriying, who shone as brightly as the sun, Gumo could never have imagined that this was the woman whose youth he had once purchased for a hefty sum during his university years. But now, while the other had founded Genesis Tech and become a renowned figure in Shanghai City, his own family had fallen into decline, relegating him to the miserable life of a struggling wage earner. This disparity. When Gumo faced Zhong Shuriying again, nothing but bitterness remained in his heart. But fortunately, after Gumo offered his toast, Zhong Shuriying had already taken people to the next venue, without even glancing at him again. This left Gumo feeling both relieved and disappointed. That's true. Nowadays Zhong Shuriying probably doesn't even spare a glance for someone as insignificant as me, does she? Gumo moistened his parched lips. What goes around comes around. Who could have imagined that the school beauty he once kept would now become his boss? Chapter 2, Revenge Strikes. No sooner had the annual meeting ended than Gumo rushed back to revise the proposal. Otherwise, he'd be stuck eating nothing but plain noodles for yet another month. Soon, Li Feng burst into the room. Gumo was startled. Recognizing it was Supervisor Li Feng, Gumo felt relieved. He managed to force a smile onto his face. Something up? Gumo asked. Come with me, the CEO wants to see you. Li Feng's face showed a mix of emotions. Zhong Shuriying? Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Soon, scenes from the venue flashed through his mind. I don't know why, but the most memorable rescue didn't happen. Instead, Zhong Shuriying's sexy high heels and long black legs left a deep impression. In Gumo's mind, he quickly recalled the image of Zhong Shuriying standing tall, punishing him with her sheer stockings and high heels. Just at the thought of that indifferent gaze, Gumo unconsciously shivered. The current Zhong Shuriying is no longer the naive girl she once was, but the boss and CEO of an entire tech empire. They weren't playing games like before. Gumo originally intended to refuse, but when he thought about his job and survival issues, he gritted his teeth and went ahead. Soon, in the CEO's office, Li Feng brought Gumo inside. Boss, I've brought the person you requested. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying turned around promptly. After glancing at Gumo, she quickly waved her hand at Li Feng. Li Feng naturally understood what the CEO meant. Taking a look at the timid Gumo, he didn't dare to ask further and quickly retreated. At that moment, Gumo looked visibly uncomfortable. How embarrassing. Of all times, he had to run into the person he least wanted to see when he was at his lowest. It was like rubbing salt into Gumo's wounds. Office. The room was now left with only Gumo and Zhong Shuriying. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Yet Gumo grew increasingly flustered. At this moment, Zhong Shuriying quickly rose from her leather executive chair, folding her arms across her chest. Her stunning face, once familiar, now carried an air of icy detachment compared to before. Mature and formidable. The woman who had once seemed insignificant as dust in his eyes, yet stubborn beyond measure, now stood in a place beyond his reach, gazing down at him from on high. Thinking back to how I took advantage of their weakness back then when I had the upper hand, now that Zhong Shuriying has achieved fame and success and stands before me, it feels like the greatest irony. He swallowed hard with some difficulty and, after a brief lock of eyes, involuntarily lowered his head. Zhong Shuriying's gaze swiftly changed as well. It's hard to imagine that Gumo, once so proud, now finds himself in such an embarrassing state. A man who used to be so arrogant now behaves timidly and cautiously, even in front of others, no, even in front of himself. It feels like an eagle that was meant to soar the skies had its wings broken by someone. Zhong Shiying felt as though something pricked her heart. The pain was faint, yet strikingly clear. Recalling Gumo's actions toward her back then, Zhong Shiying was ultimately moved. If not for that sum of money Gumo gave her, there probably wouldn't be any mention of Zhong Shiying, Zhanghai City's top star entrepreneur, would there? And my own grandmother would pass away in illness. Sit, Zhong Shiying said calmly. I won't sit, President Zhong. You should just talk about the product matters, maybe I can still fulfill my duties. Gumo hastily waved his hand, not daring at all. Sit down. Zhong Shiying slightly emphasized her tone. Long accustomed to a position of authority, she had gradually become quite different from ordinary women. There was an added air of cold dignity about her, awe-inspiring amidst its beauty. Gumo knew their reunion this time would be anything but ordinary. The boss's orders are absolute. Gumo swiftly took a seat in one fluid motion. Yet, this gaze. As Gumo lowered his head, he happened to bump right into Zhong Shiying's long legs. Valentino, adorned with diamond-like embellishments, first caught Gumo's attention. Among them, the fair and tender little feet, wrapped in the letter-patterned black stockings, faintly revealed their delicate smoothness through the fabric. A few more glances felt almost like touching them. Upwards, two perfectly rounded long legs, encased in sheer black stockings, exuded a voluptuous allure, especially at the thigh's root, where another layer of plumpness peeked through. Gumo swallowed his saliva instinctively. His gaze slowly shifted upward to that tantalizing zone of absolute territory, sacred and inviolable. The sight was dazzling white, something that could make one's eyes widen in an instant. Looking further up, enjoying the view? Suddenly, an icy voice swiftly interrupted Gumo. Looking up, Gumo happened to meet Zhong Shiying's cold gaze filled with simmering anger. Gumo's face turned deathly pale. Damn, blown my cover. If it's nice, you're welcome to look openly. Zhong Shiying shifted her posture, crossing her legs. With a slender index finger hooking her vibrant lips, she calmly spoke to Gumo. At this moment, Gumo couldn't discern whether this was intentional on her part or... Of course, Gumo clearly understands his current status. No, I wouldn't dare. Gumo lowered his head again but dared not speak. Zhong Shiying glanced at Gumo and quickly looked away. Thinking back, the you of the past would never have been as humble as you are now. You must have encountered many hardships over the years, right? Care to share? Gumo pursed her lips and let out a dry laugh upon hearing this. You're too kind, boss. That's all in the past. Now I'm just a humble intern at Genesis Tech. Besides, Genesis Tech is no small company, it's one of the top tech firms in Zhanghai City. Hurriedly changing the subject, Gumo flattered. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiying's expression subtly shifted. Who would have thought this guy could also say flattering words? This was not the aloof Gumo that Zhong Shiying remembered. There's no flattery intended, I'm just stating the facts. So what was that comment about our Genesis Tech earlier? Zhong Shiying feigned anger as she questioned him. Yet there was a hint of mischievous amusement at the corner of his lips. Gumo's demeanor weakened instantly. Who could have expected this woman to take things so seriously? What else is there for me to play? Don't you agree? A glimmer of amusement had already appeared in Zhong Shiying's eyes. Yet ordinary people wouldn't notice it at all. What's more, Gumo kept his head down, not even daring to glance at Zhong Shiying. In Gumo's eyes, this woman had kept him here solely to make things difficult for him. At this moment, he was like walking straight into the line of fire, whatever he said would be inviting trouble. Seeing Gumo's cautious demeanor, Zhong Shiying felt both pity and amusement. Did this guy ever imagine this scenario when he was flaunting money in front of her back then? Thus, Zhong Shiying's anger subsided a bit, but her gaze grew mischievous. Then tell me, how does a new startup like ours rank as top tier in your eyes? Zhong Shiying began to act nonchalant, posing the question casually, yet to Gumo, it felt like an interrogation directed at him. Gumo, thinking the boss was testing him, immediately responded with a serious expression. First of all, Chuanxer technology possesses two types of chips, both entirely developed with our proprietary technology. Achieving such results when Dragon Country's chip industry is being strangled by the United States is inherently incredibly impressive. Additionally, as relations between us and the United States grow increasingly strained and artificial intelligence development looms on the horizon, the chip industry is undoubtedly a sector that Dragon Country's leadership urgently needs to support. Coupled with the reputation we've already built, it's enough to catch the attention of Dragon Country's top officials, and we can ride this momentum accordingly. Aside from this, although there are many emerging chip industries domestically, none can compare to our Genesis technology, whether in theory or overall architecture. With the accumulation of time, as long as we avoid unforeseen setbacks, we can undoubtedly rise to the top in Dragon Country. Furthermore, with the two major US chip manufacturers dominating the market for so long and everyone suffering from chip shortages, if Chuanxer technology can deliver results, we'll have the perfect opportunity to make waves on the international stage. If we don't achieve that, we can still establish a foothold in Dragon Country with national support and progress steadily. Once on the topic of his expertise, Gumo quickly became spirited, listing examples one by one to Zhong Shiying. Zhong Shiying was momentarily taken aback by his words. I hadn't expected Guemo to have changed so much during this time. Others might not know, but Zhong Shuriying was well aware of how spoiled Guemo used to be. As a second-generation heir, why would he ever bother learning such things? She gave Guemo a puzzled glance. I just heard from my assistant that you've made some achievements in the R&D department. At first, I didn't quite believe it, but she saw Zhong Shuriying pick up the document on the table and turn her head to look at Guemo. This thing here is the core framework of the upcoming Lungsan 2B2 that we're preparing to activate. Your suggestion is to rebuild it? Hearing these words, Guemo quickly perked up. Opportunity. Exactly. Guemo nodded. Previously, the company had provided specific indicators regarding the architecture of Lungsan 2. At the time, Guemo thought there might be a promotion and a raise, so he went ahead and wrote down his ideas. Unexpectedly, Zhong Shuriying caught sight of it. Alright, if you can complete this new construction, I'll formalize your employment. Also giving you the title of research team leader. Of course, if you can manage it. A subtle smirk inadvertently curled at the corner of Zhong Shuriying's lips. Chapter 3, Mission Impossible. After leaving the president's office, Guemo finally managed to crack a smile. Phew. Finally, the end was in sight. He clutched the document in his hand, his grip tightening involuntarily. Guemo returned to the RD department with a smile on his face. The moment he stepped through the door, he immediately drew the attention of everyone around him. Look, it's Guemo. I heard he has some beef with our boss. Seriously. What kind of grudge could they possibly have out of nowhere? You guys must be joking. Guemo was probably called up to get a bonus for all his achievements. It can't be that bad, right? Heh, you young folks are so naive. Word is Guemo and our boss knew each other back in college. For some reason, they never got along. Whoa. Seriously? Holy crap. Could that rich kid who was keeping our boss and CEO as a mistress be Guemo? Ha! Are you kidding? Him? He's got the money for that? The guy who barely scrapes by, always stuffing himself with 2 steamed buns just to survive? You think he could afford to keep a campus beauty as his girlfriend? Dream on. The crowd chattered away, gossiping about who knows what they'd heard. Guemo seemed oblivious to it all. He swiftly returned to his station, licked his dry lips, and plunged back into work. Regardless, this female boss he once kept had given him a chance. Whether he could seize it was entirely up to him. This was a golden opportunity for promotion and a raise he couldn't afford to miss it. Someone approached swiftly. He gently nudged Gumo's arm, flashing a mischievous grin as he asked. Mr. Gu, what's it like meeting our goddess, Zhong Shuriying? It was Gumo's closest colleague. Su Mu. A young man roughly the same age as Guemo. If anything, they shared a common plight. He couldn't hold his head high in this department either. Guemo shrugged. What's there to feel? Just give me a bowl of pork knuckle rice that's more practical. Oh, I thought maybe you had a romantic encounter or something. Sumu looked slightly disappointed. Guemo ignored him and continued his research. But Sumu wasn't giving up. He patted Gumo's shoulder again, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a soft chuckle, he said, "We're just here to gather intel. Come on, tell us, what did the big boss want with you?" He's the boss and CEO, basically the absolute top dog at Genesis Tech. A man that busy wouldn't call you over just for some measly reward. Come on, spill the beans. Sumu's eyes sparkled with mischief, his expression utterly lecherous. Plus, we heard you went to the same university as our star CEO. Rumor has it our female president was kept by someone back in college. Wonder if it's true. You went to the same university as her, and she even knows you. You should know something about it. The guy chuckled, his eyes gleaming with cunning. As Sumu spoke these words, people nearby quickly pricked up their ears, listening intently. Guemo could see right through what these people were up to. He shrugged helplessly. I've already said I have nothing to do with the female CEO, yet you still refuse to believe me. He called me over just to discuss the framework upgrade for the B2 chip. Here are the specific metrics. You can take a look. The assignment will come down soon enough, and you'll be able to use it then. At this, the expressions on everyone's faces quickly fell. What? Chip upgrade. They'd hoped for some juicy gossip, but instead they were getting overtime work. That CEO is something else. She can't stand seeing us idle. We just finished overtime yesterday. Looks like another all-nighter is in store. Everyone felt a bit reluctant, but in reality, each person silently returned to their workstations. Gumo had already sent the documents to their work accounts, one for each member of the research team. Everything seemed normal at first, but soon someone gasped in shock. What? How is this even possible? Holy crap, this parameter. Is our CEO serious? This is going to kill us. This feels like they want us to double the original performance? While other manufacturers are just making incremental improvements, we're expected to double our specs? Soon, everyone saw the specific requirements in the proposal document and were completely dumbfounded. Why not just let them die? Some people could have just given up right then, but instead, they were handed a hope that felt impossibly out of reach. This CEO was way too over the top. This is just asking the impossible. Everyone quickly frowned. At first glance, the proposal seemed perfectly reasonable. But turning it into a finished product? That would take a lot of work. Otherwise, why would anyone let two American chip companies dominate the market? The technological barriers involved weren't something you could just casually overcome. Guillermo, did you happen to cross the CEO? The others quickly licked their dry lips and turned to ask Guillermo. Hearing this, Guillermo raised an eyebrow slightly. He quickly recalled his university days. Calling it offending him wasn't entirely accurate after all, he'd spent nearly $3 million on the guy. That sum remained etched in Guillermo's memory. $1 million for her upkeep, $2 million for medical expenses. That year, Guillermo had possessed that woman's youth for 12 months. He shook his head swiftly, pulling his thoughts back to the present. This thing doesn't seem all that difficult, does it? I've actually studied this architecture before. Producing a finished product won't take long, top of the month, and it'll be done. Put. At those words, everyone nearly choked on their drinks. 1 month? A project this massive usually takes a year or two, and you claim you can whip up a model in just 1 year? You're kidding. The crowd immediately shot Guillermo a look of disbelief, and few of their expressions were pleasant. Guillermo, however, felt utterly helpless. The upgrade framework was already in place. All that was needed was to proceed step by step. What was so difficult about that? He had clearly outlined everything in the draft proposal. Didn't they even bother to read it? Indeed, upon seeing these specific parameters, who among them still had the heart to continue reading? Meanwhile, at the top floor office of Genesis Tech's headquarters, Joan Shuriang, her feet encased in diamond-studded Valentino heels, leaned lightly against the support beside the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Her gaze drifted over the sprawling technological metropolis below, her mind wandering. This was Shanghai City's most bustling district, pulsing with neon lights and revelry. Only from this vantage point atop Genesis Tech's tower could one take in the entire sprawl of the city's most vibrant heart. Joan Shuriang gently swirled a glass of deep crimson wine in her hand. The stemmed glass rested perfectly atop her full, snow-white curves. Just a little lower, and that soft mound might have supported the weight of the glass. Of course, given Joan Shuriang's ample figure, laying it flat wouldn't be impossible either. She slowly narrowed her eyes, tightening her grip slightly as she lifted the stemmed glass. Her gaze fixed on the neon-lit streets ahead as she spoke without turning her head. How's that bastard Guillermo doing? Hearing this, Manager Li Feng hastily withdrew his gaze. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, his flabby flesh jiggling with the movement. You mean that guy? Heh, he's just a obedient lapdog. When I arrived, I saw that bastard Guillermo already sitting quietly at his workstation, studying away. Wait. Joan Shuriang turned back abruptly. What did you just say? A lapdog. Li Feng froze in shock. Yet after uttering those words, a chill crept up Li Feng's spine. He looked up to meet Joan Shuriang's indifferent gaze. If I ever hear you insult your subordinates or Guillermo again, you won't be able to stay in Shanghai City. Chapter 4, Longjiang Pork Rice Bowl, that familiar taste. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was time to leave work. People began leaving one by one. As they departed, they couldn't resist glancing at Guillermo in the farthest corner, letting out a disdainful snort. As time dragged on, only a handful of people remained in the R&D department. Finally, the senior researcher packed up his things, stood up, and shook his head. That fool really is working himself to the bone, isn't he? You're just an intern. Why work yourself to the bone? It's not like that Joe Skinflint will give you a raise. Guillermo looked up, waved his hand, and smiled. It's fine. Since I'm an intern, I might as well do more work. Who knows? Maybe I'll get hired permanently. At this remark, the veteran was momentarily speechless. In the end, he gave a wry smile and left, carrying his backpack. What a little cutie. Soon, Guillermo was the only one left in the research group. The framework should be fine. I'll run another test later. Guillermo muttered to himself, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. After graduating from university, Guillermo's family fell on hard times and never recovered. He knew that to survive in this world, he had to master a skill. Computer science was undoubtedly the best path. Besides, his major in college had been computer science. Though he hadn't been particularly motivated to study, years of exposure in college had given him a solid foundation, allowing him to pick things up quickly. Thus, Guillermo immersed himself in self-study. His dedication paid off. After enduring grueling trials, he may not have been unrivaled in his field, but he certainly hadn't encountered any serious competition yet. It was precisely this skill that allowed Guillermo to secure a position at Genesis Tech, a rising star in the tech industry, during his job hunt at major corporations. Deep into the night, only the frantic whir of computer fans filled the air. Guillermo studied the process intently, analyzing the problem. Just then, a figure swiftly passed by outside. But upon reaching the R&D department, the figure abruptly stopped. Joan Shuriang. She stood quietly at the doorway, arms crossed. Watching the busy Guillermo, Joan Shuriang's expression shifted slightly. It was as if a Gumo from another timeline had swapped places with this workaholic version of himself. If it were that guy, he'd probably still be hugging a model and drinking at that bar right now. He definitely wouldn't be like this. Still working? A sudden voice snapped Gumo back to reality. He looked up and saw Zhong Shuriying gliding toward him. Ms. Zhong. Gumo's expression changed as he hurriedly stood up, addressing her respectfully. Why was she here? But he saw Zhong Shuriying slightly frown upon hearing his words. She waved her hand casually and said nonchalantly. It's not work hours now. No need for formalities. Just call me Shuriying. But? Gumo pressed his lips together. He dared not call her that. It's like how you can be casual with your boss, but you absolutely cannot be casual yourself. If you took it seriously, you'd be counting down the days until your resignation. I can't. Gumo held back for a long time before finally speaking. Didn't you call me that before? It's fine, I'm used to it. Zhong Shuriying felt a slight irritation, but she replied calmly. Oh dear. Times have changed, Ms. Zhong. Gumo gave a wry, helpless smile. Just as Gumo was at a loss, Zhong Shuriying quickly placed a takeout bag in front of him. What's this? Gumo froze for a moment. I originally intended to reward our hard-working employees who stayed late, but who would have guessed the only one volunteering to work this late was you? Zhong Shuriying shrugged. But Gumo's pride was wounded once more. But at least he was genuinely hungry. Fine, I'm a workhorse. At least I get to eat grass. How many people wish they could eat but can't? He pursed his lips, flashed Zhong Shuriying a smile, then swiftly tore open the outer packaging. Inside was a box of longjong pork knuckle rice. Gumo had been surviving on plain noodles lately, even contemplating whether to add a leg to his diet for the next month. This pork knuckle rice was seriously rich. How did you know I like this? Gumo tore open the packaging and began devouring it in big bites. As a former rich kid, Gumo had never even heard of this dish before. The reason he became acquainted with this dish traces back to his university days. To pursue Zhong Shuriying, he had to mingle with ordinary folks. And that's how Gumo unexpectedly discovered the aroma of pig's trotter's rice. Turns out it wasn't just a joke, this stuff is seriously delicious. Facing Gumo's question, Zhong Shuriying remained calm. It's just this cheap. Our company's money needs to be spent wisely. Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. He was starting to wonder if Zhong Shuriying was doing this on purpose. Oh well, something's better than nothing. At least he wouldn't have to eat plain noodles and water when he got back. Without so much as a frown, Gumo wolfed it down in no time. This left Zhong Shuriying's expression slightly taken aback. In just a few short breaths, Gumo had swept everything away like a whirlwind. In fact, he seemed almost unsatisfied. If Zhong Shuriying hadn't been there, he might have even licked the plate clean. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying hurriedly said, No, I'll make you some more. Ha! Gumo was busy wiping the last grains of rice from the box when he suddenly heard something. He snapped his head up, eyes wide. What did you say, President? A flicker of evasion flickered in Zhong Shuriying's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. I said I'll get you some more. Gumo pursed his lips and shook his head. No, thank you. I'm full. Oh, right, this pork knuckle rice is pretty tasty. Such a familiar flavor. Gumo's face bore the contentment of a satisfied meal. Working under Zhong Shuriying didn't seem like such a hardship after all. After all, aside from the issue of pride, there didn't seem to be much else. What if one day this woman was in a good mood and gave him a permanent position? He could earn an extra 1,000 or 2, and then he could eat pork knuckle rice every day. The thought alone was utterly delightful. Is that so? I'm glad you like it. Zhong Shuriying's voice softened considerably, as if she were murmuring to herself. For some reason, she felt a warm glow of satisfaction in her heart. Gumo didn't notice the subtle shift in Zhong Shuriying's expression. After eating his fill, he quickly began reviewing the content he had missed earlier. Boss, do you have anything else? Maybe you should go ahead. I still have one test to finish running. Gumo stared intently at the computer screen as he spoke. He was completely absorbed. Zhong Shuriying didn't respond. She simply watched Gumo before her, observing every detail. He had lost weight. Zhong Shuriying felt a momentary daze. Finally, after Gumo finished handling his business, he looked up. Holy crap! Hey, boss, why haven't you left yet? I was handling some paperwork. Zhong Shuriying snapped back to reality, her expression calm. As she spoke, she quickly flipped through the contract in her hands, examining it carefully. Her dignified demeanor didn't seem like an act. Gumo took it at face value. After shutting down his computer, Gumo gathered his belongings, preparing to leave work. Well then, I'm off for the day, boss. You should get some rest too. Time to slip away. But soon. Wait. Zhong Shuriying suddenly called out. Gumo turned around. Only to find Zhong Shuriying tossing him a Maybach key. The driver's off duty. Take me home. Ha. Ha. Gumo's mouth twitched. Wait. I've been working overtime this late and now you want me to drive you home? Isn't that just asking me to work overtime in disguise? Sorry, I don't have a driver's license. Guillermo returned the keys with righteous indignation. Zhong Shiriying rolled her eyes. Forgot about that time in college when you took me for a spin in your supercar? Zhong Shiriying looked utterly unfazed as she twirled the keys around her finger. I'm considering making you permanent. Suddenly, Gumo's expression turned serious. Boss, if you're hiring a driver, you absolutely have to get someone like me dedicated and responsible. Tonight, I'm your driver. Chapter 5, I bought Jojo Jiangchu. The underground garage of Genesis Tech Tower. Guillermo glanced around, the entire space was filled with luxury cars worth millions. He couldn't help but lick his dry lips, feeling a bit daunted. Though he knew Genesis Tech was now a rising star in the tech industry, he never imagined it would be this expensive. Not a single car down here was priced below $1 million. Maseratis and Porsches were practically standard here. Buying a BMW 5 Series would make you look like a total country bumpkin. Anyone unaware might mistake this place for a luxury car club. In the past, these things would have been nothing more than a pile of junk toys in Guillermo's eyes. But times had changed. In this cruel society, Guillermo had learned the hard way that even heroes can be brought down by a single penny. Guillermo glanced at the rows of Maybachs ahead. Swallowing hard, he cautiously pressed the vehicle information button. After a long pause. No response. Guillermo's face turned green. Seriously? How unlucky could he get? A problem right off the bat? He tried a couple more times. Still no response. If this thing ended up rotting in his hands, it wouldn't be worth the price he paid for it. But then Zhong Shiriying quickly walked over. She pulled out her phone and waved it in front of Guillermo. It hasn't come out yet. As she spoke, the lift mechanism behind them slowly descended, revealing a brand new Maybach S680 parked within. The moment Guillermo saw the car, he instantly recognized it. Zhong Shiriying. This wasn't about the driver finishing his shift. She clearly intended to torment this poor beast of burden. No wonder she'd been so kind earlier, bringing him that pork knuckle rice. She'd been waiting for this moment. You see, cars parked on these lift platforms are private vehicles, not company cars driven by chauffeurs. Naturally, there was no driver present. Only then did Guillermo realize Zhong Shiriying hadn't let go after all. Or perhaps she harbored a twisted sense of amusement toward him? Recalling what he'd done to Zhong Shiriying, Guillermo quickly grasped. Wouldn't anyone, after achieving success, want to flaunt their accomplishments in front of the person who once made them feel disgusted? Guillermo dared not say more, nor did he dare ask further questions. He swiftly and expertly opened the car door, inviting Zhong Shiriying inside. Be boss. Please. Guillermo wore a smile on his face. Nervous and awkward. This reminded Zhong Shiriying of her university days. He seemed to have worn that same expression back then. But back then, Guillermo would have blushed and felt his heart race. Nothing like this pure nervousness and awkwardness now. Back then, that young man might have blushed and felt his heart race, but he carried himself with grace and ease. It was rather nostalgic. But Zhong Shiriying knew well. That person from back then was no longer the same as the person now. Even she herself was no longer the same. The person she was back then and the person she was now were no longer the same. That timid, hesitant self like a wounded kitten belonged to the past. Now she was the resilient and formidable Zhong Shiriying. This time, Zhong Shiriying didn't fidget nervously like she had in college. She sat down naturally. But it wasn't the back seat. Instead, she circled around and took the passenger seat. Guillermo's lips twitched. Wait, are you messing with me? Guillermo, open the door for me. Zhong Shiriying said calmly. The words barely left her mouth before Guillermo nearly blacked out. Damn it. I knew you were here to mess with me. But how could Guillermo refuse? Unless he wanted to sleep on the streets tomorrow. He quickly forced a smile and hurried over. Zhong Shiriying got into the car quickly. A tiny flutter of excitement stirred within her. Guillermo jogged over to the driver's seat. Once inside, he expertly turned the ignition. Boss, where should we go next? He still didn't know where Zhong Shiriying was staying now. Navigate to Jojo Jiangchu in Shanghai City Center. Zhong Shiriying's expression remained calm. Guillermo, however, froze, his limbs stiffening. Jojo. Jiangchu? The most expensive district in Shanghai City, without a doubt. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, and the area was filled with sprawling villas. When the developer first announced this project, the higher-ups cursed repeatedly. Such prime real estate, yet they only built a few villas? It was sheer waste. But what could they do? The developer offered such generous terms that they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. The image flashed through his mind, and Guillermo quickly regained his composure. He gave a nervous chuckle. Ha ha. Now that you're a prominent figure in Shanghai City, buying a villa in Jojo Jiangchu isn't such a big deal. As he spoke, Guillermo swiftly got behind the wheel. The Maybach's central navigation screen was prominently displayed, yet Guillermo knew the route without needing it. But that path had already grown too distant for him. It might be beyond his reach for the rest of his life. As the Maybach rolled onto the road, the Berlin sound system softly hummed to life. The gentle music seemed to seal off the space from the outside world. Zhong Shuriying suddenly remarked, "I bought number 98. At that, the smile on Gumo's face nearly froze completely. Zhouzhou Jiangchu comprised a total of 120 villas. And number 98 was the villa that had once belonged to Gumo's family. That explained Gumo's intense reaction. That house must be worth a pretty penny, right? Gumo quickly forced another dry laugh. True. It's been so long, these matters should have been forgotten by now. After the Gu family's assets were liquidated back then, they discovered they were insolvent. Virtually everything was auctioned off at the highest possible price. This house had always been expensive, attracting countless bidders. In the end, the price was driven to astronomical heights, far exceeding the property's actual value. But none of that mattered to Gumo anymore. He hadn't been notified about the estate settlement afterward. Zhong Shuriying nodded. It cost me 32 billion. Put. Gumo nearly choked on his drink. 32 billion. Holy crap. Back when his family bought this villa, it only cost 10 billion. Damn it, how could he bite off such a huge chunk? If they'd just casually handed over a fraction of that to him, Gumo would probably be flying high by now. Just thinking about it made him furious. Boss. You got ripped off. Gumo was both amused and exasperated, but he dared not mention this to Zhong Shuriying. He feared that if she got angry, this little fish would be the one to suffer. To avoid upsetting the boss, Gumo quickly changed the subject. He chuckled, true, now that the boss has made it big, he really does need a nice place for himself. Genesis Tech isn't exactly pinching pennies over this. We can invite Grandma over too. The place is big enough. We could plant some flowers and plants in front, wouldn't that be lovely? But soon, Zhong Shuriying said, Grandma passed away. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Gumo's smile froze solid. Sometimes he really wanted to slap himself. I'm sorry. Gumo murmured softly. It's okay. Zhong Shuriying exhaled. Silence fell between them. Gumo had no choice but to continue driving obediently. At some point, a heavy downpour suddenly began outside. What rotten luck! Gumo frowned. Boss, we're here. Gumo quickly parked the car and addressed Zhong Shuriying beside him. Walk me up, please. I'm afraid of the dark. Zhong Shuriying curled up into a tiny ball, looking so pitiful it tugged at one's heartstrings. Chapter 6, It's Your Turn to Prosper. Villa 98. Even Gumo hadn't expected himself to actually come here. He glanced at the familiar yet distant Zhong Shuriying beside him, his lips tightening involuntarily. Recalling those past times, it all felt like a hollow dream. An indescribable feeling. Only a profound bitterness lingered. We're here, boss. After escorting Zhong Shuriying to the door, Gumo quickly whispered. Now, the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth, an unbridgeable chasm. At this moment, he knew exactly what he had to do. I have work tomorrow, so I'll be going now. With that, Gumo turned to leave. But the very next second, Zhong Shuriying grabbed his sleeve. Gumo turned back, steeled himself, and asked, Is there anything else you need, boss? But he saw Zhong Shuriying pointing toward the door behind her. Open the door. But Gumo was speechless. Wait, I'm just an employee. Boss, I have work tomorrow. Besides, it's already getting late. Getting you this far is already pushing my limits. Gumo spoke again. After saying this, Gumo turned and walked away without looking back. I absolutely must keep my distance from this woman from now on. This is pure revenge. Who acts so unreasonable? Zhong Shuriying merely gave Gumo a faint glance before casually stating, 500 tip. She crossed her arms, her expression calm. Just like Gumo had done to her back then. Originally, Gumo had been about to leave, but now. Upon hearing that figure, the corner of his mouth twitched. 1,000. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. Gumo clenched his teeth. Why pass up a bargain? Don't you want an extra chicken drumstick in your meals for the next month? Gumo quickly halted his steps. He smiled and said, ha ha ha. Money? Who cares about money? I just love helping people. After saying this, Gumo swiftly walked over and snatched the keys from Zhong Shuriying's hand, as if worried she might change her mind at any moment. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushing toward the villa's front gate. This was his own house after all, and unlocking it was second nature. Back when he used to go out partying with his rowdy friends, he'd often come home in the middle of the night. He couldn't be more familiar with it. And soon, Gumo froze. This key, this lock, they hadn't even changed it? He really couldn't figure this woman out. It took Gumo no more than 2 breaths to unlock the villa's front door. After finishing these tasks, Gumo promptly turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. Boss, the door's open now. Also, if you have time, remember to change this lock. Keeping it like this isn't a good idea. Gumo reminded her. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying showed little reaction. She walked slowly toward the villa in her high heels. Reaching Gumo's side, she smiled. What? You make it sound like its previous owner might return. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean I can come to you whenever I lose something here? Poof. Heh. Gumo's mouth twitched again. Sure enough. I knew this woman was here to mess with me. Revenge. Pure and simple revenge. Gumo gave a dry chuckle. Ah ha ha. Well, this place has nothing to do with me anymore. I'm just an ordinary person now. If something happens, of course I'd contact the property management. After speaking, Gumo quickly pulled out his phone to display the payment QR code. He cleared his throat. Boss, about that 1,000 yuan you promised me earlier. But the next second, Zhong Shireen crossed her arms, looking slightly annoyed. What 1,000 yuan? Ha! Wait. Is this guy messing with me? Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He felt a bit miffed but dared not make a scene. Instead, he gave a dry chuckle and spoke with a hint of resignation. Well, you promised me $1,000 earlier. Did you forget, boss? You should be the one making money. You don't keep your word. Gumo thought darkly to himself. But then he saw Zhong Shireen smile. Oh, speaking of which, you still owe me 1,000 yuan. Put. Gumo nearly choked on his own blood. When exactly did he owe this big shot $1,000? If anyone owed money, it was you owing me. Zhong Shireen quickly explained, changing the locks. A villa this nice must cost at least 2,000 yuan, right? The 1,000 you gave earlier wasn't nearly enough. Gumo hesitated, his expression utterly priceless. What? You're not happy about it? Then does that mean if anything goes missing from my villa, it'll be your responsibility? Zhong Shireen said sternly. It didn't seem like an act at all. Gumo was already numb. This woman was truly someone to be reckoned with. Gumo's mouth twitched. His face quickly twisted into a pained expression, as if he might kneel before Zhong Shireen at any moment. Please, boss, just let me off. I won't even ask for the 1,000 yuan back. Just let me go, okay? I've got a project deadline tomorrow. This display left Zhong Shireen slightly taken aback. Had she gone too far? Seeing Gumo's pitiful expression, her expression softened. Fine. Seeing how pitiful you look, I'll let you off this time. But don't count on it happening again. Thank you. How could Gumo dare linger any longer? After expressing his gratitude, he quickly slipped away. Zhong Shireen, however, seemed puzzled. It seemed like she had scared Gumo. What? Do I look that scary? Zhong Shireen touched her smooth chin thoughtfully, still puzzled. She turned and entered the villa, deep in thought as she walked. Why did Gumo's helpless expression seem almost endearing? If the Gumo of the past had known he'd end up in this situation, would he still have treated her that way? Zhong Shireen shook her head, quickly pulling her thoughts back. She entered the villa. The place was empty and desolate, yet Zhong Shireen felt no fear in the darkness. She called her chief of staff, Kai-he. Have you prepared all the materials I requested? Yes. I need to know everything Gumo has been up to these past 2 years. Meanwhile, Gumo had already stepped out of the ride-hailing car. Glancing at the order on his phone, Gumo felt like crying. Damn it! Just coming from Jiuzhou Jiangsu had cost him over 100 yuan. That was practically his entire weekly food budget. Damn it! He'd been hoping to treat himself to something extra, but it was all that woman's fault. Never mind. Gumo pursed his lips and walked toward his rented apartment. Glancing at the filthy, messy neighborhood surroundings, Gumo had no energy left to dwell on it. He quickly unlocked the door and stepped inside. With a creak, Gumo stepped inside. After forcing himself to take a cold shower, Gumo pulled his clothes over him and collapsed onto the bed, falling instantly asleep. In his dream, Gumo envisioned himself achieving remarkable success, steadily climbing the career ladder with promotions and raises, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Pork rice. Chapter 7, Gumo, the ultimate frugalist. Early the next morning, Gumo arrived at the office early. After a quick breakfast, Gumo immediately got to work. This guy, didn't he even go home last night? Whoa. That's terrifying. Is this our RD team's nuclear-powered workhorse? He really is terrifying. I can vouch for it, this guy was definitely the last one to leave last night. Oh wait, my bad. He probably never left at all. Home? With rental prices in Jianhai City, his salary probably doesn't even cover the rent. Makes sense he didn't go home. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Gumo had long grown accustomed to it and paid no mind. Seeing this, the others dropped the subject and got back to work. But the moment they thought about the targets set by higher-ups, a wave of headaches washed over them. Oh man, how on earth are we supposed to meet these? It was truly a headache. And just then, Gumo abruptly stood up. Ha! Seeing this, everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. Good heavens! What did Gumo discover? While Gumo wasn't exactly popular, just average in that regard, his research skills were truly impressive. Whenever their tech department hit a snag, it was almost always this guy who cracked it. Gumo probably didn't even realize it himself, but that fat bastard Li Feng refused to give him a permanent position precisely because Gumo was a nuclear-powered workhorse maxed out productivity, unwilling to let him leave this place. What a joke! If Gumo leaves, who's going to do the work? The tech department would probably get chewed out every other day. After all, it was a newly established department that hadn't even had time for proper management or planning. Logically, Zhong Shuriying should have personally overseen this department. After all, Genesis Tech had originally broken through the competition with its technology, earning capital recognition and paving the way for its current success. But as Genesis Tech expanded, Zhong Shuriying became too busy to manage it herself. The optimization issues could be handled by a research team from Zhong Shuriying's university days. Those members had since become key pillars across the company. These key members occasionally visited their research group for guidance, which was still somewhat acceptable. The sole purpose of this research group now is to maintain Genesis Tech's finished products and prevent any glitches, nothing more. Consequently, many here enjoyed relatively leisurely workloads. Especially after Gumo arrived, things became even more relaxed. Gumo could handle any issues single-handedly. This saved them a lot of trouble. Under these circumstances, who would want Gumo to leave? More importantly, this guy not only has top-notch skills, but also, he doesn't have much of a background. If he doesn't want to lose this job, doesn't he have to work his ass off? Thus, the prospect of Gumo getting a permanent position remained as distant as ever. With this in mind, everyone felt increasingly justified in slacking off. Gumo's sudden fluster, however, had them speculating that perhaps there was progress on that previous project. It's so much easier when someone else does the work. Any progress on the upgrade project the boss assigned you? Ching Sumu, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and leaned in to ask Gumo. This guy, like Gumo, was one of the workhorses in their research team. The two of them had a certain mutual respect. But when it came to ability, well, there was a huge gap. So whenever he had questions, Sumu would actively seek out Gumo for advice, treating him like his own big brother. Later, whether it was work or personal matters, the slightest hint of trouble would send him running here to ask for advice. Gumo nodded. I did find some. Take this proposal I gave you for testing later. If the lab folks think it's sound, you can bring the materials back. Thanks for your hard work. Please keep a close eye on it. This time it's all Genesis Tech's intellectual property. We can't let anyone steal it. He addressed Sumu with a stern tone. Hearing this, Sumu gave a firm nod. Don't worry. If this thing disappears, I'm finished too. With that, Sumu gave a carefree laugh. Taking the USB drive from Gumo's hand, he quickly stood up and left. Before long, it was lunchtime. Let's go. I'm starving. Exactly. We've been working all day, time to relax. A few slackers who'd been goofing off all morning stretched lazily, ready to head out for lunch. Creation Tech was a newly established high-tech company, so it was inevitable that some people got in through connections. Their R&D department had quite a few such cases. The two guys discussing dinner plans were under Li Feng, their R&D team leader. While others had been discreetly playing on their phones, these two had openly crossed their legs and started gaming. Gumo had long since been worn down by this ruthless world, so he no longer batted an eye at such sights. As long as these two didn't disturb him, it was fine. He quickly shook his head, dismissing his earlier thoughts, and pulled out the boxed lunch he'd brought from home. Their company had every kind of equipment imaginable, and a microwave was naturally no exception. It just required a short walk. The microwave was located in the tea station for the waitstaff's use, but Gumo had other ideas. He hadn't even swiped his meal card, saving every point to cash out later. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a startled cry ahead. Gumo didn't pay much attention. But suddenly, he stopped instinctively. He looked up. Holy! Gumo nearly died of fright. Wait, Zhong Shuriying, are you a ghost or something? You walk without making a sound. The woman appearing before him was none other than the female owner and CEO of Genesis Tech, the undisputed top dog. And now, she stood before him, radiant and alive. Gumo's face twitched uncontrollably. You're just a big boss, you don't need to be so fixated on me, do you? But he dared not utter such words to this aloof woman. Instead, he forced a smile onto his face. Ah ha ha. President, what's this? Eating? Dinner. Zhong Shuriying uttered the two words simply. Gumo's expression darkened even further. Wait, if you're just going to eat, why did you have to show up in front of me? What's the point of that? I've got work this afternoon, damn it. And? Can you say something? Is it appropriate for us two to just stand here like this? What are you eating? But Zhong Shuriying kept asking. Gumo pursed his lips and pulled out the boxed meal from his arms. Pickled cabbage, with a bit of rice on the side. I'll use the microwave later to warm up this morning's rice. What they called rice scraping was actually a type of kimchi. It just had a nicer sounding name. A can costing just over 10 yuan, meant to mask the blandness of the pickled cabbage. And even this, Gumo considered the biggest waste of money. For this price, he could have bought several times more pickled mustard greens than this can. Now he'd ended up getting ripped off. Guemo glanced at the stern look in her eyes and hesitated before speaking. Is this woman really picking a fight with me? She'd been haunting him since yesterday. I only kept you around for a year in college, is that really such a big deal? You're really putting me through it. Is this all you're having for lunch? Zhong Shiriying frowned. No, what else? Guemo licked his dry lips and spoke slowly. Zhong Shiriying shook her head quickly. The next second. Smack! Zhong Shiriying casually tossed the boxed meal in Gumo's hand into the trash can. His heart shattered. My lunch! My lunch! Gumo's heart was shattered. Before Guemo could recover, Zhong Shiriying swiftly took his hand. Come with me. What for? Gumo's voice carried a hint of heartache. I'll treat you to dinner. Zhong Shiriying's expression remained calm. Yet she was unusually domineering. Chapter 8, Wish I'd been a waitress. Everyone witnessing this scene froze in shock. Wait. What the hell is going on? Their company's female CEO is treating a lowly employee to dinner. Is this for real? At that moment, everyone's mouths twitched slightly and their expressions grew uncomfortably tense. Why didn't I have such luck? Why did such a good thing happen to Guemo? Or could it be that Guemo and the female CEO had some kind of scandalous connection? Gumo's own lips twitched. Wait, what was that woman playing at? Was she doing this on purpose? Before Guemo could react, Zhong Shiriying suddenly tugged him gently. What's the matter? Can't you spare me a little courtesy since your CEO is treating you to dinner? Zhong Shiriying's tone carried a hint of sternness. At her words, Guemo quickly fell into line. As long as you don't make me pack my bags and leave. I won't. Zhong Shiriying walked ahead. She turned and beckoned to Guemo with a flick of her finger, signaling him to follow. Guemo pressed his lips together, too afraid to refuse, and hurried after her. And after the two of them had left. With a loud clatter. The crowd erupted in chaos. Several people instantly felt their takeout had lost its appeal. As for the two who had initially planned to go out for dinner, they were now utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't help but gasp again. It all came together perfectly. Creation Tech was located in the heart of Jianghai City, right next to the commercial district. The two of them randomly picked a restaurant to eat at. But when Guemo glanced up at the sign above them, he nearly blacked out. He quickly tugged at Zhong Shiriying's sleeve and spoke cautiously. Mr. President, could we get something a bit cheaper? This place. He licked his dry lips and gritted his teeth to continue. This place is too expensive. A restaurant like this would have been something Guemo wouldn't have given a second glance before. But now, he can only pity the 4-digit sum in his bank account. Her heart ached for him. Even if she pooled all her savings, it probably wouldn't cover a single meal. Even if she wasn't paying, it still hurt. I'm treating. What are you worried about? Zhong Shiriying rolled her eyes at Guemo. Guemo dared not admit he couldn't afford it, so he deflected the topic. I just meant to say, we have work this afternoon and need to head back by 1:30. I'm worried we won't have enough time. Zhong Shiriying, who was currently talking to the front desk, heard this and promptly declared with authority. I'll call your supervisor and tell them you're accompanying me to a client meeting. Me? Accompanying CEO Zhong to a client meeting? Is that even appropriate? Wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Guemo pursed his lips, feeling his mouth go dry. But he saw Zhong Shiriying give a slight nod. Creation Tech is all mine. What's there to fear? All right. Guemo was completely speechless now. Sir, madam, this way please. We've prepared a private room for you. Please follow me. By the time they spoke, the front desk had already handled everything. An eye-catching maid approached, leading Guemo and Zhong Shiriying to their seats. Guemo glanced up at the charmingly alluring attendant and couldn't help but smack his lips. It had been too long since he'd visited a high-end restaurant. Was this how they did things now? I heard the pay here is pretty good. Maybe I should quit my other job and come work here? Plus, I heard they provide room and board, and the food is decent. No more plain noodles every day. Guemo pondered thoughtfully, finding the idea rather appealing. Noticing Gumo's gaze lingering on the attractive waitress ahead, Zhong Shiriying felt a pang of displeasure. She quickly quickened her pace, blocking Gumo's line of sight. And so, they entered the private room. Soon, numerous dishes were served. But when the maid entered the room, she was momentarily stunned. She saw that Guemo had already begun wolfing down his food. Like a starving ghost reincarnated. They couldn't help but wonder if this man had never eaten before. It was ridiculous. Zhong Shiriying gave him a helpless reminder, slow down, no one's trying to take your food. Guemo made muffled sounds and waved a dismissive gesture at Zhong Shiriying. Zhong Shiriying was left speechless. After having someone investigate Gumo's current situation yesterday, she learned this guy hadn't had it easy these past 2 years. He'd practically been abandoned and forgotten. He'd nearly ended up living like a vagrant. If not for teaching himself computer science and relying on his degree from Longwei University of Science and Technology, a prestigious 985 institution, he might have starved himself to death. It was a long time before Guemo finally finished his meal. He let out a satisfied belch, utterly content. But soon, he finally noticed the distinctly unsettling gaze fixed on him from ahead. "Hey, boss, staring at me like that, kinda creepy." Guillermo wiped his mouth and cleared his throat softly. "Oh, really?" Zhong Shiying finally realized. She'd been staring at Guillermo the whole time. She'd completely zoned out. She uncomfortably ran her fingers through her hair. After a long moment, Zhong Shiying finally spoke. "Finished eating?" Guillermo glanced at the time. "Thank you for your concern, Ms. Zhong. I'm done eating. It's getting late. I need to head back to work. Leaving now won't affect my next shift." That way, his perfect attendance record wouldn't be dot. Zhong Shiying, however, wore a peculiar expression. "What's wrong? Didn't you enjoy having dinner with me? In such a hurry to get back to work? Just how much does this guy love work? Or was this just a habit she'd always had?" Regardless, Guillermo was already preparing to leave. As he turned to leave, Guillermo glanced at the maid beside him. A sudden thought struck him, and he almost instinctively asked, "Miss, how much do you earn here per month? Does it include room and board?" The maid probably hadn't expected Guillermo to ask that out of the blue. But she didn't refuse. Her red lips parted with a smile as she replied, "For my qualifications, 12,000. After deductions for social insurance and housing fund, I take home a solid 10,000 plus. As for your question about meals and lodging, our company provides employee apartments, and meals are mostly covered by the company. While it's not exactly all-inclusive, it's pretty close." Put. Guillermo nearly spit out everything he'd just eaten and drunk. Holy crap. He was making just over 4,000 yuan working 996 at Genesis Tech. The social insurance and housing fund contributions were paid at the absolute minimum. Sure, it was an internship, but that's ridiculously low. I should have just waited tables instead. Finally stepping out of the restaurant, Guillermo looked utterly dejected, unable to shake off his gloom for a long time. Seeing Guillermo's gloomy expression, Zhong Shiying immediately asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy I treated you to dinner?" Guillermo shook his head instead, letting out a bitter laugh. "Happy? Of course I'm happy. It's just that after hearing their salaries, I'm not happy anymore." This piqued Zhong Shiying's curiosity. She asked in confusion, "Aren't the salaries in your research group pretty high? Why envy a waiter?" Guillermo shook his head with a bitter smile. "President, you're mistaken. Our full-time staff certainly earn well, but I'm just an intern. I only make a little over 4,000 a month." At this revelation, Zhong Shiying's eyes narrowed. An intern? 4,000? Though Genesis Tech wasn't a major corporation, 4,000 yuan was truly pitiful. Chapter 9, Financial Issues. Guillermo never imagined that his single remark would bring such misfortune, utter disaster upon the entire RD department. But none of this concerned Guillermo anymore. After committing Guillermo's words to memory, Zhong Shiying had already begun quietly sharpening her blade, preparing to take it out on the lambs. After parting ways with Zhong Shiying, Guillermo promptly returned to his workstation. Zhong Shiying, meanwhile, sped off to the main office. Upon arriving at the office, Zhong Shiying immediately summoned the chief secretary. This was an efficient woman. She served Zhong Shiying diligently and proved highly capable. "President, you requested me?" Chief Secretary Kai He hurried over and addressed Zhong Shiying seated in the executive chair. Her cautious demeanor. Having worked alongside Zhong Shiying for so long, she could easily discern the president's current mood. Before Kai He could speak, Zhong Shiying's voice came in a low, solemn tone. "Regarding the salaries of the RD department employees, what do you know?" Upon hearing this, Kai He quickly understood. So the CEO was planning to audit the accounts. But then again, given Genesis Tech's current scale, surely they wouldn't concern themselves with such minor details? But since the president had asked, as his chief secretary, she naturally had to provide a detailed explanation. "I am indeed responsible for this matter. Regarding the RD department, we've always followed your directives, President. Employee salaries are set at the highest industry standards. Even interns receive a monthly wage of 10,000 yuan. After interns transition to full-time positions, their salaries are tiered based on capability, ranging from 15,000 to 30,000 yuan. Exceptionally talented individuals can even earn up to 100,000 yuan. For those making significant contributions, an annual income of 2 million yuan is entirely achievable. Moreover, our work schedule is 5 days on, 2 days off. Overtime is compensated accordingly, with triple pay during holidays, all adhering to the highest national standards. So, the average employee's salary exceeds our set standards, with a monthly after-tax income of just over 10,000. The chief secretary explained each point to Zhong Shiying. Yet at that moment, Zhong Shiying felt anything but pleased. She quickly asked calmly, "But why did I hear that one intern only makes a little over 4,000 yuan? At this remark, Chief Secretary Kai He paused in surprise. "That shouldn't be possible," she murmured, her mind racing. Soon, Kai He's mind was filled with various speculations. "I'll need to discuss this matter with the finance department. But please rest assured, President. We will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a full explanation. You'd better move fast. Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms. She had a vague feeling that Genesis Tech's rapid expansion might not necessarily be a good thing for her. The larger the body, the more parasites feeding off it. They had no need for such parasites. In this matter, Zhong Shiriying had always been decisive and swift. That was precisely why Zhong Shiriying had risen to her current position. The timid little girl of the past had been tucked away. Now, there was only Zhong Shiriying, the star female entrepreneur of Jianghai City. Research team. Gumo walked in and returned to his workstation. People around him were murmuring, pointing fingers at Gumo. Gumo had long grown accustomed to it and paid no mind. Sumu, who shared a similar predicament, hurried over. He asked Gumo, "Brother Gu, what's going on? Everyone's talking about you right now." Gumo shook his head. "Nothing much. Just had dinner with our female CEO. Put." At that remark, Sumu nearly choked on his drink. "Holy crap. And you call that nothing? Are you sure? No wonder so many people were talking about it. If it were him, he'd be talking too." Before Sumu could respond, Gumo abruptly turned to him and snapped, "Wait, I told you to monitor the lab's progress. Why are you back here?" Hearing this, Sumu immediately straightened up. He began to explain, "Oh, our supervisor asked me to come back." Gumo frowned. "You just came back because he told you to? Didn't you explain the situation to the supervisor? This was a major incident. What if their company's secrets were leaked?" Sumu, however, expressed helplessness. He said, "This isn't something I can decide. Isn't the lab the domain of us founding members of Genesis Tech?" The other party was present at the time. Handing this over to him was beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Gumo quickly understood. So that's how it was. To be fair, under the circumstances at the time, Sumu really had no other choice. Just then, figures approached from ahead. Ha! When Gumo caught sight of that figure, his eyebrows suddenly arched slightly. Well now! What a rare visitor! The person arriving was none other than Zhong Shiriying's right-hand woman, her most trusted confidant. Kai He, the chief secretary by Zhong Shiriying's side. This guy's definitely a rare visitor. Wonder what brings him specifically to our research team. Sumu, standing nearby, pursed his lips thoughtfully. Gumo, however, furrowed his brow slightly. Could this be Zhong Shiriying's doing? What does she want? And soon enough, their research team supervisor, that pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man, scurried over. The moment he spotted Kai He immediately went into sycophantic mode. Oh my goodness. Isn't this Secretary Kai, the chief secretary? What wind blew you over here today? You should have given us a heads up. Our entire research team would have come out to greet you. Oof. This guy. What a thick skin. No wonder he got promoted to supervisor. Gumo and Sumu both muttered their complaints. Up ahead, Kai He's expression remained impassive, like a poker face that never changed, utterly emotionless. Ever since Gumo first met this woman, she'd been like this, unchanged to this day. It made one wonder if this person even possessed emotions. With the arrival of this female secretary, the expressions of those present shifted in various ways. They were all curious about the purpose of her visit. But the emotionless secretary quickly spoke in a low voice, "Managerly, there's been an issue with the accounts upstairs. We need your RD team's financial report now. Hand it over." Ha! At her words, many present froze in surprise. Shouldn't they be asking the finance department for the financial report? Why bring it to us? Finance matters should be handled by the finance department. Our department deals with technical stuff, how would we know about that? Li Feng froze, momentarily bewildered. But he sensed there might be more to it than met the eye. He quickly shifted his tone. But the very next second, thud! Kai He produced a financial report. "I just went to the finance department and got this before coming over. Li Feng, how do you explain this?" Chapter 10, No Pay for No Work. The moment those words left her mouth, the room erupted in shock. What? This? What on earth happened? Did someone embezzle the yuan coins? The thought nearly sprang to everyone's mind instinctively. And the first person to react, the one whose emotions were the most intense, was none other than Gumo. Damn it! No wonder my salary is so low, someone's been pocketing my yuan coins. Once I find out who this bastard is, I'll make sure he understands exactly why the flowers are so red. At that moment, many faces in the crowd shifted, some looking distinctly uneasy. Among them, Li Feng trembled the most violently. "Li Feng, you still have time to reconsider. Once I uncover the evidence, you'll be facing legal trouble. We at Genesis Tech have deep pockets. We can play this game with you indefinitely. Time is practically unlimited for us. We'll hire a lawyer to sue you every single day. Not to mention, the total amount involved is tens of millions. If we actually win the lawsuit, do you know how many years you'll spend behind bars for this?" Kai He spoke calmly. Yet every word she uttered sent shivers down everyone's spine. Gumo was stunned. Holy crap! Tens of millions. Is this manager that powerful? He never imagined this balding old man could embezzle such a huge sum. Could it be fake? But soon, Guemo realized something. This guy couldn't have embezzled that much alone, there must be someone higher up involved. At that moment, Li Feng was shaking like a leaf. He dared not utter a single word. Meanwhile, murmurs began to stir among the research team members. Clearly, no one present had ever imagined that this supervisor, who usually only bullied them, had such a side to him. And they certainly hadn't imagined this guy had embezzled over 10 million yuan. The most shocking part was that this had apparently been going on for quite some time, likely only uncovered recently. It was truly a case of digging up dirt and finding no one willing to speak up. Though Genesis Tech was a colossal enterprise, it absolutely could not tolerate such corruption. I said, could you give me a chance? Licking his dry lips, Li Feng finally spoke through gritted teeth, his face ashen. Hearing this, Kai-He shrugged, folding her arms across her chest. That depends on your attitude. I say. Oomph, that's just fine. Then please come with us. With that, Kai-He turned and walked away with a carefree air. After Kai-He left, a group of burly security guards immediately stepped forward and carried Li Feng away. At that moment, Li Feng's legs felt like jelly. If not for the security guards supporting him, he wouldn't have been able to walk at all. Soon, their research team's office became completely deserted. Everyone looked at each other in utter bewilderment. What the hell just happened? Finally, Guemo cleared his throat softly. Back to work, everyone. At his words, the room quickly settled. They each licked their dry lips and sat down at their respective workstations. Now they dared not slack off at all. As for the two slackers who'd been goofing off earlier, they didn't even dare touch their phones, keeping their hands glued to the keyboard. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, their hands were shaking like crazy. Anyone watching would have sworn they were working their asses off. Those two gluttons, who ate like pigs, were genuinely scared at that moment. Guemo just shrugged. If you've got nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. After working through the afternoon, Gumo finished troubleshooting an issue submitted online by Genesis Tech. He gathered his things, ready to clock out. Once again, he was the last one to leave. Phew! What a drag! After wrapping up all his tasks, Guemo leaned back in his chair and rested his eyes for a moment. For some reason, his thoughts drifted back to his university days. Back then, he had been so carefree, believing life would always be that way. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. No one is born destined for a particular place. If he lacked the strength, he'd likely just fall. And then there was Zhong Shuriying back then. Guemo let out a bitter laugh. He shook his head, dismissing those tangled thoughts. He was Guemo now. He mustn't dwell on anything else. Beep. Just then, Guemo felt his phone vibrate. He quickly picked it up to check. And suddenly, Gumo's eyes lit up. We sincerely apologize, Mr. Guemo. Due to an error on our part, there was an issue with your salary payment. It has now been reissued. The actual amount reissued is 24,800 yuan. Holy crap. A back pay? Wait a minute. Could it be that Kai-He was handling that very matter today? Guemo froze for a moment before quickly catching on. No wonder my salary was so low. He'd assumed he was just an intern, but who knew someone had been quietly covering for him all along? Right now, Guemo felt like he'd just stumbled upon over 20,000 yuan out of nowhere. He was absolutely thrilled. Moreover, after running the numbers, Guemo realized his internship salary should be close to 10,000 yuan, and that was after deductions for social insurance, housing fund, and taxes. For Guemo right now, he was already incredibly satisfied. Decided. Tonight, he was going out for a big feast. He'd been eating plain noodles for so long, he was sick of them. Guemo pursed his lips, overcome with excitement. Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. Knock knock. Guemo instinctively looked up. But he saw someone had already been standing there for quite some time. Guemo froze for a moment. Then his expression shifted subtly. Damn it! What the hell? Here again. Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. The person who arrived was none other than Zhong Shuriying. President. Is there something you need? But Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly, just checking on my hard-working employees. Guemo fell silent. For in Zhong Shuriying's hand, he spotted a takeout container. For you. Pork knuckle rice. I know you didn't eat dinner. Zhong Shuriying said calmly. But this time, Guemo didn't reach out to take it. It wasn't that he disliked it, but rather that it felt awkward. It felt like accepting this would make him feel like he was working for someone else. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to that person. Same principle. Ha? Seems like you're not hungry today? Zhong Shuriying was a bit surprised. Guemo replied, no free lunch. This stuff, once is enough. Any more, and I'd be overwhelmed. He was telling the truth. He truly wouldn't accept a gift for nothing. He genuinely couldn't handle it. Zhong Shuriying chuckled, don't worry, you've earned it, and quite a bit at that. Ha! Gu Mo was dumbfounded. But Zhong Shuriying quickly regained her composure and said seriously, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have known there were people lining their own pockets within Genesis Technology Group. By helping Genesis Tech, you've also helped employees like yourself. Only then did Gu Mo realize. Holy crap. So the person who reported the supervisor was actually me. Chapter 11, Money Makes the Devil Grind. Hearing this, Gu Mo felt a bit embarrassed. Why did he feel like he didn't deserve it? Well, I was just speaking off the cuff today. The more you downplay it, the more we need to take it seriously. Genesis Tech is still in its infancy. Moving too hastily only invites risks like this. If it weren't for you today, Genesis Tech wouldn't have uncovered such a critical management issue in such a short time. Before Gu Mo could finish, Zhong Shuriying cut in with a stern expression. Gu Mo was left speechless. It really takes someone like Zhong Shuriying. No wonder she makes so much money. She deserves every penny. Thank you. Gu Mo fell silent. After taking the pork knuckle rice from Zhong Shuriying's hands, he quickly began devouring it in big bites. Honestly, compared to this dish, even the most exquisite delicacies seemed to lack something. Then suddenly, as Gu Mo ate, he noticed today's takeout box seemed slightly different from before. Had the shop changed their packaging? Gu Mo didn't dwell on it. But he saw Zhong Shuriying standing nearby, arms crossed, her gaze slowly drifting away from him as she spoke slowly. You wouldn't believe it, but after that incident, Genesis Tech uncovered numerous cases of embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. There was also a lot of nepotism. We eliminated quite a few deadweight positions. All told, this operation recovered at least 100 million yuan in losses for Genesis Tech. Put. At that remark, Gu Mo nearly choked on his drink. Holy crap. How much? 100 million yuan? Only now did Gu Mo begin to understand why Zhong Shuriying had spoken so bluntly today. Even for their company, Genesis Tech, raking in 100 million would take an eternity, let alone recovering that entire loss in a single day. Holy crap. Gu Mo suddenly glanced down at the pork knuckle rice in front of him. Holy crap. You're worth your weight in gold today. If it weren't such an awkward moment to bring it up, Gu Mo would have suggested Zhong Shuriying take him out for another meal. After finally finishing his meal, Gu Mo tidied up the takeout containers and turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. At the same time, he packed up his backpack. Gu Mo addressed Zhong Shuriying. I don't have anything else planned today, so I guess I'll head back? Here are my reports for the past 2 days. Since our supervisor isn't here, you can take a look first. I've reviewed and studied the chip upgrade proposal you gave me earlier. In fact, I achieved a breakthrough today and have already submitted it to our regular partner lab. If there are any results, I'll let you know immediately. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. He must not continue to engage with this woman. They belonged to 2 different worlds now, and Gu Mo was acutely aware of this fact. Gu Mo pressed his lips together, picked up his laptop bag, and stood to leave. Just then, Zhong Shuriying called out to him. Gu Mo's feet froze. Damn it. No way, what the hell is this now? He turned back, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Is there anything else you need, President? It's already past quitting time, and I have a side job to attend to. If there's anything else, President, perhaps we could discuss it tomorrow? Gu Mo gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly. She gave a faint smile. I recall our company has a policy prohibiting employees from taking on side jobs, correct? At her words, the smile on Gu Mo's face froze instantly. Damn it! How could I have forgotten something so crucial? Talking too much brings trouble. Gu Mo could have slapped himself twice. The next second, Zhong Shuriying swiftly tossed a key his way. Gu Mo fumbled to catch it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the key to yesterday's Maybach. Zhong Shuriying spoke up, take me home. Her tone was commanding. Gu Mo licked his dry lips. Wait, am I being treated like a workhorse? No way. I have to refuse this guy no matter what. Gu Mo cleared his throat softly. Gathering his courage, he promptly replied. President, I'm off the clock now. What I choose to do is my own business. Gu Mo spoke with righteous indignation. Zhong Shuriying, however, merely smiled. He casually pulled out a stack of bright red bills. Seeing this, Gu Mo's eyes widened in shock. Holy! How much money is that? That stack was easily worth 10,000 yuan. Gu Mo licked his dry lips, feeling parched. But soon, he noticed the faint smile on Zhong Shuriying's face, which instantly brought him back to his senses. This woman. She did this on purpose. Gu Mo's expression hardened. He said in a deep voice, Ms. Zhong, I am a man of principles. I absolutely will not do anything that violates my principles. Gu Mo swore. Even if he starved to death here today, even if he jumped off this building, he would never accept a single thread from her. This was the ultimate insult to a man. I heard you moonlight as a designated driver after work. What's the matter? Don't you want to take my big fare? Yet Zhong Shuriying stood before him, smiling, her gaze playful as she studied Gu Mo. Her expression was like a cat eyeing its small prey. Guemo was speechless. Yet suddenly, it all clicked into place. Well then. Come to think of it, it wasn't entirely out of the question. After all, if not for the monk's sake, then for the Buddha's sake. That 10,000 yuan was still a matter of face. In the end, Guemo convinced himself he wasn't actually willing to be Zhong Shuriying's driver, he'd only reluctantly agreed for the sake of the money. Right. That's exactly it. Guemo quickly made his logic consistent. He cleared his throat again. Well, you see. I just don't think it's safe for a young lady like you to be out so late at night. As a man, money doesn't matter. I'm mainly worried about your safety. Otherwise, who's going to pay my salary in the future? With that, Guemo swiftly snatched the 10,000 yuan from Zhong Shuriying's hand, as if afraid she might change her mind. Come with me. Guemo kissed the thick wad of cash repeatedly before carefully tucking it into his waistband. Turning to Zhong Shuriying, he spoke with a slightly unnatural tone. Taking this ill-gotten money meant he was now indebted to her. He had to be polite. But he saw the amused expression on Zhong Shuriying's face grow even more pronounced, as if she were thoroughly satisfied. Do you have any other side gigs tonight? Zhong Shuriying suddenly asked. At these words, Gumo's expression shifted noticeably. What? Something's off. What does this woman want? Gritting his teeth, he replied in a low voice, It's not like that, Ms. Zhong. My side jobs are all legitimate. Don't misunderstand me, I'm a man of integrity. Every penny was earned through my own blood, sweat, and tears. Chapter 12, The Poison Club. Guemo spoke with righteous indignation, truly without a shred of guilt. However, his resolve crumbled the moment Zhong Shuriying produced another stack of cash. Oof. Gumo's lips twitched slightly. Money really does make the devil grind the mill. Guemo was thoroughly impressed. He gritted his teeth, then. Gumo's expression shifted, and he finally forced a smile onto his face. It turned out, even Guemo hadn't imagined he could manage this. It really is true that necessity is the mother of invention. Ahem, since you're being so sincere, Madame Zhong, I really can't refuse such a beautiful girl. Madame Zhong, you say it as long as it's not illegal or taboo, I'll follow you through fire and water. Damn capitalists. Guemo screamed inwardly. Zhong Shuriying was utterly charmed by Gumo's antics. She laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. It took her a while to recover. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, there is indeed a task I need to assign you. What kind of task? Guemo raised an eyebrow at the words. Oh boy. I knew this wasn't going to be pleasant. This money wasn't going to be so easy to get after all. Pressing his lips together, Guemo couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Zhong Shuriying, however, didn't rush to speak. Instead, she circled around Guemo twice. That gaze made Guemo feel like needles were pricking his back. Could this woman be trying to get me to work as a hostess? Even though Guemo was down on his luck now, his foundation was still solid. In fact, he could even be considered outstanding, possessing a unique kind of beauty. Wealthy women had once sought to sponsor him during his downturn, but he turned them all down. Even older men had made advances. Ahem! The memory alone sent shivers down Gumo's spine. Who would have thought that after preserving his purity all this time, he'd still end up falling for Zhong Shuriying? Miss Zhong, let's just stick to the basics, okay? I still need to get married and have kids. Guemo quickly pressed his lips together, his voice sounding unnatural. An indescribable mix of emotions. Bitter and tinged with timidity. He'd heard the veteran players had a blast, some were downright perverted, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Some even played to death. In the circle Guemo used to hang out in, rumors of such incidents were commonplace. But Guemo still had some conscience and never got mixed up with those guys. Now, seeing Zhong Shuriying scrutinizing him with that gaze, he couldn't help but wonder. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying quickly laughed. Put those thoughts away. It's just a simple matter of accompanying me to a banquet. Ha! Guemo was momentarily stunned. Wait, why am I even being invited to this? Kaihi has matters to attend to today, and I have no one by my side. You'll accompany me and help fend off the drinks later. Zhong Shuriying continued. Now Guemo understood. Oh, so that's what this is about? Got it. He quickly relaxed. Got it. Leave this matter to me. Guemo patted his chest. Anyway, he was already working a side gig after his regular job. Rather than slaving away delivering food as a driver, he might as well just block some drinks for Zhong Shuriying. Guemo readily agreed. Rest assured, as long as I'm around, no one will get a single drop of alcohol past you, CEO Zhong. Ha! Ms. Zhong, what's wrong? Are you even listening to me? Only then did Guemo notice that Zhong Shuriying had become somewhat distracted at some point. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, puzzled. Zhong Shuriying's expression flickered. She quickly regained her composure. Nothing. I was just thinking. Let's go. With that, she strode ahead. She silently shook her head. Zhong Shuriying, you actually had a momentary lapse. But This girl was still the same as before, dumb as ever, not a bit changed. Out of Gumo's sight, Zhong Shuriying let a smile slip. Gumo, however, found Zhong Shuriying somewhat baffling. He quickly caught up to her pace. Ms. Zhong, wait for me. Zhanghai City Poison Private Club. At the entrance. Gumo glanced at the gilded splendor of the venue ahead and felt a sudden pang of trepidation. In the past, he would never have shown any hesitation, but things were different now. He truly didn't have a single penny to his name. What's more, he was dressed down to the nines in cheap, knockoff clothes. Who would dare go in? He probably wouldn't even get past the door. I've prepared some clothes for you. Go change in the back seat. Zhong Shuriying said. Gumo froze upon hearing this. But then he remembered Zhong Shuriying must have anticipated this, so he quickly came to terms with it. After shooting her a grateful glance, Gumo swiftly made his way to the back seat. There, a box containing the clothes Zhong Shuriying had prepared for him was already waiting. He glanced back at the seat beside him. Gumo's movements froze abruptly. Wait, Ms. Zhong, wouldn't you mind stepping aside? That intense stare is making me a bit uneasy. Zhong Shuriying, however, merely glanced at the slightly flustered Gumo before quickly averting her gaze. You have 2 minutes. Hearing this, Gumo let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. That's enough. With that thought, he hurriedly began changing his clothes. And soon, when Gumo opened that gift box, he suddenly froze in place. This. So familiar. Gumo pulled out the suit, examining it closely. He wasn't entirely sure, but his pounding heart whispered that this suit might very well be his own. How could it be here? Why did Zhong Shuriying keep it? Gumo fell silent. Just then, Zhong Shuriying quickly tapped on the car window. Gumo snapped out of his daze. He glanced at the clothes, pursed his lips briefly, and swiftly put them on. When Gumo stepped out of the car again, his entire aura had transformed. He gave Zhong Shuriying's shoulder a light pat. Zhong Shuriying turned around. And the next second, she froze in place. It felt like she had been transported back to that night long ago. Gumo had appeared before her just like this, dressed in the same outfit, taking her to a scene she had never witnessed before. Back then, she had been so young and inexperienced. Now, Zhong Shuriying had grown incredibly resilient, while Gumo had become the one hesitating and holding back. Zhong Shuriying was momentarily lost in thought. Gumo glanced at the person before him, then quickly waved his hand slightly in front of her face. Ms. Zhong? Zhong Shuriying snapped back to reality. She continued to size Gumo up from head to toe, a smile spreading across her face. It truly is, clothes make the man, and gold adorns the Buddha. It was worth the effort to secure this piece during the auction livestream. Who'd have thought it would come in handy now? So it was acquired during that auction livestream. Gumo understood. Yet for some reason, a pang of melancholy stirred within him. An unintended gesture. It seemed he'd overthought it. Chapter 13, Acquaintance Sunya. Gumo and Zhong Shuriying soon arrived at the club entrance. After presenting their identification, they entered with ease. I'm going to change clothes. Wait for me here. Zhong Shuriying headed toward the changing room and called back to Gumo. Gumo froze for a moment. It finally dawned on him. Wait, there's a changing room here? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Making me change in the car. Gumo's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to say something, Zhong Shuriying had already entered the changing room. Never mind. It's all water under the bridge now. Who can blame her for taking the money? Gumo pressed his lips together, resigning himself to his misfortune. With nothing else to do, Gumo started playing with his phone. Suddenly having an extra 20 grand feels a bit strange. Maybe I should treat myself to some supplies first? Step aside, plain noodles. This old man's got money now, and he's going all out. Gumo frantically tapped the screen, sourcing supplies directly from the cheapest manufacturers. Meanwhile, a group approached Gumo from across the street. Chatting and laughing. Sunya chatted with the men and women beside her as they hurried toward this direction. And soon, Sunya noticed Gumo's location. Suddenly, she paused, the smile on her face suddenly freezing. What's wrong, Sunya? Her abrupt halt startled the others, who turned to look at her in confusion. But Sunya waved them off. Her gaze shifted away from the person playing with their phone ahead. Nothing. Maybe I just saw something wrong. Ha ha. What did you see? What could possibly surprise the darling of the Sun family so much? Probably no one else in the entire Zhanghai city could be that surprised, right? The others quickly joined in with teasing remarks. They burst into laughter. But Sunya remained silent. Her brows slowly furrowed as a figure flashed through her mind, yet she remained uncertain. How could it be that guy? Hasn't he been missing for ages? When Sunya looked up to take another glance, she found the figure had vanished. This left her looking rather uncomfortable. Was it just her imagination? Or had recent events been so overwhelming that she'd subconsciously thought of him? Sunya shook her head. All right. I know you're under a lot of pressure. Come have a drink with us later to unwind. Exactly. Your Sun family is pushing you way too hard. If it were me, I'd have quit long ago. Who wants to be this outstanding young woman anyway? Exactly. We can't even keep up with worrying about you. You're definitely feeling the pressure lately. Come have a couple drinks with us later, unwind a bit, and this whole thing will blow over. The others chimed in. Maybe you're right. Sonia shook her head, trying to shake off her troubles. She had to be serious after all, she was about to meet the hottest star entrepreneur in Shanghai City right now. Meanwhile, Guemo was utterly dumbfounded. Staring at Zhong Shuriying dressed in her casual work attire, he froze in place. She was stunningly beautiful. His taste back in college really was something else. He really knew how to pick him. Wipe that drool off your face. We've got a client meeting coming up. Zhong Shuriying noticed Gumo's expression and spoke calmly. Ah, right. Guemo quickly composed himself. What can you do? She's just too stunning. Any guy would find it hard to look away, you know. Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This time, Zhong Shuriying walked ahead. Out of Gumo's sight, she flashed a proud yet coy smile. Poof. Men. Soon. Zhong Shuriying arrived at a private room. Guemo was quite perceptive. He knew exactly what was coming when the boss stood up to leave, so he hurried over to open the door. It was all about emotional value. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. A circle of people had already gathered inside. Gumo's gaze swept meaningfully across their faces. Finally, his gaze settled on a young woman. This person felt so familiar. He felt like he'd seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place her for the moment. How strange. But now wasn't the time for deep contemplation. He quickly stepped aside to make room, inviting Zhong Shuriying inside. Ms. Zhong, this way. Zhong Shuriying swiftly entered the private room. As she arrived, the odd glances from those already in the private room shifted. The moment they noticed Zhong Shuriying, their eyes lit up. Ms. Zhong. You're finally here. We've been waiting for you like we were waiting for the stars and the moon to align. You're the one and only figure in Shanghai City now. Countless people would kill for a chance to meet you. The group completely ignored Guemo, shifting their attention entirely to Zhong Shuriying. As for Guemo, they'd already dismissed him as a mere sidekick. And in truth, that was precisely the case. The crowd quickly surrounded Zhong Shuriying, ushering her toward the main seat. Guemo was the type who couldn't even squeeze his way in. Left with no choice, he found himself a quiet spot to sit. After all, the private room wasn't that spacious. If Zhong Shuriying needed anything, a glance would be all it took for Guemo to be at her side. Ms. Zhong, we hope you'll favor us with your business going forward. Rest assured, our company is among the industry's elite. We guarantee your satisfaction. Ms. Zhong, please consider us too. I'll down this glass. Take your time, Ms. Zhong. The group chattered away in a cacophony of voices. Guemo assumed they were Zhong Shuriying's business partners, so he didn't intervene. Besides, none of them were pressuring Zhong Shuriying to drink, so Guemo saw no reason to intervene. Besides, aside from blocking drinks, he couldn't really help with anything else right now, and it was easy to invite gossip. Just as Guemo was pondering whether to save the 20,000 yuan or treat himself to better meals, a figure suddenly approached from ahead. Guemo instinctively looked up. Soon, he noticed another pair of beautiful eyes looking his way. Cool and refreshing, like sweet spring water, it seemed to pour straight into his soul. It sent a shiver down Gumo's spine. Flipping stared right back at him. Guemo looked utterly bewildered. This person seemed familiar? Yet he felt he didn't recognize her. Are you alone? Finally, Sonia spoke up. She was now certain this person didn't recognize her. And Sonia also finally realized that Guemo was genuinely. He'd just changed completely. Not for the worse, but for the better. So much so that this once supremely arrogant man was now working under Zhong Shuriying. Sonia sensed her chance had arrived. You are. Who I am doesn't matter. Sonia smiled at Guemo. While everyone else was groveling and fawning over Zhong Shuriying, Sonia was the only one focusing her attention on Guemo. Wow. Even if Guemo is a little cutie, he must know something's off here. Chapter 14, A Dream? Do we know each other? Guemo frowned as he looked at the petite woman before him. Compared to Zhong Shuriying's tall, commanding presence, this fair-skinned woman resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Her skin glowed like white jade, utterly captivating. Guemo struggled to tear his gaze away from her, shifting his eyes elsewhere with a nervous chuckle. Of course we don't. But you seem somewhat familiar to me, so I thought I'd introduce myself. Sonia chuckled softly. Guemo felt overwhelmed. He forced a laugh. Mr. Zhong is over there. I'm just the driver. Sonia merely smiled. I'm not here to do business with Mr. Zhong. I'm just a friend who came over for drinks. Why should I care about such things? Compared to mingling with Mr. Zhong, I much prefer spending time with someone like you, so peaceful. They're all too noisy. Would you care to have a drink with me? Just the two of us. Sonia looked at Guemo, her eyes sparkling. Gumo's lips twitched slightly. Poof. Ha. Well. Was this his lucky break with women? But even if he wanted to, he wouldn't dare. Zhong Shuriying was right there. What if this guy got upset and fired him? Besides, the Gu family had never been known for any deadbeat scandals. He couldn't let that happen to him. Gu Mo quickly gave a nervous chuckle. Before he could refuse, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Gu Mo, come here. He looked up. Poof. Ha! Sure enough, it was that Zhong Shuriying. Gu Mo pressed his dry lips together, then turned to Sunya with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I need to go. With that, he hurried away as if escaping. Here he comes, here he comes. Soon after, in the corner of the private room, Sunya's expression shifted from stiffness to a dark, brooding look. Under the dim lighting, her delicate fists clenched until they turned white. Mr. Zhong, did you need me? Gu Mo's face broke into a smile. Zhong Shuriying's gaze, however, did not linger on Gu Mo. Instead, it passed right through him, seemingly fixed on something behind him. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. After hearing the question, Zhong Shuriying didn't rush to respond. She gestured toward an expensive bottle of wine on the table behind Gu Mo and spoke slowly. Open the wine. Oh. Gu Mo promptly complied. Soon, the bottle of imported liquor was opened. Gu Mo thoughtfully poured Zhong Shuriying a glass as well. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying's mood lifted slightly. She took a small sip of her drink and addressed Gu Mo. Try to avoid hanging out with those shady women. You're part of Genesis Tech now. This is the time for you to focus on building your career. Gu Mo was momentarily confused. But when Zhong Shuriying's gaze turned to him, Gu Mo quickly nodded emphatically. Rest assured, CEO Zhong, I'll pour every ounce of my energy into Genesis Tech. Ha! Even if I wanted to fool around, I'd need the means to do it. Who'd want to live with me in some dingy, out-of-the-way rental? Not bad. Zhong Shuriying gave Gu Mo a satisfied look. Only then did she turn her gaze to the others. I can't hold my liquor. You guys have a drink with Gu Mo. Business matters. As long as the quality is up to par, it's no problem. At her words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. They hadn't expected the deal to be sealed so easily. They quickly turned to look at Gu Mo. So it's Mr. Gu. Haha, I knew a man who could be with Miss Zhong couldn't be ordinary. Now I see Mr. Gu is truly handsome and dashing, a real catch. Come, let me toast you. Now there was no way Gu Mo could refuse. Refusing would have displeased both sides. Under the sight of their beaming expressions, Gu Mo forced a dry laugh, quickly poured wine, and clinked glasses with the person across from him. Just when he thought it was over, more people appeared the moment he set down his cup. Mr. Gu, I'll drink to you. Please keep us in mind for future business opportunities. A crowd gathered around Gu Mo. As he watched the wine glasses swing under the lights, his expression shifted. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Now Gu Mo finally understood why Zhong Shuriying had brought him along. After 3 rounds of drinks, Gu Mo couldn't recall how he made it back. The next morning, Gu Mo jolted awake from his slumber. He sat up in the plush bed, surrounded by opulent decor. That familiar yet unfamiliar sensation felt like he'd been caught in a vast, empty dream. This place. This is my room. Gu Mo rubbed his bleary eyes, half doubting he was still dreaming. But when Gu Mo opened his eyes again, he found that the surroundings around him hadn't changed at all. The texture of everything made Gu Mo doubt. Could it be that what happened earlier was the dream? And now he'd simply woken up? Had his family never actually gone bankrupt? Was it all just a drunken delusion? If so, this dream had been unbearably bitter. Gu Mo was still feeling dazed. Just then, the door opened. Mr. Gu, breakfast is ready. A maid hurried over. She placed the meal beside Gu Mo. This familiar scene felt like a sudden jolt to Gu Mo's long-buried memories. Could it really have been a dream? His lips moved slightly. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Gu Mo asked in confusion, Aunt May, how long have I been asleep? The maid before him was the one the Gu family had employed for years, someone who had been there since Gu Mo was a child. In fact, Gu Mo and his family had always regarded Aunt May as one of their own. Mr. Gu, you've been asleep for a day. A day? No, that can't be right. Mr. Gu. Gu Mo froze for a moment. He gave a wry smile. Aunt May, why are you talking so strangely today? Just as Gu Mo was about to speak again, he suddenly saw someone appear at the doorway. Startled, Gu Mo nearly jumped out of bed. Damn it! Zhong Shuriying. What the hell was she doing here? Ms. Zhong, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading down now. Aunt May nodded to Zhong Shuriying before quickly exiting. Gu Mo was wide awake now. If everything before had been a dream, then what was happening now? He watched as Zhong Shuriying slowly approached the bedside. She glanced at Gu Mo, who lay in bed with a pounding headache, and simply entered the room to retrieve some documents and reports. If you wake up, freshen up, and get some rest. I had Li Feng approve a day off for you today. Just stay here. Ha! Gu Mo's expression turned stunned. Zhong Shuriying had already retrieved the documents. She turned and said, this isn't just a day off. It's a reward for helping me close several deals last night. Hearing this, Guemo felt as if he'd been struck back to reality. Only now did he finally grasp whether this was a dream or reality. Chapter 15, Gumo's Scandal. After Zhong Shiriying left, Guemo lay on the bed, lost in thought. Then, he clutched his head in his hands. Ah! Damn it! I thought I was about to live the life of a rich kid, but who knew? It was all just my delusion. Guemo nearly burst into tears from the frustration. Glancing at the steaming meal beside him, Gumo's stomach growled loudly. Alright, so his stomach was protesting first. Food is as essential as iron and steel. Skip a meal and hunger strikes. Guemo gritted his teeth and finished eating quickly. After a quick wash, Guemo hurried out the door. Although Zhong Shiriying had given him the day off, he still had plenty of work to handle. He decided to head back to the office without delay. On the way, he encountered Aunt May cleaning the area. He stopped abruptly. Wait, Aunt May, didn't you go back to your hometown? Why are you back? Aunt May paused her work and gave a light chuckle. There's nothing much to do back home. It still feels more familiar here. Oh. Guemo pursed his lips and nodded thoughtfully. That was true. After all, he was just a lonely soul now. Who wouldn't want a comfortable and safe place? But the very next moment, Aunt May's face broke into a smile. And you know what? Mr. Zhong offered me a salary I couldn't refuse, enough to send my son abroad for his studies. After the kid graduates, Mr. Zhou even plans to hire my good-for-nothing son at their company. Put. Guemo nearly choked on his drink. So it all came down to money after all. Alright, I misunderstood. Guemo quickly pressed his forehead and hurried away. Genesis Technologies. Research team. Guemo jogged in, panting slightly. The moment he appeared, he noticed the way everyone looked at him seemed slightly different. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. It just felt off. But Guemo paid it no mind. He hurried straight to his desk. He had run numerous programs earlier, many containing valuable data. He figured the lab's progress should be nearly complete by now, and he'd soon need to deliver these materials there. To be safe, he decided to make the trip himself. Fortunately, Zhong Shiriying had granted him a day off today. Had it been any other time, someone might have come out to interrogate him. If that pot-bellied, balding fool Li Feng dared to dance on his face again, well, Guemo would make sure that guy paid dearly. Just as he finished packing up, Guemo prepared to head out. But just then, someone approached from ahead. A mountain of a man, standing there like a foul-smelling hill. It was Li Feng. Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Supervisor Li? Guemo, where are you headed? Li Feng flashed a smile, winking at Guemo with a sly look. Seeing this, Gumo's tightly furrowed brow nearly dropped to the floor. Ha! What's wrong with this guy? What the hell is this noise? I'm heading to the lab. Gumo's voice stuttered slightly. Having been scolded into submission by this obnoxious guy day in and day out, he couldn't even speak naturally now. But now, Li Feng's expression suddenly turned serious. He'd expected this guy to play the contrast card, but instead, Li Feng went all in. What's your relationship with our CEO Zhong? He asked in a deep voice. He seemed like a stern judge, showing no mercy whatsoever. Guemo thought to himself, just as I suspected. This guy is targeting me specifically. Guemo pressed his lips together, about to speak, when the man's expression shifted instantly. He adopted a fawning, sycophantic look, his eyes regaining their previous vacant, unfocused state. Is there something I could ask you to help me with? Nothing major, just a message for Mr. Zhong. Rest assured, it won't put you in any awkward position. I've written the details on this note. If it's too much trouble, you don't have to worry about it. Before Guemo could respond, the other person shoved a note into his hand. He pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. By then, Li Feng had already pushed Li Feng out. Nu, don't you have work to attend to? Go on. Don't delay any longer. Guemo was utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? On the other side, Sumu seized the moment to interject. I'm involved in that matter of Gumo's too. With that, Sumu quickly gathered his things from the desk and approached Guemo. Li Feng's expression shifted between anger and frustration. But he didn't refuse either. The two quickly left the research team. Once outside the company building, Guemo turned to look at Sumu. He asked in confusion, what's going on with our research team? Why is everyone giving me that look? With Sumu, the gossip expert, around, he could finally find out what had actually happened. How could Li Feng, who usually acted like a vicious dog, be so different at this moment? Hearing this, Sumu shot Guemo a startled glance. Satisfied that Guemo was genuinely clueless, he immediately burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Guemo felt utterly bewildered today. But he saw Sumu quickly suppress his amusement, chuckling softly as he said, Guemo, you better spill the beans. What's your deal with our CEO Zhong? Ha! At this remark, Gumo's expression grew even more peculiar. This? He scratched his head. What kind of relationship could it be? It's just that the boss and employee relationship. Isn't that right? But Sumu shook his head. No, no, no. You're still playing coy at a time like this, you little rascal. Do you know what people are saying about you at the company now? Sumu spoke in a mysterious tone. Gumo's expression grew even stranger. What are they saying about me? But then Sumu spread his hands and chuckled. Ha ha! They say you've hooked up with the CEO. You hooked up with a rich woman and didn't even tell your brother? You kept it from me so well. Gumo's expression darkened instantly. Seeing Sumu's smug, self-satisfied expression, he immediately smacked him on the head. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Now that I've exposed you, guess you can't even be my buddy anymore, huh? Fine, fine, fine. I misjudged you. Sumu feigned gritted teeth. That was acting like a pro. Guemo shot him a withering glance. There's absolutely nothing between me and Mr. Zhong. Humph. Who'd believe that? You say nothing happened. But today, Mr. Zhong personally came to our RD department, saying he'd approved a day off for you after you passed out, shielding him from drinking. Sumu rubbed his temples and grunted. Guemo was speechless. He quickly recounted yesterday's events to Sumu. Upon hearing this, Sumu's eyebrows shot up slightly, as if he'd suddenly understood something. See? It was all a misunderstanding. Guemo sighed. As the ride-hailing car pulled up in front of them, Guemo patted Sumu on the shoulder. Let's go. We still have to review the experimental data later. Chapter 16, Propping Up the Table Leg. Longhua University of Science and Technology. Qingtung Laboratory. This was a joint laboratory established by Genesis Technologies and Longhua University of Science and Technology. It also came about after Zhong Shiying, following her rise to prominence, signed a contract with her alma mater. Currently, the lab is managed by one of the founding members who established Genesis Tech alongside Zhong Shiying. For Genesis Tech to achieve continuous progress in the chip industry, having its own laboratory was crucial. With Zhong Shiying now holding numerous titles, National Entrepreneurship Awards, and Science and Technology Honors, not to mention the National Entrepreneurship Support Fund and New Technology Development Fund pouring in, it goes without saying that Lungsun, already a promising chip, may not sell as massively as the two international giants, but it has secured an unknown share of the market in Longhua. Simultaneously, several nations with closer ties to China have begun exploring Lungsun technology. It's safe to say that Zhong Shiying's Genesis technology has now achieved considerable renown. With steady progress, it stands as a model for Longhua and is poised to claim an indispensable role in the upcoming international competition. So this is the Qingtung Lab? Whoa! If I'd had a lab like this in college, I probably would have finished grad school by now. Sumu sighed wistfully beside Guemo. Though it wasn't his first visit, the sheer opulence of the scene still left him awestruck. Back in the day, Sumu and his labmates had worked in conditions that were nothing short of pitiful. Yet somehow, even in that environment, this guy managed to graduate. It truly showed Sumu's capabilities. But what did it matter in the end? He still ended up working at the bottom rung of Genesis Tech. Sumu felt like crying. He felt like he'd spent the last 20-odd years living a dog's life. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly glanced at Guemo beside him. After all, Guemo had once walked out of this very university. Returning here now, surely he must feel something? But Guemo plunged headfirst into the Ivy Lab without a backward glance. Ugh, this guy. Sumu froze for a moment, watching Guemo grow farther and farther away. He quickly pursed his lips and hurried after him. Qingtung Laboratory. Upon arriving, Guemo exchanged brief greetings with the relevant personnel before promptly inquiring about the progress of their experiments. Given Qingtung Lab's capabilities, the results should have been ready by now. After all, their experiment only required a few hours of supercomputer processing time. Even if something went wrong, it would just mean repeating the process a few times. Several days had passed since Sumu delivered the materials, so results should have been available by now. However, Guemo hadn't seen the experimental results in his email, which is why he decided to come and check. This was precisely why Guemo had insisted Sumu stay until the file was delivered to the computer center before leaving, requiring constant supervision, fearing the file might not reach the lab at all. Oh, the files delivered earlier? Let me check. The front desk clerk responsible for managing the files frowned as she searched through the disorganized file repository. Guemo frowned, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Because the other person had already found the bottom of the file folder. As for what was underneath, well, that was intriguing. Found it. Finally, the front desk clerk pulled a file folder covered in footprints from the corner of the filing cabinet. Beside him, Sumu's expression had grown stiff. He stole a glance at Guemo beside him, swallowing almost instinctively, and shot him a look that screamed, "Bro, I'm sorry." Here. Is this what you were looking for? When it was delivered last time, our staff just glanced at it and tossed it aside. Seeing how thick this file was, I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, so I tucked it under the desk corner. The front desk clerk said casually. Sumu was drenched in sweat. Damn it. Dude, how could you say that? He didn't dare look at Guemo at that moment. But Guemo remained calm. After taking the documents, he didn't seem angry at all. Guemo merely pursed his lips, as if he'd long since grown accustomed to such things. He skillfully opened the document folder and began examining it carefully. After confirming nothing was missing, Guemo brushed off the dust and approached the front desk staff once more. Holy crap! Sumu couldn't help but admire Gumo's nerve for actually delivering this file. He certainly couldn't have done it himself. What incredible mental resilience that must take. Excuse me, when will your administrator be available? This document is extremely important to me, and it was personally approved by the female CEO of Genesis Technology. If possible, I'd like to ask the administrator for a favor. But before Guemo could finish, the front desk attendant frowned and snorted coldly. Didn't you hear me clearly just now, or what? I already told you our manager won't approve it. How many times do I need to say it? The receptionist said in a stern voice. If it weren't for pitying you lot, I'd have tossed this thing straight into the trash bin. Useless junk. Do you have any idea how long it takes to run Genesis Tech's chip framework? Not to mention it's an upgrade project. If your Genesis Tech boss hadn't personally handed this over, we'd never have run it on our supercomputer. You two lowly employees? Forget it. By now, the front desk had completely lost his temper, speaking with no holds barred. Sumu felt even more uneasy. He licked his dry lips. He tugged at Gumo's sleeve and spoke slowly. How about we call it off? Go back and show this to CEO Zhong first? Then bring it over later? But Guemo frowned and didn't budge. No, Mr. Zhong is usually quite busy. We shouldn't bother him. Besides, if he finds time, the lab might already be closed or working on other projects. And if we really delay until then, there's no way we could produce the upgrade results within the remaining days. We absolutely cannot leave. Sumu felt utterly hopeless. You can't drag a stubborn mule back with 8 horses. No choice, he'd have to risk his life to keep his word. He just didn't know if they'd get kicked out for causing trouble later. Sir, we're truly in a hurry. This project has been approved by our CEO. Please, make an exception for us. Guemo pursed his lips and spoke earnestly. But the front desk attendant narrowed his eyes. He snorted coldly. Who isn't in a hurry? If you keep this up, I'll have to call security. Chapter 17, Zhong Shiriying's shock. If you keep this up, I'll have to call security. The front desk officer said in a deep voice. Unlike front desks elsewhere, the ones in laboratories were always manned by burly young men. After all, in this environment, beyond status and position, sheer physical strength was the most practical asset. In the lab's view, the best way to handle people like Guemo and Sumu who like to linger around was to station a young, physically imposing graduate student at the entrance. This was essentially a rite of passage for every male graduate student. As he spoke, the front desk attendant swiftly stood up. At 6 feet 3 inches, he was undoubtedly the pride of their advisor. Sumu quickly tugged at Gumo's sleeve. Guemo. Let's get back now. If we're lucky, we might catch Mr. Zhong when he's free. Then we can just get the seal and be done with it. But Guemo looked troubled. If meeting Zhong Shiriying were truly that easy, her office door wouldn't be constantly crowded with people every day. But now, it seemed there was no other way. Not far away, a security guard was already jogging toward them. Guemo sighed in resignation and followed Sumu out. But the 6-foot-tall graduate student at the front desk shrugged and chuckled. By the time they returned to the company, it was nearly quitting time. No one asked why they'd returned at this hour, nor did anyone comment. Only Guemo was seen carrying a file folder covered in footprints. After returning to his workstation, he immediately began typing away. Before long, it was time to clock out. Everyone quickly gathered their belongings and headed home. Though they were part of a research team, their work didn't involve direct product design, it was purely maintenance. For them, this kind of work had reached a stage where it was more like coasting into retirement. In fact, many discovered that the software, which hadn't budged an inch during their absence, was still running smoothly just as it had before. It proved the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Plus, since they weren't involved in R&D or innovation, they couldn't care less about what their company might need from them after hours. It was purely a retirement department. And the pay wasn't bad either. Today, they were only reluctantly putting in extra minutes because of that nepotism scandal involving Li Feng earlier. So whenever they saw Gumo working late, they couldn't help but sneer. Gumo, I'm heading out. Take your sweet time finishing up. Sumu simply couldn't take it anymore. Though he considered staying to accompany Guemo, he simply couldn't bear to give up the chance to rest at home. With no other choice, he could only bid Guemo farewell and leave. Guemo nodded, still staring at the screen. He was currently testing the framework designs outlined in the documents. Although they couldn't access Chington Lab's supercomputer, they could still run simulations within a virtual machine. Their company's configuration featured the most powerful equipment available on the market, perfectly suited for digital computations. The only difference was that some aspects couldn't be perfected. Ugh. Guemo rubbed his temples. If they couldn't borrow Chingting Lab's resources, he'd have to settle for these basic tests and then take the results to the factory for customization. But What if minor errors led to production line issues later on? That was the real headache for Guemo. After a rough afternoon of testing, Gumo found the device itself worked fine. But due to the limited computing power of the equipment, he couldn't be sure if any minor details had been overlooked. Even supercomputer calculations had margins of error, though never as significant as his current situation. Still, walking through the lab one more time brought considerable peace of mind. Just as he was pondering, footsteps approached from ahead. Guemo looked up. President Zhong? The person approaching was none other than Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong. Guemo pursed his lips. Still working overtime? Zhong Shuriying nodded. She brought Guemo a bowl of pork knuckle rice. Too bad. Since you're the only one here today, I can only buy you another pork knuckle rice meal. The other employees can't enjoy it. However, Guemo was in no mood for it. This stirred something in Zhong Shuriying's heart. Had something happened to Guemo? That frown of his was truly unsettling. Is something troubling you? Zhong Shuriying inquired. Guemo confessed honestly, it's about the chip upgrade. Put. Zhong Shuriying smiled indifferently. This guy still cares about that? That's a chip upgrade, even their top-tier team needed years of research to figure it out. How could you possibly have cracked it? Although you lost the bet, considering your performance these past few days, I'll reconsider the permanent position later. Zhong Shuriying quickly regained her serious expression. Guemo shook his head. I already have a plan, but the progress has been less than satisfactory. Stubborn little thing. Zhong Shuriying could see right through him. This guy was pure stubbornness. He wouldn't give up until he hit rock bottom. Very well. Let me see how far you've gotten. Zhong Shuriying picked up the document folder bearing a footprint logo from the desk and began examining its contents. Although the project no longer had much to do with her now, the Lungsan chip had been produced under her leadership. Therefore, Zhong Shuriying still possessed considerable understanding of the process and technology involved. While she couldn't grasp all the technical intricacies of the chip upgrade at a glance, she could resolve about 80% of her doubts. After all, even the experimental reports constantly submitted by their Qingtun lab were reviewed by Zhong Shuriying herself. She could tell whether they were viable or not. Zhong Shuriying expected to find nothing but junk, but to her utter surprise, she discovered something extraordinary inside. Ha! This theory. This architecture. It holds merit. Zhong Shuriying's playful mood faded slightly as her brow gradually furrowed, her expression turning serious. Then, she began to meticulously examine it page by page. But what she saw left her stunned. Holy crap! It was the very upgrade architecture she'd been dreaming of. It even far exceeded her expectations. If they followed the design principles outlined in this document, they might even achieve a threefold performance boost after implementation. Triple. Given the current situation where all factions were closing in on them, achieving a threefold hardware performance boost would cause quite a stir even on the international stage. Soon, Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together. Glancing down at Guemo, who was intently studying the screen, she couldn't help but think this guy was ridiculously handsome. Chapter 18, to the Ivy Lab. Have you been handling this project entirely on your own? Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together, trying to stay calm. If this project could successfully emerge from the Ivy Lab, then once their product underwent real-world testing, even he couldn't fathom the magnitude of shockwaves it would send through the world. Hearing this, Guemo lifted his head quickly. He paused to consider. Sumu also deserves credit for this. After all, he did run some errands. Can't forget about him. Right, Sumu was involved too. Sumu? Zhong Shuriying had never even heard that name before. But since Guemo mentioned the name, it must be legitimate. After committing Sumu's name to memory, Zhong Shuriying promptly turned her gaze back to Guemo. Has this document been sent to the Qingtun lab? After all, I glanced through it. The technical theory behind this set is extremely mature. I think it's highly likely to pass on the first try. At the mention of Qingtun lab, Gumo's expression quickly turned somewhat peculiar. He didn't speak up immediately. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt a slight stir in her heart. It seemed Guemo had something on his mind that he couldn't bring himself to say. She glanced at Guemo and inquired. Is there something you're not comfortable saying? Don't worry. It's just the two of us here. If there's anything you want to say, just speak your mind. Guemo had nothing to hide. He spoke honestly. Well, actually, this document was sent to the lab 3 days ago, but it was sent back. Though he was telling the truth, Guemo still gave Qingtun lab some face. However, Zhong Shuriying was sharp as a tack. How could she not see the trickery at play? Just the paw prints on the file envelope alone hinted at something amiss. It seemed few discerning eyes could spot the flaws in this document. Zhong Shuriying slowly narrowed her eyes. She pulled Guemo to his feet. Ms. Zhong? Guemo pursed his lips. He hurriedly tapped letters on the keyboard. I'm still running tests. Zhong Shuriying's voice was stern. Running what? Go run them on the supercomputer at Qingtun Labs. Ha! Gumo's heart skipped a beat. He'd been waiting for those exact words, though he hadn't expected Zhong Shuying to say them herself. Here's the key. Just like before, starting now, you're my personal secretary Zhong Shuying of Genesis Technologies. You'll accompany me inside shortly. I'll see for myself how this massive Qingting lab can't even distinguish the quality of a single research project. I want to see for myself whether my Genesis Tech projects actually work. What a commanding presence. Guemo cast another glance at Zhong Shuying. Wow. Working for a boss like this? Worth every penny. Guemo quickly picked up the keys from the table and headed down to the basement with Zhong Shuying. Manhwa University of Science and Technology. Qingting Laboratory. The male graduate student at the front desk was dozing off. He probably thought to himself, it's so late, no one would come anyway. But he was dead wrong. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a mature woman's high heels. The male graduate student pursed his lips and swallowed hard. Ouch. Sis, cut it out. Your heels are too sharp, they're poking places they shouldn't. Clearly, this wasn't some wholesome dream. And just then, thud. The desk was struck. The male graduate student jolted awake. Damn it. I was dreaming. Before he could utter a word, a detached voice spoke up. Still sleeping here. What the hell am I paying you to guard this place for? Don't tell me you think the lab runs itself and you can just ignore it. Don't you know who might be arriving today? The speaker was none other than the lab's manager and one of Genesis Tech's original shareholders. Yang Shui. The male graduate student jolted awake. He dared not say another word to this stern woman. Wiping his face, the male graduate student perked up a bit. He quickly spoke up, but no one mentioned any important visitors were coming today. But the security chief behind Yang Shui cleared his throat softly and addressed the male graduate student. Check your phone. Hearing this, the male graduate student looked utterly bewildered. He quickly opened his phone to check. Holy crap. It was a message sent just as he'd fallen asleep. This must be an urgent matter. And he had actually fallen asleep. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Seems like today's just not his lucky day. He dared not say much about it, forcing himself to endure it. Yang Shui, however, let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced at her phone, then turned to look toward the entrance of Manhwa University of Science and Technology, her voice low and firm. Oomph. We'll talk about this later. Snap out of it. Important people are coming soon. Everyone get ready. Whoa. Big shot. The male graduate student paused. So that's how it is. Wonder who it could be. Their Qingting lab was considered top tier even within Manhwa University of Science and Technology. Few labs in the entire city of Jianhai could match them. Nationally, they were firmly in the top tier. This administrator was even one of the founding shareholders of Genesis Tech. He couldn't fathom who else could make Yang Shui refer to as a big shot. Could it be the leadership of Jianhai City? A surprise inspection? But he dared not venture any wild guesses. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. Almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the front. Soon, a Maybach pulled up before them. Holy cow! A Maybach S680, clearly no ordinary vehicle. The male graduate student licked his dry lips, utterly stunned. He too was eager to see who would emerge from this vehicle. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. And just then, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the driver quickly stepped out of the car. It was a young man. However, when the male graduate student saw the man's face, his entire body trembled. No, it couldn't be. It was him. At that moment, the male graduate student felt as though his heart had stopped beating. He froze in place, petrified. Wasn't this the very same clueless kid he'd shooed away that afternoon? Come to think of it, he was the one who shoved that document folder under the desk corner. Never imagined we'd meet again like this. But, this guy just looks like a driver? Who was that person in the back seat? Through the Maybach's windshield, I could faintly make out the figure in the back seat, radiating an unusually cool and distant aura. It was the aura of someone accustomed to power, utterly distinct from an ordinary woman. It was enough to make one's breath catch. Chapter 19, What kind of big shot? And soon, after stepping out of the car, Guemo hurried to the back seat and opened the door for Zhong Shuying. Clang! The crowd gasped in unison. Who would have thought that the big shot mentioned by their administrator was none other than Zhong Shuying, Jianhai City's hottest female entrepreneur and founder of Genesis Tech? Before anyone could process the revelation, Yang Shui swiftly approached. Shuying, you finally remembered me. You handed this huge lab over to me and spent all your time here, never having a moment to see you. Yang Shui smiled. Although Genesis Tech was founded by the entire team back then, those in the know understood that Zhong Shuying had contributed the most effort and expertise. Accordingly, Zhong Shuying had successfully secured over 60% of Genesis Tech's shares, making her the undisputed controller. After experiencing the baptism of wealth, the team members who had co-founded Genesis Tech with Zhong Shuying now clearly understood the difference. They began addressing her with respectful titles. There was no other reason, they had simply been taught a lesson by society and had no choice but to adapt. As soon as Zhong Shuriying stepped out of the car, Yang Shui immediately walked over. The group behind her followed suit. A keen observer would note that nearly everyone from their Qingting lab was present. Even administrators from other labs were present. They all wanted to get acquainted with Zhong Shuriying, hoping to make things easier for themselves in the future. Zhong Shuriying remained calm. She nodded to Yang Shui before quickly stating their purpose. I already made it perfectly clear to you on the phone earlier. We have a critically important experiment to conduct next. Got it, got it. Yang Shui immediately agreed upon hearing this. She pursed her lips and said, don't worry. We know each other well. Whatever you need, I'll get it done. I'll cancel all my other experiments later and clear out the space for you. Guemo watched it all unfold, pursing his lips and sighing inwardly. Money really does make a difference. Money talks. That saying holds true. Zhong Shuriying gave Yang Shui an extra glance before calmly asking, what do you mean for me? What exactly is our relationship? At these words, Yang Shui's expression froze momentarily. Clearly, Yang Shui had initially intended to use this excuse to delay submitting the experimental results report to those major companies outside. But now that Zhong Shuriying had spoken up, she couldn't possibly take the blame for it. Yang Shui, naturally, couldn't profit from it either. She quickly gave a nervous laugh. Ah ha ha. Well, you see, our Qingtang lab is under a lot of pressure, right? To make up for this investment loss, we've taken on quite a few orders from other big companies. Now we have to consider cost issues. Even you would have to wait in line, wouldn't you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's eyebrows arched slightly. Inside, she snorted coldly. This Yang Shui. Taking my favors while lining her own pockets, does she really think I don't know? And now she dares to make me wait in line? This traitorous bastard. If she weren't tied up right now, she'd deal with this person immediately, someone who once merely bought bubble tea for the entire team. Just as Zhong Shuriying hesitated over how to broach the subject, Guemo stepped forward promptly. He spoke with righteous indignation, Miss Yang Shui, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. We actually visited earlier, though perhaps this document wasn't formally acknowledged by your team. We're here now because time is extremely tight. We hope Miss Yang Shui can accommodate us. As he spoke, Guemo placed the document folder still bearing the shoe print before Yang Shui. The date printed in black ink on the white paper delivered a resounding slap to everyone present. As for the shoe print, it felt like someone had stomped right on their faces. TSK. This was truly a headache of a problem. How could Yang Shui dare to confront Zhong Shuriying? She immediately forced a smile onto her face. Ah ha ha. So it's this document. I must have forgotten about it back then. I recall approving it originally, but maybe my secretary misplaced it later. Look at this, someone actually stepped on it. How frustrating. But don't worry, rest assured. Since it's come to me, I'll make sure everything is handled properly for my old classmate. Yang Shui's attention remained fixed on Zhong Shuriying, paying little heed to the minor figure beside her, Guemo. Of course, by the time they founded the team together, Guemo had long since left Zhong Shuriying's side, so naturally they didn't know each other. That's best. Zhong Shuriying didn't want to waste any more words on this guy and quickly led Guemo to the lab. Once Zhong Shuriying and Guemo entered the lab, Yang Shui's expression shifted noticeably. Her expression flickered as she stared at the familiar document in her hand. TSK. She never imagined that secretly selling lab usage would be discovered by that Zhong Shuriying. Guemo entered the lab. His heart was racing with excitement. Holy crap! This is the Qingting lab? Just the supercomputer alone was this massive hunk of machinery. Anyone unaware might mistake it for China's Galaxy computer. With this, her floating point calculations would become far more precise. If she could allocate a portion of its processing power, she could obtain results in the shortest possible time. What do you think? Zhong Shuriying glanced at the virtual test on the large screen and turned to ask Guemo. Impressive. Far better than I anticipated. If this can be fabricated from the chip level and pass stress testing, we're good to go. Guemo pressed his lips together, his heart racing. A chip factory. At that thought, Zhong Shuriying narrowed her eyes slightly. This wasn't something as simple as their lab, it couldn't be resolved with a single sentence. After all, their country didn't possess lithography machines. Going back and forth would require considerable effort. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Zhong Shuriying withdrew her gaze. However, if everything goes smoothly on their end, they could secure the chip factory with a large order. How much longer? Snapping back to reality, Zhong Shuriying glanced at her watch, a hint of impatience creeping into her expression. Guemo studied the situation carefully before reaching a conclusion. It'll take over 8 more hours. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying furrowed her brows slightly. She turned to look at Yang Shui. Too slow. Poof. Yang Shui's mouth twitched slightly. She gave a dry chuckle. Ms. Zhong, there's nothing we can do about it. The machines handle the project operations. What assistance could we possibly offer? Just then, Guemo suddenly spoke up. This process only uses 10% of the computing power. Chapter 20, The Tale of Double-Sized Bubble Tea. Our system process only uses 10% of the computing power. If we could open it up fully, no, even just 50% would be enough to complete the calculations within 2 hours. If things go smoothly, we could even finish in about an hour. Guemo suddenly interjected with a reminder. At this remark, the already awkward expression on Yang Shue's face grew even more uncomfortable. Sigh. What an irritating guy. Her face began to twitch slightly. Clearly, Gumo's words were neither good news nor a helpful reminder for him. After all, their lab was running at full capacity, squeezing every ounce of potential out of the supercomputer every single second. To line one's pockets, taking on just one project wouldn't be enough. Currently, their entire lab was juggling dozens of projects. Utilization was essentially at 100%. After all, aside from the Dragon Nation galaxy, there were few other decent supercomputer clusters of comparable scale. It was precisely because of the nation's strong support for their chip industry that technical backing was provided, leading to the establishment of a supercomputer cluster in Jianghai City and entrusting its management to Genesis Technology. The goal was for Genesis Tech to deliver more and better results. Yet Yang Shui used it to line his own pockets. Zhong Shiriying glanced at Yang Shui. Remove the computational power restrictions. Poof. Ha! Yang Shui's heart skipped a beat. So it was this after all? She quickly forced a laugh. Archingtang Lab has limited computing power, but since you've asked, Director Zhong, how much processing power do you plan to allocate to this process? Wha? Yang Shui's heart was bleeding at that moment. In their lab, virtually every project required continuous operation until completion. Therefore, halting this process meant all previous efforts would be wasted. The losses would be immense. While it might not be a big deal for Genesis Tech, for Yang Shui, this was a huge sacrifice. Her wallet was bleeding. How could she not feel the sting? But since it was Zhong Shiriying's request, she had no choice but to comply. If she refused, she'd likely be erased from existence by tomorrow. She had no doubt the police could arrest her overnight. In a way, this could be considered trafficking national resources. Yes. Computing power is a resource too. Upon hearing this, Guemo calculated the time. It was around midnight, leaving over 3 hours remaining. He pursed his lips briefly before speaking up. If possible, I wonder if we could open up 20%. Keep 20% for yourselves. Give us 80%, I'm in a hurry. Guemo had intended to propose 20%, but before he could finish, Zhong Shiriying beside him shot up with her counteroffer. Holy crap! That's our CEO Zhong Shiriying for you. At that moment, Guemo, Xiaoyu, and Zhong Shiriying could only feel profound admiration. That kind of move, no wonder she's the real deal. Yet certain individuals looked utterly dumbfounded. 80% of the computing power? Yang Shui felt like she was about to spit blood. Her vision went black, and she nearly fainted on the spot. After finally regaining her composure, Yang Shui gritted her teeth and tentatively spoke up. Mr. Zhong, we have numerous processes running concurrently. 80% is indeed quite challenging. How about 20%? 20. Yang Shui's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her expression grew increasingly stern. Yang Shui felt a chill run down her spine, unable to utter a word. But then Zhong Shiriying spoke calmly. Yang Shui, do you remember what they said when we signed the contract with the Dragon Research Institute? At these words, Yang Shui's entire body began to tremble. They said, we could open up to external partners, but only 20% of our computing power could be sold. The remaining 80% had to be used to support the development of Longwa's chip industry. Zhong Shiriying continued, so I'm that 20%? Are you saying I'm one of those unauthorized external companies? Yang Shui fell completely silent. Seeing this, Zhong Shiriying showed no mercy. Give me Guemo. You know how to use this, right? Halt all other tasks. All computing power is to be diverted to upgrading our chips. Gumo's heart pounded wildly. This ruthless? He pressed his lips together. Ms. Zhong, surely we don't need to go that far? But Zhong Shiriying shook her head. Shut down. These things are illegal anyway. Are you trying to get me in trouble? Guemo froze for a moment. He quickly caught on. If Yang Shui was trying to frame Zhong Shiriying, then Zhong Shiriying's momentary soft-hearted nod could easily land her a permanent position. Showing mercy to an enemy at this moment was tantamount to being ruthless toward oneself. So, if he showed sympathy toward Yang Shui, he'd be pushing Zhong Shiriying straight into the fire. There was no other way. Now, Guemo could only, sorry about that. Yang Shui collapsed onto the floor, her body going limp. Yet Zhong Shiriying didn't even glance her way. Yang Shui was overcome with fury. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, Zhong Shiriying, we were like sisters. When you were at your lowest, I helped you countless times. How could you be so heartless? Oh? So you're implying that back when you visited your boyfriend at our team, ordered 2 bubble teas for him, and then piggybacked into our team because of your boyfriend's situation? Zhong Shiriying remained calm. She crossed her arms, observing the person before her with a detached gaze. Yang Shui remained unwilling to accept this, tears streaming down her face. Ms. Joan, dozens of listed companies are demanding we conduct experiments for them. The penalty fees alone could reach hundreds of millions. We simply can't afford to pay that. You can't afford it, right? What does that have to do with Genesis Tech? Zhong Shiying retorted. Yang Shui, Zhong Shiying, how can you be so heartless? Zhong Shiying remained composed. I'm merely protecting my legitimate rights and respecting national law. You're playing with fire. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our paths will never cross again. What do you mean? Yang Shui froze in shock. She wiped the tears from her face, suddenly realizing something. And at that very moment, with a swish, a squad of SWAT officers burst into the room. Yang Shui, we've received a tip that you're trafficking national resources. Please come with us now. Yang Shui finally understood. So, that's what Zhong Shiying meant all along. Her previously pitiful demeanor abruptly transformed into that of a raving madwoman as she screamed hysterically at Zhong Shiying. Zhong Shiying, you're not getting away with this. But the sound quickly faded away. Chapter 21, this administrator for you? Ms. Zhong, she's gone, she's gone. Guo licked his dry lips, cautiously glancing at Zhong Shiying before continuing with equal trepidation. That was terrifying. The entire ordeal had been completed in a state of constant trepidation. Now that was thrilling. So many people around him were practically glaring at him like they wanted to eat him alive. How could that not be terrifying? After all, this whole situation had basically been caused by him. Guo just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Hearing this, Zhong Shiying finally released her arms from their tight embrace. She glanced at Guo and slowly spoke. Alright, what's the outcome? The outcome? It's not bad. Guo glanced around as well, confirming that the glances from these people no longer carried the same predatory intensity as before. Only then did he dare to speak. If there are no issues, then this thing. It's only been tested once. Is this thing stable? Zhong Shiying suddenly interjected. Guo froze upon hearing this. It seemed the other party was being so meticulous. It was indeed a valid point. It seems a bit insufficient. Of course, running it one more time is also a responsible approach to this test. For large-scale architecture upgrades like theirs, multiple calculations were necessary to guard against errors that could impact subsequent engineering work. Of course, if the project team lacks funding, the project simply can't proceed. Even CEOs of listed companies have to grit their teeth to agree to such testing. If possible, Guo would definitely want to run it multiple times. Hearing this, the others seemed to grasp something. Their expressions shifted abruptly, each one licking their dry lips as a bitter grimace spread across their faces. Yet Zhong Shiying spoke calmly. In that case, let's repeat this process 10 more times. Guo, put this thing down. We can head back now. I'll have Secretary Kai come pick it up tomorrow. You needn't worry. Zhong Shiying was utterly commanding at that moment. In this moment, one could only want to give this supremely domineering female CEO a thumbs up. The boss is brilliant. It's getting late. Let's go. Okay. Guo nodded. Oh, right. Zhong Shiying suddenly stopped in her tracks. Guo stopped alongside her. He glanced up at Zhong Shiying. Boss, is there anything else you need? Guo asked, puzzled. Zhong Shiying glanced up and down at Guo, a thought striking her. She quickly asked, do you have any interest in this lab? Whoa. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone around them widened their eyes in shock. If they weren't mistaken, could it be that their female CEO was actually considering giving this lab to the young man standing before them? What exactly was their relationship? Each of them licked their dry lips, internally stunned. At that moment, they couldn't even think about anything else. What? She's asking me if I'm interested in this lab? Gumo's mouth twitched. I've got a door. The looks on these people's faces could kill. Would I dare stay here? Forget whether Guo was interested. Even if he was, he wouldn't stay here. Guo quickly forced a laugh. Ah ha ha. Mr. Zhong, you're joking. I'm nowhere near capable of that. Besides, I don't like the environment here anyway. Let's just forget it. I don't doubt your ability. If that bubble tea girl can handle it, why can't you? As for disliking the environment, that's easily fixed. If you see anyone here you don't like, no need to tell me, just fire them outright. Zhong Shiying wore an expression of utter calm. Her calmness was terrifying. Put. The moment those words left her mouth, the researchers around her nearly choked on their own blood. Good grief. What on earth did this man slip Zhong Shiying to make her utter such words? No. I really can't do it. Please spare me. Guo was at a loss for words. If this kept up, Guo felt like he might get dragged into an alleyway one day while walking down the street. Seeing this, Zhong Shiying decided not to press the matter further. She spoke casually, if you ever need it, just let me know. I'll keep this administrator position open for you. I really appreciate it. Guo was at a loss for words. As for the people in the lab, they'd long since been driven to tears by frustration. Why is the gap between people so vast? Why couldn't it be me? Everyone felt like crying without tears. After stepping out of the lab, Guemo felt a bit awkward. Mr. Zhong, would you like a ride? This place was quite a distance from where he rented, and it was notoriously difficult to hail a cab there few drivers were willing to go. If he could hitch a ride with Zhong Shuriying, that would be ideal. You're my driver, remember? I'm paying you 20 grand a month to be my personal driver, you know. Zhong Shuriying said. Guemo froze upon hearing this. Why did it feel like she was flirting with him? Oh wait. To be precise, he was here to sell something. But it was just selling his physical strength and time. Fine. Zhong Shuriying was the boss, after all. Shaking his head, Guemo took the keys from her hand, ushered Zhong Shuriying into the car, then hurried over to the driver's seat. He got in, turned the ignition, and started the engine. Home. Arrived at Jojo Jianchu. The Maybach drove straight through. Finally, it came to a stop at Villa 98. Guemo glanced at this place, both familiar and unfamiliar, pressed his lips together, and quickly looked away. These things were now far removed from him. What he needed to do now was adapt to his new identity and fulfill his duties. What are you standing there for? Drive my car in. Zhong Shuriying stepped out of the car, walked to the driver's seat, and reminded Guemo. Guemo hesitated for a moment before pursing his lips. Ms. Zhong, this car. Can I drive it back? I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning? He'd been about to say he'd be waiting punctually at the villa gate for breakfast, but the thought struck him, how could he utter such words? It was utterly unforgivable. Leaving this thing in their old neighborhood? It'd be a miracle if it didn't get stolen. Guemo wondered how much his monthly salary would be. He probably wouldn't even be able to afford to replace a single wheel. If some brat accidentally scratched it, just repainting it in the original color would be heartbreaking enough. Guemo would go bankrupt on the spot. And just then, he happened to meet Zhong Shuriying's less than pleased expression. Clearly, he'd said the wrong thing. Chapter 22, Leg Day yesterday. No, Mr. Gu, that's not what I meant. What I meant was... Guemo licked his dry lips, about to explain. But Zhong Shuriying cut him off swiftly. Of course not. But... Suddenly, Zhong Shuriying changed her tone. She looked Guemo up and down before continuing. If you think it's too late, you can stay here tonight. Just take me to the office tomorrow morning. Ha! At these words, Gumo's expression quickly turned peculiar. Wait, me and you, the CEO, staying in the same house? No. That's not appropriate. Guemo hastily waved his hands. Last time it was because he was drunk, but this time if. In any case, it just wouldn't do. Zhong Shuriying, however, furrowed her delicate brows slightly and continued, but it's just one night's rest. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, you're coming home this late because of company business. If it weren't for the company, you wouldn't be coming home this late, right? Besides, this used to be your place. Would you really feel awkward? Guemo dared not agree. Terrified, he scrambled out of the car. He shoved the keys into Zhong Shuriying's hand and, before she could speak, took off running. Even if it meant dying here today, he refused to agree to Zhong Shuriying's request. This guy. Zhong Shuriying watched Gumo's disheveled figure retreating and shook her head. Turning to glance at the grand and imposing Villa 98, Zhong Shuriying felt puzzled inside. Why? Why won't Guemo accept the benefits I'm offering him? Was it because he still held a grudge over past events? Or were there other concerns at play? Zhong Shuriying recalled that her other self seemed to be like this too, yet somehow different. Never mind. Guemo probably won't be able to accept it anytime soon. He'll likely come around after some time has passed. Zhong Shuriying glanced once more in the direction Guemo had walked away. Until he vanished from her sight. She chuckled. A sudden, inexplicable chuckle escaped her. Zhong Shuriying shook her head and steered the car into the underground garage. Meanwhile, Guemo had already reached the street. He was panting heavily. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 10 at night. In just over an hour, it would be midnight, and he had to be back at work at 9 tomorrow morning. Oh. Glancing at his aching legs, Guemo truly felt he'd been being a bit too dramatic earlier. Maybe I should just give in? Guemo joked to himself. But after the laughter faded, reality set in. This 2 yuan shared bike, if I can get home within half an hour, it'll be worth it. Guemo pursed his lips. He glanced down at his legs. They knew his situation better than he did. Shaking? Couldn't they tell it was that obvious? Guemo gritted his teeth one last time. Sorry, legs. Naturally, the night passed without incident. Early the next morning. Creation Tech, R&D department. Gumo arrived at his workstation, his legs trembling. Noticing his state, the others raised their eyebrows slightly. What the hell? What's gotten into him? Guemo, are you okay? Sumu quickly stepped forward to check on him. He licked his dry lips, yet a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes. He quietly tugged at Gumo's sleeve and urgently asked. Holy crap! What the hell did you do last night to end up like this? 7 rounds in one night? Seeing the guy's sly, mischievous expression, Guemo felt his temper flare. He rolled his eyes at him. I was training my legs last night. Oh. Sumu, having been scolded by Guemo, hung his head dejectedly. Phew. Gumo finally sat down at his own workstation. Damn it. Once this whole thing blows over, I'm buying myself an electric scooter. Otherwise, I can't keep doing this every night. I haven't saved any money, but I've wrecked myself first. He was deep in thought. Soon, someone approached swiftly from ahead. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels clacking against the floor tiles drew attention. The research team was a group of burly men. How could they stand such a sound? Upon hearing the sound, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward the doorway. Soon, a figure appeared. Kai He, the personal secretary to Zhong Shuring, CEO of Genesis Technology. She was also the chief secretary general, holding the most power in the company after the CEO herself, responsible for coordinating and planning all matters concerning Genesis Technology. In ancient times, this chief secretary role was akin to that of a chancellor. Charging with the ball. That's a foul. Kai He wore a tailored business suit that accentuated her curves. She wore half-rimmed glasses, her skin as fair and smooth as white jade. One glance was enough to make one sink into desire. Guemo couldn't help but smack his lips. Wow, she really is a man magnet. Fortunately, he'd seen and experienced such things before and wasn't easily swayed anymore. Guemo still preferred Zhong Shuring in an outfit like this. After all, that formal business attire was a bit too stiff. Paired with Zhong Shuring's aloof expression, it left little room for imagination. Guemo quickly pulled his thoughts back. He could control himself, but others might not be so fortunate. Just look at that guy Sumu, he's practically drooling. Guemo sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. What a pathetic guy. On the other side. Just as Guemo finished his rant, he realized nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on him, even Sumu's. I was just saying a few words. Is this really necessary? Guemo gave a nervous chuckle. But soon, he suddenly noticed something. A pair of dazzlingly long legs appeared before his eyes. Almost touching him, Guemo nearly stared himself blind. But then he saw Kai He lightly tap the table in front of him. Mr. Zhong is looking for you. Come with me. With that, Kai He quickly departed. Ha! Guemo rubbed his nose, quickly regaining his composure. And just like that, the crowd who had been harboring doubts about Guemo suddenly wore expressions that screamed, gotcha. Wait, I really have nothing to do with Mr. Zhong. Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. But since his boss had spoken, he couldn't very well refuse. With no other choice, Guemo braved the skeptical stares and followed Kai He out. Creation Tech Headquarters Office. Guemo pushed open the door and entered swiftly. Zhong Shuring was already seated ahead, seemingly flipping through documents. Ms. Zhong, you wanted to see me? Guemo pursed his lips as he addressed the figure seated in the executive chair. At his words, Zhong Shuring gave a faint nod. He handed a file folder to Guemo. Take a look at this. What was this? Without hesitation, Guemo swiftly took the file folder from the other man's hand. Soon, Guemo froze. It's yesterday's test report. Chapter 23, A Potential Major Client? The report is out. A smile finally spread across Gumo's face. Moreover, the experimental results matched his expectations perfectly. In other words, it passed. Congratulations. This should now be ready to send to the factory. If the test samples show no issues, we can proceed with mass production. When that happens, all the credit will go to you. Zhong Shuring glanced at Guemo once more, a rare smile lighting up her face as she offered her congratulations. Hearing this, Gumo's expression also brimmed with excitement. He licked his dry lips and immediately said, rest assured, leave this matter to me. Right. I'll also notify the relevant parties over there. From now on, all business travel arrangements will be handled by you. All expenses incurred during your business trip will be reimbursed by Genesis Technology. Make sure not to lose the receipts. Zhong Shuring smiled at Guemo. Gumo's face lit up with a smile. Absolutely, absolutely. He'd lose his life before losing those receipts. After taking the document folder Zhong Shuring handed him, Guemo quickly gathered his things and stood up to leave. Seeing this, Zhong Shuring's lips curved slightly into a knowing smile. Soon, Kai He walked in. She glanced at Zhong Shuring with surprise. She quickly smiled. Ms. Zhong, what good news have you received? You're beaming like that? Wasn't I like this before too? Zhong Shuring countered with a smile. Kai He, however, answered honestly. Not before. Our CEO was an ice queen, but lately, it's like something's melted that iceberg of yours. At these words, Zhong Shuring's expression shifted slightly. Wasn't I like this before? Looking back, it seemed that ever since she'd noticed Guemo, her life had begun to change. Was it just her imagination, or? Zhong Shuring pressed her red lips together, feigning nonchalance as she replied. Probably because Genesis Tech has resolved quite a few issues lately, right? He agreed that made sense. Nodding in agreement. It's true Genesis Tech grew too fast. Many issues were never properly addressed. It's time to pause and reorganize. Otherwise, we won't get another chance like this. Zhong Shiriying slowly rose from her executive chair. She glanced out the massive window of Genesis Tech. Perhaps that was it? After obtaining the company documents, Guo immediately boarded a flight without delay, heading toward the location of the factory in Island State. It was one of the largest factories in the world. Essentially, anyone wanting to produce chips had to go through these facilities, and Shima Prefecture was undoubtedly Genesis Tech's most valuable partner at present. Here, Guo had invested an immeasurable amount of effort. After several days of waiting, Guo finally secured a finished product here. Phew! Now he could return and fulfill his obligations. After exchanging contact information with the other party, Guo quickly boarded a flight back to China. Longhua University of Science and Technology, Greenvine Laboratory. Everyone watched with bated breath as the chip underwent multiple rounds of testing, all stress tests and stress-inducing tests. All to probe the chip's absolute limits. Yet, what no one had anticipated was that they succeeded. Success! After several rounds of testing spanning 8 hours, the chip showed no signs of throttling or other negative effects. Moreover, its performance had surged by a staggering 300% compared to the previous generation Lungsun one. Even without accounting for performance optimizations, this chip could outperform the current second-tier flagship products from the two major chip companies. This was undoubtedly a monumental leap forward for Dragon Nation. Place an order with the factory in Shandong immediately. Whatever the cost, this must be produced within a short time frame. Pressing her red lips together, Zhong Shiriying spoke with a deep, solemn tone. No. I'll go personally. Guo, you're coming with me. Ha! Me? Guo pointed at his own nose in surprise. Yes, you. You're our technical advisor. If you don't go, who will? Just you and me. Just the two of us. Guo's mouth twitched slightly, clearly taken aback. Just you and me. Zhong Shiriying reiterated. This matter can't wait. Guo, pack your things. I'll call the people in Daozhou right now. Later, I'll borrow the Wang family's private jet from Jianghai City and we'll fly over immediately. Zhong Shiriying had weighed her options. She'd initially planned to take the earliest commercial flight, but that was too slow. Hence the idea of borrowing a private jet. Truthfully, with Genesis Tech's assets, purchasing a private jet would be a mere trifle. However, since the company was still in its infancy, not everything could be executed flawlessly. Guo felt flustered. Then, suddenly, Zhong Shiriying spoke up. Once this matter is resolved, I'll make you permanent staff plus a 1 million yuan bonus. Whoa! Guo licked his dry lips, his heart racing with excitement. Phew! No wonder I felt something was off inside. Turns out the money hadn't been secured yet. A thought struck him, and he immediately agreed. Ahem, a permanent position or whatever, none of that matters. Just get the money in place. Guo probably never imagined he'd become such a money-grubbing person. All that time as a top-tier second-generation heir had been wasted. Guo and Zhong Shiriying didn't linger, quickly boarding the private jet provided by the Wang family. Private routes required advance booking, but with the Wang family's immense wealth, they could naturally secure a dedicated flight path within a certain time frame. Such arrangements were commonplace among major airlines. There were even professionals specializing in this field, ready to step in at critical moments and sell routes to others at premium prices. This was how Zhong Shiriying and her group secured their opportunity. Soon, they arrived at Daozhou. The two landed directly at the Island State factory. They entered the office. Oh, Miss Zhong, you're our potential major client. Greeted by Zhong Shiriying and Guo was a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He smiled and exchanged a brief handshake with Zhong Shiriying. Guo also received the same courtesy. A potential major client? Zhong Shiriying chuckled, then quickly shook her head. Excuse me, sir, I need to correct something. This time, we're not just your potential major client, we are. With that, Zhong Shiriying gave Guo a meaningful glance. Guo understood immediately. He pulled out the contract and said with a smile. We're interrupting the reservation for 30 million units. Chapter 24, the press conference. What? 30 million? That's no small sum. Zhang Tianshan licked his dry lips, inwardly stunned. It was unimaginable that the other party would demand such a large sum all at once. Did they have some kind of unshakable confidence in victory? After all, even the other two giants only acquire roughly this much in a single transaction. But Genesis Tech's chip was barely getting started and they wanted this much? Zhang Tianxing's expression shifted briefly before he gave a dry chuckle. Ha! Miss Zhong, you're joking. 30 million, that's no small figure. And we're not talking about RMB, we're talking about the quantity of our products. Even with our deepest discount, the total value of what you're requesting would still exceed tens of billions. Can Genesis Technologies really afford that? Perhaps you truly can, but if these items end up sitting idle afterward, it would be a tremendous waste. Zhang Tiancheng clearly intended to persuade him. After all, securing a potential partner represented an exceptionally favorable opportunity for him. Currently, the two international giants appeared to be evenly matched, but in reality, the Huang family dominated the market. If a few years passed and the massage parlor's chips became obsolete, then the Huang family would seize complete control of the global chip market. Then it would be people like them who suffered. Even antitrust laws couldn't alter this outcome. He genuinely advised Zhong Shuriying, young people shouldn't act impulsively. The road ahead is long, and anything could happen. Yet Zhong Shuriying nodded firmly and decisively. I'm certain. 30 million worth of goods. I have the guts to take this gamble, and I'm willing to bet on it. I trust our tech department more than anything. What they produce is truly outstanding, she declared with unwavering conviction. Hearing this, Guemo pursed his lips. He clenched his teeth inwardly. He hadn't expected his product to hold such significance in Zhong Shuriying's eyes. Worth it. This. Zhang Tiancheng ended up letting out a bitter laugh. Alright, Miss Zhong. I'll do everything in my power to fulfill your request. You two can head back first. I'll get this batch produced as quickly as possible. It should take between 3 and 10 months. But during that time, I'll send you batches incrementally to address your immediate needs. Thank you so much. Zhong Shuriying smiled. After returning from the island, Zhong Shuriying promptly convened a press conference. With the factory issues resolved, they could finally get started here. Creation Technology. Lungsan 2 launch event. The venue was packed to capacity. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the unveiling. The public was highly interested in the previously leaked Lungsan 2. When Lungsan first emerged, many scoffed at it. What kind of chip is this? It can't even match foreign junk, yet they dare to put on airs here. China is full of trash companies that can't produce anything decent. They deserve to go bankrupt. This was the prevailing sentiment at the time. But after using it, he'd only say things like Huang Sanduo and massage parlors are trash, only Lungsan is the real deal. But given the chip's limited capabilities, it handled basic office tasks just fine. Try throw in some complex calculations, though, and its shortcomings became glaringly obvious. No wonder their chip technology was still in its infancy. Achieving this much from nothing was already impressive. And now, Genesis Technology has released its second Lungsan chip in less than a year. Reports claim this thing packs the performance of both the massage parlor and Huang's flagship product. Nothing short of astonishing. The kicker? Word is this thing's raw hardware performance alone without even factoring in software optimization. Mind-blowing. So, with software optimization factored in, this thing might even outperform the flagship chips from those two major chip giants. Upon hearing this news, many people went absolutely wild. Even if it costs an arm and a leg, they have to see it for themselves. After all, this is their own Dragon Nation's technology. Soon, at the launch event, the venue was packed to the rafters. Guemo adjusted his suit, feeling slightly nervous. Before him, a beautiful attendant was frantically adjusting his clothes. Guemo felt even more nervous than she did. Just then, someone approached from the side. Zhong Shuriying. You may step aside. Zhong Shuriying addressed the maid beside her. This? Yes, ma'am. The maid quickly withdrew. Guemo was taken aback. Why are you here? Why was Zhong Shuriying not at the VIP table with the shareholders at this hour? What brought her here? But then he saw Zhong Shuriying swaying her hips as she walked over. Without a word, she simply adjusted Gumo's suit. I don't need those shareholders anymore. These days, people practically beg to shove money at me. I can't even avoid it. Zhong Shuriying shook her head. Putting aside those troublesome matters, she focused intently on tidying Gumo's clothes. Compared to the previous maid, Zhong Shuriying handled the task with remarkable ease, as if she'd done this countless times before. A thought flashed through Gumo's mind. He pressed his lips together, then suddenly felt a twinge of thought. With a smile, he asked, You're so dexterous, did you tidy clothes for other men after we parted ways? At his words, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. A hint of hurt mingled with anger flickered in her eyes. She shot Guemo a reproachful glance and fell silent. Seeing this, Guemo felt a pang of pity. The calm he'd worked so hard to regain now felt like it was being tugged at by something. Damn it! He really ought to slap himself twice. How could he have said such a thing at this moment? She was his boss, after all. At the end of the day, he was just an employee. Even though my position has changed now, the gap between us two is still enormous. Yet Zhong Shuriying shot Guemo a withering glance and snorted. Now, make sure you perform well. Otherwise, you can pack your bags and leave. After saying this, Zhong Shuriying yanked hard on Gumo's collar. Ouch! Guemo felt slightly choked. When he finally caught his breath, he realized that Zhong Shuriying had already stomped off in her high heels. This girl. Guemo shook his head with a smile. He loosened his collar, took another deep breath, and adjusted his emotions to a suitable level before slowly making his way into the venue. Meanwhile, after emerging from the preparation room, Zhong Shuriying immediately snorted. Oomph. Just you wait, Guemo. Who do you think you are, treating me like this? Just wait until this is over, I'll settle the score with you properly. However, just as she finished speaking, someone approached and cast a curious glance at Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly before quickly reverting to her usual aloof demeanor. Chapter 25, Dragon Chip 2. Soon. Under the spotlight, Gu Mo emerged from the preparation room. Ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everyone. I believe this is the first time most of you have met me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Mo, a technical specialist at Genesis Technologies. I will be hosting this launch event. Gu Mo stepped onto the stage and delivered an impassioned speech. The moment he spoke, the lively atmosphere in the hall quickly turned stiff. The applause, which had been enthusiastic at first, suddenly became sparse and scattered. What the hell? Why is this young guy here? Where's the founder of Genesis Tech? Why isn't Zhong Shuriying here? What's going on here? Soon, voices of protest began to rise throughout the venue. Such a solemn occasion, and they bring in some wet behind the ears kid. Even if they were the same age, they'd rather see Zhong Shuriying than this silver spear wax head with nothing but a pretty face. Were it not for the solemn occasion and the presence of the Long and Bureau maintaining order, some among them might have caused a scene outright. Amidst the clamor, little face was given to Gu Mo. Yet Gu Mo remained unfazed. He maintained his smile. I know many of you have strong opinions about me, but Genesis Tech has become the only company in Dragon Nation to develop a new architecture chip from scratch in less than 2 years. Naturally, we don't want to win your favor through mere window dressing. At Genesis Tech, we prefer to prove ourselves through our own strength. With these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted noticeably. At the very least, fewer people were eager to belittle Gu Mo now. Below the stage, Zhong Shuriying shot Gu Mo a satisfied glance and gave a slight nod. Oomph. He truly is the man I chose. At that moment, the head of the Wang family chuckled beside her and addressed Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, you've truly found a gem. How fortunate to have such a driven and intelligent subordinate. Ha ha ha, exactly. To remain so composed under such pressure at such a crucial moment that alone puts her leagues ahead of countless others. We can't help but envy her. Ah, if only our Changjiang group had such capable subordinates. It's all thanks to Miss Zhong's keen eye for talent. Unlike us old fogies whose vision has long since dimmed. We'll be relying on Miss Zhong more and more from now on. Exactly. The flattery flowed freely. If this launch event truly succeeded, Genesis Tech scale would expand once more. By then, not only would she outshine these old fogies, but even Shanghai City itself wouldn't be able to contain her. Besides, this young lady was barely in her 20s. Her youth was undeniable. Just how far she could go from here was beyond their wildest guesses. Zhong Shuriying merely smiled indifferently. As she watched Gu Mo radiating confidence on stage, she couldn't help but see glimpses of that person from the past in him. This stirred a pang of nostalgia within Zhong Shuriying. She murmured to herself, Gu Mo isn't my subordinate. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness is the latest breakthrough from Genesis Technologies. I'm sure you've already seen the specifications online. Yes, that's right, it's our Dragon Chip 2. Due to time constraints, we currently only have this one model available, but I guarantee this will absolutely exceed your expectations. Now, let's compare. Gu Mo delivered his presentation with passion and conviction. Under his guidance, the audience quickly became engrossed in his words, carefully analyzing the new product Genesis Technology had unveiled. Previously, people said Genesis Tech only makes dessert chips affordable options, but still, they hoped we'd develop higher-end, premium chips sooner. After relentless effort, after refining the architecture, we've finally produced a second product worthy of showcasing the Dragon Heart 2. Gu Mo introduced emphatically. Accompanied by the dramatic slide presentation behind him, a performance comparison chart swiftly filled the audience's view. Comparatively, our Lungson 2 outperforms even the mid-tier flagship products from the two major international chip giants. Moreover, our chip holds absolute advantages in both productivity and gaming performance. But if you ask what advantage it lacks, I won't hide it. That would be optimization issues. Gu Mo continued his explanation. At that moment, however, the expressions on everyone's faces quickly turned peculiar. Ha! So basically, the chip is comparable, but the optimization isn't up to par? That's hilarious. What's the difference between this and taking off your pants to fart? If it's really that impressive, why not just show everyone the results? It's just that you don't have the real deal, right? Hearing this, the crowd shook their heads one after another. They'd expected a major breakthrough today, but instead, TechBed had just pulled a fast one on them. Well, it's only a tech startup that just emerged recently. Not running off with the money is already pretty impressive. To produce a relatively decent product under such circumstances already places them among the top tier in their field. Still, it was a pity they'd set their expectations too high, leaving these people in a tough spot. Perhaps falling behind was simply the norm now, they ought to get used to it. And soon, the image Gu Mo released next sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Wait, this image, it's fake, right? How could this be? Wrong label? Working through the night on this proposal, has he lost his mind already? Not sure, but this seems pretty serious. Do you think their CEO will lose it when they see this? Ha ha ha. We've got our hot topics for the next few days. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into mocking laughter. And just then, Guemo spoke up. At Genesis Technology, we promise to make affordable, high-quality chips accessible to every citizen of Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, we aim to leverage Lungsan technology to drive the democratization of products across Dragon Nation's other industries. While we haven't fully achieved this yet, given the current results, we believe this accomplishment is already quite remarkable. Under normal circumstances, even in the most heavily restricted environments where optimization is utterly garbage, we can still match the performance of our competitors' optimized hardware. In short, we've broken through optimization barriers with sheer force, achieving true unrestrained performance, a hallmark of Genesis technology. And now, please welcome our Lungsan 2. Chapter 26, The Audience Erupts. Guemo smiled as he took the Lungsan 2 from a maid standing nearby. You may find our descriptions somewhat difficult to grasp, and we fully understand. After all, this is a revolutionary breakthrough. Behold! Our Lungsan 2 employs a completely alternative architecture, accelerating software through hardware. Not only does it boost performance by 300% over previous levels, but it also adapts to future software optimization upgrades. Put. What? The moment these words were spoken, the venue erupted in uproar. Hardware accelerating software in reverse. At that moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! This was the most shocking hardware news they'd ever heard in their lives. So all that hardware performance we've seen before was real. Is this for real? I can't believe it. It's not just unbelievable. It's utterly breathtaking, like a dream. We've seen software optimized to adapt to hardware, but never heard of hardware being optimized to enhance software. If that's the case, this threefold performance boost might actually be real. It was already on par with other sub-flagship products, and now with this upgrade. Whoa! This completely blows everyone else out of the water. Unbelievable. This is hands down the most outrageous launch event I've ever seen in my life. The crowd was utterly stunned. They had been dissatisfied moments ago, yet now stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. They desperately hoped Guemo was lying. How could such an absurd thing be possible? And to top it off, such a massive performance boost? Oomph. Good quality is just superficial. In reality, I think performance should be tied to price. This Dragonheart 2 will definitely see a price hike, and a big one at that. Exactly. If the performance boost is truly that exaggerated, I'd say a 200% price hike is guaranteed this time. Given the chip shortage in the market, it could even go higher. Factor in scalpers, and doubling the price isn't even out of the question. The crowd was completely abuzz. They all wanted to know, what would be the final price tag for this chip? If it turned out to be both affordable and powerful, it might just reshape the entire landscape of their Dragon Nation. Oh no! It might not just be their Dragon Nation, but other places too. Southeast Asia would be the first to feel the impact, followed by Japan and South Korea, and eventually even the United States. If those two international giants couldn't come up with something better and cheaper, China would likely grab a significant chunk of the market share. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Guemo continued his introduction of the Dragonheart 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I imagine you're all very curious about the price of this Dragonheart 2. Let us unveil it now. Let everyone here witness our Dragonheart 2. With a flash. As Guemo finished speaking, a hefty price tag appeared on the large screen. When they all saw the price, they froze for a moment. Is this the entry-level price? But considering Lungsan's current production costs, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. 2,999. The crowd pondered thoughtfully. Currently, the latest entry-level chips for consumers are priced just over 2,000. During major sales events, they can drop to around 1,800 or 1,900. This has been the advantage of international giants for years, and today, they couldn't argue with that. After all, Longqi had achieved such significant performance gains. Even if the price was a bit higher, it was perfectly reasonable. Not to mention the hardware and software optimizations involved. Even a price tag of 2,999 yuan would be acceptable. At that moment, Gumo's eyes flickered. The final price for our flagship model, $2,999. Its performance is 3 times that of Hyundai and Suma's flagship products. It also features hardware optimization, making it perfectly compatible with our adapted software. So 3 times is just our conservative estimate. Based on actual lab test data, the approximate performance boost should be between 400% and 500%. With palpable excitement, Guemo finally delivered this final bombshell. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire venue fell dead silent. Speechless for a long moment. Wait. What did we just hear? Flagship. Triple the performance. And that's not even counting the hardware optimization features. At this moment, everyone seemed a bit dazed, struggling to articulate the shock within them. Is this still their Dragon Nation's chip? Are you sure this isn't some alien technology? After a moment of silence, a thunderous roar erupted from somewhere in the crowd. Then, like a chain reaction, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Wave after wave of thunderous applause rolled in, like a tidal wave crashing ashore. Unbeknownst to them, Genesis Tech hadn't disappointed. They'd actually delivered such an outstanding product. This was a product launch. After all, there was no way they'd present mere lab data. They must have a fully developed product with outstanding results. This only bolstered everyone's confidence. Below the stage, an elderly man swiftly rose from his seat. As he rose, the heads of Jianghai City's 4 major families beside him followed suit. This man was none other than Huang Gongjiang, the leading authority in chip research at the Lunka Institute. His reputation was renowned far and wide. Today, he had heard about Genesis Tech's product and made a special trip to see it. A tech company had solved problems they themselves couldn't crack. How could that not be astonishing? Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, each wave stronger than the last. Genesis Tech, you are a company that truly works for the people's welfare. You deserve praise. Huang Gongjiang looked at the poised Zhong Shuriying ahead and offered a smile of appreciation. It's all because we stand on the shoulders of our predecessors that we have achieved what we have today. Without the passion and dedication of pioneers like Mr. Huang, how could Genesis technology even exist? Zhong Shuriying's words were perfectly measured, offering praise to Huang Gongjiang and the others as well. Her emotional intelligence was undeniably top-notch. Hearing this, Huang Gongjiang paused briefly before bursting into hearty laughter. You're the one, Miss Zhong. Genesis Tech would never have reached this level without you. I'm increasingly eager to see what innovations Genesis Tech will bring forth and where it will ultimately lead us. But I'm certain it will be something we all look up to. You flatter me, Professor Huang. I'm not worthy of such praise. Zhong Shuriying offered a faint smile. As for how far Genesis Tech could go. At that thought, Zhong Shuriying turned her head to glance at Guemo, who was the center of attention on stage, and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 27, The Invitation from the Dragon Academy. After the press conference concluded, Guemo quickly descended from the stage. After changing into a fresh outfit, he waited in the car outside, ready to take Zhong Shuriying back to the company. At that very moment, Guemo noticed Zhong Shuriying and her group hurrying over. At the center of their attention was an elderly man with graying temples. This caught Gumo's attention. This man was. He couldn't quite place him. Just then, Zhong Shuriying quickly greeted Guemo. Guemo, over here. Zhong Shuriying beckoned to Guemo. Hearing this, Guemo promptly got out of the car. President, is there something you need? At the same time, Guemo glanced at the elderly man with graying temples beside Zhong Shuriying. Why did this old man's gaze feel off? An indescribable feeling. Guemo paid it no mind. Zhong Shuriying, however, offered Guemo a faint smile. After pulling Guemo closer, she turned to the elder behind her and said, Professor Huang, this is Guemo, the one who proposed upgrading our chip architecture. He's a junior researcher in Genesis Tech's R&D department. This entire project from planning to research, even the trip to Taizhou to customize the chips was all handled by this guy. But Director Zhong, didn't you also? Guemo pursed his lips, glancing at Zhong Shuriying. Why was this guy giving all the credit to himself? Though, it was true he'd been the driving force throughout the process. But Guemo was quickly interrupted by a voice tinged with world weariness. It was Huang Gongjiang. Ha. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I'm growing more and more impressed with you young people these days. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows raised slightly. Wait. Who was this old man? Was Zhong Shuriying implying that she was consciously pushing him toward this old man? Professor Huang. Could it be that this man is a professor at some university? Guemo felt a twinge of doubt. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, striving to keep a peaceful demeanor toward this Professor Huang. Hello, I'm Guemo. Guemo introduced himself concisely. Huang Gongjiang nodded. Young man, you're quite impressive. Why not join me at the Dragon Academy? If you developed all that technology yourself, I guarantee you could become Dragon Nation's youngest academician before turning 30. Put. At those words, Gumo's eyes widened in shock. What? Was he joking this hard? Now he thought he understood why Zhong Shuriying had arranged this meeting with this guy. Holy crap. Long 'cause people. That's the top secret research facility of the Dragon Nation. The things they create either fly in the sky, swim in the water, or operate in outer space. They're indispensable in the realm of warfare. Essentially, all of Dragon Nation's most cutting-edge technology originates from the Dragon Research Institute. They even hold numerous conceptual weapons. If deployed, their impact would be like Mars colliding with Earth. While perhaps not quite that exaggerated, it wouldn't be far off. Of course, these advancements remain far beyond Gumo's current reach. But there was one thing within Gumo's reach: the title of academician. This was something tangible and within reach. Upon hearing those two words, Guemo almost instinctively licked his dry lips. A surge of impulse nearly made him agree on the spot. Professor Huang, me? Join the Lunka Academy for research? Yes. We hold your abilities in the highest regard and hope you'll join us. Become part of our team and contribute your brilliance to the Dragon Nation's chip industry. For those who dedicate themselves to the nation, contributing to the nation is the standard phrase. But Guo was thinking, isn't this just working for love? No way. As for that pie-in-the-sky promise of becoming an academician by 30, he'd already battled his boss Li Feng over it countless times before. The outcome was painfully obvious. He hadn't been made permanent after 6 months, stuck with a measly few thousand yuan. Worse still, he'd heard that Guy had taken nearly half his salary. If Zhong Shuriying hadn't reported the situation later, he'd probably still be kept in the dark. Ahem, well, I haven't considered joining the Dragon Academy. I think staying at the company is better for me. After all, we're both contributing to Longwa's technological advancement. It doesn't matter where we do it. How does that saying go? Oh right, if it's gold, it'll shine no matter where you put it. Guo quickly declined the offer. Are you kidding me? Make me do manual labor? Bull. In a country as vast as China, there are only a little over 1,000 academicians. If I recall correctly, that's precisely the number. If the other party truly possessed such influence, he himself would be an academician. Making me do manual labor for free, and still talking about it like it's some noble cause? Guo won't go. Not on your life. Hearing this, a look of genuine difficulty flashed across Huang Gongjiang's face. Well, young friend, if you refuse to go, it would be a tremendous loss for our nation's chip industry. How about this? Come with me for a few days to observe? Then you can decide afterward? Rest assured, all expenses during this period will be covered by the Dragon Academy. You'll simply observe the surroundings and our laboratory environment. It's undoubtedly an ideal place for scientific research, among the finest in the entire Dragon Nation. Huang Gongjiang still tried to persuade him. But the moment he heard those words, he instantly translated them in his mind. Holy crap! Not only am I being asked to work for free, but they won't even pay me. Is that even acceptable? Whoever wants to do it can go ahead, I'm not interested. Guo waved his hand again, shaking his head. No way, I'm not going. It's pointless. I'd much rather stay with Mr. Zhong. Besides, I think the research atmosphere at Genesis Tech is pretty good as it is. Let's just leave it at that. Ah. Huang Gongjiang's expression turned awkward once more upon hearing this. Left with no choice, he turned to Zhong Shuriying beside him and said, Ms. Zhong, could you help me recruit Mr. Guo? He's crucial to our Dragon Academy and to the entire Dragon Nation. If he joins us, I'm confident we'll develop even more advanced chips. Then surpassing those two international giants would be a sure thing. At that moment, Huang Gongjiang nearly shed tears of frustration. He never imagined that as a researcher at the esteemed Lunka Institute, he would have to make such a request to two young men barely out of their teens. His dignity was hanging by a thread. But compared to his own pride, he yearned even more for the Dragon Nation's chip industry to make significant strides. While they did possess high-end chips, the cost remained prohibitively high. The emergence of Genesis technology and Lungsun had finally given them a glimmer of hope, which is why he was throwing his full support behind them. But damn, they were doing too well, it was downright enviable. Chapter 28, A Day Off. Huang Gongjiang never imagined that, nearing the twilight of his life, he would have to swallow his pride and beg. And to two young men barely out of their teens. If word got out, those old farts would laugh him to death. As he looked at Zhong Shuriying now, a hint of hope flickered across his face, a look he hadn't even noticed himself. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt both amused and exasperated. Outwardly, however, she remained perfectly composed. After hearing this, Zhong Shuriying gave a faint smile. Well, that depends entirely on Gumo's decision. He's just an employee of Genesis Technologies. If it were up to me, I might be willing to go, but it's his choice, and I can't force him. If you're asking me, you might as well go ask Guo directly. Well, Huang Gongjiang was at a loss for words. If I could persuade a heavyweight like Guo, why would I need to ask you? Well, if he wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do to make Guo report to the Dragon Academy. In the end, Huang Gongjiang could only sigh helplessly. Alright then. Since you've made up your mind, know that the doors of the Dragon Science Academy will always stand open for you should you ever change your mind. Guo nodded indifferently. Rest assured, old man. If I truly hit rock bottom, I'll be there. Huang Gongjiang, who had harbored some expectations for Guo, sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Ah. Since that was the case, there was no point in lingering any longer. After exchanging farewells with Guo and the others, Huang Gongjiang quickly boarded his private car and departed. Mr. Zhong, shall we head back to the company now? Guo let out a breath. Finally got rid of that old codger. If it weren't for giving face to Zhong Shuriying, he wouldn't have bothered with this old codger at all. Demanding he work under the table at the Dragon Science Institute, even dangling pie in the sky promises. The thing he hated most in life was being fed empty promises. At least sticking with Zhong Shuriying meant he could make some real money. A smile spread across Gumo's face as he turned to address Zhong Shuriying. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying nodded indifferently. You won't be returning to the company today. I'm giving you the day off. The car is yours. Go wherever you want. Ha! At these words, a peculiar expression flashed across Gumo's face. Zhong Shuriying. Seriously? See? It's definitely better to be by President Zhong's side. He can just casually grant you a day off. Oh, right. Does that mean today counts as perfect attendance? Gumo cautiously asked. At this, Zhong Shuriying finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. But when she caught Gumo's earnest gaze, she quickly composed herself and regained her composure. It counts. You've generated such significant revenue for our company, of course it counts. This launch event was such a success, and you deserve more than half the credit. With that, Zhong Shuriying waved to Gumo. You can go now. Kai-he will be back shortly to take me back to the office. Oh. I'll be on my way then. Gumo pressed his lips together and nodded in agreement. He turned and walked away. The moment he turned away, however, other thoughts seemed to surge up within him. Today was a special day. He had originally planned to go after work, but since Zhong Shuriying had given him the day off, he could go ahead and visit early. At this thought, Gumo pressed his lips together again, as if recalling some past memory, his eyes suddenly turning red. Yet he knew he could never go back. All he could do now was take a deep breath and force his emotions back down. Let's go. His figure appeared carefree, yet for some reason, he seemed strangely desolate. Zhong Shuriying felt a pang of heartbreak at the sight. That towering figure seemed to shatter for a moment just now, only to reassemble itself through sheer willpower. Others might not have noticed, but Zhong Shuriying could. Because she knew this man too well. Ms. Zhong. Soon, a calm voice reached Zhong Shuriying's ear. It was Kai-he who had driven up beside Zhong Shuriying. She spoke slowly. Ms. Zhong, we're heading back to the office. There are 2 meetings this afternoon, and tonight you have a contract to sign with the Wang family. Direct. Efficient. Completely expressionless. Yet her presence commanded the room. This was Kai-he, Zhong Shuriying's most capable assistant. All right. Zhong Shuriying nodded slightly upon hearing this. She waited until Gumo's figure had completely vanished from view before slowly withdrawing her gaze. She got into the car and closed her eyes. Kai-he glanced in the direction Gumo had departed, pursed her lips slightly, and said nothing. She got into the car, started the engine, and drove away swiftly. Through the rearview mirror, Kai-he noticed Zhong Shuriying's expression. President Zhong. She smiled again. In the back seat, Zhong Shuriying recalled Gumo's confident demeanor on stage earlier, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Likewise, she remembered how Gumo had firmly stood by her side when faced with the invitation from Huang Gongjian, the researcher from the Lunket Institute. That guy hasn't changed a bit. Still as foolish as ever, sometimes not thinking things through at all. I wonder what that woman did to make him so head over heels. Zhong Shuriying smiled softly, as if she had just woken from a beautiful dream. Kai-he saw it all clearly. It had been a long time since General Manager Zhong had smiled like that. Ha! A gentle breeze blew softly. Gumo arrived at the cemetery holding a bouquet of flowers. Here, from the entrance, walk inward. The 9th row on the left, 10th spot. Gumo knew the location perfectly well. Along the way, many graves had faded into the earth, blending into the same color as the soil. Yet upon reaching his intended destination, the scene was strikingly fresh. Gumo pressed his dry lips together, finally feeling a flicker of emotion stir within him. Mom and Dad. I've come to see you. Finally, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength, Gumo uttered these words. The grave before him was, of course, that of his own parents. He had originally planned to come late at night after work, but this timing was just. It's been far too long since I last visited you. Gumo let out a bitter laugh. He placed the flowers on the grave. His throat tightened. Gazing at the grave before him, Gumo recalled countless memories from the past. They had once been a loving family. Though his parents rarely spent time with him, it didn't mean they didn't love him. On the contrary, as the only son in the family, they doted on him excessively. Whatever he wanted, they gave him. Gumo hadn't realized it before, but after struggling alone in this world for so long, he finally understood the purity of that love. Perhaps only parents could be so good to their child. Mom and Dad, I'm doing well now. I found a good company, my job is stable, and I can support myself with my own hands. Also, I've got this ridiculous story to share my ex-girlfriend, she's already. Chapter 29, Stunned. You won't believe this, but that girl you all fought so hard against back then? She's now the CEO of Genesis Tech. What she's achieved blows everything I ever did out of the water. She's become the leading figure in Dragon Nation's chip industry. Even the big shots at the Dragon Academy Research Institute are in awe of her. Zhanghai City's economy is basically being quietly driven by this girl now. I bet she'll go even further in the future. Ha ha ha. Looks like you two misjudged her back then, huh? I always thought she was promising. Your eyesight still isn't sharp enough. Even after a lifetime of judging people, you still get it wrong sometimes. Guemo sat atop the grave, freely recounting everything he'd experienced lately. Half crying, half laughing, sometimes even he didn't know what state he was in. But he had to admit, having someone to talk to made his heart feel much emptier, and his whole body felt lighter. It was a strange sensation. It was impossible to put into words. He pressed his lips together, then pulled a bottle of liquor from a bag beside him. Damn it. I swore to you guys back then that I'd quit this stuff. Never thought I'd crack open a bottle again, let alone in a place like this. Ha ha ha. In this moment, I truly feel like I couldn't express what's in my heart without this. Guemo smiled dreamily. He opened another bottle and began sipping leisurely. He drank without haste, merely passing the time. Looking around Guemo, there was already a full box of empty bottles. Earlier that afternoon, bored during a conversation with his parents, Guemo had gone out to buy some. Little did he expect that sitting there would consume an entire afternoon and evening. Guemo felt like he'd emptied every word from his gut, yet somehow it still felt insufficient. Only now did he truly grasp the meaning of the saying, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. If only he'd been more sensible back then, he probably wouldn't be filled with such regret now. Oh my, this solitary world is nothing like what they say online. It's not painful, but it feels like something is gnawing at you, making you uncomfortable, yet you can't scratch it. Hey, who's saying such depressing things? Spit, spit, spit. Me. I've been killing it lately. You know Genesis Tech? I hosted their launch event today. I was so pumped. I went up there and just... Ugh. Gumozui reeked of alcohol. By the end of his rant, he actually threw up. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, too drained even to speak. Fine. Might as well crash here for a bit. Work? Screw it. Just let me sleep. Guemo murmured to himself. Just as his consciousness began to fade, he thought he saw someone approaching him from ahead. But at this point, Guemo couldn't care less. He only thought to move further away from the road, so as not to block the other person's path. This late at night, it was probably just another soul like me. Someone else burdened by guilt, another fallen soul. Guemo tried to roll over, but found himself utterly drained of strength. His entire body felt like a pile of limp flesh. In the past, he would never have let himself get this utterly wasted, but now he felt this was his only release. Let it be. But, when that person approached, Guemo no longer wanted to give in. He wanted to preserve the last shred of dignity. Yet he felt he had none left. Through the haze, he thought he caught sight of a figure with furrowed brows passing before him. So he really was a nuisance to others? Go away. Don't touch me. Guemo muttered to himself. Yet he couldn't muster even a shred of strength. The other person paused briefly before him, as if contemplating something. This only deepened Gumo's inner frustration. He was utterly humiliated. But at this point, he had no better options. Left with no choice, he resolved to simply give up. He'd see who could outlast whom. But the very next second, Guemo realized he might have bet on the wrong horse. He watched as the other person actually hoisted him onto their shoulders. What the hell? A wave of disbelief washed over Guemo. Now that was shocking. Not the gravekeeper, right? But at that moment, Gumo's consciousness was fading. His mind was clouded, let alone controlling his own body. He had no choice but to leave it to fate. Wait. My Maybach keys. I couldn't even cover the loss by selling it myself. But Guemo felt his consciousness beginning to blur, slipping into a deep, unconscious sleep. Throughout this process, however, Guemo kept murmuring, Maybach, keys, keys. Hearing this, the person carrying her furrowed her delicate brows. At a time like this, still muttering about keys? Can't you just forget about the car? He drank so much. Should have never given him time off. President. Soon, Kai-hee came trotting up from ahead. Her face etched with worry, she took Guemo from Zhong Shiriying's arms and slowly furrowed her brow. Glancing at the utterly drunk Guemo, Kai-hee sighed with a headache. President, we're rushing to sign the contract with the Wang family. We've all made arrangements. This guy. Kai-hee was furious. They were already running late, and now Zhong Shiriying had made her come all the way here just to check on the situation. As for the reason, it was entirely because Guemo hadn't answered her call. It was utterly ridiculous. Zhong Shiriying and Kai-hee worked together to push Guemo into the back seat of the car. After hearing this, Zhong Shiriying wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to Kai-hee, Contracts can be signed anytime, but a life is irreplaceable. Guemo isn't just that guy, he's an employee of our company, one who's sweated blood for us. Zhong Shiriying pressed her red lips together, then slipped off her coat to cover Guemo. His body temperature was dropping faster and faster. This guy really doesn't know when to quit. To the hospital. Zhong Shiriying turned to Kai-hee and ordered. Hearing this, Kai-hee looked utterly helpless. She sighed. Oh well, looks like today's contract deal is off the table. With no other choice, Kai-hee could only drive to the hospital. As for the Wang family, she naturally stood them up. In his days, Guemo sensed he seemed to have appeared in a warm place. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. Then, he was met with a pure white scene all around him. Whoa! Gumo's eyes widened, his face contorting with utter shock. Where was this? A hospital? Gumo licked his dry lips, his entire body beginning to tremble. Chapter 30, So Expensive. After taking in his surroundings, Gumo quickly began piecing together what had happened earlier. Ouch! Did I black out from drinking? Last thing I remember, someone noticed me and carried me out? Was it the graveyard keeper? Or someone else? Gumachuan couldn't recall the person's face at all. But there was something familiar about them. His only impression was that the person smelled exceptionally sweet. Mr. Gu, you're awake? Soon, medical staff hurried over from outside. They had rushed over after detecting changes in Gumo's vital signs. He was awake after all. How did I end up here? He rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache. Hearing this, the doctor in the white coat quickly smiled and spoke up. Well, Mr. Gu, someone found you passed out drunk in the graveyard and brought you straight here. Ah. I see. Who was that person? Gumo licked his dry lips and spoke weakly. They're not here now, but I can help you contact them. The doctor spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Gumo nodded. He continued, oh, and about the fees here. How much is it? I'll cover the medical expenses. He wasn't one to owe favors to others, this money had to be paid by him. No need. The other party has already covered it. Ha! Gumo froze for a moment. Who? What kind of kind soul had he encountered? The other party chuckled softly, they said you should rest first. Don't worry about anything else. But Gumo shook his head. No free lunch falls from the sky. Even if it did, Gumo believed such a thing wasn't meant for him to take. Ever since his parents' accident, he lived by that motto. How much is it? I'll pay. Thus, after Gumo's persistent questioning, the doctor had no choice but to explain the situation to him. Certainly, sir. Our facility charges separately for this medical room beyond your treatment costs. The air here is continuously regulated for optimal therapeutic conditions, and all fees are calculated by the minute. To date, Mr. Gu, your total charges amount to 333,670 yuan. Put. At that moment, Gumo nearly fainted on the spot. What? 33,000. That expensive? Patient's emotional state detected as excessively agitated. Vital functions beginning to show signs of disruption. Please prepare for surgery immediately. The nurse in white beside him showed signs of anxiety and quickly called out. No. Gumo waved his hand urgently. He immediately regained his composure. After sitting up from the bed, he deftly pulled out the 4 needles from his body without needing assistance from the medical staff outside. Sliding on his medical slippers, he headed toward the exit. With a stern expression, he announced as he walked, excuse me, but I feel I'm in excellent condition now and no longer require further treatment. Please turn off any expensive equipment. I'm discharging myself today. Your cooperation is appreciated. I'm afraid that won't be possible, sir. We were instructed to keep you here for at least 3 days of rest. Cold sweat beaded on the doctor's forehead. He hurriedly interjected. What? 3 days? Gumo nearly fainted on the spot upon hearing this. Holy crap. Damn, he's loaded. Even if he drank himself into a stomach perforation and massive hemorrhage, he'd never get medical care like this. What the hell is this if not a scam? As for whoever sent him here for treatment, they probably had ulterior motives too. At this point, Li Feng was ready to call the cops. But just then, someone suddenly walked in from outside. What's going on? Miss Zhong, this patient's condition is becoming unstable. Please step back to avoid injury. The doctor in the white coat gritted his teeth and turned to address Zhong Shiriying behind him. At that moment, when Gumo noticed the person behind him, his expression shifted abruptly. What? Zhong Shiriying? No, it can't be. What a coincidence. Could it be that the person he encountered at the gravesite last night was Zhong Shiriying? At that moment, Gumo recalled other events, suddenly realizing everything with a jolt of clarity. Suddenly, something felt off about him. But then he saw Zhong Shiriying striding toward him. Her beautiful eyes held a fierce glint. She was the very picture of heroic grace. Gumo, what are you doing? Get back to bed immediately. Our Genesis tech isn't short on money. Zhong Shiriying's expression turned stern. At her words, Gumo fell silent. At that moment, he actually resembled a child who'd done something wrong. Zhong Shiriying couldn't bring herself to stay angry. Gumo pressed his lips together, then without another word, went and sat down on the bed. But the next second, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Ms. Zhong, I don't need such high-end medical care. Let's just check out, shall we? This minor injury? I'll be fine after resting for an afternoon at home. Staying here would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. Gumo genuinely couldn't bear to part with that kind of money. Zhong Shiriying, however, wore a stern expression. What nonsense are you talking about? The money's already been paid, a lump sum buyout, withdrawn from the system. It's not something you can just change on a whim. Instead of worrying about this, you should be concerned about your health. Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke sternly to Guemo. Oh, well, okay. Guemo felt his mouth go dry. Helplessly, he could only agree. But this convalescent room costing dozens of dollars per minute was simply too extravagant. He genuinely couldn't get used to staying here. Gritting his teeth, he endured it with tears in his eyes. Once Gumo's emotions had calmed, the doctor in the white coat quickly came over to administer the four. Normally, such tasks were handled by the nurses, but this was a private hospital. This was the kind of service they offered. The only thing was, Guemo found the needle insertion somewhat uncomfortable. He was already a good person, yet they insisted on giving him saline solution. It felt like he was throwing money down the drain. Hey! My money hurts. If he weren't afraid of looking ridiculous, Guemo would have asked these folks to hook him up with 10 or 8 more bags of that saline drip hanging above his head. Only after confirming Guemo was physically fine did everyone finally get up. After nodding to Zhong Shuriying to explain the situation, they quickly departed. Soon, Zhong Shuriying took the fruit basket from Kai-hee's hands. She turned to look at Guemo. Just rest well during this time. This is so expensive. Before Zhong Shuriying could finish her sentence, Guemo nearly burst into tears. Zhong Shuriying rolled her eyes at his words. She beckoned to Kai-hee. She took a notebook from her hand. If you really feel guilty, why not just upgrade our architecture again? Fine. Guemo quickly fell into line. Chapter 31, The Miser. With a whoosh, the door to the convalescent room swung open. A group of people walked in from outside. Guemo looked up. When he recognized the visitors, his eyebrows arched slightly. Mr. Zhong. Guemo promptly addressed him with utmost respect. What's going on here? Zhong Shuriying glanced at Guemo with curiosity. He noticed Guemo holding a notebook, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Revising the architecture. Guemo licked his dry lips and replied quickly. After saying that, he scratched his head awkwardly. He gave a sheepish smile. Earlier, didn't you ask me to modify the architecture, Mr. Gu? Well, since I had nothing else to do, I took a look. Just glanced at it? Zhong Shuriying stared at Guemo, oblivious to the blood pooling in his hands and flowing backward through the foredrip. And he called that a glance? Guemo couldn't quite hide it from her. He gave a nervous chuckle and said, well, I took a couple of glances. Right, just a couple of glances. Then I tested it out myself. Currently in the process of making adjustments. Zhong Shuriying rolled her eyes inwardly. Her expression turned serious as she furrowed her brow slightly. I told you to take 3 days off to rest properly. Why won't you listen? If you're feeling better, you could contribute to our company too. But? Guemo pressed his lips together, holding back something unsaid. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Finally, he shook his head and let out a wry smile. But I feel like I'm already better. I'm sure I'm fine, so I just want to get moving. That feeling is mine. I think you're still lacking something. Give me the computer. Zhong Shuriying said in a low voice. Guemo dared not resist. Under her stern gaze, Guemo finally handed over the laptop obediently. Zhong Shuriying handed the laptop to Kai-hee, who was waiting behind her, then turned back to Guemo and spoke slowly. Rest well now. There will be plenty of opportunities for you in the future. No need to rush. We at Genesis Tech still have plenty of work for you to do. I've got something to attend to right now, so I won't keep you. Oh, and there's another colleague who insisted on coming to see you. I'm letting you know ahead of time so you can prepare yourself mentally. Oh. Guemo obediently agreed. This woman, she's way too bossy. Wah? In truth, Guemo felt like crying but had no tears left. Zhong Shuriying quickly set down the fruit she'd bought for Guemo and hurried away. Guemo glanced back at the fruit on the bedside table and sighed helplessly. Oh. There's so much, how could anyone finish all this? He shook his head, seemingly resigned. Just then, another commotion erupted outside. Medical staff hurried over. Mr. Gu, we heard your blood flow reversed. The medical staff spoke while adjusting Gumo's foredrip with great care. Guemo looked utterly exasperated. He was already recovering so well, yet they still wanted to give him an 4? This is pure money grabbing. But he dared not voice this thought aloud. In fact, he'd rather they use a few more bags on him. Get my money's worth. After all, Guemo had heard that this convalescent room was priced as a buyout package. Everything inside was paid for upfront, whether used or not. Once this bag is finished, hook me up with another one. Also, do you have any snacks here? Meals should be complimentary, right? Get me one, I'm starving. Guemo licked his dry lips and addressed the medical staff beside him. At his words, the corner of the other person's mouth visibly twitched. Poof. Certainly, I'll arrange that for you right away. Come to think of it, Guemo had eaten just 2 hours ago. Moreover, they had administered this foredrip to Guemo just a short while ago. Honestly, in all their years working here, they'd never encountered such an exaggerated patient before. Before leaving, the medical staff kindly reminded Gumo. Mr. Gu, our meals are available around the clock. You're welcome to eat more, but regarding the 4, receiving too many could potentially cause irreversible damage to your body. We will certainly serve you according to standard protocols, and we hope you can understand. Oh, never mind then. Actually, could I have 2 more of those lobsters from earlier? Remember, no scallions, no cilantro. Gumo licked his dry lips and said in a low, gritted voice. His own life was more important. But as for the rest, he hoped he could help Zhong Shuri and get as much back as possible. Certainly, Mr. Gu. The medical staff managed to force a stiff smile. She gave a quick, dry chuckle before hurrying away. Shortly after the medical staff departed, another commotion erupted outside. Gumo quietly opened his notebook. Hearing the commotion, his heart skipped a beat. He swiftly turned his head toward the doorway. Huh? So soon? Looks like I'll have to make some demands about the food. Put the lobster over there. Is the meal ready? I won't eat without rice. Gumo opened his notebook while tugging at the 4 drip beside him, adjusting it to allow himself some room to move. Simultaneously, he swiftly opened his notebook and began studying. Then, almost immediately, a bitter chuckle came from beside him. Gumo turned his head at the sound. Holy crap! It wasn't a nurse or a meal delivery person, but his good buddy, Sumu. Sumu approached Gumo, laden with bags of various sizes. Sumu gave a wry smile. I can't afford that lobster, but I can definitely get you some char siu buns. He reached into one of the bags he'd brought and rummaged around. I brought you this stuff to change things up a bit. They were all everyday foods. Though not expensive, they were all ordinary foods. They smelled delicious, carrying the scent of everyday life. What was it called? The taste of everyday life. Gumo's appetite was instantly whetted. He gave that guy, the livestock guy, a big thumbs up. You're the one I need. Eating all this rich food day after day here, it just tastes like chewing wax, utterly boring. And they won't even let me have anything else. Gumo shook his head and sighed. Sumu, however, quickly let out a bitter laugh. Heh! Who doesn't know you're just a penny pincher trying to save money? Otherwise, how could this have happened? At your word, they'd do anything for you. Not to mention Zhong Shuri visits you every day. You're practically living like an emperor in retirement and you're still not satisfied. Alright. Ms. Zhong asked me to bring you the job reassignment. Take a look. Chapter 32, Research Department, Mr. Gu. Ha! At those words, Gumo's eyebrow arched slightly. What's this? Soon, Sumu pulled a document from his briefcase. It detailed Gumo's job reassignment. Congratulations! You've been promoted. Sumu grinned widely at Gumo. Patting Gumo on the shoulder, this brotherly gesture carried both envy and an indescribable bitterness. Wah? When would he get his own promotion and raise? Got the permanent position? Gumo's mouth was full of food. He opened it with a mix of disbelief and hope. And soon, a flicker of emotion crossed Gumo's face and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. But he saw Sumu shake his head with a wry smile. He sighed and said, It's not just that you got promoted, you're my boss now. Spill it, did you seduce our female boss or not? Otherwise, how come only you get to enjoy such good fortune? Sumu was on the verge of tears. The more they said things like this, the more heartbroken he felt. Director of the Research Department? Gumo ignored Sumu. His gaze fixed on the final signature line of the document, where a single sentence outlined Gumo's upcoming position. He pondered it carefully, sensing something was off. He quickly realized. Wait, isn't our research department just a research team? Where did this research department come from? If I recall correctly, this thing never existed, right? Could it be a typo? And if he remembered correctly, their research team even had a supervisor. That pot-bellied Li Feng. At this point, Sumu nearly burst into tears. He shook his head and continued, You wouldn't believe it, but the research team has been disbanded. What? Disbanded? Gumo's eyes suddenly widened. Then what about this research department? Exactly. Sumu looked at Gumo intently. President Zhong has re-established a technical department, the RD department. And you, my boss, are my direct supervisor, the head of the RD department, Gumo? Gumo finally understood upon hearing this. So I'm the director now? Heh. He'd finally made it to the top. Gumo licked his dry lips, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. He just wondered how much the minister's salary was and how much it had increased compared to before. Soon, Gumo turned to look at Sumu. Seeing the guy looking so downcast, he felt a sudden twinge of mischief and chuckled. Gumo spoke up, So this is how you bribe your new boss? Testing your boss with these things? What kind of boss could withstand such a test? At this remark, Sumu glanced at Gumo before shrugging, adopting a resigned attitude. He snorted. Well, considering I'll have to tighten my belt from now on, it's only natural to be a bit stingy here. After all, there's no point in trying to curry favor with this new boss anyway. The two exchanged a glance, then burst into hearty laughter. After leaving the private hospital, Guemo distinctly felt the air around him and was incredibly fresh. They arrived by car at the entrance of Genesis Technology. Guemo and Sumu entered promptly. The air outside is just better. What's the point of those convalescent rooms? They don't do a thing. If you ask me, you just need to get out and move around more. I'm getting a bit sick of all this rich food these past couple days. I need to go back and have a bowl of plain noodles without eggs. Guemo muttered to himself. Sumu beside him couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Soon, they arrived at the research department via elevator. Thanks to Sumu's earlier explanation, Guemo quickly found his new position within the department. Compared to the cramped little space he'd occupied before, the current research department was considerably larger. Several new faces had also joined the team. These. Guemo gestured toward the young faces in the room, slightly taken aback. Were these all employees of Genesis Tech? No, had he come to the wrong place? Is this still the RD department? Before Sumu could offer an explanation, everyone in front abruptly stood up in unison. Guemo. President Gu. This is incredible. We never imagined we'd meet you in person here. All eyes instantly turned to Guemo, causing a flicker of surprise to cross his mind. He wasn't quite used to it yet. Ahaha, hello everyone. Guemo gave a nervous chuckle. But the crowd was utterly thrilled. Mr. Gu, your speech was absolutely breathtaking. We're all your fans. Ahaha. Mr. Gu, you have no idea, we all thought the guy on stage was going to ruin everything for Genesis Tech. But then you stepped in and turned it around. You were absolutely amazing. Ahaha. Mr. Gu, can I ask you out to dinner after work? Ahaha. Mr. Gu, do you have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of me? Mr. Gu, we'll be counting on your guidance going forward. We're all your top employees, just let us know if you have any ideas. Mr. Gu, we're all graduates of Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology. Our technical skills have been thoroughly tested. Feel free to command us as you see fit. The crowd was incredibly enthusiastic. They swarmed around Guemo, leaving no space to breathe. The muscles in Gumo's face were practically cramping up. After briefly assessing each person's situation, Guemo proceeded to calm them down one by one. Finally, he managed to escape to the main office. Phew. That was terrifying. Why did President Zhong assign me such a task? Pressing his lips together, Gumo's forehead was already covered in a thin sheen of sweat. This was terrifying. He should just stick to the technical work. Managing people? He couldn't handle that either. He tugged at Sumu, who was struggling to suppress a chuckle beside him, his face etched with frustration. Seriously, next time could you explain to Mr. Zhong that this isn't our thing? Or maybe suggest Mr. Gu find someone else? Sumu shook his head. He gave a bitter smile. Mr. Gu, I don't have the authority for that. If anyone should go, it should be you. Now that you're our department head, you're essentially on the same level as the other department heads at Genesis Tech. You're the one who should meet with Mr. Zhong. Guemo hesitated, words caught in his throat. At that moment, Sumu pursed his lips and continued. Besides, you won't be managing anyone, nor is it your responsibility to do so. Ha! Gumo's eyebrows shot up slightly at the remark. Could such a good thing exist? The very next moment, a pot-bellied man with a receding hairline approached Guemo. His face lit up with a smile, radiating nothing but utmost respect. The moment he arrived, he immediately bowed and scraped before Guemo. Mr. Gu! Congratulations! Congratulations! If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Chapter 33, I can't do that. Put. Just as Guemo was about to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, who would have thought that at that very moment, he would run into their former supervisor? Li Feng. Guemo nearly had a heart attack from the shock. Wait, Manager Li, where did you come from? Guemo finally managed to compose himself. He instinctively took a step back, then quickly licked his dry lips, feeling a bit shaken. The shock was still lingering. The person before him was none other than Li Feng, their former research team supervisor. But encountering him here was the last thing anyone expected. Upon hearing this, Li Feng quickly wiped the water from his face, blinking to compose his expression into something more natural. He promptly resumed his affable expression and said with a smile. Haha, Mr. Gu, you're joking. I've been here all along, you just didn't notice me before. You're here? What for? Guemo rubbed his forehead, looking slightly exasperated. Now he wasn't just headache, why he was downright flustered. Seeing the tears on the other person's face, Guemo felt a pang of guilt. There was no other reason. Pure had simply been scared off by this guy's manipulative tactics before. After half a year without being made permanent and having his wages withheld, he was genuinely terrified. Back in the day, he'd probably have been tossed out to fend for himself by now. But soon enough though, she saw Li Feng still wearing that smile, not a trace of anger in sight. He even seemed to be trying to curry favor with Guemo. Li Feng hurriedly interjected, Aha! Mr. Gu, this must be a misunderstanding, right? I'm your subordinate now. If I'm not here, where else could I be? What the hell? Gumo's expression turned stunned. But then Sumu tugged at Gumo's sleeve and whispered in his ear. This guy is now the deputy director of our RD department, he's under you. Hearing this, Gumo suddenly understood. Then what about you? At that thought, Gumo turned to glance at Sumu. The other man scratched his nose awkwardly and gave a nervous chuckle. I'm your personal assistant. Ha. Upon hearing this, Gumo quickly grasped the truth of the matter. But he soon turned his gaze back to Sumu. Maybe you should just forget it. I'd rather switch to a beautiful secretary. But Sumu just gave Gumo a strange look before hesitantly blurting out, well, actually, I could switch to black stockings and wear a business suit too. Gumo nearly blacked out. Damn it. Forget it. Now his desire to replace this guy only grew stronger. Gumo quickly composed himself, exhaled deeply, and glanced at Sumu and Li Feng. These two were the last remaining members from Yin Yan's original team. As for the others, they'd probably already been fired by Zhong Shuriying. It made sense. Given how they'd been coasting along, calling them Deadwood would be giving them too much credit. Even retirement wouldn't be this easy. Gumo quickly composed himself. He withdrew his gaze and said slowly, alright, that's settled. You may leave now. I'll notify you if anything comes up. Yes, sir. The two exchanged a glance and promptly exited the office. Phew. After they were gone, Gumo exhaled deeply. Surveying the brightly lit, spacious office around him, he felt a headache coming on. For the first time, he felt that a promotion and raise were a burden. It wasn't that Gumo hadn't considered it was just that everything had happened so suddenly. After taking a moment to adjust to his surroundings, Gumo settled into the executive chair. Glancing around at the furnishings, his attention was quickly drawn to a communication device in front of him. This thing seemed specifically designed to connect to the main office. In other words, this communication device was actually linked to Zhong Shuriying's office. It was the first time he'd heard of such a gadget being in their department head's office. Li Feng recognized it from an accidental discovery during his university days. He'd originally planned to prank Zhong Shuriying with it, but abandoned the idea after accidentally making her cry during one attempt. Gumo pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Zhong Shuriying's number. Almost immediately. Barely 2 seconds after Gumo dialed, the call connected. Hold on a moment. Zhong Shuriying's voice came through. On the video call, Zhong Shuriying seemed to be waiting for someone else to finish giving instructions. Once that was done, she quickly turned her attention to the screen. You've arrived? Zhong Shuriying asked slowly, her tone calm. Gumo felt both amused and exasperated. He first glanced outside through the blinds, confirming no one was watching him before lowering his voice to Zhong Shuriying. Wait, what's going on here? Me? Minister? I don't know how to manage anything. Looking back at his past experiences, he'd mostly hung out with a bunch of good-for-nothings. How could he possibly manage anything? Now they'd assigned him such a position, and he genuinely felt overwhelmed. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying remained calm. She replied slowly, I've seen your capabilities before. You're far more capable at management than that Li Feng fellow. Believe in yourself. I believe in your abilities too. This. Gumo licked his dry lips, tasting nothing but bitterness. He was about to speak when another voice suddenly reached Zhong Shuriying from elsewhere, seemingly alerting her. Had he called at the wrong time? He watched as Zhong Shuriying turned her head toward the source of the sound. Her expression turned stern. I told you to wait. Can't you even spare that little bit of time? The other party promptly fell silent. Realizing his poor timing, Gumo quickly seized an opportunity to end the call. Ms. Zhong, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I think we should wrap up this call here. Goodbye. With that, Gumo hurriedly ended the call. Phew. That was terrifying. Gumo patted his chest. He pulled the blinds open again and glanced outside, only to find himself frowning in worry. So many people, how was he supposed to manage them? Just then, Li Feng knocked on the door. A thought struck Gumo. Come in. Soon, Li Feng appeared with a sheepish grin on his face. Ha ha. Mr. Gu, these are all the materials Mr. Zhong instructed me to hand over to you. They outlined the tasks our entire RD department needs to undertake. From now on, the technical maintenance for Genesis technology will be handled by our RD department. Oh. Hearing this, Gumo raised an eyebrow slightly. I see. Alright, leave it here. I'll take a look later. Judging by the situation outside, Li Feng seemed to have handled most of it. At least for now, they hadn't encountered any operational issues. With that settled, it was time to thoroughly study this operations manual. Gumo glanced at the employee management manual before him and shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 34, Late Night Rumors. Creation Tech Headquarters Office. Zhong Shuriying glanced at the disconnected phone call and froze in shock. That kid dared to hang up on me? Zhong Shuriying remained outwardly composed, but inwardly, she huffed like a teenager. She mentally filed this away for later. Ms. Zhong? Soon, a soft voice called out from ahead. A man murmured a quiet reminder. Seeing Zhong Shiying turn to look at him, he licked his dry lips and hurriedly spoke up. May I ask if you have any concerns about the terms we proposed earlier, Ms. Zhong? If everything is acceptable, could you please sign the contract? I need to return promptly to report back. However, Zhong Shiying remained calm. She glanced down at the contract in her hand and spoke slowly. I'm not entirely satisfied with the salary terms you've proposed for us at Genesis Tech. Have your boss come talk to me about it? With that, Zhong Shiying tossed the contract aside. With a gentle wave of her hand, Kai-he promptly approached the man and escorted him out. I'm sorry, sir, but our president has other matters to attend to. Please return to your office. Ha! The man's face twisted into a bitter expression upon hearing this. Wait, Ms. Zhong, won't you even consider it? Before he could finish, the serpentine queue outside surged forward. One person pushed his way in. Ha! You think you can partner with Genesis Tech with such trashy metrics? Dream on. Exactly. We might not even land this contract ourselves, and you want to compete with us? Dream on. The others, dressed like business executives, waved their contracts dismissively and snorted in contempt. Such incidents were commonplace in Genesis Tech's headquarters. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The engraving department staff also wrapped up their work promptly. But this time, Gumo noticed that quite a few were still diligently working overtime. Wait. Gumo was stunned. Were all the people hired by their female CEO this competitive? Gumo almost went over to ask if they were getting overtime pay. But judging by the looks of it, they weren't actually working overtime, they seemed to be waiting for someone. A thought struck Gumo, and he quickly summoned Li Feng. Mr. Gu, what can I do for you? Li Feng approached with a smile. His tone was ingratiating as he spoke. Gumo's handling of this situation was far more effective than before. There seemed to be no rift between them, just the typical employee-supervisor dynamic. Gumo pointed toward the employees reluctant to leave work and inquired of Li Feng. What's going on here? Is staying late the new trend now? Gumo was slightly taken aback, wanting to get to the bottom of this. Hearing this, Li Feng quickly laughed. He explained, well, it's not like anyone spread the rumor, but word is that if you work overtime at their company until the very latest, the female CEO, Zhong Shiying, personally delivers meals to you. Put. At that remark, the tea Gumo had just swallowed came spurting out again. And once again, it was Li Feng who bore the brunt of the mess. But Li Feng didn't seem to mind. He wiped the tea from his face, still wearing a smile. Seeing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Poof. Ha! Good heavens! He now seemed to understand why so many people in the research team could leave, but this Li Feng couldn't. With that attitude and service mindset, he was practically better than someone working in the service industry. This guy is a damn talent. Gumo quickly snapped back to reality. He cleared his throat softly. Well, I seem to have heard similar rumors too. Li Feng's curiosity piqued slightly. He quickly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Oh? Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Mr. Gu, who was the last one to leave the office at our company? At that moment, Li Feng suddenly understood. He tapped his forehead and blurted out. So, Mr. Gu, are you aware of this? Is it true? Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched. This time, he forced himself to swallow the tea he was about to spit in Li Feng's face. Slowly, Gumo set down his thermos. His gaze fixed straight ahead, he spoke with stern conviction. Of course not. I already said it's just a rumor. Why won't anyone believe me? They're acting so strange. Is it really worth all this fuss over some elusive box lunch? Hearing this, Li Feng fell into deep thought, no longer finding fault with what Gumo had said. But just then, a startled cry erupted from somewhere. President Zhong is here. Immediately, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the others nearby also gasped in unison, all lifting their heads to look toward the doorway. In Zhong Shiying's hand, however, was a takeout box. Whoa! The rumors were true? The idea that their female CEO of Genesis Tech would be delivering packages after work was something they simply couldn't accept, and it was utterly impossible. But as for those mysterious nighttime legends? They couldn't say for sure. After all, such an event had just unfolded before their very eyes. Now, everyone stared at the takeout packaging in Zhong Shiying's hands with gleaming eyes, their thoughts racing. The only question was what exactly was inside. Li Feng pursed his lips and smiled. Seems the rumors are true. But with so many of us in RD, I wonder who'll be lucky enough to get a meal personally delivered by our female CEO. Yet Li Feng hadn't noticed the subtle shift in expression that had already begun to creep across Gumo's face. Poof. Ha. Zhong Shiying. This can't be directed at me, can it? Soon, Li Feng noticed Zhong Shiying's gaze sweeping over the crowd around them, yet she showed no intention of sitting down to eat. Instead, she was heading toward the office of their research department's director. This sight instantly lifted Li Feng's spirits. Holy crap! Could it be? Is my luck finally turning, Li Feng? He licked his dry lips and immediately rushed forward. Before Zhong Shuriying could even knock on the door, Li Feng was already scrambling over like a lapdog. Ha ha ha. Ms. Zhong, what are you doing? Oh, come on, just give it to me. This is so embarrassing. Rest assured, I won't waste a single grain. When we were kids, our teacher taught us, weeding the fields at noon. But before Li Feng could finish his sentence, Zhong Shuriying merely gave him a faint glance. Move aside, you're in the way. Ha! The smile on Li Feng's face quickly froze. And just then, under everyone's gaze, Zhong Shuriying walked straight into the department head's office. Chapter 35, 4 Gu-Mo. Probably no one would have guessed that this thing would end up right on the desk in their minister's office. What? One by one, they stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding in the office. But Gu-Mo was even more bewildered than they were. Earlier, Zhong Shuriying hadn't said anything like this. Gu-Mo glanced outside first, his expression turning slightly awkward. Ms. Zhong, this isn't quite right, is it? You only brought lunch for me? If this had happened before, Gu-Mo might have accepted it without a word. But today felt different. All those people watching outside, didn't he care about his reputation? Besides, if others saw them, wouldn't they assume something was going on between them? But at that moment, before Gu-Mo could even speak, the crowd outside seemed to grasp something. They quickly realized. One by one, they licked their dry lips and hurriedly turned to leave. Even Li Feng, after his eyes darted around a few times, grasped the situation and quickly backed away. What's going on here? Su Mu, who had just walked in from outside, stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. Did the computer explode or something? Why are they all fleeing like refugees? What the hell? Su Mu rolled his eyes. The next second, Li Feng rushed out. Before Su Mu could ask, Li Feng urgently shouted. Let's go. Ha! What's going on inside? Hey, I'll explain later. If you don't want to pack your bags and leave, get out of here now. Su Mu was even more baffled now. Fortunately, Li Feng had plenty of strength and dragged the guy away in one swift motion. Soon, the research department was deserted. Creak. The door to the director's office slammed shut. Zhong Shuriying placed the takeout packaging on the table for Gu-Mo. She said slowly, eat quickly. Hearing this, Gu-Mo felt a bit awkward. He licked his dry lips, feeling uneasy inside. This isn't really appropriate, is it? What? You think I'd poison your food? Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly and gave a soft snort. It's not that serious. Gu-Mo quickly gave a dry chuckle. Zhong Shuriying crossed her arms. Don't mistake this for a privilege. You're only just recovering from a serious illness, your body needs time to catch up. You've made such a huge contribution to our company. If something happens to you, who's going to earn money for me? Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. Poof. Ha! Gu-Mo's face twitched slightly. Seemed like he couldn't argue with that logic. Gu-Mo began to doubt himself. But this time, he really had to refuse. Otherwise, how could he face his employees in the future? He was, after all, part of management now. He had to lead by example. Ms. Zhong, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this today. But just as Gu-Mo and Zhong Shuriying were locked in a standoff. Gulp. An awkward sound erupted. It turned out that after Gu-Mo caught a whiff of that familiar scent, his stomach seemed to have been stimulated, rumbling loudly like thunder. This awkward scene left Gu-Mo frozen in place, overcome by an indescribable embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying's lips twitched slightly. This guy. Stubborn as a dead duck. Stop being stubborn. Eat up. Zhong Shuriying said calmly. With that, Gu-Mo licked his dry lips. After a moment of internal struggle, he clenched his teeth. This is the last time. No exceptions. The moment the words left his mouth, his rumbling stomach thundered like a clap of thunder. Anyone unaware might have thought he was constipated. Gu-Mo's expression darkened even further. Even Zhong Shuriying, whose face usually bore a cool, distant expression, seemed to have gained a hint of color at that moment. For a moment, Gu-Mo found himself staring blankly. This was Zhong Shuriying. Just like she was in college. She seemed unchanged. Back then, Zhong Shuriying rarely smiled either, appearing emotionless like a wooden doll with a poker face. Back then, Gu-Mo had wanted to see a smile on this woman's face, but all he got in return were her various expressions of anger. All his misguided attempts. The memory flickered by in an instant. Because it was interrupted by his own gurgling sound. Gu-Mo snapped back to reality. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Damn stomach, all those delicacies weren't enough, yet a bowl of pork knuckle rice sends you back to your true form. You never stop giving me trouble. How embarrassing. But complaints aside, Gu-Mo quickly attended to his immediate need. Soon, Gu-Mo opened the takeout bag. For some reason, it felt different from ordinary takeout. This simple packaging and that comforting, home-cooked flavor didn't seem like it came from a small workshop. Looks like rich folks are just different, even their takeout comes with an upscale, city dweller vibe. Gu-Mo couldn't resist and soon began devouring it in big bites. But I have to admit, this flavor is truly excellent. So satisfying. By the way, Mr. Zhong, where's this takeout from? Recommend it to me, I'll order it later. Now that he was the head of the RD department, adding an extra leg to his meal or even a whole chicken wouldn't be too much to ask. This pork knuckle rice was so delicious he definitely had to try it more often in the future. Of course, the most crucial thing was to avoid any repeat of today's drama. Otherwise, Guemo had no idea how he'd manage his team going forward. At this, Zhong Shiriying shook her head. This is a custom order, she explained. They don't offer delivery. If you want to try it, you'll have to rely on me. Poof. Ha. Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. No way? Is that even possible? He frowned almost immediately. He cast a reluctant glance at the pork knuckle rice in his hand before sighing softly. I should really quit this habit. There's definitely something hidden in this. Otherwise, why would it taste so good? Guemo thought to himself. Finally finished, Guemo wiped his mouth, utterly satisfied. Then it suddenly occurred to him. Had Zhong Shiriying eaten yet? Ms. Zhong, are you hungry? Shall I take you out for something to eat? Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying had intended to refuse, but for some inexplicable reason, he found himself nodding in agreement. Where should we go? Guemo was taken aback. Holy crap. He realized he'd asked way too quickly. He hadn't even thought about what they should eat. Did Chun-Chun really think of him as a close buddy? Now Gumo's mind started racing. What should he eat with Zhong Shiriying? With her status, she couldn't possibly go to a street stall, could she? Otherwise, how could he possibly keep his job at the company? At that moment, Guemo felt a wave of panic wash over him. He could have slapped himself twice. Chapter 36, the same tricks as before. Why did I have to open my mouth? Absolutely. Guemo could have slapped himself twice. But no matter what, he couldn't show weakness in front of Zhong Shiriying. Ha. Ms. Zhong, is there anywhere in particular you'd like to go? Guemo gritted his teeth, finally managing to force a smile onto his face. You decide. Zhong Shiriying remained utterly composed. She simply stared at Guemo with that same cool expression. This put Guemo in a real bind. Wait, he didn't know how to choose either. Then, how about the Prince Hotel? Licking his dry lips, Guemo gritted his teeth and made a decision. Every time he went to a place like that, it felt like his conscience was screaming in agony. But what choice did he have? It was just too expensive. He said in a low voice. Zhong Shiriying, however, seemed to have read his mind. Alright then, if that's what you want, I'm fine with it. Ha! At those words, Gumo's mouth twitched. But he quickly gritted his teeth. Ms. Zhong, I'll go get the car. But moments later, Zhong Shiriying waved him off. I won't be going. At those words, Guemo froze for a moment. He quickly turned to look at Zhong Shiriying. What did that mean? Could it be that because of him, Zhong Shiriying had sensed his reluctance to host? Damn it! He should have made up his mind earlier. He had just managed to earn a decent sum of money, so why was he being so stingy? Guemo felt he might have overreacted. He immediately backtracked. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? Ms. Zhong, I promised to treat you to dinner. How could I go back on my word? Don't worry, today we'll just come to my place. But before Guemo could finish, Zhong Shiriying suddenly spoke up. Ha! Go! Your place. Upon hearing those words, Guemo froze in place. Looking at Zhong Shiriying's ambiguous smile ahead, Guemo felt as if he'd been played. So, Zhong Shiriying just wanted him to go to her place? Why did this feel like he was about to be kidnapped? Guemo felt a pang of unease. This line sounded exactly like the one he'd used back in college when he was keeping Zhong Shiriying as his mistress. Just then, Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms and gave a little snort. What? You don't want to anymore? Seems like you're not exactly eager to treat me to dinner either. Zhong Shiriying gave a faint snort. She was actually displaying a hint of tsundere-like pride. This left Guemo momentarily flustered. His expression quickly turned peculiar. It seemed Zhong Shiriying had been pursuing this goal from the start, stopping at nothing to achieve it. Guemo lifted his head abruptly. His gaze met Zhong Shiriying's expression, which was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. He saw the corners of her mouth lift slightly, as if she were smiling faintly. He'd fallen for it. Several minutes later. Jojo Jiangchu. Villa 98. Guemo stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar villa ahead, his lips twitching slightly. Something felt terribly off. Mr. Zhong, do we really have to go in? Standing before the gate of Villa 98, Guemo hesitated. Zhong Shiriying shot him another glance, arms crossed. If you don't want to treat me to dinner, then forget it. You can take a taxi back from here. Then I guess we won't. Guemo let out a bitter laugh. He'd stayed at this Villa 98 before, so he knew exactly how much a taxi ride out would cost. It would probably be enough to buy a beat-up used car. When you did the math, it was nearly equivalent to an average salary worker's monthly pay. Guo couldn't bring himself to part with that much money. Gritting his teeth, he finally said, "Let's go." After saying that, Guo quickly clenched his jaw as if he'd made up his mind and walked toward the villa. A conspiracy. This must be Zhong Shuriying's scheme. Guo snorted inwardly. Meanwhile, watching Guo enter the villa, Zhong Shuriying's smile grew even more amused. Looking back, the Guo of the past had seemed just like this, luring her in with sweet talk. Now the tables had turned between them. But what kind of taste did this leave in Gumo's mouth? Oomph. A smile spread across Zhong Shuriying's face as she swiftly entered Villa 98. They soon arrived at their destination. They looked ahead. There, Auntie had already finished clearing the weeds by the door and stood waiting nearby. Auntie. Guo had barely begun to speak. But at that moment, a smile quickly spread across her face. Gumo's here? Right on time, as expected. When Miss Zhong mentioned you were coming, I almost didn't believe it. Seems my guess was spot on. Ha! At those words, Guo froze completely. Wait, what the hell is going on here? His lips twitched slightly. Just then, Zhong Shuriying cleared her throat softly. Ahem, well. Auntie doesn't need you here anymore. You can go back to your work now. Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. Oh. I'm not good with words. I won't bother you two youngsters then. The aunt smiled quickly. She glanced at Guo and Zhong Shuriying before quickly retreating. Miss Zhong, if you need anything else, just call me. Even as she was leaving, the aunt didn't forget to say to Zhong Shuriying. Soon, the housekeeper departed. Gumo's lips twitched. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Zhong Shuriying had done this deliberately. This girl must be out to get me. Recalling Zhong Shuriying's earlier smile, Guo suddenly remembered how he'd similarly lured her back to his place during their university days. She must still remember that incident and now wanted him to taste a bit of his own medicine. Guo finally understood. But since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. At worst, it was just one night. What was there to fear? With that thought, Guo steeled himself and took a step forward. Soon, he entered Villa 98. Zhong Shuriying followed closely behind Guo, doing the same. And soon, creak. The front door slammed shut. Guo startled, whipping his head around. No, Mr. Gu, why did you close the door? Guo licked his dry lips and hurriedly spoke up. Zhong Shuriying merely shrugged, her expression calm. We're home. Naturally, we closed the door. Guo found himself at a loss for words against Zhong Shuriying. He swallowed hard and continued. But, Ms. Zhong, haven't you heard the saying a man and a woman shouldn't be alone together in one room? Isn't this situation a bit inappropriate? Guo spoke with extreme caution. But soon, he fell silent. Because he couldn't speak. Instead, he watched as Zhong Shuriying began undressing right in front of him. No way, this is insane. Gumo's expression shifted. Chapter 37, do you still want me to be your workhorse tonight? Ms. Zhong, this isn't appropriate. Ms. Zhong. Be mindful. We're in a superior-subordinate relationship. Guo clenched his teeth and spoke in a low, firm voice. As he spoke, Guo swiftly stepped forward, intending to help Zhong Shuriying put on her clothes. But just then, Zhong Shuriying noticed Guo approaching. With a swift flick of her wrist, she tossed the clothes directly onto him. As if Guo were nothing more than her human clothes hanger. Guo froze solid on the spot. If this woman, Zhong Shuriying, wanted to frame me for rape, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? And with her current influence, he'd likely rot in prison for the rest of his life. Hold on. Guo kept repeating this mantra to himself. But soon, just as Guo was muttering to himself, he saw Zhong Shuriying walk right past him. Her demeanor suggested her thoughts weren't on Guo at all. She didn't even spare him a second glance. Ha! Guo froze upon witnessing this scene. What the hell was going on? Just then, Zhong Shuriying's voice drifted over lightly. What are you thinking about? Hang up my clothes for me, then come over here. Ha! Oh, so that's what she meant? Guo finally snapped out of it. He glanced down at the suit in his hands, staring blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality. Had he misread the situation? Gumo's face flushed crimson. He pressed his dry lips together, then cleared his throat softly before hanging the suit back up. It smells so good. Guo rubbed his nose. Just then, Zhong Shuriying's voice came from ahead. Guo snapped out of his reverie and hurried over. Ms. Zhong, you called? Guo approached cautiously. He looked closely and saw that the table was already piled high with ingredients. A flicker of emotion stirred within Guo. This was... But then he saw Zhong Shuriying say calmly, didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? Everything's already been prepared for you. Hearing this, Gumo's expression grew slightly peculiar. Glancing at the ingredients on the table, it took Guo a moment to process. These ingredients certainly hadn't been placed here initially. Without Zhong Shuriying's instructions, it was unlikely anyone would have brought such things before them. In other words, this entire scenario had been meticulously planned by Zhong Shiriying from the very beginning. Even the auntie at the door earlier was part of it. They were all in on it. What? You don't seem too keen on this? Then maybe we should just skip it. I'll make it myself. While Guemo stood there dumbfounded, Zhong Shiriying had already started washing the vegetables. No way. Guemo hurried over. How could he let Zhong Shiriying do the work? Unless he didn't want to work tomorrow. Besides, he'd promised first. He snatched the tomatoes from Zhong Shiriying's hands and began washing them swiftly. Ms. Zhong, just wait, you'll get to taste my skills. You won't poison me, will you? Zhong Shiriying stood nearby. Wiping the water droplets from her hands, she raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched. He immediately snorted. Ms. Zhong, you can question my character, but you absolutely cannot question my competence. After washing the tomatoes, Guemo quickly placed them in hot water. He then took out a piece of meat and began cutting it simply. So you're basically saying your character is lacking, huh? Put. Gumo's movements froze. He nearly sliced his own hand. Mr. Zhong, my character? Forget it. I'm no good. Guemo had intended to prove himself to Zhong Shiriying, but at that moment, he met her bright, piercing gaze. Recalling how he'd managed to win her over, he found himself momentarily speechless. Well, really not? Gumo licked his dry lips and quickly buried himself in his work. Zhong Shiriying, however, let out a proud little snort inside. This guy. What a hypocrite. She watched Guemo cook earnestly for a moment, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Seeing Guemo busy on his own, she didn't linger idle either. She joined him in the kitchen. An hour later. Who knew, Guemo? Your cooking skills aren't half bad. You're almost as good as our auntie now. Zhong Shiriying looked thoroughly satisfied. She was full. She rubbed her belly, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Guemo began clearing the dishes. Hearing the compliment, he felt a touch of pride. Of course. After all, I've been cooking for myself these past 2 years. How could I not pick up a few skills? Guemo snorted. A proud expression spread across his face. As he spoke, Guemo quickly began washing the dishes. His enthusiasm grew even stronger. Even with a dishwasher available, his 2 years of cooking for himself had made him prefer washing by hand. Zhong Shiriying propped her small head up, watching Guemo bustle about in the kitchen. Suddenly, she spoke up. How about you cook for me instead? Snap. Guemo froze in place. Wait. After bullying me once, you want to keep bullying me? Gumo's expression darkened slightly. No way. He couldn't keep letting Zhong Shiriying push him around like this. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight back. Ms. Zhong, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Our relationship. I'm just an employee. Besides, isn't Auntie still here? And we both have work to do. I can't come here often. What's the big deal? The housekeeper is getting older. What's wrong with me finding someone else to help lighten her load? Besides, we're coming back together, right? You can cook for me then. Zhong Shiriying smiled. Gumo's mouth twitched. Good grief. Not only does she squeeze every last drop out of me at work, but now she wants to squeeze me dry after work too. Do you think I'll let you have your way? Ms. Zhong, I might have other commitments after work. Besides, I can't cook for you every single day. He tried his best to come up with a reasonable excuse to decline. After hearing this, Zhong Shiriying fell silent. Seeing this, Guemo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Phew. At least he'd made a valid point enough to make Zhong Shiriying back down. Oomph. If she treated me like a beast of burden during the day, did she expect me to be her slave at night too? No way. Guemo must refuse with righteous indignation. But the very next moment, Guemo seemed to sense something was off. He quickly looked at Zhong Shiriying. But her gaze was fixed on the floor beneath him. Soon, following her gaze, Guemo spotted a shattered bowl on the floor. Suddenly, Gumo's heart tightened. He saw Zhong Shiriying standing there, arms crossed over her chest, her expression calm and composed. If I recall correctly, she remarked, that bowl is a priceless antique worth millions. She suddenly interjected. Chapter 38, Nighttime Companionship. Worth tens of millions? Worth tens of millions? Worth 10 million. These words echoed repeatedly in Gumo's mind, making him doubt whether this thing was even real. But as the former owner of Villa 98, he knew all too well the true worth of the treasures within his home. Soon, Guemo licked his dry lips. He glanced at Zhong Shiriying ahead with a pained expression and gave a nervous chuckle. Ms. Zhong, could this thing get me a letter of understanding? Inside, Guemo was on the verge of collapse. When those words flashed through his mind just now, he nearly dropped to his knees before Zhong Shiriying. Damn it! Even if they sold me off, they probably couldn't scrape together that much money. If the other party insisted on compensation, Guemo would have no choice but to go to jail. Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms. Of course, if you feel you can't afford the compensation, you might want to consider my earlier proposal. She gave Guemo no room to maneuver. Damn it. She's doing this on purpose. This girl is definitely doing this on purpose. Guemo was on the verge of tears. But what could he do now? Once you're on this pirate ship, there's no getting off. Well then. Oh, right. One more thing, if you cook here, I might consider reducing your compensation if you sleep in this villa at night. Before Guemo could respond, Zhong Shiriying continued speaking. Humph. Ha. Just as expected. She's got it all figured out. Gumo's lips twitched at her words. He seemed to grasp Zhong Shiriying's meaning. This ing plays right into the same old tricks I used back then. This woman was clearly out for revenge. After that, wouldn't she make him sleep with this woman? Granted, sharing a bed with a stunner like Zhong Shiriying would be a hell of a score. But now Guemo had to seriously reconsider this woman's motives. What if she framed him for rape? He wouldn't even have a place to cry about it. He was starting to lose track of this woman's true intentions. What? You don't seem too keen on this? Then there's no choice. Since that's the case, we'll have to handle this strictly by the book. I'll call the police right now. As she spoke, Zhong Shiriying had already pulled out her phone, ready to dial the emergency number. Don't! Guemo was genuinely scared. He shook his head helplessly in the end, gritting his teeth as he agreed. I agree. Fine, I agree. Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. Only then did Zhong Shiriying take back her phone. Immediately after, she pulled out the keys to that Maybach from earlier. What's this? Guemo was utterly baffled. But Zhong Shiriying spoke calmly, drive me to work tomorrow morning. Put. Guemo nearly blacked out upon hearing this. Not yet, Ms. Zhong. I haven't agreed to this. Gumo's words were righteous and proper. But Zhong Shiriying didn't give Guemo that chance. She gave a soft snort. So you're saying you don't want to? I'm not willing. Guemo quickly made his stance clear. Cooking was one thing, but sleeping together? Absolutely impossible. At worst, it would just take a little longer to cook for Zhong Shiriying. But compromising his principles? Absolutely not. Guemo hadn't sunk that low yet. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I don't steal or rob. I have my own life. Mr. Zhong, this is getting a bit too overbearing. Guemo quickly made his stance clear with a cold snort. Zhong Shiriying, however, paid it no mind. She merely gave Guemo a fleeting glance before speaking slowly, I'll give you a 10,000 yuan raise in a month. The moment those words left her lips, Guemo, who had been wearing a righteous expression, suddenly froze. Then, a subtle shift came over his expression. It was as if he were undergoing a grueling internal struggle. That feeling was like someone on the verge of a mental breakdown. In the end, one part seemed to gain the upper hand. Gumo's expression turned stern once more. But then he took a deep breath and immediately spoke with solemnity. Ahem, well, actually, I think if this matter can accelerate the research progress of our Genesis technology, then I believe it must be a good thing. Who cares about pay? We just love serving the people and contributing to the advancement of Genesis tech. Guemo pounded his chest emphatically, declaring with conviction. Ms. Zhong, from now on, please always take my car to the company. This time, it was Zhong Shiriying who was taken aback. She'd been fretting over how awkward this situation felt, yet it would be this simple. Money really does make the devil grind the millstone. Especially with Guemo nowadays, that money-obsessed guy. Zhong Shiriying let out a soft chuckle. A sudden thought struck her. In 3 quick steps, she stood before Guemo, her face breaking into a playful grin. It sent a chill down one's spine. Wait, Ms. Zhong, this change, it's happening a bit too fast. I'm having trouble processing it. Come to my room tonight. Just as Guemo was utterly dumbfounded, Zhong Shiriying uttered those words. Put. Guemo nearly choked on his own blood. What? Ms. Zhong, did you even realize what you just said? Is this direct? Are you trying to pull a dirty trick on me? Pressing his dry lips together, Guemo still wanted to refuse. After all, she was a woman of principles. She couldn't let herself be humiliated like this time and time again. But by then, Zhong Shiriying had already turned and walked away. She didn't give Li Feng a chance to refuse. But she had already reached the corner. She glanced back at Guemo and said calmly, if I don't see you tonight, come find me at the police station tomorrow. With that, Zhong Shiriying swiftly vanished from Gumo's sight. Guemo felt utterly overwhelmed. Damn. This was the first time he'd ever felt like he was being blackmailed. Thankfully, this person wasn't some greasy, pot-bellied creep from Nantong. It was Zhong Shiriying. But for some reason, Guemo still felt uneasy. He just couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. It felt worlds apart from that feeling back then. After swapping identities, their experiences were naturally worlds apart. The only difference, he thought, was... Guemo quickly shook his head. He composed himself and went to wash up. That night, Guemo stood before Zhong Shiriying's door, his heart pounding with excitement. Gazing at the wooden door ahead, his heart pounded relentlessly. Finally, he steeled himself. Knock, knock. he knocked on the door. Zhong Shuriying. Could she feel the same way about him? In truth, wasn't this attempt simply to restore things to how they once were? Chapter 39, Nightmare. No. What the hell are you thinking? Guemo quickly tapped his forehead. Absolutely ridiculous. With Zhong Shuriying's excellence, how could she possibly set her sights on a useless fool like you? She's practically the top woman in Jianhai City now, why on earth would she fall for a useless piece of trash like you? Guemo licked his dry lips. Heh. Perhaps Zhong Shuriying had recalled all the things she'd done to her in the past, and now she wanted to exact revenge on Guemo, piece by piece? Since he had sown the seeds, he must now reap the consequences. Guemo pressed his dry lips together. Gritting his teeth, he knocked on the door again almost immediately. His heart raced with anxiety. He had expected Zhong Shuriying to come out this time. But unexpectedly, she didn't. After another long stretch of time, there was still no sound from Zhong Shuriying's room. What did this mean? Guemo was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that Zhong Shuriying had already fallen asleep? But he didn't dare leave either. After all, he remembered what Zhong Shuriying had told him earlier. If he wasn't here, he'd have to go to the police station tomorrow morning. Could he dare leave? Of course not. Thus, Guemo could only stay put, waiting for Zhong Shuriying's response. He knocked again, but this time Guemo was clearly much more cautious. Meanwhile, inside Zhong Shuriying's room, she surveyed the dazzling array of specialty costumes before her, finally settling on a bunny girl outfit complete with a whip and candles. Soon, the door opened. A smile finally appeared on Gumo's face. But just as quickly, when Guemo saw the familiar prop in her hand, his expression froze. Wait, Ms. Zhong, what? Guemo licked his dry lips. They say the rich play hard, but he never imagined it would be this extreme. A whip and candles, things he'd never even tried himself, and now it was his turn to be on the receiving end. Judging by Zhong Shuriying's languid expression, this outfit clearly wasn't meant for her to wear. Then who else could it be? It could only be Guemo. Come in, or 10 million. Your choice. Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly. Naturally, the night passed without a word. Of course, Guemo didn't choose to come in. He chose to preserve what little dignity he had left. Wah! Damn you, Zhong Shuriying. Just you wait until I get my hands on you. How dare you make me work like a dog to pay you 10 million in compensation? I'll beat your ass to a pulp. You'll never get away with this. Guemo gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws. The situation in his dream was exactly the same. And in reality, Guemo had just uttered those exact words, muttering to himself. The commotion jolted him awake. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was dreaming or in the real world. With a sharp snap, Guemo snapped back to consciousness. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His hands still seemed to carry the lingering sensation of Zhong Shuriying's whipping from the dream. Especially that little whip, just thinking about it was torture. But soon, his entire body froze solid. Zhong. Guemo pressed his dry lips together, his voice trembling. Just uttering those two words felt like he'd expended every ounce of strength he possessed. Ha. Mr. Zhong, how are you? Good morning? Guemo forced a dry laugh, finally managing to pull a smile onto his face. What were you just saying? I think I heard something. Ahem. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Guemo hurriedly interjected. Oh boy. If Zhong Shuriying heard what he just said, he'd be completely finished. He quickly beat her to it and covered her mouth. I think I did hear something. Some people seem to be saying some dirty words. Was that just my imagination? Zhong Shuriying tilted her head in thought, her stern expression revealing an even deeper layer of indifference and aloofness. Gumo's expression immediately turned serious. He patted his chest emphatically and declared solemnly. Rest assured, Ms. Zhong. I absolutely did not say anything bad about you. You're the big boss of Genesis Tech, we're all waiting for you to pay our salaries. How could I dare insult you? True, Zhong Shuriying mused, running a finger along her smooth jawline. I swear to heaven, I absolutely did not behave that way before. Otherwise what? Zhong Shuriying gave Guemo an extra glance, her tone cool. Gumo's expression froze for a moment. Damn it! She did that on purpose. Gritting his teeth, Guemo growled. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. It was just a casual oath anyway. He believed in science, not superstition. He certainly didn't believe 5 bolts of lightning would strike him down. If you hadn't said that, you'd be castrated. Zhong Shuriying suddenly blurted out. At those words, the last traces of a smile vanished from Gumo's face, his expression growing even stiffer. It had to be you. She always managed to pinpoint others' weak spots with precision. Guemo quickly lowered his head. Ms. Zhong, you must not have had breakfast. I knew it. I'll go make you something right away. After saying this, Guemo slunk away. Oh no. More like fled. He didn't want to linger here for even a second longer. After Guemo left, Zhong Shuriying smiled calmly. Castrating you? I couldn't bear to. After breakfast, Guemo tidied up the dishes as usual. But this time, he moved with extreme caution, determined never to repeat his past mistake. Licking his dry lips, Guemo muttered curses under his breath in the kitchen. Damn it! Why did I have to dream something like this? And why did I have to say it out loud? This is screwed up. I was only supposed to make dinner for Zhong Shuriang, but now I have to make breakfast too. Guemo shook his head in frustration. The worst part was, he couldn't afford to get distracted. If he did, he'd only be adding to his own punishment. Finally done washing the dishes, Guemo made his way to the living room. Zhong Shuriang was already ready. Let's go. Zhong Shuriang gave Guemo a casual wave. Auntie had naturally ironed Zhong Shuriang's professional attire ahead of time. She slipped it on with practiced efficiency and headed out the door. Guemo felt like crying. No choice. He could only rub his eyes and follow closely behind. Young Master Gu and Miss Xiong really do make a perfect pair. Last night, you two. At the doorway, the aunt smiled and addressed Guemo. I had a nightmare last night. Guemo hurriedly replied. Then, as if realizing something didn't quite add up, he added another sentence. Oh, right, I had another nightmare this morning too. After saying this, Guemo quickly walked outside, afraid that if he hesitated even a moment, Zhong Shuriang would take notice. Chapter 40, Rumors. Creation Tech. Guemo parked the car with extreme caution. He was terrified of scratching or denting the car. This was the most cautious he'd been in the 7 years since getting his license. Even though he'd driven carelessly before, he was now steady as a rock. You don't need to be so cautious. I trust your driving skills. Remember how smooth your drifting was back in college when you were street racing? Zhong Shuriang couldn't help but call out when she saw Gumo's overly cautious movements. Caution was a good thing. But you're being way too cautious. Guemo let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. I just can't afford to pay for the damage, you know? Back in the day, he wouldn't have batted an eye if he wrecked a carbon fiber sports car. But crashing this thing? That would genuinely break his heart. After all, I really can't afford to pay for it. If you do end up hitting something, it'll be covered by insurance or the company. You won't have to pay out of pocket. Just drive with confidence. At worst, it'll come out of your paycheck. Zhong Shuriang flipped a page in the contract and said calmly. However, even though she hadn't said anything, she felt completely at ease about Guemo driving. Gumo's expression darkened instantly. Damn it! I might as well just slam the gas pedal and kill us both. But that thought was just a fleeting one. Soon, the car smoothly entered Genesis Tech's underground parking garage. Guemo parked and suddenly remembered something. Guemo suddenly spoke up, since they're covering this, what about that plate I broke at your place last night? But just then, he heard the car door slam shut. It turned out Zhong Shuriang had already gotten out. We'll go up in groups. Zhong Shuriang's voice carried from a distance. She didn't wait for Gumo's response. Guemo was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? By the time Guemo got out of the car, Zhong Shuriang had already boarded the elevator, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants on all sides. Guemo, of course, didn't have access to that special elevator. He could only take the staff elevator. Gumo's mouth twitched. This guy. Forget it. Just endure it. Guemo shook his head. After locking his car, he quickly made his way to the elevator. Once inside, he could close his eyes and relax. Huff. He hadn't slept well last night, and now he felt off. No choice, he'd have to seize this chance to rest properly. Just then, the elevator stopped on the first floor of the company building. A group of people quickly entered from outside. Guemo instinctively shifted toward the corner. So tired. And just then, Mr. Gu. Oh my. I didn't expect you to be here so early. Soon, two people walked in from outside. One of them, upon seeing Guemo, immediately launched into flattery. That nauseating voice, no need to guess who it belonged to. Guemo opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was that pot-bellied Li Feng. The other man was Su Mu from their Genesis Tech R&D department. Upon noticing the two of them, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. Morning. He managed a weak greeting before closing his eyes again to rest. There was nothing he could do, he was simply too exhausted. Li Feng seemed to have been met with a cold shoulder, a hint of awkwardness flickering across his face. Reflecting on what he'd done to Guemo before, he could understand now. But this guy didn't seem as thick-headed as Guemo had been back then. Li Feng immediately began fawning over Guemo. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu must have been working late into the night yesterday, tending to our research department's affairs. Our R&D department is truly blessed to have a dedicated talent like you, Mr. Gu. My admiration for Mr. Gu flows like the ceaseless currents of the Yangtze, like the Yellow River in flood, utterly unstoppable. To have this opportunity to exchange ideas with Mr. Gu is truly a blessing earned by our ancestors' virtue in past lives. If given the chance, I'd burn yellow paper offerings to swear brotherhood with Mr. Gu. This guy. Isn't he being a bit too chatty? Guemo was getting annoyed. He was exhausted. Naturally, he wasn't in the best mood. Alright. Stop annoying me here. Shut your mouth already and give me some peace. Guemo waved his hand dismissively. He closed his eyes again to rest. Oh, fine. Then I'll be off. Li Feng didn't press the issue. He quickly took Su Mu's spot, creating some distance from Guemo. Gazing at Gumo's face, still resting with eyes closed, he couldn't help but sigh again. Oh my. Why does this world have such a perfect person? When I saw him up close just now, I felt like Mr. Gu was truly an immortal from the heavens, so handsome and dashing. Now seeing him from afar, I feel it even more. I regret my own blindness for not recognizing such a gem earlier. But thankfully, our CEO Zhong has the discerning eye to spot Mr. Gu's talent at a glance. Excellent. Excellent. Li Feng spoke with enthusiasm, his face beaming. He showered Guemo with praise from the sidelines. Su Mu, observing his reaction, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Hoof. It had to be you, Supervisor Li. No wonder the entire research team was disbanded earlier, and only Li Feng remained. That level of competence. No wonder he got to stay. He'd be doing himself a disservice if he didn't stick around. He's too smooth. Su Mu quickly glanced at Guemo, who was resting with his eyes closed ahead, then shook his head with a wry smile. You're wrong about that. This isn't staying up late for research achievements, it's clearly staying up late for some delightful activities. How could you not be sleepy? At this remark, Li Feng beside him froze for a moment. What do you mean? Wonderful things? Seriously? Is it that kind of wonderful thing? But then Su Mu gave him a quiet nudge. Did you forget? Last night, our CEO Gu left with CEO Zhong. I saw President Zhong earlier, and he had some dark circles under his eyes too. When exactly did you ever see dark circles under Mr. Zhong's eyes? At those words, Li Feng suddenly realized. His eyes widened instantly. Whoa! Holy crap! Who would have thought? Thinking back carefully, it seemed to be exactly that. He licked his dry lips, glanced once more at Guemo, who seemed to have dozed off ahead, and couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. Indeed. Sometimes, being handsome really does pay off. Soon, the elevator came to a stop. Guemo also opened his eyes, still half asleep. Damn it! It's all Zhong Shuriying's fault. She made me sleep outside the door all night last night. Worse still, she'd kept him awake all night, afraid she'd appear disoriented when Zhong Shuriying saw her. He hadn't gotten a single decent hour of sleep all night. Now he looked utterly exhausted. Guemo felt his eyes were about to shut on their own. What are you two whispering about? Guemo rubbed his eyes. He looked toward Su Mu and Li Feng ahead, yawning as he asked in confusion. Oh, we were just talking about. Nothing at all. We were just saying how much more handsome you look, Mr. Gu. Just as Su Mu was about to speak, Li Feng beside him quickly covered the guy's mouth and offered a flurry of apologetic smiles to Guemo. Guemo didn't seem to mind. Let's go to work. Chapter 41, What's with those dark circles? Guemo leaned on the desk for a brief rest. Yet this simple gesture nearly made Guemo the target of everyone's gossip and the center of all discussion. Did you hear? Last night, Mr. Gu went home with Mr. Zhong. That's nothing. What I heard is that Mr. Gu actually got into Mr. Zhong's car. That's nothing. You guys don't know Mr. Zhong barely arrived today before our Mr. Gu showed up right behind him. Talk about coincidence, And don't even get me started. This morning I saw not only our Mr. Gu sporting dark circles under his eyes, but Mr. Zhong had them too. Soon, one gossipy rumor after another spread, and before he knew it, Guemo, who hadn't done anything wrong, was already ruined in the eyes of others. And none of this was known to Guemo. He probably never imagined that simply arriving at work alongside Zhong Shuriying, even though they entered the company in separate shifts, would be spotted and turned into gossip. TSK, I truly never imagined such things could happen. Even someone like me, who's used to gossip, finds this hard to swallow. This is ridiculous. Li Feng, with his bulging belly, rubbed his stomach, his face etched with disbelief. He'd always considered himself the king of gossip, but compared to his own employees, it was like heaven and earth. The gap was simply too vast. Su Mu, standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. But what occupied his mind now was how to get that guy Guemo to teach him a trick or two. Maybe then he could land a rich woman himself. At least he wouldn't have to suck up to others every day. Just look at Guemo in Germany now. How successful is he? He's already driving a Maybach, and getting a Lamborghini in a couple of years would be a piece of cake, right? All it takes is a few whispers in Zhong Shuriying's ear. Everyone who heard this gossip couldn't help but feel envy and resentment toward Guemo. Little do they know that last night, Guemo nearly ended up getting treated with candles and a little whip. Even now, in his sleep, he still vaguely dreams of being brutally tortured. It was downright inhumane. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the doorway. The very next second. Upon seeing the newcomer, they all quickly lowered their heads, pretending not to notice. Li Feng, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now shrunk like a timid little bird, ducking his neck and scurrying to the side. In truth, it was all fear. For the person arriving was none other than the iron-willed female secretary general who always accompanied Zhong Shuying. Kai He. Within the headquarters, she was the merciless iron judge, impartial and impartial, and, of course, the epitome of ruthless impartiality. And nearly everyone knew the nature of this woman's relationship with Zhong Shuying. If this woman discovered they were secretly badmouthing Zhong Shuying behind her back, the outcome would inevitably be dire. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Even Su Mu and Li Feng were no exception. After all, they had been part of it just moments ago. Yet at that very moment, Kai He remained utterly composed. She ignored everyone completely and walked straight toward Guemo. Guemo, come here for a moment. Seeming to notice the commotion outside, Li Feng hurriedly looked up. Holy crap! It was actually this guy who showed up. Guemo almost instinctively pressed his dry lips together, his expression gradually turning bitter. If Kai He wanted to see him, it meant Zhong Shuying wanted to see him. To be honest, Guemo really didn't want to see Zhong Shuying at this moment. Secretary Kai, what might President Zhong require? Pressing his dry lips together, Guemo cautiously spoke up. At his words, however, the other party merely raised an eyebrow slightly, replying with an expression of utter indifference. You needn't concern yourself with the details. Just know you must go. You have 5 minutes to prepare. If Mr. Zhong doesn't see you in 5 minutes, I'll have HR contact you. With no hint of negotiation in her tone, Kai He swiftly turned and left, leaving behind a group of utterly bewildered people. Oof. This guy really is, beyond words. Guemo gave a wry smile and shook his head. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Well, there was no other choice. He'd just have to risk his life and go. After Kai He left, the crowd resumed their chatter. Guemo slapped his face to snap himself out of it, then hurried toward the main office. As Guemo walked through the crowd, they instinctively fell silent. Only after he had completely disappeared did they dare to speak again. Phew, so this is the king of freeloaders? I've seen it today. Seems some folks were right after all, a handsome face really does put food on the table. I'm so jealous. If I had that kind of capital, I'd go for it too. Li Feng's lips twisted bitterly, tears welling in his eyes. Why, if only I had a face that handsome. Maybe I could get lucky and hook up with Mr. Zhong. Then I wouldn't have to work my ass off anymore. But Su Mu, standing nearby, couldn't help but snort with laughter upon hearing this. Ha! You? Forget it. He gave Li Feng a once-over from head to toe. This guy was better off not dreaming. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine how ridiculous it would be for this guy to appear in front of Zhong Shuying and say something like that. But your idea is pretty good. If they made a movie out of it, I'd definitely buy a standing room only ticket to watch it. Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. The others couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing this. Li Feng curled his lips and snorted. Damn it, do I really look that pathetic in your eyes? But no one responded to his words. So Li Feng quietly slipped into an empty corner. He pulled out a mirror and examined his own reflection. I'm not ugly at all. How dare they say that about me? They must be jealous of my handsome looks. Li Feng snorted. After admiring his reflection for a while, Li Feng quickly stowed away the small mirror. Rubbing his bulging belly, he felt no one could appreciate his charm. Soon. Zhong Shuying's office. Ms. Zhong. Guemo knocked on the door and called out softly from the other side. His voice carried a hint of caution. Come in. Soon, Zhong Shuying's voice echoed. Guemo cautiously pushed the door open upon hearing her words. Yet his mind was completely occupied with last night's events. This guy. I wonder how he'll torment me next. Oh, wait, torture might be too strong a word, but it definitely won't be anything good. Chapter 42, The Taizhou Incident. They stood there in an awkward standoff for a moment. Neither of them spoke. Mr. Zhong, if there's anything on your mind, you can tell me. Guemo pursed his lips and addressed Zhong Shuying. He attempted to break the silence. Using this as an excuse, he finally dared to lift his head. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Zhong Shuying seemed to be looking at a contract, her mind completely elsewhere. Ha! A twitch flashed across Gumo's lips. Damn it! No wonder he hadn't heard Zhong Shuying calling him, turns out she'd been doing it on purpose. But now he was staying under someone else's roof, and since she hadn't done anything overly inappropriate, he dared not make a fuss. Ms. Zhong? Guemo licked his dry lips and cautiously reminded Zhong Shuying. Only then did Zhong Shuying turn her head toward Guemo. Her expression remained calm. Amidst Gumo's awkward chuckle, Zhong Shuying slowly set down the documents in her hands. There's actually something concerning you, something that's been giving us at Genesis Tech quite a headache. What is it? Upon hearing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Something only he could handle? Technical matters? Or perhaps related to the company's business operations? Guemo was a bit confused, but since Zhong Shuying had brought it up, it meant something was bound to land squarely on his plate. The moment company matters were brought up, Gumo's expression quickly. He couldn't help but grow serious. Any personal grievances between him and Zhong Shiriying were instantly cast aside. Seeing Guo shift into high gear so swiftly, Zhong Shiriying felt a slight stir within her. Had she been overly harsh with Guo? Guo devoted himself entirely to their company, yet she sometimes felt tempted to make things difficult for him. She cleared her throat softly. Do you remember that shipment in Taizhou? Gumo's heart stirred at the mention, instantly recalling the matter they'd handled together. The shipment we signed with Jiang Tianshang, the head of Taizhou Chip Company, who personally hosted us. Guo recalled immediately. Back in Taizhou, they had fully customized Genesis Tech's latest chip model. Jiang Tianshang had even patted his chest, promising to allocate part of their production capacity to accommodate Genesis Tech. Logically, with a written contract in hand, there shouldn't be any issues. But judging by Zhong Shiriying's tone, it seemed Jiang Tianshang's side had encountered some difficulties. Guo grew curious. Could it be that there's a problem with that shipment? Jiang Tianshang isn't giving us the goods? Zhong Shiriying silently nodded. Her gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity, as if she had regained the decisive resolve unique to a female CEO. How could this happen? Gumo's eyes widened. That's the penalty clause. Gumo's eyes darted around. Back then, they had placed an order worth nearly 500 million yuan with the Taizhou chip factory. If they breached the contract, the other party would have to compensate them 10 billion yuan according to the terms. Generally speaking, no one would willingly forfeit a 100 million yuan order and then pay nearly double that amount in penalties. But Jiang Tianshang of Delta had done just that. This couldn't help but make one suspect whether there was a larger conspiracy behind it. Yet Zhong Shiriying shook her head again. She sighed helplessly. They didn't breach the contract. What? Upon hearing this, Gumo's eyes widened instantly. What do you mean? Guo couldn't believe it. Zhong Shiriying seemed somewhat resigned. She promptly explained every detail of her collaboration with Jiang Tianshang to Guo. It turned out, Jiang Tianshang hadn't breached the contract at all, he'd simply extended the deadline indefinitely. Their contract contained no stipulation regarding delivery dates, nor any provisions for subsequent cooperation plans. In other words, beyond the initial shipment, everything else could be delayed indefinitely. Even if Genesis Tech went bankrupt, they could still renege on the debt. They hadn't even considered this possibility back then. Zhong Shiriying frowned for the first time. I trusted them too much. These people would actually do something like this for profit. Guo quickly frowned as well, his voice deepening. I suspect a larger conspiracy behind this. Someone deliberately wants to see Genesis Tech fail. You mean? Zhong Shiriying paused, turning to look at Guo. She saw Guo nod firmly. Exactly. Besides those two giants, I can't think of anyone else. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Dragon Ascension too. There were simply too many in this world who didn't want to see their Dragon Nation ships rise to prominence. Pinpointing the target was proving difficult. But it must be connected to those two giants. But no matter what, Longqing too shouldn't have fallen here. Why not try talking to Jiang Tianshang? We're all out here for the money, aren't we? If we present sufficiently compelling benefits, he'll surely agree to our terms. Zhong Shiriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, she still wanted to give it a try. Guo pondered briefly before readily agreeing. All right. Go get ready. We'll catch the earliest flight to Taizhou later. Guo dared not delay a moment longer and immediately returned to pack his things. Soon, at the research department, the staff were still whispering about some gossip when they suddenly saw Guo rushing in, looking frantic. They immediately hushed their chatter and got back to work. Sumu and Li Feng were no exception. Mr. Gu, is there something urgent? Perhaps we should handle it for you? At that moment, Li Feng had transformed into a sycophant. Upon seeing Guo, he immediately rushed forward, his face breaking into a smile as he spoke. However, Guo merely gave Li Feng a fleeting glance before speaking calmly. For the next period, I'm placing the research department under your direct supervision. You will have full authority over all matters within it. I'll review your performance when I return. After saying this, Guo swiftly grabbed his work computer from his room and turned to walk out. Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression shifted slightly. He was about to ask a question when Guo had already left their office. When Li Feng turned to look out the window, all he could see was a tiny silhouette, completely disappearing from view. Good grief! Is everyone rushing off to have babies? So much of a hurry? Li Feng's mouth twitched slightly, his expression utterly bewildered. Not just him, every single employee present felt the same way. Meanwhile, they quickly spotted a message in their private chat group. This is huge. Something major just happened. Our CEO chartered a plane, saying he has something important to attend to for 2 days. We're done for. Kai He, that shrew, is going to skin us alive. The group chat echoed with lamentations and grievances. Chapter 43, Even Worse News. Time passed quickly. Daozhou, the largest supply factory. Guo and Zhong Shiriying had been waiting in the reception room for quite some time. By now, the sky had grown dark. Zhong Shuriying sipped her black tea, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, clearly troubled by something. Meanwhile, Guemo had already asked their receptionist for the umpteenth time. How much longer before your Mr. Jiang arrives? We have a very urgent matter to discuss with Mr. Jiang. We made an appointment earlier. Yet the receptionist politely shook her head at Guemo. We sincerely apologize, sir. Mr. Jiang has been exceptionally busy lately. We kindly ask for your patience. We have notified him diligently. Should he arrive, we will inform you immediately. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Guemo gritted his teeth, finally sighing helplessly. Returning to Zhong Shuriying's side, Guemo shook his head at her and said, Nothing we can do. He's probably not here. Not here. He's not avoiding us, is he? Oomph. Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I'd really like to know what Zhang Tianqing is up to. Guemo pressed his lips together, then let out a bitter laugh. But even if we did manage to meet Zhang Tianqing in person, there's no guarantee he'd agree to process our products for us. What if he refuses? Then we'd just have to slink back home, wouldn't we? If we were to manufacture this domestically. While there are factories in the mainland, none match the quality of those in the island province. Moreover, since domestic factories are still in their infancy, the quality would inevitably suffer. Price is another matter entirely. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Gumo Henkin turned his head. Zhang Tianqing? Gumo's eyebrow arched slightly. This guy finally showed up. Zhong Shuriying sprang to her feet the moment she spotted him. Mr. Jiang, I thought you weren't coming, she said in a low voice. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang burst into laughter. With Miss Zhong here in person, how could I possibly not show up? Even if I'm swamped with work, I'd make time to meet with our partners. But Zhong Shuriying quickly continued in a low voice. Business partners? Are you serious, Mr. Jiang? In your eyes, are we at Genesis Tech still partners? If that's the case, then why did you cut off our supply? The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Zhang Tianqing's smile gradually faded. Zhong Shuriying showed no sign of stopping. My team has already informed me that you've halted all business dealings with Genesis Technologies. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Zhong Shuriying snorted coldly, laying out all of Zhang Tianqing's transgressions. There was no way around it. Genesis Tech had just released their second-generation product, and they needed these components urgently. If they couldn't secure these components by the launch date, forget about losing Genesis Tech's credibility. The companies they'd signed contracts with could probably sue them into bankruptcy with the penalty fees alone. How could Zhong Shuriying not be anxious? After hearing this, Zhang Tianqing fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ms. Zhong will certainly provide them to you. However, all regulations must be strictly followed. The contract clearly states in black and white that we'll deliver 30% of the goods within the first 2 months. As for the remaining 70%, that depends entirely on how much capacity our idle factory equipment can muster. But you know how it is, the entire industry is in a fierce global race to the bottom lately, with ever-increasing demands for these products. Our Daozhou factory is under immense pressure. Being able to allocate 30% spare capacity to you is already quite generous. But rest assured. Zhang Tianqing promptly pounded his chest emphatically and declared solemnly, any spare production capacity our factory can squeeze out will be dedicated to manufacturing your Genesis Tech goods first. We guarantee your supply. Zhong Shuriying clearly wasn't willing to accept this empty promise. Gritting her teeth, she said in a low voice, Zhang Tianqing, this isn't what we agreed upon earlier. You promised to deliver these items before Genesis Tech's new product launch. You've broken your word. Guemo glanced at Zhong Shuriying, her face ashen, and felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Clearly, the complexities of the business world were far beyond the grasp of a female CEO sitting high in her office tower. Sometimes, problems couldn't be solved with a few casual words. Sure enough. After Zhong Shuriying spoke, Zhang Tianqing ahead merely shrugged indifferently. Ms. Zhong, I've explained this clearly. If we have the capacity to handle this batch of goods, we'll certainly assist you. If we lack that capacity, then we can only offer you a delay. Clearly, he was tearing down the facade, showing Zhong Shuriying no courtesy whatsoever. He didn't even mention refunding the money. What a joke. After all, it was worth hundreds of millions, yet they only needed to deliver goods worth 100 million. The remaining 300 million was essentially free money. Guemo had never seen such a lucrative business before. This ING thing makes more money than arms dealing. Zhong Shuriying was trembling with rage. Yet Zhang Tianqing remained utterly unfazed. Casually crossing one leg over the other, he gave Zhong Shuriying a dismissive snort. Ms. Zhong, I believe I've made myself perfectly clear. If you have any grievances, feel free to take me to the international court. If you win, you can do with me as you please. But I've got other business to attend to now, so I won't be staying for this. Zhang Tianqing had already lost interest in Zhong Shuriying. After a brief exchange, he let out a cold laugh and rose swiftly. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention, Miss Zhong. Your Genesis Tech had an insider leak all the details about your Decor Tech's new product. That person has already fled overseas. Our Island State factory was completely unaware of this matter beforehand. We also urge you to promptly verify your internal personnel to pinpoint the other party's identity. Otherwise, our Island State factory won't be taking responsibility for this mess. As your partner, this is all I can disclose. At these words, Zhong Shuriying's pupils contracted slightly. What? This guy. Guemo clenched his jaw, his expression turning grim. Zhong Shuriying, however, began trembling all over. So that meant all the secrets of their new product had already been leaked? Originally, they had only thought production capacity for the new product couldn't be ramped up. Yet, to their utter astonishment, they unexpectedly uncovered even more shocking news behind the scenes. While Guemo and Zhong Shuriying reeled in shock, Zhang Tiancheng let out a cold laugh, flicked his sleeves, and strode toward the exit. It's already dark. Let these two stay the night inside. We wouldn't want anyone saying Taizhou Chip Factory is heartless. Chapter 44, The Towering Edifice is about to fall. Finally, Zhong Shuriying and Guemo returned to Longhua, neither of them knowing what kind of mood they were in. Zhong Shuriying remained silent throughout the journey. Staring out the window at the blue sky and white clouds, she began to doubt her own eyesight. Ms. Zhong. Guemo licked his dry lips, wanting to step forward and offer comfort. But the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't find the right way to speak. So he could only shake his head helplessly. But in doing so, he ended up pulling Zhong Shuriying closer to his chest. Zhong Shuriying's rigid body, after a momentary daze, finally relaxed completely. The flight, lasting several hours, was utterly silent. No one spoke. Dragon Nation. Creation Technology. No one knew who had spread the rumor that Genesis Technologies couldn't deliver the products they were supposed to. A storm was brewing. Did you hear? Genesis Tech's negotiations with that chip manufacturer in Taizhou fell through. Now they're threatening to go after us, even if it means paying breach penalties. Whoa. Is that for real? Don't mess with me. I was planning to work at Genesis Tech until retirement. This could sink our supermarket tech division. You're so naive. What company doesn't go under? Especially a new tech startup like this. I'm telling you, these guys go down the fastest. Stock prices could be soaring today and plummeting into bankruptcy tomorrow. But I still find it hard to believe. After all, Genesis Tech has achieved such remarkable success before. What's the big deal? You haven't heard the news from Taizhou. Not only did they not breach the contract, but they also legally cut off our chip supply. But why? If supporting Genesis Tech meant securing future orders, why rush to destroy us now? Some were genuinely puzzled. But someone quickly explained, what's so hard to understand? They simply offered more money. I heard those two international chip giants spent a fortune buying up orders from Taizhou chip manufacturers, directly squeezing out Genesis Tech's business. Whoa! At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! They'd witnessed countless business battles, but never imagined one being fought right at the manufacturer's doorstep. Today, they'd finally seen it. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Just then, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying walked in. Upon seeing the pair, the crowd promptly fell silent and returned to their tasks. Noticing this, Guemo smiled and turned to Zhong Shuriying behind him. Ms. Zhong, it's just one chip manufacturer refusing to work with an agent. There are countless chip manufacturers out there. We don't have to go with them specifically. Besides, didn't they previously account for 30% of our orders? We can still utilize those to address our immediate needs. Zhong Shuriying nodded calmly upon hearing this. You're right. That 30% of chips is sufficient for us to manage for now. However, if this failed collaboration with the chip manufacturer gets sensationalized by others, it could reflect poorly on us. This was Zhong Shuriying's primary concern now. Everything else could be endured. Moreover, they faced a far more serious problem one Jiang Tiancheng had warned them about earlier. Someone had secretly leaked the chip's specifications, enabling counterfeit versions to appear anywhere in the world. They had hoped the launch of Lungsan 2 would deliver a major surprise, yet no one could have anticipated such a fiasco unfolding. Upon hearing this, Guemo immediately pressed his dry lips together. He spoke slowly. Mr. Zhong, rest assured. This matter should be handled by our technical department. Rest assured, we'll deliver a new product very soon. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly. She turned to look at Guemo. You can upgrade it again based on the original architecture? Zhong Shuriying was slightly surprised. Guemo shook his head with a smile. Of course not. At this, Zhong Shuriying's expression flickered with disappointment, though she quickly composed herself. Well, something like the Lungsan 2 was already cutting-edge technology. If it could be upgraded again, the government would probably be poaching the talent. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Zhong Shuriying silently shook her head. Just then, she noticed Gumo's lips curve into a faint smile. We can't improve the hardware for now, but we can enhance software compatibility. Ha! At those words, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred slightly. She seemed to grasp what Guemo intended to do next. You mean, upgrading the corresponding drivers? Guemo merely nodded with a smile. I'll add this feature to both the Lungsan 2 we have now and the upcoming versions. That way, those scammers who stole our research won't be able to use them smoothly. In that case, how would the chips they sell be any different from bricks? At this, Zhong Shuriying's eyes lit up. Exactly. Leave this matter to you. I guarantee it will be done. Guemo patted his chest, vowing solemnly. Zhong Shuriying had important matters to attend to next and couldn't continue discussing this with Guemo. The entire Genesis Tech Tower now stood precariously on the brink of collapse, with far too many people seemingly eager to witness its downfall. Zhong Shuriying had no choice but to address the situation. Watching Zhong Shuriying's hurried figure, Guemo clenched his fists. Zhong Shuriying, this time, I'll give you my all to help you. That was what Guemo thought to himself. Of course, his top priority was keeping his job. After all, having reached the company's management level, he certainly didn't want to start over from the bottom again. Boardroom. The top floor of Genesis Tech. The group had arrived early. Each wore an expression of detached indifference. The moment they saw Zhong Shuriying walk in from outside, the cold sarcasm began. Look, it's our CEO back. I'd love to hear what wonderful deeds our CEO accomplished while in Taizhou. What good deeds? She lost orders and got screwed over on contracts. She embarrassed us to no end. The real question is how someone like her could even be CEO of Genesis Tech. I think it's time to replace her. Exactly. We can't let this woman keep wrecking Chuanxer technology. In my opinion, we should appoint Mr. Xia, who has worked so diligently for Genesis Tech, as the new CEO. I agree. Young Master Xia is the one who should shoulder this responsibility. Chapter 45, The Way Out. No one could have imagined that the moment the negative news broke, chaos had already begun brewing within Genesis Tech. Some were even preparing to strip Zhong Shuriying of her position and hand it over to others. They clearly held no regard for Zhong Shuriying. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying's sharp and articulate speech fell on some ears as nothing but laughable. Here she was strategizing for everyone, yet these people were only concerned with kicking her while she was down. Besides those forcing her out, there were also those preparing to take the money and run. They're all cut from the same cloth. Zhong Shuriying watched the crowd in the hall with a detached gaze. The crowd at Changzhong had been swirling for quite some time, but upon noticing Zhong Shuriying's current state, they finally quieted down. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Zhong Shuriying. Only then did Zhong Shuriying slowly make her way to the chair reserved exclusively for her. She spoke without haste. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all understand whose territory this place truly is. It's me, Zhong Shuriying. At best, you're merely my partners. If any of you wish to leave now, be my guest, but your shares aren't worth much these days. If you pull out now, I guarantee you won't get a single penny. The room fell silent at her words. This guy. Everyone present instinctively swallowed hard. Only now did they finally grasp that the woman before them was no ordinary woman. She was Zhong Shuriying. The woman who had risen from nothing to where she stood now. Alright, now then. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share? After seeing no one speak up, Zhong Shuriying slowly spoke up. A deafening silence fell. Not a single voice stirred. Meanwhile, Guemo had already issued orders to the R&D department. That was to develop software unlike anything anyone had ever seen, software designed to suppress their chips. The moment these words were spoken, the room erupted in chaos. Wait, the bad news had barely hit, and already he was pushing them towards self-sabotage? The expressions on everyone's faces were far from cheerful. Mr. Gu, is this really necessary? Someone in the room soon let out a nervous chuckle. Exactly. This is the first time I've heard of using your own software to restrict your own hardware. Was he joking with them? Are you out of your mind? But Guemo merely shook his head. His tone was serious as he explained, our hardware production data at Chuangji Technology may have been compromised. This is the only way we can mitigate the damage now. But that'd be like killing us all too. It's not worth the cost. Guemo responded with a cold chuckle. Rest assured, if you follow my plan, you'll be in for a huge surprise. Since you dared to target Zhong Shuriying, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I hope the information truly hasn't been leaked. Otherwise, Guemo will make sure those people learn a painful lesson. That night, Gumo worked late into the night once more. A slender figure approached from ahead. No need to guess it was Zhong Shuriying herself. Guemo had grown accustomed to Zhong Shuriying arriving at this hour. Ms. Zhong, why are you here again? Guemo set down his mouse and keyboard, shaking his head with a wry smile. Zhong Shuriying, however, offered a faint smile. Shouldn't I be here at this hour? My servant, it's time for you to take me home. Guemo could only feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Must our relationship be defined this way? Can't we change it? If others found out, they'd think we're involved in some improper relationship. Zhong Shuriying merely shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Anyway, I paid for it. Might as well get my money's worth. Some people still owe me tens of millions. Humph. Ha! Gu Mo's mouth twitched. He'd been preparing for battle all afternoon, yet Zhong Shuriying's offhand remark had abruptly dragged him back to reality. Gu Mo felt both amused and exasperated. Alright. Fine, I'm scared of you, okay? He swiftly drew the key from his waistband and headed for the direct elevator out of the Chaozhou underground garage. Zhong Shuriying chuckled softly and followed close behind. It was as if today's troubles had never touched them. The night passed without incident. The next morning, they woke up and went about their respective tasks. Zhong Shuriying headed to the company to preside over meetings of varying sizes, while Gu Mo bustled about in the RD department. Several days passed in succession. Research department. Gu Mo finally broke into a smile. It's done. Since their launching 2 hadn't officially launched yet, all they needed to do was upload this to the driver download section of their website. Anything purchased from their company would carry this driver mark, ensuring smooth operation without incident. As for devices in other hands, if used without this driver, the consequences ranged from simple failure to boot up to outright explosions. Moreover, this driver is specifically designed for their upgraded architecture. Those stolen chips are completely useless. In other words, even if those painstakingly obtained Lungsan 2 chip blueprints were used to build actual chips, without this driver, they'd be nothing more than useless silicon dioxide. With these matters settled, Gu Mo could finally report back to Zhong Shuriying. Soon. Gu Mo approached Zhong Shuriying with palpable excitement. President Zhong, I have something important to report. Before he could finish, he noticed Zhong Shuriying seemingly engaged in conversation with a young man inside the president's office. His expression shifted upon witnessing this scene, and he quietly backed out. However, the person inside had already noticed him. Zhong Shuriying cleared her throat softly. Gu Mo, please wait outside for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss with President Wu. Gu Mo dared not say more. He was just an employee, albeit one with a bit of luck. Gu Mo responded with a nod, swiftly closing the door behind him as he waited quietly outside. He had no idea how long he waited. The office door swung open. A young playboy emerged. Wu Mingxian. He wasn't from Zhanghai City, rumor had it he hailed from the metropolis. Gu Mo recognized this guy. Back at the annual celebration banquet, Gu Mo had seen him before and been humiliated by him. Back then, Zhong Shuriying had rescued him from the situation. And now, this guy was strutting around with an air of arrogance, not recognizing Gu Mo at all, nor giving him the slightest bit of respect. With a dismissive glance at Gu Mo, Wu Mingxian shrugged and let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Oomph, trash. Though his voice was low, Gu Mo caught every word. Gu Mo pressed his lips together, choosing not to provoke a confrontation. He had more important matters to attend to with Zhong Shuriying. Chapter 46, A Trap. You're here? Gu Mo paused briefly outside the door. Just then, Zhong Shuriying's voice reached his ears. Gu Mo quickly snapped out of his daze. He pressed his lips together, tightened his grip on the documents in his hand, and swiftly entered the office. Zhong Shuriying looked down at the documents, a cup of coffee in her hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Ms. Zhong. Gu Mo approached. Something? Zhong Shuriying turned her head to look at him. For some reason, Gu Mo felt a slight pang in his heart. Why, did Zhong Shuriying seem so distracted? Or was he overthinking it? What's wrong? Noticing Gu Mo's distraction, Zhong Shuriying gave him another look and asked with a hint of confusion. Gu Mo snapped back to reality. He forced a smile onto his face. He pulled out the proposal he'd prepared long ago. At least he appeared composed now. Gu Mo hastily began explaining, Ms. Zhong, this document is our RD department's proposed solution for this matter. Please take a look. Gu Mo smiled. However, a sense of unease began to surface. For on Zhong Shuriying's face, Gu Mo detected traces of dissatisfaction. There was also a hint of indifference. This was... A vague sense of unease stirred within Gu Mo. He wondered if it might be connected to what was about to happen. He watched as Zhong Shuriying took the documents from Gu Mo's hand, glanced at them, then casually tossed them aside. Ms. Zhong? Gu Mo froze for a moment. His expression shifted slightly, tinged with confusion. But Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly. We've now confirmed that our data wasn't leaked by Zhang Tianqing and his group. Besides, they wouldn't dare leak this kind of information anyway. In that case, we only need to resolve the matter with the chip manufacturer. Zhong Shuriying said with a lightness of voice. Ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo's expression shifted slightly. So that's how it is. I was overthinking things. Then take a look at the next proposal I've prepared for you. This could further upgrade our architecture. If we can get it through testing, then we. But just then, Zhong Shuriying abruptly interrupted Gu Mo, continuing. Gu Mo, I know you mean well, but you know we're running out of time. Hearing this, Gu Mo finally understood. It turned out Zhong Shuriying had made up her mind from the very beginning. Oof. As an employee, he was being ungrateful. But for Zhong Shuriying, for Genesis Tech behind her, Gu Mo had to stand his ground. Now, Gu Mo had one final question. Well, regarding the chip manufacturer for our Dragonheart 2, has President Zhong finalized the selection? At these words, Zhong Shuriying glanced toward the doorway. Gu Mo turned his head in the same direction. Yet there was nothing to be seen. Just as Gu Mo looked puzzled, Zhong Shuriying quickly spoke up. Mr. Wu already discussed it with us earlier. He can connect us with Genesis technology, allowing us to collaborate with Shanghai's Tianxia chip. At these words, Gu Mo felt as if struck by lightning. Now he finally understood why that guy Wu Mingxian had appeared here. But Gu Mo recalled the incidents that had happened to Zhong Shuriying. This Wu Mingxian was no good guy. Recently, Genesis Tech had emerged as a dark horse in the chip industry, drawing the attention of countless people. Many were even plotting schemes targeting Zhong Shuriying. They had thoroughly investigated Zhong Shuriying's background long ago, knowing this young woman had no powerful connections or background to speak of, making her the easiest target to manipulate. If only they hadn't started too early, she would have been taken down long ago. In this society, alongside ordinary people, there are plenty of predators. Gu Mo might not know Zhong Shuriying, but he certainly knows Wu Mingxian. That man was no respectable individual. Ms. Zhong, we can discuss this matter, but as for Wu Mingxian, don't you know what he's involved in? Back when the Gu family still had money, they'd crossed paths with this Wu Mingxian. He was backed by a financial firm and had deep connections in every sphere. But his reputation was far from stellar. If it weren't for the powerful figures backing him, no one would even bother dealing with him. Back when the Gu family fell into disgrace, this man played a part in it. And now Zhong Shuriying was trusting someone like that? Gu Mo was utterly uneasy. Ms. Zhong, you're willing to trust such a con artist? Gu Mo's description was spot on. In their line of work, con artist was the most fitting label for such individuals. Yet Zhong Shuriying remained stern-faced. Of course I know exactly who this Wu Mingxian is, but we have no other choice now. There are only 3 chip manufacturers in the world. Having lost Taizhou, this is our only option left. As for the other, it was restricted by the White House and refused to supply chip manufacturing to Manhwa. Thus, their last hope rested solely on Shanghai's Tianxia semiconductor. It was clear Zhong Shuriying had been driven into a corner. Gu Mo heard this and pressed his dry lips together, hesitating to speak. It was clear Zhong Shuriying was prepared to risk everything this time. They had thought their lives would gradually improve, even if the two of them could never be like they once were. But no one could have imagined such an event would occur in the midst of it all. The calamity they now faced was no less devastating than when the Gu family had been purged. Only now did Gu Mo understand why his proposal, though excellent, had been met with utter indifference from Zhong Shuriying. Because the problem didn't lie with their chip design, but with the chip manufacturers. Only a handful of companies monopolized all the resources worldwide. If they wanted to buy a new one, not only would the price be exorbitant, but more importantly, it was simply unavailable. All his efforts had ultimately been in vain. Alright, my mind is made up. But then Zhong Shuriying abruptly stood up with a swift movement. Ms. Zhong, perhaps you could reconsider? Otherwise, we could continue negotiating with the Lanka Institute. If possible, we might even leverage connections to have the chips custom made in flying country? Gu Mo still wasn't keen on putting Zhong Shuriying in harm's way. If she fell into the hands of Wu Mingxian and his crew, then even if she got caught, this was a trap. But at that moment, Zhong Shuriying had already risen from her executive chair. I need to head to Magic City shortly. You're coming with me. Chapter 47, Possibilities. As she spoke, Zhong Shuriying was already striding forward in her high heels. Her gaze was unwavering, her stride resolute. Gu Mo knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't change this woman's mind. Helpless, he ended up with a wry smile. In that case, he'd have to accompany her to the bitter end. But perhaps he could consult someone from the Lanka Institute about this lithography machine. He had met one of them at the press conference earlier, and perhaps they could offer some assistance. Watching Zhong Shuriying's figure slowly disappear into the campus, Gu Mo gritted his teeth. The Gu family had already suffered enough. He himself had endured hardship. But he absolutely couldn't let Zhong Shuriying go through it. With that resolve, Gu Mo swiftly sent a message to Huang Gongjian while simultaneously hurrying toward Zhong Shuriying. Magic City. The largest CBD. After Zhong Shuriying and Gu Mo arrived here, Gu Mo remained alone in the lobby. As for Zhong Shuriying, she accompanied Kai He to the conference room. This time, Wu Mingxian had brokered the connection, providing Genesis technology and Magic City's Tianxia chip with an opportunity to discuss. Zhong Shuriying naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Thus, over an hour passed. Knowing Kai He was accompanying Zhong Shuriying, Gu Mo felt at ease. He still needed to explore other avenues. In case Zhong Shuriying and her team couldn't reach an agreement with Tianxia chip, he could offer an alternative solution. With that thought, Gu Mo pressed his lips together and focused even more intently on the screen. I've already sent you the theoretical knowledge. As a friend, I believe I've fulfilled my obligations. What surprises me is your willingness to share the Longqing 2 chip with me for free. Aren't you afraid of getting fired by your boss? The computer screen displayed the conversation between Guemo and Huang Gongjiang, a researcher at the Dragon Science Academy. Clearly, Huang Gongjiang remembered this outstanding young man. In his spare time, he was willing to spend a little more time chatting with Guemo. Of course, even Huang Gongjiang was astonished by the problems Genesis Tech was now facing. He never imagined Taizhou would be so despicable, playing word games with them at this critical juncture. If only they had bombarded them with artillery back then. I've reviewed all these documents, but I still find some issues. These lithography machines, they're essentially irreplicable. Guemo frowned, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, building a functional lithography machine would be an incredibly daunting challenge. Even with the scale of their company, Genesis Tech, they couldn't even scratch the surface of this challenge. Guemo even suggested they might be able to offer some technical support. Unexpectedly, Huang Gongjiang shook his head with a smile and replied promptly. It can't be helped. After all, our dragon nation has only been developing for a few decades. Reaching this point is already an extraordinary achievement. Rome wasn't built in a day. This journey must be taken step by step. Guemo felt a pang of melancholy. Then suddenly, inspiration struck. Professor Huang, is there any possibility we could build an affordable, reliable lithography machine based on our existing chip technology? If we can't overcome the photoelectric migration issue, could we scale up the production to increase mass production feasibility? At these words, Huang Gongjiang let out a wry smile. We've been aware of this issue for quite some time. Unfortunately. At this point, a tinge of despondency flickered across Huang Gongjiang's face. The unfortunate truth is, we haven't managed to develop a chip that performs even better within this manufacturing process. Thus, using chips developed decades ago by other nations in today's smartphones is unfeasible, unrecognized, and no one would willingly adopt them. He finally voiced the most pressing concern plaguing himself and the entire chip development team at Lunka Institute. It all came down to their late start. From the very beginning until now, they'd only had a mere decade or so for research. Compared to foreign counterparts who've spent centuries developing this field, they simply couldn't compete on any front, let alone catching up. But at that very moment, Gumo's eyes lit up. There's a breakthrough. Gradually, Guemo licked his dry lips and typed excitedly. Professor Huang, I do have a rather good suggestion. Gradually, Guemo began to articulate the ideas swirling in his mind one by one. Gradually, Huang Gongjiang, who had initially been casually chatting with Guemo, suddenly widened his eyes. Whoa! Is that even possible? He truly is a genius. It was impossible to tell how long the two had been conversing. Guemo seemed utterly oblivious to the passage of time outside, as new ideas kept bubbling up in his mind, each one exchanged with Huang Gongjiang. That exhilarating feeling was truly invigorating. And just then, someone approached from ahead. Guemo instinctively looked up, only to see Zhong Shuriying holding back Kaihe, gazing at him with a faint expression. Ms. Zhong, are you done? Guemo lifted his head, a smile on his face. Kaihe frowned immediately upon seeing this. Here you are, leisurely sipping coffee, and you have no idea what our CEO. Enough. It's all in the past now. Kaihe tried to speak again, but Zhong Shuriying cut her off. As a result, Kaihe's distaste for Guemo only deepened. She looked down on this man even more. What happened? Guemo looked slightly taken aback. He glanced up at Kaihe, then at Zhong Shuriying. Nothing. Just a bit tired from discussing the partnership. Let's head back. We've got other matters to attend to. Zhong Shuriying spoke, her voice tinged with weariness. Seeing this, Guemo didn't press further. He nodded, then quickly recounted today's events involving himself and Huang Gongjiang to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, we really don't need to ask anyone for favors. I've discussed it with Professor Huang, and there's a possibility. Just as Guemo prepared to explain the situation, Zhong Shuriying instinctively furrowed her brow, covering her mouth with her hand as a flicker of pain crossed her face. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, it was heartbreaking to see. Gumo's heart stirred. He seemed to freeze in place. Ms. Zhong, what's wrong? Guemo quickly stepped forward, intending to ask what was going on. But before he could reach out, Kaihe slapped his hand away. Get your filthy hands off me! Kaihe snapped at Guemo furiously. At that moment, Guemo seemed to catch a scent. Is that alcohol? Chapter 48, What You Like. This is alcohol? Only then did Guemo realize. So that's why Zhong Shuriying had gone to drink with the people in the private room earlier. And he hadn't even noticed. It's about time you caught on. Did you do this on purpose, you jerk? Kaihe frowned and snorted coldly. Guemo was clearly taken aback. He certainly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. TSK. How could this happen? But then she saw Kaihe cradle Zhong Shuriying in her arms, gently patting the child's back. Turning to Guemo, she spat out venomously. What good are you, besides causing trouble for CEO Zhong? Guemo was momentarily at a loss for words. He tried to step forward to help Zhong Shiriying up. But Kai-hee wouldn't give Guemo a chance. Trying to take advantage of the situation now? I really don't know what our CEO sees in you that she hasn't fired you yet. Guemo was even more speechless now. He stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Like a child who'd done something wrong. What are you standing around for? Get the car started already. Do you want to see Mr. Zhong sleeping right here? Kai-hee grew angrier with each word, nearly kicking Guemo out on the spot. At those words, Guemo finally snapped out of it. Without another word, he turned and hurried away, driving off. This guy, such a blockhead. Mr. Zhong, next time you should send someone more sharp-witted over. This guy is truly useless. Kai-hee sighed helplessly at Gumo's flustered state. She couldn't fathom why Zhong Shiriying had brought this guy along. Meanwhile, the tips of Zhong Shiriying's lips curved slightly as she watched. Watching Gumo's figure dash swiftly through the rain, wasn't that just a little adorable? Actually, this guy can be pretty adorable sometimes. Zhong Shiriying's lips curved slightly and she flushed with a smile. Hearing this, Kai-hee, who was supporting Zhong Shiriying, immediately frowned. Cute. What's adorable about that? This guy is pure, innocent cuteness. It's pouring outside, yet she dashed out without a second glance. This high-end restaurant even provides complimentary umbrellas. She's just plain stupid. Kai-hee shook her head in disbelief and sighed. Finally arrived at the hotel. After Guemo finished booking a room for Zhong Shiriying, he finally made his way to the lounge area. Get me a room too. Dragging his weary body, Guemo licked his dry lips, moistening his throat with saliva before continuing. Right across from the previous room. The front desk attendant glanced at Gumo's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. I told you to share earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Well, now you see? There are no rooms left. Your only options are the top or bottom floor. At those words, Guemo froze in place. It felt like fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Fine. Top or bottom, top or bottom. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Then let's go with the upper two floors. That way, if Zhong Shiriying needed him, he could be there immediately. Because it was downhill. He hurriedly requested. If he waited any longer, this room would likely be gone, forcing Guemo to make 2 extra trips. Here's your key card. Enjoy your stay. The front desk attendant chuckled softly as he handed the key card to Guemo. The moment Guemo received the key card, a message suddenly popped up. He licked his dry lips and immediately hurried toward the room above. Little did Guemo realize he seemed to have lost something. Hey, your key card. Suddenly, the front desk attendant called out. But soon. By then, he was probably already out of sight. He hadn't taken the elevator, he'd taken the stairs. Seeing this, the front desk attendant's mouth twitched. Ha. Young people have such stamina, that's the 8th floor, after all. Thump, thump. Guemo was gasping for breath, his chest heaving. After knocking on the door, he finally managed to steady himself, composing his breathing into a more controlled rhythm. Soon, the door opened. Kai-hee glanced at Gumo's disheveled state. The curse words were already on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Forget it. He got off easy. What's up? Guemo asked Kai-hee, breathing slightly heavily. As he spoke, he glanced inside the room. All the ventilation systems had been activated, and Guemo could smell a pungent odor of alcohol. TSK. Looks like Zhong Shiriying had been drinking quite a bit. His gaze quickly turned anxious as he looked at Kai-hee. But Kai-hee merely waved her hand dismissively. The hangover tea and takeout we ordered for Ms. Zhong have arrived. The delivery person can't come inside here. Could you go pick them up for us? Sure. Guemo nodded immediately without hesitation. After saying that, he quickly vanished from Kai-hee's sight. This guy. Kai-hee paused in surprise. Originally, she had assumed Guemo would send her instead, giving her the perfect chance to mock him. Even if he didn't, he probably wouldn't be particularly eager to go. Surprisingly, however, Guemo showed none of these emotions. Instead, he accepted the task without complaint. Honestly, having someone like this as an employee was a bit much. Watching him walk away, Kai-hee stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, unable to suppress a chuckle. Not bad. He barely passes my standards. No wonder Zhong Shiriying thinks so highly of you. What a little cutie. I never would have guessed our CEO dislikes clever people, yet favors such pure, innocent types. Only after Guemo vanished completely from Kai-hee's sight did she let out a bitter laugh, shake her head helplessly, and close the door. Not long after. After picking up his takeout from the front desk on the 1st floor, Guemo dragged his weary body toward the elevator. This time, he really couldn't manage. After a quick calculation, he decided the elevator was the faster option given his current state. Otherwise, he might break down halfway. But just then, Guemo realized something was amiss. The elevator wasn't responding. Soon. A pretty front desk attendant came trotting over. Sir, your room key. Despite her best efforts to control her expression, her face twitched uncontrollably at that moment. After handing the keycard to Guemo, she quickly left the area, as if she feared she might lose control at any moment. And soon, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only then did Guemo realize what he was missing. The key card. He had given the previous key card to Kai-hee, and this was the only thing that could get him into the elevator. Guemo stared at the key card in his hand, then glanced at the takeout beside him, feeling his legs grow weak. Chapter 49, The Files. Guemo finally managed to deliver the items to Kai-hee. Yet he was still blocked at the doorway. I just want to take a look inside. Guemo was worried about Zhong Shuriying. But how could Kai-hee possibly agree to such a request? She immediately stood tall and firm. No way. Our CEO Zhong is already undressed and resting. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man to go in. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrow arched slightly. Oomph. What kind of nonsense is that? When Zhong Shuriying stripped down back then, I didn't. The thought crossed his mind before Guemo cleared his throat softly. What? Got a problem with that? You think I won't call the police right now? Kai-hee said calmly. As she spoke, she even clenched her fist. Suddenly, crackle, 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 a sound like popping beans echoed through the air. Guemo instinctively shuddered and quickly pulled his neck back. Damn it! He'd almost forgotten that this woman had once claimed first place in the national women's boxing tournament. Better not mess with her. I can leave, but this thing. I hope you'll give it to Zhong Shuriying. Guemo licked his dry lips. He was scared, all right. Fear or not, there were certain things he still needed Zhong Shuriying to see. This incident made Guemo realize that even Genesis Technologies wasn't invincible, there were still many people capable of manipulating them. And it only took a small move to do so. Therefore, they needed to keep these things firmly in their own hands. What is this? Kai-hee paused. She shot Guemo a cold glance before taking the document from his hand. It concerns our company's chip upgrades and research into the theory of developing a high-end lithography machine. I spoke with Professor Huang Gongjiang today. He said if we initiate this project, he will definitely assist us and provide his fullest support. It took Guemo considerable effort to finally articulate what he needed to say today. He wasn't sure how much of his message Kai-hee would convey accurately, but by handing this over to Zhong Shuriying, she would likely figure it out for herself. That way, he could feel a little more at ease. This sounds so mysterious? You want to build a lithography machine? Yet upon hearing this, Kai-hee let out a cold laugh. What on earth possessed this guy? Was he just arrogant or something? How dare he blurt out something so audacious? How many countries in the world have managed to develop such technology? And lithography machines? Did you make them with your own hands? Even though there are 3 chip manufacturers with lithography machines, they all have ties to the Flying Nation. After all, these remarkable chip technologies ultimately depend on lithography machines from the United States. Which means there's only one country in the world capable of developing lithography machines. Only. The rest of the chip manufacturers out there essentially purchase these machines at great expense from the United States. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the capability to manufacture chips at all. Guemo, a nobody with neither money nor connections, does he even deserve it? Kai-hee's disgust was palpable. Understood. If you have no further business, please leave. Our CEO needs to rest. She spoke coldly. After uttering these words, Kai-hee gave Guemo no chance to respond before shutting him out behind the door. Bang! Guemo was left with egg on his face. Rubbing his nose, Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. He considered knocking, but remembering that Zhong Shuriying was still resting at this hour, he decided against it. With no other choice, Guemo could only return to his own room. Dragging his weary body, he made his way toward the elevator door. After finally making it through the elevator and into his room, Guemo collapsed onto his bed only to discover a large wet patch on his back. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Guemo closed his eyes almost immediately. Meanwhile, after seeing Guemo off, Kai-hee brewed some sobering tea and brought it to Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying lay completely naked, her skin as pure white as snow, resembling an angel from heaven. Yet her face was an unnatural pallor. She pressed her hand to her forehead, dizzy and lightheaded. Ms. Zhong, your hangover tea is ready. Take your time drinking it. Be careful, it's hot. Kai-hee approached Zhong Shuriying with utmost care. After helping Zhong Shuriying drink it, Kai-hee brought out the takeout they had ordered earlier. It was a plate of hand-pulled chicken, their favorite dish since they started their business. Only at moments like this, stripped of their former glamour, could such warmth exist. Zhong Shuriying shook her head. She turned her head to look elsewhere. Did Guemo send you something earlier? What did he send? Zhong Shuriying spoke with a thick nasal tone. As if she had a cold. She sniffed occasionally. Earlier, though her mind was foggy, she could still sense someone sprinting down the hallway outside. And after the door opened, those rapid gasps of breath. Hearing this, Kai-hee raised an eyebrow slightly. That Zhong Shuriying. She really never lets you rest easy. It's nothing, just some unimportant stuff. Now listen, we'll look at it slowly after we finish eating. I promise you can see it, okay? What you need to do right now is eat properly. Kai-hee spoke slowly. I want to see. Zhong Shiriying declared outright. Kai-hee paused, taken aback. Seeing the resolute look in Zhong Shiriying's eyes, she shook her head helplessly. Zhong Shiriying quickly shed her usual facade, wrapped her arms around the other person's hand, and pouted. Oh, come on, let me see it. Just one look. I'll eat while I look, okay? But. Oh, come on, just go get it already. I'm starving. I've been drinking nonstop and haven't even had a chance to feel my stomach. My dear sister, you wouldn't let me go hungry, would you? Fine, I'm scared of you. I'll show you, okay? Kai-hee sighed helplessly at last. She quickly made her way to the door. Picking up the carelessly discarded blueprints and plans from the floor, she couldn't help but frown and shake her head. What's so interesting about this junk anyway? Nevertheless, she complied with Zhong Shiriying's request and brought the items over. Zhong Shiriying sat up quickly from the bed and examined them intently. I'm telling you, you silly girl, can't you take better care of yourself? You promised to eat properly, don't go back on your word. I'll be keeping you accountable. Open your mouth for me. Kai-hee sighed helplessly. And soon. Suddenly. Just when Kai-hee thought Zhong Shiriying would never open her mouth, she suddenly saw the girl yawn wide. Ha! Seeing this, Kai-hee froze. Wait, I told you to open it a bit wider, but I didn't tell you to open it this wide. Chapter 50, The Choice. This thing. Suddenly, Zhong Shiriying's eyes widened. Her gaping mouth was promptly stuffed with a piece of chicken by Kai-hee. Kai-hee's expression turned slightly awkward. Who told you to suddenly? Anyone unaware might have wondered what had come over Zhong Shiriying. But just then, Zhong Shiriying suddenly blurted out. Who gave you this thing? The urgency in her tone clearly signaled something important. Kai-hee stuffed a piece of chicken into her mouth, glanced at the overly dramatic Zhong Shiriying, and casually replied. It was given to me by Guemo. What's so strange about that? Zhong Shiriying sucked in another sharp breath. Then he really is a genius. Put. Kai-hee nearly choked on her food. Good grief. What had she just heard? She struggled to compose her expression before turning to Zhong Shiriying, her face filled with confusion as she asked. Wait, how did you figure that out? I just think that kid is pure and adorable. Where's the genius in that? She glanced again at the documents in Zhong Shiriying's hands, shaking her head with a wry smile. Right now, you should be thinking about your deal with Mr. Wu. If we can hitch a ride on his express train, Genesis Tech might not just be famous in Jianghai City, even the Magic City, the Dragon Kingdom, the whole world would have to take notice of us. Kai-hee said casually. Zhong Shiriying, however, disagreed. If this thing actually comes to fruition, the world will certainly know our name. She said solemnly. Hearing this, Kai-hee, who had been joking moments before, suddenly froze. She set down the chicken she was holding and turned to look at Zhong Shiriying. Are you joking, CEO Zhong? We worked so hard to secure the previous partnership. Now you want to trust the contents of this document Guemo gave you. Isn't that a bit absurd? The prize was within her grasp, yet Zhong Shiriying was about to abandon it midway, and worse, she was choosing to trust someone who was hardly reliable? Absurd indeed. Zhong Shiriying had considered this very point. Indeed, how naive of her to believe Guemo could actually produce such a thing. If they could develop such technology, why couldn't other chip or D companies do the same? Creation Technology's only advantage lay in the Lungsun chip. As for the rest, for the current Genesis technology, something was still missing. Zhong Shiriying quickly regained her composure. Kai-hee watched this unfold with a satisfied smile. It was just that Zhong Shiriying had let that guy Guemo cloud her judgment. I told you, how could such a good thing exist in this world? Alright, stop dwelling on it. Let's just eat first. You haven't had a bite all day. If you're not in top form tomorrow, you might not be able to keep up with the others. True. Zhong Shiriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She glanced once more at the documents in her hands, reluctant to put them down. This seemed like a promising avenue. Given their current technological capabilities at Genesis Tech, perhaps they truly could achieve the level Guemo had speculated. But, should they abandon what they already possessed for something so elusive and uncertain? Zhong Shiriying was a researcher, but she was also the owner of Genesis Tech. She knew how to weigh the trade-offs. Early the next morning, Guemo suddenly jolted awake in his bed. He grabbed his phone and glanced at the time. Oh no! It was already this late. A sudden panic gripped him. Didn't that mean he'd missed Zhong Shiriying and the others calling him? Guemo dared not linger a moment longer and quickly opened his phone to check. Fortunately, Kai-hee and the others didn't have anything urgent to discuss with him. They hadn't even sent him a message. He quickly went downstairs and knocked on Zhong Shiriying's door. Then, Guemo found a woman whose entire body was covered by just 3 points of fabric. The curvaceous Kai-hee scratched her head, her sleepy eyes fixed on Guemo before her. What's up? Guemo almost instinctively closed his eyes and shielded them with his hand. Nothing. I just came to see if you needed anything. How come you're more attentive than the hotel staff? No. Look at you, all scruffy. Go wash up quickly. If you meet Ms. Jean like this, do you think she'll still want to be near you? Kai-hee shot Guemo a disdainful glance before slamming the door shut. Bang! The door slammed shut. Guemo was left with a mouthful of dust once again. I really that messy? Guemo was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and sniffed near his nose. And soon, a wave of sweat-stained odor hit him. Guemo nearly passed out on the spot. All right. It was true. Last night he'd been too exhausted, collapsing into bed without even thinking to take a shower. Now his entire body was still damp. Guemo had no choice but to head back and take care of it first. After finally getting out of the shower, Guemo realized his clothes were unusable. So, gritting his teeth and holding back tears, he bought himself a new set. I'll just make do with these for now. Guemo looked at the ill-fitting suit and shook his head helplessly. These things were practically all custom-made, otherwise he'd look like a salesman. But he simply didn't have the time for that now. Besides, mass-produced suits were already pushing 2,000 yuan, custom-made ones were out of the question. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. At least this outfit wouldn't be too embarrassing if seen in public. After finishing these tasks, Guemo rolled up the original garment and tucked it into his bag. This was money. You can lose anything but not money. Just then, Guemo noticed a message pop up on his phone. I'm outta here. If you don't want to be left alone in this crazy city, you can keep going. The sender was none other than Kai-hee. Only the stern woman would utter such a vicious, face-saving remark. Zhong Shuriying would never speak like this. Guemo was furious enough to grind his teeth, yet he could do nothing about it. Still, it did confirm one thing: Zhong Shuriying had woken up and she seemed to be in fairly good shape. That was good news. This at least lifted Gumo's spirits somewhat. He quickly retrieved his room key and took the elevator down to the first-floor lobby. After returning the keycard, Guemo promptly exited the hotel. Up ahead, Kai-hee was already leaning against the Maybach, waiting. Though not the same one they'd used in Jianhai City, it still made a grand enough statement. Well, you're right on time, barely made it. Since that's the case, you can drive. With that, Kai-hee tossed the keys to Guemo before settling into the back seat alongside Zhong Shuriying. Chapter 51, I believe in him. Guemo didn't say much either. He pressed his lips together briefly before taking the keys and getting into the car. However, Guemo still harbored some thoughts. Glancing through the rearview mirror at Zhong Shuriying, who sat in the back seat with her eyes closed, Guemo felt a pang of emotion. She looked much more haggard than before. Are you okay? Without knowing why, Guemo blurted out the question instinctively. Even he didn't understand what was happening, the words had just slipped out without any thought. Hearing this, Kai-hee raised an eyebrow. Drive your car. I'll take care of our CEO Zhong. If you drive too slowly and delay our business negotiations with Mr. Wu, do you think you're worthy of the consequences? She felt no anger toward Guemo. Guemo gritted his teeth, feeling thoroughly disinterested as he turned to drive away. Just then, Zhong Shuriying suddenly lifted an eyelid. I'm fine. She murmured softly. It seemed like she was comforting him, and indescribable emotion surfaced. But having drunk too much, her voice sounded different from usual, tinged with a slight hoarseness. Guemo was about to offer more concern when Kai-hee produced some throat lozenges and handed them to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, we still have business to discuss later. I'm afraid you'll have to endure this discomfort for now. Just rest quietly from now on, no need to speak. With that, Zhong Shuriying pressed her lips together lightly. She didn't say much either, quickly taking the throat lozenges Kai-hee had prepared for her and swallowing them. She took a sip of mineral water and lay back down to rest. Yet her brow remained furrowed. Whether it was due to the medicine or something else. Or perhaps it was the impending business meeting she had to attend. Guemo felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. If only their contract hadn't gone wrong back then, if only they could produce chips themselves, perhaps everything would be different now. Guemo gritted his teeth, cursing his own inadequacy. If only he had the capability, he could have helped Zhong Shuriying. Even Guemo himself didn't realize that his concern had shifted from the company to Zhong Shuriying. He slowly drove onto the road. The entire journey was silent, not daring to breathe a single breath. Soon, they arrived at the city center. While waiting at a red light, a sudden thought struck Guemo. He glanced at Zhong Shuriying through the rearview mirror, observing her state. Zhong Shuriying had already woken up and was reviewing the files containing the Hetianxia chip she was about to hand over to Wu Mingxian, ensuring there were no last-minute issues. With that, Guemo licked his dry lips and quickly voiced his thoughts. Ms. Zhong, the documents I gave you yesterday, have you had a chance to look them over? Ha! At those words, Kai-hee, who had been reviewing the documents with Zhong Shuriying, suddenly raised an eyebrow. She frowned. Keep your eyes on the road. Why bring this up now? Trying to annoy Mr. Zhong? Even if your design is brilliant, could it possibly match something already on the market? Any chip manufacturer out there could produce what Genesis Tech needs with just one production line. Can you do that? Oof. Not to mention, all of Gumo's theories were mere armchair speculation, untested in practice. That truly made a difference. It's all Gumo's fault for submitting this document too late. What's the difference between this and joining the Nationalist Army in 49? In a word, too late. Even Kai-hee could see the problem. There's no way Zhong Shuriying missed it. Yesterday at the hotel, Zhong Shuriying had praised Gumo's intellect, but clearly, it wasn't suited for Genesis Tech's current burning crisis. Yet, Zhong Shuriying swiftly set down the contract. Exhaling deeply, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Gumo, your product is indeed excellent, but Kai-hee is right. We can't afford to gamble anymore. Besides, what we're dealing with now isn't starting from scratch. Otherwise, the hard-earned reputation Genesis Tech has built would plummet overnight. Not to mention, the people who have placed their hopes in us simply won't tolerate seeing us fail. Of course, Zhong Shuriying herself would never tolerate failure. With that, Gumo quickly pressed his dry lips together. He understood that the proposal he had put forward was too late. Sometimes you just have to face reality. These weren't the carefree days they'd shared back in school anymore. Gumo said nothing more. He remained silent and kept driving. Kai-hee, however, snorted. This guy really can't see the situation clearly. With the fire already at our doorstep, he's still thinking about starting over from scratch. How long has it been since we left school? He's still dripping with that student mentality. I can't stand a man like that. Gumo listened, pressing his lips together. He knew, however, that she had a point. Zhong Shuriying, however, furrowed her delicate brows. She took Kai-hee's hand and said calmly, Gumo's suggestion isn't bad. We can keep it as a backup option. Once this matter is settled, we'll return to Jianhai City. Once Tianxia Chips begins production, we can explore the ideas Gumo mentioned earlier. After all, we can't let others keep exploiting our weaknesses. If a chip manufacturer in Taizhou could cut us off before, then Tianxia Semiconductor today isn't immune to that possibility either. We need to prepare for the future. Clearly, Zhong Shuriying was a woman with clear objectives. Kai-hee, however, shook her head in frustration. Ms. Zhong, you have no idea how much that lithography machine costs. Even selling off our entire Genesis Tech might not be enough to get our hands on that thing. Not to mention the costs of setting up and running a factory. And all of this assumes everything progresses steadily and flawlessly like an ideal scenario. If any single link in the chain breaks, it would be a catastrophic loss for us. Kai-hee knew full well the benefits involved. But if light technology were that cheap, the world wouldn't be facing a chip shortage. Even the national government of Longwei is anxious about this issue yet powerless to resolve it. What else could they possibly do? Just think about how much money has been poured into global chip investments. Billions. Could their Chuanxer technology even compare in scale? Zhong Shuriying shook her head. It's worth giving it a shot. Besides, I trust Gumo. Seriously. I just don't get what's so great about that guy. He casually throws out a suggestion, and you spend ages mulling it over, especially when it's something this outlandish. Forget it. Genesis Tech is yours anyway. Do whatever you want with it. It's up to you. If this company goes under, I'll just find another job. Kai-hee shook her head indignantly. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Just then, the traffic light turned green. Gumo's lips curved slightly as he gently pressed the accelerator. Chapter 52, turns out it was a toad. Finally, they arrived at the Magic City Grand Hotel. Surrounded by the city's opulence, Kai-hee couldn't help but feel a little nervous. From the day she was born until stepping into the Magic City Grand Hotel, she had never seen such a lavish place. Everything here was designed to resemble a palace. This made Kai-hee feel a little nervous. To find some sense of belonging, Kai-hee decided to gauge Gumo's current mood. But surely he couldn't be feeling much better than she was? Then she turned her head. Holy crap! There stood Gumo, acting as if he'd just walked into his own home. He was already incredibly familiar with this place. He even asked the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty at the front desk for a book. Kai-hee paused in surprise. How did this guy become so familiar with the place? Mr. Zhong, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be waiting down here for you. Gumo offered a calm smile to Zhong Shuriying as he spoke. Zhong Shuriying gave a slight nod. With that, Zhong Shuriying and Kai-hee were led by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty attendant to the elevator entrance. The two women quickly entered the elevator. Kai-hee stole a glance at Gumo, who was leisurely reading a book at the tea station in the lobby, and couldn't help but snort softly. That guy, you can tell he's no good just by looking at him. Otherwise, how could he possibly remain so calm and composed in a setting like this? He's clearly penniless, yet he acts like he's well-bred and comes from a prominent background. Men are all the same, not worth trusting. Kai-hee felt as though Gumo was deliberately putting on an act, which left her feeling rather displeased. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying glanced over at Gumo, who was engrossed in his book. She couldn't help but recall the time he pursued her in college. Back then, Gumo was a bona fide super-rich second-generation heir, with some unspeakable connections behind him. He wasn't some penniless nobody. As if recalling something she considered sweet, Zhong Shuriying's gloomy expression vanished. She murmured to herself. This guy isn't some penniless nobody, nor is he putting on an act. This is simply who he truly is. Soon, the elevator doors closed. Gumo's figure swiftly vanished from Zhong Shuriying and Kaihe's sight. Kaihe slowly withdrew her gaze. She gave a soft snort. Finally, Kaihe's gaze settled on Zhong Shuriying beside her. She spoke with a hint of irritation. Ms. Zhong, why do I keep getting the feeling that Gumo has a thing for you? Huh? Really? Zhong Shuriying looked slightly taken aback. But she pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing this, Kaihe assumed Zhong Shuriying was dismissing Gumo's advances. She pressed on. You have no idea. That guy acts so concerned about you all the time. If I were still a little girl, I might actually fall for his tricks. Hearing this, the slight curve of Zhong Shuriying's lips widened. Kaihe kept ranting, if you ask me, him wanting to be with you is nothing but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. If it weren't for Mr. Joe giving him a chance, he'd never have reached his current position. And now he dares to fantasize about being with you? He truly has no sense of propriety. Doesn't he even realize who pulled him up? Clearing her throat, Kaihe continued. If you ask me, the only man worthy of our Genesis Tech founder, Miss Zhong, is none other than Mr. Wu Mingxian of Tianxia Securities. What? Gumo? He's nothing but a toad on the ground, ugly and delusional. Put. Suddenly, Zhong Shuriying burst out laughing at Kaihe's description. So he's a toad, huh? He's nothing of the sort. Gumo found a book and sat down. Zhong Shuriying shouldn't need her to worry about her at worst, she'd just get drunk again. But Gumo wouldn't squander Zhong Shuriying's trust in him so easily. If things didn't work out with Zhong Shuriying, he could always come up with a backup plan. With that thought, Gumo swiftly pulled out his notebook from his briefcase. He contacted Huang Gongjiang once more. An idea struck Gumo, and he promptly shared his thoughts with Huang. Similarly, he promptly handed over the documents he had organized for Zhong Shuriying yesterday to Huang Gongjiang. After receiving this information, however, Huang Gongjiang vanished for a period of time. Staring at the large "please wait" message, Gumo felt an inexplicable wave of tension wash over him. He unconsciously rubbed his hands together, feeling slightly uneasy. But soon, a message arrived. Gumo's eyes lit up. I've reviewed everything you sent me, it's excellent. Finally, Huang Gongjiang sent his praise for Gumo's latest finished product. With this in hand, I think it's time we old-timers started making something too. Gumo knew exactly what the other party intended to do. But for now, Gumo needed to understand the current configuration of the Dragon Science Institute. He saw Gumo lick his dry lips before hurriedly asking. Professor Huang, I wonder if the Dragon Academy currently has a lithography machine, or if the Dragon Academy could borrow one that's operational? Equipment like lithography machines was prohibitively expensive. Coupled with the West's technological blockade against the Dragon Nation, they had no chance of accessing such machinery. For Gumo, this was especially true. It was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Not just them, even the nation itself found it incredibly difficult. Tianxia New Films had only acquired a few obsolete lithography machines due to a fortunate timing. Huang Gongjiang paused upon hearing this. Seeing the words inputting dance repeatedly across the laptop screen, Gumo finally understood that this was no small challenge, even for the Dragon Academy. For a moment, Gumo's spirits plummeted. But he quickly regained his composure. If there really aren't any available, we could explore alternative solutions. For instance. But before Gumo could finish, Huang Gongjiang suddenly interjected. As for lithography machines, while foreign countries don't have them, our Lanka Institute does. What? Hearing this, Gumo froze in shock. The Lanka Institute has one? Could it be? Has the Lanka Institute already developed it? This is absolutely incredible news. Gumo felt a surge of excitement. He quickly inquired, then, could we borrow this device for a period of time? Rest assured, Genesis Tech will pay the highest possible rental fees. But Master Huang gave a wry smile. We could lend it to you, but... Chapter 53, The 10-Nanometer Hypothesis. What no one could have anticipated was that Huang Gongjiang was hiding something utterly unspeakable. It turned out, Lanka Academy had received a national research assignment on lithography machines long ago. However, funding issues later caused their project to stall and remain unfinished from that point onward. Now, seemingly spurred by the intensifying global competition in the semiconductor industry, they have decided to revive this dormant project. But this is no project they can simply pick up and resume at will. Once technological barriers are established, it's like an adversary erecting a wall before them, blocking latecomers like themselves from entering. Even if the Dragon Academy now has the green light from above to restart efforts in this area, it's not something that can be accomplished overnight. Technological advancements aren't tangible objects you can see and touch in the real world. It requires time. And not a precise amount of time at that. At this moment. This is precisely the challenge facing the Dragon Science Institute. Even if they have lithography machines, the usable ones exist, but the reliable ones? None. They're among the poorly made ones. Forget the cutting-edge 5 nanometer process, even 28 nanometers is a challenge for the Dragon Science Institute. Yet this 28 nanometers level was already the standard in other countries 2 decades ago. In fact, it's even older than that. It's simply a thankless task. That's precisely why they abandoned further research back then. Why sacrifice countless lives and resources on a thankless endeavor when the alternative was cheaper and more effective? Back then, any sensible person knew what to do. Compounded by international regulations, China's industry leaders at the time concluded that pouring money into this bottomless pit was far less important than improving people's livelihoods. Not to mention, the investment was utterly limitless, with no foreseeable end in sight. They could only entrust this hope to the wisdom of future generations. Thus, this mess was left behind. Little did they foresee that future generations would face the same problem and even more severely. After all, back then, they represented a massive market for the companies behind these chips. But now, they've become the noose around Longwa's neck. Suffocating. Huang Gongjiang quickly explained the situation to Gu Mo. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo finally understood that such a story existed in Longwa. Therefore, we can prepare a batch of 28 nanometers lithography machines for you under the Lonka Academy's name. If you can advance the chip technology beyond what's outlined in the original documentation, I believe this could be a promising opportunity. Huang Gongjiang voiced his inner thoughts. Gu Mo quickly fell into deep thought. Clearly, Huang Gongjiang's suggestion was to temporarily deceive others with high-process chips. At least the foreign junk from 2 or 3 decades ago wouldn't compromise performance. Later on, perhaps they could leverage their massive scale to establish a perfect internal cycle. Then, gradually catching up would be a piece of cake. But Gu Mo couldn't bring himself to be that kind of person. Moreover, no matter how refined the process became, 28 nanometers remained 28 nanometers. He simply couldn't do it. Today's mainstream chips are already at 7 nanometers, and many chip companies have even begun pursuing sub-nanometer processes. They're releasing a 28 nanometer product. Do they really think the people of Longwei are completely clueless? Huang Gongjiang made it sound easy, but execution was anything but simple. It could even shatter the hard-earned reputation they'd built at Genesis Technology. At this moment, Huang Gongjiang quickly sensed Gumo's hesitation. He simply waited silently for Gumo's response. And finally, Gumo clenched his teeth and quickly typed, "Professor Huang, 28 nanometers won't work. But what about 10 nanometers? Ha!" At those words, Huang Gongjiang froze for a moment. 10 nanometers. Though 10 nanometers was already a thing of the past for the current chip industry, it had once been a legendary achievement. Moreover, compared to 7 nanometers, 10 nanometers suffers minimal performance loss and even offers superior thermal management. If we could enhance the chip's internal architecture to match the performance of current flagship chips, that would be an excellent idea. What you're saying is? Huang Gongjiang licked his dry lips, feeling inexplicably excited inside. His breathing grew ragged. But then he saw Gu Mo, as if he'd made up his mind about something. He quickly declared in a deep voice, "I believe, if given the chance, we might just be able to compete with those foreign chip manufacturers." The matter was settled swiftly. "Mr. Wu, regarding today's matters concerning Genesis technology, I'll leave it in your capable hands." Kai He smiled and offered a polite laugh to Wu Mingxian. Wu Mingxian had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, but fortunately, he remained lucid. Upon hearing this, he immediately returned the smile. "Rest assured. Genesis Tech is a rising star in our nation's tech industry. We recognize its potential and will spare no effort in supporting its growth. What's a little help compared to that?" At this, Kai He's smile grew even brighter. Supporting the now drunk Zhong Shiriying, she bowed and scraped before Wu Mingxian, showering him with flattery. Needing favors? That's how it was. While Kai He enjoyed supreme power at Genesis Tech, it also meant she had to grovel before others. Unless her muscles were more exaggerated than theirs, and they still needed her. Gu Mo was reading a book, but his mind was occupied with repeatedly weighing Huang Gongjiang's earlier proposal. A 10 nanometer performance-enhanced architecture. Without software support, it would likely prove challenging. Yet within Gu Mo's mind, a mysterious force seemed to be catalyzing the process. At least Gu Mo had some ideas now. Just then, the elevator doors ahead slowly opened. Wu Mingxian, Zhong Shiriying, and the others stepped out. Gu Mo quickly looked up. Suddenly, his entire expression froze for a moment. Wu Mingxian was actually supporting Zhong Shiriying as they slowly stepped out of the elevator. And he was even taking advantage of the situation to get a little too close. The key was that wicked grin on the guy's face. How could Gu Mo, as a man, not understand? Moreover, Zhong Shiriying was actually drunk. Well, she couldn't hold her liquor back in college, and even after becoming the female CEO of Genesis Tech, she probably hadn't improved much. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly walked over. Chapter 54, Not Allowed. Alright, that's enough. You go rest. I'll see President Zhong to her room. Wu Mingxian gave Kai He a nod behind him, feigning drunkenness as he spoke. Kai He felt a bit awkward for a moment. Is that really necessary? Our CEO has a crucial meeting tomorrow. We need to hurry back to Jianhai City, so I'm afraid I can't keep you company tonight. Kai He gave a nervous chuckle and hurriedly explained. She tried to take Zhong Shuriying from Wu Mingxuan's arms, but how could he give her that chance? Naturally, a representative from Tianxia pulled Kai He away. Miss Kai, I believe there are still some details in our contract that require careful consideration. But Kai He had no mind for such matters now. Her thoughts were entirely on Zhong Shuriying. But the man responsible for signing documents at Tianxia wasn't about to let Kai He leave so easily. Miss Kai, I'm sure our young master Wu will take good care of you. What do you think? Shall we discuss the contract? Kai He's expression turned stunned. Watching Zhong Shuriying slumped in Wu Mingxuan's arms, utterly drunk, Kai He felt a stir within her. It seemed. This career woman Zhong Shuriying must have someone special in mind. The thought crossed her mind as she pressed her red lips together. Ms. Zhong. I'm sorry. I know Mr. Wu has feelings for you, and with his wholehearted support this time, I imagine, you must have noticed too? You two are a perfect match. I can only step aside to make way for you both. A soft chuckle from Tianxia's partner reached her ears. Kai He immediately broke into a smile. That's easily arranged. I also believe certain details require further in-depth discussion. Why don't we have a cup of sobering tea first, then discuss it slowly? Hearing this, Tianxia's partner swiftly flashed a mischievous grin, revealing both rows of teeth. That sounds perfect. Miss Kai always thinks things through. Just as the two had agreed and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Both men spun around in unison. And soon, a scene unfolded before their eyes. Gu Mo. He blocked Wu Mingxian. He even snatched Zhong Shuriying from Wu Mingxuan's arms. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Nearly everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the three of them. Kai He instinctively furrowed her brow. TSK. This Gu Mo. What the hell does he think he's doing? Mr. Zhong, are you alright? Gu Mo gently shook Zhong Shuriying, who was nearly toppling over in his arms, and called out softly. Zhong Shuriying was in no good shape at the moment. She blinked with effort, her consciousness hazy. Oh no. Zhong Shuriying was in danger. Gu Mo quickly recalled that during their university days, Zhong Shuriying had experienced the same condition before. Damn it. She knew she couldn't handle alcohol, yet she drank anyway. Gu Mo frowned. Just as Gu Mo was about to take Zhong Shuriying to the hospital, Wu Mingxian stepped in front of him. Who the hell are you? Put Zhong Shuriying down immediately, or I'll call the police. Wu Mingxian snorted coldly. Damn it. The prize was slipping through his fingers, how could he not be furious? I'm the head of the R&D department at Genesis Technologies. I came here with Zhong Shuriying and am responsible for taking care of her during this period. Gu Mo remained composed and unflappable. Even a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingxian immediately understood. He quickly sneered coldly. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's just a lapdog from Genesis Tech. Let me see just how loud you can bark. I'll make this clear today, anyone who dares take Zhong Shuriying away is messing with me, Wu Mingxian. If you've got the guts, go ahead and try. Wu Mingxian had Tianxia Securities backing him, a towering tree of support. And this time, Genesis Tech was the one seeking their favor. Gu Mo frowned. Zhong Shuriying isn't in the best condition right now. You'd better get out of my way, he said in a deep voice. But how could Wu Mingxian possibly let Zhong Shuriying leave? Especially in front of all these people. That would be slapping himself in the face. If Zhong Shuriying is truly in danger, we'll provide her with the best medical care available. There's no need for an outsider like you to meddle. An outsider? Gu Mo's expression shifted. Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian had already closed the distance and stood directly before Gu Mo. Your boss Zhong still has business to discuss with our Tianxia Securities. This doesn't concern you. You'd better get lost, kid. I can pretend nothing happened today. To make Gu Mo abandon Zhong Shuriying and leave alone? No way. What if I insist on taking her with me? Gu Mo didn't know where he found the courage, but he stood before Zhong Shuriying, confronting Wu Mingxian. This kid. He's asking for trouble. Wu Mingxian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint emerging from within. He swiftly turned to Kai He behind him. Miss Kai, it seems Genesis Tech isn't particularly keen on collaborating with our Tianxia chips? In that case, I believe our Tianxia Securities has no further need to continue our partnership with your Genesis technology. At these words, Kai He's face instantly drained of color. Though it was blackmail, it truly put the noose around their necks. In fact, the threat level was significantly higher than Taizhou's. Kai He was utterly unwilling to see the contract they had worked so hard to secure slip through their fingers. Kai He shot Gu Mo a cold, dismissive glance. Gu Mo, what are you doing here? This doesn't concern you. Get out of here. But Gu Mo didn't budge an inch. Zhong Shuying is in danger now. She must be taken to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, she won't survive. Who do you think you are to speak here? Get out of here. Kai gritted her teeth, her voice rising to a hysterical shriek. This guy really is a stumbling block on Zhong Shuying's path to success. But Gu Mo remained unyielding. He wouldn't budge an inch. This only infuriated Kai further. Only Zhong Shuying's face grew paler by the second. Clearly, Gu Mo had hit the nail on the head. Security guards had already surrounded Gu Mo. The argument escalated. In that case, security had to be called. Wu Mingxian crossed his arms, glaring coldly at Gu Mo. You little punk, better not cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't leave this Magic City hotel alive. These security guards were clearly siding with Wu Mingxian. Kai pointed a finger coldly at Gu Mo's nose. Gu Mo, stop being so stubborn. I know you like our CEO Zhong, but you can't ruin her like this. How do you expect our CEO to view you when she wakes up? Gu Mo pressed his lips together, words on the tip of his tongue. And just then, Zhong Shuying's body suddenly went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Chapter 55, Zhong Shuying hospitalized. Zhong Shuying's complexion grew increasingly grim. The people around her argued fiercely, completely oblivious to Zhong Shuying's condition. And at this most tense moment, Zhong Shuying clutched her stomach, her delicate brows furrowed as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Soon, amidst the others' heated arguments, she collapsed with a thud onto the floor. Seeing this, everyone froze in shock. Ha! What just happened? Each of them licked their dry lips, inwardly stunned. Wu Mingxian paused for a moment. Who would have thought that stupid kid Gu Mo actually pulled it off? Kai's expression was one of utter bewilderment. She never imagined Zhong Shuying would suddenly end up like this. For a moment, she was completely lost in shock. She didn't know what to do. As for the security guards, they were even more flustered at this moment. Compared to the others, Gu Mo had been aware of the situation from the very beginning. His brow furrowed as he swiftly stripped off his own clothes to wrap Zhong Shuying in them. During this process, Gu Mo made an emergency call while holding Zhong Shuying close, trying to keep her body as warm as possible. Kai gritted her teeth and tentatively touched Zhong Shuying, only to discover her condition was dire. Her limbs were frighteningly cold. She instinctively pulled her hand back, her face turning pale. She was clearly terrified. At that moment, Zhong Shuying, sensing the warmth, instinctively snuggled deeper into Gu Mo's embrace. Like a kitten seeking warmth in its owner's embrace. Hiss. Gu Mo drew in a sharp breath. Just like before, it was terrifyingly cold. But this time, he wouldn't be as flustered as before. Soon, before the ambulance from the rescue center arrived, the hotel's medical staff were already on the scene. Everyone sprang into action. From the initial check of Zhong Shuying's vital signs to identifying specific symptoms, the entire process flowed seamlessly. Sir, please leave everything to us. We will wait for the ambulance to arrive. You must trust us. The medical staff in white coats addressed Gu Mo. With that, Gu Mo nodded in agreement. Wu Mingxian, however, wore a grim expression. He narrowed his eyes, his fists slowly clenching beneath his sleeves. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Oomph. Damn it. That bastard ruined my plans. He swore he'd make Gu Mo pay dearly for this. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Under the care of the medical staff, Zhong Shuying's condition quickly stabilized. Who here is this young lady's family member? A doctor in a white coat stepped down from the ambulance. As the others exchanged confused glances, Gu Mo stepped forward immediately. Please come with us. After saying this, the other party took Gu Mo inside, closed the door, and quickly drove away. Kai remained in a state of complete bewilderment throughout. Only after the ambulance had driven off did she finally snap out of it. That bastard Gu Mo. She gritted her teeth, watching the ambulance fade into the distance with gritted teeth. The security personnel standing around weren't exactly contributing to the situation, so they soon departed alongside the medical staff. Kai turned to look at Wu Mingxian and the Tianxia chip collaborator, whose expressions were less than pleasant. She immediately forced a smile. My sincere apologies for causing you such distress. We did mention earlier that Mr. Zhong doesn't drink. It seems he was trying to prove himself. Hearing this, Wu Mingxian quickly shed his gloomy expression and flashed a smile. It's fine. We all understand. But we should still be mindful of Mr. Zhong's health. After all, she's a key partner for our Tianxia securities. We hold Miss Zhong in very high regard. Haha, as always, Mr. Wu possesses a truly magnanimous spirit. I'm deeply impressed. Kai smiled warmly, showering Wu Mingxian with flattery. Hearing this, Wu Mingxian merely waved his hand dismissively. I have matters to attend to. I shan't keep you longer. Farewell. After saying this, Wu Mingxian quickly withdrew his smile and slowly walked away. The representative from Tianxia Chip responsible for the partnership talks, witnessing this, promptly followed Wu Mingxian out. Only after the two had walked far away did Kai-hee slowly let her smile fade. Only then did she realize she had no idea which hospital Zhong Shuriying had gone to. Damn it! It was all that bastard Gumo's fault. Kai-hee stomped her foot in frustration. She quickly gritted her teeth and bombarded Gumo with messages. Meanwhile, Gumo had already arrived at the hospital. After receiving timely treatment, Zhong Shuriying's condition had improved significantly, though she still needed a period of rest and recuperation. She remained unconscious. Her condition wasn't looking good. Gumo sat beside Zhong Shuriying's bedside. Looking at the mature woman lying in the bed, Gumo's mind was filled with the image of that young girl with her resolute expression. The moment Zhong Shuriying stood before him with that resolute expression, Gumo knew this woman was unlike anyone he'd ever encountered. He knew he would fall for her. And indeed, that had happened. But the means were somewhat less than honorable. So much so that after that period passed, it seemed as though they had each taken their own path, two separate roads, utterly unrelated. Yet life proved to be full of such dramatic twists. Ha, ha! Gumo reached out to caress Zhong Shuriying's cheek, as if tenderly stroking a lover. And at that very moment, smack! Gumo's hand was slapped away. He looked up. It was Kai-hee. Her chest rose and fell unevenly. Clearly, she hadn't rested much along the way. That filthy hand of yours! How dare you touch our CEO Zhong? What gives you the right, considering her status? Let me make this perfectly clear right here, you two are incompatible. No matter how much you do for Zhong Shuriying, it's simply impossible. In Kai-hee's eyes, this was nothing but a toad trying to eat swan meat she could dream on. Hearing this, Gumo pressed his lips together. He quickly withdrew his hand and let out a bitter laugh. Yes, right now, I truly am unworthy of Ms. Zhong. The bitterness in that smile was almost unbearable. He shook his head and turned to leave. Oomph. That guy actually knows how to run away? Not a shred of backbone. He should never have been allowed near Mr. Zhong. Kai-hee shot Gumo a look of disgust before promptly turning her attention to caring for Zhong Shuriying. As for Gumo, she couldn't care less. Gumo sat alone on a bench in the hospital corridor. After finally recovering from that wave of bitterness, Gumo had come to terms with reality. Ever since learning of his family's ruin and Zhong Shuriying's rise as Shanghai City's most sought-after female entrepreneur, he knew their relationship was over. That night, Gumo stayed outside the entire night. Chapter 56, that person was him. Gumo dozed fitfully on the outdoor bench all night. Sitting made it impossible to sleep properly, which is why Gumo woke up early. After all, the hospital was bustling with visitors by morning. But the moment the noise grew louder, Gumo snapped awake. His first instinct was to glance toward Zhong Shuriying's hospital room. Since it was a private room, there was no visiting window. With no other choice, Gumo could only stand outside and wait. Just then, he encountered the head nurse preparing to enter for her rounds. Licking his dry lips, he decided to go in anyway. I'm the patient's. Gumo pressed his lips together. He was about to say family member, but it felt slightly inappropriate. He could say he was a staff member, but he feared being turned away. And then, the patient's family member, right? Oh, it's you? You've been waiting here all night, why haven't you gone in? The head nurse recognized Gumo at a glance. She shook her head silently. What's going on with you two? Has your relationship deteriorated this much? Leaving you alone out here to wait. We're not actually married. Gumo licked his dry lips and mumbled, head bowed. The head nurse seemed to understand. She gave a helpless smile. Responsible young men like you are rare these days. Even if you're not married, you're still better than those couples who abandon each other when trouble hits. Gumo pressed his lips together even tighter, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, the nurse station didn't press further. Since you personally brought the patient in yesterday, it's only fair and reasonable to let you go in. You may come in. With that, the head nurse pushed open the door, granting Gumo an exception. However, Gumo had intended to enter, but the moment he took a step inside, he was blocked by Kai-hee, who was just coming out. What are you doing? I want to go in and check on Mr. Zhong's condition. Gumo licked his dry lips as he spoke. But Kai-hee only snorted coldly. Oomph. Showing undue concern at a time like this, I know exactly what you're up to. You're just trying to get close to her when she's most vulnerable, then advance step by step, aren't you? Ha! I've seen far too many men like you. Let me tell you this, you'd be wise to give up on that idea right now. I just want to see Ms. Zhong once. Gumo gritted his teeth. He insisted. But how could Kai-hee possibly give Gumo that chance? She shrugged immediately and gave Gumo a cold snort. What's the matter? Doesn't our Mr. Gu have to go to work? If I recall correctly, our business trip should be wrapping up now. In a few hours, you'll need to be at your desk. Do you want our CEO Zhong to wake up and find the company unmanned, then get angry and blame you? Especially since it's your RD department. A hint of resentment flickered in Kai-hee's eyes. Now she was pressing Gumo relentlessly. At this, Gumo's expression darkened further. Mr. Zhong, has she woken up yet? Gumo gritted his teeth, finally turning his head to glance at the hospital bed ahead. However, with the head nurse performing procedures and the surrounding curtains drawn, Gumo couldn't see clearly at all. Kai-hee stood with her hands on her hips. No. Even if our CEO were awake, she absolutely wouldn't want to see you. Gumo stood frozen in place for a long moment after hearing this. But soon, he suddenly smiled. Seeing Gumo suddenly flash such a smile, Kai-hee felt inexplicably uneasy. It felt like encountering an honest person about to lose their temper, unsettlingly so. For a moment, Kai-hee dared not continue speaking loudly to Gumo. Yet Gumo remained uncharacteristically quiet. After hearing her words, he licked his lips again. They were dry and flaky. I understand. If Mr. Zhong needs anything, please be sure to call me. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading to work now. He glanced at his phone. It was barely 6 in the morning. Catching the earliest flight would still get him back to his company before 10. After saying this, Gumo quickly grabbed his laptop from the side and turned to leave. Kai-hee remained standing there, shooting Gumo a resentful glance. That guy. Where was he earlier? Miss Zhong, how are you feeling now? I'm okay. Zhong Shuriying lay on the bed, her face pale. She answered whatever the head nurse asked. Her eyes were empty. Yet within her mind, one person's shadow lingered. Gumo. Where was he now? She had intended to grab her phone to check her messages, but Kai-hee, citing Zhong Shuriying's poor health, forbade her from doing so. If it was business-related, Kai-hee would naturally handle the reply. As the chief secretary who had always been by her side, Zhong Shuriying trusted her quite a bit. So entrusting her phone to Kai-hee felt like a safe choice. Miss Zhong, you're recovering remarkably well. You'll be able to leave the hospital after resting here for 3 to 5 more days. You must remember you have alcohol intolerance. You should still limit your drinking going forward. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, you might not be so lucky next time. The head nurse spoke up. Though medical practice wasn't her field, years of experience allowed her to discern the gist of the situation. Offering some advice was only prudent. Zhong Shuriying nodded. Just then, the head nurse casually remarked, that person sitting by the door, is that your boyfriend? He's been sitting here all night. He's the one who brought you here. If I had your kind of luck, I'd marry him on the spot. To find such a sweet, clueless little darling these days. Should we say you're lucky, or should you say you're lucky? By the time she finished speaking, the head nurse had already changed Zhong Shuriying's foredrip and turned to leave. Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. That person. Gumo. He had actually waited outside all night? Was he the one who brought her to the hospital? But wasn't the person Kai-hee mentioned last night Wu Mingxian? Zhong Shuriying slowly furrowed her brow. Soon after, Kai-hee tidied up the mess from last night and walked in. Ms. Zhong, what did the doctor say? Upon seeing Zhong Shuriying, Kai-hee managed to put on a smile. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying felt a slight stir in her heart. She replied, the recovery is going well. Then rest well. Leave company matters to me. I promise to handle everything perfectly. If anything requires your signature, I'll stay behind, organize it, and present it to you once you've recovered. Kai-hee smiled as she addressed Zhong Shuriying. But soon, Zhong Shuriying's expression softened into a calm smile. No need. I'll review them now. Chapter 57, The Withdrawn Message. Hearing this, Kai-hee's expression shifted slightly. She turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, you really should rest more. It's not good for your health right now. Besides, it's not that important anyway. I've already contacted Mr. Wu for you. He said you should just focus on recovering during this time. Everything is already in motion. Once he finishes his commitments, he'll come visit you specifically. Kai-hee was clearly speaking on Wu Mingxuan's behalf. Across the entire Zhanghai city, no one else could match Zhong Shuriying. Only a securities company scion like Wu Mingxian was worthy of standing beside her. Their powerful alliance would undoubtedly propel Genesis Tech to the pinnacle of success. This was precisely what Kai-hee hoped for most. The reason Kai-hee was reluctant to hand over her phone wasn't just concern for Zhong Shuriying's condition, she was secretly replying to messages on her behalf. The content, however, was likely not Zhong Shuriying's true feelings. Worried that Zhong Shuriying might feel upset upon seeing the messages, Kai-hee hesitated to return the phone. It's fine. The head nurse just said I'm recovering remarkably well. I only glanced at what happened these past few days, nothing serious. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together lightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. But her lips still lacked a healthy flush. Kai-hee gritted her teeth. She knew she had no choice but to comply. After some hesitation, realizing refusal was futile, Kai-hee could no longer pretend. With a resigned sigh, she handed her phone to Zhong Shuriying. Upon receiving it, Zhong Shuriying promptly began operating the device. Beside her, Kai-hee spoke with a pout. Ms. Zhong, I truly didn't mean to send those messages carelessly. It's just that this approach genuinely benefits our partnership with Tianxia Securities. Moreover, Tianxia Chip is also a crucial collaborator for us. If we lose these two powerful allies, forget about reviving Genesis Tech's glory, we won't even make it through the next crisis. Ms. Zhong, you'll forgive me, won't you? Truthfully, I wasn't eager to reply to that message either. But you were unconscious at the time, and Mr. Wu insisted that without your final approval, he couldn't justify it to his superiors. I took a huge risk doing all this. Yet Zhong Shuriying seemed not to hear him. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She gently bit her finger. That guy. Why hasn't he replied to my message? And that guy, of course, was Guemo. As for Kai He's words beside her, she hadn't taken in a single word. How peculiar. Zhong Shuriying felt a slight pang of doubt. Her frown deepened. Could it be that this guy saw me with Wu Mingxian and is already getting angry? Meanwhile, Kai He stood beside her, tearfully trying to explain herself. Little did Kai He realize that Zhong Shuriying hadn't taken a single word of it to heart. Seeing the worried frown on Zhong Shuriying's face startled Kai He, making her voice sound even more aggrieved. What neither of them knew was that Guemo had already boarded a flight alone. Guemo had caught the earliest flight, arriving directly at the airport just outside Jianghai City's main urban area. Thanks to Jianghai City's recent development, the area boasted numerous airports. The airport, which had previously struggled to handle traffic, was now packed to the brim. After landing, Li Feng hurriedly hailed a taxi and finally managed to leave the airport. Only then did he glance at his phone. Ha! Holy crap! Zhong Shuriying sent me a message? Damn it, why did I only notice now? Damn it! Guemo gritted his teeth. His life had always been a monotonous routine, with few messages to speak of. But after becoming the head of the research department, the messages came like a barrage, forcing Guemo to set his phone to silent mode. He hadn't even realized Zhong Shuriying had messaged him at this moment. He quickly tapped to open it. The next second, Guemo froze in shock. What was the deal with those 5 deleted messages? Gumo's mouth twitched. Is Zhong Shuriying messing with me? But he quickly realized something. Zhong Shuriying seemed to be unconscious now. Besides Kai He, who else could be using a phone? What if it was Kai He? Gumo's face darkened instantly. Still, since the message came from Zhong Shuriying's phone, Guemo felt he had to reply. We're here. Just as Guemo was about to type, the driver slammed on the brakes, stopping right in front of the Genesis Tech building. The driver, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, spoke with obvious impatience. Hurry up, you can't park here. Ha? Oh. Guemo rubbed his nose and quickly gathered his things before getting out of the car. Finally inside the company, Guemo snapped a selfie. He sent it to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, I'm at the office now. You can rest assured. After sending the message, Guemo quickly stepped into the elevator. He glanced at the time. Thankfully, he hadn't missed the deadline. Guemo let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd made it in time. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying lay in her hospital bed and saw the message Guemo had sent her. A smile instantly spread across her face. She tapped to open the image and zoom in. And soon, Zhong Shuriying noticed that Gumo's nose seemed slightly swollen. What happened? Your nose. She typed rapidly. Ms. Zhong, what are you laughing at? Let me have a laugh too. Kai He noticed the expression on Zhong Shuriying's face and quickly became intrigued, leaning in closer. Her face was full of curiosity. There was no way Zhong Shuriying could let Kai He discover her chat history with Guemo. She hurriedly deleted the conversation. Nothing. You say nothing, yet you're avoiding me like this? It must be big news. Kai He chuckled. The two were as close as sisters in private, true best friends. Teasing each other came naturally. Maybe you're chatting online with some random guy. Let me see who it is. Is it Mr. Wu? Let me see. He, hiding it so deep? I never would have guessed, Ms. Zhong. Hurry up and show me. I'll help you analyze it. With men, you gotta keep them hanging. If they get what they want too easily, they won't appreciate it. Kai He chuckled. With her nimble hands, she swiftly snatched the phone from Zhong Shuriying's grasp. Oh my, there really isn't anything. Zhong Shuriying's face twisted into a helpless expression. I'll see for myself what's going on. Soon, Kai He took a look. Zhong Shuriying's message had already been deleted, leaving only the photo Guemo had sent a red-nosed figure clocking in at the company entrance. Soon, Kai He couldn't hold back. She burst out laughing. Chapter 58, Department Head. Ha! Mr. Zhong, you know what? That's actually pretty funny. Kai He covered her mouth, unable to stifle her laughter. How come I never noticed before how hilarious Guemo is? You think he likes you, sending you funny pictures like this on purpose? But he must have misread the situation. Our CEO hates clowns the most, isn't he just shooting himself in the foot? Kai He laughed so hard she was practically shaking. She'd been worried Zhong Shuriying might fall for Gumo's little tricks, but now it seemed. Guemo was probably wasting his breath. How could Zhong Shuriying possibly like someone like that? If she were to like anyone, it would be someone like the promising young gentleman Wu Mingxian. Even if it came down to a rotation, there was no way it would ever be Gumo's turn. There really isn't. Zhong Shuriying shook her head helplessly. Fine. I believe you, okay? Hurry up and give me back my phone. Zhong Shuriying pouted. Fine. I'll give it back after I post today's company tasks. Kai chuckled, still not quite satisfied. Oof. This Gumo, just you wait, I'll show you. Meanwhile, Gumo had already stepped into the elevator and naturally hadn't received the message Zhong Shuriying had sent him. When he stepped out of the elevator, his phone vibrated. He opened it. Damn. It was Zhong Shuriying again, sending him 2 messages. But just like before, they had been recalled. With no other choice, Gumo pretended he hadn't seen them. If anything important came up, they'd definitely notify me. No need to rush over this. Besides, Gumo suspected this was probably Kai's doing on purpose. After all, Zhong Shuriying couldn't be playing with her phone at this moment. With that thought, Gumo lost all motivation to reply. He made his way to his office. Phew. Being a department head really made a difference while others clocked in. He certainly didn't. Even though Gumo had flown in that morning, he was still the first one there. This way, he could stand at this prime vantage point and watch the employees file in one after another. Soon. The pot-bellied Li Feng rubbed his stomach, wiped his greasy mouth, and yawned widely as he walked in. Sumu followed right behind Li Feng, arriving at almost the same time. Like Li Feng, his face was smeared with grease. However, he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the situation, appearing less at ease than Li Feng, his movements slightly stiff. Upon witnessing this scene, Gumo raised an eyebrow slightly. Wow. He never would have imagined these two would end up together. Ha. Gradually, the smile on Gumo's face took on a playful, amused tone. Hey, when do you think that guy Gumo is coming back from his business trip? The pot-bellied Li Feng patted his thick-skinned belly and turned to ask Sumu behind him. Hearing this, Sumu shrugged. How should I know? This time he's dealing with folks from Tianxia Securities. You know what kind of people they are, right? I doubt he'll be back anytime soon. Even if the talks go exceptionally smoothly, he probably won't be back within the next few days. As they spoke, they quickly received a message sent from Kai's phone using Zhong Shuriying's number. It was all about work arrangements. Sumu immediately showed it to Li Feng. See? Ms. Zhong doesn't have time for us right now. Gumo probably won't be back anytime soon either. Hearing this, Li Feng rubbed his stomach and nodded slightly. True enough. That guy Gumo climbed the ranks through his technical skills. Most of Genesis Tech's current technologies rely on him. As a technical advisor accompanying him, how could he possibly return anytime soon? True. That guy Gumo rose through the ranks on his technical skills. Now, a lot of Genesis Tech's core technologies rely on his work. As a technical advisor accompanying him, how easy do you think it is for him to return? If he does come back, it'll be with the whole team. Exactly. Sumu nodded in agreement. But just then, the two of them suddenly noticed something. The surroundings seemed unnervingly quiet. Turning their heads, they realized every employee had already buried their heads in their work, utterly focused. Fingers flew across keyboards. If they hadn't known these people were communicating with various departments, anyone else might have thought they were running a scam operation. Something was off today. Li Feng scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Soon, he also noticed Sumu's gaze had grown slightly stern. Hey, what's gotten into you today? Why are you acting like a mouse that's seen a cat? Look at you, acting like a scared little bird. Grow a pair, will you? In our department, after Gumo, I'm the one in charge. Who's going to tell you what to do? Today, I'm going to see who's got you so scared. After saying this, Li Feng instinctively turned his head. And the next second. Sheep. Yikes. It's Mr. Gu. Li Feng froze for a moment. After a brief pause, the color on his face shifted rapidly. Even his normally domineering tone instantly turned obsequious. Oh my, Mr. Gu, what brings you here? I was just about to ask for your guidance on today's work matters. I never imagined you'd actually come to our company. I knew it. Mr. Gu would return to guide us forward. Our company could manage without anyone else, but we absolutely couldn't do without our Mr. Gu. When it comes to who has contributed the most to Genesis Tech, who else could it be but Mr. Gu? Honestly, I think we should just get rid of the entire marketing department. Everyone knows Genesis Tech's reputation comes from our rock-solid technology. And what underpins that rock-solid technology? It's all thanks to our CEO, isn't it? Li Feng broke into a smile, showering Gumo with praise. Now that was impressive. The crowd, who had been quietly working, couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. Oof. You're truly remarkable. You could make the dead seem alive. Your brown-nosing skills are absolutely top-notch. Gumo couldn't be bothered to engage in small talk with this fellow. Look at your punctuality. Do you all enjoy arriving at the last minute? Especially you, Li Feng. As our vice president, if you can't set an example, then I'm afraid I'll have to request a replacement from President Zhong. At those words, Li Feng nearly wet himself on the spot. The old Gu Mo? He'd have looked down on him. But now, he had to recognize the situation clearly. Mr. Gu, I thought you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I specifically asked Sumu to pack an extra portion. I never expected that boss to be so slow. It just delayed us a bit. Usually, we arrive much earlier. As he spoke, he swiftly snatched the packed food from Sumu, who was still staring blankly. Chapter 59, Corporate Etiquette. Li Feng had no choice but to offer up this breakfast. It was originally meant for Sumu. Halfway through eating, they realized they were running late. They hurriedly asked the owner to pack up the remaining dishes that hadn't been served yet and rushed to the company. Fortunately, they made it just in time. This let them breathe a sigh of relief. These days, though they still held some authority, there were too many people above them to act recklessly. What they hadn't anticipated was running into Gu Mo here. What could they do? You talk to people like people, and you talk to ghosts like ghosts. Li Feng had studied this approach quite thoroughly. That's precisely why he was the only one left from the original department. That mouth of his was truly a gift. After saying that, Li Feng didn't hesitate for a second. Right in front of Sumu's stunned expression, he snatched the breakfast from Sumu's hands and shoved it into Gu Mo's. And you know what? That move actually worked. Gu Mo was genuinely hungry. He hadn't had a single drop to drink since last night. He lifted his eyes, scanning the faces of Li Feng and Sumu one by one. Li Feng, of course, had nothing to say, offering a forced smile throughout. Sumu was much the same. But this smile, it felt a bit forced. It lacked the natural ease of Li Feng's. But that had nothing to do with Gu Mo. Alright, you two can go in now. This is a one-time exception. Gu Mo weighed the fragrant breakfast in his hands and waved Li Feng and Sumu inside. Yet inside, he felt both amused and exasperated. He never imagined he'd one day become the very person he despised most. But he never imagined this feeling would be so damn satisfying. After saying this, Gu Mo quickly turned and headed toward the office. He was simply too hungry to risk being seen by these people with a wolfishly greedy expression. Li Feng and Sumu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Sumu, however, felt like crying. Brother Feng, that was my breakfast. So what? Li Feng's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he glanced nervously toward Gu Mo's office ahead before quickly covering Sumu's mouth and blurting out. You have no idea right now, the two of us are like thorns in Gu Mo's side. We're his prime targets for suppression. Ha! Ha! Is it really that bad? Sumu was dumbfounded. Wait, he interacted with Gu Mo regularly. It didn't seem nearly as bad as Li Feng made it sound. Ah ha ha ha. Brother Feng, you must be mistaken. Gu Mo? What could he possibly do to us? We haven't done anything wrong, so what's there to fear? Sumu was a bit confused. But Li Feng shot Sumu a fierce glare. Oomph. You're just too young to understand the treacherous ways of this world. Let me tell you this. A new official always starts with 3 fiery decrees. Right now, it's only because Gu Mo hasn't been burned by those 3 decrees yet. If anything goes wrong then, we'll be the first ones to take the fall. What? That's so exaggerated. No way. Sumu was a bit stunned. He rubbed his stomach. Not only could he not accept it, his own stomach couldn't accept it either. But then he saw Li Feng continue, his expression still stern. Besides, we came to this research department with Gu Mo. Now we're all considered dangerous elements. Do you think he, an outsider, would be willing to punish most of the people here? Probably not. Sumu licked his dry lips thoughtfully before answering. Just then, Li Feng clapped his hands together loudly. Well, that's convenient. This perfectly showcases the wisdom of our CEO, Zhong Shuying. What wisdom? Sumu felt his head growing heavier by the second, utterly bewildered by the situation he'd been dragged into. Li Feng shot Sumu a slightly exasperated glance. I told you you're a thick-headed blockhead. If it weren't for this favorable wind, do you really think you'd have made it this far? Now Sumu was even more baffled. Please explain yourself more clearly, Brother Feng. Though he had no idea what Li Feng was about to say, he felt a strange tingling in his head, as if his brain were about to grow. Oomph. Since you're being so earnest, I'll reluctantly explain it to you. Sumu rubbed his slightly deflated ego and listened intently. But then he saw Li Feng speak with solemn earnestness. Think about it. We're here because Mr. Zhong has completely written us off as useless trash. Could you please not be so blunt? I'm having a hard time processing this. Sumu was speechless. Li Feng continued, and the only reason we exist is to be punished by Mr. Gu. Why? Because we don't do any work. Yet we hold high positions and even get paid more than others. Tell me, what gives us the right to command such high salaries? Isn't it also that Mr. Gu can wield power and have his words carry weight? At this revelation, Sumu suddenly understood. Damn it! So that's how it is. His eyes lit up with a sudden realization, utterly astonished. At that moment, Li Feng gave Sumu a light pat on the shoulder and grinned. Now you understand why I asked you to give up your breakfast, right? Sumu nodded. Still, he rubbed his stomach. But I'm starving right now. What a wimp. Li Feng shot the guy a hateful look, then pounded his chest and declared. By lunchtime, you'll get your fill. Will waiting a little longer kill you? Worst case, you can take a paid bathroom break to play on your phone and kill the time. Hearing this, Sumu realized he had a point. Besides, they didn't have anything pressing to do anyway, that much was undeniable. But the next second, Sumu seemed to remember something. But I haven't eaten anything. How am I supposed to go? Meanwhile, Guemo fought off his hunger as he made his way to the main office. Oh, it smells so good. With a loud gulp, Guemo tore open the packaging and began devouring the food. As for what Li Feng had said, he hadn't given it a second thought. And just as Li Feng had said, the employees in their research department seemed to be working even harder. Some were even whispering among themselves. Look at that, even the vice president gets yelled at, and the assistant to the president has to bow his head. Why should we get to coast? If you don't work hard, you'll be laid off next month. And so, one by one, they began to work harder. Yet in the entire RD department, only one person remained dissatisfied. That was Sumu, sitting on the toilet with an empty stomach. That thing down there, why does it smell kinda nice? Chapter 60, a long way to go. After undergoing testing at the Chongteng laboratory, the solution Guemo had painstakingly designed yielded highly satisfactory results. Though currently only theoretical data, Guemo felt the finished product was within reach. All that was needed now was for the RD team to work overtime, meticulously fulfilling each condition outlined in the plan. He was confident they could produce it swiftly. His next step was to visit the Dragon Science Academy to check on the situation. He had previously communicated with Professor Huang Gongjiang of the Dragon Academy and even sent representatives to coordinate with their team in advance, so there should be no issues. He hailed a taxi to the academy's entrance. After presenting his credentials, he was quickly searched and granted access. Professor Huang, where are you? Yes, it's me. I've made some small breakthroughs and would like to discuss them with you. Guemo licked his dry lips and spoke excitedly. Oh, I see. We're having a meeting right now that happens to be related to this matter. You can come over. Oh. Hearing this, Gumo's heart stirred. Wow. So Professor Huang Gongjiang had interrupted his meeting just to take her call. That feeling of being respected stirred something within him. Guemo didn't dare linger. He quickly ascertained the exact location and hurried over. This was a specialized facility within the Dragon Academy dedicated to chip research. With the increasing prevalence of intelligent technology in recent years, Manhwa could no longer rely on chips from other nations. Doing so risked having sensitive information intercepted and potentially compromising state secrets. Thus began this sweeping wave of intelligent transformation. The foremost priority in this endeavor was the chip industry. This was the very foundation of intelligent technology. It demanded utmost attention. Therefore, any breakthroughs made by private entities receive full state backing. Manhwa is investing heavily to develop this technology, and it's no joke. Soon, Guemo arrived at the location. May I ask if you are Mr. Guemo? Professor Huang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. Just as he was about to send a message to Huang Gongjiang, a man wearing thick-rimmed glasses emerged from ahead. Upon seeing Guemo, the man's expression shifted strangely. However, recalling what Huang Gongjiang had told him earlier, he addressed Guemo politely. Guemo agreed. Following the man's lead, he arrived at the back door of a conference room. The man whispered a warning. Professor Huang said you can listen in on this meeting, but keep it quiet. Professor Huang is inside too. Guemo gave a slight nod. He quickly slipped inside and found a seat. Whoa! Holy crap! Once Guemo stepped inside, he was utterly stunned. This lineup, is this what they call depth? The room was packed with gray-haired experts, many of whom Guemo recognized from his university textbooks. They might not be Einsteins, but they were all heavyweights in the chip industry. And he even spotted his former mentor here. Back when Guemo was still a student, he'd heard countless tales about this man, a true titan of the industry. But with little progress in research, he'd ended up at Manhwa University of Science and Technology to contribute what he could. He never expected to encounter him here. As for the others, anyone seated alongside these heavyweights couldn't possibly be a minor figure. Guemo pressed his dry lips together, growing even more cautious. Meanwhile, outside, the guy who had escorted Guemo inside muttered under his breath. A researcher at the Dragon Academy this young. Are you kidding me? He's probably the youngest person ever nominated for the Dragon Science Academy, right? Man, it's enough to make you sick comparing yourself to others. After his mutterings, he sighed deeply, pushed his glasses up, and turned to leave. Indeed, the gap between people is far greater than the gap between people and dogs. And soon, Huang Gongjiang finished his speech on stage. Guemo had listened the entire time, but halfway through he realized. This is exactly what I told Huang Gongjiang earlier. This guy actually copied it word for word? And what's more, the big shots in the audience were listening with rapt attention, each one more engrossed than the last. If he hadn't interacted with Huang Gongjiang before, he'd swear everyone here was a plant. Alright, that's all I have to say. Feel free to come up and add your thoughts. With a slow, deliberate pace, Huang Gongjiang finally descended from the stage. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. Professor Huang, you've made significant progress again. Compared to your previous theory, this one holds even greater practical significance. Indeed. While 10 nanometers may not be cutting edge in today's chip technology, some might even call it outdated, it remains the absolute pinnacle of what we can currently achieve. The most crucial aspect is the unique architectural design integrated with this theory. Our performance could even surpass chips with shorter manufacturing processes. What we need to do now is seize the chip market in Dragon Nation outright, then extend this influence to other countries as much as possible. The room buzzed with discussion. And all of this stemmed from a hypothesis brought forth by Professor Huang. Of course. For the people here, the so-called hypothesis was utterly irrelevant. What truly mattered was that this thing could actually be made. Licking their dry lips, each of them was overcome with excitement. May I ask, Professor Huang, did you personally design this chip architecture? Such an unconventional approach is truly rare. But I must say, this is absolutely a stroke of genius. Everyone stared at Huang Gongjiang, their hearts racing with excitement. Hearing this, Huang Gongjiang quickly let out a wry smile. This isn't actually my original idea. On the contrary, I too drew inspiration from this unique architecture. Moreover, the creator of this architecture is standing right before us today. Ha! At these words, the crowd stirred. They exchanged glances. If it wasn't Huang Gongjiang, then who else could it be? Crucially, if someone here truly possessed the capability to develop such a thing, today's meeting likely wouldn't be held here. And just then, suddenly, someone noticed Gu Mo crouched in the corner. Ha! Who is this guy? When did he sneak in? Who are you? What are you doing here stealing our Dragon Nation secrets? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. These men, their temples graying, some seemingly halfway to the grave, now radiated an unexpected intensity. They demanded answers from Gu Mo. Chapter 61, I really can't do this. Meanwhile, inside a hospital room at Magic City Hospital, Zhong Shuriying stared at her phone, lost in thought. Why hasn't Gu Mo replied to my message? Was it her fault that something was wrong? This matter had Zhong Shuriying feeling rather flustered. Ms. Zhong, you needn't worry about company matters, everything is under control. Right now, your priority is to focus on your recovery and return home as soon as possible. Additionally, I've handled matters with Mr. Wu. He said he'll come see you shortly. When he arrives, you must pull yourself together. Whether from a business or personal perspective, you can't appear dull or uninterested. That would make Mr. Wu lose face. Beside her, Kai-hee was briefing Zhong Shuriying on potential developments. Her expression was unusually serious. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying shook her head helplessly. I know that. Don't worry, I can separate work from personal matters. Zhong Shuriying felt both amused and exasperated. As for the things Kai-hee had done for her, though they weren't exactly above board, now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. She'd just have to endure a little injustice. But, recalling the chat log she'd seen earlier, Zhong Shuriying nearly fainted again. She could only hope nothing too disastrous would happen later. Otherwise. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying's heart skipped a beat. Here they come. As for Kai-hee, she had already walked over to open the door. Oh, young Master Wu. What brings you here? I just came, that's all. And I brought quite a few things. We can't possibly eat all this. Come on in, Mr. Zhong has been waiting inside for quite some time. Kai-hee acted as if nothing had happened, taking the items from Mr. Wu's assistant and smiling at Wu Mingxian as she spoke. As she spoke, she stepped aside to make room, simultaneously shooting Zhong Shuriying a knowing glance. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt both amused and exasperated. You two wait outside. I need to speak with Mr. Zhong. After politely addressing Kai-hee, Wu Mingxian promptly instructed his entourage. The men in suits immediately stood in the hospital corridor. After settling these matters, he swiftly approached Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying gave a helpless, bitter smile. Ms. Zhong, are you feeling all right? Wu Mingxian sat down beside Zhong Shuriying and almost instinctively took her hand. Suddenly, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted. She cleared her throat softly. Seeing this, Kai-hee shook her head inwardly with a hint of resignation. But after all, she was her sister. Kai-hee knew Zhong Shuriying still couldn't accept Wu Mingxian at this moment, so she quickly stepped in to break the awkwardness. Mr. Wu, our CEO Zhong may still be feeling under the weather. She might not be able to attend to your needs promptly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying promptly coughed in agreement, discreetly withdrawing her hand from Wu Mingxian's grasp. Wu Mingxian felt the warm, soft touch in his hand vanish abruptly, leaving him with a hollow emptiness inside. Naturally, he felt rather uncomfortable. But with so many people watching, he couldn't force the issue. Then I'll consider myself at a disadvantage. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'm still handling all the paperwork for Genesis Tech. Once you're discharged, Ms. Zhong, we can join forces. Dragon Nation will surely have a place for us. With that, Wu Mingxian promptly rose and walked away without looking back. Young Master Wu, why not stay a little longer? Kai He attempted to persuade him. Yet Wu Mingxian seemed oblivious, walking away without a glance back. Only after he had completely exited the medical room did a dark shadow cross his face. Damn it! How dare he blame me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that thought, Wu Mingxian quickened his pace. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Zhong Shiriying wiped her hands with a damp cloth yet still felt a wave of disgust. That guy, how dare he? Kai He brought over a cup of hot water and sat beside Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, Mr. Wu did overreact earlier, but I'm sure he didn't mean it. Even now, Kai He was still speaking up for Wu Mingxian. Zhong Shiriying shook her head. It's unnecessary. There's no connection between Mr. Wu and me. You shouldn't waste your efforts. After this collaboration, we should draw a clear line. I actually think the suggestion Guemo put forward is quite good. She spoke thoughtfully. If it weren't for the pressing time constraints, they would never have yielded to Tianxia Securities. And certainly not what had happened earlier. Hearing this, Kai He pouted in frustration. Mr. Zhong, she complained, has that guy charmed you? It feels like you're always defending him. I really don't know what that guy has to offer that makes you care so much. Isn't young Master Wu good enough? Look at how long you've been in the hospital. When did that guy you keep mentioning ever come to see you? Besides this unlucky soul here, only young Master Wu has come to see you. Could you please stop going on about that guy? Zhong Shiriying didn't want to say much more about it. Kai He, however, seemed to sense Zhong Shiriying's thoughts and suddenly gasped. Ms. Zhong, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for that dimwit, would you? At those words, Zhong Shiriying froze for a moment. She quickly recovered. What did you say? Of course not. Zhong Shiriying defended herself. Kai He snorted dismissively upon hearing this. Right, what's there to like about that guy anyway? Fine, if you don't like him, there's nothing I can do about it. As for Mr. Wu, I'll explain things to him for you. Kai He shrugged and beckoned to Zhong Shiriying. Their eyes met briefly, and they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Zhong Shiriying sighed helplessly, shook her head, and handed her phone to Kai He. She forced a smile. Fine. Then I'll trouble my esteemed chief assistant. Oomph. Kai He snorted. What's the big deal? I'm just a workhorse anyway. Who asked me to be born without your kind of luck? Zhong Shiriying seemed to recall something, and she smiled faintly. My life really is that fortunate. Meanwhile, Jianghai City. Guemo had already stepped out of the Qingteng laboratory. A hint of fatigue lingered on his face, but the thought of this test's resounding success filled him with exhilaration. Next stop, the Dragon Academy. Chapter 62, a high-level meeting. The solution Guemo had painstakingly designed yielded highly satisfactory results after testing at the Qingteng laboratory. Although it was currently only theoretical data, Guemo felt the finished product couldn't be far off. All that was needed now was for the research department to work overtime, meticulously fulfilling each condition outlined in the plan. He was confident they could produce it very soon. His next step was to visit the Dragon Science Institute to assess the situation. He had previously communicated with Professor Huang Gongjiang of the Academy and had even sent representatives to coordinate with their team beforehand, so there should be no issues. He hailed a taxi to the Academy's entrance. After presenting his credentials, he was quickly searched and granted access. Professor Huang, where are you? Yes, it's me. I've made some small breakthroughs and would like to discuss them with you. Guemo licked his dry lips and spoke excitedly. Oh, I see. We're having a meeting right now that's actually related to this matter. You can come over. Oh. Hearing this, Gumo's heart stirred. Wow. So Professor Huang Gongjiang had interrupted his meeting just to take her call. That feeling of being respected stirred something within him. Guemo didn't dare linger. He quickly ascertained the exact location and hurried over. This was a specialized facility within the Dragon Academy dedicated to chip research. With the increasing prevalence of intelligent technology in recent years, Longwei could not rely on chips from other nations. Doing so risked having sensitive information intercepted and potentially compromising state secrets. Thus began this sweeping wave of intelligent transformation. The foremost consideration in this endeavor is the semiconductor industry. This is the very foundation of intelligence. It demands our utmost attention. Therefore, any breakthroughs made by private entities can receive state support. The Dragon Nation is investing heavily to develop this technology, and they mean business. Soon, Guemo arrived at the location. Mr. Guemo, is it? Professor Huang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. Just as he was about to send a message to Huang Gongjiang, a man wearing thick-rimmed glasses emerged from ahead. Upon seeing Guemo, the man's expression shifted strangely. But recalling what Huang Gongjiang had told him earlier, he addressed Gu Mo politely. Gu Mo agreed. Following the man's lead, they approached the back door of a conference room. The man whispered a warning. Professor Huang said you can listen in on this meeting, but keep it quiet. Professor Huang is inside too. Gu Mo gave a slight nod. He quickly slipped inside and found a seat. Whoa! Holy crap! The moment Gu Mo stepped inside, he was utterly stunned. This lineup is this what they call depth. The room was packed with gray-haired experts, many of whom Gu Mo recognized from his university textbooks. They might not be Einsteins, but they were all heavyweights in the chip industry. And he even spotted his former mentor here. Back when Gu Mo was still a student, he'd heard countless stories about this man, a true titan of the industry. But with little progress in research, he'd ended up at Longhua University of Science and Technology to contribute what he could. He never expected to encounter him here. As for the others, anyone seated alongside these heavyweights couldn't possibly be a minor figure. Gu Mo pressed his dry lips together, growing even more cautious. Meanwhile, outside, the guy who had escorted Gu Mo inside muttered under his breath. A researcher at the Dragon Academy this young. Are you kidding me? He's probably the youngest person ever nominated for the Dragon Science Academy, right? Man, it's enough to make you sick comparing yourself to others. After his mutterings, he sighed deeply, pushed his glasses up, and turned to leave. Indeed, the gap between people is far greater than the gap between people and dogs. And soon, Huang Gongjiang finished his speech on stage. Gu Mo had listened the entire time, but halfway through he realized. This is exactly what I told Huang Gongjiang earlier. This guy actually copied it word for word? And what's more, the big shots in the audience were listening with rapt attention, each one more engrossed than the last. If he hadn't interacted with Huang Gongjiang before, he'd have sworn these people were all plants. Alright, that's all I have to say. Feel free to come up and add your thoughts. With a slow, deliberate step, Huang Gongjiang finally descended from the stage. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. Professor Huang, you've made significant progress again. Compared to your previous theory, this one holds even greater practical significance. Indeed. While 10 nanometers may not be cutting edge in today's chip technology, it might even be considered somewhat outdated. It must be acknowledged that this represents the absolute pinnacle of what we can currently achieve. The most crucial aspect is the unique architectural design integrated with this theory. Our performance could even surpass chips with shorter manufacturing processes. What we need to do now is seize the chip market in Dragon Nation outright, then extend this influence to other countries as much as possible. The room buzzed with discussion. And all of this stemmed from a hypothesis brought forth by Professor Huang. Of course. For the people here, the so-called hypothesis was utterly irrelevant. What truly mattered was that this thing could actually be made. Licking their dry lips, each of them was overcome with excitement. May I ask, Professor Huang, did you personally design this chip architecture? Such an unconventional approach is truly rare. But I must say, this is absolutely a stroke of genius. Everyone stared at Huang Gongjiang, their hearts racing with excitement. Hearing this, Huang Gongjiang quickly let out a wry smile. This isn't actually my original idea. On the contrary, I too drew inspiration from this unique architecture. Moreover, the creator of this architecture is standing right before us today. Ha! At these words, the crowd stirred. They exchanged glances. If it wasn't Huang Gongjiang, then who else could it be? Crucially, if someone here truly possessed the capability to develop such a thing, today's meeting likely wouldn't be held here. And just then, suddenly, someone noticed Gu Mo crouched in the corner. Ha! Who is this guy? When did he sneak in? Who are you? What are you doing here stealing our Dragon Nation secrets? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. These men, their temples graying, some seemingly halfway to the grave, now radiated an unexpected intensity. They demanded answers from Gu Mo. Chapter 63, how could you say that? Speak up. How did you sneak in? Are you a spy? You'd better confess honestly, or else we'll call security. Our security guards are elite soldiers from the military, each armed with a gun. If you don't want to die, you'd better confess now. The group of old men glared at Gu Mo with fierce eyes. Despite their advanced age, with half their bodies practically in the ground, they were unusually fierce at this moment. Just moments ago, they seemed physically frail, yet now they moved with astonishing agility. Oof. It seemed he wouldn't even need the security guards to arrive. These old men could beat him to death with their bare hands. Gu Mo licked his dry lips, about to explain, when suddenly someone stepped forward. You? I know him. He's my student. What was your name again? Soon, someone among them recognized Gu Mo. Ha! At this remark, the others wore peculiar expressions. They eased off the intense pressure they'd applied earlier, but remained vigilant nonetheless. Gu Mo. Gu Mo answered honestly. I'm here to see Professor Huang. Professor Huang? At these words, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Just then, Huang Gongjiang finally managed to squeeze his way through. A look of helplessness flashed across his face as he gave a wry smile and said, "Everyone's misunderstood. This young man named Guemo from Gene Tian is the very person I mentioned earlier, the one who developed the new chip architecture." "What?" The crowd's expressions turned even more stunned. "Him? Just him? How old is this guy? 25? Probably just graduated less than 2 years ago?" Skepticism quickly spread across the crowd's faces. Gumo's former advisor suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead. "I remember now, you're that rich kid Guemo." "That's right." Guemo nodded, though his expression was slightly awkward. He added, "But I'm not a second-generation heir anymore." The mentor waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not dwell on that. Weren't you at the bottom of the class before? You even paid me for a passing grade. How did you come up with this perfect framework?" "Ha!" The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the room suddenly grew still. Their gazes instinctively turned toward this guy. "Seriously? You're bringing that up?" Gumo's face flushed with even greater embarrassment. Back when he was a spoiled rich kid, he had indeed relied on his father's money to buy his way through grades, muddle through exams, and even graduate, none of which was anything new. Sometimes, money really could make the devil grind the mill. Especially when it came to an offer so tempting it was impossible to refuse. "You are sure?" This time, even Huang Gongjian was taken aback. The speaker was an elderly man sporting a goatee. He was also Gumo's former mentor, Old Master Jiang. He nodded firmly. "Of course I remember. There were many wealthy individuals at Longwei University of Science and Technology, but someone as wealthy as Guemo?" Over all these years, he had truly only encountered one such person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so deeply impressed. But then something happened. I heard there was some kind of family crisis in Gumo's household. After that, all traces of him vanished. Given that, old Jiang wouldn't believe for a second that Guemo could possibly have come up with an architecture of this caliber. He must have stolen it from somewhere. At that moment, nearly every pair of eyes turned toward Guemo. Guemo quickly flashed an awkward smile. It did happen. Who would have thought this guy could remember such ancient history? This was just my luck. But this is the Dragon Academy. No one cares about your background. As the surrounding crowd voiced their doubts, Wang Gongjiang stepped forward. Setting aside other matters, I hold this young man in very high regard. Moreover, this chip architecture is so novel that if it truly originated from someone else's research, I doubt he'd be keeping it hidden now. He'd have revealed it long ago. Or is there anyone here who believes this was developed by one of you? At this remark, the room quickly fell silent. Huang Gongjiang's words seemed to carry weight. None of them could produce such an exquisite architecture. But old Jiang simply refused to believe this was Gumo's work. I don't believe it. Unless this fellow demonstrates it to us right here and now, and makes sure we understand it. But what if we don't understand? Guemo pressed his dry lips together, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet upon hearing this, old Jiang seemed deeply offended. He immediately snorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you implying this old man is too senile to understand a word you say? When I was teaching at Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology, you weren't even born yet. Practically everyone in your computer industry came from that university. I taught them all. And you say I don't understand? No wonder this guy was so furious. Anyone else would probably be angry too. This was practically a veiled insult. Guemo gave a wry smile, surprised at how strongly old Jiang reacted. He quickly nodded. If that was the case, then he had nothing to worry about. Then I'll begin. I'll see what kind of nonsense comes out of your mouth. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying had finally met the criteria for discharge. Ms. Zhong, I've arranged your discharge paperwork. Next, we'll head to Tianxia Securities to finalize the details with Mr. Wu, then we can return to Jianhai City. Kai He, holding the discharge papers, hurried into the ward and addressed Zhong Shuriying. However, Zhong Shuriying appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at her phone. She hadn't heard a word Kai He had said. Ms. Zhong? Only when Kai He approached did Zhong Shuriying snap out of her trance. Oh, I see. What's going on? Why so mysterious? Kai He gave her a curious look. Nothing. I just needed to clear my head. Have you booked the flight yet? Already booked. We're leaving tonight and should arrive before midnight. Kai He nodded. Zhong Shuriying felt relieved. Alright, let's go then. After saying that, she quickly tucked her phone away, though a lingering unease settled in her heart. This Guemo. Why hasn't he replied to my message yet? Kai He, however, looked at Zhong Shuriying with genuine curiosity. What's wrong with Ms. Zhong? She seems so distracted. Could it be that the recent company issues have overwhelmed him? But haven't all the problems been resolved now? She shook her head, unable to figure it out. Chapter 64, Teacher, aren't you done yet? Several hours later. Guemo licked his dry lips. Someone nearby promptly offered him a cup of warm water. Please, help yourself. The speaker was a heavyweight in the industry. His expertise was unquestionably top tier in this field. Yet at this moment, he willingly poured water for Gumo. Seeing this, Gumo accepted without hesitation. "My shoulders feel a bit stiff and tired," he remarked casually. As he spoke, he gave his shoulder a firm pat. After maintaining the same posture for so long, it was indeed quite sore. The main culprit was the immense psychological pressure. Otherwise, he could have appeared more natural. After all, every person here was either a top-tier expert in the chip industry or, at the very least, among the absolute elite in this field. In their respective fields, they were virtually unrivaled. Otherwise, the Lanka Academy wouldn't have become the center of scientific research in Manhwa. As soon as Gumo finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward to massage his shoulders. "Professor, is this pressure okay?" the person asked with a humble expression. Witnessing this scene, anyone observing would likely be stunned speechless. As for Huang Gongjiang standing nearby, he was left utterly speechless. Good heavens! He had assumed these stubborn old fogies were simply resistant to accepting Gumo's knowledge. But who knew they'd all change their tune faster than you could blink? He thought he was the only one stunned by Gumo's wild imagination, but it turned out nearly everyone here was equally amazed. That's why they were so genuinely convinced. And there was even one among them who felt utterly humiliated. After finishing his tea, Gumo glanced down at the elderly man sitting opposite him, whose face had visibly darkened. The old man bent his head, scribbling calculations with his brush, his entire body trembling. The more he calculated, the more his heart pounded with dread. "Old Master Jiang, have you figured it out yet? We're all waiting on you," someone soon called out impatiently. There was even a palpable urge to kick him out of the room. After all, the bottleneck they'd been stuck on for years was about to be broken by this young man, Gumo. At this moment, they were all exercising restraint. Otherwise, old Master Jiang might very well have been kicked flying. Gumo glanced at old Zhang and shook his head helplessly. Who was it who claimed he had no issues? Compared to the others, this old man had the worst aptitude. Gumo could even serve as an inspector at the Lanka Research Institute now. Old Zhang's expression flickered with shifting emotions upon hearing this. I admit defeat. Finally, he clutched the pen in his hand, his expression a mix of reluctance and resignation. Huang Gongjiang's face quickly broke into a smile. "Ha ha ha. Very well. Since that's the case, I believe we can start putting our full effort into this matter." He promptly glanced around. After receiving mutual confirmation, Huang Gongjiang promptly relayed the details of his earlier discussion with Gumo. "So, I've already discussed this with Gumo beforehand. We can directly utilize the special structure of this 10-nanometer chip provided by Gumo, and he will also maintain the chip's architecture upgrades. What we need to do is leverage our own Dragon Nation's capabilities to build our very own 10-nanometer chip. But let me tell you, this 10 nanometers is not our limit. We will strive toward even higher-level manufacturing processes." Huang Gongjiang began his impassioned speech. That night, none of the top chip researchers could sleep. After finally declining Huang Gongjiang's dinner invitation, Gumo drove back alone to Zhanghai City. Genesis Technology. Dragging his weary body, Gumo prepared to clock out for the day. But at that moment, he suddenly bumped into two people hurrying along. "Ha!" a thought struck Gumo. His eyes widened in surprise. No mistake. Zhong Shuriying and Kai He. At that moment, they also noticed Gumo. "Gumo, come here." Unexpectedly, the moment their eyes met, Kai He started bossing Gumo around. Gumo's expression stiffened. He approached reluctantly. But then he saw Kai He casually toss the Maybach keys to Gumo. "Drive." Gumo's mouth twitched. What a welcome ceremony. He actually liked it. Poof. Heh. Gumo pressed his lips together. Through the rear window, he caught sight of Zhong Shuriying beneath the starlit canopy. She glanced at Gumo briefly before quickly averting her gaze, focusing instead on the notebook before her. Her brow furrowed. Clearly, she was still dealing with the president's affairs. But her complexion looked infinitely better than it had back in Shanghai. Though Gumo felt a bit annoyed inside, he didn't bother arguing with Kai He, that unreasonable woman, for Zhong Shuriying's sake. "Let's be clear, once we stop at Jojo Jiangchu, I'm getting out." Gumo got into the car. After inserting the key, he slowly addressed the person behind him. At this declaration, Kai He instantly flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are, Gumo? What gives you the right to bargain? If it weren't for Mr. Zhong giving you a job opportunity, do you think you'd still be working here, let alone become the head of the RD department?" Gumo raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman. She'd be better off keeping her mouth shut. Enough. But then he saw Zhong Shuriying rubbing her temples. "Kai He, you should keep quiet for a bit. Just do as Gumo said. I'll handle the rest." Zhong Shuriying couldn't discuss Gumo's affairs with Kai He, so she acquiesced to Gumo's suggestion. With that, Kai He snorted in frustration. But since Zhong Shuriying had spoken, she couldn't really say much more. Gumo wore an expression of utter indifference. He buckled his seatbelt and started the car. Kai-hee had intended to make a sarcastic remark, but she was taken aback by how smoothly Guemo handled the car as if it were an extension of himself. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. Who knew you were such a skilled driver? No wonder our CEO Jean was willing to let our regular driver work only half a day so you could be her chauffeur. Kai-hee remarked sarcastically from the back seat. Guemo ignored her. This left Kai-hee feeling inexplicably frustrated. Oomph. This guy must be trying to act aloof to get Zhong Shuriying's attention. Sure enough, he was checking her out through the rearview mirror. This toad trying to eat swan meat. No way am I letting you get away with this. Kai-hee snorted inwardly. We're here. The next second, Guemo withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. You've been staring at her through the rearview mirror the whole way. Enjoyed the view? Kai-hee stepped out of the car and took the steering wheel from Gumo's hands. Guemo was momentarily speechless. Didn't I watch you through the rearview mirror? Chapter 65, there's a science to this. After uttering those words, Guemo felt as though a weight had lifted from his shoulders. Phew. What a relief. As for Kai-hee, what business is her mood to me? Guemo wasn't the same person he used to be. Losing this job? The Dragon Academy is lining up to hire me. You could say that having options gives you confidence. You bet. Awesome. It had been ages since Guemo had felt this way. Kai-hee, however, stood frozen in place for a long while before finally snapping out of it, furious. By then, Guemo had already hailed a cab and driven away. This sent Kai-hee into an even greater frenzy. Zhong Shuriying sat in the back seat, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Alright, I'll drive. I know this route well. But Ms. Zhong, you've only just recovered. I said I'll drive. Zhong Shuriying emphasized her tone. This caused Kai-hee's expression to shift slightly. Was Zhong Shuriying angry? She dared not speak further. After returning home, Guemo took a quick shower and lay down on the bed. Ah, bliss. Today was exhausting. He hadn't expected to be squeezed dry by Kai-hee and Zhong Shuriying upon his return. Soon, his phone vibrated. Guemo picked up his phone to check. And the next second, he shot upright in his seat. Zhong Shuriying sent me a message? It wasn't the shock of receiving a message from Zhong Shuriying, but the sheer number of messages she had sent him. He hadn't seen them. Made it home? Zhong Shuriying. Guemo quickly replied with 2 words. Got there. After typing his reply, Guemo scrolled up through the messages. Only to find they were all messages the other had recalled. Oof. Ha. He seemed to understand it was probably that Kai-hee guy messing with him again. Then, messages from Zhong Shuriying started coming in again. Get some rest. Okay. Guemo silenced his phone, tossed it aside carelessly, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying clutched her phone, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. This guy. Why is he being so cold toward me? It wasn't like this before, was it? Even before he got promoted, though we didn't chat much, the frequency was still quite high. Now it's like he's a completely different person. It felt almost unfamiliar. Zhong Shuriying couldn't quite figure it out. After pondering for a moment, she finally seemed to grasp something. Could it be, this guy found a new job and is planning to jump ship? Startled awake from a deathbed dream, Zhong Shuriying suddenly messaged Kai-hee. Investigate Gumo's recent activities. Who he's met, what he's been up to, send me everything. Be thorough. And so, this troublesome task fell once again upon Kai-hee. Early the next morning, Guemo arrived at the director's office. Seeing the steaming bowl of kanji on the desk, a thought crossed Gumo's mind. That familiar aroma. Gradually, a smile spread across Gumo's face. Just then, someone entered the room, moving with a distinctly furtive air. Ahaha, Mr. Gu, you haven't eaten yet? Since I woke up early this morning, I thought I'd grab an extra portion for you. The speaker was none other than Su-mu. Hearing this, Guemo waved his hand dismissively. No need to go to such trouble next time. Just tell me where to go, and the 3 of us can go together. The 3 of us? Su-mu's expression shifted slightly. What did that mean? Just then, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Deputy Director Li Feng emerged promptly. Li Feng gave Su-mu's shoulder a light pat and chuckled. I knew our CEO Gu would be arriving personally at this hour, so I sent him breakfast ahead of time. I didn't expect you'd think of that too. Haha, what a coincidence. At these words, Su-mu's lips twitched slightly. Oof. This guy, what coincidence. He'd clearly anticipated this very scenario from the start. As expected, he still had much to learn in this regard. Alright, there's nothing more for you to do here. If anything comes up, I'll notify you. You may go. Guemo waved his hand dismissively. Su-mu was about to speak when Li Feng's broad palm slammed down hard on his shoulder, silencing him instantly. Li Feng, however, quickly broke into a sheepish grin and bowed obsequiously to Guemo. Ahaha, got it. If you need anything else, Mr. Gu, just give us a shout. After saying this, Li Feng promptly hooked his arm around Su-mu's shoulder and turned to leave. Su-mu didn't even get a chance to speak. Hey, brother Feng, what's this about? I was finally getting a chance to impress Mr. Gu, and you. Sumu wore a look of helpless frustration. Li Feng looked slightly resentful. Compared to the other guy, his own physique was practically a bamboo pole. The disparity in strength was just too vast. Hearing this, Li Feng adopted an inscrutable expression. He said in a deep voice, "Don't you think you have some responsibility here?" Ha! Sumu froze at the remark. My problem? He pointed at his own nose, utterly bewildered. But Li Feng adopted a deliberately mysterious tone, his voice deepening. You have no idea how much psychological trauma you caused Mr. Gu that day. That day? Which day? Sumu looked utterly bewildered. Hearing this, Li Feng spread his hands, giving Sumu a look that clearly said, "You're clueless. Look, you don't even realize the problem. If I hadn't just saved your life, you'd be losing your title as chief assistant by now." What? It's that serious? Sumu's expression shifted. Li Feng licked his dry lips and continued. It's far worse than that. Guess why I brought an extra one? Why? Sumu swallowed hard, sensing something was amiss. Li Feng's expression quickly turned grave as he spoke. You're telling me? You're such a jinx. This time, it's a good thing I was there to cover for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one getting scolded. Remember what happened last time you went to the bathroom? At that, Sumu finally understood. Damn it! So that was the reason. Li Feng must have thought his belongings might remind Gu Mo of that day, which is why he intervened. So that's it. I finally get it. You're my savior. Sumu was moved to tears by Li Feng. Li Feng patted his chest with a carefree expression. No big deal. Since we're all in this together now, I wouldn't dream of not covering for you. But the smile tugging at his lips was nearly impossible to suppress. This little cutie. After savoring his breakfast, Gu Mo sighed with contentment at how good life was now. Just then, a message popped up on his phone. He picked up his phone to check. Zhong Shuriying. Gumo's eyebrow arched slightly. He quickly gathered his things and headed to the main office. Chapter 66, The Art of the Workplace. Gu Mo dared not linger. He hurried straight to Zhong Shuriying's office. Ms. Zhong, you wanted to see me? Gu Mo knocked on the door and promptly entered. Zhong Shuriying set down the documents she was holding and looked up. Their gazes met. For some reason, Gu Mo felt that something about Zhong Shuriying seemed different today. He pressed his lips together, a faint smile playing on his face. Seeing Zhong Shuriying remain silent, Gu Mo quickly changed the subject to avoid an overly awkward silence. Ms. Zhong, it's been a few days, but your complexion looks better than ever. At his words, Zhong Shuriying gave a soft snort. It's been a few days, and I see your smooth-talking skills have improved considerably. At that remark, Gu Mo rubbed his nose. Wait. Was there a sour smell in the air? Was her perception off? But then Zhong Shuriying gave a soft cough. Her expression quickly turned serious. Seeing this, Gu Mo assumed she had something important to say and immediately listened intently. But then, why didn't you reply to my message? Zhong Shuriying asked in a deadpan tone, her voice icy cold. Ha! At those words, Gu Mo's mouth twitched. His expression began to look rather peculiar. Glancing up at Zhong Shuriying, his expression grew even stranger. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying slightly raised her voice. It was clearly a question directed at Gu Mo. With this attitude, how can I ever trust you with work responsibilities in the future? Zhong Shuriying tapped the table and spoke in a heavy tone. Hearing this, Gu Mo felt both amused and exasperated. He quickly recalled the messages Zhong Shuriying had sent him earlier. Hadn't she recalled them all? It made Gu Mo wonder if those messages were even from her at all. Amused and exasperated, he hurriedly explained, Ms. Zhong, how am I supposed to get things done without your targets? I didn't give you targets. Don't you know to ask? Zhong Shuriying's expression remained calm, yet her gaze scrutinized Gu Mo. Calm and cold. That particular look made Gu Mo feel a bit uneasy. Still, hearing Zhong Shuriying's response left Gu Mo feeling both amused and exasperated. But I didn't know what you meant, Ms. Zhong. I thought you just withdrew it because you sent it by mistake. Gu Mo felt a little aggrieved. He lowered his head and pressed his dry lips together. Yet Zhong Shuriying let out a soft snort. Don't you think about why I've been sending you so many messages? If it weren't important, would I bother sending you so many? If I don't want to talk about it, can't you just ask? Poof. Ha! At this, Gu Mo's mouth twitched. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Mr. Zhong, if I've done anything wrong, just tell me. I promise it won't happen again. Gu Mo swore to the heavens. He now understood that Zhong Shuriying had come specifically to make his life miserable. What else could he do but admit it? So you know how to apologize now? Zhong Shuriying's tone softened slightly at his words. Gu Mo's hand knew she was his bread and butter. How could he not treat her with utmost respect? Even if she asked him to carry her chamber pot, he'd run to do it. All those lessons learned from Li Feng were now paying off in smooth, polished manners. Gu Mo hurriedly nodded emphatically. I admit my mistake, I admit my mistake. He forced a smile, bowing and scraping as he spoke. And sure enough, after Gumo's performance, Zhong Shuriying's anger visibly softened. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. At first, Gumo had been reluctant to believe it, but now, seeing Zhong Shuriying's reaction, he was starting to buy into it. Damn, this is a whole science. Thinking this, Gumo couldn't bear to tear his gaze away from Zhong Shuriying's long legs, afraid she'd notice his unnatural stare. Just looking at those two long legs, you could make me call you grandpa and I'd agree. There's a dinner meeting later. You'll drive me there, right? Zhong Shuriying suddenly said. A dinner meeting? At her words, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Ms. Zhong, I still have work matters to attend to. Although he had already informed the RD department about the chip architecture upgrade, the specific implementation details still required his personal explanation. Otherwise, it would become a hassle to wrap things up later. Zhong Shuriying waved him off. I'll give you an hour to handle your current tasks. Ha! That's downright unreasonable. Gumo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Isn't this usually handled by Kai-he? Why? Kai-he has more important matters to attend to. From the sound of it, you seem quite eager to handle it yourself? Then I suggest you just don't go. Zhong Shuriying said indifferently. Hoof. Ha! Did I dare not go? Gumo felt both amused and exasperated inside. If he said he wouldn't go, he'd probably be preparing his resignation papers the next second. Women's hearts truly are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Gumo naturally agreed immediately. Gumo then delegated the research department's tasks, instructing Li Feng and Sumu to execute them strictly. You two had better make sure nothing goes wrong in the RD department before I return. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen when I get back. Gumo warned Sumu and Li Feng before leaving. Li Feng immediately responded with a fawning nod. Ha, rest assured, Mr. Gu. Leave everything here to us. Go ahead and relax. If anything goes wrong here, you can come find me. Sumu, standing nearby, mimicked the flattery with visible improvement in his sycophantic skills. It seemed spending too much time with Li Feng had rubbed off on him. Gumo chose not to press the matter further. He quickly made preparations and left the company. After watching Gumo depart, however, Li Feng's smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound meaning. Sumu, observing this, couldn't help but silently marvel. Wow. Only Li Feng could do that. That speed at which he switches expressions, I doubt I'll ever master that in a lifetime. Deputy Director, what are you thinking about? Sumu pursed his lips and asked Li Feng. He wanted to see if he could learn anything from this man. He was probably trying to figure out what the boss was thinking. If he could master that skill, it would save him a lot of trouble down the road. After all, flattering your boss to perfection was a skill in itself. Standing before the Genesis Tech building, Li Feng was deep in thought. I wonder how our CEO Gu managed to get close to our CEO Zhong. If I could do the same, wouldn't that mean I could coast through life without ever having to work? Ha! But. Upon hearing this, Sumu had assumed this guy was thinking about something else entirely. Little did he know. He was actually studying Gumo's tactics for seducing rich heiresses. Chapter 67, Wu Mingxian hosts a banquet. While Li Feng and Sumu stood atop the company building observing below, Gumo had already gotten into the car with Zhong Shuriying, heading toward Shanghai City's Prince Hotel. Mr. Gu, how did the partnership talks go? Did you finalize anything? Gumo asked Zhong Shuriying from the driver's seat. He'd heard that this time, Zhong Shuriying was going to meet with Wu Mingxian. Last time in Shanghai, it was Wu Mingxian who had brokered the deal, bringing Genesis Tech and Shanghai's Tianxia chip together. Logically, this partnership should be a done deal. Thus, this meeting should primarily involve ironing out details for preparing for the delivery phase. But he couldn't figure out why he'd been dragged into it. Gumo found it somewhat puzzling. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's lips twitched slightly before she spoke. This time it's just a simple dinner. Nothing else. Oh? Gumo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. When did Zhong Shuriying start having meals with other men? But then again, it was a business dinner. At their level, such engagements were unavoidable. Gumo couldn't really say much more. But just then, he noticed Zhong Shuriying's expression flicker. She seemed slightly uneasy. Gumo didn't notice this. He drove on, smiling indifferently. Do you need me to help you avoid drinking? He quickly realized the reason. Zhong Shuriying probably thought he couldn't hold her liquor, so she called him along. Or perhaps for some other reason. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying shook her head quickly. She let out a breath. We'll see how things go. We'll decide then. Oh. Gumo felt a slight stir in his heart. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something seemed off about Zhong Shuriying today. Gumo didn't dwell on it. He quickly pressed the accelerator and sped off. Prince Hotel. Gumo parked the car, got out with Zhong Shuriying, and entered the Prince Hotel. Miss Zhong, Mr. Wu is already waiting in the private room. The front desk attendant addressed Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying gave a slight nod. MHM. Gumo followed behind Zhong Shuriying. They soon arrived at the location of the treasure chest. And just then, Zhong Shuriying entered, but Gumo was stopped outside. Ha! Seeing this, Gumo raised an eyebrow slightly. What's going on here? We're sorry, but only Miss Zhong is permitted to enter. At these words, Gumo's expression shifted. These guys. But before long, Zhong Shuriying spoke up. This is my personal assistant. If he can't go in, then I won't be going in either. At this, the two security guards at the entrance froze, momentarily at a loss. Come in, all of you. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from ahead. The speaker was none other than Wu Mingxian. Young Master Wu. Zhong Shuriying turned her head, glancing at Wu Mingxian inside the private room. He had been waiting for quite some time. Gumo followed her gaze and glanced forward. Sure enough, it was that guy. But what exactly was he up to this time? Last time at the Magic City Hotel, Gumo had encountered this man. Back then, Wu Mingxian had nearly taken Zhong Shuriying away. It was Gumo who stepped in afterward. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened to Zhong Shuriying? If it weren't for the insurmountable challenges Genesis Tech is currently facing, Gumo would never have allowed Zhong Shuriying to come here alone under any circumstances. Ms. Zhong, it's been a while. You've grown even more captivating. Mr. Wu, it's been a while. I hope you're well. A fleeting look of distaste flashed in Zhong Shuriying's eyes, though she concealed it well. To have brought Genesis Tech to its current standing, Zhong Shuriying had matured tremendously. Her expression remained calm, as still as a deep well. Taking her seat across from Wu Mingxian, Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. Mr. Wu, if there are any further details you need to add this time, please speak up promptly. Genesis Tech has a mountain of matters to attend to. Clearly, Zhong Shuriying didn't want to be around this guy. She wasn't some little cutie. Why was this man getting close to her? Didn't she know exactly why? Especially after all these years of grueling struggle to build Genesis Tech, Zhong Shuriying was no longer the same person she once was. She was no longer that innocent, naive little girl. Seeing Zhong Shuriying's aura, Gumo couldn't help but silently give her a huge thumbs up. Badass. Hearing this, Wu Mingxian quickly snorted. Ms. Zhong, this sounds like you're discarding us after using us. After all the groundwork Tianxia Securities laid for you, all the favors we did, now you turn your back on us? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. This Wu Mingxian. Her expression remained composed as she replied, I have no intention of reneging on our agreement. We're simply doing what Genesis Technology ought to do. I believe our top priority now is to address Genesis Tech's credibility issues. With news spreading that the Dojo chip manufacturer has refused to cooperate, Genesis Tech stock has plummeted. At this moment, I believe stabilizing Genesis Tech is our top priority. Wu Mingxian, however, responded with a calm smile. Ha! Miss Zhong, are you suggesting that our Tianxia Securities hasn't been working diligently on these matters? Your Genesis Tech stock has already begun stabilizing, and the majority of that is thanks to our efforts at Tianxia Securities. Aren't you going to thank me? Gumo watched from the sidelines, noting that Wu Mingxian's gaze was fixed almost entirely on Zhong Shuriying. Such blatant stares were downright uncomfortable. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Li Feng suddenly stepped forward. He smiled and said, Ahaha. Young Master Wu is absolutely right. Ms. Zhong, I believe we truly should offer Mr. Wu some concessions. Otherwise, if others here were a stingy miser when collaborating with us, how can Genesis Tech possibly survive? At these words, Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Wu Mingxian, however, couldn't help but glance at Gumo again. Ha! Who would have thought? The very man who ruined my plans back then would now speak up for me. Quite an unexpected delight. Probably after returning, he realized the clout he held at Tianxia Securities and was filled with regret. Now he's trying to make amends by currying favor with me. Heh, how amusing. A wicked smile gradually spread across Wu Mingxian's face. Zhong Shuriying's expression darkened. How could Gumo turn his back on her like this? Chapter 68, Drinking. Put. At those words, Wu Mingxian nearly choked on his drink. Even Zhong Shuriying's eyes widened instantly, her composure nearly slipping. Oof. Ha! Who could have imagined Gumo would suddenly blurt out something like that at this moment? But thinking back, Gumo hadn't exactly had an easy life up to this point. Perhaps that was why he could come up with something like this? The moment Gumo spoke, the room fell into silence. No one dared speak first. It was Zhong Shuriying who finally waved her hand. Let's do as Gumo says. Wu Mingxian's face turned ashen. He scrutinized Gumo from head to toe, now genuinely unsure of this man's true intentions. Was this guy actually on his side, or was he just someone Zhong Shuriying had brought in specifically to annoy him? For a moment, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. But, seeing Gumo's amused gaze, a look only fellow men could understand, Wu Mingxian decided to trust him one last time. He hoped this guy wouldn't let him down. Soon, the waiter began bringing over the menus. Ms. Zhong. After taking it, Gumo marked his preferred dishes before tossing the menu to Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying merely glanced at Gumo casually. This guy. She flipped through it briefly before quickly closing it. That'll do, Mr. Wu. See if there's anything else you need. Today's bill is on Genesis Tech. Wu Mingxian naturally had nothing to complain about. After all, the very thing he craved was right before his eyes. Hearing this, Wu Mingxian flashed a friendly smile. Let me see. Before Zhong Shiriying could move, Guemo promptly and eagerly placed the items into Wu Mingxuan's hands. Poof. This guy. Wu Mingxian instantly understood Gumo's obsequious bowing and scraping. He really gets it. As for how he'd cultivated to this level, that story began with his two capable subordinates. Li Feng and Su Mu were both masters in this field. He'd only picked up a few casual tricks, but that was more than enough. After taking the menu, Wu Mingxian casually flipped through it. Nothing out of the ordinary, except he suddenly noticed something. He glanced at Guemo, and both men shared a knowing smile. This guy really knew how to play the game. Alright. Let's go with this. After handing the menu to the nearby waiter, Wu Mingxian gave Guemo another lingering look. Then he turned to Zhong Shiriying and said, Ms. Zhong, you've truly got yourself an exceptional subordinate. If I had your luck, I probably wouldn't be running errands like a lowly worker right now. I'd be a successful person like you. Anticipating what might happen next, Wu Mingxian's mood lifted considerably. Only Zhong Shiriying's expression seemed slightly off. It seemed that bastard Guemo had secretly colluded with Wu Mingxian. This left her feeling rather uneasy. Was this really the Guemo she knew? It was utterly baffling. Still, faced with Wu Mingxuan's flattery, Zhong Shiriying naturally couldn't refuse. It's just good luck. Since Guemo joined us, Genesis Tech has made significant strides in certain areas. Everyone knows how to make polite conversation. Still, Zhong Shiriying couldn't help but wonder what exactly Guemo had discussed with Wu Mingxian. After the pleasantries concluded, Zhong Shiriying seized an opportunity to corner Guemo. What did you say to that guy just now? He seemed to take your advice pretty seriously. Though it didn't appear that way on the surface, in reality, they were definitely plotting something. Hearing this, Guemo replied with deadpan seriousness, Mr. Wu and I hit it off instantly. We share a mutual admiration. How could you say such things, CEO Zhong? Zhong Shiriying shot him a look that screamed, yeah, right. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the wine followed. Guemo stepped in to smooth things over. Mr. Wu, thank you for your invaluable assistance to Genesis Technologies. Every member of our company is profoundly grateful. Not at all. It's what we should do. For the advancement of Dragon Nation's chip industry, it's our duty. Not to mention, Genesis Tech under Miss Zhong's leadership is the very embodiment of Dragon Nation's chip industry. How could we stand idly by and watch it fall? That would only invite ridicule from outsiders. Wu Mingxian naturally became more courteous. Beside him, under Gumo's encouragement, Zhong Shiriying also raised her wine glass. This wine is a bit potent. Zhong Shiriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She recalled the discomfort she had felt the last time at the hospital, which was hard to stomach. She hesitated to drink now. She had called Guemo over partly to help her avoid drinking. Hearing this, Wu Mingxian clearly seemed displeased. Just then, Guemo spoke up, Ms. Zhong, Mr. Wu has come all this way and made special time to dine with you. We can't treat him like this. If you won't drink, what's the point of this dinner? These words were music to Wu Mingxuan's ears. He'd been struggling to find an opening to make his move on Zhong Shiriying, and now things were falling into place perfectly. Ha! This is promising. With that, Wu Mingxian quickly offered a calm smile. If you really can't drink it, Ms. Zhong, then never mind. Simultaneously, after uttering these words, he turned to glance at Guemo, his expression clearly carrying hidden meaning. Seeing this, Guemo shot him a knowing glance. He immediately turned to Zhong Shiriying and said, Ms. Zhong, that's not fair. Being unable to drink and choosing not to drink are two different things. How about this? Just take a symbolic sip, a single sip. That should be fine, right? You can't refuse Mr. Wu's face. This. Zhong Shiriying hesitated. Her expression shifted uncomfortably as she glanced at Guemo. She'd called Guemo over today specifically to have him shield her from the drinking, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to protect her, he was actually encouraging her to drink. Where exactly had she gone wrong? Could it be that Guemo had already made contact with Wu Mingxian? But, given the current situation, she had no choice but to drink. She hoped this time wouldn't end up like last time. At this thought, Zhong Shiriying frowned briefly before downing her drink in one gulp. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Something about this wine felt off. A thought flashed through Zhong Shiriying's mind. Almost instinctively, she turned to look at Guemo, only to find a hint of amusement in his eyes. Clearly, this guy had tampered with it. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian remained completely unaware. Guemo addressed Wu Mingxian. Mr. Wu, since our CEO has already shown you such courtesy, shouldn't you at least make a token gesture in return? Chapter 69, The Scheme. In the end, spurred on by Guemo, Wu Mingxian naturally refused to be outdone. He downed the entire glass of liquor in one gulp. In an instant, a fiery sting shot through his throat, searing all the way to his lungs. Now that was a kick. But now, the smile on Wu Mingxuan's face gradually turned playful. Compared to what she was experiencing, his sip of wine was nothing. He could clearly see that Zhong Shuriying's face ahead was already flushing with a delicate, juicy glow, like a perfectly ripe red apple. Extremely tempting. Damn it! Today, no matter what, I'm going to have this woman. Once, Wu Mingxian had thought that winning over Kai he would automatically secure Zhong Shuriying. Little did he know these two women would team up to play him for a fool. Gu Mo, who understood men, was far more effective. Wu Mingxian shot Gu Mo another meaningful glance. Gu Mo naturally agreed. He turned to Zhong Shuriying and declared, Ms. Zhong, 1 round for you, 1 round for me. We're all family now, and family should drink to their heart's content. Come on. Let's have another round. As he spoke, Gu Mo poured another glass of wine for Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying glanced at Gu Mo with a slightly puzzled expression. Lifting her glass, her eyes seemed tinged with resignation. Her eyes seemed to say, don't push it too far, kid. But given the occasion, she was willing to play along with Gu Mo's charade. My chest feels a bit hot. Zhong Shuriying clutched her chest, pleading with Gu Mo. Gu Mo merely smiled. Ms. Zhong, drinking warms the body, this is perfectly normal. Zhong Shuriying slowly slipped off her coat. Gulp. Upon witnessing this, Gu Mo's throat involuntarily bobbed. Damn it. I told you to act, but I never said to take it too far. That snow-white jade-like skin, rosy and translucent, are you sure this isn't the real deal? Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian nearly popped his eyes out of his head upon witnessing the scene. Absolute perfection. This woman. Wu Mingxian couldn't help but lick his dry lips as his heart began racing. Gu Mo took the opportunity to pour Wu Mingxian a glass of wine. Mr. Wu, it's your turn. This time, Gu Mo was far more straightforward. Seeing Wu Mingxuan's state, it seemed unnecessary for him to add any more flowery rhetoric. Just as Gu Mo had anticipated. Did he really need Gu Mo to speak up now? Upon hearing this, Wu Mingxian lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. Simultaneously, his vision began to blur. Gu Mo, go pour your boss Zhong a drink. He licked his dry, almost chapped lips and urged. Gu Mo nodded promptly. Absolutely. He swiftly approached Zhong Shuriying. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ms. Zhong, I can't refuse such generosity. Care for another glass? Zhong Shuriying shot Gu Mo a disapproving look. Without another word, she downed the drink in one gulp. Now it was Wu Mingxuan's turn. Gu Mo continued his smooth talk as he approached Wu Mingxian. But this time, Wu Mingxian seemed to be struggling to hold back. This wine feels a bit off somehow. Wu Mingxian rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body felt heavy and weak, as if he couldn't muster the strength to move. Hearing this, Gu Mo wore a concerned expression. Mr. Wu, what's wrong? Mr. Wu, should I call a doctor for you? But Wu Mingxian had no strength left to speak. His entire body slumped heavily onto the dining table. Seeing this, Gu Mo wore an expression of helplessness. He turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, what are we to do? We've actually knocked each other unconscious. Zhong Shuriying shot Gu Mo a withering look. This guy was still putting on a show at a time like this. She quickly pulled her clothes back on. What else can we do? Call an ambulance. Half an hour later, Gu Mo and Zhong Shuriying emerged from the Prince Hotel. After exchanging greetings with the hotel manager, Gu Mo got into the car and slowly started the Maybach. But as he glanced back, he caught Zhong Shuriying's gaze filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Gu Mo let out a bitter laugh inside. This is bad. But then he saw Zhong Shuriying cross her arms. So this was all planned from the start? Zhong Shuriying demanded of Gu Mo. Gu Mo shrugged at her words. Ms. Zhong, the way you put it makes me sound like some kind of villain. Think about it, before I entered the private room, I didn't say anything bad about Mr. Wu, did I? This was clearly me seizing the moment. After gauging the mindset of our Genesis Tech Group's female boss, I made a decision based on the overall situation. Gu Mo declared with solemn earnestness. Like I believe you? Then, when exactly did you start cozying up to Manager Wang of the Prince Hotel? Flirted? Hearing that description, Gu Mo felt both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and quickly explained. Mr. Zhong, I'm afraid I'll have to leverage the reputation of our Genesis Technology Group here. I merely mentioned our affiliation. Oh, no need. The moment our CEO stepped into the Prince Hotel, I believe they had already begun their operation. I merely went with the flow. Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Zhong. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying snorted again. One last question, she said in a low voice. Gu Mo pursed his lips and focused on driving. I'm all ears. At that moment, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He couldn't pinpoint when it started, but suddenly he felt Zhong Shuriying was incredibly close to him. Just then, Zhong Shuriying whispered softly into Gu Mo's ear. So, what did you give me to drink? Just a beverage that promotes blood circulation throughout the body. Guillermo swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he replied. What the hell is this woman playing at? Can't she see I'm driving seriously? But I feel really hot now. What should I do? Ha! The moment those words left her mouth, Guillermo slammed on the brakes. A thought echoed. He looked completely shaken himself. How the hell should I know? That's asking too much, isn't it? When Guillermo turned around, he found Zhong Shiying already dressed, staring at him with a smile. For some reason, Zhong Shiying in this state felt slightly intimidating. It felt as though he might be devoured at any moment. Guillermo swallowed almost instinctively, his expression turning slightly unnatural. But the feeling vanished in an instant. Perhaps it had been nothing more than his own hallucination. He rubbed his eyes and quickly realized she had already regained her composure. Chapter 70, Zhong Shiying's Worries. At Zhong Shiying's suggestion, Guillermo parked the car in an empty lot. This thing that accelerated one's blood circulation would take some time to subside. As such, Zhong Shiying felt scorching hot all over and couldn't very well appear in public. Ms. Zhong. The effects will likely last another 2 or 3 hours. I'm afraid you'll have to endure it for a while longer. Guillermo couldn't even bring himself to look at Zhong Shiying. In this state, Zhong Shiying was utterly irresistible. Her skin was so smooth it seemed like it could be pinched and break, yet it glowed like a perfectly ripe red apple, making one's mouth water. Guillermo swallowed hard almost instinctively, quickly turning his head away. He dared not speak to Zhong Shiying at all. Upon hearing this, her expression remained calm. Instead, she remained utterly still. This left Guillermo both anxious and curious. Suddenly, Zhong Shiying spoke up. Guillermo, what have you been up to these past 2 years? Ha! Why ask such a question out of the blue? Guillermo licked his dry lips. He laughed awkwardly, trying to change the subject. While it was true they shared a past, the changes over these 2 years had been immense, so immense that an unimaginable chasm now lay between them. Besides, the Guillermo of back then had kept Zhong Shiying by his side through some unscrupulous means. Recalling the things he made Zhong Shiying do back then, it was only thanks to her temperament that she hadn't torn him apart right then and there. Zhong Shiying didn't respond immediately, as if lost in recollection. These past 2 years, you vanished without a trace. I found my own purpose, building up Genesis Tech gradually. We began making waves in Shanghai City, and later, gained recognition on the international stage too. But news of you seemed to vanish into thin air. I tried to find out about your Gu family, but it was as if an invisible hand had covered everything up. I had no idea where you were. So what exactly happened to you? Zhong Shiying's words sounded like a question, yet also like a muttered soliloquy. Guillermo gave a dry chuckle. Ms. Zhong, there's no point dwelling on these matters. Our Gu family offended others and was uprooted. What needed settling has been settled. I'm just glad to be alive now. If I can carry on the Gu family line at the right age, that'll be enough to honor my old man. Guillermo chuckled, his tone light and playful. At these words, Zhong Shiying's heart stirred. She pressed her dry lips together but remained silent. After that, the two of them sat there in silence. The surroundings held no clamor, the silence almost eerie. Only the occasional breeze drifting by briefly interrupted their thoughts, preventing them from staring into space for too long. She couldn't tell how much time had passed. Zhong Shiying suddenly spoke up. Why did you help me just now? Guillermo was jolted back to reality by the question. Ha! He froze for a moment. Then he immediately patted his chest and declared in a solemn voice. Protecting a beautiful and kind-hearted maiden from being taken advantage of by scoundrels, isn't that precisely what men of honor and loyalty should do? But Zhong Shiying chuckled for no apparent reason. You're such a smart aleck. How come I never noticed this side of you before? Guillermo answered without hesitation. Maybe because I wasn't working for you back then. Now I don't have to worry about paying myself a monthly salary. This time, Zhong Shiying burst into even louder laughter. Time passed quickly. Finally, they returned to the Genesis Tech building. Guillermo bid farewell to Zhong Shiying and returned to his research department. Ms. Zhong, regarding that contract, we actually don't need it. Once this critical period passes, we'll definitely be able to establish our own chip factory. To be honest, I've already coordinated with the Lanka Institute team. They'll deliver the 10 nanometers lithography machines in the shortest possible time. Additionally, our R&D department has the 10 nanometers chip architecture fully prepared. We'll then continuously roll out 7 nanometers and 5 nanometers chips, more than enough for our needs. Hearing this, Zhong Shiying couldn't help but glance at Guillermo again. She hadn't expected Guillermo to accomplish so much during her absence. It was quite unexpected. The Dragon Academy. How did Guillermo establish connections with those people? Moreover, the journey from prototyping to mass production of a lithography machine must be an enormous undertaking. Is there enough time? Although Zhong Shiying acknowledged the Lanka Institute's research capabilities, she still lacked certainty. When do you plan to deliver? Under normal circumstances, Zhong Shiying would never consider such a thing, but if it was Guillermo, perhaps it was worth a shot. Hearing this, Guemo pressed his dry lips together before replying, according to Professor Huang, it should be ready by the end of this month. If we're talking about mass production, we'll likely need another month. We can't wait that long. Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows quickly furrowed. Although this pace was remarkably fast, for them, the end of the year was the target launch window for the chip. A month's worth of production capacity was nowhere near enough. Not to mention, it was still based on the outdated 10-nanometer process. Even Tianxia Semiconductor had begun phasing out 10 nanometers, preparing to fully adopt 7 nanometers across the board. Internationally, the industry had long since embraced 5 nanometers and 4 nanometers nodes. If these figures were exposed, who knows how much face Genesis Tech would lose. Upon hearing this, Guemo pursed his dry lips, looking somewhat resigned. While their production speed was indeed exceptionally fast and quality could be assured, he understood Zhong Shuriying's concerns. I'll have them start immediately and strive to complete the corresponding work in the coming days. Zhong Shuriying nodded and quickly turned to leave. Guemo watched her graceful retreating figure, a pang of unease stirring within him. It seemed he had been overly idealistic about Zhong Shuriying. In truth, she wasn't someone who could excel at everything. To reach this point, one could only imagine the immense effort she had poured into her work. If Guemo had to walk this path himself, he doubted he could reach the level Zhong Shuriying had achieved. Guemo shook his head and headed toward the research department. Time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed. Everything was running smoothly. Thanks to the marketing success of Genesis Technologies' Dragonheart 2, it was now highly acclaimed both domestically and internationally, with countless people eagerly anticipating Dragonship 2 products. Thanks to its collaboration with Tianxia Chip, Genesis Technology began regular sales within 2 months. However, a bombshell then erupted. Chapter 71, The Uproar. What did you say? At the Dragon Science Institute, Gumo's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the news over the phone. At these words, the numerous researchers around him immediately perked up, turning their heads to look at him. Yet none spoke immediately. Clearly, Guemo was facing some difficulty. He hastily hung up the phone, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Has something happened? Huang Gongjian looked at Guemo and asked. It's about the chip. Guemo frowned. He never imagined the chip supplied by Tianxia Semiconductor had blown up. And the scale of the failure was massive. Many people had already begun taking legal action to protect their rights. The situation had escalated dramatically. Guemo promptly explained the situation to the others present. At his words, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted noticeably. One by one, they instinctively furrowed their brows. Who was in charge of the original Tianxia chip project here? Huang Gongjian cut straight to the point without mincing words. The atmosphere in the room grew tense almost instantly. No one needed to say much after all, everyone here knew exactly which projects their colleagues had worked on. Soon, a balding elder stepped forward. Yes, it was me. I'll look into it and get back to you as soon as possible. He couldn't dodge this one. The others didn't seem to mind. After all, they had more pressing matters to attend to. Soon, Huang Gongjiang addressed Guemo. Guemo, rest assured. We've been watching everything your Genesis Tech has been up to lately. We'll hold them fully accountable for the Tianxia chip incident. They won't get off easy. Got it. Guemo nodded. His current goal wasn't to make Tianxia Semiconductor pay the price. After all, Genesis Tech was the one in the hot seat right now. As for Tianxia chip, he'd settle accounts with them later. After bidding farewell to Huang Gongjiang and the others, Guemo quickly boarded a car and returned to Jianghai City. Genesis Tech Tower. Outside the entrance. The moment Guemo stepped out of the car, he saw the crowd gathered at Genesis Tech's entrance demanding justice. The sheer number of them. Even Guemo himself was left speechless. Good heavens! How many people had they mobilized? He knew Genesis Tech had a major reputation in Dragon Nation, but he never imagined the number of people coming to protest this time would be so overwhelming. The scene was quite dramatic. Clearly, this was deliberately orchestrated. Guemo instinctively furrowed his brow. He had just sent several messages to Zhong Shuriying, but she hadn't replied. Evidently, Zhong Shuriying was also facing considerable trouble at the moment. Soon, security personnel appeared outside. Even the chief of the Jianghai City Public Security Bureau had been dispatched. This time, it should be settled. Gumo's heart stirred. Sure enough, following Director Zhou Ton's appearance, Zhong Shuriying and other senior executives soon emerged. Everyone, we will definitely provide a thorough explanation regarding this matter. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate and will not betray your trust in Genesis Technology. Zhong Shuriying spoke with a stern expression. The crowd present, however, was filled with rage and demanded an explanation from Zhong Shuriying. They refused to listen to any explanations, insisting on causing a disturbance at the entrance. Numerous reporters outside the venue captured this moment clearly. They had come prepared. Zhou Ton felt a headache coming on. He quickly stepped forward. President Zhong has stated she will provide everyone with an explanation. Should she fail to deliver, the police officers of Jianghai City will not let them off the hook. Rest assured. We will monitor the situation around the clock to ensure justice is served. Seeing Zhou Tong step forward, the crowd finally quieted down somewhat. After all, if they continued to cause a scene like this, something was bound to go wrong. This was the information they had received before setting out. They dared not act too conspicuously. Oomph. You'd better hope so. Otherwise, we won't let this slide. Don't think we consumers are pushovers. The ringleader shouted before turning and walking away. The others, as if receiving some signal, turned and departed one after another. Gu Mo witnessed the entire scene and had already figured it out. Clearly, these people weren't genuine rights defenders, they were deliberately sent to cause trouble. Regardless of whether this incident was genuine or fabricated, their reputation was about to take a nosedive. Director Zhou, thank you for handling this matter. Zhong Shuriying addressed Zhou Tong beside her. Hearing this, Zhou Tong merely waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's all part of the job. But this time, Genesis Tech needs to be more vigilant. After all, with an incident like this, it doesn't look good to higher-ups. I was able to intervene this time, but if they storm into your Genesis Tech building next time, we won't be able to handle it as easily. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together, hesitating to speak. Kai He, however, snorted indignantly. Oomph. How utterly despicable. I never imagined that Wu Mingxian would turn out to be such a scoundrel. Using such shoddy workmanship to deceive us. I must be blind to have trusted someone like that. Kai He was boiling with rage. No one could have imagined that someone they trusted so deeply would betray them so viciously. These words were clearly not what Zhou Tong wanted to hear. Whatever problems you've run into are your own business. Stop causing trouble for us. We've got enough on our plate. Don't say we won't step in to uphold justice even if we wanted to, we might not have the time or chance next time. You'd better sort it out yourselves. Director Zhou speaks wisely. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together and gave a slight nod. With that, Zhou Tong showed no intention of lingering and quickly departed with his men. Meanwhile, Gu Mo had also made his way over after the crowd dispersed. Approaching Zhong Shuriying, he pursed his lips and inquired. Ms. Zhong, what's going on? Such a commotion? As he spoke, Gu Mo glanced toward the company building. Clearly, those inside still looked shaken. They had clearly been quite shaken. If this continued, the repercussions would be considerable. Just as Zhong Shuriying was about to speak, Kai He let out a soft snort. What else could it be? Of course it's the chip issue. You're so brilliant, why can't you just build a lithography machine yourself? Even if you produce the most advanced chip blueprints, that doesn't guarantee they'd be usable. The current situation made it hard for anyone to feel cheerful. For Kai He, it was especially so. Gu Mo pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Chapter 72, The Invitation. Gu Mo pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Just as he was about to ask about the progress at the Dragon Academy, he saw Zhong Shuriying wave her hand. Alright, Kai He, this matter has nothing to do with Gu Mo. Let him go. Hearing this, Kai He snorted. Go? Could it really be that simple? An incident this significant? The higher-ups had likely already taken notice. Who knows, they might even send a special investigation team to look into Genesis Tech. When that happens, Tianxia Chips will surely wash their hands of the entire affair, leaving Genesis Tech to bear all the blame and consequences. As for that bastard Gu Mo, he's conveniently distancing himself from the whole thing. Easy for him to say. But now that Zhong Shuriying had spoken up, Kai He couldn't really say much more herself. So Kai He could only give Gu Mo the cold shoulder, unable to say much more. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Zhong Shuriying pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Kai He, arrange another meeting with Wu Mingxian. This time, we really have to lower our heads. Clearly, this whole mess had originated from Wu Mingxian. It seemed like he was trying to intimidate her. Well then, she'd play along with his game. Alright. Kai He understood the current situation, they had no choice but to comply. So Kai He promptly began communicating with Wu Mingxian's people. As for Gu Mo. Mr. Zhong, how can I assist you? Things at the Lonka Institute should be stable now. If not, I'll go with you again. Gu Mo didn't trust Wu Mingxian. Last time, he had foiled Wu Mingxian's plans with an impromptu performance. Without him by her side, Zhong Shuriying might easily be taken advantage of. This time, however, Zhong Shuriying didn't refuse. Alright. Having you by my side does put my mind at ease. Ms. Zhong. Kai He, however, was displeased. She gritted her teeth. How could you let such a guy hang around you? He went with young Master Wu, and didn't mess things up, did he? Kai He disagreed. Gu Mo heard this and thought, this guy. Clearly, it was her going that would ruin everything, right? Zhong Shuriying quickly waved her hand. No need. Genesis Tech is going through a turbulent period right now. This company can manage without me, but it absolutely can't do without you. You are the most crucial element in maintaining our stability. Ms. Zhong, I can't do it. Genesis Tech can only have you. Kai-hee hesitated for a moment before hurriedly speaking up. But Zhong Shuriying waved her hand dismissively. Alright, that's settled. While I'm away, Genesis Tech is yours to manage. Now, even if Kai-hee wanted to refuse, she couldn't. It seemed Wu Mingxian had come prepared. Upon receiving Kai-hee's message, he swiftly made arrangements, inviting Zhong Shuriying to the private club he had specified. Having learned his lesson from last time when he was unfamiliar with the surroundings and let that scheming bastard Guemo get the better of him, Wu Mingxian was extra cautious this time. He vowed there would be no repeat of that fiasco. Mr. Wu, she's here. The waiter outside alerted Wu Mingxian. Hearing this, Wu Mingxuan's heart stirred. Heh, finally here? Are you certain it's Zhong Shuriying and that damned Guemo arriving together? Wu Mingxuan's face darkened as he asked in a deep voice. I've confirmed their identities. The young man accompanying Zhong Shuriying is Mr. Guemo, the head of the RD department at Genesis Technologies. Oomph. Good. Let them in. Wu Mingxian waved his hand decisively. Now, the moment for him to exact his revenge had finally arrived. Soon, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying arrived at the private room of the club. The room was packed with people. Like Wu Mingxian, they were all representatives from various securities firms. Each held significant resources in their hands. Now, invited by Wu Mingxian, they had gathered here. Mr. Wu, it's been ages. You've grown even more dashing and handsome. That outfit looks sharp, must be raking it in lately, huh? If you ever get the chance, could you pull some strings for us? Let us tag along and scrape up some scraps to get by? Guemo had long since mastered the art of flattery from Li Feng, and when he put it into practice now, few could match his skill. But today, Wu Mingxian had no patience to spare for Guemo. This doesn't concern you. Step aside. I'm discussing business with Mr. Zhong. Wu Mingxian cut him off decisively. At those words, the smile on Gumo's face shifted slightly. He said nothing further, promptly making room for Zhong Shuriying. This was also Zhong Shuriying's request. Zhong Shuriying stepped forward promptly. At this, Wu Mingxuan's face broke into a smile. Ms. Zhong, why the urgency to see me? Your people sent my assistant so many messages, what exactly were you after? It was different talking to someone who understood. He turned to look at Zhong Shuriying, a smirk playing on his lips. Today, no matter what, Zhong Shuriying would pay the price. However, Mr. Wu, do you think supplying us with chips is some kind of great favor? Zhong Shuriying's expression turned stern. She spoke in a deep voice. At these words, Wu Mingxuan's previously smiling face suddenly stiffened. Not just Wu Mingxian, even Gumo's own expression shifted. Zhong Shuriying was... Gumo's gaze immediately fixed on Zhong Shuriying. He was utterly astonished. Wu Mingxian had already recovered. He let out a cold chuckle. Ms. Zhong, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're saying. Don't understand? Then I'd like to know exactly who sent those rights defenders protesting downstairs at Genesis Technologies. Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly. Ms. Zhong, are you suspecting me? Wu Mingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected her to turn the tables on him like this. It was somewhat amusing. But when Wu Mingxian uttered those words, Zhong Shuriying's expression finally shifted. I was merely explaining the situation to Mr. Wu. The number of people demanding on-site compensation for our products at Genesis Tech far exceeds our actual sales. Don't you think something fishy is going on here? Zhong Shuriying chose to let the matter drop. They hadn't completely severed ties yet, so it was best not to push things too far. Ms. Zhong, I'm genuinely confused. Why are you trying to pin the blame for Genesis Tech's mess on us at Tianxia Securities? To put it bluntly, anyone unaware might think Tianxia Securities caused all these problems for you. Wu Mingxian shrugged indifferently. Zhong Shuriying knew exactly where the problem lay, but she couldn't leave Wu Mingxian just yet. For the time being, she had no choice but to endure. She gritted her teeth. If you don't want to go down with Genesis Tech in mutual destruction, I hope you'll show a proper attitude toward cooperation. Chapter 73, Wu Mingxuan's plan. Poof. Ha! Soon, however, Wu Mingxian finally shook his head and let out a cold laugh. After that cold laugh, Guemo suddenly felt a tightening in his heart. TSK. Why did he have this bad feeling? He pressed his dry lips together, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Not just him, Zhong Shuriying, who was negotiating with Wu Mingxian, also clenched her teeth. This guy, he's finally showing his true colors. So, Ms. Zhong, is this how you beg for favors? But Wu Mingxian burst into laughter. He pressed a hand to his forehead, his laughter turning bitter. At those words, Gumo's expression, which had been merely skeptical, shifted dramatically. This guy, he's serious. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying clenched her teeth, her fists tightening beneath the tabletop. Wu Mingxian, what do you mean by that? Zhong Shuriying asked through gritted teeth. At that moment, Wu Mingxian finally began to rein in his smile, his expression gradually darkening. Zhong Shuriying, you know what I'm thinking. Everything you desire, Tianxia Securities can provide. But everything comes at a price. You understand that. At these words, Zhong Shuriying felt a sudden stir within her. She frowned almost instinctively, her face turning pale. The room fell briefly silent. No one spoke. Guemo had long anticipated that Wu Mingxian wouldn't greet them warmly during this meeting. He never imagined Wu Mingxian would start by forcing Zhong Shiying into a corner. The seeds for all this had been planted 2 months prior, and now they were bearing fruit. Of course, it wasn't a favorable outcome. What the Taizhou chip manufacturer had done to Zhong Shiying and Genesis Technology back then was now being done to a different target. Yet the ones suffering were still Genesis Technology and Zhong Shiying. Holding all the cards, Wu Mingxian stood high and mighty, looking as if he had Zhong Shiying completely in his grasp. Ms. Zhong, you're a smart woman. You should understand that nothing in this world comes for free. A juicy target like Genesis Technologies, even if Tianxia Securities weren't eyeing it, others would be. I've already hinted at Tianxia Securities' demands, but some people seem to have turned a deaf ear, refusing to budge an inch. We really had no choice. Seeing Zhong Shiying remain silent, Wu Mingxian could only shrug helplessly. Finally, he delivered the most crucial truth to Zhong Shiying. What? There's more to this. Gumo's heart stirred. He suddenly recalled that Wu Mingxian had frequently tried to contact Zhong Shiying before, only to be turned down each time with various excuses. Even last time at the Prince Hotel, it had been the same. And that was just what he knew. What about the things he didn't know? Perhaps this was the key. Guemo pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze to Zhong Shiying, whose face was equally grim. At that moment, Zhong Shiying's entire body began to tremble. Yet even so, she refused to yield. It was clear just how agonizing the torment within this woman's heart truly was. Seeing that Zhong Shiying still showed no sign of yielding, Wu Mingxian shrugged and continued speaking. Ms. Zhong, I know you're a smart person. I hope this kind of situation doesn't happen again. You know I'm just an employee too, and I'm under a lot of pressure. This time, there was a disturbance at the entrance of your Genesis group. I can't guarantee what might happen next time. So it was this guy after all. Although Guemo had long suspected it, hearing it confirmed in his own ears still sent shockwaves through him. Finally, Zhong Shiying exhaled a long breath. She conceded. State your terms. Zhong Shiying crossed her arms, her gaze cold as she stared at Wu Mingxian before her. Free really is the most expensive. Back then, it was the Taizhou chip manufacturers who had them by the throat. Now, it was these very people. Ha ha ha. President Zhong is indeed a smart one. I do prefer dealing with intelligent people. Wu Mingxian burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yet a greedy glint gradually surfaced on his face. Mr. Zhong, we don't ask for much, just a 30% stake in Genesis Technology. Put. What? Upon hearing this, Gumo's eyes widened instantly. 30% of the shares. At that moment, Guemo was utterly stunned. After all, Zhong Shiying herself only held 51%. It was precisely through this 51% stake that she maintained absolute control over Genesis Tech. Now Wu Mingxian was making an outrageous demand, seeking to seize 30% outright in one fell swoop. Where on earth was Zhong Shiying supposed to get that much? Losing that stake would leave her vulnerable to being sidelined. No intelligent person would make such a move. Wu Mingxian, don't push your luck. Zhong Shiying's entire body began to shake violently. She gritted her teeth, her gaze icy cold. For the first time, Guemo sensed such icy coldness in this woman's gaze. Clearly, Zhong Shiying was genuinely furious. Wu Mingxian, however, had clearly come prepared. Facing Zhong Shiying's fury, he calmly pulled out a document. Ms. Zhong, please don't get upset. Please take a look at this document first. You at Genesis Tech think you can freeload off our Tianxia chip technology. Do you really believe we're just doing this out of charity? I believe our CEO understands the concept of mutual benefit, doesn't she? Zhong Shiying's face remained stony. Oof. What a fine example of mutual benefit. This wasn't mutual benefit at all. This is clearly holding a knife to their throats. What a fine example of mutual benefit. Well, that depends on whether our CEO is willing to re-establish Genesis Tech. Wu Mingxian shrugged. He didn't seem to care. Anyway, Tianxia Securities has plenty of money. We can play along with you at your leisure. The cooperation we couldn't reach before, if Mr. Zhong were more flexible now, we might still make a fortune together. But if he chooses to bite the bullet, then we'll have no choice but to proceed. The moment Genesis Tech goes bankrupt will be our golden opportunity at Tianxia Securities to snap up assets at rock-bottom prices. When that time comes, we hope Mr. Zhong will do us the favor of continuing to serve as our female president at Genesis Tech. Everything remains the same. What a business as usual. What a scheme. Guemo finally understood. This Wu Mingxian and the Tianxia Securities backing him had set their sights on Genesis Tech from the very beginning. Even the whole Tianxia chip episode earlier was nothing but a double act they staged themselves. All to force Zhong Shiying into submission. Absolutely. Outrageous. Chapter 74, Open Strategy. No one could have anticipated the situation unfolding in Exhibition City like this. Zhong Shiying was clearly too inexperienced to handle such threats. And given the current situation, they simply couldn't extricate themselves. Ms. Zhong, if you've made up your mind, feel free to call me anytime. We'd welcome a talent like you to join our family. Wu Mingxian offered her a faint, composed smile. Yet his words were laced with hidden schemes and intrigue. Zhong Shiying was so enraged she couldn't utter a word. This guy. How could he be so utterly repulsive? Fine, very good. Wu Mingxian, I've taken note of what happened today at Tianxia Securities. With that, Zhong Shiying stormed to her feet. Let's go. Gu Mo dared not linger, hurrying to follow behind Zhong Shiying. Thud. The door slammed shut. At that moment, someone beside Wu Mingxian slowly approached. Mr. Wu, you don't think Zhong Shiying won't just give in, do you? At this, Wu Mingxian let out a cold laugh. Humph. The choice is no longer hers to make. If she knows what's good for her, she can still make money with us. But if she doesn't, then she'll just have to wait to be acquired by our Tianxia Securities. This time, I won't just take Genesis Tech, I'll make sure the dam suffers a humiliating defeat. Gradually, Wu Mingxuan's eyes took on a sinister glint. The smile on his face twisted into a hideous grimace. After leaving the Poison Private Club, Zhong Shiying quickly returned to her car. Gu Mo followed closely behind. Ms. Zhong. That bastard was truly despicable this time. Don't let it get to you. We'll find a solution. Gu Mo pursed his lips as he addressed Zhong Shiying. Zhong Shiying remained silent. How could they possibly compete with the people at Tianxia Securities? After all, Tianxia Securities had influence spanning the globe. Could their tiny Genesis Tech possibly match up? Perhaps this is the trial destined for me. Zhong Shiying sighed. She quickly turned to look at Gu Mo. Gu Mo, tell me, if I really sell Genesis Tech, could I start a new Genesis Tech someday? At these words, Gu Mo, who had been about to comfort Zhong Shiying, felt his lips twitch. Shaking his head, he replied with a wry smile, of course you could. But you'd have to keep paying me my current salary. Otherwise, I might just have to find another company to support my family. But Zhong Shiying had been quite angry, but now she couldn't muster any anger at all. She glanced at Gu Mo once more and shook her head. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Oh, right. That thing you mentioned earlier, the lithography machine at the Dragon Science Institute. Any progress on that? It suddenly occurred to her that Gu Mo had been shuttling back and forth between their Genesis Tech and the Dragon Science Institute. It appeared he'd been doing precisely that. Who would have thought that the backup options Gu Mo had prepared back then could become their lifeline? But this time, it seemed unlikely to deliver any surprises. Well, it's probably too late now. He shook his head. I've already contacted the Dragon Science Institute. It seems they have certain requirements. Half of their personnel have been recalled at this stage, further compressing the timeline. It will likely take even longer. But suddenly, Gu Mo changed the subject. But what? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiying's heart stirred. Gu Mo clearly had more to say. She desperately wanted to know if Gu Mo had another solution. Perhaps I could offer some suggestions. Just give me some time. Gu Mo said. Ha? How long? Zhong Shiying's heart stirred. She immediately asked. About a month. Gu Mo pursed his lips before addressing Zhong Shiying. A month. Zhong Shiying gave it a quick thought before readily agreeing. All right. You can go directly. I'll handle the arrangements for company matters. Also, if you need any personnel, just let me know. You can command anyone from your RD department or even other departments. Ha! So straightforward? Gu Mo felt a stir in his heart. Mr. Zhong, you trust me that much? What else could I do? Creation Tech is going down anyway, so I might as well go out with a bang. Zhong Shiying seemed to have come to terms with it. She shrugged. If I bet on the right horse, the payoff would be unimaginable. Besides, I feel like my luck isn't too bad. I just have this feeling. Zhong Shiying fixed her gaze intently on Gu Mo as she spoke earnestly. Under Zhong Shiying's intense gaze, Gu Mo felt slightly uneasy. A hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. Quickly averting his gaze from Zhong Shiying, Gu Mo hurriedly said, I still have some matters to attend to. Let's head back to the company first, then I'll catch a flight to the Lunket Institute. Zhong Shiying quickly withdrew her gaze. She leaned back in the rear seat and exhaled. As you wish. Yet, a faint trace of disappointment lingered. Dragon Science Institute. Gu Mo looked at his backpack, which contained his portable laptop and the data required for this experiment. Having visited frequently before, he had already established good rapport with the staff here. The graduate student guarding the lab entrance recognized Gu Mo immediately. Mr. Gu, you're back again? Professor Huang has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Graduate students permitted to intern at the Dragon Academy were among the nation's elite, yet at this moment, they treated Gu Mo with utmost respect. This respect was genuine. After all, to achieve such prominence in the chip industry, single-handedly propelling the nation's semiconductor sector forward, he was nothing short of a pioneer. Every graduate intern at the Dragon Academy could say they were about to witness history. Guemo gave a slight nod. He glanced ahead and swiftly walked inside. After swiping his ID card, the laboratory doors opened promptly. Inside, several people were busy at work. A massive machine was rumbling and humming at full operation. "How's it going?" Guemo found Huang Gongjiang. Approaching the massive machine, he glanced at the data on the screen before turning to Huang Gongjiang. Huang Gongjiang offered a calm smile. A 10-nanometer lithography machine isn't exactly rocket science. The only headache now is how to manufacture inexpensive wafers. If we could find a way to make them, we might finally start mass production. Huang Gongjiang pondered thoughtfully. Soon after, Guemo pulled a document from his backpack. "Perhaps this might be of some use to you." Chapter 75, Heading to the Dragon Science Institute. "What is this?" Huang Gongjiang froze for a moment. He never imagined Guemo actually possessed this very thing. "This? Are you serious?" He licked his dry lips, took the document folder from Gumo's hand, and began examining it carefully. Barely halfway through, he froze in place as if turned to stone. An indescribable shock. His throat felt like it had seized up, making a rattling sound as he struggled to speak. "This is incredibly feasible. Where on earth did you get this?" Huang Gongjiang's stunned reaction immediately drew the attention of the others. Most of them had been involved in this project before. Among them was old Jiang. This former computer science professor at Dragon Nation University now edged closer with a sly look in his eyes. "Old Huang, what's going on here? Let me take a look. What's that sneaky kid Guemo brought this time?" He pursed his lips, his curiosity burning. The others quickly turned their curious gazes toward him. They were equally curious about what Guemo had brought. Because they knew that every single time Guemo brought something, it was guaranteed to bring them endless surprises. This is something special. With this, we could even produce chips cheaper than Taizhou's chip manufacturers. Even Flying Nation, the one making lithography machines, might not be able to outpace us on wafers." Ha. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Old Huang, you haven't been drinking fake liquor, have you? The others snorted derisively at his words. They dismissed it. Even if it was something brought by Guemo, it wouldn't necessarily be as effective as he claimed. They knew full well that wafers were inherently expensive from the start. While chips are made from the simplest sand, the complexity of the process involved was beyond imagination. Let alone the task of printing one specialized transistor after another within them. So it's no exaggeration to say chips represent the pinnacle of human technological achievement. If you don't believe me, fine. But once this thing is finished, I doubt you'll be able to deny the facts. Huang Gongjiang shrugged indifferently. He turned to look at Guemo, his tone softening considerably. "Guemo, when do you plan to take delivery of this?" "The sooner the better. If possible, I'd like to iron out any potential flaws within 3 days and get it into production as quickly as possible. Creation tech can't wait any longer," Guemo said in a deep voice. At his words, the expressions of everyone present froze momentarily. "What? 3 days? Isn't that asking too much?" They exchanged glances, each looking at the other in disbelief. The resources required for this endeavor far exceed what could be arranged in just 3 days. Not to mention the need to revise certain unrealistic aspects of the plan. "But soon." Gumo's next words stunned everyone. "I don't need fame or fortune. When the time comes, your names can be listed on the patent development credits." At these words, the crowd in the room immediately licked their dry lips, swallowing hard. Even at their age, they still pursued their own ambitions. Their relentless pursuit of chip development with Guemo wasn't solely about bringing more affordable, high-performance chips to the nation. It stemmed from their own burning desire to make a lasting mark in scientific research. If they could bring this groundbreaking concept to the world, their chances of being elected academicians would increase significantly. That was the dream of their lives. Gulp. Each of them swallowed hard. Their hearts were undeniably shaken. For a moment, the room fell deathly silent. They had considered it before, but dared not dream of it. After all, it was Guemo who had proposed this idea in the first place. And now, he wasn't asking for anything in return. He only hoped they could get it done as soon as possible. What a noble cause. Given this, perhaps they could give it a try. Exchanging glances, their intentions became crystal clear. "But I have one condition." Guemo suddenly spoke in a solemn tone. No one objected to this. Huang Gongjiang stepped forward. "As the originator of the concept, you have the right to set conditions. Speak freely within reason, we'll agree to it." Old Jiang quickly raised his hand as well. "Longhua University of Science and Technology will also fully support you." "We too." The others followed suit. It seemed as if they feared Guemo might change his mind. Guemo spoke calmly, "This is straightforward. Once the system is stable, I expect you to mobilize your resources to rapidly mass-produce the upgraded Dragonheart 2 chips. Moreover, I will subsequently provide you with even more detailed lithography machine blueprints. Your names will be credited on those as well. Whoa! The moment these words left his mouth, the room erupted in excitement. How could anyone refuse? Jianghai City. Beneath the Genesis Tech Tower. Crowds of people stood at the entrance of Genesis Tech Tower. Scam company, give us our money back. Your products are junk. We won't buy it. Give us our money back. What era is this? Still playing hunger marketing games? If you don't have chips, stop pretending. Just shut down already. China doesn't need scammers like you. The entire Genesis Tech building echoed with such cries. Numerous armed police officers were already on site trying to maintain order, but the sheer number of protesters was overwhelming. They were powerless to contain the chaos. Maintaining the status quo was already pushing their limits. Genesis Tech Tower, President's Office. Zhong Shuriying, this is your final chance. If you cannot resolve this situation, we will have no choice but to implement the ultimate solution. Zhou Tong declared in a deep voice. Officer Zhou, you should be investigating Tianxia Securities. They clearly breached the contract first, yet now they're dragging Genesis Tech into this mess and walking free. This whole fiasco might be their doing. Officer Zhou, you must look into this thoroughly. Kai He clenched her teeth, speaking urgently. Zhou Tong, however, remained impassive. All I know is there's a disturbance outside your company building, and the cause stems from dissatisfaction with products manufactured by Genesis Technology. And the evidence is irrefutable. There's nothing more to discuss. If you can't resolve this within 3 hours, we'll have no choice but to take coercive measures against you. With that, Zhou Tong swiftly turned and walked away. This guy. He's completely stubborn. Seeing this, Kai He stomped her foot in frustration. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying received a call. Ms. Zhong, have you made a decision? It was Wu Mingxian. Chapter 76, Betrayal. This guy. He actually dared to stage a coup. The pressure on Genesis Tech right now is immense. What do you mean? Zhong Shuriying gritted her teeth. She barely managed to squeeze those words out between clenched teeth. What do I mean? Aren't I here to save you? Upon hearing this, Wu Mingxian let out a cold laugh. He was utterly contemptuous. Zhong Shuriying was utterly speechless. Because she knew all too well that no matter what she said, given Genesis Technology's current predicament, they had no way out. This time, Tianxia Securities had won. Wu Mingxian had won. From the very beginning, the other side had been targeting Genesis Technology. Despicable scoundrel. Sorry, but that's exactly what I am. The two exchanged words over the phone. Zhong Shuriying felt a tightness in her chest. Ms. Zhong, why don't you take a look outside? At that moment, Wu Mingxian suddenly blurted out. At those words, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. She instinctively looked up ahead. There, at the doorway of their office, stood a figure. Wasn't that Wu Mingxian himself, the one she'd just spoken to on the phone? At that moment, Wu Mingxian wore a smile on his face. He knocked on the door and addressed the person on the phone. Ms. Zhong, I've brought the contract over. When would be a convenient time for you to sign it? Though he was speaking into the phone, Wu Mingxian now fixed a cold, mocking gaze upon Zhong Shuriying standing before him. Zhong Shuriying's expression flickered between anger and confusion. This guy. How dare he be so brazen? How did you get up here? Who gave you permission to come up? Kai He was furious at the sight. At that moment, she recalled how she had once even considered pairing Zhong Shuriying with this Wu Mingxian. Truly, she had been blind. She quickly stepped forward, shielding Zhong Shuriying with her body. How did I get up here? Someone from your company invited me here. How do you think I got up here? What? At this remark, Kai He's expression turned even more stunned. Their company? Genesis Tech. They invited me. At that moment, Kai He seemed completely overwhelmed. At this critical moment, betraying her own company. What on earth was their motive? Soon, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward behind Wu Mingxian. My apologies, Mr. Zhong, but Mr. Wu's offer is simply too generous. I'm just a programmer trying to support my family. You? Kai He trembled with rage. Ironically, Zhong Shuriying remained unusually calm at this moment. After hearing this, she merely waved her hand dismissively at Kai He. Alright, Kai He, you may step out now. I'll discuss this with Mr. Wu. But Ms. Zhong, that Wu Mingxian. Kai He was worried about Zhong Shuriying. It's fine. I don't think Mr. Wu would do something that harms others without benefiting himself. Zhong Shuriying glanced up at Wu Mingxian and shook her head. Smart move. Wu Mingxian smiled indifferently. With that, Kai He clenched her jaw and quickly left the executive office. Only Zhong Shuriying and Wu Mingxian remained in the room. So, what are your terms? Zhong Shuriying merely gave Wu Mingxian a fleeting glance. She knew exactly why he was here. At that moment, Wu Mingxian held a document in his hand. This document was, of course, the contract Wu Mingxian had prepared for this occasion. Zhong Shuriying quickly withdrew her gaze from the contract before her and spoke slowly. Judging by our CEO Zhong's demeanor, it seems you're in no hurry either. I'm rather curious, how did you manage to achieve this? Logically speaking, most people would have lost their minds long ago after suffering such losses. Yet you remain so composed, it hardly seems like the behavior of a woman. Even many men would find it utterly unbearable. Wu Mingxian grinned. He looked meaningfully at the stunningly beautiful Zhong Shuriying before him, his curiosity piqued. Zhong Shuriying crossed her arms. I had nothing to begin with. Even if you guys screwed me over this time, I still have 20% of the shares. If I sell them off and retire, I can live out the rest of my days in peace. For someone like me, whose background wasn't exactly rosy to begin with, what's so bad about that? In that case, I should actually thank you, Mr. Wu. You've liberated me. Zhong Shuriying shrugged indifferently. At this, Wu Mingxian burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of Jianghai City's top female entrepreneur. That kind of resolve is something most of us could never hope to match. But what if I told you that of your 52% stake, we're only leaving you with 12%? At this remark, Zhong Shuriying's expression suddenly shifted. What do you mean? But earlier, it was clearly. Wu Mingxian shrugged nonchalantly. Ms. Zhong, no need to get worked up. We're just laying out the situation. The final decision rests with you, doesn't it? Zhong Shuriying still frowned slightly. Clearly, they had already written her off. At worst, if Tianxia Securities didn't get a piece of the pie, they'd at least watch Genesis Technology go down. But Zhong Shuriying's take on these people was, where did they ever say Tianxia Securities wouldn't get their share? How laughable. Then you can just wait for Genesis Tech to go under. We'd rather bleed out step by step than hand over this stake to you. We'll go down with the ship. Zhong Shuriying retorted in a low voice. As she said, she had nothing to begin with. Now, she was merely returning to her previous state of life. What was there to fear? If Wu Mingxian stumbled here this time, he'd likely have a hard time explaining himself back home. Sure enough. After Zhong Shuriying spoke, Wu Mingxuan's expression shifted noticeably. Ms. Zhong, you really have a knack for this. But with all your prowess, I doubt you ever imagined a day when Genesis Tech might slip beyond your grasp, right? Wu Mingxian said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Zhong Shuriying's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Wu Mingxian snapped his fingers sharply. Come out. At these words, Zhong Shuriying instinctively turned her head toward the doorway. A man wearing thick-rimmed glasses appeared swiftly. Upon recognizing him, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted abruptly. Lu Liang, you. Ms. Zhong, it's time for you to rest. He exhaled slowly, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration he'd been holding inside. He walked steadily toward the main office. You're 52%, now, besides me, it's only 42%. Chapter 77, The Reason. Lanka Academy. Guillermo rubbed his eyes, his face showing signs of fatigue. Yet at this moment, he was filled with overwhelming excitement. Finally, it worked. It worked. We did it. Next, we just need to mass-produce these things and put them into use, and we'll solve the problem. The men in their 50s gathered there were each more excited than the next. Building upon their original 10-nanometer foundation, they had even discovered methods to research 7-nanometer and even 5-nanometer technologies. Now, with steady progress, the future held immense potential. But no matter what anyone said, this first domestically developed lithography machine capable of mass production would go down in history. And these men, undoubtedly, would be worthy of recognition. That would be an unparalleled honor. Regarding the lithography machine, let's wait until it's ready for mass production before announcing it. I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving now. Guillermo swept his gaze across the assembled group, his expression calm as he spoke. Compared to the excitement of those present, Guillermo was actually more concerned about Zhong Shuriying. After all, Genesis Tech had been teetering on the brink since the storm began. Yet throughout the entire Genesis Technology organization, few individuals possessed truly outstanding capabilities. Everything still fell on Zhong Shuriying's shoulders. Guillermo hadn't received any news about Zhong Shuriying in quite some time. He needed to return and check on the situation. Board the plane, Guillermo returned to Jianghai City. However, the very first message he received after landing was shocking enough. What? Suddenly, Guillermo's eyes widened in disbelief. He dared not linger, rushing straight to the entrance of Genesis Technologies. Excuse me, please show your employee ID. The security guards had been replaced. The moment they saw Guillermo approaching, they immediately spoke with stern expressions. Hearing this, Guillermo's expression shifted. He pulled out his ID badge and said in a deep voice, I'm the head of the R&D department at Genesis Tech. Let me in. However, after a cursory glance at the ID, the guard snorted coldly. Especially upon hearing the title director, the guard sneered even more coldly. Sorry, Mr. Gu, you've been fired. You are no longer an employee of Genesis Technologies, let alone the head of our R&D department. Our RD department now has a new director, a professor from a prestigious university, not some 20-something connection hunter who didn't even finish graduate school. What? Upon hearing this, Guemo froze for a moment. He seemed to understand why the other party had sneered at him the moment he revealed his identity earlier. But the most shocking revelation was this: when exactly had Genesis Tech undergone such a radical transformation? He'd only been away for a few days. How could this have happened? Where's Zhong Shiying? I need to see her. But the other party burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha! That's hilarious. What era are you living in? People still haven't gotten the memo? They don't even know Founding Tech has completely transformed. The CEO and owner aren't Zhong Shiying anymore, and here you are making a scene. Several security guards nearby quickly joined in, laughing until they doubled over. Guemo felt a bit dazed. He slowly backed away. He glanced up at the towering skyscraper ahead, clenched his teeth, and quickly walked away. Half an hour later, Guemo waited at a roadside stall he frequented before, where he met someone. Su Mu. Where's Li Feng? Upon seeing Su Mu, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. He asked in a deep voice. At the question, Su Mu's expression quickly turned awkward. Probably busy with something. What could he possibly be busy with? Guemo raised an eyebrow. Aren't we all laid off now? What could he possibly be busy with? Busy with what? Su Mu let out a bitter laugh. He spoke with a mix of laughter and tears. Well, how should I put this? Li Feng wasn't actually fired. Ha! No wonder the fatso hadn't replied to my messages. At those words, Gumo's face twitched. Why was Su Mu here, but that guy Li Feng wasn't? That fatso has zero technical skills. How could he not get expelled? But Guemo quickly recalled Li Feng's gift of gab and felt somewhat relieved. True enough, smooth talking was a skill in its own right. Staying in the RD department isn't so bad. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Guemo waved his hand dismissively. Tell me about Zhong Shiying and the others. And this Genesis Tech, how did it change so drastically? Zhong Shiying's phone wasn't answering, and he had no idea what was going on. Kaihe was in a similar situation, but surprisingly, that guy had unilaterally blocked me. Now, the only person who could shed light on the situation was Su Mu. Mr. Gu, this matter is rather complicated. It all traces back to Wu Mingxian and the Tianxia securities firm backing him. Gradually, Su Mu explained the key points to Guemo. Guemo quickly grasped the situation. So, this was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Tianxia Securities. After all, Tianxia Chips was originally part of Tianxia Securities, so their collaboration was entirely natural. Swallowing such a huge chunk of the pie like this, once the others find out, I'll be damned if anyone dares to partner with them again. Su Mu gritted his teeth in fury, hurling an angry curse at Tianxia Securities. Guemo, however, remained calm. This sort of thing wasn't exactly breaking news. As long as they could handle it. Besides, this time, the leaked information pointed to Zhong Shiying's operational error and failed technological innovation, causing the stock's catastrophic plunge. Tianxia Securities then stepped in to rescue the nearly bankrupt company. On the surface, it even looked like Tianxia Securities had done a good deed. Truly, they wanted it all. What a shameless move. As for Zhong Shiying, she ended up taking the fall. And Guemo, who never intended to get involved from the start, has become the ultimate scapegoat. Poof. How laughable. Mr. Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Su Mu licked his dry lips, turned to look at Guemo, and cautiously spoke up. Having risen alongside Guemo, he still felt a sense of belonging. He still preferred to address Guemo as Mr. Gu. He intended to gauge Gumo's thoughts at this moment. At those words, Guemo let out a cold laugh. Ha! Since these people want to feast on blood-soaked buns, let's give them their fill. Seeing that smile, Su Mu's expression shifted. Whoa! This was the first time he'd ever seen such a dangerous glint in Gumo's eyes. What the hell is this guy planning to do? But at that moment, Guemo had already risen swiftly. He brushed off his clothes and let out a long sigh. It's time to move. Chapter 78, Earth-Shattering Secret. Zhong Shiying, is there anything else you wish to say about this chip? Inside the police station, Zhou Tong asked in a deep voice. For Zhong Shiying, Zhanghai City's foremost female entrepreneur, even interrogations were conducted personally by him, the chief. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Though clues suggested Zhong Shiying was likely framed, still. Even if they proved it, her fate would remain unchanged. The equity distribution was now finalized. The best outcome she could hope for was retaining 10% of the shares for her retirement. Of course, that was assuming she could protect this nest egg of hers. Hearing this, Zhong Shiying shook her head. This time, I accept it. There's nothing more to say. Zhou Tong let out a long sigh. It sounded like a sigh. Alright, we'll document this case. You may contact us within the statutory timeframe. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Zhou Tong rose quickly. This was his final piece of advice to Zhong Shiying. Don't say he wasn't doing a good job as director, but sometimes matters were just this tangled and complicated. There was simply no way to resolve them. Zhong Shuriying walked out of the police station. Kai-he was already waiting outside. Ms. Zhong. Now that I'm no longer the president, there's no need to call me Mr. Zhong. Hearing this, Kai-he's face twisted with bitterness. It's all my fault. If not for me, we never would have encountered any of this. Zhong Shuriying shook her head. It's not your fault. Even if it were me, no matter which path I took, we would have ended up in this situation. Just then, a taxi pulled up ahead. Guemo stepped out slowly. Mr. Zhong. Gumo's face broke into a smile. He seemed utterly confident. Seeing this, Kai-he was furious. This guy. He still has the nerve to smile. Doesn't he know about Zhong Shuriying's situation? What rotten luck. Just stepped out of the police station and this happens. Damn it. I'm no longer President Zhong. Just call me Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying pursed her red lips and spoke. Well, then. Perhaps communicating with Guemo this way would prevent him from sensing any distance between them? Zhong Shuriying had come to terms with things now. But then she saw Gumo's face light up with a smile. He spoke excitedly. Ms. Zhong, how about turning the tables? Give them a taste of their own medicine? Then take back your rightful position? Ha! At these words, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. Kai-he, who had been about to erupt in anger, suddenly froze in place. What? Guemo said. Turned against us? What does that mean? Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly. Guemo quickly smiled. Surely you wouldn't be willing to hand over the empire you've worked so hard to build, would you, CEO Zhong? Even if you don't want to, I certainly do. I certainly don't want all my hard work over these past months to be taken over by these people. After all, jobs aren't easy to come by these days, and understanding female bosses like our Ms. Zhong are even harder to find. Guemo shrugged, appearing utterly confident. Extremely confident. Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted noticeably. Explain yourself clearly. Guemo continued, I have a way to make Tianxia securities and even Tianxia chips lose everything. A ruthless glint had already flashed across his face, pushing Zhong Shuriying to this point, causing her to lose the hard-won achievements she had finally attained. Either outcome was utterly unforgivable. You think you can keep deceiving our CEO after she's already been tricked this badly? You men are all cut from the same cloth. Kai-he stepped forward, sneering coldly at Guemo. But Guemo seemed not to hear her at all. He just stared at Zhong Shuriying with an expressionless face. After a long pause, Zhong Shuriying seemed to have made up her mind. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Creation technology. Wu Mingxian sat cross-legged in the executive office, turning his head to look at Lu Liang beside him. Mr. Lu, you've essentially achieved your goal now. So, can we take our cooperation a step further? Wu Mingxian chuckled softly. The smile held a certain depth. To outsiders, its meaning might be lost, but for these two men who had long since laid out this plan, they understood each other perfectly. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's expression remained composed. Creation tech has only just emerged from its labor pains. Aren't you being a bit too impatient? He slowly lowered his thick glasses, rubbed his eyes, and spoke deliberately. At this, Wu Mingxian let out a cold laugh. No rush at all. But what worries me is that if this process drags on too long, unexpected complications could arise. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams there are. Suddenly, Wu Mingxian shot upright. He swiftly approached Lu Liang, flashing a wicked grin. I think you understand, Mr. Lu, that our partnership benefits both of us. When the time comes, we'll take the money and run far away. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Are you really willing to devote your entire life to chasing something unattainable? Why not seize the moment and enjoy life while you still can? I've already prepared everything needed to settle in the United States. We can emigrate together. He paused to study Lu Liang before continuing. If you truly can't bear to leave your skills behind, I can speak with old Huang's people. With your expertise, I'm sure they'd be eager to recruit you. In our great dragon nation, finding such an environment would be difficult. I'm even offering you a new one. See how good I am to you. These two exchanges began to reveal a shocking secret lurking behind the scenes. Lu Liang fell deep in thought upon hearing this. And soon, he nodded. Seeing this, Wu Mingxian's heart swelled with delight. But the very next moment, Lu Liang suddenly made a request. But I have one condition. Go ahead. Wu Mingxian smiled indifferently. Everything seemed to unfold with the lightness of a breeze and the calmness of clouds. Yet Lu Liang's voice grew solemn. I want one person. Who? Wu Mingxian didn't seem to care. He'd expected Lu Liang to make some grand demand, but all he wanted was a person? In this world, a three-legged toad might be hard to find, but surely a two-legged person wouldn't be that difficult to come by? But soon, Lu Liang's expression grew heavy. I want the man who designed the Dragon Heart 2-chip architecture Guemo. I want all his files before I leave Longwa. including what's not in the official files. Chapter 79, The Plan, The Horn of Counterattack. Guemo, are you certain this is truly without risk? Inside Villa 98. Watching Guemo fiddle with his equipment, Zhong Shuriying and Kai He looked puzzled. Kai He scratched her head, her face clouded with worry as she spoke. Hearing this, Guemo remained calm. Don't worry. I've got everything covered. Ha. You better deliver on your promise. Kai He snorted. Soon, a super workstation was assembled. What exactly are you planning to do with this thing? Zhong Shuriying had also graduated with a computer science degree, making her a fellow alumna of Gumo's. She was naturally quite familiar with this kind of equipment. But at this moment, she still couldn't quite grasp what he was planning to do with it. Working on chip drivers. Ha! At this remark, Zhong Shuriying paused in surprise. You, alone? She glanced around the villa. There was no one else here. She could probably offer Guemo some assistance, but with only the two of them, it might not be enough. Not to mention, while Zhong Shuriying could contribute, her role would likely be limited to minor assistance. Guemo, however, quickly smiled. Facing Zhong Shuriying's question, he nodded promptly. Yes, it's just me. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying shook her head inwardly. Kai He couldn't help but snort with laughter. I thought you had some clever plan up your sleeve. Wouldn't you just be wasting away in our CEO Zhong's villa? Just you alone? Even if you're a programming genius, how long do you think it'll take? That's hilarious. Even Kai He, a complete outsider, could see it was impossible for Zhong Shuriying not to know. As for Guemo, it was even more impossible for him not to know. Yet Guemo still shook his head. If I only had a notebook, maybe. But, it's different when I have a workstation. Playing coy. I'll be damned if I don't see how he can pull off a chip driver in such a short time. Kai He shrugged indifferently. Zhong Shuriying, however, furrowed her delicate brows. She approached Guemo. Is there anything I can do to help? But Guemo merely waved her off with a faint gesture. A case of instant noodles, preferably with ham sausages. Just make sure the hot water gets refilled on time. I'll fetch water myself when I go back. Put. Hearing this, Kai He nearly burst out laughing at Guemo. A whole box? And it's the bucket kind? She counted on her fingers. In just 2 days? This guy could pull that off? Ridiculous. But Guemo didn't seem to mind. He couldn't do it himself, but behind him stood the vast Dragon Science Institute. He thought. Those elderly professors desperate to secure a spot on some certificate would be more than willing to exert such influence. In the end, Zhong Shuriying and Kai He, though reluctant, did as Guemo had instructed. However, instead of instant noodles, they prepared a lavish meal for Guemo. Though it was supposed to take 2 days, with the assistance from the Dragon Academy team, Guemo completed the chip driver modifications in less than a day. And soon, on Genesis Technology's official website, a brand new driver quietly replaced the original one. Not a single person in the entire security department was aware of this. He didn't even need to hack his way in. Although Guemo had left the company, he still held the webpage keys. Not to mention, Genesis Tech was currently in the midst of massive layoffs and a major shakeup. No one had the bandwidth to pay attention to the website. After completing all this, Guemo slept soundly. When he awoke, Zhong Shuriying and Kai He were already waiting for him outside. That night, during dinner, Kai He cautiously broached the subject with Guemo. She spoke cautiously. Guemo, do you think what we're doing will cause any trouble? Guemo shook his head. Nothing. At worst, it'll cause the systems of users who employ related products to lag, overheat severely, and naturally degrade performance and user experience. Beyond that, it might trigger system crashes or prevent certain software from opening. Other than that, no other effects. That's all? Kai He was slightly taken aback. That's all there is to it. Guemo nodded. Kai He, however, felt unsatisfied. I thought it could kill someone. Guemo, however, laughed heartily. Technically speaking, it's theoretically possible. But doing that would kinda piss off the Dragon Nation's secret organization. Kai He pursed her lips and continued eating. Zhong Shuriying observed it all, eating in small bites while deep in thought. Right after Guemo replaced the original drive. It was also during this period that, after receiving assurances from Genesis Tech's new president, the company instantly became highly sought after once more. After all, in an era where practical chips were scarce, Genesis Tech stood as the sole viable option. Creation Tech Tower. The rooftop. The night view from the Genesis Tech building was truly spectacular. From this vantage point, one could even gaze out over the entire city of Zhanghai. Phew. The response is great. Who'd have thought you'd be so good at this? Those little suckers. They fell for it so fast. At this pace, we'll likely hit our targets soon. Then we'll lure in those suckers' money and take off with it. Wu Mingxian and Lu Liang stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the river view outside, feeling utterly content. They were already plotting their bright future. Hearing this, Lu Liang's expression remained calm. But I can't shake this bad feeling. Is it just my imagination? He even looked a bit downcast. Wu Mingxian, however, shrugged. Heh, what's the big deal? Before doing something dishonest, everyone gets that tingling feeling. It's human nature. You'll get used to it. Is that so? Lu Liang licked his dry lips, but today's Riverview no longer seemed so beautiful. He had once aspired to become a leader in the chip industry. Yet, he later realized that on this very land, such an opportunity was utterly impossible for him. Though Genesis Tech had been remarkably accommodating, granting him every possible convenience, the environment remained indescribably challenging. This realization only deepened after meeting Wu Mingxian. Just then, someone began pounding frantically on the door outside. No, it's bad. The sound of pounding was accompanied by heavy breathing and frantic shouts, causing the two people in the main office to freeze in shock. What was happening? Come in. Lu Liang commanded in a deep voice. Someone burst into the room moments later. It was Lu Liang's personal assistant. No, it's bad. Our Genesis Tech product has a major problem. Chapter 80, The Storm. Get up. Speak clearly. Lu Liang remained relatively composed. Upon hearing the news, he didn't get angry. Instead, he slowly helped the other person up and said calmly. Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian poured himself a cup of coffee, seemingly unconcerned by the gravity of the situation. Now that was true composure. What could possibly be a big deal at Genesis Tech? The personal assistant, however, shuddered violently. Gasping for breath, he clenched his teeth and blurted out. We're in deep trouble. All electronic devices on the market equipped with our chips are going into lockdown mode right now. What? At these words, Lu Liang's previously serene expression suddenly darkened. Meanwhile, Wu Mingxian, who had been leisurely pouring himself a cup of coffee, suddenly jerked his hand, spilling hot coffee all over himself. The room froze for a moment. What did you say? Wu Mingxian didn't even bother to wipe the hot coffee from his hands as he spun around and strode toward the personal assistant. He grabbed the man by the collar, yanking him toward him like a dog on a leash. Say it again, clearly and precisely. Gritting his teeth, the man quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out, just moments ago, their Genesis Tech product had suffered a catastrophic failure. Specifically, their latest chip development. Lungsun 2. It had been functioning perfectly fine at first, but just moments ago, it suddenly became abnormally sluggish. It even started overheating severely. Even with the best cooling system installed, the problem couldn't be resolved. Later, even when the heat dissipation issue was resolved, the performance gain was negligible. Compared to the performance Lungsun 2 chips had previously demonstrated, it was utterly negligible. Later, it got so laggy that it crashed their entire system. No amount of hardware or software tweaking could effectively resolve the hardware stuttering. That night, countless owners of computers and other electronic devices wept in frustration. So they began scouring the internet for the source of the problem. Well. Finally, they actually found the source of the problem online. Turns out it was their chips that were faulty. Suddenly, the backlash against Genesis Tech grew increasingly intense. This served Genesis Tech a harsh lesson. How could they possibly endure this? Damn it! What the hell is the problem? Go check it out. Get moving and find out. They had assumed this would be an easy problem to resolve, but unexpectedly, the situation turned out to be utterly absurd. They had been counting on Genesis Tech to gradually stabilize after this turmoil, waiting for the opportunity to cash out and disappear. But now this massive bomb had exploded right in their faces. How could he possibly accept this? Wu Mingxian promptly dismissed his personal assistant with a sharp rebuke. Lu Liang, standing nearby, also frowned. This matter, something's off. Do I need you to tell me? Don't I have eyes of my own? Wu Mingxian cursed under his breath. He hurriedly unlocked his phone. Holy crap! The very first notification was a headline about Genesis Tech's chip failure. This would push back their plans by who knows how long. And, after this incident, the higher-ups would likely keep a closer eye on them. If they ever wanted to donate the money and make a clean getaway, it would become even harder. Who the hell did this? Wu Mingxian kicked the table in frustration. Alright, since it's already happened, we just need to deal with it. Lu Liang seemed surprisingly calm. Easier said than done. It's not that simple. If the Longyan Bureau gets wind of this, do you have any idea how bad it'll be for us? Wu Mingxian wasn't nearly as calm. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to negotiate with the folks at Tianxia Securities. See if he could suppress this matter. Leave this to you. I want this problem resolved by tomorrow morning. After uttering these words, Wu Mingxian quickly stormed off, muttering curses under his breath. After Wu Mingxian departed, Lu Liang stared blankly at the scenery outside. It was, after all, a reflection in water. Through the neon glittering river surface, he seemed to have already glimpsed his own fate. Zhou Jiangchu. Guamo was playing a game with Kai He. As for the equipment, it was that same old server. Look at you, what level are you? Forget it. You should just go cook. Have Zhong Shiriying play with me instead. It's no fun just crushing you. Guemo yawned and gave a faint smile. Hearing this, Kaihee's expression grew even more ferocious. Ugh. Damn it. No way. Let's switch games. You're too good at this one, I'm not playing with you. Let's switch. Fine. Kaihee gritted her teeth as she spoke. Guemo shrugged indifferently. But after switching through several games in a row, Kaihee still couldn't beat Guemo in any of them. No matter what game they played, Guemo always ended up dominating her. Are you even capable? How about I let you use one hand? By then, Kaihee was completely exhausted. I'll go make dinner. She quickly made an excuse to leave. Mr. Jong, you have to help me win this back. This guy treats me like a punching bag. You have to help me get even. As if they'd completely given up, Kaihee and Zhong Shuriying had begun to adapt to this life. Compared to that, they didn't believe Guemo could help them regain control of Genesis Tech. Moreover, Zhong Shuriying observed Guemo and Kaihee playfully bickering. She found herself thinking that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. Let me try. Zhong Shuriying smiled slightly. She swiftly grabbed the game controller. Oh, so you can't beat me and need outside help, huh? Fine, then let me show you what I'm made of. Guemo snorted. He prepared to start playing. And just at that moment, Aunt May quickly emerged from outside. Miss Zhong, someone's here to see you. Ha! At these words, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. Even Kaihee shot her a curious glance. Who is it? Kaihee snorted. Now that Genesis Tech had nothing to do with them anymore, even their previous client had been completely snatched away. Not a single message had come through on their phones. Who could possibly be coming at this hour? Guemo, however, felt a stir of interest and instinctively turned his head. I don't know, but it seems like they're here for Guemo. Ha! Upon hearing this, all eyes instantly turned to Guemo. Me? Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Soon, the gates of Villa 98 swung open. A figure appeared outside. It was Lu Liang. Chapter 81, Testing the Waters. After the door opened, the air inside the room instantly grew thick with tension when those present saw who it was. Kaihee immediately frowned. She snorted coldly. What do you want? We don't welcome traitors here. You'd better find yourself a better place to go. With that, Kaihee moved to slam the door shut. There was nothing more to say to this traitor who had betrayed their Genesis technology. However, Lu Liang swiftly wedged his hand into the door's gap. Most people would have winced in pain by now. But for Lu Liang, it merely made him frown. Kaihee gritted her teeth. TSK. Still the same stubborn, thick-headed fool as ever. Who invited you here anyway? Get out of here immediately, or else we'll call the police. She spat out the words viciously. Yet, to Lu Liang, the poker-faced man, it didn't faze him. Glancing up at Zhong Shuriying playing games with Guemo ahead, Lu Liang quickly spoke. Ms. Zhong, I came here to have a word with you. Then I'll leave. Who cares? Get lost. Kaihee was already growing impatient. Though a woman, Kaihee was a bona fide martial arts champion. She might not stand a chance against special forces soldiers, but dealing with this guy Lu Liang was a piece of cake. Yet Lu Liang didn't leave. He just stared at Zhong Shuriying, his expression as calm as a lifeless corpse, even appearing somewhat eerie. Let him in. Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. She set down her game controller and walked over to the sofa in the center of the living room. Guemo also quickly set down what he was holding, observing this poker-faced individual with even less emotion than Zhong Shuriying with keen interest. This man was the technical backbone of Genesis Tech? The one who made the greatest technical contributions among the original 11-member team? Why did he look so utterly clueless? He was completely single-minded. Guemo thought to himself. Lu Liang was considerably older than both Guemo and Zhong Shuriying. By this time, he clearly bore the marks of hardship. He was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. No wonder Guemo didn't recognize him after all, there was a 5 or 6 year age gap between them. Just then, Kaihee saw Zhong Shuriying speak up and felt it best not to say much herself. Oomph. You'd better behave yourself, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Liang nodded and quickly stepped inside. What's the matter? Zhong Shuriying massaged her temples, as if recalling something headache-inducing. Back when Lu Liang had betrayed her, he'd worn the exact same expression. It was impossible not to recall that scene. No wonder Kaihee didn't have much affection for this guy. Not just Kaihee, even Zhong Shuriying herself couldn't muster much warmth toward him. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang didn't rush to speak. He swiftly shifted his gaze to Guemo standing nearby. In an instant, their eyes locked. A sudden pang struck Guemo's heart. It felt as though someone had seen right through him. TSK. Something about this guy fell off. Guemo frowned almost instinctively. But Lu Liang spoke up quickly. The one who modified the software driver on the webpage, that was you, right? One sentence, and he cut straight to the heart of the matter. Hearing this, Guemo's heart stirred. Sure enough. This guy really knew. Don't think you can cover your tracks so thoroughly that no one can trace it back to you. Modern technology isn't like the old days when you could just slip through the cracks. Lu Liang spoke slowly. If the police were to uncover this, guess what kind of punishment you'd face? The words left Guillermo momentarily speechless. Damn! He'd met his match. Upon hearing this, even Zhong Shuriying quickly frowned. She promptly set her water glass down on the table. The clinking sound drew Lu Liang's attention to Zhong Shuriying. Go ahead. What do you want? Zhong Shuriying said slowly. The fact that this guy knew about it and still showed up here meant he had no intention of continuing his cooperation with that Wu Mingxian. After all, if that guy had known about the situation beforehand, the one showing up here would likely be either Wu Mingxian or the police. Was Lu Liang that kind-hearted? What a joke! Hearing this, Lu Liang spoke calmly. I want to progress alongside Genesis technology. The room fell silent at his words. Gumo's expression turned peculiar. Ha! Ha! This man, who had betrayed Genesis Tech and betrayed Zhong Shuriying, now claimed he wanted to grow alongside Genesis Tech? Didn't he find that laughable himself? Lu Liang, I must admit you do possess some talent. But aren't you being a bit arrogant? How could you possibly grow alongside Genesis Tech? With Genesis Tech currently in turmoil, I find it hard to believe you, as its current president, are unaware of this situation. Zhong Shuriying shook her head and chuckled softly. Lu Liang retorted swiftly, because opposing you now would harm both our sides. It wouldn't be good for Genesis Tech either. After weighing everything, the greatest benefit right now is to cooperate with you. Oof. Ha! What a convenient excuse. Kaiyi crossed her arms and gave a cold laugh. Zhong Shuriying frowned thoughtfully. But then she saw Guillermo smile. He finally rose from the sofa. My friend, what if I told you I'm unwilling to cooperate with you? What would you do then? At these words, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred, and she quickly looked up at Lu Liang in front of her. At that moment, Lu Liang suddenly fell silent. Zhong Shuriying understood perfectly that Gumo's question was meant to expose this man's true stance toward Genesis Tech. If he truly felt as he claimed that he had always hoped Genesis Tech would succeed, then his words would reflect his genuine intentions. Otherwise, it would prove he was nothing but a liar. It was quite obvious. Of course, he could feign sincerity, but for them, there was nothing to lose. Moreover, it would reveal what the other party was truly thinking. After Guillermo spoke these words, the other party fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly, Lu Liang suddenly looked up. If Mr. Guillermo refuses to cooperate with me, then I'll have no choice but to flee abroad alone and serve Huang Vida. I apologize for misrepresenting myself earlier. My goal isn't to advance Genesis Tech's progress, I simply wish to propel the advancement of human civilization. It's just that, at Genesis Tech, I seem to have glimpsed hope. Of course, I could see that same potential at Huang Vida's place too. Finally, Lu Liang voiced his true feelings. Chapter 82, Arrest. This exchange ended abruptly with a single question from Guillermo. With that, Guillermo shrugged and quickly sat back down. There was no longer any need for her here. How Zhong Shuriying chose to interact with Lu Liang was entirely her business. Finally, Zhong Shuriying took a deep breath. Welcome home, Lu Liang. Meanwhile, Genesis Technologies headquarters. A barrage of messages bombarded Wu Mingxian in the main office. Damn it, can't you handle these issues yourselves? Electronic devices overheating is perfectly normal. If it's really that bad, tell them to take it in for repairs. Genesis Tech is a massive corporation, we wouldn't dare deceive a single consumer. Is this how you've always spoken to your CEO all these years? Must I personally teach you everything? Useless. If you can't handle it, get out of Genesis Tech. Smack. Wu Mingxian slammed the phone down and leapt to his feet. This is infuriating. Why did this have to happen now? Even at this critical juncture, that bastard Lu Liang has vanished without a trace. The most critical issue was that it seemed Tianxia Securities had somehow learned about their Genesis Tech dealings and was now sending people to investigate them. Even though Wu Mingxuan's design was flawless, facing such massive losses, they definitely cut their losses and dumped this mess onto us. For Tianxia Securities, this sort of thing was practically routine. TSK. Those greedy bastards who only know how to take, they deserve to rot in their seats. Wu Mingxian cursed under his breath. He absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. With that thought, Wu Mingxian promptly called his assistant. Book me the earliest flight out. To the States. Wait, no, book me a ship ticket instead. Make it discreet. Absolutely foolproof. Whether you get the $500,000 I promise depends entirely on your performance. After hanging up, Wu Mingxian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, swiftly gathered the documents in his executive office, packed a few crucial items, and departed without delay. Just as he reached the office entrance, suddenly, the door swung open. The face that appeared outside startled Wu Mingxian. You guys? But as soon as he recognized the figures, his expression changed instantly. Mr. Zhong, ha ha ha. Long time no see. When did you join Genesis Tech? I had no idea. Oh my, you really should have given me a heads up. I could have at least sent someone to greet you. Even now, Wu Mingxian was still putting on a show. It was truly disgusting. Zhong Shiriying remained calm. Mr. Wu, you're too kind. I didn't come here specifically to see you today. Ha! Not here to see me? Ah ha ha. Well, what a coincidence. I actually have some important matters to attend to. Shall we reschedule for another time? Wu Mingxian mimed making a phone call, smiling broadly. Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying didn't respond. She simply quickly made way for Wu Mingxian. Wu Mingxian immediately shot her a grateful glance. But the very next second, he froze solid. For the figure appearing behind Zhong Shiriying was none other than Lu Liang, a man with a poker face. Lu Liang's face bore the weight of years, as if etched with countless untold stories. The moment Wu Mingxian saw this man, something seemed to click in his mind, and his expression instantly turned grim. Lu Liang, what are you doing here? His voice trembled as he spoke. Clearly, it was unknown how many of Wu Mingxian's secrets Lu Liang held in his grasp. Before Lu Liang could speak, Gu Mo stepped forward. Wu Mingxian, surrender peacefully. Your schemes are painfully obvious. If you confess now, you might get leniency. Otherwise, this massive sum will likely land you in prison for life. At these words, Wu Mingxian, already looking grim, froze completely. So it was him. So Lu Liang betrayed me after all? Lu Liang, I want to know why. Wu Mingxian gritted his teeth. He simply couldn't accept that this man had deceived him so. Lu Liang's expression remained calm. He glanced at Gu Mo beside him before speaking. I just suddenly realized that compared to Huang Vida, our Genesis technology holds the upper hand. I believe in Genesis Tech's potential. I believe in the potential of our Dragon Nation. Wu Mingxian had no response to this. Soon after, a squad of police officers burst into the room. Wu Mingxian, you are under arrest for illegally disclosing company secrets, illegally transferring domestic assets, deceiving consumers, and other crimes. The evidence is conclusive. Please come with us. Though phrased as a polite request to come with us, officers immediately rushed forward and handcuffed Wu Mingxian. Keep your hands where I can see them. With irrefutable evidence in hand, they wouldn't let any opportunity slip. The criminal could very well snap at any moment. They needed to subdue this potentially dangerous criminal in the shortest time possible. Yet Wu Mingxian remained utterly stunned. He never imagined he'd be apprehended this way. Only when the officers cuffed him and that cold voice pierced his mind did it finally dawn on him. As he was being led away, Wu Mingxian turned his head to look at Zhong Shiriying. This woman. To think she could pull this off under such circumstances. Unbelievable. What on earth was helping her? Could this be the chosen one from the novels? Wu Mingxian couldn't make sense of it. Behave yourself. Soon, the officers escorted Wu Mingxian away. Zhou Tong lingered outside the president's office for a moment. This time, you did a great job. Thank you for your cooperation. If anything comes up in the future, call us immediately. Trust us, the People's Police. Zhou Tong saluted Zhong Shiriying, Gu Mo, and the others. Zhong Shiriying returned the gesture with a smile. Lu Liang, being as thick as a plank, didn't know how to be flexible. He could only keep a stiff upper lip and manage a stiff smile. That smile looked more like a grimace than an actual smile. As for Gu Mo, he stood at attention and saluted them with military precision. Hey, kid, don't go putting on airs here. Watch out we don't catch you. Zhou Tong said, half joking. To be honest, regarding this incident at Genesis Tech, he still suspected these guys were behind it, but without evidence, he had no choice but to drop it. But as a seasoned cop, he wasn't about to let his guard down. Chapter 83, 300 billion in chips vanish. Among all the suspects, Gu Mo was the most heavily implicated. The others were just that poker-faced guy. But judging from Zhong Shiriying's current network of connections, Gu Mo was the most likely candidate. After all, Lu Liang had previously aligned himself with Wu Mingxian. It wouldn't make sense for him to sabotage his own future. Thus, Zhou Tong's gaze lingered on Gu Mo for a moment longer. He knew this guy was most likely the main culprit behind the recent scandal involving Genesis Technologies products. Since it hadn't caused too much of a stir, higher-ups weren't paying much attention. Otherwise, Zhou Tong would have insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Oh come on, Director Zhou, you're being too nosy. You actually noticed my childhood crush? Next lifetime, I'll be good and never fall in love too early again. Gu Mo said half-jokingly. Hearing this, those around them nearly burst out laughing at Gu Mo's words. How had no one noticed this side of him before? How hilarious. Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. Poof. Ha. This guy. Now I can pinpoint it. That person must be Gu Mo. Alright, I've got other things to attend to. You all get back to your tasks. Regarding the mass failure of Genesis Tech's chips, though higher-ups haven't assigned me to investigate, you all know exactly what happened. I won't interfere, but you'd better handle this neatly and efficiently. If I have to remind you about this again next time, I won't be as polite as I am now. At this, Zhong Shiriying nodded in agreement. Gu Mo, however, merely shrugged. He looked utterly indifferent. Hold on, Director Joe, don't try to scare us. This clearly isn't our doing. It's obviously their Tianxia chips that are faulty. When have our products ever blown up before? But rest assured, once we get Genesis Tech back on track, we'll expose every single scandal involving Tianxia chips. We won't let our Dragon Nation's chips be used anywhere else. Hearing this, Zhou Tong nearly choked on his own blood. Good grief. The thief cries thief, huh? Though Zhou Tong had his suspicions, he couldn't predict the outcome. In any case, let them handle these overt matters openly. You'll have to deal with the consequences yourselves. I certainly don't want to come back to this place anymore. Zhou Tong shook his head and turned to leave. Guemo couldn't help but vent. They actually suspect us? Do they really think that's the kind of people we are at Genesis Tech? We're a national enterprise. Poof. Ha! The moment Guemo uttered those words, the corners of everyone else's mouths twitched almost simultaneously. Even Lu Liang, with his poker face, was no exception. The chip scandal crisis soon came to a close. After Zhong Shiriying took charge, she immediately initiated a recall of the defective chips and pledged to deliver brand new chips within the next month. The upgraded chips would then be distributed to those affected by this incident. Regarding the quality issues with Tianxia chips, Genesis Technology stated unequivocally that it would cease all chip production at the Tianxia facility moving forward. Of course, this was merely the official line. Behind the scenes, however, at some unknown point, a sinister wind began to sweep through the industry. Tianxia chip leaked the manufacturer's chip specifications, and simultaneously, all quality inspections failed to meet standards, resulting in numerous defective chips. With these two bombshells hitting at once, TSK. That was truly a bitter pill to swallow. Already a target of widespread criticism, Tianxia Semiconductor now faced this additional blow, causing their orders to plummet rapidly. Many chip companies now refuse to entrust their orders to them for processing. After all, this directly impacts their stock prices. Even if they forfeited the deposits, they were unwilling to continue working with Tianxia Semiconductor. The most ironic twist? Tianxia Chips, leveraging its status as one of China's top chip manufacturers, had previously held chips hostage. They demanded chip design companies pay the final installment upfront before releasing the chips. Their justification? Rising chip material costs and supply shortages. Not only did they fail to deliver chips on time and in the required quantities, they even demanded extra payments. Now, upon receiving this news, the customers have simply walked away. Not only did they fail to collect the outstanding payments, but the chips they had already produced were left to rot in their workshops. In an instant, the entire semiconductor industry seemed to crumble like a house of cards. It was truly heartbreaking. Within just a few days, Tianxia chip stock plummeted by 30%. Hundreds of billions evaporated overnight. That very day, their chairman collapsed unconscious in his conference room, an incident that later made headlines. Genesis Technology. Research and Development Department. Mr. Gu, I've been utterly loyal to the core. You won't find anyone in the world as devoted as me. During your absence, I've been sleepless nights and restless days, guarding everything in your office. I dared not touch a single thing. You have no idea how much effort it took to prevent outsiders from touching anything here while waiting for your return, or how hard I worked to protect the seat that belongs solely to you. Li Feng licked his dry lips and spoke to Gu Mashang with heartfelt emotion. That was what you called heartfelt sincerity. It felt as though he was the last remaining performance artist in this world. However, Gu Mo and the others merely gave the spittle-flying man a dismissive glance, maintaining a safe distance to avoid his biological weapon attacks. Only Su Mu, that greenhorn, was still there, meticulously recording every single word Li Feng uttered. Now that was dedication. Looking at it this way, it seemed that back then, when everyone else had been cut, only Li Feng had survived the purge. This guy must have some real talent after all. You never know when something seemingly useless might come in handy. But Gu Mo casually waved his hand. All right. Go back where you came from. Leave this place to us. We have a confidential meeting to hold shortly. There's nothing for you here. Oh, got it. Then remember to call me when you need me later, Mr. Gu. Li Feng flashed a smile. His earlier bitter resentment vanished instantly, replaced by a playful grin. It seemed as though his emotions hadn't been affected in the slightest. His emotional stability was so remarkable that even Lu Liang, known for his poker face, would have to admit defeat. This Genesis Tech really is brimming with talent. Lu Liang licked his dry lips and nodded repeatedly to Gu Mo. Gu Mo casually waved his hand. This mouth? We only have one at Genesis Tech, rest assured, all the talent is right here. Chapter 84, Anyone Can Call the Police. They were in the middle of discussing. Just then, Gu Mo suddenly received a call. Sorry. He quickly scanned the caller ID. He was about to hang up immediately, but just then, he saw the name displayed. What's wrong? Lu Lian turned to look at Gu Mo. Why was she calling at such a crucial moment? But he saw Gu Mo lift his head quickly. It's Mr. Zhong. The president's office. Gu Mo and Lu Liang quickly arrived outside the office. The area ahead was already packed with people. Holy crap! Judging by those uniforms, they're actually from Tianxia Semiconductor. Sorry, but no one can enter here right now. The person noticed Guemo and the others approaching and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ha! Hearing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn! This is their own creation tech. What's the meaning of this? If I'm not mistaken, this should be founding tech. Shouldn't you be the one stepping aside? Guemo said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Li Feng, Lu Liang, and others swiftly closed in behind him. Several members of their research department were also present. Outside, they might not have dared to act this way. But sorry, as Guemo had said, this was their Genesis tech. Li Feng was also the type to pick on the weak and fear the strong. Now that he was in the right, he knew he had to make a good impression in front of Guemo. He immediately pushed his beer belly forward and stepped out. What the hell do you think you're doing? He snarled. Pulling gangster tricks at Genesis Tech? That stuff is long outdated. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you still don't move, then I'm afraid I'll have to resort to some unconventional methods. 3. Li Feng cursed, spittle flying everywhere. He carried himself with a certain swagger. Seeing this, Guemo couldn't help but regard the guy with a bit more respect. Who would have thought this guy, who usually looked so timid and shrinking, could be so tough when it mattered? He hadn't misjudged this guy after all. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the other party quickly backed down. They immediately made room for Li Feng and the others. After last night's incident, Li Feng stepped forward decisively. Oomph. You're just a bunch of small-time nobodies. Upon reaching the leader, he halted his advance. Instead, he turned to look at Guemo. Mr. Gu, please. With a thud. He bent at the waist, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Perfectly executed. But the guy behind him from Tianxia Chip was in for a world of hurt. All he saw was an enormous but too big even for oversized underwear plummeting straight toward his forehead. Everything went black and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Guemo and his group nearly burst out laughing. Even Lu Liang, with his poker face, couldn't help but crack a smile. This guy was a real character. They'd been puzzled why this guy had managed to stay at Genesis Tech after the company's leadership change and even gotten a promotion and raise. Now it seemed the mystery had been solved. It all comes down to emotional value. Soon, Guemo pushed open the door and entered. Inside the president's office, Guemo adjusted his suit jacket, his gaze calm. Mr. Zhong, you wanted to see me? Up ahead, Zhong Shuriying was locked in a standoff with a middle-aged man, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, the tension eased immediately upon Gumo's arrival. You're Guemo? Before Zhong Shuriying could speak, the middle-aged man swiftly turned to face him, snorting coldly. I hear you tampered with the web software driver on your Genesis Tech platform, causing all sorts of malfunctions in our Tianxia chips. This directly wiped out 30 billion yuan from our market value. Now explain to us, how do you intend to make amends for this to Tianxia Semiconductor? I don't recall us at Tianxia Chip ever failing to save you or help you out of urgent crises. And now, this is how you repay us? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. However, everyone expected Guemo to respond, but instead, he swiftly taught the man a lesson. Sorry, who are you? I don't recognize you. I'm here to see our CEO, Mr. Zhong. Put. At those words, the middle-aged man nearly burst a blood vessel from rage. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Zhong Shuriying glanced at Guemo and felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She pressed her red lips together and said, This is Mr. Wang Lin, the executive director of Tianxia Chips. He's here personally to discuss the chip scandal with us at Genesis Technology. Oh? Hearing this, Gumo's heart stirred slightly. He quickly let out a cold laugh. Pleased to meet you. I'm Guemo, head of research and development at Genesis Tech. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After introducing himself, Guemo casually pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and addressed the sullen-faced middle-aged man before him. Hey, Mr. Wang Lin. We haven't even had time to settle accounts with you over that chip fiasco yet. And now you come knocking on our door yourself? Is this your attitude toward resolving issues? At this remark, Wang Lin's brow furrowed even deeper. He retorted in a deep voice, What? Are you suggesting we should compensate you? Guemo shrugged nonchalantly. Talking about money is vulgar, but in terms of obligation, your Tianxia chip does owe us Genesis Technology some compensation. Moreover, given the recent incidents involving Wu Mingxian, we now harbor suspicions about your Tianxia chips. Doesn't that justify our skepticism? Besides, the fact that your chips are subpar is undeniable. How could that possibly be our fault? Guemo explained logically. He gave his counterpart no breathing room. But Wang Lin had dared to come here, proving he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Guemo, you're something else. You know exactly what you've done. Don't come crying to me at the police station later, regretting your actions today. Hearing this, Guemo only sneered coldly. Now that you mention it, I'm actually intrigued. You folks at Tianxia Chip haven't even sorted out your own mess, yet here you are worrying about us at Genesis Tech. Since that's the case, we've suddenly found ourselves with some free time. Why not settle everything at once? You want to call the police? Fine. I happen to still have some connections with Chief Joe. Why not give him a call right now and file an investigation? As he spoke, Guemo pulled out his phone, dialed the number with practiced ease, and pressed send without hesitation. His gaze fixed on Wan Lin with pure provocation. This move left Wan Lin utterly dumbfounded. This guy. He really is a madman. Chapter 85, Verbal Escape. Soon, the call connected. Gumo's face broke into a smile. Hey, Director Zhou, it's me. You know about the recent scandal with Genesis text chips? Right. Didn't you say we should discuss it privately before informing you? I believe we've reached a consensus now. Since Wang Lin, the executive director of Tianxia Chips, is here with us, let's not waste his time. Shall we resolve this matter promptly? Guemo remained calm, his tone measured and deliberate, clearly confident in his position. Seeing this, Zhong Shiriying pursed her lips slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up. This guy. Upon witnessing this exchange, Wang Lin's expression darkened noticeably. TSK. He's serious. Alright. Once we've discussed it, I'll give you a definite answer. Guemo quickly finished the call. After hanging up, Guemo turned to look at Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, as you wished, we've finished our discussion. How do you propose we proceed with this matter? Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Wang Lin's expression flickered between light and shadow. TSK. This guy. There really was no dealing with him. While Tianxia Chip might have a strong case, there were undeniable internal issues within their company. Other chip design companies had noticed them before, but since they weren't particularly significant, no one pursued the matter. After all, Tianxia Chips is one of the few chip manufacturers in the Dragon Nation, and there's simply no spare capacity to allocate to others. To grow, compromises were necessary. There was no choice but to continue this uneasy game with Tianxia Semiconductor. Now, if an official investigation is truly launched, this uneasy balance will be shattered. But regardless, the one suffering the most would be Tianxia Semiconductor itself. Compared to those orders, their most critical asset is their stock. The previous scandal caused their stock value to evaporate by a full 30% overnight. The shock prompted an emergency board meeting that night. One elderly member couldn't handle the stress and suffered a heart attack, ending up in the ICU. As the executive director, I arrived at Genesis Technology immediately upon receiving orders. Mr. Zhong, we really don't need to go down fighting. Wang Lin licked his dry lips and spoke through gritted teeth. Zhong Shiriying remained calm. Genesis Tech can survive another month without chips. Leveraging our existing scale, we can last 2 more months. Factor in our software ecosystem, and we could endure half a year or more. The question is, how long can your Tianxia chips hold out? What? Wang Lin was stunned. This guy actually wants to go down fighting. Not just Wang Lin, even Guemo was slightly taken aback. Zhong Shiriying, unaware that Guemo had already secured an escape route for her, was now stubbornly insisting on her course. It seemed she was determined to go head-to-head with Tianxia Chips. Ms. Zhong. Wang Lin's words came out with increasing difficulty. There's no need for us to go down together like this, is there? Our cooperation would benefit the entire Dragon Nation. Let's each take a step back on this matter and put it behind us. What do you say? From his initial relentless pressure to this moment of earnest appeal. Clearly, such words wouldn't have come out without immense pressure. Yet Zhong Shiriying shook her head. Mr. Wang, I don't believe this was your original stance. If I were to partner with you, who knows when you might reveal your true intentions. It's better for me to remain cautious. And finally, with a flash. Just as Guemo prepared to watch the spectacle unfold, he suddenly witnessed the executive director of Tianxia Chips Operations Department clenching his teeth and kneeling before Zhong Shiriying. Guemo froze in shock. Zhong Shiriying's expression also shifted slightly. But then Wang Lin gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, President Zhong, give me a definite answer. What do we need to do to continue our cooperation? This time, Tianxia Chip has lost 300 billion yuan. If we can't dispel the rumors quickly, the losses will only grow. He wasn't kneeling because he was wrong, he was kneeling purely for the money. Zhong Shiriying understood this logic. Her tone remained calm. Mr. Wang, I've said it before, we'll handle the chip matter ourselves. You at Tianxia Securities are all cut from the same cloth. This incident has shown me your true colors. You should go back now. I don't think we have anything left to discuss. Hearing this, Guemo shrugged. Wang Lin, however, slumped as if sentenced to death, his entire body going limp. Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, you may leave. We have other guests to attend to shortly. All petty gains. Thanks to your help at Tianxia Chips, our business at Genesis Tech has been reduced to this. Guemo rose quickly. He helped Wang Lin to his feet and guided him toward the exit of the president's office. Soon, the executive office door swung open. Those outside noticed the door opening and immediately turned to look. And soon, Upon seeing the scene inside, their expressions shifted one after another. What the hell? Not only were the people from Genesis Tech stunned, but even Li Feng and the others were completely taken aback. There stood Wang Lin, looking as if he'd just been pulled from a water tank soaked through and drenched in sweat from head to toe. His entire being seemed to have lost its soul, as if someone had sucked it right out. His body seemed to have had its bones sucked out, reduced to a limp heap of flesh. Even his own hands had twisted into claw-like shapes. The sight was downright terrifying. The man outside pressed his dry lips together, inwardly cursing. What the hell is going on? Li Feng, who had been about to go over and suck up to Guemo, was now frozen in terror. The others were no better. Holy crap! Who on earth could have trained their usually arrogant and overbearing executive director into this state? That's a bit much, isn't it? Something seems off with your executive director. Why not take him to the hospital for a checkup? I'm genuinely concerned about his health right now. Guemo brushed the dust off his clothes and spoke up. Hearing this, how could anyone dare linger any longer? They hurriedly helped Wang Lin to his feet, while others rushed to dial emergency services. In a flurry of panic. Before long, they vanished into the Genesis Technology building. Once everyone had left, Li Feng finally managed to force a smile onto his face. Ah ha ha! Our CEO Gu is truly brilliant and formidable. With just a few words, he persuaded the damned bastard to his knees. My admiration for you is as boundless as the ocean. Enough. Step aside. Call Lu Liang and the others for a meeting. Chapter 86, Xiaoqingxian. Got it. Li Feng flashed a smile and scrambled away as fast as his legs could carry him. No unnecessary fuss. Now that was smooth. Not only did it not seem obnoxious, it was even somewhat amusing. Truly the boss of the workplace. The ultimate badass. Sumu watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard in admiration. He wondered, when would he ever achieve such mastery? Mr. Gu, my admiration for you flows like a mighty river. Enough with the flattery. Process this file and send it to Qingtang Lab. Hurry up, these are urgent documents. Get moving. Guemo didn't waste a word, immediately assigning the task to the other person. Sumushi was cut off mid-sentence. His lips twitched slightly. Poof. Ha! As expected, he still wasn't worthy. If Li Feng had a way with words, his skill at currying favor with superiors was equally impressive. Before long, people began trickling into the conference room. Guemo glanced at the time. They were actually 2 minutes ahead of his estimate. Poof. So it seems Li Feng's only real skill is his smooth talking. No wonder he managed to hang on during the turmoil at Genesis Tech earlier and even got a promotion and raise. Soon, everyone in the room had arrived. They were all key figures from the RD department, along with several resource allocation managers. Zhou Chen glanced at the group and promptly addressed them. Everyone, you know what happened earlier. Frankly, I didn't want it to happen either, but his arrival is a test for us. The fortunate thing is, we finally weathered it. Guemo pressed his lips together briefly before delivering his opening remarks. After briefly wrapping up his opening remarks, Guemo swiftly moved on to the next topic. As you all know, founding tech today is quite different from the founding tech of the past. Our biggest problem right now isn't our chips, nor is it our technology, it's public relations. Now, who can tell me just how bad Genesis Tech's PR has become? At these words, the crowd immediately pressed their lips together. They exchanged glances, one after another, their expressions turning increasingly uneasy. Most of them had lived through Genesis Tech's recent turmoil, having just left the company before being drawn here by Zhong Shuriying's call. They were the ones who understood the changes best. They had almost believed Genesis Tech was about to collapse. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Wu Mingxian was arrested. This arrest caught the public's attention, buying Genesis Tech some much-needed breathing room. During this period, Genesis Tech's image suffered severe damage, and our credibility crisis is extremely serious. Our top priority now is to salvage Genesis Tech's market share. Does anyone have any ideas? Guemo glanced at the assembled team and spoke in a solemn tone. At his words, the group exchanged glances once more. But soon enough, someone spoke up. I suggest lowering our prices to enhance the cost-effectiveness of our products. This will encourage more people to trust us. Additionally, we need to put more effort into promotion to boost our brand awareness. Finally, I believe the recent controversy surrounding Genesis Tech could be leveraged as a strategic opportunity. The speaker was a woman. Her speech was neither too fast nor too slow, her voice perfectly audible, and her appearance quite striking, the kind of person you could spot instantly in a crowd. Upon seeing her, Guemo felt a slight stir within. Excellent. It seems our company still has quite a few capable individuals. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? The young woman smiled. My name is Xiaoqingxian. I've just joined Genesis Technology and look forward to working closely with you, Mr. Gu. She pursed her red lips slightly before speaking with a smile. When she smiled, it was like a flower blooming under the sun. Radiant and captivating. It instantly set her apart from others. This stark contrast felt like comparing a vibrant, colorful world to a monochrome one. So different. Which school did you graduate from? Gu Mo couldn't help but ask. The other person quickly pursed their lips and smiled. Longwa University of Science and Technology. Ha! So they were actually alumni of the same university? Gu Mo gave a slight nod. Just as he was about to wrap up the topic, Xia Qingxian spoke up again. Senior. I know your name. I've heard you're incredibly skilled in computer science, have deep expertise in hardware, and handle software with ease. Gu Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Am I really that good? He never imagined that someone who consistently ranked at the bottom of his class back in school could receive such praise. She quickly added. Mr. Gu, word about you is spread all over campus. They say the Lungson 2 chip wouldn't have been developed without you, and even the upcoming lithography machine is rumored to be connected to you. This. Gu Mo suddenly realized something. His lips twitched. Who would have thought? Old Jiang has such a big mouth? Why does he go around spilling everything? After hearing this, Gu Mo cleared his throat softly. Well then, if you're free, please take a seat. Let's move on to the next segment. After saying this, he swiftly shifted the topic. The meeting finally concluded. Gu Mo gathered his things, packed his laptop into his backpack, and was about to leave. Just then, Xia Qingxian appeared beside Gu Mo. Mr. Gu, do you know any affordable, tasty places around here? If you're free after work, let's grab a bite together? Her wide eyes blinked at him, not quite as brightly as before. Good grief. Any other guy would probably have fallen for it by now. But who was Gu Mo? He was the king of cheapskates. Taking a girl out to eat? That would mean he'd have to pay. No way. He absolutely refused. Ahem, well, I already have plans. Maybe next time. He quickly made up an excuse and turned to leave. But the energetic Xia Qingxian didn't seem disappointed at all after hearing that. In fact, she seemed even more spirited. She immediately pursed her lips and smiled. Like a flower basking in sunlight, she radiated brilliance. She radiated an indescribable sense of comfort. Then, can we make plans together next time? Chapter 87, Such an Overwhelming Presence. Also, do you know of any affordable places to rent around here? My current place is a bit too far away, it takes forever to drive here. At that moment, Gu Mo just wanted to get away from this awkward situation. Ahem, I have a contact here. I'll give you the number of someone from our company. Give him a call later, and he'll definitely tell you what's around Genesis Tech. After searching for the number, Gu Mo was about to give the other person Li Feng's contact information. But then he remembered Li Feng's behavior. Forget it. Better not make enemies. He quickly gave the other person Su Mu's contact information. If you need food or lodging in the future, just reach out to this person. Gu Mo himself was definitely out of the question, so this was the only option. Ha! Senior. Mr. Gu? Xia Qingxian still wanted to try to persuade him. But just then, a figure emerged swiftly from the corner ahead. An overwhelming aura. As a woman herself, Xia Qingxian instantly sensed the sheer terror emanating from the other. This person. President Zhong. Upon seeing Zhong Shuriying, Gu Mo promptly waved his hand in greeting. In truth, he could have made eye contact without the wave. Zhong Shuriying's arrival instantly severed the connection between Xia Qingxian and Gu Mo. Finished work? Zhong Shuriying glanced behind Gu Mo, memorizing the figure before turning her attention back to him. Not yet. I just needed to get ready to meet you later, right? Oh, right. A thought struck Gu Mo. He quickly pulled out the materials he'd prepared earlier. This is a conclusion we reached during the meeting. It seems quite useful to bring it up now. Zhong Shuriying took it and glanced through it. After a quick scan of a couple lines, she gave a slight nod. Not bad. Right? I think it's good too. This idea came from Xia Qingxian, one of our newly hired employees. I find her suggestion very sound. Gu Mo continued. At these words, Zhong Shuriying's expression suddenly froze. With her poker face, even this subtle shift went unnoticed. Gu Mo, however, promptly greeted Xia Qingxian. Here. Originally, she'd been worried about having to pay when dining out with others, but now that concern was naturally gone. After all, at the company, everyone prioritized their careers above all else. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian pressed her red lips together. She approached somewhat awkwardly. Why did it feel like Zhong Shuriying was giving her murderous vibes? She couldn't quite pinpoint why, but this female CEO's aura was incredibly intimidating. Xia Qingxian glanced at Zhong Shuriying before turning to Gu Mo. Mr. Gu, what are your arrangements? Oh, I just think your proposal is excellent. President Zhong also mentioned earlier that your work is truly outstanding. With something this promising, I must arrange for President Zhong to meet you in person. Who knows? You might just come up with something even better. Gu Mo stated with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Xia Qingxian quickly relaxed. The only thing that felt off was how overwhelmingly powerful Zhong Shuriying's presence was. She simply couldn't get used to it. Good heavens! They were all recent graduates. Zhong Shuriying had only graduated 2 years before her. Yet just standing there, she radiated such overwhelming presence? Anyone unaware might think this ability was innate. To Xia Qingxian, the pressure emanating from Zhong Shuriying was overwhelming. It's quite well written. Having an employee like you is a blessing for Genesis Tech. Next, I'll have the PR department implement this content. Also, I'll have them contact you. You'll be in charge of this project. Ha! Hearing this, Xia Qingxian froze for a moment. Me? Xia Qingxian pointed at her own nose, her face etched with utter shock. What? Are you unwilling? Zhong Shuriying inquired. Xia Qingxian quickly waved her hands. No, it's not like that. I just meant, this feels like a lot of pressure. I'm worried I might not do well. I've only just graduated and started my internship at the company. Had it not been for the turmoil Genesis Tech had weathered, she never would have secured this position so easily. There were many interns like Xia Qingxian, she was just one among them. She never imagined Zhong Shuriying would take a liking to her. It was unbelievable. That's certainly true, but don't worry. I'll have someone from the PR department work with you. They'll assist you. Ah, okay, thank you, President Zhong. Xia Qingxian smiled and immediately agreed. She bowed 90 degrees to Zhong Shuriying. Now that was a textbook bow. Guemo felt a bit embarrassed watching from behind. Ahem, well, our company doesn't use that sort of thing. Ms. Zhong, shall we go have lunch? He quickly changed the subject. Even within their own Genesis Tech offices, several pairs of eyes had turned their way. They looked at them strangely. Zhong Shuriying nodded. Keep up the good work. We're heading out for lunch. Oh, okay. Ha! Originally, Xia Qingxian had agreed readily. But just as she was processing the words in her mind, she seemed to grasp something. Whoa! What the hell? No way. Xia Qingxian's eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap! She actually overheard something like this. In her mind, Xia Qingxian had already imagined an entire romantic soap opera. No way, the head of the tech department at Genesis Tech is actually dating her boss? This plot twist is insane. Meanwhile, Guemo had become the chauffeur driving Zhong Shuriying around. Here's this month's salary. I can't put it on the company books, so this is the only way. After getting into the car, Guemo had barely sat down when he spotted 2,000 yuan in cash on the passenger seat. He gulped hard. But the thought that Zhong Shuriying might have forgotten it here made his heart ache. Wah! Why make me see it when I can't have it? Wah! This is pure torture. Then, who knew that after Zhong Shuriying got into the car, she quickly tossed the 20,000 yuan to Guemo. Damn it! Gumo's eyes nearly shot flames. Is this what a big spender looks like? It seemed he was beginning to grasp the meaning behind it all. Oh my, Ms. Zhong, you shouldn't put it that way. I didn't even realize it's been another month already. With a boss like you, why would I even bother running around? You tell me, right? By the time he finished speaking, Guemo had already gotten into the car. His skilled maneuvering made for an exceptionally smooth ride. Chapter 88, Have I gained weight? Ha! Something's off. Guemo hadn't heard Zhong Shuriying's voice in a while. He quickly turned his head to look. Zhong Shuriying sat in the back reading documents, her expression calm. She showed no intention of acknowledging Guemo. This left Guemo feeling anything but calm inside. Whoa! What the hell is going on? Why is Ms. Zhong's mood off today? Mr. Zhong, what's wrong? Why do I sense you're in a rather low mood today? Have you run into some trouble? Why don't you tell me about it? Let me help you figure it out. Guemo pursed his lips and addressed Zhong Shuriying. At his words, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. Yet her expression remained perfectly composed. She gently touched her forehead and spoke slowly. Nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Let's hurry home. Oh. Guemo dared not say another word. Having learned so much from Li Feng, Guemo understood exactly what he should do at this moment. If the other party didn't want to talk, it must be something troubling them deeply. The best course now was to leave them alone, otherwise, it could easily provoke resentment. Clearly, this situation was a bit awkward for Guemo. But once he got home, he absolutely had to ask about it carefully. Otherwise, the other person would think he genuinely didn't care. These were all lessons learned through experience. Guemo thought this through and quickly focused his attention, driving carefully. Villa 98. Guemo and Zhong Shuriying returned home. Ms. Zhong, are you facing some difficulties? Why don't you tell me about it? Rest assured, I'll listen carefully. Then we can find a solution together. After returning home, Guemo addressed Zhong Shuriying with his inquiry. Hearing this, she shook her head. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit tired. I'm fine. Go eat. Oh. How can I eat if you're not eating? He'd be eating with his heart in his throat. Guemo felt both amused and exasperated inside. Mr. Zhong, should I save some for you? When do you plan to eat? It's fine. I'm not hungry. I'm dieting. Zhong Shuriying had now reached the spiral staircase. Her voice began to fade. Ha! Had she misheard? Gumo's eyebrow twitched slightly. His expression gradually grew peculiar. Zhong Shuriying? Such a slender figure, yet she wants to lose weight. Gumo couldn't wrap his head around it. Ms. Zhong, you're already so beautiful, why would you need to lose weight? Be careful not to starve yourself. Gumo spoke up. But by then, Zhong Shuriying had already ascended the stairs. She couldn't hear Gumo's voice anymore. Oh. Well, there's no helping it. I'll just have to enjoy this feast all by myself. Gumo shook his head, letting out a sigh that seemed tinged with resignation. The sorrow on his face tugged at the corners of his mouth, threatening to break free. Another free meal. Gumo soon ate his fill. But Aunt May had provided them with more than enough provisions, so they never had to worry about going hungry. Not to mention, all it took was a single word from her, and food would be served immediately. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying stood before the mirror in her room, examining her figure. A slender figure was reflected in the mirror. Tall and slender like an elf from a fairy tale. Stunningly beautiful. Yet Zhong Shuriying frowned. She recalled how, when Gumo had introduced Xia Qingxian to her earlier, he had been so preoccupied with staring at that girl that he hadn't even looked at her. And even now, upon returning, it was the same. Was she really less than Xia Qingxian? She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, studying the mature, beautiful woman staring back at her. It was hard to comprehend. In what way was she weaker than that young girl, Xia Qingxian? She had the looks, she had the figure. Besides, she was only 2 years older than that girl. She couldn't possibly be aging that quickly, could she? Zhong Shuriying leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing her face for crow's feet and other signs of aging. Just then. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Startled, Zhong Shuriying gasped and quickly clutched her clothes. Who's there? It's me, Gumo. Ms. Zhong, if you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Hurry up. If you keep this up, you'll be skinny as a rail before long. It turned out Gumo had appeared because he was worried Zhong Shuriying might get hungry if she skipped dinner. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. I'll come down when I'm hungry. Just let me finish these documents first. Alright, then. Gumo didn't press the matter further. He rubbed his stomach, let out a satisfied burp, and headed back to his own quarters. I still prefer the old Zhong Shuriying. Sleep with me. Ha. Gumo stretched his body slightly, intending to rest for a while before sleeping. Little did Zhong Shuriying, who was likely standing before a mirror right now, consumed by anxiety over his looks and physique, realize that none of that mattered to Gumo at all. The next day, Gumo and Zhong Shuriying arrived at the company. They continued to go their separate ways. The PR department could handle the company's negative news on their own, they only needed to manage the technical issues. However, Mr. Gu, a familiar voice called out. Xia Qingxian waved at him from a distance. Gumo turned his head. Holy cow! It really was Xia Qingxian. After the incident with the dinner invitation, Gumo handled the situation with much greater composure. Oh, it's you. You're here so early. Mr. Gu, you're getting lazier by the day. I heard you used to be the earliest riser at our company. How come you've become so lazy now? I'm here earlier than you. Hearing this, Gumo actually felt a bit embarrassed. Damn, this new guy had actually called him out. How embarrassing. Gumo cleared his throat lightly. Isn't it because of employees like you? I feel at ease. Oomph. Who knew Gumo could be so smooth-talking? But compared to the others who put on airs, Xia Qingxian preferred Gumo's straightforward approach. Alright, I just happened to run into you today and wanted to ask you about something. Go ahead. Gumo didn't refuse. The other person quickly adopted a mysterious air. She glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before quickly asking Gumo. Mr. Gu, you and Mr. Zhong, you're that kind of relationship, right? Ha? What kind of relationship? Gumo froze for a moment. This left Xia Qingxian visibly flustered. She clenched her teeth, stamped her foot, and pressed on, that kind of relationship. Lovers. Put. Hearing this, Gumo couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that this newcomer would be completely unaware of something everyone at Genesis Tech knew. They weren't a couple at all. They were clearly master and servant. Chapter 89, Borrowing Flowers to Offer to Buddha. What are you thinking? Office romances aren't allowed in our department. Don't you know that's common sense? Besides, who would want to like someone with that poker face? Gumo shrugged, speaking with an air of casual ease. Hearing this, Xia Qingxian glanced at Gumo again, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Really? Would I lie to you? Gumo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He pursed his lips and continued, if you ask me, our CEO Zhong should be with that poker-faced Lu Liang. Just look at how well matched they are. Both poker faces? Perfectly matched. Gumo was mostly joking. Xia Qingxian had been feeling rather disappointed, but upon hearing Gumo's comment, she burst out laughing. Mr. Gu, I'm going to tell Ms. Zhong you called her a poker face. Don't. That's so mean. Guemo was both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, in a corner unknown to them, someone's expression shifted slightly upon hearing those words before they quickly quickened their pace. Mr. Zhong, that's how it went. That guy actually dared to call you poker-faced. He even said you and that Lu Liang are both poker faces, a perfect match. Inside the president's office, Kai he seethed with anger. You know what? Those two are utterly insolent. If I hadn't been holding important documents at the time, I would have stormed right over and taught them a lesson. Kai he gritted her teeth in fury, stomping her foot. It's absolutely infuriating. Our CEO has been so considerate toward Guemo, and he's been quite generous with the new hire Xia Qingxian too, constantly giving them more authority. Who would have thought they'd pull something like this? Kai he was boiling over with rage. She wanted to storm in right then and tear Guemo apart. Yet Zhong Shiriying felt a sudden stir within her. While Kai he ranted and raved, she picked up the mirror on the table and examined her own reflection. She did have a rather poker-faced appearance. Could it be that Guemo disliked this poker face rather than her figure? Zhong Shiriying pondered thoughtfully. The more she stared, the more convinced she became that this might indeed be the problem. Kai he. Yes. Kai he promptly stopped her chatter and turned to face Zhong Shiriying. Do you think I really have a poker face? Zhong Shiriying pinched her own cheek lightly as she asked Kai he. Hearing this, Kai he stroked her own chin thoughtfully. Honestly, I have to admit Guemo wasn't entirely wrong. But Kai he was immediately caught off guard by her own words. She had just accused Guemo of criticizing Zhong Shiriying over this very issue, and now she herself was. Really? I think so too. This time, Zhong Shiriying seemed to have finally pinpointed the root of the problem. She pressed her slightly dry red lips together. Kai he, order me every single one of your favorite takeout dishes. Ha! At those words, Kai he froze in surprise. Holy crap! Is there some secret mission here? Or was it? Kai he's expression quickly turned peculiar. Mr. Zhong, are you serious? She pressed her dry lips together, utterly shocked. But she saw Zhong Shiriying nod. If you don't act soon, I'll starve to death. It must be said that Xia Qingxian did possess some talent. Guemo sat in his office, watching the PR team of Genesis Tech. After facing a barrage of questions from reporters, Xia Qingxian not only handled them with ease but also highlighted Genesis Tech's current strengths. She even touched upon aspects Guemo himself hadn't considered. Had she not done extensive homework, she clearly couldn't have achieved this level of performance. She certainly put her heart into it. Guemo pursed his lips, reclining in his chair as he continued watching the live stream. Just then, someone knocked on the door and entered. Li Feng. Mr. Gu, it's time for morning tea. Behind Li Feng stood his assistant, Su Mu. Quite punctual. Very good. Guemo gave a slight nod. After putting away his things, he waved them off with a dismissive gesture. Time to get to work. In reality, what work could these two clowns possibly have? That so-called chief assistant Su Mu? He was merely an errand boy for Guemo, scraping by on a measly 20,000 yuan monthly salary. Li Feng, on the other hand, had some use. Beyond errands, his most important role was accompanying Guemo on inspections to check on the status of his employees. It was all much the same. Both were essentially idle positions. The only difference is that their salaries are ridiculously high compared to everyone else. Plus, they get year-end bonuses. Which was also incredibly extravagant. Averaged out, this salary is nothing to sneeze at. Both were willing to serve Guemo. After delivering the takeout, Li Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, through Gumo's livestream feed, he noticed the person in question. Combined with his observation of Gumo's facial expressions, he seemed to grasp something. Whoa! Holy crap! Business opportunity. Opportunity. Su Mu, who had been following Li Feng for some time, quickly caught on as well. A plan quickly formed in both their minds. Mr. Gu, are you watching a live stream? Yeah, this newcomer's pretty good. I like him. Guemo nodded. Whoa. Mr. Gu said he liked her. How could she possibly escape now? At that moment, Li Feng quickly frowned, deep in thought. Soon, he spoke in a solemn tone. Mr. Gu, consider this, with such a talented individual, why not bring her into our RD department? That way, things between you two could be more convenient. Ha? Wouldn't that be difficult? Besides, when did our RD department ever need someone like her? Upon hearing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a surge of quiet delight. This could work. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. Gu, you wouldn't know. Our RD department, well, it's a complicated story. They're all rough and tumble types, how could they handle such delicate work? We'll be negotiating partnerships frequently from now on. How can we possibly do that without someone presentable, someone who can even represent Genesis Tech by our side? Besides, just look at us, me and Su Mu, the two of us. Who'd dare show our faces in public? We'd scare clients away. Oof. Hearing this, Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. You know yourself you're not exactly a looker, but why drag me into this? Don't you have any shame? Guemo gave his jaw a slight rub. Fair enough. Regarding that personnel matter, you go talk to the folks in the PR department. Ha. Got it. Mission accomplished. Chapter 90, Heading to the PR department. Li Feng chuckled awkwardly and scurried off. Guemo let out a wry smile. This guy. Who knew he'd be so eager to take on this task? Could it be he's taken a liking to her? But when Guemo imagined the two of them together, well, it was downright touching. Hope I'm not blind. After finishing these tasks, Gumo quickly got down to work. Still, his gaze kept drifting toward the live stream screen. Gumo was working. Soon, a clamorous noise erupted from outside, accompanied by the sound of stumbling. Ha! What is going on? Guemo paused. He quickly pulled his hands away from the keyboard, opened the blinds, and looked up. Soon, Guemo saw Li Feng's figure stumbling and jogging toward him. What the hell did this guy get into? What's all this commotion? Someone causing trouble? Daring to cause trouble at Genesis Tech? Oomph. That takes some nerve. Guemo swiftly opened the office door and ushered Li Feng inside. He closed the door. He glanced outside, but nothing dangerous seemed to be happening. Guemo turned to look at the guy. What's going on with you? Where've you been? Look at the state you're in. It was almost quitting time, and he was in this state. It wouldn't look good if anyone saw him like this. Hearing this, Li Feng felt utterly frustrated. Mr. Gu, you don't know the whole story. Those guys, they just wouldn't listen to a word I said. They beat me up. Ha! They beat you up. Who hit you? Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Good grief. To hit someone at Genesis Tech? That takes some nerve. Pressing his lips together, Gumo's eyebrows shot up. Li Feng was such a smooth operator, unless something utterly outrageous happened, it was highly unlikely any trouble would ever come his way. Yet this had happened. And so suddenly. Besides that bunch from the PR department, who else could it be? Li Feng wailed pitifully. The propaganda department. Soon, Guemo seemed to recall something. Earlier, Li Feng had mentioned helping him recruit Xia Qingxian. So, that must be the reason, right? Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing this. Look at your stubbornness. If something can't be done, there's no point forcing it. I think she's perfectly fine staying in the publicity department. We don't have to force things, right? Guemo patted his shoulder lightly, offering comfort. But those people beat me up the moment they heard what I said. Li Feng rubbed his panda eyes, crying like a child. Ugh. Guemo didn't know what to say at that moment. With your demeanor like that, plus what you said earlier, it'd be a miracle if you didn't get beaten up. How could they not suspect you had ulterior motives? Guemo licked his dry lips, but still gave the other person a firm pat on the shoulder. A wave of flesh rippled. Good heavens. No wonder they misunderstood you. But considering how well Li Feng had treated him during this time, Guemo decided to let the matter blow over. At worst, he could simply bar Xia Qingxian from entering their research department. But this misunderstanding had to be cleared up immediately. Not to mention, how could they possibly beat Li Feng up like that? This was a society governed by law, they were clearly in the wrong. Let's go. I'll take you to settle this. What, okay. Li Feng rubbed his eyes and nodded firmly. As they spoke, Guemo had already led Li Feng, who had quickly tidied himself up, toward the exit. Seeing this, Sumu's heart stirred. He quickly put down what he was doing and jogged over in a few strides. Brother Feng, what's going on here? You look like you're heading into battle? He licked his dry lips and asked cautiously. Kids, mind your own business. This isn't your place to speak. Li Feng whispered. Sumu shut up immediately after speaking, silently following behind. It was already after work hours when Gumo and Li Feng arrived at the publicity department. Those who didn't want to battle the evening rush hour were staying behind to work overtime. With overtime pay on the table, why not? Soon, the PR department noticed Gumo and Li Feng's arrival. They turned to look at Gumo and his group, their hearts stirring. It's Gumo. President Gu. The youngest and most handsome director at Genesis Tech. Someone suddenly shouted that out loud. Ha! Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Guemo froze for a moment. Then, he saw a group of employees who were working overtime rushing toward him. Holy crap, what the hell is this? He was completely dumbfounded. A group of young women in business attire, complete with black stockings and high heels, swarmed around him like a flock of birds, vying to take photos. Mr. Gu, please take a photo with us. Mr. Gu, I adore you. Would you mind having dinner with me later? Mr. Gu, I want to have your baby. Who would have thought that over half the PR department was made up of women? And they were all so alluring. Guemo was completely dumbfounded. Not just him, Li Feng and Sumu, who had accompanied Guemo, were also stunned speechless. Seriously, guys, why is there such a huge gap between us? We're all human beings, right? I get it now. So that aloofness and slow to warm up they talk about? It's all tailored for guys like me. Sumu felt like crying. He could feel his eyes burning unbearably hot. But just then, he noticed something even more exaggerated. Besides Sumu, Li Feng had even started sniffling. My life has been so bitter. Sumu had been feeling quite miserable himself, but thinking of Li Feng somehow made his own suffering seem less unbearable. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that all the wounds on Li Feng's body had been inflicted by the same sharp object. Whoa! At that moment, Sumu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Damn! Could it be those women's high heels? Now he began to understand why Li Feng was so heartbroken. Even the smoothest social graces couldn't save a heart on the verge of shattering. He almost wanted to go comfort Li Feng. But just then, the chatter of the women ahead suddenly grew much quieter. Soon, Sumu and Li Feng both looked up. Before long, they noticed something. Mr. Gu, how did you find the time to visit us? Amidst the group of young women, a radiant young lady stepped forward. It was Xia Qingxian. Li Feng and Sumu both froze for a moment. For the first time, they felt a wave of warmth wash over them just from seeing someone. At that moment, Guemo finally extricated himself from the crowd of young women. Noticing Xia Qingxian, he promptly addressed her with a serious expression. Could I ask you out to dinner? Chapter 91, is this a backdoor confession? Put. Upon hearing this, Sumu and Li Feng, who had been spacing out, froze instantly. They nearly choked on their drinks. Holy crap! They'd seen impatient people before, but never someone this impatient. This is just like how things unfolded with Xia Qingxian, right? Li Feng pressed his hand to his forehead. He thought she was here to reason with him, but who knew, turns out she was just here to pick up girls. And here I was thinking Guemo had my best interests at heart. Had he misplaced his trust after all? Li Feng pressed his lips together, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. Meanwhile, the women ahead were reacting even more dramatically. One after another, they gasped in unison. Does Mr. Gu have a crush on our Xiao Qingxian? He's even chasing her all the way to our PR department. Oh my, what else could it mean? It's so obvious. Not only did he come all the way to our PR department, but he even invited our little Qingxian to dinner. What else could it mean? The women in the room giggled softly. Meanwhile, a few younger women felt a pang of regret. Oh no, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I have no chance? Heh, if you're thick-skinned enough, it might still work. The women chattered back and forth. The atmosphere was lively. But Gumo's expression was a bit awkward. While he did indeed plan to treat Xia Qingxian to a meal, it certainly didn't carry the connotations these people were suggesting. His expression shifted slightly, and he cleared his throat before speaking. Excuse me, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Xia Qingxian and I, there's nothing like that between us. We're just going out for a simple meal to discuss work matters. Ha! Ha! At this statement, Sumu and Li Feng both twitched their mouths. You probably don't even believe that yourself, do you? Let alone the people here. Who hasn't heard workplace gossip? The versions swirling in their heads were far more exaggerated and shocking than anything Guemo was currently putting on display. A young female PR staffer in a business suit giggled beside him. Oh, I get it. Xiao Qingxian, why are you still standing there? If you don't seize the opportunity, we'll help you seize it for you. The other young women quickly giggled and nudged Xia Qingxian, egging her on. They pushed Xia Qingxian out of the crowd. Looks like I really have no choice but to go. Xia Qingxian smiled. Amidst the stunned gazes of the others, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and promptly stepped forward to link her arm through Gumo's. So, have you decided what you're treating me to later? A gulp. Guemo swallowed almost instinctively. He'd intended to offer her a simple meal, but in this setting and atmosphere, could he really invite such a beauty to a street stall? Even stingy old Guemo would slap himself twice for that. Ahem, what would you like to eat? Then I'll have hot pot. Xia Qingxian smiled, pursing her lips. Guemo didn't know how he'd agreed to it. By the time he realized it, he and Xia Qingxian had already left the Genesis Tech building. The others witnessed the entire scene. Meanwhile, below the Genesis Tech building, Sumu and Li Feng stared dumbfounded at the two figures growing increasingly distant ahead of them, their minds drifting away. Clap clap clap. Li Feng couldn't help but clap his hands, while and shook his head silently. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. When he went to the publicity department, those people treated him like a cockroach on the floor. He hadn't even gotten to see Xia Qingxian's face. But when Guemo took over, everything flipped completely. How could he possibly accept this? Brother Feng, shouldn't you be feeling sad and upset right now? Why do you look so cheerful? Just then, Sumu beside him licked his dry lips and spoke up inappropriately. Hearing this, Li Feng, who had been somewhat lost in thought, snapped back to reality. He slowly turned his head to look at Sumu beside him. Didn't I tell you before that sometimes you don't need to speak? No one thinks you're mute, do they? Well, maybe they do? Sumu swallowed hard, a gulp of saliva echoing in his throat, as if he had suddenly realized something. But then he saw Li Feng slowly narrow his eyes. Then I'll let you know why my mood isn't exactly rosy right now. Right here. The place is bustling with life. If you want hot pot, you should come to a lively spot like this. I wouldn't dream of going to some fancy restaurant. Eating there is exhausting. Meanwhile, Gu Mo and Xiao Qingxian had arrived at a popular hot pot restaurant. After placing their order, the two began a casual, disjointed conversation. Mr. Gu, I heard your academic performance wasn't great back then. You even nearly failed to graduate. What exactly happened? With your current talent, it's hard to imagine that ever happening. Xiao Qingxian looked at Gu Mo with genuine curiosity, eager to learn more from him. She was utterly fascinated. There were so many things that happened back then, it's hard to explain everything clearly in a short time. Gu Mo felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman's gaze held something peculiar, making him feel uneasy. Being with Zhong Shuriying felt more natural. Of course, as long as she wasn't giving him the cold shoulder with that poker face. Mr. Gu, has anyone ever told you that you're like a shining star? So captivating. Xiao Qingxian pursed her red lips and chuckled softly. Has anyone? Gu Mo felt like he was under immense pressure. Good grief. Only then did he realize that, counting the period when his family had fallen on hard times, it had been 4 or 5 years since he'd had any interaction with women. He'd always thought of himself as the epitome of a man who could navigate a sea of women without a single leaf sticking to him. Little did he know, it had all been an illusion born from his former affluence. Now, with a different identity, the reality was starkly different. Even facing Xia Qingxuan's playful teasing now felt unnatural. Of course I have. Mr. Gu, I haven't just heard rumors, I even feel like the stories circulating about you don't begin to capture who you truly are. Oof. Heh. That's an exaggeration. Gu Mo gave a dry chuckle. He quickly changed the subject. He had a nagging feeling that continuing this conversation with this woman might lead to something unpleasant. Meanwhile, Genesis Tech Tower. President's office. After wrapping up her day's work, Zhong Shuriying finally let out a sigh of relief. Massaging her temples, she finally relaxed. As for that guy, Gu Mo, a figure quickly emerged in Zhong Shuriying's mind. Should she give him a call? No, what if he finds out I care about him? This is so agonizing. Chapter 92, Drunk. So, Mr. Gu, I still don't quite understand how did you manage to develop such advanced technology? With the external technical support for our Dragon Nation having ended, how could we possibly develop such specialized chips based solely on our haphazard learning over the past few years? Mr. Gu, you're truly amazing. I find myself liking you more and more. Put. Suddenly, Gu Mo snapped back to reality. He gasped for breath. Gripping the object in his hand, he looked down and realized it was a wineglass. Just now, had he been drinking? Only then did he recall what had transpired earlier. It turned out that, at Xia Qingxuan's urging, he had started drinking with her. Of course, most of it had been forced upon him. Half reluctant, half compelled, he'd ended up drinking this much. Honestly, sometimes he didn't even know how to respond to what she said. So he started punishing himself with 3 shots. 3 cups led to another 3. And that's how things ended up like this. Xia Qingxian, on the other hand, hadn't touched a drop. Even if she did drink anything, it was only orange-colored drinks. Gu Mo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Mr. Gu, what's up? Have you been hurt by a girl before? Why did you suddenly snap out of it the moment I mentioned that word? I couldn't wake you up no matter what before. Yet Xia Qingxian seemed to be observing him with the fascination one might reserve for an amusing toy. Gu Mo licked his dry lips. He shook his head. No, you're overthinking it. I just woke up suddenly. But a familiar image quickly surfaced in his mind. It was that person after all. Was it a bad memory? Not exactly. Rather, it was a memory Gu Mo had chosen to bury deep. After all, they now stood on different sides, and could never be the same as before. Which meant, neither of them were the same innocent people they once were. All that remains is to treasure these beautiful moments one by one. Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu. Gu Mo perked up slightly at the voice by his ear. Mr. Gu, you're not much of a drinker, are you? Already drunk? Gu Mo slowly lifted his head. He soon saw Xia Qingxian smiling before him, her expression as sly as a fox. Hearing this, Gu Mo quickly licked his dry lips, finally regaining his senses. What time is it? Rubbing his slightly dazed head, Gu Mo spoke in a hoarse voice. It's only 9 in the evening. What's wrong? Do you have something important to attend to? Is there anything I can help with? Xia Qingxian asked. 9 o'clock already? Gu Mo finally felt a bit more awake. Sorry, I had a bit too much to drink tonight. I'm heading home. It's getting late, and you should probably head home too. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone this late. He rubbed his temples again. He hadn't realized he'd drunk so much. He'd come out intending to discuss business. Oh, well then, I guess I'll have to drive you home? I happen to have a car. Xia Qingxian suggested. No need. Just then, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air. At those words, Gu Mo quickly turned his head. When he saw that figure, he couldn't help but lose himself for a moment. Had the voice not been so familiar, he might have thought he'd misheard. Zong? Mr. Zong? Gu Mo licked his dry lips, shook his head, and only then got a clear look at the other person. Mr. Zhong, what brings you here? Xia Qingxian also seemed taken aback. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying merely gave a faint glance at Gu Mo, who was clutching his head and barely able to stand. She spoke calmly. There are matters at the company that require Gu Mo's attention. I couldn't reach him by phone earlier, so I came over. Ha! But Mr. Gu is in this state. Why not wait until he's sobered up? Is it something urgent? Could I take a look? Maybe I can offer a suitable solution. Xia Qingxian interjected. Zhong Shuriying merely narrowed her eyes slightly. She quickly waved her hand. No need. This falls under the technical department's purview. You folks in PR don't need to get involved. Oh. Xia Qingxian froze for a moment, her expression turning slightly sour. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuriying had already approached Gu Mo, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Drinking this much. Zhong Shuriying was already feeling disgusted. But she didn't abandon Gu Mo afterward. She helped Gu Mo to his feet and guided him step by step toward the exit. At that moment, Gu Mo sensed the familiar yet unfamiliar presence beside him and couldn't help but let out a silly grin. Ms. Zhong, you're just in time. Sorry, I drank too much. I don't stink too bad, do I? Of course, you stink to high heaven. Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. She quickly helped Gu Mo into the back seat of the Maybach. Watching Gu Mo's face, already fast asleep, Zhong Shuriying shook her head helplessly. You asked for it, letting you drink so much. Soon, the Maybach began to drive away. Early the next morning, Gu Mo yawned, looking utterly exhausted. Ha! Even now, recalling last night's events still sent shivers down his spine. Of course, not the part with Xia Qingxian, but the part with Zhong Shuriying. He'd nearly ended up sleeping on the street. Fortunately, after his repeated assurances, Zhong Shuriying finally let him off the hook, allowing Gu Mo to go inside and sleep. At that moment, Gu Mo had seriously considered returning to his old rental apartment to spend the night. Ha! Why is it so quiet today? Upon arriving at the company's R&D department, Gu Mo felt a pang of unease. Where were Su Mu and Li Feng? Weren't they usually the most diligent ones? Why were they nowhere to be seen at this critical moment? Gu Mo pursed his lips and quickened his pace. From a distance, he could hear laughter and chatter coming from his office. This stirred something within Gu Mo. Oh, really? How long has it been? Already forgetting who their director is, huh? He soon arrived at the department head's office. He pushed open the door. The people inside froze for a moment before turning to look at him. But moments later, it was Gu Mo who froze in place. Oh, Mr. Gu, you're just in time. You've met this person before, Xia Qingxian. You should know her. She just transferred over from the PR department this morning. Li Feng chuckled and addressed Gu Mo. Su Mu, standing nearby, nodded with a smile and gave Gu Mo a knowing look. Between the two men, Xia Qingxian pressed her lips together, seeming somewhat flustered. Mr. Gu, as your new personal assistant, how may I be of service? Poof. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Mo's mouth twitched. Wait, how did this girl even get here? Well, I still have matters to discuss with Su Mu and Li Feng. If you have no urgent business, please step aside for now. Chapter 93, really here? The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent for a brief moment. Li Feng, however, rubbed his chin and shot a meaningful glance at Su Mu beside him. Ah, right. I remember now, Mr. Gu specifically instructed us about this yesterday. I remember it all. Right, Brother Feng? If you remember it, how could I possibly forget? So, Qingxian, we need to finalize yesterday's matters first before letting you have a private discussion with Mr. Gu. Li Feng, standing nearby, quickly chuckled and addressed Xia Qingxian. Oh. Xia Qingxian did not hesitate. After glancing at Gu Mo, who seemed a bit uncomfortable, she quickly gave a slight nod. She turned and left, closing the office door behind her. After Xia Qingxian left, Gu Mo seemed like a deflated balloon, collapsing weakly into his executive chair. Li Feng pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. President Gu, why do you still seem somewhat unhappy? Su Mu, that reckless fool, immediately stepped on a landmine the moment he opened his mouth. Hearing this, Gu Mo glanced at the other person indifferently. Tell me, how did you manage to bring Xia Qingxian into my department without my consent? I never intended to bring Xia Qingxian along in the first place. I simply wanted to reconcile with the publicity department over yesterday's incident. Since Xia Qingxian is also in the publicity department, this matter will be much easier to resolve. I never expected. Hey! A bunch of pig teammates. And I was actually standing up for them. Gu Mo shook his head. This. Su Mu moistened his dry lips, speaking somewhat hesitantly. His gaze shifted towards Li Feng. Gu Mo could get a general idea with just a glance. If it weren't for Li Feng, this matter probably wouldn't have been accomplished at all. Li Feng, you speak. Gu Mo said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression quickly changed, and he spoke with a woeful face. President Gu, I've been wronged. I thought you had taken a liking to this young lady, so I used some methods to handle the procedures on your behalf. Now that she is already here, transferring positions is inherently a difficult matter. If we ask her to go back, it would likely cause a lot of trouble, not to mention drawing unwanted attention. And reporting such a secondary transfer back to the president. Hey! Upon hearing this, Gu Mo felt an intense headache coming on. Forget it, since she's already here, it wouldn't be right to send her away. Alright then, let Xia Qingxian be your assistant. Me being with her, no, that won't work. Gu Mo thought about how Zhong Shiying would react upon seeing such a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. She would definitely find a way to make him pay for it. Besides, the era of women taking the initiative ended when he was no longer a top-tier rich second generation. Something just doesn't feel right. Ah! As soon as these words were spoken, it was Li Feng whose expression changed drastically. The corner of his mouth twitched. No, how could I dare? Although Li Feng seemed to be making a big fuss on the surface, he was actually well aware of his own situation. How dare he make Xia Qingxian his assistant? Ha ha ha. Even if I wanted to, I doubt she would be willing. Xia Qingxian didn't come for Gu Mo, so he just went ahead and ate. Ahaha, I'll pass. Su Mu and I work well together. If you switch me to someone else now, I definitely wouldn't get used to it. He quickly waved his hands. I don't dare to take it. Looking at Li Feng's wrinkled face, which seemed about to turn into an orange peel, Gu Mo couldn't hold back his anger. You dare to ask for someone from them, but you don't dare to accept it? Such a useless fool, yet you're full of tricks when it comes to harassing female subordinates. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Feng's already bitter expression grew even more distressed. It's all ancient history, yet Gu Mo managed to dig it up again. Li Feng said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Boss Gu, that was before. I'm not like that anymore. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. Go and call Xia Qingxian over for me. Alright. We'll go right away. Upon hearing this, Su Mu and Li Feng both let out a long sigh of relief, quickly forced out a smile, and hurriedly left the office. Then, Xia Qingxian quickly walked in. Mr. Gu, please let me know if there's anything you need me to do. Smiling like a flower. President's office. After finishing her tasks, Zhong Shiying actually felt somewhat uneasy during this free time. She almost instinctively thought of passing by the hot pot restaurant not far from the company last night. Gu Mo and that woman. It always felt as if her most important possession had been taken away. Zhong Shiying's expression was indifferent. She quickly picked up the contract again, but slowly narrowed her eyes. Taking someone from my hands? Had. President Zhong. And just at that moment, there was a knock on the door from up ahead. Zhong Shiying looked up. It was her personal assistant, Kai He. Is there something? Zhong Shiying raised her head. Kai He now oversees all major and minor matters within the company. When encountering minor issues, Kai He can handle them independently. If faced with more challenging problems, they are carefully considered before being passed on to Zhong Shiying for resolution. One could say that while the company could manage without Zhong Shiying, it could not do without Kai He. It's just that sometimes his temper can be a bit impatient. This is some of the recent achievements from the publicity department. Additionally, our product has indeed achieved a good result under the influence of the publicity department. Now, the online skepticism regarding our product quality has basically disappeared. Please take a look at this. The other party quickly handed the document to Zhong Shiying and spoke up. Zhong Shiying felt a stir in her heart. She mentioned that recently there hasn't been as much negative sentiment online about their company, Genesis Tech, as there was before. I thought it was because Wu Mingxuan's hired trolls had disappeared, but it turned out that their own company's staff had stepped up. Zhong Shiying looked at the data on the report and gave a slight nod. Not bad. It seems the publicity department has achieved some good results. Zhong Shiying rubbed her forehead. Please inform the finance department to allocate an additional year-end bonus for the publicity department. Next month, give each of them a certain amount of incentive awards. Yes. Kai He nodded and quickly agreed. Just at that moment, Zhong Shiying suddenly noticed something. Ha! This person. Suddenly, Zhong Shiying's gaze fell on one of the pictures. What's wrong, President Zhong? Kai He was a bit curious. It had been a long time since she had seen such an expression on Zhong Shiying's face. This person. Oh, you're talking about Xia Qingxian? Didn't you know? She's now the brand ambassador for our Genesis technology. Thanks to her, our company was able to restore the credibility of Chuangshi technology in such a short period of time. Kai Hui explained to Zhong Shiying. And yet, it seemed as if she had thought of something. I heard yesterday that Gu Mo went to the research department to pull some strings, and early this morning when I spoke with HR, they mentioned that Xia Qingxian seems to have ended up in the research department. I don't know if it's true or not. The people from the research department mentioned that their general manager Gu happens to need an assistant or something. Kai-hee was lost in thought. However, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. Chapter 94 The Real Assistant. Soon, Zhong Shuriying leaned back into the executive chair again. Lost in thought. Kai-hee's heart stirred. She seemed to have thought of something. After noticing Zhong Shuriying's furrowed brow, Kai-hee became even more convinced of his own thoughts. Kai-hee soon gave a light hum and said, "This Guo is truly insane, actually planning to take our Genesis Tech's image ambassador as his own assistant? Does he really think that just because he's made some contributions to this company, he can do whatever he wants? Does he not know who he owes his success to today? Isn't it all because of our President Zhong? If it weren't for President Zhong's appreciation back then, taking an extra look at that guy Guo and giving him a chance, who knows where Guo would still be working odd jobs right now? Kai-hee is truly doing her best as a sister. Alright, President Zhong, you are the boss of Genesis Technology, so whatever you say goes. If you really dislike it, you can have Guo stand guard as a security guard and have that Xia Qingxian clean the toilets, no problem. You mustn't let this matter affect your health to the point of making yourself ill. Without you, how can our Genesis Technology continue to operate?" She continued speaking to Zhong Shuriying. And at that very moment, Zhong Shuriying indeed slowly sat up. "It's working." Kai-hee's heart stirred. "And soon." But then, Zhong Shuriying said in a deep voice, "Go investigate the Xia Qingxuan's identity and background. If necessary, use all our connections." "Mr. Gu, are you sure you want to entrust all these matters to me?" Minister's office where Guo is located. After briefly organizing his documents, Guo handed them over to Xia Qingxian. "If you find it too difficult, I can transfer you back to the publicity department." Guo spoke calmly. "Frankly speaking, your arrival was just an accident, and I never expected you to come to our research department. The other party's arrival did not bring me much surprise. On the contrary, I felt a bit depressed. I thought that by doing this, I could make this guy back off, but unexpectedly, the other party didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he smiled slightly at Guo. "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I guarantee I will complete all of these for you." After saying this, Xia Qingxian quickly took the documents Guo had given her and left. In no time, she disappeared from Guo's sight. TSK. What in the world did I just run into? Guo found himself both amused and exasperated. He didn't believe it was because of his pure charm. After all, when I was job hunting alone before, I encountered quite a few romantic opportunities, but later, once the other party found out I was penniless, they hesitated and ended up in someone else's arms. After all, in the real world, money can't be eaten as food. Thus, Guo finally realized that the romantic opportunities he had in college were only because he had a bit more money than others. The most compelling evidence for this was the experience of how Zhong Shuriying had been unwilling no matter how much money he spent pursuing her back then. Hey! Could it be that I've already reached the age of an uncle who attracts young girls? But I'm only in my 20s. Guo found it both amusing and frustrating. He shook his head and continued with his work. Soon, the morning passed. President Gu. Just as Guo was about to go downstairs for lunch, a figure quickly appeared beside him. It was Xia Qingxian. Phew! Guo let out a sigh of relief. That almost scared me to death. It's you? Guo nodded. The other person quickly approached him. Mr. Gu, are you going to eat? Yes. I still don't know what to eat. I plan to go down and take a look first. Guo answered truthfully. If it were before, he would probably have settled for instant noodles and bread, but now he had to treat himself to something better. During that period, he had eaten so poorly that he looked pale and thin he couldn't keep going like that. I feel the same way, shall we go together? Xia Qingxian continued speaking. Ha! Hearing this, Guo's expression changed slightly. This doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? I still have work to do. I'll grab a quick bite and come back up later. You can eat by yourself, just make sure to clock in on time for the afternoon shift. There aren't any important tasks in our research department right now that need immediate attention. He explained himself. Xia Qingxian, however, smiled faintly and pressed her lips together. What's the big deal? Besides, I eat very quickly, and I finish other things quickly too. If you ever want, President Gu, I can show you. As she spoke, Zhong Shuriying pursed her red lips. Her gaze seemed innocent, yet somehow it gave off an alluring vibe. Her smile, why does it feel somewhat deadly? Ha, ha, ha. Are you quick at eating other things too? Then I might start thinking the wrong way. Guo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is that really necessary? Ha ha ha, just kidding with you. I just wanted to hand over the documents you gave me this morning. Here, everything's been sorted out. The other party quickly took out a file folder and handed it to Guo. Ha! Seeing this, Guo slightly raised an eyebrow. You, so fast. You should know, this contains some of my design principles. Although most are discarded drafts, both the quality and quantity represent a massive amount of data. Even professionals in this field might not be able to resolve it in such a short time. How did Xia Qingshan manage to solve it? Gu Mo quickly opened the file folder and took a look. And after that, he was once again stunned. The neatness of this organization is truly impressive. Even if Gu Mo were to do it himself, he couldn't achieve this level of perfection. He couldn't help but take another look at Xia Qingshan before him. How did you do this? Do you actually understand it? Xia Qingshan smiled faintly. Of course I can understand it. I also graduated from Longwei University of Technology, Senior. You really shouldn't underestimate me, you know. Ha, he. I wouldn't dare underestimate anyone, especially not you. After all, without Gu Mo's personal guidance, even some researchers from the Longwei Academy of Sciences might not be able to fully grasp this. Could it be that this young girl's strength surpasses even those people? It can only be described as unbelievable. It seems there's a reason why she managed to top the rookie rankings in such a short time during her stint at the publicity department. Alright, my stomach is growling so loud it's about to thunder. Can we go eat? What do you like to eat? Xia Qingshan spoke to Gu Mo in a coquettish tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo pondered for a moment at Xiaowei before almost blurting out his response. Braised pork rice. That night. It had been over 2 hours since work ended. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. President Gu, aren't you leaving yet? Gu Mo was immersed in his work when suddenly a voice came from the doorway. He looked up, only to find Xia Qingshan standing there waiting for him. Gu Mo felt somewhat helpless. It's so late already, aren't you going home? Aren't you afraid your family will worry? Hearing this, the other person smiled. Of course they're not worried, they're not the ones living with me. I'm just a poor overworked soul striving to make it in Zhanghai City. Gu Mo could relate to this sentiment almost immediately. There's no other way, this is just the path I've walked. It's so cold today, how about going out for some hot pot? I thought the one we had yesterday was really delicious. Yet, Xia Qingshan blinked playfully at Gu Mo, extending a mischievous invitation. Chapter 95, Xia Qingshuan's Identity. It would be no fun going alone, so why don't you come with me? Suddenly, Xia Qingshan suggested. Gu Mo was startled. Yesterday, he got drunk because of this guy. If Zhong Shuriying hadn't shown up later, he wouldn't have known what would have happened to him. Yesterday was just sleeping outside, today might mean sleeping on the streets. I have an appointment today, so I'm afraid it won't work. Gu Mo quickly found an excuse to decline. That's such a pity? There's no other way, I'll have to go alone then. Xia Qingshan revealed a helpless expression and let out a slight sigh. Her pitiful appearance tugged at people's heartstrings. Gu Mo almost agreed right then. And at this very moment, someone quickly appeared outside. Zhong Shuriying. CEO Zhong? Soon after noticing Zhong Shuriying, Xia Qingshan slightly raised her eyebrows. Zhong Shuriying glanced at Xia Qingshan and gave a slight nod. Not bad. Xia Qingshan, right? I've heard a bit about you. It said you became the top newcomer in our Genesis Tech PR department in just 1 month, quite impressive indeed. Welcome to join us at Chuanshi Technology. Zhong Shuriying gave Xia Qingshan a brief glance before speaking with a calm expression. Xia Qingshan responded with a smile. It's all my duty. After the two nodded, Zhong Shuriying handed the keys to Gu Mo. Gu Mo, same as usual, you'll be the one driving. Okay. Gu Mo was eager to leave at this moment, but unexpectedly, Xia Qingshan blocked his path. Being with Xia Qingshan always gave him an unreal feeling, making him uncomfortable, as if instinctively wanting to stay away from her. Zhong Shuriying arrived just in time. If there's nothing else, you should head back now. Remember to take a taxi, and make sure to get on in a well-lit area with people around. There are too many bad people on the streets these days, so be careful. After taking the key, Gu Mo turned his head and gave Xia Qingshan a reminder before turning back to leave with Zhong Shuriying. When did you learn how to sweet-talk girls like this? I never noticed that before. They took the elevator, preparing to head to the underground parking lot. On the way, Zhong Shuriying glanced at Gu Mo and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Gu Mo quickly forced a dry laugh. This is just normal concern for my subordinates. Oh? So you mean I haven't been concerned about my subordinates? Zhong Shuriying spoke with a calm expression. For some reason, Gu Mo always felt that something was a bit off. It seems Zhong Shuriying is in a bad mood? However, such incidents happen too frequently, and Gu Mo was almost getting used to them. Was it because he felt he had gotten too close to that woman? But they are originally just in the relationship of director and assistant director. He hurriedly explained with a wry smile, President Zhong, I really have nothing to do with that female assistant. It's just normal communication between superior and subordinate, nothing more. I would never engage in any office romance, you can rest assured. Gu Mo thought that Zhong Shuriying was angry because he was too close to Xia Qingshan, but he was actually wronged. He didn't want it either. Oh? Is that so? So in your eyes, Mr. Gu, this is what your concern looks like? I've really learned something new. Zhong Shuriying crossed her arms and spoke calmly after getting into the car. Alright. Now it's useless to say anything. Gu Mo shook his head with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Alright, whatever you say, President Zhong. However, he dared not say those words out loud. Jojo Jiangchu. Villa number 98. Gu Mo had already started helping with cooking. Zhong Shiriying was reviewing the cooperation documents she had just negotiated today, yet her mind seemed elsewhere. Why did she feel so unsettled when she saw Xia Qingxian today? Is it because of Gu Mo? Very soon. Kai he walked over holding a tablet. President Zhong, I've brought what you asked for. She placed the tablet in her hand in front of Zhong Shiriying. This is all the information on Xia Qingxian. Zhong Shiriying took it and looked. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any issue. This information panel is exceptionally well designed. Even among their employees at Genesis Technology, there's hardly a single incompetent person. There isn't really any major problem with this. Is there anything else? Zhong Shiriying spoke up. However, Kai he quickly shook his head. This is all I can provide for now. Anything beyond this would be irrelevant and not worth referencing. Regarding this, Zhong Shiriying didn't say much either. She continued to carefully examine every detail. And just at this moment, Zhong Shiriying suddenly had a thought. Looking at a key piece of information in the materials. You mean Xia Qingxian previously studied in the United States, right? Yes, that was her first degree. Later, I heard she got admitted as a graduate student at Longwei University of Technology, but apparently due to age restrictions, she didn't end up going. But considering the exchange and development between the two countries, she was naturally sent here as a visiting scholar. Not long ago, an agreement was reached with Longwei University of Technology, and she came to Longwei as an exchange student to continue her studies. In short, this is an exceptionally outstanding talent. If in the future she intends to stay with our company, Genesis Technology, I believe we might consider signing Xia Qingxian. Kai he had clearly put in considerable effort to uncover so much information. Clearly, such a background is a glittering asset for anyone, and any HR department would go to great lengths to retain her. They are the same at Genesis Tech. Zhong Shiriying nodded slightly upon hearing this. That's indeed the case. Let's eat first, we'll deal with the future when it comes. Zhong Shiriying quickly put down the tablet. Ahead, Gu Mo and Aunt Mei were approaching with delicious food. What were you two talking about just now? Gu Mo was somewhat curious. Nothing, just that assistant of yours, Xia Qingxian. Personally, I think the work in your research department doesn't require someone as outstanding as her. Such talent should be offered to our president, Mr. Zhong. Kai he snorted and spoke directly and succinctly. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo was both amused and exasperated inside. After setting down the dish, he quickly bowed in gratitude to the other person. Then I truly thank you. Our research department is all men. If a woman suddenly comes in, how will we ever get our work done in the future? This guy. Upon hearing this, Kai he's mouth twitched. When did he become so smooth with his words? In reality, it wasn't intentional on Gu Mo's part after all, it was his genuine feeling. Alright, let's eat first. Zhong Shiriying shook her head and said. Gu Mo was naturally the first one to dig into the meal. And at that moment, he suddenly noticed the tablet on the sofa. The profile picture above seems to be Xia Qingxian. Looking at this thing, it seems to be all of Xia Qingxian's information, and it's different from the company's records. Is Zhong Shiriying investigating Xia Qingxian? Chapter 96, The Breakfast Dispute. This thing. Gu Mo felt a stir in his heart. However, he only let it cross his mind briefly and did not delve deeper. After all, for a CEO, having a slight understanding of his employees was only natural. After finishing the meal, Gu Mo returned to his room early. After a simple wash, he finally put an end to the day's exhaustion and quickly went to bed to rest. Early the next morning, Gu Mo managed to open his eyes with great effort. He yawned and got up from his bed. Another hard day as a wage worker. At this thought, Gu Mo wished he could just sleep until he died. I wish it could be like this. However, when it's time to face reality, one must face it. Good morning, President Zhong. Gu Mo yawned and happened to run into Zhong Shiriying, who was an early riser with strong self-discipline. Upon seeing Gu Mo, the other person also gave a slight nod. Still as concise with words as ever. Seeing the other person sitting quietly there drinking coffee, holding a morning reading book in hand, Gu Mo couldn't help but shake his head. Aloof. He gave Zhong Shiriying a two-word evaluation. After breakfast, Gu Mo drove, and they headed to the company together. Same as before, I'll go up first. After getting out of the car, Zhong Shiriying turned her head and spoke to Gu Mo. Gu Mo naturally had nothing to say. I'm used to it myself. President Gu. Just as he arrived at the office, Gu Mo was startled. He had been wondering what Li Feng and Su Mu were going to give him this morning, lost in thought. As soon as he pushed open the office door, he was unexpectedly startled by someone at that moment. Looking up. Wow. It turned out to be Xia Qingxian, that girl. Early in the morning, you scared me to death. Gu Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh my, who would have thought our minister is so easily frightened? Xia Qingxian chuckled mischievously. Coming to the office so early, how do you expect our employees who always arrive just on time to feel? Guo shook his head. Xia Qingxian, however, smiled calmly. Of course, they feel deeply guilty and are all rushing to come to work early. Mr. Gu, see how good I am to you. Being your assistant is truly a great help to you. Xia Qingxian snorted proudly. Ha, ha, ha. I hope so. Guo shook his head, not knowing for a moment whether to cry or laugh. And at that moment, Guo suddenly twitched his nose. Hiss. So fragrant. What smells so good? Did that guy Li Feng secretly swap my breakfast this morning? Guo pursed his lips, feeling a strong appetite. At this time every day, Li Feng and Sumu would always bring something to pay their respects to him. Today must be no exception. It's worth saying, those two really used their brains this time, actually knowing to change things up a bit. Not bad, not bad. Praiseworthy. And soon, just as Guo was about to make his move, Xia Qingxian suddenly pursed her lips into a smile. Mr. Gu, try the breakfast I brought for you, it's absolutely delicious. I've been with the company for so long, and I've basically always eaten from their place. What? After hearing this, Guo, who had already unsealed it halfway, suddenly stopped what he was doing. His expression stiffened, and his movements quickly came to a halt as well. Ha, ha, ha. This thing was brought for me by Xia Qingxian. At this moment, he didn't dare to move. President Gu, are you touched? Xia Qingxian gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Gumo's expression was somewhat stiff. Moved? I'm not moving a muscle. An unprovoked display of affection is either ill-intentioned or deceitful, especially from a woman. Isn't Xia Qingxian being a bit too attentive? Gumo's lips twitched slightly, feeling genuinely puzzled. And at the same time, outside the director's office, Li Feng and Sumu were walking on their way over. Brother Feng, what is that thing you have? It smells really bad. Are you sure our President Gu will eat this? Have you forgotten the last time you bought that smelly thing for President Gu? He was scolded by our chief assistant for a long time, and even now, thinking back on it makes me a little uneasy. Sumu followed closely beside Li Feng, cautiously speaking up. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately snorted coldly. What do you know? You've seen plenty of things that smell bad but taste good, haven't you? Let me tell you straight, this thing today is guaranteed to secure a grand slam in today's food competition. Let's wait and see. Li Feng spoke quite excitedly. Ha, ha, ha. Sumu merely chuckled in response. If this thing of yours is edible, I'll take your surname. Comparatively speaking, my thing here is much more enticing. Holding up the breakfast in his hand, Sumu was brimming with confidence this time. The two were secretly competing with each other. Even they themselves didn't realize that as a dignified deputy minister and a deputy minister's chief assistant, the matter they were discussing was how to make their minister Guo eat more happily. And right at this moment, Sumu was distracted when he suddenly bumped into someone in front of him. Brother Feng, what's going on? Seeing the person ahead standing perfectly still, he grew suspicious and asked with a puzzled expression. Yet the other party remained silent. Like a piece of wood. No way, Brother Feng, don't scare me like this, early in the morning. I just finished watching that creepy office worker movie last night. Sumu moistened his dry lips, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant as he spoke. And soon, Li Feng let out a helpless sigh. Hey, looks like we won't be able to deliver this morning's breakfast to CEO Gu after all. Ah. Sumu was taken aback. No, this is my best chance to win. He quickly looked up. And the next second, he let out a startled exclamation. Then, almost instinctively, she covered her mouth. Sumu's eyes widened in surprise. Damn it! It's only been a few days. Their business was just snatched away by others. Shoo! Keep your voice down, this is major gossip. Plenty of people are fighting to hear it. Li Feng smacked Sumu on the back of the head, his eyes filled with anger, and spoke in a deep voice. Sumu immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, he was also extremely curious, wanting to know exactly what had happened inside. Damn! Who would have thought? It hasn't even been that long. Xia Qingxian started bringing breakfast for Guo. If this continues, who knows how lucky that guy Guo really is. Soon, as Sumu continued watching, he heard the sound of sobbing. He looked up. Wow! The guy Li Feng actually managed to squeeze out 2 lines of crocodile tears from his eyes. Sumu's lips also twitched slightly. This guy. Only to see Li Feng covering his mouth in agony. Woo. I just can't figure it out, I'm so much more handsome than Guo, why doesn't anyone take a liking to me? Chapter 97, Resolving the Situation. President Gu, does this food not suit your taste? You seem to have little appetite. And at this moment, inside Gumo's office, Xia Qingxian looked at Guo with a puzzled expression and asked, what appetite could I possibly have? Isn't this a bit too good for me? Guo certainly didn't think his luck was this great. Ahem, well, I already ate when I came in this morning. He gave a light cough and spoke quickly. And at this very moment, a gurgling sound, Gumo's stomach began to rumble at the most inopportune time. The situation was awkward for a moment. Thus, Guemo witnessed Xia Qingxuan's expression growing increasingly amused before his eyes. Guemo gritted his teeth. His hand moved slightly. The next second. Bang! The room door was flung open directly. Two people walked in from outside. Li Feng and Su Mu. Upon seeing their arrival, Guemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could even speak, Li Feng pointed directly at Su Mu's nose and snorted coldly. Look at you, you've already eaten, so why is your stomach still rumbling like thunder? Can't you see what kind of place this is? You're making a fool of yourself. Ah! Upon hearing this, Su Mu was completely dumbfounded. So not only had his stomach growled, but it had also managed to penetrate the fairly soundproof walls and reach the ears of people in the director's office? Ha ha ha! How the hell did I not know I had this kind of ability? At that moment, Guemo gave a grateful glance at these two people. Wow, their timing couldn't have been better. However, Sumu silently swallowed a bitter pill, suffering a loss without being able to speak up. He pursed his lips and simply admitted it outright. Ahem, these are all digressions. Let's get to the main matter first. Oh right. The main thing. Let's talk about the main thing. Li Feng quickly regained his composure at this moment. He coughed lightly, and his expression immediately turned serious. Well, this matter involves company secrets, so perhaps you should step aside for a moment? After coughing, Li Feng turned to look at Xia Qingxian beside him and spoke. What company secrets are there that even I can't know? Xia Qingxian slightly raised her eyebrows and spoke with a hint of confusion. After hearing this, Li Feng quickly turned serious. He said in a low voice, this matter is only known to the three of us. It was previously instructed by President Gu. If you want to know, you'll have to build up your seniority first. Come back when you're experienced enough. Sumu naturally nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's something only the three of us know, and it involves our company's absolute secrets. Generally, such matters cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Really? Xia Qingxian quickly turned her head to look at Guemo again. But she saw Guemo give a somewhat stiff nod. That's indeed the case. Once you pass the assessment, perhaps I'll consider letting you get involved in this matter. And the key point of this matter is in my hands, only through me can you learn the complete process. Oh. Is that so? After hearing this, Xia Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. Alright then, you all discuss first. When you're done, call me if you need anything. I'll go organize the materials you gave me yesterday. Xia Qingxian had no doubts either. She gave a slight nod and quickly agreed. Soon after, Xia Qingxian, wearing black stockings and high heels, left the director's office. Phew! Only after seeing Xia Qingxian leave did Guemo slowly let out a sigh of relief. Li Feng and Su Mu, who were nearby, did the same. They took a long, deep breath and practically slid down to sit against the wall. Wow! I almost got choked to death by this woman. The two patted their chests and spoke with lingering fear. What was I thinking back then, hiring this woman? Isn't this just asking to be bullied? Guemo complained. Sumu, however, exchanged a glance with Li Feng. Both of them coughed awkwardly. This matter has to start from a previous live broadcast about the image promotion of their company, Chuanshi Technology. They are both the type to act immediately once they decide to do something. Unexpectedly. What's that in your hands? It smells so bad. Soon, Li Feng noticed the things in their hands and asked curiously. Ah. This is the breakfast we brought for you. Sumu was the first to react. He quickly took out the items he was holding. This is what I carefully selected just for you. You're definitely going to love it. While speaking, the other person even leaned in closer towards Gumo's face. In an instant, a dizzying sense of suffocation rushed over me. Ugh. Guemo directly gagged. What kind of new poison is this? Get it away from me now. Guemo felt as if half his life had been drained. Seeing this, Sumu looked slightly stunned. This? Seafoam paste? Have you ever watched SpongeBob SquarePants? It's that famous seafoam paste from the show, a delicacy as renowned as the Krabby Patty. Take it away, I said. Guemo was almost suffocating. Sumu immediately showed a disappointed expression. Left in frustration. At this moment, Li Feng quickly snorted coldly. Oomph, what kind of carefully selected item is this? It's just a piece of trash. President Gu, look at mine. You'll definitely like what I have. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Li Feng's face. He quickly took out what he had in his hand. Ugh. Guemo almost died on the spot. Take it away. Take it away quickly. The two quickly found themselves crouching dejectedly in the corner of the minister's office. It's like two stray dogs. Alright, stay in my office for a while. After I finish eating, take this out with you. Guemo waved his hand and said. In comparison, what Xia Qingxian brought for me is still edible. Forget it, maybe I'll just have Xia Qingxian bring food for me from now on? No way. What have I become? Guemo struggled internally for a moment. But soon, he was captivated by the delicious food in front of him. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Li Feng and Su Mu walked out of the minister's office looking utterly dejected. Seeing this, almost everyone in the research department turned their gaze toward the two of them. What's going on with the vice minister and the assistant? Why are they acting like this? I don't know, probably got triggered by something? Hee, what kind of shock could those two possibly get? Day in and day out, they're the most carefree ones. They don't have to do a thing all day, just buy breakfast for General Manager Gu, and still get their paychecks on time. Hey, have you heard? It's because those two hold crucial data in their hands that our Genesis Tech hasn't fired them. Hiss. Is that really possible? What else? Don't worry, there must be something about them. Everyone whispered among themselves. At this moment, however, Xia Qingxian felt a slight stir in her heart. She narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a deep and profound gaze within them. Chapter 98, Huang Gongjiang's phone call. Yet another ordinary and uneventful day. After getting up from his workstation, Gumo first sent a message to Zhong Shiying. After all, the other person hadn't contacted me all day. This made Gumo feel a bit uncomfortable. Based on his understanding of Zhong Shiying, she would likely find a way to make things difficult for him. However, it seemed as if nothing had happened recently. This made Gumo feel even more uncomfortable. Could it be that because I've had too much contact with that girl Xia Qingxian, it has led to less connection between me and Zhong Shiying? And soon, Gumo shook his head, dismissing his immature thoughts. What is this all about? It must be that Zhong Shiying has her own matters to attend to. Thinking of this, Gumo lay back down on his office chair again. Right now, logically speaking, either Zhong Shiying should be looking for me, or Xia Qingxian should be coming to find me. However, neither of them had a shadow. This made Gumo feel somewhat uncomfortable. Beside them, Li Feng had already started packing up to leave. Gumo's heart stirred, and he quickly asked Li Feng. Vice Minister? Ah. Here. I'm here. Upon hearing this, Li Feng almost reflexively stood up. I wonder what instructions you have for me, Minister? Gumo shook his head. Nothing really, I just wanted to ask. Where is Xia Qingxian? And that fellow Su Mu is no longer here either. Something's not right. Upon hearing this, Li Feng quickly slapped his thigh, caught between laughter and tears. They've already clocked out. At this hour, if they don't hurry home, are they supposed to stay here and work overtime with us? The key point is, they don't have anything to do anyway. After hearing this, Gumo paused for a moment. It seems that indeed makes sense. However, it was really too much for Xia Qingxian to leave without even saying a word to me. Gumo was thinking about sending a message to Xia Qingxian. And soon. The other party has read but not replied. Good grief. Gumo's lips twitched slightly. Since that's the case, and there's nothing important anyway, let's just forget about it. Gumo isn't the type to make things difficult for others. It's getting late, I should go now. At this moment, Li Feng glanced at the time and then, feeling guilty, quickly left the scene. This guy. Gumo's eyebrows slightly raised. Why has everyone's behavior seemed a bit off lately? Is it just my imagination? Let it be, no need to overthink it. Gumo couldn't even begin to imagine. Better get in touch with the people at the Dragon Science Institute. I wonder how Professor Huang and the others are coming along with the project. Gumo pursed his lips and immediately took action. Now that Chuanxer Technology had no urgent matters to attend to, he didn't need to be constantly on edge. It was the perfect time to handle matters related to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Soon, the video call connected. Huang Gongjiang greeted Gumo. Gumo, what made you think of giving me a call? It's been so long since I last received a phone call from you. Hearing this, Gumo quickly laughed it off. Oh, I've only recently had some free time. You know how turbulent things have been at Genesis Tech lately, just couldn't find a moment to spare. Ha! Don't think I don't know that your Genesis Tech has long overcome its difficulties. Coming to me at this time must be about the lithography machine, right? Huang Gong could immediately tell what Gumo was thinking. Gumo then quickly laughed heartily. Ha, you guessed it after all. I knew I couldn't keep it from you. I just want to know, how are things progressing with the mass production? I remember that this 10-nanometer lithography machine shouldn't be too hard to find, right? If it really comes down to it, we can just buy it from a few labs or factories. Gumo let out a hearty laugh, joking as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Huang Gongjiang's lips twitched almost instantly. You make it sound so easy. It's not that simple at all. Photolithography machines cost hundreds of millions. Are you going to cover that expense for us? I'm just a small employee in the company, I can't afford that. Isn't this about vigorously developing chip technology? Why don't you apply for funding from the higher-ups? Gumo laughed it off and spoke jokingly. Unintentionally, the two of them had become close friends despite their age difference. But then, they saw Huang Gongjiang glare at Gumo with clear annoyance. You're always thinking about good things. If our funding were that easy to apply for, there wouldn't be so many projects that just get abandoned halfway through. Oh, I was just joking, let's proceed as usual. The main thing is to ensure the current stability of the chips. Guemo shrugged, not particularly concerned. He was simply joking with the other person. Yet at this moment, Huang Gongjiang quickly assumed a serious expression. However, regarding the lithography machine you mentioned, I might have another solution here, one that has also been approved by the higher-ups, though the cost is likely to be quite significant. Ha! Hearing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Well then. Huang Gongjiang clearly meant more than what was said. Care to elaborate? Guemo pursed his lips and spoke in a low voice. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be shy about natural beauty. But then Huang Gongjiang quickly said in a serious tone. The top leadership is firmly committed to developing high-end lithography machines and strongly supports them. They need our long country as self-developed assets. Clearly, they're planning a major move. Oh? Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows raised slightly. The other person continued, but you know, these 10 nanometer things are naturally not what the higher-ups are interested in. They want high-end processes. How tall? Gumo's heart stirred. If even Huang Gongjiang says it's impressive, then it must be no ordinary matter. 5 nanometers. Hiss. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows raised slightly. And it's a 5 nanometer technology entirely developed by ourselves. Huang Gongjiang's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Guemo was feeling somewhat frustrated. But currently, the most advanced process internationally is only at 4 nanometers. Isn't this requirement a bit too high? With the demise of Moore's law, it has become impossible to break through the 1 nanometer process limit. Being able to refine the process with increasing precision and elevate it to a more advanced level is already a victory. Even the international giants have only managed to reach 4 nanometers, and yet they want to jump straight to 5 nanometers. Isn't that asking a bit too much? Yet Huang Gongjiang found the situation both funny and exasperating. This matter was decided by upper management, and there's nothing we can do about it. The higher-ups said that only by meeting this target can we obtain that substantial project funding. Do you have any ideas? Gumo's heart stirred. By telling him this now, they were clearly expecting him to take action. Ha, we do have that idea in mind. Longwa's semiconductor industry has become chronically weak. If we don't develop it now, we'll probably continue being led by the nose by others. Chapter 99, Xia Qingxuan's Invitation. Ha! After ending the call with Huang Gongjiang, Guemo quickly fell into deep thought. Should I do it? But Genesis technology is still in crisis and hasn't fully resolved the immediate threat. Don't answer it. But that represents the strongest support from Dragon Country. If their Chuanxer technology could get involved in this aspect, then their future chip issues would basically be resolved. It's really a dilemma. Soon after, glancing at the time, Guemo realized that he was about to exceed the time limit. Oh my goodness, President Zhong, please wait for me. He quickly gathered his belongings and hurried down to the underground parking lot. Zhong Shuriying had been waiting here. Aha, President Zhong, you're already here? I just made a phone call, which delayed me a bit. Guemo gave a light laugh. He opened his mouth to explain. Zhong Shuriying, however, just waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, I just thought you had gone out to eat with your new assistant. For some reason, Guemo always felt that there was an underlying meaning in this woman's words. But, would Zhong Shuriying care about such trivial matters? Don't just stand there, drive. Kaihe, standing nearby, noticed Gumo's expression and quickly furrowed his brow, let out a hump, and began to speak. Peaceful night passed without incident. The next day, Guemo arrived at the company as usual. He had eaten breakfast this morning. After all, he didn't want yesterday's incident to happen to him again. But as expected, Li Feng still brought him a meal. However, Guemo only saw Li Feng alone. Ha! Why are you alone? Where's Sumu? He showed a strange expression, glanced around, and surprisingly did not see Sumu. Li Feng was also somewhat curious about this. Well, I haven't seen him either. He probably took the day off? Well, anyway, it makes no difference to our company whether he's here or not. Not everyone is like our President Gu, who is not only handsome but also so capable he's practically the idol in our hearts. Li Feng smiled and flattered Guemo. Ha, ha, ha. Guemo didn't have the leisure to engage in idle chatter with this guy at the moment. It seems he can flatter others wherever he goes. After checking on Sumu's condition via his phone, he confirmed that the other party was feeling unwell and quickly sent a note to the HR department. It's just a matter of convenience. Just as Li Feng had said, it made no difference whether he was there or not. It's just that there's a bit less fun in daily life. Hey, by the way, wasn't Sumu with Xia Qingxian yesterday? Guemo suddenly thought of something. Upon hearing this, Li Feng also quickly had a sudden realization. Oh, right. He slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? Flesh waves rolling. He spoke with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Guy is an infected body? Is Sumu actually going to check on his incense at this moment? Hearing this, Guemo quickly rolled his eyes at the guy. What are you thinking? He slapped Li Feng. Go and get Xia Qingxian. Li Feng quickly covered his head and hurried away. Not long after, Xia Qingxian has arrived. How much do you know about Sumu? I heard the two of you went out together yesterday? Gu Mo inquired. Oh, that's right, there was such a thing. I was supposed to go home yesterday, but Assistant Sue insisted on taking me out for dinner. Can't help it, I just had to agree with him. After all, when it comes to seniors in the industry, it's always necessary to learn as much as possible from their experience. Xia Qingxian answered seriously. Oh. Then it should be fine. Gu Mo nodded after hearing this. His heart stirred, and he continued to ask, then what did you do after it ended yesterday? Did you go straight home? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. President Gu, what else could I possibly do if I don't go home? But Mr. Gu, asking about someone like this, does it mean you like me? But then he saw the playful smile quickly spread across Xia Qingxuan's face. She chuckled softly and began to speak. Gu Mo couldn't help but laugh bitterly at her words. He hurriedly waved his hand. Nothing, I was just asking. Oh. Xia Qingxian nodded. She continued speaking, well, President Gu, could I invite you to dinner after work? Eating again? Gu Mo quickly let out a sigh. No, I have other things to attend to. Well then, that's truly a shame. Xia Qingxuan's face quickly showed a helpless expression. Sort these things out and then hand them over to me. Gu Mo quickly changed the subject. He handed the document in his hand to the other party. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian was quickly filled with fighting spirit. Mission accomplished guaranteed. Another day passed. Gu Mo hadn't felt like he had done anything, yet the day was already over. Ha! He let out a yawn. He was just about to ask about Zhong Shuriying's situation. At this moment, the other person sent me a message. You don't need to give me a ride tonight, just drive back by yourself. I still have some company matters to deal with. She really is a strong, capable woman. Gu Mo shrugged. Well, in that case, I have no choice but to go to the appointment. After all. Looking at the girl with sparkling, glimmering big eyes in front of her, most men would find it hard to refuse. I'm making it clear first, it's just a meal, nothing else is going to happen. Absolutely not. General Manager Gu, don't you trust my character? Or do you think I would do something strange to you? When we're out, shouldn't it be us girls who should be worried about ourselves? Xia Qingxian smiled with her lips pressed together. Ah. I'm really no match for this woman. Gu Mo shrugged. After taking the organized documents from the other person, Gu Mo casually opened them and looked. So sometimes an assistant is really this important. Everything at a glance, simple and clear. It actually gives a feeling of sudden clarity. It's like a cluttered storage room that, after Xia Qingxian organized it, feels completely refreshed. Alright, let's get going. After a quick check to confirm there were no issues, Gu Mo promptly shut down the computer and stood up. And right where Gu Mo couldn't see, Xia Qingxian soon revealed a meaningful smile. Very amusing. Is this restaurant really so out of the way? I hadn't been here before and never knew such a place existed. Gu Mo and Xia Qingxian arrived at a restaurant tucked away in a corner. Next to it was a deep, pitch-black alley. For some reason, it always gives off a dangerous feeling. Gu Mo couldn't help but shiver. He instinctively moved away from that dark alley. Oh, well, good wine needs no bush. Come on, I absolutely must show you today. Xia Qingxian smiled. Chapter 100, I feel so dizzy. It smells so good. Gu Mo immediately caught the scent of fragrance as soon as he entered. There's a mouth-watering feeling. What a wonderful place, and I actually never discovered it before. You've really outdone yourself. Gu Mo moistened his dry lips, already preparing to dig in heartily. You've got such a sharp nose, how did you find this? Isn't this just too much of a hidden treasure? Hee, of course I've tried them all, one by one. You really shouldn't underestimate us girls. Xia Qingxian chuckled. While Gu Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course not. Boss, same as usual, give me the same set meal as yesterday. Xia Qingxuan quickly sat down. Shouted to the boss, make it as fast as possible. Yesterday. Hearing this, Gu Mo's heart stirred. It seems like just yesterday, after having a meal with Xia Qingxian, Sumu suddenly felt unwell and asked for leave. Won't this give me diarrhea? I heard that Sumu got it because of you. Ahem, never mind. Gu Mo quickly shook his head. He thought the ingredients inside looked quite fresh, not like the kind that would easily cause stomach issues. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian immediately burst into laughter. At that time, Sumu said he wasn't feeling well and insisted on rushing home in a hurry. I couldn't stop him no matter how hard I tried. It's still better to have a meal with someone like President Gu. After all, President Gu wouldn't suddenly get a stomachache halfway through the meal. Xia Qingxian stared straight into Gu Mo's eyes and let out a light chuckle. This look, why does it feel like it wants to devour someone? Gu Mo seemed a bit unnatural. Keep an eye on it. Soon. The dishes are all served. Gu Mo looked at the bubbling red oil and his appetite was instantly whetted. It really does look appetizing. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Just eat quickly. Xia Qingxian glanced at Gu Mo with a meaningful look, then suddenly grinned. Time passed minute by minute. Guo, however, felt that his body seemed a bit tired. Xingxian, are you sleepy? Why do I feel so drowsy after eating? Guo looked at the shrimp dumplings in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, the shrimp dumpling before him suddenly appeared with 3 overlapping shadows. Obviously this is problematic. After all, I didn't drink anything from the start. I have quit drinking for many years. Are you sleepy? Being sleepy is wonderful, it means you can have a good, sweet sleep. But I still have to go home. Guo put down his bowl and chopsticks, rubbing his head. Yet he felt increasingly that his head was growing more and more dizzy. He could no longer feel his own body. This feeling was unsettling. Go home? Which home are you talking about? Why not come with me tonight? Shall I take you home? Mr. Gu? By Gumo's ear came Xia Qingxuan's light chuckle. Was it just her imagination? Guo was starting to lose control and wanted to lie down on the desk. At this moment, Zhong Shiriying had already walked over and draped Gumo's arm over her own shoulder. Supporting Guo, they walked step by step toward the exit. Meanwhile, Guo could only vaguely sense someone dragging him forward, step by step. But at this point, he could no longer afford to care about that. His body was already growing drowsy and heavy, unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength. Yet he was still hesitating. Why aren't you sleepy? Clearly, we both ate the same thing. He murmured to himself. Or perhaps he was questioning Xia Qingxian. Upon hearing these words, Xia Qingxuan's smile grew even more sinister. Because, we did it on purpose. You, all of you? Guo still couldn't process what was happening. At the same time, Genesis Technology Tower. Top floor CEO's office. Miss Zhong? Have you made your decision? Cooperating with us would be a win-win situation. After all, we currently possess the world's most advanced optical technology. And you don't have to worry about facing a crisis due to unilateral contract termination. There's only this one opportunity. I hope you'll consider it carefully. The speaker was a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. He spoke fluent English while communicating with Zhong Shiriying. Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying quickly furrowed her brows. TSK. This contract, it actually appears flawless, and what's more, it's designed to benefit their Genesis tech in every aspect. That shouldn't be the case. I really can't figure out why they would choose such a small chip technology company in Dragon Country. Given their massive scale, shouldn't they prioritize supplying the industry giants first? Why would they take interest in such a tiny speck like them? Indeed. Compared to those international giants, they're truly just a tiny sesame seed. That's precisely why it's most suspicious. Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhong Shiriying quickly pursed her red lips. She slowly began to inquire. Mr. Bruce, I'd like to know why did you choose our company over others? Not to mention the international giants, even within our own Dragon Country, there are many companies more established than our Chuanxure technology, each with longer histories and greater resources. Why did you specifically choose our Chuanxure technology, a company that's just been established? Hearing this, Bryce quickly smiled calmly. Because you are young, rather than believing in your Dragon Country set of rigid conventions, I have more faith in this newly born life of yours that it possesses greater explosive potential than theirs. I see potential in you. Where is this? Guo felt nothing but parched dryness in his throat. I've been supported and walked for a while now. Even if Guo had lost all sense of time, he knew he must have walked a long way. Is this my home? Your home. Xia Qingxuan's voice came from beside me. After hearing this, Guo was momentarily stunned. When did I end up coming directly to their home? In your condition, most drivers wouldn't accept you, so I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. For some reason, Guo always felt this woman's smile was unnervingly off-putting. It gave an eerie feeling. Is it my own illusion? And at that very moment, the door to the room ahead slowly opened. However, all Guo heard was a creaking sound. It seemed like a large rusty iron gate. Is this where Xia Qingxian lives? Guo was somewhat incredulous. Or rather, shocking. Yet the next second, Xia Qingxian forcefully shoved him aside. Guo stumbled inside and collapsed directly onto an abandoned couch in front of him. Boom! Behind Guo, a heavy steel gate suddenly slammed down at that very moment. Completely cut off from the outside world. Guo finally regained some clarity at this moment. Where is this place? Chapter 101, Disagreement. What's the matter, Miss Zhong? Still don't trust us? Genesis Technology Corporation Building. CEO's office. Bruce's expression remained calm. This is our most daring investment in Dragon Country Chip Technology Company, but we trust our investment judgment. Chuanxure Technology must be a company with great potential. We've already discussed this internally. Achieving what you have in just 2 short years would be impossible even with the full support of the Dragon Kingdom's government, yet you've done it. This also demonstrates your capabilities. Bruce noticed Zhong Shiriying wasn't speaking, so he continued talking. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Zhong Shiriying seemed distracted. Seeing this, Bruce quickly narrowed his eyes slightly. Miss Jong, I wonder if you've been listening to what I've been saying. You were right before. Our Lion Group can invest in your Genesis technology, but we could also set our sights elsewhere. That depends on whether you're willing to cooperate or not. Miss Joan, I'm just kindly reminding you, once you pass this village, there won't be another shop. Since gentle persuasion didn't work, well then, Bryce decided to play hardball. Upon hearing these words, Zhong Shiriying suddenly had an epiphany. Since I've already boarded this ship, isn't it just another way of being controlled by them? Relying on the strength of outsiders will never lead to great achievements. Sorry, Mr. Bruce, but at the moment, Genesis Technology does not have any intention of collaborating with others. Your kindness, I'm afraid I cannot accept. As these words were spoken, the room quickly fell into a brief silence. Kai-hee, who had been standing by respectfully serving tea and water to Bruce, now wore a stiff expression on her face. She turned her head in disbelief to look at Zhong Shiriying. He looked utterly astonished, completely speechless. President Zhong. Miss Zhong. But then he saw Bruce quickly stand up. He narrowed his eyes. Speaking in a deep voice, he said, Miss Zhong, don't blame us for not warning you. Your Genesis tech is nothing more than a tiny ant we could crush you with just a word. Oh? Is that so? Well, I'll be waiting to see it. Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms, her expression calm. You? Bruce gritted his teeth, looking utterly humiliated and furious. I believe our meeting should conclude for today. If there's nothing else, I think it's time for you to leave. Get out of our country, the Dragon Nation. Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Bruce, who was already furious and embarrassed, became even more enraged. Heh, Miss Zhong, you will pay for what you've done. After saying this, Bruce snorted coldly and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Oh, Mr. Bruce? Seeing this, Kai-hee's expression changed, and he wanted to catch up. However, the other party simply didn't give him the chance, turning around and leaving immediately. Seeing this, Kai-hee showed a helpless expression on his face. She quickly stopped in her tracks, turned her head to look at Zhong Shiriying sitting in the boss's chair, and let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Kai-hee shook his head and said, President Zhong, with such a high-quality partner like this, if we end up falling out with them, who would dare to cooperate with us in the future? Kai-hee didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's up with this Zhong zone lately? I always feel like I can't quite grasp what the other party is thinking. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiriying just shook her head lightly. This kind of cooperative relationship isn't long-term. I suspect it will end up like the Taizhou chip manufacturers. It's only a matter of time before they pull out. They have vast resources and a strong foundation. We can't afford to keep up with them. In other words, they were no match for the other party at all. If they ended up displeasing them, they would still face the fate of being discarded. Rather than leaving their fate in someone else's hands, it would be better to take control of it themselves. Moreover, Zhong Shiriying remembered that the Dragon Academy of Sciences seemed to have already produced some finished products. Just need them to get through this painful period. Where's Guo? Zhong Shiriying pursed her red lips. Him? Upon hearing this name, Kai-hee quickly snorted. Probably off enjoying himself with some other woman by now, right? What do you mean? Zhong Shiriying felt a stir in her heart. And Kai-hee just shrugged. Boss Zhong, you have no idea, as soon as that guy Guo heard you weren't going home tonight, he immediately went out fooling around with one of our female employees from Chuangshi Tech. I told you before, not a single man is any good, and you still wouldn't believe me. Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, Zhong Shiriying's eyebrows raised slightly. How could it be? She murmured to herself. But then she saw Kai-hee let out a light, disdainful snort. What could possibly be unclear? Everyone in our company saw it clearly with their own eyes. He went out with that new female subordinate. This is an ironclad fact. Who knows, maybe they've already booked a room by now. And I've heard that Guo was quite the player back in college. He even kept a mistress. Kai-hee snorted and spoke in a sarcastic tone. But soon, she couldn't speak anymore. Because she noticed Zhong Shiriying's serious expression. President Zhong, I was just speaking casually, no need to get so worked up, right? I'm not angry. Zhong Shiriying spoke calmly. Still saying you're not? Kai-hee shook his head helplessly inside. I have never seen Zhong Shiriying so serious before. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to speak. If you have nothing else, you may leave now. It's getting late, so head off work early and get some rest. After a long silence, Zhong Shiriying slowly began to speak. She frowned slightly, holding her phone, unsure of whom to message. Kai-hee didn't dare ask further. She gave a slight nod and quickly left the CEO's office. At that moment, Zhong Shiriying's brows were even more tightly furrowed. TSK. Why aren't you answering the phone? For some reason, Zhong Shiriying always felt her heart was thumping. An indescribable feeling. A certain abandoned underground parking lot. Gumo's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. He watched the several foreigners walking slowly towards him, and his expression began to turn somewhat unpleasant. Who are you people? At this moment, Guo was at least somewhat more clear-headed. However, he still felt his limbs were somewhat weak. By now, he finally understood where things had started to go wrong. President Gu, what's wrong? Weren't we having a great time at the hot pot restaurant just now? Why do you look so unhappy all of a sudden? Ahead, a young woman with a rather sunny smile pursed her lips and chuckled. Xia Qingxian. Ha, ha, ha. Gu Mo pursed his dry lips. How could I possibly be happy right now? Chapter 102, Showdown. Gu Mo scrambled away from these people, using both his hands and feet. However, he soon bumped into a dusty, scrapped car behind him. Clearly, no one has been here for a very, very long time. The other party specifically chose such a place, clearly with ulterior motives. Mr. Gu, don't be afraid, we won't harm you, but if you resist, we can't predict what might happen. Xia Qingxian quickly walked over. Accompanying her were several robust and powerful-looking foreigners. These individuals all had lean, fit builds and gloomy eyes, clearly not good people either. What do you want to do? Gu Mo pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and forced his mind to regain a bit of sanity. However, at this moment, he still felt that his body seemed to have become even heavier. It was the hot pot I just had. There's a problem. But why didn't Xia Qingxian have any problems after eating it? Gu Mo already had a general idea of the key point. And he wasn't the first victim either. Su Mu's disappearance earlier seems to be related to this person as well, right? Did you also take Su Mu away? Gu Mo pulled himself together, sitting on the ground and leaning against the scrapped car behind him, speaking in a low voice. Xia Qingxian gave a slight nod and smiled calmly. Yes, the person who messaged you this morning was also me. Ha, he. Just as I thought. Gu Mo quickly took a deep breath. Speak. What do you want after going through all this trouble to bring me here? Don't tell me your only goal is the organs in my body. After all, one person is worth at most a few million, it's not worth the trouble. Smart. Xia Qingxian smiled slightly. What we value most is, of course, the most important thing about you. What thing? Li Feng's expression changed slightly. Of course, it's your brain, your skills. Good heavens. Just now, when talking about his own mind, Gu Mo was almost scared to death on the spot. Later, he found out that what these people wanted was actually technology. And at this moment, Xia Qingxian showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he saw this guy's smile gradually become more wicked and alluring. Of course, if you're unwilling to cooperate, then we'll just have to find another way. We cannot obtain it, and I believe Long Country shouldn't be able to obtain it either. Gu Mo's expression changed. At this moment, the other capable individuals quickly approached Gu Mo as well. We apologize for the offense. These people said in a low voice. What are you trying to do? Gu Mo was in a state of panic. Who could have imagined such a thing would happen to him? Where are you taking me? Gu Mo gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Xia Qingxian, however, quickly let out a light laugh. To a free country, but don't worry, I believe you will definitely like that place. A free country. Gu Mo's mind quickly thought of one country. No way? So sinister? And soon. Gu Mo saw those efficient individuals before him now pulling out a suitcase. Are you trying to trap me inside? Gu Mo was dumbfounded. And at this very moment, suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a loud explosion suddenly erupted nearby. Ha! Seeing this, Gu Mo's expression changed slightly. What's that commotion over there? What's going on? Xia Qingxian was also quickly stunned. She looked to the side. And the next second, immediately, one of her subordinates stepped forward to shield Xia Qingxian. And soon, there was only a muffled thud. The person in front of her quickly collapsed. Blood was spilled all over the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the remaining people on site quickly changed. Not your average Longwa police officer. Be careful. Someone soon said in a grave voice. It must be that organization, they've been tracking us from the very beginning. The others also quickly caught on. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately started dodging. However, at this moment, they still hadn't given up on Gu Mo. It seems your fate has been quite tragic. Now we can no longer go to the land of freedom. Xia Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly. Such a bright and sunny girl, yet her face was now clouded with gloom. The next second, Gu Mo's pupils contracted instantly, only to see a dark, hollow object suddenly appear in the other person's hand. A gun. Damn. Gu Mo immediately perked up. Who would have thought this woman was hiding something like this? Not just her, everyone else also pulled out their firearms at this moment. A fierce gun battle erupted in the arena in an instant. Wow. Gu Mo even thought he was dreaming. No wonder those people outside barged in directly, they genuinely knew these individuals were extreme dangers. But I'm the unlucky one. Staring at the dark, gaping muzzle before him, Gu Mo felt his heart trembling with fear. Go to hell. Xia Qingxian clenched her teeth and quickly pulled the trigger. But the next second, she suddenly saw a cloud of dust appear right before her eyes. It turned out Gu Mo had reacted in time and had already taken countermeasures. With a loud bang, the gun fired. However, she also instinctively raised her hand almost immediately. In the end, the bullet landed squarely on the car's hood. By the time Xia Qingxian opened her eyes again, Gumo's figure had long since disappeared from sight. TSK. Xia Qingxian gritted her teeth, her expression flickering between dark and stormy. This damn bastard. Miss Xia, let's hurry and leave. The people from that organization are too formidable, we're no match for them. Xia Qingxian still needed to locate Gumo, as after being poisoned, there was no way he could have gone far. Just then, one of her subordinates hurried over and spoke in a grave tone. TSK. Damn that guy. You're really lucky. Xia Qingxian gritted her teeth. She turned her head to glance behind her. Several people were already lying on the ground there. All of them were their men. Facing them was a group of well-equipped figures moving swiftly like phantoms. At this speed, if they didn't react quickly enough, they would likely be left behind here. Go! Xia Qingxian quickly gritted her teeth and fled swiftly under the protection of the remaining people. At this moment, Gumo also let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing them leave. Sigh. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die here today. Pursing his lips, Gumo finally managed to relax completely. His body was utterly stiff now, with not an ounce of strength left. That sudden burst of energy earlier had seemed unbelievable even to himself. And soon, Gumo heard rapid footsteps approaching from outside. Before Gumo could speak, they swiftly surrounded him. Don't move. We are special agents of the Longan Bureau. Please come with us now. Chapter 103, Longan Bureau. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Regardless of whether Gumo was willing or not, they had already handcuffed him in the time it took to speak. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. I've never seen such a violent organization. Dragon Peace Bureau? I've heard this name mentioned by Professor Huang from the Dragon Research Institute. Dragon Security Bureau. Gumo sat somewhat dazedly on the chair of regret. The mental state is concerning. Not long ago, Gumo had been poisoned for too long and originally thought he was about to die, but just then, those people from Longan Bureau suddenly gave him an injection, and he came back to life. It's just that the side effects are quite severe. My mind still feels a bit foggy to this point, and my limbs are tingling. It's even more intense than eating poisonous mushrooms. If there's any difference, the only difference is that I'm not hallucinating. Confess honestly, what's your relationship with that female spy? And at this very moment, with a bang, the person in front slammed the desk heavily and said in a deep voice, full of authority, commanding without anger. Upon hearing this, Gumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stammered, I didn't know she was a female spy. She was just my subordinate, and we only had a meal together. Gumo felt his tongue thicken, making his speech slur. We're giving you one last chance. If you still refuse to confess truthfully, don't blame us for being harsh. You'd better behave obediently. This isn't some ordinary police station. We have the authority to do anything to you. We could even execute you right here if we wanted. The other party continued in a solemn tone. Gumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The key point is I genuinely didn't know. As for what the other side said, Gumo truly believed it. After all, their first meeting had been a gunfight straight away without any fancy rescue theatrics, which showed these people truly wouldn't hesitate over anything. Of course. When it came time for them to step in, the situation had already reached a very dangerous level. Here, they truly dared to do what they said they would. He had no choice but to divulge everything he knew. No detail is too small as long as it's related to Xia Qingxian. Speak up about it. No other reason. I'm just worried that if I stop, what awaits me is a bullet. And soon, when the clerk and the interrogator heard this, their expressions quickly turned rather strange. This. The recorder quickly stopped what he was doing, a strange expression appearing on his face as he quietly whispered to the interrogator beside him. Didn't they say they caught someone selling state secrets? How is it such a little cutie? Could they have arrested the wrong person? Upon hearing this, the interrogator also quickly cleared his throat softly. He moistened his dry lips and spoke with an unnatural expression. Ahem. Perhaps the drug's effects haven't worn off yet. Shall we interrogate them again? How about applying some torture techniques? Good idea. The two of them whispered to each other. Whether it was due to some side effects of the medicine or intentional actions by these people, Gumo's hearing became unusually sensitive at that moment. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Gumo's lips twitched slightly. No, I've already confessed everything honestly, and you're still acting like this? But soon, I saw the other party say in a deep voice. Gumo, if you tell us everything you know now, we might still be able to get you leniency, but now, since you're not telling the truth, then we have nothing more to say. His expression quickly turned serious. The recorder nearby had already set down his pen and begun selecting instruments of torture. It was then that Gumotsai finally noticed, one wall was completely covered with an array of items. They were all ING torture tools. It's so creepy it makes your scalp tingle. Big brother, I've really told you everything I know. You can't wrong an innocent person. Good person. How many people who come here can actually be called good? Since you've encountered our Longan Bureau, consider yourself in hell. The interrogator snorted coldly. The recorder nearby was still leisurely selecting torture instruments. It seemed they couldn't decide which of those abundant tools to use first. Startled, Gumo's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. And right at this moment, a sudden knock came from outside the door. Noticing the sound, the recorder's heart stirred. He glanced at Gumo once more, then quickly exchanged a look with the interrogator. I'll go. Soon, the door to the interrogation room opened. Outside stood a middle-aged man with a square-jawed face. This is Director. The recorder froze for a moment. Upon hearing these two words, even the interrogator quickly revealed a look of astonishment. What matter could possibly warrant a personal visit from the director of the Longan Bureau? The interrogator immediately sprang to his feet in an instant. Director Long. Long Anyo quickly gave a slight nod. He glanced inside, then stepped aside to make half a space. Take a look, is this the person? Upon hearing this, Gumo quickly looked up. Wow! Almost moved me to tears. Professor Huang. Gumo, rest assured. With me here, I guarantee you'll be fine. The person who arrived was none other than Huang Gongjiang. Earlier, a phone call made Huang Gongjiang realize the severity of the situation, and he rushed over in a frantic hurry. Alright, it's all just a misunderstanding. Our Dragon Science Academy is vouching for this person. Release him immediately. Huang Gongjiang pursed his lips and spoke to Long Anyo beside him. The interrogator then turned his gaze toward Long Anyo, only to see Long Anyo give a slight nod. Release them. Observation room of the Longan Bureau. Gumo stayed with Huang Gongjiang. It wasn't as simple as Long Anyo just saying let them go. For them to leave, they had to undergo thorough investigations before they could depart unharmed. Even Huang Gongjiang himself would have to undergo thorough investigation by the Dragon Security Bureau from top to bottom. If anything were to endanger the security of Dragon Nation, neither of them would be leaving today. Professor Huang, what exactly is this Dragon Security Bureau? Upon hearing this, Huang Gongjiang quickly adopted a serious expression and spoke up. Just like its name suggests, it's an organization dedicated to ensuring the safety of Manhwa. Ordinary people wouldn't even get a chance to touch it. You could encounter it because of your capability, though luck also plays a part. Ha. Hearing this, Gumo's lips twitched slightly. He felt that luck indeed played a significant role in his circumstances. After all, it was all bad luck. And just at this moment, someone soon stepped forward ahead. Gumo, right? You two can leave now. Chapter 104, Full Confession. In the waiting room, Gumo and Huang Gongjiang were awaiting news. Even people from the Dragon Science Academy must follow the rules when they come here. After all, unless there's a special reason, according to Huang Gongjiang's previous stance, they might not even get to see the door of this place. The fact that they're allowed in now can only mean something major has happened. Be honest with me, what exactly did you do to get arrested by the National Security Bureau? Huang Gongjiang whispered to Gumo. Hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on Gumo's face. I want to say even I myself don't know. Would you believe me? However, Huang Gongjiang cast a suspicious glance at Gumo, clearly filled with doubt. Ha. I knew it would be like this. Gumo quickly shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Alright, that's actually the truth. I just came out to have a meal with one of our company's employees and somehow ended up here. And then, he quickly recounted the events between himself and Xia Qingxian. Yet for some reason, he always felt that segment of his memory was rather hazy. I don't know if it's because of that injection I got at the Dragon Science Institute before, or if Xia Qingxian's drugging me back then had this kind of effect. Even Gumo himself suddenly drew a blank mid-sentence while speaking, only then realizing something was amiss. And then? Go on, keep talking. Huang Gongjiang had been listening intently, but when he noticed Gumo had stopped speaking, suspicion quickly flashed across his face. However, Gumo quickly shook his head. No, I don't remember. Perhaps this kid just doesn't want to talk about it? Huang Gongjiang quickly conjured up some images in his mind based on what Gumo had described. He immediately coughed lightly and quickly, revealing an expression that said, I understand. Young people are all prone to impulsive actions, it's perfectly normal. I can relate to you. Rest assured, although Dragon Science Academy isn't directly affiliated with Dragon Security Bureau, we do have some influence to speak a word or two. I believe you must be innocent. Later, I'll have a word with that Long Anyo fellow and get him to release you right away. Huang Gongjiang immediately patted his chest and spoke with conviction. Right at that moment, someone quickly approached from the front. Gumo, right? You're free to go. It was someone from the Longan Bureau. Their hearts stirred at the thought. Huang Gongjiang immediately beamed with delight. See there? What did I tell you? Rest assured, we're all on the same team here, we know each other inside out. Even the Dragon Peace Bureau has to show some respect to our Dragon Science Academy. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Gumo remained deeply skeptical inside. After all, he hadn't been like this back in the interrogation room. Just as the Dragon Peace Agency members ahead finished speaking and Gumo's group was about to rise and depart, suddenly, there came a rapid sound of footsteps from outside. Seeing this, Gumo felt a stir in his heart. He instinctively looked up towards the source. Bureau Chief Long? But Huang Gongjian's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly stood up. Gave a smile to the other person. He said with an apologetic smile. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gumo's lips twitched slightly. Wow. Is this what you meant by having to show some degree of respect to your Dragon Science Academy? How come it doesn't look like it to me? Just at that moment, Long Anyo quickly walked over. The Longan members nearby promptly made way, stepping aside. This square-faced man had a stern expression. He walked with an air of authority. Within just a few strides, he had already approached Gumo and Huang Gongjiang. By now, Huang Gongjiang had become noticeably more polite. Chief Long, there's no need to escort us, we can leave on our own. You attend to your matters. I know this route well, and I'll be taking this young friend away from here shortly. I promise not to cause you any trouble. Huang Gongjiang spoke politely. For some reason, however, Gumo felt that this person before him seemed to have something significant to discuss with him. Very soon. Just as Huang Gongjiang was greeting them, the other person quickly raised a hand with a dismissive gesture, cutting him off, then turned a stern gaze toward Gumo. Sorry, you can't leave just yet. Ah. Huang Gongjiang's expression on his face quickly stiffened. He pursed his lips, glanced at the somewhat flustered Gumo, and then cautiously began questioning Long Anyo. Director Long, what on earth is going on here? Gumo is an extremely important partner for our Dragon Science Institute. Without their experiments, we simply couldn't proceed. You also know that management just assigned us some tasks, and right now we desperately need Gumo's assistance. If this drags on, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain those matters to the higher-ups. And now, with Huang Gongjiang speaking in such a tone, it was clear just how powerful Long Anyo's presence truly was. At this moment, Gumo couldn't help but carefully examine the square-faced man before him once again. His eyes were like those of an eagle, razor-sharp and seemingly capable of piercing straight through a person's soul. His physique, while not exceptionally muscular, gives off a very capable and efficient impression. Clearly, he's someone who came from the military. The muscle definition isn't overly large, but every line suggests explosive power. Having held a high position for so long yet maintaining such composure regardless of one's foundation, this level of resilience is not something ordinary people possess. Looking at the other members of Long and Bureau, they all basically meet the same standard. Clearly, this Long and Bureau organization is no ordinary institution. And Gumo also seemed to have guessed something. At this moment, Long Anyo quickly let out a cold snort. We at the Dragon Science Institute are well aware of your actions. Normally, we'd turn a blind eye, but today, absolutely not. Ha! Huang Gongjiang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He turned to look at Gumo. This guy. What on earth has he done? She had already pleaded with Long Anyo so politely and nicely, yet the other party still refused to back down. This could only mean one thing: whatever Gumo had stirred up this time was no small matter. Even the higher-ups took notice. At this moment, Long Anyo indeed fixed his gaze heavily upon Gumo. Gumo, confess everything you know. Here, your only option is to come clean for leniency. Meanwhile, Gumo quickly gulped down a mouthful of saliva with an audible gulp. His entire body was trembling. But he genuinely knew nothing at all. Director Long, could you give me a general direction to jog my memory? We really can't remember anything now. Even if you asked me to speak, I wouldn't know where to begin. Gumo gritted his teeth and said, Today is just my bloody unlucky day. Chapter 105, The Senior Research Team. The subsequent hour-long mental torment left Gumo utterly miserable. Faced with Long Anyo's inquiry, Gumo racked his brains, searched through every corner of his mind until it nearly burst, but in the end, it all amounted to the same thing. Gradually, even the interrogator quickly furrowed his brow at this point. Get to the point. The other person held a small notebook for recording and said in a deep voice. Yet Gumo found himself caught between laughter and tears. I've truly done my best. I just had a meal with Xia Qingxian, and afterward, I was almost taken out by them. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Gumo was on the verge of tears. The interrogator wanted to continue asking questions, but at that moment, Long Anyo quickly waved his hand. No need. My gut feeling tells me it's not him. But all the evidence at the scene, along with the leads we previously obtained, all point to this guy. The interrogator pursed his lips and spoke through clenched teeth. Long Anyo furrowed his brows, equally unable to figure it out. And at this very moment, someone quickly approached from outside. Director Long, we've interrogated that group of people using certain methods, and we can confirm the authenticity of this information. The other party spoke in a low, heavy tone. Using certain methods? Gumo swallowed hard again upon hearing this, barely managing to suppress his fear. Am I going to be tortured and die here today? Even Huang Gongjiang quickly showed signs of anxiety. Soon. Long Anyo took the report and began examining it carefully. However, his already furrowed brows knitted even tighter at this moment. How could this be? He muttered to himself. And at this very moment, there was suddenly a commotion outside. This made Long Anyo frown again. What's going on outside? This is the Dragon Security Bureau, how could such a thing happen? I'll go check it out right away. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Dragon Security Bureau showed a hint of panic on their faces and hurried toward the source of the sound. Guo, however, felt a stir in his heart. Could an organization like the Dragon Security Bureau really encounter such a situation? Yet a smile quickly surfaced on Huang Gongjiang's face. While the others were not paying attention to him, he quickly tugged at Gumo's hand and chuckled with a sly grin. Don't worry, we'll be out of here soon. Ah. Really? Don't lie to me. Guo moistened his dry lips, raised an eyebrow slightly, and turned to look at Huang Gongjiang. This guy, his words were never reliable before, could he be trustworthy now? Rest assured, this time you can just set your mind at ease completely, it's absolutely foolproof. Huang Gongjiang was beaming with excitement, even somewhat agitated. This appearance made Gumo's mouth twitch slightly. Wow. The more I look at it, the more absurd it seems, and the harder it is for me to believe. Do you have any ideas? Guo moistened his dry lips and decided to trust this guy one last time. Huang Gongjiang quickly flashed a mysterious smile. You can rest assured, we'll handle it perfectly. We've done this kind of thing countless times already. Ha. Countless times already. No wonder Long Anyo was looking at you with that kind of expression before. So it seems you really haven't done anything good before. And soon, the thing outside not only didn't disappear, but it became even more exaggerated. So much so that everyone in their Dragon Peace Bureau quickly cast curious glances over. Guo noticed that almost all of their faces were filled with worry and distress. Obviously, something tricky has happened. Everyone, step aside. I'm already over 70 years old, and I've lived long enough in this lifetime. If any of you dare to take one step forward, I'll die right here today. I forgot to remind you all that I suffer from high stress levels at work, have 3 high health indicators, and an irregular heartbeat. If any of you dare to use a weapon on me, I might just end up lying right here in your Dragon Research Institute today. Make way, all of you. The core of our project has been locked up by you. Now we need to see him. With hundreds of millions in funding being burned every day from above, can you afford to bear this loss? Gradually, as the other party drew closer, Guo soon began to clearly make out their specific words. However, it was precisely because he heard it clearly that it left Guo utterly dumbfounded. This. What in the world is going on? However, why does this voice sound so familiar? A suspicious expression gradually appeared on Gumo's face. His expression looked strange. And just at this moment, sure enough, someone quickly broke through from outside. Later, when Guo clearly saw the faces of those people, he was instantly stunned. Frozen in place on the spot. Don't be afraid, Guo. We'll get you out soon. The leader was none other than old Jiang, whom Guo had severely scolded in the lab before. It was never Gumo's intention in the first place, purely because the other party was older, reacted slowly, and was hard of hearing. Later, Guo had to use all his strength just to make himself heard clearly. Guo was completely wronged. Besides old Jiang, there were also many familiar faces. It was already very obvious they were all members of their original experimental team. Now that the lithography machine is almost ready, it's necessary to improve various parameters on our own. This explains why these people were able to cause such a commotion at the Longyan Bureau. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of these people gathered together is truly not small. And at this moment, they are almost all relying on their single life, rushing directly into the Dragon Security Bureau. Each one of them is a version T0, an existence of ancient true gods. The people of the Dragon Security Bureau certainly dare not provoke these guys. Long Anyo, what do you mean by this? Still blocking us? You were disobedient back in school, and now you're still so rebellious. Believe me, I'll tell your teacher. Soon, among the group of silver-haired elders, one whose teeth were almost completely gone walked out leaning on a cane, scolding and grumbling at Long Anyu. Yet even so, Long Anyu was still worried that the other might fall. He cautiously wanted to reach out and support the elder. Elder Qian, I'm just handling official business. At your age, it would be better not to come out. Who knew that the elder known as Old Qian would soon snort coldly? I'm still quite sturdy and don't need your help. If you have any goodwill, just release the person so we can head back early. If someone actually loses their life, how could you possibly bear the responsibility? Don't think that just because you're now the head of the Longyan Bureau, you can act above the law. Guo, upon hearing this, quickly let out a bitter laugh. Who exactly is the one showing no respect for the law? Chapter 106, we are here to bail someone out. The commotion grew louder and more intense. Yet they truly didn't dare lay a hand on these elderly gentlemen and ladies. Apart from their high positions and authority, they are also the foremost experts in various fields within Dragon Country. Each one of them is practically a national treasure. Utterly terrifying. Even the slightest injury or bump would be an unbearable pressure for them. At this moment, they were all worried that these individuals might suddenly suffer a myocardial infarction, making everyone present so nervous that their palms were sweating. Forget about getting any work done today. Even if the other party angrily threw a cane at them, they would have to respectfully pick it up and hand it back to them with the utmost deference. Long Anyo's face showed a mix of amusement and helplessness. He quickly stepped forward, grasped the other person's hand, and said with a slight smile, "Don't worry, Elder Qian, we are already investigating this matter. We believe that within a certain time frame, we will definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer. Don't you trust our Long An Bureau? If you don't even trust us, then there are few organizations in Dragon Country that you can trust." Long Anyo spoke with genuine emotion and expressive sincerity. Even Guemo was momentarily affected. However, these tactics might work on some inexperienced young people. But for those who are already halfway into the grave, it's a different matter altogether. Old Qian immediately snorted in disdain. "Fine then, go ahead and investigate quickly. We'll wait right here. Once you've finished your investigation and we take the person away, we'll leave this place." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention Long Anyo, even Guemo himself couldn't help but gasp in shock. Good heavens! He would call it the strongest. Guemo gave this boss a firm thumbs up. Now it was really putting Long Anyo in a difficult spot. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With the physical condition of these people, if anything unfortunate were to happen, it would be something they couldn't bear responsibility for. Upon hearing this, Long Anyo also let out a helpless sigh. "Alright, I'll give you a response as soon as possible. Please allow us some time." However, Elder Qian merely glanced at him indifferently. "Hurry up. Long An Bureau, conference room. Urgent meeting. All the key figures from the Jianghai City Long An Bureau branch are basically gathered here. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter regarding Guemo?" Long Anyo frowned with a troubled expression. He never could have imagined that he would one day find himself in such a situation. "I think we should release the person, but this matter needs to be handled carefully. After all, they've been staying with a spy like Xia Qingxian for so long. I'm worried that too much information might have been leaked. This matter still requires a thorough investigation. However, the fact that the people from the Dragon Science Institute are willing to firmly protect them is indeed a problem." Soon, someone raised an opinion. "Then we can't just not interrogate, can we? Otherwise, what would be the foundation of our Dragon Peace Bureau?" "The foundation is indeed there, but our top priority now is to send those old men who are halfway to the grave back first. If something really happens, we can't bear the responsibility." Everyone was discussing heatedly. Long Anyo rubbed his forehead and let out a helpless sigh. "It's better to solve it myself than to have this meeting. Enough talk, I'll handle it." Long Anyo quickly tapped the table and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the others quickly turned to look at the two Long Anias. Waiting room. Guemo was almost dozing off, and just then, accompanied by a creaking sound. Soon after, someone pushed the door open and entered. Guemo looked up to see who it was. It was none other than Long Anyo. "Guemo, you can leave now." This time, it was Long Anyo who came in person. Here, no one else holds a higher position than Long Anyo. Of course, the elderly men and women outside are a different matter. "Me? Can I leave now?" Guemo pointed at his own nose and spoke somewhat hesitantly. "I was clearly dragged here in a state of confusion, but now it feels like I'd been caught for solicitation." Long Anyo's expression clearly showed his displeasure. He waved his hand. "We will assign someone to monitor you from now on. Regardless of whether you have previously engaged in treasonous actions for personal gain, I strongly advise you not to cause any trouble under our watch. Otherwise, even if those people outside were to die within our Long An Bureau, we would still hold you fully accountable." Guemo was both amused and exasperated. "Director Long, I'm not sure how to describe this situation, but I can assure you that if anything unusual happens, I will definitely inform you." "That would be for the best." Long Anyo nodded. Upon hearing this, Guemo quickly let out a sigh of relief, eager to leave this dreadful place. This is no place for humans. However, the next second, Long Anyo suddenly spoke up. "By the way, those people at the entrance, try to persuade them nicely later. Otherwise, it's somewhat inappropriate for them to keep lingering at our door. We still have work to do at the Dragon Security Bureau." Who would have thought that the imposing head of the Dragon Security Bureau, Long Anyo, would be somewhat frightened at this moment? Trembling with fear. And yet, Guemo seemed completely unaware of these matters. He just breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to leave the waiting room. Outside, Wang Gongjiang, who was explaining the situation to the crowd, quickly noticed the commotion behind him. After seeing Guemo safe and sound, he immediately stepped out from the crowd and gave Guemo a big hug. "I told you so. It's definitely going to be fine. When our team takes action, there's never a mistake." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the corner of Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. "Next time, don't bring such interesting things, it really keeps me on edge." Of course, he definitely shouldn't continue communicating with someone like Xia Qingxian either. Today he almost ended up being subjected to intense interrogation. What a tragedy. At this moment, Guemo and Huang Gongjiang quickly separated. But the next second, he quickly noticed the looks from the others. Something seemed a bit off? No. It was completely off. Ahem. Well, President Gu, about those upgraded blueprints you promised us earlier, any idea how the preparations are coming along? Then, they saw old Jiang moisten his dry lips and cautiously speak up. As soon as these words were spoken, the others quickly showed expressions of curiosity. They all wanted to know just how much longer it would take for this thing, which was tied to their reputation, status, and even achievements, to become a reality. Indeed. Guemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As they say, no one gets up early unless there's something to gain. How come these guys, who are usually too lazy to even step out, are so diligent now? I've already organized the 5-nanometer blueprints. I'll give them to you once the 10-nanometer production starts. Chapter 107, Captured Again. A sly smile appeared on Gumo's face. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Huang Gongjiang's expression quickly changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This guy. It's really a case of not letting the hawk go until you see the hare. After pursing his lips, Huang Gongjiang spoke with a mix of amusement and frustration. Alright, we'll handle this matter according to your wishes. We've already started selecting a location for the factory, and it shouldn't take long to finalize the arrangements. Rest assured, we'll definitely meet the launch schedule for your Chuanshi technology. Huang Gongjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Upon hearing this, Guemo immediately revealed a smile. Thank you so much, Professor Huang. The other party could only sigh helplessly. How did I end up meeting someone like this? Huang Gongjiang let out a breath and continued, well, since everything has been arranged for you, what about that 5-nanometer lithography machine blueprint of yours? As soon as these words were spoken, the other elderly professors who had come along quickly pursed their lips, their hearts stirred, and they couldn't help but prick up their ears. They came this time for this very thing. There's a significant task from above, requiring them to produce a finished product, but starting from scratch is never that easy. If they could take a shortcut, why would they go the long way around? And that shortcut lies with Guemo. And now, Guemo showed a faint smile. He smiled faintly. Oh? Professor Huang, I just mentioned that when our Genesis Technologies chips begin mass production, I will hand over the blueprints to you. Have you forgotten? Soon, the expression on Huang Gongjiang's face completely froze. This guy. But even so, he dared not say anything to Guemo. He could only grit his teeth and nod with difficulty. Alright, we'll expedite this matter. That would be best. Guemo gave a slight nod. Huang Gongjiang and the others, seeing that Guemo remained unmoved by both coercion and persuasion, soon gave up. After leaving the Dragon Security Bureau, Guemo finally took out his phone. At first glance. Wow! All of these were call records from Zhong Shuriying. Even Guemo was startled. What does Zhong Shuriying want with me? Making such a phone call? Guemo didn't think too much and quickly replied to the other party. And at this very moment, suddenly, there was a rustling sound all around. Gumo's heart stirred. He immediately became alert. However, before he could fully process his situation, he felt a sack being wrapped around him. By the time Guemo realized what was happening, he found himself already lying on a flat cart. He was being frantically pushed away by someone. Damn! What the hell is going on? Guemo quickly struggled for a moment. It was this very action that quickly put the surrounding people on high alert. Hurry! Tie him up. We can't let this guy get away. Otherwise, we won't get our money. In the next instant, someone nearby tightly bound Guemo to the trolley. Guemo could sense that this was likely a stretcher from an ambulance. And these people were clearly moving even faster. Too fast. Even more exaggerated than medical school's special forces. Wow. So professional? I never expected to encounter such a situation right after just getting out of Longan Bureau. Guemo was somewhat speechless. Soon, Guemo felt as if his head had been hit by something. With a loud clang, he was quickly pushed into the car. The sound of the car engine started almost simultaneously as they gradually began to move away. Be careful, this is a huge deal. The employer specifically said to deliver the person unharmed. Do you want to lose this job or what? The speaker was a burly man with a somewhat gruff voice. Alright, got it. It's not like anything happened anyway? I can see they're still breathing. Besides, every time we do something like this, there's always some minor mishap. This time was actually quite mild. Hey, stop talking, hurry up, just let the person go when we get there. Remember, we're just here for the money, nothing else to worry about. They exchanged words back and forth. From the idle chatter of these people, Guemo learned that this was likely not their first time. It was evident that they were practically all seasoned professionals. Someone paid a hefty price to buy me out? Gumo's heart stirred. Who on earth was it? Yet even if he racked his brains, he simply couldn't figure it out. Could it be that woman from before? But would they dare to act under such scrutiny at this moment? He had personally witnessed the working style of the Dragon Security Bureau before they were far from ordinary police officers. They truly dared to take lethal action against others. Just as Guemo was deep in thought, the vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes. With a loud boom, everyone around was thrown off balance and flung aside. However, since Guemo was firmly fixed in place, he didn't face much of a threat. Holy crap! What's going on here? Guemo was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on outside? Not sure, but judging by the commotion, something major must have happened. Should we go out and take a look? Hide everything properly. Lao-san, you keep an eye on these people. We'll be back soon. Don't worry. Our ambulances are all certified. Basically, no one will investigate anything. Hopefully. The group discussed for a moment, and soon Guemo heard their footsteps. One person in the room was breathing more evenly. It seemed that, aside from the third brother, everyone else had gotten out of the car. As for what exactly was happening outside, Guemo had no idea. And at this moment, Who are you? Don't you come any closer. Lao-san's voice cracked as he screamed. Yet the other party simply acted cleanly and decisively. There was a bang, and the third brother immediately fell silent. Gumo's heart stirred, and he involuntarily pursed his lips, cursing inwardly. Damn it! We've run into a double cross. Soon, Guemo felt the burlap sack over his head being untied. He held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Rather than fighting to the death with the other party at this moment, it was better to just play dead. With so many people being rivals to each other, let alone an ordinary person like myself. And at this very moment, the bag quickly opened. Swish! The other party directly pulled the sack off Gumo's body. Guemo tightly closed his eyes. Alright, stop pretending to sleep here. If there's nothing else to do, you should head home now. That person couldn't hold back a chuckle and spoke up. Ha! Upon hearing this, Guemo slightly raised an eyebrow. He narrowed his eyes, leaving only a thin slit visible. The other person was dressed neatly and sharply, yet their gaze was piercingly intense. A single glance exchanged with this individual could instantly shatter one's composure. This person is extraordinary. Chapter 108, Black Software. And from the look in their eyes, it was clear they had long seen through Gumo's pretense. You are. Guemo felt a stir in his heart. He slowly sat up from the bunk bed. People from the Dragon Security Bureau, rest assured, since the Dragon Security Bureau has decided to monitor you, we are also responsible for your protection. The other person shrugged slowly. My name is Li Qing, and from now on, I'll be responsible for your safety. You've really lucked out, kid. Li Qing slowly began to speak. There's such a service? Upon hearing this, Gumo's expression changed slightly. Wow. I originally thought it was just the kind of surveillance with informants, but I never expected this. The service is so considerate? How many of you are there? Guemo finally snapped back to reality, but his first words came out in a blurted, impulsive question. After all, the impact was just too overwhelming. They didn't expect that the other party could actually come alone, single-handedly, and take care of all these people. Guemo guessed that the other party should have a team of several people. Upon hearing this, Li Qing quickly let out a chuckle. But, goodness. Are you blind? How can you not see me, a living, breathing person? Am I just air in your eyes? You, alone. Guemo quickly widened his eyes. Just now, Li Qing meant to say. He not only single-handedly forced this car to a stop, but also swiftly subdued their driver and even managed to rescue himself from the hands of 3 to 5 professional thugs in such a short time? Even, it's highly likely that those thugs have already been taken care of. Guemo couldn't help but lick his dry lips, feeling utterly incredulous inside. However, in response to Gumo's question, Li Qing quickly nodded. That's right, it was just me. Although he was saying such things, for some reason, Guemo couldn't help but feel that this guy seemed to be implying, yes, I did this, so what? Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. The people in the Dragon Security Bureau are all freaking superhumans, aren't they? If you don't have anything else going on, you can wait for me for a bit. I'll just handle the situation here. Li Qing had already started skillfully dealing with the people asleep on the ground. The technique is clearly very skilled. You must have done this kind of thing many times before. Look, this is what we call professionalism. Indeed, ordinary people should avoid getting involved with such individuals if they have nothing important to do, otherwise they might not even know how they died. If they wanted to, they could even do it without leaving any trace at all. Not to mention the other party also has the identity of the Dragon Security Bureau. Oh. Guemo nodded blankly. He moistened his dry lips. Do you need my help? Li Qing shook his head. During the time Guemo was wrestling with his inner conflict, the other party had already finished handling the matter. Soon after, personnel from the Dragon Peace Bureau arrived to handle the scene. The entire process took only 5 minutes. If there's nothing else, you can head back now. After finishing his tasks, Li Qing greeted Guemo and spoke slowly. You don't need to follow me? Guemo swallowed with some difficulty, speaking cautiously. Facing such a person, he truly couldn't bring himself to be polite at all. Li Qing, however, waved his hand and said, "No need. Just go ahead, and I'll naturally know where you are." Got it. This is the demeanor of a master. Guemo didn't waste words. He nodded slightly, hailed a taxi for himself, and quickly left the troublesome place. When Guemo finally waited for the car, he turned his head and realized that everyone behind him had disappeared without a trace. Even the damaged ambulance had been driven away by then. Ha ha ha. This speed. It's basically unmatched. If not for the previous scene still flashing in Gumo's mind, he might have thought he was hallucinating at this moment. Little brother, where are you headed? Jojo Jiangchu, Villa number 98. Guemo quickly snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath and hurriedly got into the car. Today, I've truly encountered too many unbelievable things. He needs to take some time to digest it all. Jojo Jiangchu. Villa number 98. Zhong Shuriying held her phone with a furrowed brow, occasionally biting her lip lightly. This is one of her symptoms of anxiety. Whenever she encountered some difficult problems, she would show such an expression. This light bite on the lip is even more classic. TSK. Why did the message suddenly stop? On her phone, the black app showed that the small black dot representing the target's movement had suddenly come to a halt. It's as if we've lost contact. This is a special application similar to the dark web, where as long as you post a bounty, a bunch of people will help you get things done. Of course. Ordinary people don't have this kind of access. Those who have access to use this software are either wealthy or influential. Of course. Only an extraordinary person could take on tasks through this software. As long as your commission is high enough, no matter what the task is, they will get it done for you. As long as you have money, there's nothing you can't accomplish in this place. Zhong Shuriying also hesitated for a long time before deciding to continue using this software. But, unexpectedly, everything was going smoothly at first, but midway through the journey, the signal seemed to cut out. This made Zhong Shuriying, who was already anxious, even more frantic. She did not hesitate and quickly called Kai-he. Kai-he, any findings? Hearing this, Kai-he shook his head helplessly. President Zhong, we have mobilized all our resources to search, but please rest assured, as long as the person is still in Jianhai City, there is no possibility that we cannot find them. I've already dispatched more personnel, and I'm confident we will definitely find Guemo. Zhong Shuriying quickly hung up the phone. She was still frowning. And at this moment, just after Zhong Shuriying hung up the phone, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Ha! Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be Guemo? Oh, right. It seems those people succeeded, they've sent the person over? If that's the case, there must have been some signal instability earlier. Zhong Shuriying finally figured it out. She's feeling a bit excited now, wondering how she should face Guemo later. And if Guemo found out those people were called by me, who knows what he'd think? Zhong Shuriying's heart was unexpectedly beginning to feel somewhat conflicted. No matter what, I must go see Guemo. Thinking of this, she quickly arrived at the door of the room. And just at this moment, suddenly, a notification sound popped up from the black software on the phone. Chapter 109, The Unexpected Visitor at Night. Mission failed, the full collateral amount will be transferred to your designated account shortly. The icy tone instantly made Zhong Shuriying's movements freeze momentarily. What's going on? And the next second, Zhong Shuriying seemed to have thought of something. If the person arriving at this moment wasn't Guemo, then who could it be? This thought quickly caused a change in Zhong Shuriying's expression. Logically speaking, Villa number 98 was practically deserted. The only person who might appear at this moment, Kai-he, was also at the company. In other words, the person outside could be anyone. Zhong Shuriying checked the situation outside through the peephole. President Zhong, it's me. Guemo asked me to come find you. The other party moistened their dry lips and spoke anxiously. It's you. The person was none other than Gumo's assistant, Sumu. The very same person who had disappeared a day before Guemo. In that case, he must know about Gumo's situation. It's you? Where's Guemo? Zhong Shuriying said in a deep voice. It's a bit complicated to explain. President Zhong, please let me in first and I'll explain everything to you slowly. President Gu was arrested, but those people behind it failed in the end, and I managed to escape during the chaos. And those people are heading here right now, they're extremely dangerous. They want the technology from our Genesis tech and they'll stop at nothing to get it. You must be careful. Sumu cried out. He pointed to the corner of his eye. Look, these wounds were inflicted by them. At this very moment, Zhong Shuriying was about to open the door when suddenly, Zhong Shuriying noticed the other person's unsettled gaze, their eyes rapidly darting left and right at that moment, as if trying to convey something to her. She almost immediately stopped her movement. Zhong Shuriying said solemnly, tell me, where is Guemo? Yet the next second, swish! A sudden burst of intense light appeared. Zhong Shiriying's vision blurred for a moment and her whole body swayed unsteadily. She quickly slumped to the ground. And the next second, a loud door-breaking sound soon came from ahead. Bang! The door handle quickly became loose and ineffective. The door quickly opened. A helpless expression appeared on Sumu's face. Sigh. Still couldn't avoid it. I've already given a very obvious hint. Zhong Shiriying staggered to her feet. She quickly noticed that quite a few people had appeared before her. And one of them, I actually know. It's Bruce. How could it be you? Not long ago, they were still discussing business. Who would have thought they would meet again in such a manner at this moment? Miss Zhong, I also didn't expect there to be so many misunderstandings between us. Originally, we just wanted a simple collaboration, but you really are quite unpleasant. In that case, we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Zhong Shiriying's eyes were dazed and unfocused, her mind still replaying black and white images. She gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up again. Zhong Shiriying shifted her gaze to another familiar person. Xia Qingxian, it really is you. What have you done to Gu Mo? Zhong Shiriying said in a deep voice. And Xia Qingxian quickly shook her head. Our Mr. Gu was quite fortunate, as he was rescued midway by the personnel from the Dragon Security Bureau. That's why we had to settle for the next best option and come here to trouble you. You all. They're all a bunch of robbers. Zhong Shiriying gritted her teeth and spoke. Xia Qingxian shrugged, say whatever you want, but what we're doing is for mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. If you don't know what's good for you, then we'll have to resort to other means, including changing the ownership of your Chuanxer technology. Zhong Shiriying gritted her teeth but soon let out a cold laugh. Changing to a new master? Do you know what happened to those who had this idea before? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxuan's expression quickly shifted. Bruce quickly waved his hand. Let's not dwell on this any longer, we should hurry up, or we might attract unwanted attention. This time we finally managed to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If we get targeted by the Dragon Peace Bureau again, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. This time, to shake off the pursuit of the Dragon Security Bureau, they paid an enormous price, even going so far as to sacrifice a long-hidden safe house as a bargaining chip for their escape. They won't have such an opportunity next time. Oomph. You're lucky. Arrest this guy. Xia Qingxian said in a deep voice. Soon, a guard arrived beside Zhong Shiriying. Faced with the attack from two men on both sides, Zhong Shiriying was naturally no match. Boss, the vehicles outside are ready. We can leave at any time. A capable man nearby said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Bruce gave a slight nod. Move quickly, don't get caught. Yes. The group quickly sprang into action. Sumu was also being held under guard by someone and didn't dare to escape at all. These people are truly capable of killing. And just as they were about to leave, almost everyone froze in place. Good grief. Wasn't it said that there was no one here? How? And at this moment, a person appeared opposite them, looking utterly bewildered as they watched the group emerge from the entrance of Villa number 98. They exchanged glances, each face more awkward than the last. And the man who appeared at Villa number 98 was none other than Gu Mo. Gu Mo's lips twitched slightly. Wow. I thought I'd be safe once I got home, but I didn't expect this. What's going on here? Gu Mo? Soon, Xia Qingxian walked out. It really is seeking something far and wide only to find it easily without any effort. Although I knew you would be here eventually, I never expected you to arrive so quickly. We originally planned to get you out through Zhong Shiriying, but it seems that's no longer necessary now. At this moment, without Xia Qingxian needing to speak, those around her had already approached Gu Mo. And at this moment, Gu Mo was clearly panicking inside. Damn! Out of the frying pan and into the fire. What an absolutely eventful day I've had. And at this moment, Gu Mo should know better than anyone that brute force won't win this battle. Use your own brain. And at this moment, a smile quickly appeared on his face. If it were me, I would have run away by now. I never expected you to have such nerve, even daring to take me alone. Truly, you've got some guts. Gu Mo let out a cold sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who had been ready to knock Gu Mo unconscious and take him away suddenly froze. What's going on with this kid? Chapter 110, Good Intentions Lead to Bad Outcomes. What do you mean? Bruce quickly narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Everything before them indicated that this person's appearance was utterly illogical, yet there they stood, right in front of them. Still need to be cautious. And Xia Qingxian, standing nearby, snorted coldly almost immediately. Don't waste words with this guy, let's take him away quickly. If we drag this out any longer, we might fall into danger. The longer they delay, the more dangerous it becomes for them. They must act immediately. If they act now, they can still make a timely escape. Xia Qingxian was well aware of this, which is why she immediately instructed her subordinates to take swift action. And yet, Gu Mo, however, smiled faintly. You can arrest me, but you should also consider why I was released by the Dragon Peace Agency. What? Longan Bureau. Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression quickly changed. How could he not know about such a thing? Previously, he had actually trusted Xia Qingxian and came here to arrest someone despite the risks. Unexpectedly, he moistened his dry lips and immediately turned to question Xia Qingxian. Xia Qingxian, you'd better give me an explanation as to why this person was able to return safely after going to the Long'an Bureau. And you still haven't told me whether your failure was due to encountering those people. If you're targeted by the Dragon Security Bureau in Dragon Country, you're practically asking for death. I didn't expect their actions this time to be detected so quickly. It's clear there were some cooperation issues within their team. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian quickly gritted her teeth. I haven't had the chance to tell you about this matter yet, and you also said at the time that we must find the person who produced that chip. Smack! Bruce slapped her immediately, without the slightest trace of mercy or tenderness. Damn bastard! You're going to get all of us killed. Bruce gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Xia Qingxian covered her face, hesitating to speak. As for Zhong Shuriying and Su Mu, both of them were completely stunned by what they saw. What's going on here? What on earth is the Dragon Peace Bureau, that just hearing its name makes them turn on each other like dogs fighting? But then Bruce quickly pointed at Xia Qingxuan's head and said sternly. You'd better get out of here right now, forget about the chip data. Right now, the most important thing is for us to get out of here alive. You don't want to spend the rest of your life working on a sewing machine in a Dragon Peace Bureau special prison, do you? Bruce said in a low voice. After these words were spoken, Xia Qingxian pursed her lips and quickly lowered her head. Lucky for you, kid. Go! Bruce quickly left with his people. However, Xia Qingxian took an extra glance at Guemo as she was leaving. That look, it seemed as if it was saying I've got my eye on you. You better stay alive and well, or else I won't miss the chance to get back at you. Xia Qingxian snorted coldly. He gave Guemo a deep look and quickly left. But Guemo just shrugged, not taking it seriously. To say the other party came quickly and left just as fast. However, in just a few breaths' time, they had already vanished from their sight. This scene left Su Mu completely dumbfounded. Only after the sound of the car engine had completely faded away did he finally snap back to reality. Su Mu gave Guemo a big thumbs up. Impressive, President Gu. How did you do that? He moistened his dry lips and immediately began to ask. Aren't you afraid these people might suddenly turn against you? They're capable of kidnapping people, so I imagine murder wouldn't be much of a stretch for them. Su Mu began to speak. Although Zhong Shuriying remained silent beside her, she quickly cast a concerned glance over at that moment. Upon hearing this, Guemo shrugged. Nothing much, it's mainly because I have a strong presence. I'm just that capable. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the flattering expression on Su Mu's face quickly turned into one of astonishment. Wow. Although I was trying to curry favor, that doesn't mean you could accept it so naturally. It left even myself at a loss for words. If it were Li Feng here instead, perhaps the situation would have been entirely different. However, my own face is thin, and I wouldn't flatter someone without any bottom line like Li Feng. He quickly shut his mouth. Instead, Zhong Shuriying soon came out. What's the situation with the Dragon Peace Bureau? She looked Guemo up and down to assess his condition, and after confirming that he was completely fine, she finally breathed a small sigh of relief in her heart. Are they really following you? Judging by their expressions, it seems they are quite afraid of those people. How about inviting them out for a drink? Zhong Shuriying thought that since the other party had done such a big favor for her, she should at least make them feel that their efforts were worthwhile. Furthermore, no matter what, we should properly express our gratitude to them. However, Guemo found himself both amused and exasperated upon hearing these words. But if the Dragon Security Bureau were that easy to hire, I could have single-handedly taken down the Golden Triangle by myself. Upon hearing this, Guemo quickly shrugged. Of course I was lying to them. What Dragon Peace Bureau? They're just secretly monitoring me. Plus, there was an incident earlier, and the person assigned to watch me is still handling something on the way. I wonder where they've gotten to by now. Guemo muttered to himself as he continued speaking. Recalling what happened tonight when I came back, it really was a close call. If it weren't for the Dragon Peace Bureau, I have no idea where I would have been taken tonight. Guemo gently rubbed his chin. Lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. Oh boy. Could the matter Guemo mentioned possibly be about her placing that order on the dark web? Ahem, if that's the case, then things are getting interesting. Gradually, Zhong Shuriying grew increasingly uneasy. As Guemo described the details, it was practically confirmed that she was the one responsible. Her gaze began to drift uncertainly, unable to meet Gumo's eyes. She was terrified of being exposed. You know, this group is really strange. They tried to kidnap me for no reason at all. I don't recall provoking anyone. Guemo muttered to himself. Zhong Shuriying couldn't hold back any longer. She cleared her throat softly. Ahem, now that it's over, we really need to be more careful from now on. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, none of us might be as lucky as we were today. Su Mu nodded firmly upon hearing this. I agree. Man, this guy staring at a pair of panda eyes, it couldn't be more ridiculous. Gumo couldn't even manage a smile. The night passed without incident. Chapter 111, Underground Turmoil. Back in her room, Zhong Shuriying swiftly revoked the bounty notice for Gumo on that shadowy app. Soon after, a string of regretful messages appeared beneath the bounty post. TSK. That was a hefty sum. Such a pity. I haven't gotten a job like that in ages. It is a shame, but it's gone now. If I hadn't been busy with other things, I would have delivered him to the client already. Ha! You? Give you 10 times the guts and you still wouldn't dare go. Ha! What's Wild Wolf afraid of? We go anywhere. Wild Wolf? What kind of trashy group do you think you are, popping up like this? Did you hear? Last night, the top rescue organization, the Black and White Society, got wiped out. Now they're all behind bars. They had legit connections. And you, a worthless group, dare to talk like this? This is absolutely hilarious. Ha! Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Shuriying felt a slight stir within her heart. What happened here? Zhong Shuriying, who had originally planned to cancel this mission and go straight to sleep, suddenly froze in place. Curiosity made her linger in this space for a little while longer. Meanwhile, the comments kept pouring in. What? The Black and White Society is involved. Word is their higher-ups are connected to Jianghai City, Anyway, they have direct access to police resources and can pinpoint targets instantly. Rumor has it they're connected to high-ups in Jianghai City. Their connections are seriously solid. People like them can get involved too? On the Bounty Mission forum, exchanges rapidly multiplied. One comment after another surfaced, grabbing everyone's attention. Originally a sparsely active dark web forum, who would have thought it would suddenly erupt with such intense discussion? But soon, someone replied to the message. Like I'd lie to you? If any of you have connections with the Black and White Society, feel free to call them up and ask. But I doubt you'd dare. What's there to be afraid of? That's hilarious. You're all just talking big here. Do you even know who actually took those people away? We'd really like to know. It seemed like a post, with comments piling up below. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying suddenly remembered. Earlier, Gumo had mentioned encountering some trouble on his way back. Later, the people monitoring him from behind the scenes had intervened and dealt with everyone directly. Could it be the Longan Bureau? Is this organization that formidable? But judging by the name, it seemed to have a similar role to the Public Security Bureau or Police Department, didn't it? Zhong Shuriying pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the post was quickly updated with new comments. They're actually from the Dragon Security Bureau. Soon, those who had asked earlier quickly chimed in, revealing the final answer. Holy crap! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Whoa! What? How terrifying! How could it be them? No wonder. We're screwed. What about the guy who was about to make that call? Is he still around? Did they catch him? Guys, just wash up and go to bed for now. Otherwise, we'll still be sleeping in single beds. Before Zhong Shuriying could process it, she noticed a loading error. The original post vanished almost instantly. When Zhong Shuriying refreshed the page again, she realized the post had been deleted. Needless to say, someone had intervened. So, that night, every underground organization in Jianghai City understood exactly what had transpired. They all instructed their subordinates to tread carefully in the coming days, avoiding trouble at all costs. It was best to avoid taking on missions altogether. Better to find work in a factory, lay low for a while, and keep a low profile than to go out and stir up trouble. And after that, one name quickly echoed throughout Jianghai City's underground world. Gumo. He was with the Longan Bureau. Touch him, and you'd be asking for trouble. That was all. Yet not a single member of the underground organizations dared to act on it. And Gumo, the man at the center of it all, remained completely unaware. Gumo lay in bed and sent a message to Professor Huang. The reply came swiftly. What's up? Yeah, a little. After briefly recounting today's events, Gumo quickly stated his request. Could you help me get in touch with someone from the Longan Bureau? I've been facing some real danger lately. Besides keeping an eye on me, could you also watch out for someone else? Who? Our female CEO at Genesis Tech, Zhong Shuriying. The next day. Genesis Tech headquarters. Gumo arrived at his department head's office as usual. But today, his breakfast was missing from the desk. Gumo breathed a sigh of relief. Trouble comes from the mouth. Better not to eat it. Li Feng soon walked in from outside. He held a packed box in his hand. Mr. Gu, you're here so early today? Here's what I brought for you. A smile spread across his face as he flattered Gumo. Seeing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He hastily waved his hand. No need. You don't have to bring me breakfast anymore. I've quit. Thank you. Ha! At those words, Li Feng froze, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. He shot a suspicious glance at the man before him, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. But he quickly snapped out of it. Oh. But then, a playful grin spread across the guy's face. He chuckled, heh, Mr. Gu, you've hooked up with that assistant. Xia Qingxian, haven't you? Haha, now that you've got your hands on some delicacies like abalone, you've forgotten all about me. Li Feng laughed it off, speaking jokingly. But Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He frowned slightly. Noticing this, Li Feng, who was skilled at reading people's expressions, quickly reined in his smile. What's wrong? Guemo merely waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. She's already resigned. She won't be an employee of our company anymore. What? At this remark, a peculiar smile spread across Li Feng's face. What's going on? She was doing just fine, then suddenly quits out of nowhere. He muttered to himself. Then Li Feng shot Guemo a puzzled look. Could it be that bastard Guemo had recruited the guy into his harem? Damn, playing it so wild? He thought he only saw this kind of thing in those explosive group chats, but who knew? Li Feng gave an awkward chuckle and quickly made an excuse to leave. Soon after, Guemo received a call. Guemo, it's all taken care of. Chapter 112, 3 nanometers. Inside a coffee shop next to Genesis Tech Tower. Huang Gongjian was already seated there. Judging by his restless glances around, he seemed to be waiting for someone. Soon. He suddenly stood up. Mr. Guemo. The person who had arrived earlier was naturally Guemo. Yet Huang Gongjian greeted him with a smile, addressing Guemo politely. Guemo gave a slight nod. He placed a document folder nearby and found a seat to sit down. Seeing this, Huang Gongjian pressed his lips together, feeling a surge of excitement within. He never imagined that at his age, he would still feel such a flutter in his heart over something. Now, his heart pounded wildly in his chest. He was clearly overcome with excitement. Huang Gongjian's gaze remained fixed on the document folder before him. He unconsciously licked his dry lips, his eyes burning with intensity. This was the very thing he had longed for. And not just him. Even the most elite chip industry talent across the entire Dragon Nation coveted this very thing. But who could blame him for being one step ahead, finding a talent like Guemo? Get to the point. I have to get back to work soon. I only came out here under the pretense of meeting with a client. At that moment, Guemo quickly found a seat and sat down. He looked up and addressed Huang Gongjiang. Huang Gongjiang nearly choked on his drink upon hearing this. Good grief. This document held the dreams of countless people in their Dragon Nation, yet Guemo casually dismissed it with a simple "I'll find a chance to bring it over soon, time is tight." The thing is, what kind of class is so important that it requires our industry chief to personally attend? Can't I just send someone to cover for you? Huang Gongjiang was utterly speechless. If not for fear of upsetting Guemo, he'd have blurted it out right then and there. Ahem. Huang Gongjiang cleared his throat softly, finally regaining his composure. He smiled and said, "Well, about that thing you asked us to do, we've made some progress. We expect to start mass production within the next few days. If you're concerned, we can arrange a tour of the factory. It's not far, right in the lab complex next to your Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology. That area used to be an abandoned research base. The project there fell through, so it was left unused. Now that we have the opportunity, we unanimously agreed to use that location. This way, you can drop by any time to check on things. Any future upgrades can be handled there as well." Huang Gongjiang swallowed hard, moistening his throat. He lifted his eyes to look at Guemo, seemingly seeking his reaction. Seeing Gumo's calm expression, he continued. "I've fulfilled my promise to you. What about yours?" As he spoke, Huang Gongjiang couldn't help but glance again at the document folder beside him. He was clearly getting heated. Hearing this, Guemo promptly nodded slightly and handed a file folder from beside him to the other man. This. Huang Gongjiang froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Guemo to agree so readily. It felt as though their previous work hadn't been anything major at all. It felt like landing a full-force punch on cotton. This is? Huang Gongjiang licked his dry lips, his voice tinged with confusion. Hearing this, Guemo remained impassive. "It's what you wanted. It took me quite a bit of effort to make this thing. Hoof. Ha! Creating this contraption, how could it not be a painstaking endeavor? The Dragon Academy had spent years working on it, making no progress whatsoever. Now, this young man, Guemo, had produced a finished product outright. How could they not be stunned?" Gumo's casual demeanor now felt like a slap in the face. But this is the reality. If you succeed, you succeed. If you fail, even if you sacrifice your life, no one will give you a second glance. 5 nanometers? Or 7 nanometers? At that moment, Huang Gongjiang trembled violently. He swallowed hard, his breathing growing ragged. His trembling hand reached out toward the document folder. But now, he didn't even dare to look. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Huang Gongjiang couldn't accept this reality. The higher-ups had issued a final ultimatum: if they still couldn't produce anything worthwhile, the chip-related funding for the Dragon Academy would be slashed in half, with those funds redirected to seek technology from the private sector. Wasn't the recent industrial inventory drive all the rage? The powers that be had spotted this trend and decided to shift their focus elsewhere. After all, what good is a hen that never lays eggs? For researchers like them, whose experiments depended entirely on funding, this was a devastating blow. 3 nanometers. Guo suddenly spoke up. Suddenly. The moment he uttered those words, Huang Gongjiang's men seemed to freeze stiff. Motionless. Everyone was startled by Guo. After a long moment, Huang Gongjiang finally snapped out of it. What did you say? 3 nanometers. Huang Gongjiang nearly gasped for breath. 3 nanometers. Guo nodded. Whoa. Finally, Huang Gongjiang took a deep breath, nearly fainting on the spot. Without hesitation, he swiftly opened the document folder and began examining its contents meticulously. Soon, drawing on the knowledge stored in his mind, he located the most challenging problem they were currently facing. It should contain the technical hurdles they were currently facing. He needed to see what was wrong with this new technology. Soon, Huang Gongjiang finally saw the densely packed text within. He began reading voraciously. But the very next moment, Huang Gongjiang quickly realized his brain felt overwhelmed. It can be done this way. He nearly gasped in shock. After that, Huang Gongjiang frowned even more, as if straining every ounce of his mental capacity. Guo watched him impassively. At that moment, Huang Gongjiang's body began to show signs of flustered unease. He hastily pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, almost instinctively slipping one into his mouth and lighting it, all without even glancing at the cigarette. Guo watched, utterly dumbfounded. Is smoking really that effortless for everyone? Excuse me, sir, this is a non-smoking area. Smoking is not permitted here. A staff member quickly approached to remind him. And the next second, swish! The entire group stood up in unison. Now it is. Chapter 113, Secret Guardian. Excuse me, sir. This is a public area. Smoking is not permitted. A male staff member approached swiftly. He was tall and imposing, with a rather fierce-looking face. In short, he looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with at first glance. For some reason, today's customers seemed a bit off. Each one was built more impressively than he was. The clerk, being a regular gym-goer, knew the difference between live muscle and dead muscle. Clearly. The people before him were all about live muscle, lean and toned, truly enviable. But people like this weren't exactly regulars at their coffee shop. Still, he was just an employee and didn't want to say too much. He figured they were probably from some company doing a team-building event here. Then someone noticed someone smoking inside the cafe and brought it to his attention. The male barista couldn't hold back any longer and stepped out from behind the counter. Excuse me, sir? He approached Huang Gongjiang, his expression clearly displeased. Clearly. He was quite averse to such public smoking. But just then, swish! A group of people suddenly appeared. They stood directly in front of him. What are you doing? The man was startled. Before he could speak, he was suddenly pinned down. 2 people on either side immediately covered his mouth. He could barely breathe. Not a single sound escaped him. The other cashiers were all frozen in terror by now. Could something like this really happen in their coffee shop? Shoo! This is a critical moment. We absolutely cannot disturb Professor Huang Gongjiang. Ha! Hearing this, the man froze. His face was filled with bewilderment. But this is the smoking section. He licked his dry lips and spoke, still somewhat bewildered. Not anymore. The other man replied in a deep voice. Just as the man was about to protest, his gaze darted to the object at the other's waist. Holy crap! The real deal. The man licked his dry lips, utterly stunned. That old man, who exactly was he? And that young man, who was he? Meanwhile, at the front desk, a teller gritted his teeth, grabbed his phone, and was about to call the police. But he soon realized there was no signal here at all, not even the signal to call the police was getting through. The front desk clerk's face instantly turned pale. What on earth was happening today? Soon, a man wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses slowly approached. He held a signal jammer in one hand, while in the other, he clutched an official ID. We are from the Longan Bureau. Please cease all external communications immediately. Failure to comply will result in your arrest and investigation. Poof. What on earth is going on today? The receptionist gave a nervous chuckle and nodded quickly, not daring to say another word. Who could afford to cross them? Fortunately, there weren't many customers in the shop, so they could still provide attentive service. And the receptionist probably had no idea that most of the people here were from the Longan Bureau and the Lonka Academy. There was literally no one else. Ever since Huang Gongjiang arrived, they had quietly dealt with those who intended to come in for a cup of coffee, ensuring those individuals wouldn't show up at this critical juncture. After all, this meeting could potentially impact the future development prospects of the chip industry in their Dragon Nation. No room for carelessness. Having learned from past experience, they grew increasingly vigilant about matters involving Gu Mo and Huang Gongjiang. Not only within this coffee shop, but even within a 100-meter radius outside, agents from the Long Security Bureau were stationed. It was just that the others weren't easily noticeable. Meanwhile, Huang Gongjiang and Gu Mo remained unaware. Huang Gongjiang looked at these things once more, a pang stirring in his heart. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Ah. I'm getting old. I've hit a wall. There are actually things I can't figure out anymore. Huang Gongjiang quickly shook his head, revealing an expression of helplessness. At these words, the Dragon Security Bureau agents observing in the shadows paused slightly. Ha! Even Professor Huang couldn't figure it out? That young guy. What on earth did he come up with? At that moment, Gu Mo smiled. Don't worry about it, old man. This sort of thing happens all the time. Besides, I added some of my own interpretations to make it easier to remember. It's only natural you wouldn't understand it. Also, I've added some annotations at the end. If you're still confused, you can refer to those notes. Put. At those words, those standing nearby nearly choked on their drinks. Good grief. You expect this renowned chip industry professor from the Dragon Academy to read your notes? Did you write this in classical Chinese or something? Aren't you just trying to make things difficult for him? At that moment, they even began to question Gu Mo's motives. But just then, Huang Gongjiang let out a startled exclamation. Oh. So that's how it is. There's such an ingenious thing. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Mr. Gu Mo, you've truly brought a marvelous thing to our Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation owes you an immense debt of gratitude. Huang Gongjiang rubbed his eyes and laughed heartily. No problem. This is what I should do. Besides, didn't you promise me that after the Dragon Academy developed these technologies, half the production capacity would go to Genesis Tech? It's simply a matter of mutual benefit. Hearing this, Huang Gongjiang was taken aback. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Young brother Gu Mo, you've done all this just for career advancement? You must realize that what you've created here is enough to secure your place in history. Hearing this, Gu Mo nodded promptly. Yeah, it's just to make things easier at work. You know how tough it is to find a job these days. I'm perfectly content just coasting along at Genesis Tech. Oof. Ha! Good grief. This can't be some kind of subtle bragging, can it? Huang Gongjiang's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. He suddenly felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Fine, fine, the choice is yours. We won't interfere. Huang Gongjiang swiftly tucked the document folder Gu Mo handed him under his arm. He gave the folder a light pat and addressed Gu Mo with solemn seriousness. Leave this matter to us. We won't let you down. Thank you. Gu Mo gave a slight nod. Huang Gongjiang, however, quickly smiled. It should be us thanking you. Shaking his head, he quickly departed. Chapter 114, Where's Gu Mo? After Huang Gongjiang departed, the individuals who had been seated inside the coffee shop abruptly rose to their feet with a swish and followed after him. Their mission was to protect Huang Gongjiang and the documents in his possession. Absolutely no mishaps could be allowed. Beyond these individuals, people within 3 blocks of the cafe also began moving swiftly. However, none of this was within Gu Mo's field of vision. He shook his head and rose to leave. Only after Gu Mo and his group departed did the shop staff finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! That scared the hell out of us. What on earth happened? That was terrifying. You bet. I was scared out of my wits. I heard it's a state secret. That guy in sunglasses warned us not to mention today's events when he left. So terrifying. The crowd murmured quietly. Only the male clerk stared at the pile of ashes and cigarette butts on the table, then looked up at the torn-off no smoking sign beside him, lost in thought. Gu Mo returned to Genesis Tech. All was peaceful and uneventful. Business proceeded as usual. With nothing pressing on his plate, Gu Mo turned his attention to research. Since 3 nanometers and 4 nanometers processes had already been established, could he explore even more advanced manufacturing nodes? A thought struck Gu Mo. 1 nanometer. Why not give it a shot? Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, a week had passed. That day, Zhong Shuriying quickly encountered a problem. Their chips were completely sold out. Once again, the treasury was running critically low. TSK. Zhong Shuriying frowned. She couldn't even bring herself to look at the documents. Day after day, it's the same thing, utterly headache-inducing. Ms. Zhong, this concerns our chip shortage situation for this quarter. If this continues, we might become the first company to go bankrupt from paying penalty fees. Kai he reported the situation from the side. She shook her head helplessly. But Zhong Shuriying simply couldn't bring herself to listen. Where's Gu Mo? Get him here immediately. She demanded in a deep voice. Gu Mo had promised her back then that he would secure enough chips for them. Who would have thought? After all this time, not a single word. Oomph. Zhong Shuriying looked slightly annoyed. Yes, I'll go right away. Kai-hee felt both amused and exasperated. Whenever Zhong Shiriying faced an unsolvable problem before, Guemo was always the first person she thought of. Unexpectedly, this approach turned out surprisingly effective. Now, Zhong Shiriying had even developed a habit of only seeking out Guemo, bypassing everyone else. This situation had the rest of the company speculating that the two of them were involved. But then again, within Genesis Tech, if there was something even Zhong Shiriying couldn't handle, it was highly unlikely anyone else could either. On that point, there simply wasn't a second person who could resolve the issue. Calling Guemo over was simply to make him share the headache of her troubles. Kai-hee couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he quickly withdrew to notify Guemo. Zhong Shiriying glared at the scattered papers around her, hands on her hips in a huff. Why did she have to work herself to the bone day after day, spinning like a top, while that slacker Guemo got to eat well, drink well, and even slack off at work? She hadn't seen that guy lift a finger. I've definitely spoiled him too much. I should have had the RD department pull some of his people off his team. Zhong Shiriying thought to herself. But soon. Just as Zhong Shiriying was muttering angrily to herself, Kai-hee came trotting in. Seeing this, Zhong Shiriying paused. Ha? What are you doing here? Didn't I send you to find Guemo? Where is he? A hint of suspicion flashed across her eyes. Kai-hee's face quickly twisted into an awkward expression. Well. Finally, Kai-hee shook his head helplessly. Well, the RD department said Guemo clocked in early this morning but left right after, claiming he had to go discuss some kind of partnership. Ha! At this, Zhong Shiriying's eyebrows shot up slightly. Damn it! She'd miscalculated after all. So this guy isn't just being pampered with free meals and drinks at their company, he's actually went on paid leave without so much as a word to me. Well done, Guemo. And you still remember to clock in and out. If not for that, I would have completely forgotten about this whole thing. Zhong Shiriying quickly crossed her arms. So, should we make Guemo come back? Kai-hee noticed Zhong Shiriying's expression and quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying waved her hand dismissively. No need. He's so capable, I'll see if he even clocks out this afternoon. I refuse to believe he won't show up at the office. Meanwhile, Guemo had arrived at an experimental base not far from Longwei University of Science and Technology in Zhanghai City. This abandoned site had now been put back into use. Now, the air was filled with the rumble of machinery. Evidently, every production line was operating at full capacity. Mr. Guemo, please come this way. Professor Huang is waiting for you inside. A trim, well-built man beside him addressed Guemo with respectful deference. He gestured for him to proceed. Hearing this, Gumo's heart stirred, and he nodded quickly. He then stepped forward and entered the factory. Huang Gongjiang was discussing something with the person in charge. He noticed the movement behind him and turned around. Oh, Guemo, it's you. I was just discussing matters with your principal Zhang. Huang Gongjiang flashed a smile as he addressed Guemo. Hearing this, Guemo gave a slight nod. Right. Principal Zhang, I understand. He promptly turned his gaze to the side. Principal Zhang. Colonel Zhang. He was the vice president of Longwei University of Science and Technology. But in reality, this was no ordinary vice president. To be precise, he was effectively acting as the president, essentially functioning as the head of the university. While there were many vice presidents, Colonel Zhang was undoubtedly the foremost among them. Whenever the elusive president was absent, it was this man who ran the entire operation at Longwei University of Science and Technology. Indeed, even when the elusive president was present, it was this vice president who handled matters large and small. By comparison, he was the real principal. Ah, so these are the students of Longwei University of Science and Technology. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Such excellence, I wonder which class they belong to. One capable of such a remarkable feat, I should have heard of them by now. Zhang Xiaoda noticed Guemo and quickly broke into a smile, offering his greetings. Chapter 115, it was him, crashing his Ferrari into me. Colonel Zhang had no idea that among all the outstanding students at Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology, it was this particular genius who had come up with the chip design plan. In fact, it was this individual who had spearheaded the establishment of the factory itself. They even revitalized their previously abandoned experimental base. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Longwei University of Science and Technology. After all, they had invested considerable effort to secure this project for their university. However, due to various complications, the plan ultimately fell through. Even with the prestigious reputation of Longwei University of Science and Technology, they couldn't salvage it. Now, they were witnessing this very scene unfold once more. They've even gone ahead and established a chip factory. This isn't some Fujikura-style assembly park, it's cutting-edge technology. A single wafer holds immeasurable value. He turned to ask Guemo about it. Had they known each other before, they could have forged a bond of goodwill. After all, without Guemo, there would be no him today. However, when Colonel Zhang posed the question, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He actually hesitated. Seeing this, Huang Gongjiang assumed Guemo was simply shy and hesitant to speak. Quickly covering for him, he laughed heartily. Ah, researchers are like that, not very adept at personal interactions. I understand. That's exactly what makes them talented. Colonel Zhang quickly chimed in with a smile. His physique bore some resemblance to Li Feng's. He sported a prominent belly, with a layer of flesh encircling his neck. Compared to Li Feng, however, Zhang's flesh felt more like a layer of fat encasing muscle, giving off an intimidating aura of raw power. If stripped of all that fat, he'd likely be a formidable Hulk. Just tell Principal Zhang that we're all understanding people. We absolutely won't make things difficult for you. Huang Gongjiang smiled as he addressed Guemo. At these words, the tension in Gumo's expression finally began to ease slightly. He looked back at Zhang Daxiao, who also maintained a smile. Still, Gumo's expression remained somewhat unnatural. After all, a memory quickly surfaced in Gumo's mind. This made Guemo somewhat reluctant to speak. At that moment, as if noticing that familiar look on Gumo's face, Colonel Zhang also felt a sense of uneasy familiarity toward the man before him. This person. How peculiar. Why does he feel so strangely familiar? The very next second, something suddenly occurred to him, and his eyes widened in realization. At that moment, Guemo finally spoke. Gritting his teeth, he said, Principal Zhang, my name is Guemo. I look forward to working with you in the future. Guemo. Yes. That's the name. Almost immediately, a twitch flashed across Zhang Daxiao's lips. He licked his dry mouth and immediately demanded in a deep voice. You're the one who crashed that Ferrari into me back then. The moment those words left his mouth, a look of utter bewilderment spread across Huang Gongjiang's face. The smile that had been on his face just moments ago now froze solid. Holy crap! What the hell is going on here? Did they have some history? Upon hearing the other's words, Guemo quickly wore an awkward expression. He scratched his head awkwardly, gave a slight nod, and admitted it. Put. Huang Gongjiang, standing nearby, nearly choked on his own spit at the sight. Good grief, who knew they had such a history between them? But today was no ordinary day. He was here as a peacemaker, doing a good deed. Ahem, alright, it's all water under the bridge now. Don't dwell on it too much. Alright. You two need to spend more time together from now on. It's best to forget about the past. But Colonel Zhang soon let out a grunt. Forget. He'd remember this for the rest of his life. Guemo should have known how serious the consequences would be when he was cruising around in that Ferrari back then. He'd nearly forgotten about it altogether after Guemo graduated, only for it to be brought up again now. Just thinking about it made him furious. If it weren't for his thick skin and tough constitution, he'd probably still be lying in the hospital right now. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. There was a whole series of complicated events involved. In short, this man before me had made me lose all face in front of everyone. Ahem, Principal Zhang, that incident really wasn't intentional on my part. Guemo quickly licked his dry lips, gave a forced laugh to Colonel Zhang, and coughed. Colonel Zhang merely let out a long sigh. Recalling that Guemo had once again saved the day, he dared not say much more. Young man, you're being too polite. It's no big deal, really. Not worth mentioning. What's past is past. Who remembers what happened years ago? Today you're our guest, and we'll treat you like one. Come, take a look at our experimental base. Oh, wait, it's a chip manufacturing plant now. With that, Colonel Zhang promptly led Guemo on a tour. Thus, the tense atmosphere was quickly diffused. Guemo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, Colonel Zhang hadn't pressed the matter from back then. Looking back now, Guemo still felt profound regret. But it truly hadn't been intentional back then, it was just an incredibly coincidental turn of events. He quickly caught up with Colonel Zhang's pace. Huang Gongjiang, however, felt a stir of surprise. Guemo driving a Ferrari? Is that for real? But I heard this guy was barely scraping by recently, couldn't even afford meals? He pursed his lips, a helpless expression crossing his face. Shaking his head, Huang Gongjiang quickly followed suit. This is our manufacturing workshop. You should understand the principles at work here. All the main integration is done here now, with the rest handled by decentralized centers. We're now in full production, and all displays show dynamic, real-time updates. Along the way, Colonel Zhang walked alongside Guemo, explaining as they went. Yet even without his explanation, Guemo could discern every detail for himself. After all, nearly every design blueprint here bore his own signature. He could pinpoint any issues with a glance. After hearing this, Guemo nodded slightly, occasionally offering a comment or two. With Major Zhang present, he dared not say much more. Colonel Zhang, however, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as they walked. It wasn't that he was physically weak, he was simply terrified. Holy crap! The kid who was practically the worst student at their school, the one who got in on connections alone, had actually managed to develop something like this. Was it going to blow up any minute now? If something goes wrong, I need to get out of here immediately. Chapter 116, Pointing Fingers. Professor Huang, this thing, did that bastard Guemo really make it? On the way to the inspection, Colonel Zhang pursed his lips and cautiously addressed Huang Gongjiang beside him. The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Gongjiang let out a cold snort. What do you mean? Are you questioning us? If you doubted the Dragon Academy, that would be one thing, but you doubt Mr. Guemo? Poof. At this remark, Principal Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. Good grief. If you hadn't mentioned that this thing was created by that bastard Guemo, he probably wouldn't have had much to say. But if it really was Gumo's doing, then we'd be in big trouble. I'd actually prefer it was the Dragon Academy's doing. The mere thought of Guemo getting in purely through connections made Colonel Zhang break out in a cold sweat. Huang Gongjiang snorted. This thing? Even if we at the Dragon Academy wanted to develop it ourselves, we couldn't. Having such a talent at your Dragon University of Science and Technology is your university's good fortune. Huang Gongjiang didn't mince words. If it weren't for the elusive and enigmatic president of Longwei University of Science and Technology, he'd probably have cursed this guy out mercilessly. Not a shred of respect for knowledge. Yet he likely didn't realize that Colonel Zhang knew Guemo all too well, which was precisely why this situation had arisen. Who could have predicted that a spoiled rich kid who used to just hang out on the streets could pull off something like this? He was genuinely worried the place might suddenly blow up. If not for the backing of the Dragon Academy, Colonel Zhang probably wouldn't dare linger here a single second longer. But at this moment, Guemo paid no heed to such concerns. He was inspecting the factory floor. Everything inside was operating normally. Normally, no one was allowed in here, but due to Guemo and his team's special status, they'd been granted access. Of course, the people inside were still somewhat unclear about the situation. Who the hell are these people, just barging in like this? What do they think this place is? Someone frowned almost immediately. The person in protective gear spoke up, sounding a bit annoyed. Someone nearby quickly made a shushing gesture. Shoo! Don't say anything. They're from the Dragon Academy, they developed all this stuff. Longwa's self-developed lithography machines all rely on them. Whoa! Is that for real? Hearing this, the factory workers fell silent. After all, every single person working here was at the graduate student level. Naturally, they were proud and ambitious. They couldn't stand seeing outsiders strutting in so casually. But the moment they heard the visitor was from the Dragon Science Institute, they perked up instantly. After all, that place housed over half of Long Nation's academicians. Each one was a top-tier expert. On ordinary days, they might appear as ordinary old men, yet the students they've taught are one more accomplished than the next. Not to mention that they themselves were living legends. And then they spotted Colonel Zhang standing beside them. Wasn't that the president of their very own Dragon Country University of Science and Technology? This time, to get the factory operational, every faculty member at Longwei University of Science and Technology who was up for promotion had come here, all for the sake of that future title. Naturally, they recognized this portly fellow. Colonel Zhang. And now, the university's de facto president was actually attending to an elderly man. Clearly, this elder was the researcher from the Lonka Academy they'd spoken of and perhaps even an academician. Many immediately cast respectful glances toward Huang Gongjiang's location. However, among them, they soon spotted a young man. He seemed like an eyesore that had somehow slipped in. Who is this guy? Someone frowned almost immediately. No idea. An intern, maybe? Doesn't look like it. Could he be one of Colonel Zhang's people? Also here with the Lonka Academy this time? The others exchanged puzzled glances. But someone quickly shook their head. Such a young guy? Has the Dragon Academy standards really dropped that low? TSK. The problem is, this guy isn't just looking around, he's actually pointing and criticizing stuff here. Who does he think he is? Honestly, this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Colonel Zhang and Professor Huang haven't said a word, yet he's the one offering advice? Who does he think he is? Everyone present held at least a master's degree, with many holding PhDs or postdoctoral degrees, all waiting for their next promotion. Now, being lectured by a junior, naturally, it stung. Well, your procedure was flawed, and these parameters up here are off too. Fix it immediately. Don't be so rigid. Learn more, observe more. Sometimes what's in the books is wrong too. And this part. Guemo pursed his lips and addressed the group whose expressions had visibly soured. Though he didn't know why their expressions had soured, Guemo felt compelled to give them a gentle reminder. They clearly couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Guemo. But with the Dragon Academy representatives behind him and even the president of Dragon Nation University present, he couldn't simply brush them off. Thus, he promptly declared with solemn earnestness, "I'm sorry, but this device has undergone rigorous testing. Furthermore, we carefully reviewed the reference data from the textbooks and proceeded strictly according to those specifications. The person who originally developed this must have verified it repeatedly. We'd rather trust that person's judgment. Besides, if any problems actually arise, we'll go back and consult the bigwigs at the Dragon Academy, not take advice from a youngster like you." The other party merely glanced up at Guillermo indifferently, unwilling to waste words. At that moment, Guillermo found himself caught between laughter and tears. Wait. How could he possibly convince them that he was the one who created this thing? What's going on? At that moment, Colonel Zhang and the others noticed the commotion and hurried over to ask. Others who had also discovered the situation here hurried over. Among them were Huang Gongjiang and others. Professor Huang, Principal Zheng. The operator immediately adopted a respectful tone upon seeing the two arrive. He pursed his lips, pointed at Guillermo's nose, and hurriedly addressed them. This guy here insists our procedures are flawed, and these parameters up here are all wrong too. His voice dripped with mockery and scorn. This unreasonable troublemaker should be kicked out. Chapter 117, I wrote the data. The operator let out a cold snort. He shot a dismissive glance at Guillermo, who stood nearby looking somewhat innocent. He thought to himself, this guy can finally get the hell out of here. Don't think having connections to the Dragon Academy or Dragon Tech University gives you free rein to act however you please. Such an emotionally clueless fool who knows why the bigwigs from both sides brought him along in the first place. However, the moment the operator uttered those words, the room fell into an uneasy silence. For some reason, the operator felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if a bad premonition had struck. As if something terrible was about to happen. Huang Gongjiang and Colonel Zhang exchanged a glance. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. At that moment, the operator assumed it was Guillermo, this young guy, who had a deep connection with these two men. He gasped in surprise. Damn it! Hit a brick wall. No wonder these two big shots let this guy and their connections run far deeper than anyone imagined. Seeing Guillermo's utterly fearless demeanor only intensified the operator's earlier sense of foreboding. Damn! All thanks to those idiots making me the one to stick my neck out. The operator quickly licked his dry lips and hastily distanced himself. Principal, we completed everything according to strict specifications. All data underwent precise calculations, there absolutely can't be any issues. Thus, the blame swiftly shifted back to the machine. However, upon hearing this, Principal Zhang didn't speak immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Huang Gongjiang standing nearby. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room converged on Huang Gongjiang. At that moment, Huang Gongjiang hesitated slightly before, under his nurturing gaze, he swiftly fixed his eyes on Guillermo beside him. And so, everyone's attention swiftly shifted to Guillermo. It was that mysterious. The operator even let out a cold sneer. Heh, think you can show off here? Think you'll enjoy it? But the very next second, Huang Gongjiang spoke up immediately. Guillermo, are you sure? His expression was serious. Clearly, this was no trivial matter. Seeing this, the operator's gaze grew even more flippant. Heh. In front of all these people, I'll see how you keep up the act. Young people should act their age, take a good look. Pay attention to the atmosphere. Don't stand here pointing fingers at these experts. Yet at that moment, under everyone's gaze, Guillermo showed no trace of fear. He merely gave a faint nod. Yes, I'm certain. Ha. Ha. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary silence. Wait, he's actually admitting to this? The key point is, he actually thinks they're wrong? The operator's expression shifted abruptly. Damn it! If it were just the two of them here, perhaps he wouldn't have batted an eye at anything Guillermo said. But, with so many people watching, many of them seasoned scientists and experts across various fields, he still dared to act so brazenly. What a laughingstock! Huang Gongjiang fell silent at that moment. For some reason, he simply pressed his lips together and remained silent, as if burdened by some difficulty. Nearby, Colonel Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. Good heavens! What could possibly make this man look so troubled? The operator felt a sudden jolt of alarm. TSK. Good heavens! Seems this young man named Guillermo has quite the background after all. He actually silenced Huang Gongjiang, the very man who developed this entire research system. But now was precisely the moment to bail Huang Gongjiang out. He immediately snorted coldly. Oomph. This experimental data was painstakingly gathered by Professor Huang and a team of top experts from the Lunka Academy. You think you can dismiss all that with a single sentence? Who do you think you are? Do you even have a right to speak here? However, the moment he uttered those words, for some reason, Huang Gongjiang, whose expression had already been grim, suddenly grew even more livid. His face alternated between pale and crimson. At that moment, Guillermo shook his head helplessly. He spoke slowly. When I was writing this data initially, I didn't think much of it. I believed the data was sound, and indeed, it functioned flawlessly during short-term operations. However, after transferring this formula to the Qingting lab at Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology, I discovered that under prolonged computational stress, subtle alterations began to occur. This leads to some chip wear and tear. But I don't think I informed the Lunka Academy team about this in time. I suppose they haven't made the necessary adjustments yet. What? At this revelation, the crowd fell silent for a moment before their expressions turned distinctly awkward. They glanced at Guo, then shifted their gaze to Huang Gongjiang standing behind him, his expression visibly uncomfortable. What this guy was implying was, he was involved in the original data analysis? That can't be right. Wasn't all that work done by Huang Gongjiang and his entire team back then? What the hell does this guy have to do with it? But at that moment, Huang Gongjiang's expression shifted rapidly, alternating between pale and flushed. It was as if something had been exposed. When Colonel Zhang saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Good grief. This old man is well past his prime, yet he still blushes. What kind of embarrassing situation has he gotten himself into? The operator seemed to grasp something at that moment. But something felt off. After all, if the bigwigs at the Dragon Research Institute had plagiarized the knowledge of Guo, a young man in his 20s. Whoa. If word got out, it would probably stop a lot of hearts. Ahem. Soon, Huang Gongjiang let out a soft cough. He slowly said, well, this data wasn't uploaded in a timely manner. You guys go ahead and make the corrections. Everything in here should be done exactly as Guo said. At these words, everyone present felt their hearts race. It felt as though they had accidentally stumbled upon something they shouldn't have seen. Almost instinctively, they lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't noticed anything, and went back to their respective tasks. But at that moment, the operator's expression began to freeze. Oof. Ha! Damn it! He nearly let loose with a string of expletives. What the hell had he done to deserve this? How could he have been so stupid? The operator glanced at Guo again, his mind reeling with profound shock. Meanwhile, Huang Gongjiang glanced uneasily at Colonel Zhang. Principal Zhang, there's a confidentiality agreement here, right? Chapter 118, Burying Secrets. Finally stepping out of the chip manufacturing plant, Guo felt the air outside seemed noticeably fresher. And regarding that ventilation duct issue, remember to make the necessary modifications. I also think you should seriously consider the other suggestions. Summarizing the issues observed inside the chip facility, Guo turned to address the people behind him. This time, the group stood respectfully in place, simultaneously pulling out notebooks to take meticulous notes. They dared not waste a single moment. They didn't want to miss a single detail. As for Colonel Zhang and Huang Gongjiang, they stood to the side with their arms crossed, like two decorative ornaments. Finally, Colonel Zhang licked his dry lips, cleared his throat softly, and turned to look at Huang Gongjiang. Professor Huang, what do you think? Would it be feasible for our factory to withdraw now? Or how about you find someone with the capability to take over? Colonel Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. His survival instinct was in full force. Huang Gongjiang merely gave Zhang Daxiu a fleeting glance. What? You don't trust Guo, and now you won't even trust us at the Dragon Academy? It's not that we don't trust you, it's just... Colonel Zhang hesitated, unable to continue. Back then, Guo had been such a spoiled brat, always at the bottom of the class. He didn't even want to bring those things up. As the person who knew Guo best, he simply couldn't believe this was the same person after just 2 years. Now, Guo had become much more humble. For instance, when they passed by the entrance earlier, he'd voluntarily gotten out of the car to buy them 2 bottles of water, then insisted on splitting the cost evenly. He even made them each pay 2 yuan. After that, Zhang Daxiu stared at the 1 yuan bottle of mineral water in his hand and fell deep in thought. This guy. Zhang even suspected Guo had deliberately gotten out to buy the water just to pocket the 1 yuan difference. He hadn't even bought one for himself. Instead, he'd chosen to freeload off them. No matter how he thought about it, Major Zhang found it implausible. Huang Gongjiang, however, quickly gave a wry smile and shook his head. Even if you don't trust us, surely you trust the state? Rest assured, this time the higher-ups have decided regardless of the outcome, we won't be held accountable. Just go for it. China's chip shortage has persisted for far too long. It's not just small-town companies facing this, it's everywhere else too. Even at the national level, it's no different. This time, the nation is dead set on developing its own technology. With that, Colonel Zhang's expression finally eased considerably. When he looked at Guo again, there was something off about his gaze. Just then, Guo finished handling his own affairs and swiftly approached them. Gentlemen, everything's taken care of. If any issues arise here in the future, just give me a call. I'll handle it if I'm available. I'll handle your after-sales service. Guo patted his chest and declared with a hearty laugh. Oof. Ha? After-sales service? For this chip manufacturing plant? At that moment, Huang Gongjiang and Colonel Zhang shook their heads with a mix of laughter and tears. It really was, how to put it, bitter indeed. Hey, Professor Huang, you don't want that water anymore? I'm actually feeling a bit thirsty. Why don't you give it to me? Before Professor Huang could respond, Guo smoothly took it from his hand, unscrewed the cap, and drank. Gulp, gulp, now only half remained. Oof. Ha. Seeing this, Professor Huang's mouth twitched slightly. Wait, couldn't you just buy your own? Drinking mine? I haven't taken a single sip. He swallowed hard, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Major Zhang quickly hid the water in his hand. But the next second, Zhang Daxiao met Gumo's gaze. He shuddered almost instinctively. Why, did he have this ominous feeling? But then he saw a smile spread across Gumo's face. So, Principal Zhang, you had a special vehicle to pick you up on the way here. Shouldn't you have one for the return trip too? This time, it wasn't just Huang Gongjian who felt uneasy, Zhang Daxiao did too. Soon. After watching an Audi 600 drive Gumo away, Colonel Zhang licked his dry lips, gently nudged Huang Gongjian beside him, and spoke slowly. Earlier, you told me this guy had changed. I was reluctant to believe it at first, but now it seems he really has. But it gives me the feeling that this guy has become even more terrifying. As for Huang Gongjiang, his mind was elsewhere. He shook his head, torn between laughter and tears. The conversation returned to the chip factory. Huang Gongjiang pressed his lips together, then turned to address Colonel Zhang with solemn seriousness. Principal Zhang, you mentioned earlier that everyone in this factory has signed confidentiality agreements. Are you sure that's not a lie? Of course not, Zhang Daxiao nodded. Hearing this, Huang Gongjiang gave a slight nod. Good. I hope today's events won't reach my ears through other people's mouths. He gave Zhang Daxiao a light pat on the shoulder, a smile playing on his lips that held more than met the eye. Ha! Ha! Colonel Zhang's mouth twitched. He cursed silently under his breath. If you're so capable, old man, why not develop it yourself? What kind of skill is it to plagiarize Gumo's finished product? But outwardly, he bowed his head respectfully and agreed. He knew full well the power behind Huang Gongjiang. If he really leaked any information, that old codger could probably have him thrown in jail with a single word. After all, this matter might seem simple enough, but to be blunt, it could amount to leaking state secrets. Naturally, he had to play along. I'll be heading out now. If anything comes up, remember to contact me. After receiving Colonel Zhang's nod of approval, Huang Gongjiang quickly nodded in return. A dedicated vehicle was waiting for him. Huang Gongjiang got in and drove off. Only after these two living demons had departed did Colonel Zhang slowly exhale. His gaze, however, quickly deepened. Gather every single employee in our factory immediately. Zhang Daxiao ordered one of the managers behind him. Hearing this, the manager's eyebrows raised slightly. Is there some important announcement? And does everyone need to be present? What about the logistics staff? Bring them too. Colonel Zhang ordered in a deep voice. The other party dared not ask any further questions upon hearing this and hurriedly departed. Colonel Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. If he botched this, he could probably kiss his future in Jianghai City goodbye. Moreover, just as Huang Gongjiang had warned, he might even face imprisonment. Chapter 119, I'll take this. Before he knew it, Gumo had returned to Genesis Tech well past the evening rush hour. After all, Jianghai City's traffic. The city isn't big, but there sure are a lot of cars. No wonder even dedicated drivers couldn't make cars fly. Thus, it was quite some time after the workday ended before Gumo finally clocked in at the company. But someone was waiting for him here. Just as Gumo retrieved his employee card, he instinctively shook his head. Phew. That felt good. What a draining day. And right at that moment. Damn. Gumo suddenly noticed someone nearby. Startled, Gumo's neck cracked as he whipped his head around. Zhong Shuriying, who had been standing nearby watching Gumo, quickly stepped forward to help him up. Are you okay? A hint of panic flashed across her face. She forced herself to stay calm as she checked Gumo over. Gumo waved his hand dismissively, forcing himself to stand. I'm fine. But seriously, how come you walk without making a sound? You scared the hell out of me. Like a ghost. But Gumo dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression grew slightly uneasy. She had just finished work and was heading home when she noticed Gumo. She'd intended to come over and say hello, but for some inexplicable reason, she'd frozen in place, watching silently. Her mind began drifting back to their university days. Back then, both she and Gumo were clumsy, but those were truly her most cherished memories. Then, suddenly, Gumo let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Startled, Zhong Shuriying snapped out of her reverie and rushed over to help him up. He spoke indifferently, you just didn't notice me and scared yourself. Why are you blaming me for this? I haven't even asked where you went today, and you're questioning me? I went too. But the words died on his lips as Gumo abruptly fell silent. After all, today's matter was confidential, no one could speak of it. Manhwa had only just developed the chip, and outsiders were likely wary of it. Before leaving, the Long Security Bureau had also imposed strict requirements on Gumo. This was a confidentiality agreement, it could only be disclosed when the time was right. Thinking of this, Gumo shook his head helplessly. He sighed and quickly changed the subject. Of course, we're going out to discuss a partnership. You? Discussing collaborations? Zhong Shuriying wore a look of skepticism. It wasn't that she doubted Gumo, it was simply that this guy was genuinely not suited for discussing partnerships in such a casual setting. Being a researcher was one thing, but negotiating deals. Remember last time in Shanghai? Guemo nearly came to blows with Wu Mingxian. Don't be ridiculous. Who could you possibly negotiate with? Zhong Shiriying quickly shook her head. Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ms. Zhong, have you forgotten? I was the one handling the partnership with Lonka Institute. They've already started production over there. As their partners, once their first batch rolls out, we'll be the first to take the plunge. Ha! Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying's eyebrows arched slightly. A thought struck her. Lonka Institute, producing chips? How long has this been going on? How come she hadn't heard about it? She might believe the Dragon Academy could produce some high-specification chips, but the idea that they could mass-produce them? She simply couldn't bring herself to believe it. After all, what comes out of a lab is different from what rolls off a factory line. Besides, what kind of service could Guemo possibly offer them that would make those people agree to supply Genesis Tech with chips? Zhong Shiriying couldn't wrap her head around it. She crossed her arms, studying Guemo intently. How am I supposed to believe you? Guemo found himself both amused and exasperated. There's nothing I can do about that. After all, whether you choose to believe me or not won't change anything. But if you're still skeptical, you can call and ask Mr. Zhang Daxiao, the vice president of Longhua University of Science and Technology. He's currently collaborating with the Lonka Academy. That abandoned chip manufacturing base in the suburbs has been reactivated. At these words, Zhong Shiriying's heart stirred. Could this really be true? How had she not known about this? Go get the car. Zhong Shiriying promptly tossed the keys to Guemo before turning to call Colonel Zhang. As a renowned celebrity entrepreneur in Jianghai City, Zhong Shiriying naturally had Zhang Daxiao's contact information. However, unexpectedly, no one answered when she called. This left Zhong Shiriying feeling a bit uneasy. She kept dialing. Once in the car, Guemo took the driver's seat and the two quickly exited the underground garage. Along the way, Zhong Shiriying realized she had made several calls, but no one answered. Clearly, the other party must be occupied with something important at this moment. Noticing the change in Zhong Shiriying's expression in the rearview mirror, Guemo quickly had an idea. Ms. Zhong, use my phone to call them. Guemo spoke slowly, offering the suggestion. Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying dismissed the idea. If she couldn't even get through on her own phone, how could Guemo manage? He must have something important to do right now. I'll call him when I get home. She suspected Guemo didn't even have Major Shang's number saved in his phone. It wasn't that Zhong Shiriying looked down on Guemo, it was just the reality. Yet the very next moment, Guemo handed over his phone. It's connected, Ms. Zhong. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Ha! At those words, Zhong Shiriying's expression shifted abruptly. This. She slowly furrowed her brows. What's going on? Meanwhile, Colonel Zhang, who was holding an emergency meeting, had just instructed everyone to turn off their phones and ensure no devices were present in the conference room. The very next moment, his phone rang. He saw it was Zhong Shiriying. After a moment's hesitation, he sternly silenced the call. The mood in the room grew solemn. If even their leader was setting the example, what more could be said? If they didn't turn off their phones now, how could they face their leader? And soon, just moments after Colonel Zhang had spoken, another call suddenly popped up on his phone. Colonel Zhang initially assumed it was Zhong Shiriying calling again and was tempted to toss the phone aside. But then, he instinctively glanced at the contact name displayed on the screen. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it! Damn it! It was that bastard Guemo calling. He licked his dry lips, quickly flushing with embarrassment under the suspicious stares of the others. Hold on a sec, I need to step out to take a call. Colonel Zhang, who had just declared that even if someone died at home, he wouldn't touch his phone, now picked up his device and headed outside. Chapter 120, connected on the first ring. Ah ha ha. Mr. Guemo, I'm honored you took time out of your busy schedule to call me. Is there something important? Colonel Zhang's face broke into a smile. He spoke in a flattering tone. Even through the wall, those in the conference room felt a chill at his words. Good grief. Anyone unaware might mistake this for some mistress's act. Meanwhile, after hearing Colonel Zhang's words, Guemo cleared his throat softly. Well, we do have a cooperative relationship, don't we? With your chip manufacturer, our management has decided to review our collaborative projects. Could you kindly discuss this with Mr. Zhong? He's not entirely familiar with this particular aspect yet. At these words, Zhang Daxiao, who had been addressing Guemo with utmost deference, suddenly twitched his lips. Poof. Ha! Me! He nearly let loose with a string of expletives. So that's why Zhong Shiriying's calls to him hadn't worked, he needed to go through Guemo instead. Still, it was Gumo's call after all, so he couldn't really say much. After saying that, Guemo quickly handed the phone back to Zhong Shiriying. After handling everything, Guemo restarted the car and drove away. Zhong Shiriying, however, was left utterly bewildered. Is that really Colonel Jin? The president of their Dragon Country University of Science and Technology. Just then, before Zhong Shiriying could speak, she heard Zhang Daxiao's respectful voice. Ms. Zhong, oh dear, I was in a meeting earlier and truly didn't receive your call. It just ended, and then Mr. Gu called me. Isn't that a coincidence? Zhang laughed awkwardly, speaking in a polite tone. Yet these words seemed like he was explaining himself. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression quickly turned skeptical. It didn't seem like Zhang was lying. Perhaps he really had been in a meeting earlier. With that, Zhong Shuriying didn't dwell on the matter and quickly asked. Oh, no problem. I just wanted to understand Gu Magang had some contact with the Lanka Institute earlier. It seems like he discussed a collaboration with you? At these words, the smile that had been on Major Zhang's face froze momentarily. Did Mr. Gu say everything? He swallowed hard almost instinctively, letting out a startled gasp. He had just told others to keep it confidential, and now, this? He remembered Huang Gongjiang's parting words to him perfectly clearly. And now, in the blink of an eye, Gu Mo had sold him out. Yes, he disclosed the part about our cooperation with you. Zhong Shuriying paused slightly upon hearing the shock in Colonel Zhang's voice. What did that mean? Why was he reacting so dramatically? Was this really Colonel Zhang? Besides, when had he ever been so affable? At that moment, Zhong Shuriying had no idea just how terrified Colonel Zhang truly was inside. Even the fat on his body was trembling like ripples on water. So, what else did that guy say to you? You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? Colonel Zhang gulped nervously, his voice trembling as he cautiously asked. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression grew even more suspicious. No. He just mentioned the cooperation with your team, saying our chip supply should be pretty much secured going forward. I'm here to verify the authenticity of this information. At these words, Major Zhang let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Damn it. That scared the hell out of me. Ah ha ha ha. Well then, that's good. Regarding this collaboration, we do indeed have one. Thanks to Mr. Gu's technical contributions, after discussions with the Lanka Academy, we've decided that once production begins at our factory, the entire first batch will be supplied exclusively to you. Additionally, should you require further supplies in the future, we will charge a 50% markup on the market price for contract manufacturing. At these words, Zhong Shuriying's breath caught in her throat. This? How could this be? This was absolutely incredible news, completely unexpected. And all of this had been secured for Genesis Tech by Gu Mo. Principal Zhang, please don't deceive me. After all, Genesis Tech is such a massive entity, a single shortfall represents billions in assets. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together and said earnestly. Principal Zhang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Good heavens, who would dare deceive you? With a wry smile, Principal Zhang could only respond, Ms. Zhong, if you don't believe me, over the next few days, you'll gradually receive a batch of chips, all upgraded architectures of your very own independently developed Lungsan 2. I'm not lying to you about this, am I? Only then did Zhong Shuriying reluctantly accept the reality. She nodded quickly, accepting Zhang's explanation. But Colonel Zhang dared not continue the conversation with this woman any further, otherwise, he'd surely blow his cover today. He hastily found an excuse to leave. He hung up the phone promptly. Thus, Zhong Shuriying lay in the backseat of the Maybach, gazing at the starlit sky ceiling above her, her face filled with confusion. Gu Mo, how did you get involved with the Dragon Academy? Put. Hearing this, Gu Mo nearly choked on his drink. Ms. Zhong, you've got the wrong idea about hooking up. Well, this is how it works. We met through proper channels and proper means. Gu Mo was both amused and exasperated. Zhong Shuriying quickly smiled too. She continued, but I'm still puzzled. While our Lungsan 2 does contain certain elements, I can't fathom why we'd be granted such a substantial benefit in return. Special supply chips. 50% off the market price. Wow. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. This means Genesis Tech will hold an absolute advantage in the upcoming competition. Even companies backed by government support might not achieve this level of advancement. Yet Gu Mo pulled it off. How could anyone not be surprised? But then Gu Mo shrugged. Maybe it's because they genuinely recognize Genesis Tech's capabilities and want to support us? Maybe. Zhong Shuriying nodded silently upon hearing this. Soon, Gu Mo drove the car into Villa 98. The night passed without incident. Soon after, Genesis Tech got back on track, with everything proceeding smoothly. But the chip remained a problem. That day, Kai-hee rushed into the president's office with a report in hand. Kai-hee, what's going on? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a business meeting? Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow at the sight. Kai-hee swiftly approached Zhong Shuriying, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. President Zhong, our chip inventory is running critically low. After the last chip performance test, consumer demand skyrocketed. We've completely sold out. Chapter 121, Stock Depleted. What? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying shot to her feet. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Didn't you say there was still some inventory left? Hearing this, Kai-hee quickly shook his head. We did have some before, but our Lungson 2 offers such incredible value for money that many platforms started overclocking tests with it, achieving unexpectedly impressive results. After that, major companies kept placing bulk orders with us, shipping them back to assemble their servers. Now, our options are severely limited. After losing Tianxia chip's supply, only a few small workshops can assist us. But since they're all small workshops, supply and quality issues naturally become major problems. In short, demand far outstrips supply. Kai-he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Who could have predicted that their Lungson 2 chips, with their exceptional cost-performance ratio, would sell out completely? And scalpers had already driven the market price up to 2 or 3 times the original cost. Mr. Zhong, what's going on here? Having overheard the exchange between Zhong Shuriying and Kai-he, the man who had been discussing a partnership with Zhong Shuriying suddenly felt a pang of unease. A look of confusion flashed across his face. Wang Song inquired of Zhong Shuriying. At this, Zhong Shuriying immediately looked apologetic. I'm truly sorry, Wang. We've encountered some inventory issues at our company. It seems we won't be able to deliver the required quantity of chips to you on time. Upon hearing this, Kai-he's mouth twitched. She hurriedly explained to Zhong Shuriying. My apologies, CEO Zhong. I didn't make myself clear earlier. It's not that Genesis Tech has low inventory, it's that Genesis Tech has no inventory at all. What? At this revelation, Zhong Shuriying's expression suddenly turned grim. This? Why didn't you say so earlier? Kai Hayu quickly wore an expression of helplessness. The thing is, I didn't know either. She had only just learned about it herself. It was discovered when their previous partner came to pick up the goods, and they were still causing trouble at the warehouse at that moment. That was precisely why Kai-he had rushed here in such a panic. Poor Wang Song was still completely in the dark about all this. His voice grew heavy. Mr. Zhong, you promised us chips delivered on time and in full quantity. Now you tell us inventory is insufficient. Where are we supposed to go for justice? Wang Song's expression darkened. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying felt both amused and exasperated. It wasn't that the inventory was insufficient, it was completely depleted. She had no idea what to do. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Zhong Shuriying's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Kai-he's expression changed abruptly. Ms. Zhong, it's bad. I think Mr. Zhao has come looking for us. Ha! At this, Zhong Shuriying frowned even deeper. This was truly a headache. Ms. Zhong, what about the chips you promised me? Soon, someone burst in from outside. They began ranting and raving. You clearly promised us earlier that you'd deliver sufficient quantities of chips today. It's all spelled out in black and white on the contract. The penalty is 10 times the amount. Now that you can't deliver the chips, how do you plan to handle this? Zhao strode in and addressed Zhong Shuriying in a stern voice. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Song raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn! Another expert. The other parties seemed to have arrived even earlier than him, yet they couldn't get the goods. How could he possibly get them? Wang Song's expression shifted quickly. He asked in a deep voice. Mr. Zhong, what's going on here? This. Zhong Shuriying felt her head spinning. She pressed her dry lips together, clutched her temples, and explained. Genesis Fast Tech probably doesn't have enough chips to supply you anymore. What? How dare you do this? We all paid up front. Exactly. You can't do this. The contract clearly states that if you fail to deliver on time, you'll have to pay us 10 times the compensation. I don't want your penalty money either, we just want the chips. Wang Song and Zhao took turns berating Zhong Shuriying. But Zhong Shuriying was helpless, the inventory was gone. Could she conjure them out of thin air? I sincerely apologize. I will resolve this matter for you. Please, both of you, try to stay calm. Resolve it. How exactly do you plan to resolve it? I don't believe you can just conjure up chips with your bare hands. The two retorted irritably. Zhong Shuriying watched this unfold, feeling utterly helpless. Such is the nature of business dealings. She'd seen it all too often on her journey. Not just her own, but others too, it was always the same. And just at that moment, someone suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. But, upon seeing the commotion inside, the person was startled too. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? The person who arrived was none other than Guemo. He had come to report something. Originally, Guemo had intended to knock before entering, but upon unexpectedly hearing the argument inside, he decided against knocking and instead pushed the door open directly. Little did he know, he'd witness this scene. Guemo glanced around, then let out a nervous chuckle. What are you doing here? Who the hell are you? This isn't your business. We're discussing business with Mr. Zhong. Get lost. After clearly seeing the employee badge on Guemo, Zhao snorted coldly and began cursing under his breath. They'd already called in the loading crew to start packing the truck, only to have this happen halfway through. Their servers were critical, every day of delay meant tens of millions in losses. Not to mention the astronomical number of users their website was losing. How could he possibly be in a good mood? Though Wang Song remained silent, his inner anxiety matched Zhao Gou's every bit. No matter what, they had to get Genesis Tech to give them an explanation. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He said, "Sorry, I also have important matters to report to President Zhong." The two fell silent. Let him be. No matter what, they wouldn't leave today without getting the chip. Of course, they couldn't leave, and neither could Zhong Shuriying. What is it? Zhong Shuriying shook her head helplessly. Her head was already spinning enough, she didn't mind adding to the chaos. Gu Mo quickly spoke up, "The first batch of chips has been delivered. Please come and inspect them, Ms. Zhong. If there are no issues, we can proceed with stocking them." Chapter 122, The chips have arrived. Ha! The room fell silent at his words. Whoa! What? The chip arrived. Wang Song and Zhao Gou, like sharks sensing blood, instantly widened their eyes. They stared at Gu Mo, who was receiving the report from Zhong Shuriying, their expressions frozen in shock. "You've got to be kidding me." But they snapped back to reality. Zhao Gou snorted coldly. "Oof. If it's really that impressive, I'd love to know which chip manufacturer supplied you with this stuff? As far as I know, Genesis Tech doesn't have any major chip manufacturers as partners right now, does it? Even your recent supplier, Tianxia Chips, has cut off supply. You're entirely reliant on small chip workshops now. So where exactly are your chips coming from remains a mystery. Who knows if that stuff even meets the requirements?" Zhao Gou had a fairly good grasp of Genesis Tech's operations and was well informed about the company's internal affairs. After all, for people like them, risk control is always the top priority. Before any partnership, they'll thoroughly vet every bit of your information. This naturally minimizes the risk of sudden collapse. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. She shot Gu Mo a skeptical glance. She clearly found it hard to believe. Even the chip lab at Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology couldn't possibly produce something this quickly, right? Moreover, she had never even heard of such a company before. It was only when Gu Mo mentioned it to her earlier that she learned about it through questioning Colonel Zhang. Of course, Zhong Shuriying remained unaware of many details, so her lack of knowledge was perfectly understandable. At that moment, Gu Mo remained calm. "Friend, all our partners are well-established major manufacturers. What exactly are you implying? Do you really think Genesis Technology can't produce chips? If we can develop the Lungsun 2 processor that outperforms China's offerings, what's stopping us from building a lithography machine?" Ha! Ridiculous. If you truly had partnerships with major corporations, you wouldn't be in such a predicament today, unable to produce a single chip. Zhao Gou snorted coldly, curling his lips in disdain as he spoke. Gu Mo, however, showed no sign of anger. He shrugged. "Well then, those very chips are currently in Genesis Tech's warehouse. If you'd like to take a look, feel free to come along." The room fell silent at his words. What on earth gave this guy such audacity? Wang Song fell silent almost immediately. After several shifts in expression, Zhao Gou snorted coldly. "Oomph. Does he really think he's some kind of genius? My car happens to be parked right there. I refuse to believe you can conjure up a chip out of thin air." "Go ahead then." Gu Mo shrugged. By the time they spoke, the group had already left the president's office. Zhao Gou and Wang Song led the way. Gu Mo followed behind with Zhong Shuriying, Kai He, and the others. Zhong Shuriying shot Gu Mo a worried glance. "Gu Mo, are you sure you'll be okay?" Gu Mo shrugged. "Relax, what could possibly go wrong? Just wait and see me slap him in the face. Soon." Zhanghai city suburbs. Gu Mo quickly pulled over. "Whose car is this? Move it. There's a line of cars behind us. Do you think you can afford to be responsible for delaying our delivery?" Before she even got out, shouts erupted from ahead. Then, Zhong Shuriying saw several large trucks lined up neatly along the road. The scene looked exactly like a construction tycoon making an entrance. What's going on?" Kai He froze for a moment, his mouth agape. Each could hold 7 or 8 eggs at once. Zhong Shuriying quickly frowned. He turned to look at Gu Mo. Was this the surprise Gu Mo had promised her? "Something seems to have happened up ahead. Let's go check it out," Gu Mo said in a low voice. As he spoke, he swiftly headed toward the scene of the incident. Zhong Shuriying and Kai He quickly followed suit. "What's going on here?" As Gu Mo hurried over, he happened to spot Wang Song and Zhao Gou. But now, they dared not act arrogant at all. Both of them pressed their lips together, looking respectful as they bowed apologetically to a pot-bellied man. Their hunched posture was more exaggerated than that of a 70 or 80-year-old grandfather. As Gu Mo got a clear look at the figures involved, he quickly understood. Colonel Zhang. Principal Zhang. A thought flashed through Gu Mo's mind. He hurried forward. Gu Mo had wondered why that voice sounded so familiar. It was Colonel Zhang after all. Earlier, the loudest voice had belonged to none other than this very man now standing with hands on hips, brimming with arrogance. "Colonel Zhang. It's you." At that moment, Zhao Gou and Wang Song were the first to notice Gu Mo. Their voices dropped immediately as they declared. Gumo, this gentleman is Zhang Daxiao, the president of Longwei University of Science and Technology. Gumo nodded. Oh, I know him. The vice president. At this remark, Zhao Go and Wang Song froze in surprise. Didn't you catch the implication? After such a formal introduction, you're not going to exchange pleasantries? In Jianhai City, the other party's status was in a league of its own. Rumor had it he even had military connections. Colonel Zhang had once served in the Southern Military District. Such status puts him above even the four great families of Jianhai City. Not to mention they directly control the city's sole top-tier 985 university resource. Not just in Jianhai City, even in the entire Dragon Nation, he's a name that carries weight. Yet he was casually dismissed by Gumo with a mere deputy? Who doesn't know that Colonel Zhang is a vice principal? But who doesn't know that this vice principal essentially runs the school? You, Mr. Zhang. It's Gumo. You should have said so earlier. I could have gone out to greet you. But, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Go and Wang Song quickly noticed the commotion behind them. Only to see Zhang Daxiao's expression change completely. He flashed a friendly smile and addressed Gumo politely. What? The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Song and Zhao Go felt like their worlds were about to collapse. Wait, what the hell is going on here? This wasn't how the script played out in their minds. Principal Zhang. Gumo addressed him with equal courtesy. After exchanging greetings, Gumo quickly turned his head to glance at the two men standing in place. He frowned almost instinctively. Principal Zhang aside, what's going on with these two? At these words, Zhong Shiying and Kai He also quickly turned their gaze toward him. Hearing this, Colonel Zhang quickly caught on. He pursed his lips and spoke with a look of disdain. These people were blocking the way. My car couldn't get through, so I gave them a good scolding. Chapter 123 not related to Gumo? Ha! Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. He turned to look at the two people beside him, who seemed a bit at a loss. Wang Song, Zhao Go. The two looked like children who had done something wrong. Both kept their heads bowed, their expressions tinged with unnatural awkwardness. This scene stunned Zhong Shiying and Kai He standing nearby. Wait. What the hell is going on here? Colonel Zhang. The big shot of Jianhai City. He's the vice president of Longwei University of Science and Technology. Though only a vice president, his actual stature far surpasses that title. After all, no one could imagine the military connections behind this man, let alone his influence within the Southern Military District. Moreover, he wasn't alone, he represented an entire formidable family. In all of Jianhai City, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with Colonel Zhang as a pioneer. Zhong Shiying was well aware of Major General Zhang's background, which was precisely why she was so profoundly shocked now. She knew little about Kai He personally, but she had heard some rumors circulating in Jianhai City. One tale in particular remained vividly etched in her memory. If the four great families represented the ceiling of Jianhai City, then individuals like Colonel Zhang stood above that ceiling. This alone was enough to show just how outrageously powerful this portly figure truly was. No wonder Wang Song and Zhao Go, who had been seething with rage moments ago, could now calm down. They had no choice but to calm down. The mere mention of Colonel Zhang was enough to bring them back to their senses. Oh, the female CEO of Genesis Tech. Miss Zhong. A pleasure to meet you. A pleasure indeed. Zhang Daxiao felt a bit awkward in the situation and quickly began looking for other targets. At that moment, he noticed Zhong Shiying and Kai He rushing over from behind. Of course. Thanks to last night's phone call, Colonel Zhang now understood that this woman was the one backing Gumo. No wonder someone with such extraordinary talent was still stuck as a lowly employee at Genesis Tech. It was all for this woman. How could Colonel Zhang not see through it? He understood the situation perfectly well, so a smile quickly spread across his face as he greeted Zhong Shiying. This display of warmth left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Whoa! Good grief! What the hell is going on here? The de facto powerhouse vice president of Longwei University of Science and Technology, who also served as chairman of the board for a chip manufacturer, was actually showing such obvious favor toward the female CEO of an emerging tech company. Even if it's just for show, this is taking things a bit too far, isn't it? Each of them licked their dry lips, their hearts pounding with shock. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Zhao Go were utterly stunned. Holy crap! What kind of powerhouse had they just crossed? Didn't Zhong Shiying claim she built her empire from scratch? How could she be so intimately close to Colonel Zhang at this moment? And, was Major Zhang actually trying to curry favor? Wang Song and Zhao Go both swallowed hard almost instinctively, their expressions turning grim. They remembered all too clearly the foolish things they'd done earlier. Principal Zhang. Zhong Shiying was also startled by this scene. She'd never heard of this guy being so enthusiastic before. What on earth was going on? For some reason, Zhong Shiying glanced out of the corner of her eye at Gumo, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, looking utterly carefree. Could it be because of that guy? But soon, her attention was drawn away by Colonel Zhang's warmth. Ah, President Zhong, it's been ages. Back then you were just a student at our Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology, and now you've transformed into Shanghai City's renowned star entrepreneur. In my opinion, it won't be long before Genesis Tech becomes a conglomerate. By then, all of Longwa's cutting-edge technology will be sourced wholesale from your company. Zhang Dishao chuckled and addressed Zhong Shuriying. Zhong Shuriying shook her head with a wry smile. Let's not go there. Our immediate goal is simply to safeguard our own little patch of land. Everything else can wait. Who knows if Genesis Tech will even exist in the future? Though he didn't understand why Colonel Zhang was flattering him so, proper etiquette demanded he respond appropriately. Kai felt her status was insufficient to remain in the company of Colonel Zhang and Zhong Shuriying. She quickly made her way over to Guemo. Watching the two chatting and laughing in the center of the room, Kai couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Whoa! So this is Zhong Shuriying. Someone who built everything from scratch is bound to command respect. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Guemo scratched his nose and replied casually. At those words, Kai's brow instantly furrowed. TSK. You bastard, don't act like sour grapes here. If it weren't for you and Principal Zhang having met once in college, do you really think she'd give you the time of day? It's all because our CEO Zhong is here. Next, Genesis Tech will be their major client. Not to mention, our CEO Zhong is already a legendary figure. It's only natural they'd want to cultivate a relationship with him. Unlike certain people? Kai let out a soft snort. Guemo froze for a moment before shaking his head, torn between laughter and exasperation. Truth be told, Genesis Tech only managed to secure this connection because of Guemo. But Kai remained completely unaware of this. Even Zhong Shuriying only had a vague understanding. Guemo wouldn't stoop to fighting over such empty titles. Besides, he doesn't need any empty titles now anyway. If Guemo were willing, the doors of the Dragon Academy would always stand open for him. Future lithography machines still depended on him. Not to mention that even now, numerous Dragon Security Bureau operatives were secretly safeguarding his security. These are all symbols of his strength. Mr. Zhong, this batch should suffice for your immediate needs. Rest assured, our chip manufacturers have already ramped up production and will ensure a steady supply moving forward. Our nation's chip industry needs to grow, and we still require your strong support. Colonel Zhang chuckled and addressed Zhong Shuriying. In response, Zhong Shuriying quickly pursed her lips and smiled. Principal Zhang, what are you saying? This is simply a mutually beneficial arrangement. Without chip manufacturers like yours, there would be no future for Genesis technology. I should be thanking you. Little did Zhong Shuriying know that Zhang Daxiao's gratitude toward her was genuine. After all, it was precisely because of Gumo's existence that higher-ups had waved their hands and wiped out their previous losses of hundreds of billions, even granting Longwa University of Science and Technology a second chance at rebirth. Chapter 124, Inspection. After catching up briefly, Zhong Shuriying and Zhang Daxiao quickly turned to today's task. Inspect these goods. Zhang Daxiao licked his dry lips and said to Zhong Shuriying with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying nodded slightly and assigned Kai to handle the task. Kai led his team in inspecting the shipment. The yield rate was exceptionally high. It was far superior to Tianxia chips. Miss Zhong, it's remarkably stable. Performance has even improved, and power consumption has decreased significantly. The inspector stepped forward promptly and reported respectfully. That's excellent. If there are no issues, then proceed with inventory. Zhong Shuriying harbored no guardedness toward Colonel Zhang. They had only just begun to build a friendship, and she didn't want to jeopardize it at this stage. Besides, since the chips were personally manufactured by Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology, Zhong Shuriying didn't expect them to be filled with defective units. With a sweeping gesture, Zhong Shuriying addressed her subordinates. No, we should inspect this first batch. I'm concerned there might be defective products. It is the initial shipment, after all, and there could be unforeseen issues. We have a responsibility to our customers, don't we? At that moment, Guemo stepped forward and spoke in a solemn tone. The air in the room instantly grew tense. TSK. This guy. Kai who had been eagerly preparing to have the goods unloaded moments ago, was taken aback. Gumo's offhand remark had completely disrupted everyone's plans. Even Zhong Shuriying's expression darkened slightly. This guy. Has he lost his mind? How could he say something like that? Guemo, stop messing around. Since these chips came from the Dragon Nation University chip factory, they must have undergone rigorous testing. There's no way there's anything wrong with them. Zhong Shuriying quickly gave a dry laugh. She glanced at Colonel Zhang's expression before turning serious and addressing Guemo. Guemo still shook his head. That's not quite right. This stuff is the reputation of our Genesis technology. We can't just let it go to waste like that. After hearing this, Zhong Shuriying also frowned. Kai snorted disdainfully. Guemo, are you just looking for trouble? We've already said there's no problem. The inspection showed no issues. How come you suddenly see a problem now? What, are you suggesting we dismantle all this equipment and inspect each component one by one? That's just ridiculous. There's a massive quantity of this stuff. It'd take 2 days and nights just to get through the initial inspection. How do you expect to finish? Kai-hee refused to give Guemo any leeway. Guemo sighed helplessly. He shook his head. I just meant that since these are the first batch produced, many mechanical aspects haven't been polished to perfection yet. Naturally, some unforeseen issues will arise. I never said I refused to believe Longwei University of Science and Technology. Guemo felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Guemo, there's nothing more for you to do here. If you have no other business, you may return to your company. Zhong Shuriying now felt Guemo had gone too far. She said in a low voice. Just as the others prepared to forcibly escort Guemo out, Colonel Zhang pulled Zhong Shuriying's arm. Hey, President Zhong, we genuinely want to collaborate with your Genesis tech this time. Since Guemo says it's fine, I see no issue either. If we're going to inspect, let's inspect everything. We might even uncover some issues, giving you a chance to refine your templates. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Many instinctively turned to look at Guemo. No one dared speak. Kai-hee was nearly driven mad with rage. This guy. He's got some nerve. Ah, Colonel Zhang, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. At this moment, even Zhong Shuriying's expression began to look unnatural. What the hell is Guemo trying to pull? He went out of his way to deliver these chips, and this is how you treat him. But the very next second, Colonel Zhang quickly laughed it off. Ah. Haha, right. Guemo has a point. I agree, this is indeed an issue. In that case, let's run some tests. The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Whoa. What? Test it now? You must understand these trucks are packed with chips. Just the sheer volume of those chips. Wow, I can only say the engineering behind this thing is absolutely massive. Guemo, what the hell are you doing here? Kai-hee was boiling with anger. She snapped, her voice dripping with irritation. But Guemo just gave her an innocent look. Compared to her, he was far more familiar with the chip. After all, he had designed the entire process himself. How could he not be concerned? Colonel Zhang, on the other hand, was quite straightforward. He casually remarked, Mr. Gu is considering the interests of both our sides. As he mentioned, the first batch of goods may indeed have quality issues. That's our problem, then. I'll have someone inspect it immediately. Ha! At this remark, many faces in the room shifted slightly. Wait, you're actually going to inspect it? At that moment, Wang Song and Zhao Go seemed to realize what was happening. Wow! So that's why chip manufacturers have always had their reasons. This guy really doesn't know how to do business, does he? If it were anyone else, even a hands-off owner, they'd never dare shut down their factory like this. Then, they witnessed something truly astonishing. Colonel Zhang even personally called people over to help them with testing. The factory warehouse suddenly became bustling with activity. The group watched in stunned silence. Fortunately, the chips were all fine qualified products. It was the inspection process itself that proved slightly troublesome. Wang Song and Zhao Go watched until their eyes were sore. Remembering they had other matters to attend to, they quickly offered a forced laugh to Colonel Zhang and Zhong Shuriying. Colonel Zhang, Director Zhong, we've got other commitments. How about settling our chip payment first? That way, we can at least take these back and report them properly, right? At this, Zhong Shuriying promptly nodded. You're absolutely right. We sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting this long. Kai-hee, have someone deliver the counted chips to President Wang and President Zhao. Zhong Shuriying instructed Kai-hee. Kai-hee gave a slight nod in response. Please wait just a moment, both of you. But she left quickly and returned just as fast. That fast? Everyone was startled. Wang Song and Zhao Go also raised their eyebrows slightly, glancing over. Chapter 125, Urgent Need, No Inspection Required. Soon, Kai-hee's face broke into an apologetic smile. My sincere apologies, gentlemen. The quantity of tested chips currently in our warehouse is insufficient. We humbly request a little more time. Ah, well. Wang Song and Zhao Go clearly looked troubled. How long exactly? Wang Song asked in a low voice. At this, Kai-hee gave a nervous chuckle. She glanced at the testing environment in the center of the room and shook her head helplessly. This wasn't something that could be resolved in a short time. Kai-hee couldn't say much more. Seeing this, Gumo's mind stirred. He promptly stepped forward to explain to the two. My apologies, but to ensure our quality standards, we kindly ask for your patience a little longer. It should be resolved in about a day or two. A day or two. 1 or 2 days. At that moment, both of them instinctively furrowed their brows. But for the sake of the chip's integrity, they felt they could wait it out. Besides, Colonel Zhang was here lending his support. If he could wait, why couldn't they? Not to mention, his time was far more precious than theirs. And just then, Colonel Zhang quickly noticed the scene. His brow furrowed instantly as he snorted coldly. What are you lot doing loafing around here? Just take whatever chips you need. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Colonel Zhang patted his chest emphatically, his words ringing with solemn assurance. At his words, the two men shuddered. Even if the chips were indeed problematic, they wouldn't dare. But then they noticed the look in Zhang Gaxiao's eyes. Almost instinctively, they swallowed hard. TSK. This guy wasn't giving them a choice, he was practically forcing them to do it. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Guemo frowned slightly as he addressed Wang Song and the others. But Wang Song and the other quickly shook their heads. Sorry, I just remembered we have something extremely important to do. We really need to get these chips back ASAP. Please just hand over the chips to Mr. Zhong and Mr. Gu. We'll take them back for testing ourselves. The two men licked their dry lips and forced themselves to speak. Ah, well. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. Is it that urgent? We really are. The two were both amused and exasperated. She nodded like a bobblehead. If she were to take that step, she probably wouldn't even know what terrifying events might unfold next. They certainly didn't want to offend a terrifying figure like Colonel Zhang over a few chips. Alright then. Since Wang Song and the others were so anxious, Zhong Shuriying didn't press the issue. She quickly addressed Kai, you'll handle picking the goods for Mr. Wang and his team later. Also, make sure to label another batch of goods with some markings. That way, if anything goes wrong, we can provide them with direct after-sales service. Understood, President Zhong. Kai nodded firmly in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wang Song and his colleague were overcome with gratitude. She was practically a living bodhisattva. Compared to that Colonel Zhang, she was the kindest soul on earth. It was like a divine intervention. The two bowed repeatedly in exaggerated gratitude. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression immediately grew awkward. She pursed her lips, puzzled. Guemo, why do you think they were acting like they were ready to die just moments ago, yet now suddenly become so obedient and sensible? Zhong Shuriying shook her head, still unable to make sense of it. Hearing this, Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu, what are you saying? But I think they probably really had some urgent business? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a rush to go home. Zhang Gaxiao, who had been listening intently nearby, quickly chimed in with a laugh, wholeheartedly agreeing with Gumo's words. Exactly, that makes perfect sense to me too. At this, Zhong Shuriying's expression grew even more puzzled. Is that so? Can't figure it out. Never mind. After 2 days of inspection, they finally discovered some defective items in this batch of goods. Zhong Shuriying and the others were puzzled. How did Guemo know there would be defective items here? That seemed a bit too uncanny, didn't it? Though few in number, they were indeed present, and their characteristics matched Gumo's description almost exactly. Colonel Zhang sent the defective items back to the chip manufacturer for analysis. Before Colonel Zhang and his team departed, Guemo discreetly handed them a reference book. Colonel Zhang gladly accepted it. Guemo, do you really think this thing is that powerful? Staring at the chip on the table, Zhong Shuriying's eyes flickered with curiosity. She turned to ask Guemo. Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. He rolled over on the sofa. As things stand, this thing's performance is almost catching up to the flagship chips used in massage parlors. It's just limited by optimization constraints, there's nothing we can do about it. Even so, it's still powerful enough to outperform those War Future products, roughly matching their mid-range offerings. Once we optimize the drivers, it'll be fine. Guemo shrugged and spoke up. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying fell deep in thought, her voice trailing off. Noticing the change, Guemo turned back quickly. What's wrong, Ms. Zhong? Is something on your mind? He closed his comic book, turned to face Zhong Shuriying, and asked with concern. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying lifted her gaze to the ceiling. Guemo, have you noticed how the pace of chip updates and iterations has started to slow down lately? Oh. Hearing this, Guemo felt a slight stir within. He chuckled softly. What, worried about hitting a bottleneck? How should I put it? This is actually a good thing for us. Doesn't it just mean they're stuck treading water while we move forward? Guemo shrugged, chuckling lightly. Zhong Shuriying, however, furrowed her brow slightly. She finally voiced the plan forming in her mind. What I mean is, could it be that we need to shift our focus elsewhere sooner than expected? Ha! The words struck a chord within Guemo. He quickly turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. It seemed she was considering expanding into other industries. Guemo immediately smiled and said, Ms. Zhong, if you have any ideas, feel free to share them. I can help analyze them for you. After all, the rent for Villa 98 isn't exactly cheap. Gumo's tone was playful. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying finally chuckled. She quickly picked up a paper document from the table in front of her and handed it to Guemo. Take a look. This is something the mayor of Jianhai City just sent us. Chapter 126, Intelligent Driving Contract. Ha! Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly at the news. Wow. The mayor of Jianhai City? Such a big name must be something major in the works. Gumo's mind stirred. He licked his dry lips and spoke. After taking the paper document from Zhong Shuriying's hands, Gumo's expression shifted noticeably. This. He pressed his hand to his forehead, his expression suddenly turning stern. This document only for us? Isn't the pressure a bit too much? Gumo rarely wore such a stern expression. It seemed he'd encountered a real challenge. Evidently, even Gumo himself might not be able to resolve it. But then Zhong Shuriying spoke up slowly. Yes, it really is a major problem. Our mayor mentioned that this project wasn't his idea, it was initiated by Jiangnan province. And they specifically chose our Genesis technology. What? Jiangnan province. At that moment, Gumo's breath caught in his throat. Holy crap. Looks like. This time, the higher-ups are really getting serious. But why would they choose us? Gumo frowned. Zhong Shuriying shrugged. Who knows? But it seems we don't have many other options right now. She shook her head with a wry smile. Only now did Gumo finally realize why Zhong Shuriying had been so gloomy after receiving this document. This written document didn't contain anything about chips. Instead, the Intelligent Vehicle Manufacturing Plan. Those few words alone were enough to take one's breath away. And yet, this very project had landed squarely on their shoulders. Everyone knows that in today's era of advanced electric vehicles, nearly every possible brand has already entered the market, and the major existing markets have been pretty much saturated. Entering the market at this stage means fighting over scraps. You might not even get a bite of the hot stuff. It's like joining the Nationalist Army in '49. A losing proposition from the start. You agreed? Gumo's heart stirred as he turned to ask Zhong Shuriying. She shook her head. Not yet. I came to ask you first. Poof. Gumo's lips twitched slightly at her words. Wait, is this even something I can decide? But Zhong Shuriying quickly continued, however, it seems those people have already made up their minds about this choice. If we try to back out now, it probably won't be possible. They said that if we agree, they'll definitely help us within their means. Ha. Ha. Within their means. That phrase alone smelled fishy. Gumo still felt uneasy. Building a car isn't exactly a small endeavor. Investments easily run into the tens of billions. And if they really got bogged down, it could easily become $1 trillion drain. Currently, their Genesis technology was only valued at a few tens of billions. Clearly, the other party had set their sights on this particular capability. Having money is another kind of capability. For a startup like theirs, holding hundreds of billions in cash flow, it was inevitable they'd attract certain eyes. Gumo pressed his lips together. Hold on a moment. I'll contact the Lonka Institute and Colonel Zhang's team. With that, Gumo rose and departed swiftly. Zhong Shuriying watched his retreating figure. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel the scene was eerily similar to the days when she herself had been relentlessly bullied. She couldn't help but chuckle. Just a casual remark to this guy, and he'd already started fussing over it like a fool. Just like back then. But Zhong Shuriying quickly withdrew the file. This matter required careful consideration. Creation tech was still in its infancy, they couldn't take such a huge risk. Meanwhile, Gumo had already arrived at the Zhanghai City Academic Research Center. Inside a conference room. After accepting the tea served by the attendant, Gumo took a light sip before addressing the attendant. How much longer until Professor Huang arrives? Well, Professor Huang is already on his way and should arrive shortly. What about Colonel Zhang? Gumo inquired again. At this question, the smile on the other person's face froze momentarily. This guy. What exactly is his status? Could these two just casually summon him over? I don't know who you are. My apologies, Mr. Gumo. We were delayed by some matters along the way. It was none other than Colonel Zhang. To arrive so swiftly, Colonel Zhang had clearly made a concerted effort. The waiter, seeing this, quickly withdrew. A smile spread across Colonel Zhang's face as he addressed Gumo courteously. Upon hearing this, Gumo simply handed over the documents he was holding. Take a look. This is a generous gift from the esteemed mayor of Zhanghai City to Genesis Technologies. As you know, Genesis Tech is still in its infancy, and we're quite green in many areas. We're afraid we can't accept such a generous gift. Gumo spoke slowly. This. Colonel Zhang froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Gumo to come over for this matter. Let me see what it is first. He licked his dry lips and spoke slowly. He took the documents from Gumo's hand and scanned them over. Then, the expression on Major Zhang's face shifted abruptly. This. He slowly furrowed his brow. It's a bit much to ask. Building cars. And autonomous driving, no less. While it's undeniably a future direction, isn't this a bit too ambitious? Besides, Genesis Tech is still in its infancy, how could they possibly shoulder such responsibility? The higher-ups are truly being overly ambitious. Seeing others excel in autonomous driving while Jiangnan province couldn't produce a single decent product, that's why they're so anxious. Shortly after Colonel Zhang finished reviewing the documents, another person entered the room. Huang Gongjiang. Following a nod from Gumo, he too opened the document and glanced through it. His expression darkened as well. Speak up. What are your thoughts? Gumo glanced at the two men and asked them. Huang Gongjiang spent most of his time immersed in the laboratory. His knowledge of external matters came primarily from academic conferences. He wasn't particularly well informed about such matters. Zhang Daxiao, standing beside him, was better informed. Colonel Zhang spoke up. I've heard something about this matter. Before you came, the higher-ups had already approached an autonomous driving company, but... At this point, his expression quickly turned awkward. But what? Gumo's heart skipped a beat. But then Colonel Zhang awkwardly continued. But then, those people absconded with the funds. Thus, our Jiangnan province's intelligent driving sector has been crippled and will never recover. Chapter 127, Taking the Fall? Hoof. Ha. Upon hearing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Well. This thing basically means they want us to foot the bill ourselves? It's not that Gumo didn't want to, he simply didn't have the means. After all, this was a bottomless pit. No one knew how much investment it would require. And whether it could ever turn a profit was another question entirely. With only verbal support from Jiangnan province, it was enough to make Genesis Tech hesitant to jump in. Gumo soon smiled. Principal Zhang, I'm afraid I don't care for that remark. Are you implying that beyond verbal support, there's no other form of backing? Genesis Tech is just getting started. You know we need to solidify our foundation. We must take it step by step to gradually grow stronger, right? We're counting on bringing glory to Zhanghai City in the chip industry. We've barely learned to walk, yet you want us to fly? Isn't that a bit too impatient? This isn't just pulling up seedlings to make them grow faster. It's forcing Genesis Tech to take over the mess. The hole left behind by the previous smart driving venture needs someone to plug it. And Genesis Tech seems like the perfect candidate. Hearing this, Colonel Zhang shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. Genesis Tech is the most suitable candidate right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be rushing to negotiate with you like this. But Gumo shook his head. This risk is simply too great for Genesis Tech. They should look elsewhere. Besides, I'm just a lowly employee at Genesis Tech. I don't have the authority to make such decisions. Gumo gave a wry smile. Even if he could agree, Zhong Shuriying would likely never approve. He didn't think Zhong Shuriying was some naive rookie who'd knowingly jump into such a risky venture. Colonel Zhang pursed his lips and fell silent. He understood the concerns involved. Alright, I'll put in a good word for you when the time comes, but I can't guarantee they'll be willing to reconsider. All I can say is I'll do my best. Colonel Zhang nodded promptly. With that, Gumo had his answer. He lingered no longer, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Colonel Zhang, then rose and departed. After leaving Longwei University of Science and Technology, Gumo proceeded to a nearby chip manufacturer. It now had a name, Lungsan Technology. This signified that Longsan had replaced the original chip market, marking the beginning of Longwei's conquest of this technological domain. Upon learning of Gumo's arrival, the staff at Lungsan Technology immediately perked up. The administrator immediately stepped forward with utmost respect, bowing and scraping before Gumo. Ahahaha, Mr. Gu, why did you suddenly drop by? You didn't even notify us. I could have arranged a welcome reception outside for you. There was no room for disrespect. After all, through their investigations over the past few days, they had uncovered a terrifying truth. This young man, who appeared to be barely in his early 20s, had actually become a regular at the Dragon Academy of Sciences. He was even suspected of holding the status of a researcher there. To enter the Dragon Science Academy so young, and as a researcher no less. It was only a matter of time before he became an academician. An academician. There were only 2,000 such individuals in the entire Dragon Nation. The resources they could command were unimaginably vast. If not now, when? But Gumo remained calm. He waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "It's nothing. I just came to take a look. It's only a few steps anyway. Have you reviewed the modification proposal I submitted earlier? Lithography machines are delicate beasts. They require constant monitoring to prevent any mishaps. Of course, when problems do occur, they're invariably major ones. Sometimes you wouldn't even know where the fault originated. After all, the precision involved far surpasses even the most advanced fighter jets." Upon hearing this, the administrator quickly nodded. "Mr. Gu, we've got it covered. We finished the analysis last night and have already restarted normal operations. The number of defective cards has indeed dropped significantly. Now, virtually every chip coming out is fully functional and running at peak capacity. We can't even sell the low-end models. Because we simply can't produce low-end models anymore," the administrator said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. The so-called low-end models were simply high-end units that encountered issues during production. With no other option, certain threads and cores were disabled, resulting in the low-end variants. That's the origin of low-end models. Additionally, low-end models could be produced cost-effectively through specific manufacturing processes that simplified complex steps. But for Lungsan Technology, this approach was unnecessary. Their top-tier models boast a production yield exceeding 90%. They completely outclass other countries' lithography machines. Although it's a 10-nanometer chip, its performance and other aspects far surpass other chips. The key point is, it's cheap. That's its greatest competitive edge. And precisely because the failure rate is under 10%, everyone at Lungsan Technology has truly begun to see GUMO in a whole new light. This achievement far surpasses any mystery surrounding GUMO's background. This is real, tangible capability. That's good. I'll go take a look around. GUMO gave a slight nod. Next, the administrator led GUMO on a tour of Longxin Technology, maintaining a respectful demeanor throughout. This scene left many newcomers utterly bewildered. What the heck is going on here? No idea. Probably some big shot? A big shot? That young? Doesn't look like it. Heh, you guys are all new here, huh? This guy's no ordinary manager. As the others exchanged puzzled glances, a veteran employee snorted and spoke up. At this remark, the others immediately exchanged puzzled glances. Not just a leader? Does he actually hold that position? And then some. This factory exists here entirely because of a single word from him. Whoa. That's terrifying. Everyone gasped in unison, utterly astonished. His background is astronomical. This guy probably isn't just riding on his connections, right? Could this factory be his investment too? Many began speculating. They wanted to ask the veteran employee, but he merely gave a wry smile and shook his head. That's confidential. Chapter 128, Yang Zhang's Arrival. Finally stepping out of Lungsan Technology, GUMO exhaled deeply. After explaining all the necessary precautions to the person in charge, he finally got into the car. Well, Mr. Gu, if you have time, please visit us more often. All our employees look forward to your presence. The manager smiled as he addressed GUMO. Hearing this, GUMO nodded. Absolutely, absolutely. After exchanging brief pleasantries, GUMO suddenly asked. Oh, right, will there be a dedicated shuttle for this next time too? At this remark, the smile on the Longxin Technology representative's face froze momentarily. Wait. Why ask such a question out of the blue? It caught me off guard. Hearing this, the other party nodded with a wry smile. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. Just like today, we'll make absolutely sure everything is taken care of for you. If he didn't know GUMO's character, he'd have invited him to sing karaoke. With that, GUMO quickly broke into a smile. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, GUMO swiftly climbed up to the window. GUMO felt utterly satisfied inside. Hey! Another 10-odd bucks saved. Feels great. Next time, I'll do the same. The head of Lungsan Technology probably never imagined GUMO was scheming something like this. If he ever found out, he'd probably laugh himself to death. Genesis Technology. GUMO sat in his office chair, deep in thought. In truth, he was still pondering the matter of intelligent driving. The era of free-for-all innovation in Dragon Nation had long passed. If they truly wanted to develop this technology, it wouldn't be something they could just casually tackle. But that might not be entirely up to them. After all, once their scale grew large enough, others would have to take them into account. And just as Colonel Zhang had said before, they were currently the most suitable candidates. The higher-ups would weigh all factors, and envoys kept arriving to lobby their case. As GUMO pondered this, he heard a knock at the door. GUMO raised an eyebrow slightly. At this hour. Who could it be? Come in. GUMO said indifferently. Soon, a figure emerged from outside. Upon seeing this person, GUMO's expression shifted slightly. Kai He? The visitor was none other than the chief of staff by Zhong Shuriying's side. The man glanced at GUMO and said indifferently, Our president is looking for you. If you're free, come over immediately. This guy had little patience for GUMO. GUMO couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He reluctantly rose to his feet. But he was also curious. At this hour, why would Zhong Shuriying be looking for him? Ms. Zhong, does she have something important to discuss? Walking down the street, GUMO asked Kai He. You'll find out once you get there. Kai He wasn't inclined to elaborate. Got it. GUMO quickly fell silent. But he began to ponder. Logically speaking, Genesis Tech should have everything it needs now. Even subsequent chip technologies were continuously advancing, and arrangements with the Lanka Institute had already been secured. All that remained was for the 3nm and 4nm lithography machines to be released, and they would be ready to fire the first shot in the global chip war. And soon, GUMO arrived at the president's office. After knocking, he promptly entered. You're here? Zhong Shuriying's voice came from inside. Hearing this, GUMO's heart stirred. He quickly noticed another person in the room. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a kind face. The man promptly turned his head to glance at GUMO. Their eyes met, and GUMO could tell at a glance that this man was sizing him up. That cunning look clearly, in just that brief exchange, the man had already sized him up pretty thoroughly. TSK. This man was no ordinary opponent. Crucially, he kept his emotions completely hidden. Beyond that detached smile, not a single other expression could be discerned on his face. This must be Mr. Guemo? Truly a prodigy. It's a blessing for Shanghai City to have such talented young people like you. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses smiled politely and addressed Guemo courteously. And this gentleman is. Gumo's heart stirred. He couldn't help but take another look at the man in the gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be a few years older than Guemo, though still under 30. He radiated an aura of kindness. He gave off a refreshing, spring-like vibe. Yet for some reason, Guemo couldn't shake the feeling that this man could see right through him. The man's life experience likely far exceeded what Guemo imagined. This is Zhou Wanmian's assistant. Yang Jiang, Mr. Yang. Zhong Shuriying introduced slowly. At these words, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. This. Zhou Wanmian, Mayor Jiang? Gumo's heart stirred. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When he looked at Yang Jiang again, he pressed his dry lips together, his thoughts racing. But the other man offered a kind smile. It's all just empty titles. Serving the people, that's what it's about. Yang Jian waved his hand dismissively, speaking with casual indifference. At that moment, Guemo quickly grasped the other man's intentions. Wasn't it about the autonomous driving project? Mr. Yang, is your visit today about the autonomous driving project? Gumo's interest piqued, prompting him to ask. Hearing this, Yang Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. He glanced first at Zhong Shuriying in the president's seat before joking. Oh? Has President Zhong already informed our technical advisor? Zhong Shuriying remained impassive. We've discussed some technical issues with Guemo previously. Yang Jiang nodded slightly. Is that so? I wonder how those discussions went. Any thoughts on the matter, Mr. Gu? Thoughts? Guemo chuckled. He had looked into it before. This was a big undertaking, and Genesis Tech might not be able to handle it. He stole a glance at Zhong Shuriying. Guemo and Zhong Shuriying exchanged a glance. From her eyes, Guemo sensed she wasn't particularly keen on taking on such a project either. Genesis Tech hadn't truly established itself yet, it was still in its infancy. Taking on such a heavy responsibility now would prove challenging. If they couldn't handle it, Genesis Tech might be crushed entirely. Zhong Shuriying clearly wasn't keen on taking it on. This was a task requiring the full weight of Jiangnan province. It's not something that can be accomplished casually. Guemo quickly smiled and said, regarding intelligent driving, Genesis Technology is confident we can deliver. Ha! The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Zhong Shuriying's eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Could it be that this kid just misunderstood something? Chapter 129, The Solution Method. At that moment, Yang Jiang also wore a look of surprise. They agreed so readily? Just moments ago, Zhong Shuriying seemed so tight-lipped. Could it be that Genesis Tech actually follows this guy's lead? Each harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, Yang Jiang's eyes even flashed with caution. Poof. Agreeing so readily, could there be a catch? He began weighing the potential risks. Perhaps Zhong Shuriying was deliberately orchestrating this, using this opportunity to secure Jiangnan province's support for their chip industry, thereby riding the tailwind to soar to new heights. As for Jijia, what business is it of Genesis Tech's? Having seen the backstabbing and scheming of the bureaucratic world, Yang Jiang couldn't help but consider every possible scenario. Now, he found himself uncertain about Guemo and Genesis Tech. Mr. Gu, are you saying you'll agree to develop smart driving vehicles with us? Then I must express our deepest gratitude on behalf of Mr. Zhou. He had no idea what moves Guemo and his team were planning next. He could only go along with what the other person was saying for now. Intelligent driving vehicles? At the mention, Gumo's eyes quickly clouded with confusion. He turned to glance at Zhong Shuriying in front of him. Ms. Zhong, didn't you say I was only supposed to develop an intelligent driving system? At this remark, Zhong Shuriying's expression quickly turned awkward. What the hell is this kid up to? Wait, could he be doing this on purpose? At that moment, Zhong Shuriying seemed to grasp something. Seeing Gumo's meaningful smile, she couldn't shake the feeling that this guy wouldn't pull such a stunt. Zhong Shuriying immediately forced a nervous chuckle. Ahem, sorry about that, Mr. Yang. When I was talking with Guemo earlier, I didn't mention anything about building a car. We were just discussing the feasibility and challenges of developing an intelligent driving system. Guemo wasn't aware of this, and I hope you can understand. Oh, I see. Yang Jiang visibly relaxed a bit. He kept his smile intact. No problem at all. We're all here for the partnership, and besides, Mr. Zhong, you haven't done anything wrong. Then Yang Jiang turned to Guemo and continued. Mr. Gu, our plan requires Genesis Tech to build an intelligent vehicle. As you know, new energy is the prevailing trend. This is something Shanghai City, and indeed the entire Jiangnan province, is determined to achieve. Rest assured, once you give the nod, Zhanghai City and Jiangnan Province will provide you with every possible convenience to pursue this endeavor freely. Yang Jiang spoke politely. However, Gu Mo quickly wore a look of hesitation. Ah, well. He frowned, deep in thought. Seeing this, Yang Jiang's heart stirred. He hurriedly interjected, "Is there anything else holding you back, Mr. Gu? If you clarify your concerns today, I'll discuss them with Mr. Zhou later." Zhong Shiring also quickly shot Gu Mo a curious look, wondering what Gu Mo was thinking. Hearing this, Gu Mo let out a wry smile. "Mr. Yang, you know Genesis Tech is just a chip manufacturer. Asking us to build cars, isn't that a bit too much to expect from us? We have absolutely no experience in that field." Yang Jiang responded with a calm smile. Gu Mo's concerns were precisely what he had anticipated. He replied with a smile, "Ah, Mr. Gu, you're overthinking it. These matters have already been thoroughly considered on our end. Our partnership with you stems solely from valuing Genesis Tech's chips and your technological expertise. As for vehicle manufacturing, we have Jianghai Automotive Group providing automotive technology support. You needn't worry about the vehicle architecture. We'll have plenty of experts fine-tuning the vehicle aspects for you, no need to worry about that at all." Hearing this, Gu Mo suddenly understood. "Oh. So Mr. Yang, you mean we only need to focus on developing the intelligent driving technology, right? And you'll handle the vehicle itself?" Yang Jiang paused. How had Gu Mo jumped to that conclusion? Just as he was about to explain, he saw Gu Mo quickly turn to Zhong Shiring and say, "This is great news. Our R&D department hasn't had much work lately, and we've been looking to explore other avenues. This autonomous driving system comes at just the right time. Plus, our chips can be sold through the automotive industry. Killing two birds with one stone." Gu Mo clapped his hands, thoroughly impressed by the proposal. Zhong Shiring's heart stirred. She finally understood Gu Mo's meaning. So that's it. The main reason Genesis Tech hesitated to collaborate directly with the higher-ups was because they needed Jianghai Auto Group to take the fall and make a clean break. It was primarily a matter of money. Gu Mo's words had completely sidestepped this major issue. "We just need to develop the system. It doesn't violate any regulations. After upgrading the chips, they can still maintain their foothold in the international market. Killing two birds with one stone, why not?" However, the moment Gu Mo uttered those words, Yang Jiang swiftly grasped his intent. But hadn't he come here specifically for this very matter? To get Jianghai City to fund their car manufacturing. Ha! The irony was, they just cleaned up the mess left by Jianghai Auto Group, which they'd helped bail out not long ago. Where would they find the money now? Not to mention, every sector of Jianghai City desperately needed massive funding just to keep functioning. It was precisely because of this simple truth that, after conducting a brief investigation into the accounts across the entire Jiangnan province, they finally zeroed in on Genesis technology. That's how the subsequent events unfolded. Unexpectedly, the other party immediately gave you a rejection status and even turned the tables on you. "Mr. Gu, I didn't mean it that way." "Ha? Not what I meant. Then what did you mean?" Gu Mo raised an eyebrow at the remark. His expression shifted abruptly as he demanded in a deep voice, "You wouldn't be suggesting that Genesis Tech front the funds, would you? Creation Tech has its own business to run. We won't sacrifice our own operations for today's partnership." As you know, Professor Huang from the Dragon Academy personally attended our launch event and expressed great confidence in our technology. Now that I've taken up a research position at the Dragon Academy, Genesis Tech's primary focus is targeting Dragon Nation's chip industry and expanding our sights to the global semiconductor sector. We simply won't have the capacity to focus extensively on the automotive sector. These few sentences left Yang Jiang feeling torn. Chapter 130, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. After hearing Gu Mo's proposal, Yang Jiang quickly broke out in a cold sweat. Clearly, Gu Mo had known about this situation all along. He had deliberately brought up so much. His motive was to ensure Yang Jiang returned empty-handed. At the very least, Genesis Technologies couldn't afford to lose out. But with the Jianghai Auto Group being such a massive undertaking, Jianghai City was already stretched incredibly thin. At this critical juncture, they desperately needed a powerful ally. But the prerequisite is that the other party must make sacrifices. Genesis Tech was currently the best and most suitable candidate. Yet unexpectedly, they've adopted such an evasive strategy. Indeed, compared to the automotive industry, chips are clearly far more critical. The Dragon Nation's chip industry is a national priority. Automobiles? While it holds immense potential, it still takes a backseat to chips. Not to mention, Gu Mo had already made it clear to Yang Jiang that they wouldn't be focusing their efforts on the automotive sector going forward. After all, they have more important matters to attend to. Thus, the prepared arguments Yang Jiang had ready were now useless. TSK. But the most critical issue remained: when exactly had Genesis Tech managed to align itself with those from the Dragon Academy? Even that guy Gu Mo had managed to join the Dragon Academy as a researcher in his early 20s. With such a powerful organization backing them, there was nothing they could do to force Gu Mo and his group into anything. At that moment, Zhong Shiriying could only feel utterly bewildered. This was the first time she'd ever seen Yang Jian look so troubled. This had clearly been her problem before, yet now she felt no burden whatsoever. All the pressure had shifted onto Yang Jiang. Just as the standoff between the two sides reached an impasse, Gu Mo spoke again. Mr. Yang, we still choose to trust Jianghai City and its people. As for the suggestions Mr. Zhou has presented to us, we will give them serious consideration. We will allocate a team of technical personnel to undertake the relevant research projects. You can rest assured on this front, as soon as you give the order, Genesis Technology will deliver a qualified intelligent driving system within the shortest possible timeframe. We guarantee it will surpass even the most advanced intelligent driving systems currently on the market. Gu Mo declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, however, it was Yang Jiang who began to waver. Their plan to get Genesis Tech to foot the entire bill for their startup hundreds of billions was now impossible. Agreeing rashly now would only intensify their pressure. He had thought this deal was a sure thing, but who would have guessed? Yang Jian let out a bitter laugh. He rose quickly. I've already reached a decision regarding today's matter. Rest assured, I'll immediately discuss this with Mr. Zhou and aim to provide you with a definitive answer. Well, I thought we could still collaborate effectively. After all, we hold first-hand chip resources and boast a top-tier research team. But for a premium client like you, we're willing to wait. Gu Mo's expression turned serious. He pressed his lips together before speaking slowly. Hoof. Ha. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. How dare you say something like that? Who exactly doesn't want to cooperate? Ah ha ha ha. Cooperation is always possible. Please rest assured, Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhong, you will always be our most ideal partners. Yang Jian quickly forced a dry laugh. After uttering those words, he hurriedly made his exit. He truly didn't want to linger for even a second. Seeing this, Zhong Shiriying couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. You've got some real skill. No matter how I refused him before, he wouldn't budge. But the moment you showed up, you practically scared him off in the blink of an eye. Scared him off? Gu Mo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. I just told him the truth. They couldn't accept the terms themselves, so leaving was only natural. Besides, this money should never have been our responsibility to cover in the first place. Back to the matter at hand. Gu Mo shrugged casually. Zhong Shiriying felt the same way. If they could secure this government contract, they could at least sell a massive volume of chips. Add in bundled software system services, they couldn't even fathom how much money they'd make. Then all they'd need to do was wait for the next chip update that would be the ultimate trump card. In this regard, both the Long Academy and the entire nation of Long were eager to see this happen. Compared to dominating the overseas chip market, smart autonomous vehicles were merely a drop in the bucket. Even though the domestic market is substantial, chips are the real game changer. But what if they decide not to partner with us? At that moment, Zhong Shiriying suddenly crossed her arms, considering a possibility. Hearing this, Gu Mo merely shrugged. If they don't want to cooperate, so be it. It won't affect our next moves anyway. Zhong Shiriying's mind stirred. She nodded thoughtfully. That's true. But the next moment, Gu Mo suddenly spoke up. What I mean is, we could develop our own autonomous driving system. Ha! At those words, Zhong Shiriying's body stiffened abruptly. Her eyes snapped toward Gu Mo. What did you say? I said, we should develop our own intelligence system. Gu Mo smiled indifferently. At that moment, Zhong Shiriying shot Gu Mo a skeptical glance, her eyes brimming with curiosity. We develop an intelligent driving system. Exactly. Gu Mo smiled indifferently. We can't build cars, but we can develop the systems. Bundled with our chips, this approach will break through the market barriers. Smart vehicles hold a significant market share domestically. They can't function without intelligent systems and with our chips integrated. Guess how many partners we have lined up? After Gu Mo spoke these words, Zhong Shiriying suddenly felt her breathing quicken. It's a brilliant idea. The key point is, whether Yang Jiang and his team ultimately choose to partner with us or not, they won't lose out. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Zhong Shiriying glanced at Gu Mo and couldn't help but praise him. Honestly, I never thought of something like this before. How did you come up with it? Gu Mo scratched his head awkwardly, flashing an embarrassed smile. Well, it actually came to me when I was mining cryptocurrency on my computer back when I was broke. If chips can be used for mining, then they could be applied elsewhere too. But I didn't think that far back then. After all, back then I was counting on my computer to lay eggs for me. He was practically starving back then. Chapter 131, 5 billion project funding. No time to waste. After Gu Mo and Zhong Shiriying finalized their next goals and direction, they swiftly began taking action. If one were to ask why Zhong Shiriying could establish Genesis Tech in such a short time and achieve such results, it all came down to their formidable execution. Of course, their product was also exceptionally impressive. That very afternoon, after Guo and Zhong Shuriying finalized their discussions, all related matters swiftly entered the preparatory phase. Zhong Shuriying even instructed Kai He to arrange a testing site for Guo and allocate 500 million yuan as project funding. 500 million? When Guo heard that figure, the corner of his mouth twitched. Holy crap! This was undoubtedly the pinnacle moment of his career. Since you trust me so much, Mr. Zhong, refusing now would make me a complete jerk. Guo let out a wicked chuckle. Zhong Shuriying remained composed. Of course, I do have a condition. If you fail to meet it, those 500 million will be deducted directly from your salary. What? Seriously, Mr. Zhong? 500 million? Are you sure you want to be this ruthless? Guo was at a loss for words. Zhong Shuriying merely shrugged. It's motivation for you. After all, I'm not handing you 500 million just to watch it go down the drain. Ugh. Fine. Guo let out a helpless, bitter laugh. After bidding farewell to Zhong Shuriying, Guo quickly made his way to the technical department to brief his team. What? The tech department staff couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. Good grief. A chip company trying to get into autonomous driving? Are they serious? Take a look at this. I've already outlined a rough plan. Based on the current market landscape, this is my preliminary understanding. If you have any additions, feel free to add them. Guo pursed his lips and addressed the employees gathered in the room. Yet the group looked utterly disinterested. Well, there was nothing to be done. This was undoubtedly a major undertaking. They were about to face another round of overtime. While their company paid generous overtime wages, overtime itself was another matter entirely. Just then, Guo noticed the team seemed listless, as if lacking confidence in the task. He immediately continued. Rest assured, our R&D department has secured 500 million yuan in project funding this time. Go ahead and give it your all. Both our R&D department and the entire Genesis technology are highly confident in this endeavor. What? 500 million. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell suddenly silent. One by one, their eyes widened, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. That much. Mr. Gu, did we hear that correctly? 500 million. Someone quickly licked their dry lips, eyes wide, and asked. Guo nodded promptly. He didn't deny it. Besides, these were all financial matters. He had nothing to say about it. Those who were interested could find out for themselves. Creation Tech wasn't short on cash these days. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent representatives to discuss vehicle manufacturing with them in the first place. Whoa! At this revelation, many faces in the room shifted, and a collective gasp filled the air. Holy crap! Is it really that exaggerated? Soon, someone else spoke up. Mr. Gu, if that's the case, does that mean our R&D department will have to put aside our current projects and focus solely on tackling this challenge? But as far as I know, our R&D team is already stretched thin just maintaining Genesis Tech's current software. Will we be hiring more people for this? Hearing this, Guo fell into deep thought. Whoa! That was indeed a problem. Li Feng. He quickly addressed Li Feng beside him. Li Feng instantly flashed a smile and said ingratiatingly, Ha, Mr. Gu, what can I do for you? Isn't the autumn recruitment season approaching soon? Right. Every year around this time, we visit universities to recruit employees. Especially Longhua University of Science and Technology, every graduate is a gem. And it's one of Jianghai City's top-tier universities, a prestigious institution. That was Li Feng. Flattery delivered, favors secured. He even managed to butter up both Guo and Zhong Shuriying. That's the difference. In just a few sentences, he managed to butter up everyone present. Next, I'll establish a special task force, drawing members from our existing staff. As for the rest, Li Feng, you and Sumu will be responsible for recruiting interns from major universities. Those who perform well may be retained. Yes. We guarantee completion. Li Feng immediately nodded and bowed in agreement. Guo said no more. I'll now go inspect the recent test site. If you have any questions, feel free to bring them to my attention. After giving his instructions, Guo prepared to leave. But just then, Li Feng quickly caught up and leaned in close to Guo, asking, Mr. Gu, aren't you going to handle the university recruitment matter? HM? Hearing this, Guo raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just assign that task to you guys? You guys can handle it. I don't need to go. If you really feel unsure, you can have someone from HR accompany you. In Gumo's view, Li Feng likely lacked the capability and felt uncertain. When it came to smooth talking, no one could match Li Feng. But in other areas, Guo wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. Yet upon hearing this, Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He pursed his lips and hurriedly explained, Mr. Gu, what I meant was, don't you think our R&D department is a bit too quiet? Like it's missing a bit of liveliness? At that moment, Li Feng spoke to Guo with great enthusiasm. Clearly, this guy was up to no good. Sure enough, a mischievous grin spread across his face the moment he finished speaking. Mr. Gu, it's been ages since our RD department had any eye-catching female college students. This time, I'll definitely find you a few suitable candidates. At these words, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. Ha! He finally understood what the other man was really implying. Gumo turned to face the man. We're focused on technology, not receptionists. I hope you understand that. No, I'll still have someone from HR accompany you. Gumo hesitated briefly before frowning. Ha! No way. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's face twisted into an expression of helpless exasperation. He should never have mentioned this to Gumo. He could have just gone ahead on his own, but this time, that possibility seemed completely cut off. Li Feng sighed helplessly. But Gumo had already left the research department ahead of schedule, leaving Li Feng no chance. Chapter 132, Acquiring Land, the Gu Family. The moment Gumo secured the project, he sprang into action. Colonel Zhang proved remarkably resourceful. Upon hearing Gumo's intentions, he promptly identified a suitable plot of land. This plot lay merely a few kilometers from Genesis Tech. It was a vacant lot in the northern district of Jianghai City. Further north lay the suburbs. This borderline area was quite distant from the city center and saw very little traffic. It was ideal for conducting experiments. Most importantly, a spot for an industrial park was temporarily reserved here. Upon hearing this news, Gumo immediately understood. This last remaining spot was naturally reserved for someone specific, and he just happened to be the lucky one to get it. Of course, this also had to do with Gumo's current standing and influence. As long as Colonel Zhang wasn't a complete novice, he should be well aware of Gumo's standing within the Dragon Science Academy. After all, even someone like Huang Gongjiang had to treat Gumo with utmost courtesy. What else could he say? Thus, Gumo secured this plot of land effortlessly, along with an entire, fully furnished experimental base. Moreover, even the subsequent equipment was finalized during their phone conversation. Gumo quickly stepped out of the car. After taking a look around the experimental park, he was thoroughly satisfied. Li Er, the head of this section of the complex, had already arrived. He stood at the entrance with a large entourage, waiting respectfully. Upon seeing Gumo arrive, he immediately broke into a smile and hurried over in 3 strides. Mr. Gumo, welcome to our facility. Ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Mr. Gumo. You truly live up to the rumors dashing, youthful, and wealthy. The man launched into flattery the moment he met Gumo. His skill at flattery was almost on par with Li Feng's. Gumo quickly waved his hand. I'm just here to take a look. Colonel Zhang asked me to come. Li Er laughed heartily. Well, if it's Major Zhang's wish, then this deal is practically a done deal guaranteed for your Genesis Tech. He gestured invitingly. Everyone from our park is here. Next, we'll take you to see the specific location for Genesis Tech within this section of the park. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. I'll handle it for you. I hope so. Gumo gave a slight nod and entered the park alongside Li Er and the others. Meanwhile, Jianghai City, a certain courtyard. Inside an office. After Yang Jiang recounted his encounter at Genesis Tech to the man seated in the office chair, he quickly lowered his head, unable to meet the other's gaze. Zhou Wanmian, the mayor of Jianghai City. He'd been suffering from unbearable headaches lately due to pressure from higher-ups. Jianghai Auto Group had gone bankrupt, a massive scandal. Despite their meticulous vetting process, they had been deceived. Ultimately, part of the blame fell on them. After all, they never imagined it all stemmed from a low-level employee under their command. The perpetrator had even absconded along with the assets. This was clearly a setup. But these matters are now in the past, they must face reality. They had hoped sending someone to Genesis Tech would yield some results, but instead, they were shut out completely. Zhou Wanmian couldn't help but rub his forehead, his expression one of helpless resignation. Ugh. This is getting more and more headache-inducing. The female CEO of Genesis Tech, that celebrity entrepreneur Zhong Shiriying, really said that to you? Zhou Wanmian asked with a headache. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiang quickly nodded, burying his head even lower. Yes, that's exactly what she said. They also said they're developing a brand new intelligent driving system. If we're interested, we could collaborate with them. Clearly, Genesis Tech had not only discerned their intentions but was actively devising ways to leverage Jianghai City's resources from other angles. Oof. These people's minds are a bit too flexible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanmian couldn't help but smile wryly. So you see, there's no such thing as a businessman without a bit of cunning. If they hadn't thought this far ahead, they probably wouldn't have made it this far in the first place. In just 2 short years, they'd become an emerging tech company with assets exceeding 10 billion. Even their own leadership team was taken aback. To get this far, that woman Zhong Shiriying is indeed quite formidable. It's only natural she'd say something like that. Zhou Wanmian shook his head and remarked casually. If it were truly that easy to resolve, Jianghai Auto Group wouldn't have fled in the first place, leaving them with such a massive headache of a mess. For now, the priority remained continuing to act as this intermediary, persuading Zhong Shuriying to reconsider her stance. After all, getting them to leverage up again wouldn't be easy. However, upon hearing this, Yang Jiang's expression shifted slightly. He quickly pressed his dry lips together before cautiously speaking up. Actually, this proposal didn't originate from Zhong Shuriying herself. It was suggested by one of her employees. Ha! At this revelation, Zhou Wanmian paused. He glanced at Yang Jiang. Did this guy have something to imply? Finally, Yang Jiang helplessly recounted everything he had seen and heard at Genesis Tech. He particularly embellished the details surrounding Gumo's appearance before relaying them to Zhou Wanmian. If it weren't for Gumo, this matter might have been settled already. What a pity! Yang Jiang shook his head. At that moment, Zhou Wanmian felt a sudden stir within her. It seemed as though he had remembered something. This Gumo you mentioned, is he from the Gu family? Zhou Wanmian suddenly asked in a deep voice. At these words, Yang Jiang's expression shifted noticeably. The Gu family? Go investigate. Zhou Wanmian's expression turned serious. If we actually find something, perhaps we can finally fill this hole. At these words, Yang Jiang quickly understood. Whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. After all, this was the Gu family. Their value was beyond what money could measure. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Yang Jiang quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Li Feng was also working hard. Though the word working needed quotation marks. Ah! What a pity. So many beautiful women and I can't take a single one back with me. If only someone like Xia Qingxian, both stunningly beautiful and highly competent, would show up. Li Feng sighed helplessly as he looked at the crowd of interviewees. He still preferred the lovely ladies passing by. Meanwhile, Su Mu, who was assisting nearby, shuddered upon hearing those words. Xia Qingxian? That spy? No way. Chapter 133, Colonel Zhang's Influence, New Employee. Over the next few days, Gumo took charge of all matters within the research park. After all, the 500 million yuan investment needed to be converted into tangible resources to kickstart the research. Zhong Shuriying showed complete trust in Gumo. When confronted by Kai He's questioning, Zhong Shuriying diffused the situation with a single, offhand remark. Kai He, unwilling to concede, could only vent his frustration by verbally berating Gumo. This left Gumo feeling both amused and exasperated. I'm clearly doing my job diligently. How did I become someone ready to abscond with the money in Kai He's eyes? Gumo chose to ignore Kai He's verbal abuse entirely, out of sight, out of mind. After that, Gumo refocused his attention on his work. Thanks to his absolute control over that sum of money, everything proceeded smoothly. Not to mention the added layer of influence from Colonel Zhang. With Colonel Zhang's word, who dared to sabotage Gumo? Unless they wanted to get themselves into serious trouble. Thus, almost from the moment this smart industrial park was established, resources from multiple sectors began pouring in. Now, all kinds of equipment had started arriving at their smart campus. And it's free. Truly free of charge. This made Gumo feel rather awkward. Wait, where do you find free stuff? Does your chairman really trust us that much? Gumo watched the trucks unloading equipment one after another with a mix of amusement and exasperation, turning to Lier, the person in charge beside him, with a helpless expression. But Lier just shrugged. What's the big deal? Mr. Gu, you wouldn't understand. In someone else's hands, this stuff is worthless junk. If it doesn't sell, it just sits in your warehouse. Worthless junk that takes up space. Just like houses these days, they sit there and depreciate. You know what I mean? Hearing this, Gumo realized he had a point. If nobody wants it, if there's no demand for it, no matter how much you hype it up, how much could it possibly be worth? It's like saying a lump of iron could fill your stomach. Gumo nodded thoughtfully. Lier, standing nearby, continued. Besides, they're doing this as a favor to Colonel Zhang. They wouldn't want to pass up such an opportunity to curry favor. Countless people beg for an audience with President Zhang and never get one. Now they finally have a chance to meet him by giving gifts. How could they pass it up? Not to mention they genuinely believe Genesis Tech can deliver real value. After that, demand for their equipment will surge, driving up its market value. Everyone knows the truth: a single unit isn't worth much at all. Lier looked utterly unfazed. Gumo, however, gained a whole new perspective. Wow, he never imagined such a chain of interests existed behind the scenes. He never would have guessed it himself. Over the next few days, Gumo coordinated with the staff here to get all the equipment set up. The initial investment was actually minimal, just enough to get started and establish a basic experimental platform. Truth be told, developing intelligent driving technology didn't require overly complex or cutting-edge science. All it needed was a bunch of coders and a testing environment, nothing more. At most, it would take a little bit of time. After roughly handling matters here, Gumo promptly handed the next tasks over to Lier. Lier patted his chest emphatically, promising Gumo everything would be handled perfectly. Compared to Li Feng, Lier wasn't just a master at sucking up, he was also quite capable at getting things done. Besides, this guy was connected to Colonel Zhang, so Gumo felt relatively at ease. After settling the park affairs, Gumo promptly returned to Genesis Tech. According to the previous plan, by now, quite a few new talents should have arrived at their RD department. That was what Gumo thought. Soon, he entered the dedicated office of the RD department. And soon, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Sure enough, there were quite a few new faces here. Mr. Gu, you're finally back. Upon seeing Gumo arrive, Li Feng immediately scurried over eagerly. Gumo nodded calmly. These are newly hired employees. Don't worry, they're all top-notch. Guaranteed to be ready for work after a week of training. From Longhua University of Science and Technology, plus a few other top-tier universities nearby. Li Feng said with a smile. Mr. Gu. The young recruits quickly broke into smiles upon seeing Gumo, addressing him with respectful deference. Their eyes sparkled with genuine excitement. It was as if they'd encountered a superstar. Wow. Mr. Gu is so handsome. I heard he was actually an alumnus of our Dragon Country University of Science and Technology. Hee, just thinking about working alongside Mr. Gu from now on makes me so happy. Several young women radiating college student charm smiled and whispered to each other. Gumo, however, felt both amused and exasperated inside. Go ahead and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Li Feng, come with me. After greeting the group, Gumo beckoned to Li Feng and walked straight into the office without looking back. After entering, Li Feng thoughtfully closed the office door. Then he saw Gumo's stern expression. Li Feng, what did I tell you before? Didn't I tell you to be more down to earth? Gumo wasn't bothered by having a few more women in his office, rather, the psychological shadow Xia Qingxian had cast over him was simply too deep. Moreover, he harbored doubts about the professional competence of these individuals. Li Feng, however, found himself caught between laughter and tears. Mr. Gu, these people, they all have HR's approval. You know I wouldn't have the authority to do anything even if I wanted to, right? Gumo was taken aback. These people, approved by HR? Yes. Li Feng nodded emphatically. If you don't believe me, go ask HR yourself. Li Feng was at a loss for words. He'd already made that clear. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the ability, did he? Gumo, however, didn't dwell on the matter. I recall mentioning a condition earlier. Hand over all their work to me. If any doesn't meet the requirements, find a reason to transfer me to another department. Gumo sipped his tea and said calmly. Li Feng dared not delay. It seemed he had anticipated Gumo's move long ago, having already prepared everything. Mr. Gu, everything's organized and placed in your drawer. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows raised slightly. Sure enough, he found the USB drive containing these files tucked away in his desk drawer. Gumo quickly scanned through them. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the situation seemed to align with what Li Feng had described. He had misjudged the situation. Chapter 134, New Employee, Lu Yan. Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Lu Yan. I look forward to working with you. A young woman in her early 20s appeared before Gumo. She had long, straight black hair, an innocent face, and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, giving her a refined and scholarly appearance. Her straight legs, encased in jeans, hinted at underlying curves. Gumo glanced at Lu Yan briefly before quickly averting his gaze. I've reviewed your resume and the on-site work you submitted. It's quite impressive. From now on, you'll serve as my assistant. There will be a 1-month probationary period. Do you understand what I mean? Gumo had weathered his own storms to get where he was, so he understood how painful the transition to full-time could be. Having endured the storm himself, he wanted to provide others with a favorable environment. Of course, if the person proved incapable, Gumo couldn't be blamed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan pressed her red lips together briefly before nodding excitedly. Also, as you know our recent direction at Genesis Tech, I'll be stationed at the Smart Manufacturing Park a few kilometers from here. I hope you can adjust to the new environment. We'll likely be spending a considerable amount of time there going forward. Do you understand what I mean? If you can't manage it, you can give me your feedback after a day and choose a location you find suitable. Gumo continued. Naturally, Lu Yan didn't agree immediately. After all, it was a completely unfamiliar place. As a woman, she needed to give it some thought. After tentatively agreeing to Gumo for the moment, Lu Yan quickly withdrew. Gumo didn't seem to mind. He flipped through his employee handbook again and called the next person over. After all, they had money and time on their hands. Employees were plentiful. Couldn't they find a single decent candidate? After Lu Yan emerged from Gumo's office, a crowd quickly gathered around her. Most of them were new hires like Lu Yan, recruited through campus recruitment. Who wouldn't be curious about someone who got to go into the office alone to talk with Gumo? Yan, what did Mr. Gu say to you? Yeah. Tell us what he said. We're dying to know. As a new hire, you got a private meeting with Mr. Gu? There's gotta be a story behind that. One by one, they teased her from all sides. But Lu Yan just shook her head helplessly. Oh, Mr. Gu said he'd take me to the industrial park that Genesis Tech acquired in North City District. He also said it's just a 1-month internship, and once I finish, I'll be hired permanently. I'm still agonizing over whether I should go or not. At this, the women in the room froze for a moment. Then, they gasped in unison. No way, Yen Yen. Mr. Gu is actually taking you to the industrial park? I heard that place is still under construction. I doubt anything's confirmed at this point. When it'll actually be finished is still up in the air. Soon, someone in the know chimed in. But mentioning it only made things worse. The room erupted in chaos. Good heavens. Mr. Gu summoning you over at this hour? You're just a girl. What if something dangerous happens? The others burst into laughter. What danger could there be? Being with Mr. Gu, isn't that a blessing? He's not only handsome but also young and wealthy. If it were me, I'd marry him in a heartbeat. This is such a golden opportunity. Too bad I don't have the guts. If Mr. Gu called me, I'd probably say yes right away. Haha, if you're already with Mr. Gu, why not just go for it? I'd throw myself at him and take him by force. When a few women get together, they really say whatever comes to mind. One lewd remark followed another. Unintentional words, but someone was listening. After hearing these words, Lu Yan seemed to notice something too. Gu Mo. Could it be that the conditions he offered me were specifically for that kind of thing? A shadow flickered across Lu Yan's expression. But for the sake of her career, it seemed she had no choice. After all, she still needed to earn money to repay her debts, and this was a rare opportunity. Gu Mo interviewed several candidates in succession. Many immediately accepted his terms upon hearing them. This wasn't merely about securing a permanent position. Any reasonable person could see the logic behind it. Next, Genesis Tech would undoubtedly focus its efforts on intelligent driving. At the very least, that was the broad direction of their subsidiary. Not to mention Gu Mo had directly withdrawn 500 million from the company's accounts for this endeavor. Thus, becoming Gu Mo's assistant meant they had an excellent chance for advancement within Genesis Tech. For newcomers like them, this is undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity. If you want to rise above the rest, then you absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. With Gu Mo's talent, they couldn't even begin to guess how far he might go in the future. But it will be high, very, very high. All they need to do is cling tightly to this powerful ally. Thus, when Gu Mo extended his invitation, nearly everyone accepted on the spot. Still, Gu Mo gave them a day to consider. In truth, Gu Mo's real target was the graduate student named Lu Yan. After all, from the initial simulation diagrams of the intelligent driving system she had created, Gu Mo could tell this female student had some real vision. And those ideas? They aligned perfectly with his own. Therefore, Gu Mo was determined to recruit this employee under his banner at all costs. Of course, it would be best if she agreed. If not, there was nothing he could do. Just then, a call notification suddenly popped up on Gu Mo's phone. Lu Yan. Seeing the contact name, Gu Mo perked up instantly. He answered the call promptly. Mr. Gu, regarding your previous proposal, I believe I can handle it. Lu Yan seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her teeth with effort and spoke in a low voice. But Gu Mo's heart, which had been racing with excitement, suddenly felt as if it had been slapped by something. It brought him back to his senses. What was going on? It felt as though he'd done something utterly despicable to her. Lu Yan, are you facing any difficulties? You can tell me, and I'll bring it up with the company. Gu Mo hurried to reassure her. No, nothing. I just don't know how to bring it up. Lu Yan's voice trembled with panic. Gu Mo had actually noticed. How embarrassing. Oh, that's good. From now on, you're part of my team. Relax a bit more at the office, no one will say anything. Gu Mo didn't seem to think much of it, speaking casually and effortlessly. But those very words sent a chill through Lu Yan's entire body on the other end of the line. Gu Mo's person. Is it too late for me to regret this now? Chapter 135, Not Coming Back Tonight. Finally, after some mental preparation, Lu Yan gritted her teeth and agreed. She even silently accepted that something unpleasant might happen next. On the way back, she kept wondering if there was any way to distance herself from Gu Mo at work. Ideally, she could get him to withdraw his special attention toward her. Otherwise, what if I dressed up as a penguin tomorrow? Or maybe I should buy some pepper spray? No, what if I accidentally hurt someone? Forget it. If all else fails, I'll just ask Gu Mo to transfer me back. I read online that complaining to the CEO of Genesis Tech would resolve the issue of him paying me special attention. He can't fire me over something like this, right? If that jerk Gu Mo really tries to get handsy with me, I'll just call the cops and make him pay. Lu Yan muttered to herself as she walked back to her school. Finally, Lu Yan seemed to have found the perfect solution, and a smile finally spread across her face. Meanwhile, Gu Mo was walking home when he suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Damn it, who's talking about me? Gu Mo rubbed his nose, wearing an exasperated expression. But at least he was almost home, or he could finally get a good night's sleep. Yet just as he was about to enter the gate of his residential complex, his expression shifted. A brand new Maybach was parked ahead. If Guemo wasn't mistaken, this was Zhong Shiriying's car. A twitch ran across Gumo's lips. Not a buddy? Aren't you supposed to be working overtime? It was precisely because he'd heard Zhong Shiriying say she was busy tonight that Guemo had planned to savor his rare moment of solitude. Little did he expect. At that moment, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. He pretended not to notice the Maybach and walked toward the dilapidated neighborhood. Meanwhile, on the other side, several people had already stopped, their eyes filled with curiosity. Whoa! Is that a Mercedes? Damn, it's sleek. But I thought the Mercedes emblem had 3 bars? How did it turn out like this? Oomph. That's just your lack of knowledge talking. This thing is a Maybach. While it's still a Mercedes, Maybach is a super premium brand above Mercedes. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder it looked familiar. Several elderly people pointed at the brand new Maybach, chattering away. Most of them murmured quietly, wondering what had happened here to warrant the owner of such a car coming to greet them personally. Yes. Personally welcoming them. For standing beside the Maybach at that moment was a dignified middle-aged man wearing white gloves. Clearly, this couldn't be the owner. The owner wouldn't be wearing gloves. Guemo recognized him immediately. Wasn't this the same dedicated driver who had nearly been fired by Zhong Shiriying not long ago? What was he doing here? Guemo didn't dare linger for a second and quickly made his escape. But even so, he was recognized. Mr. Gu. The driver recognized Guemo instantly. He hurriedly greeted Guemo with a smile. Mr. Gu, I've finally caught up with you. Our CEO Joan said you absolutely must return today, no matter what. Oof. Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched. Seriously. Several people nearby noticed the scene and began whispering among themselves. Whoa. It's that guy. I recognize him, Guemo. Just the other day he was whining about being broke, begging me to rent him the apartment at half price. No way, seriously. He's got a Maybach driver picking him up personally like he'd be short on a few bucks? Oomph, ask around and you'll find out. This guy's a total cheapskate. You know Auntie Lou from the market? She's notorious for being stingy. Yet this guy managed to haggle her down by 50 cents. Whoa. How is that even possible? The crowd buzzed with gossip, quickly digging up all of Gumo's dark past. It wasn't that they were deliberately bashing Guemo, this was simply his true nature. Guemo felt his face flush crimson. Meanwhile, the driver up ahead showed no sign of giving up. He flashed a smile and addressed Guemo with utmost respect. Mr. Gu, our boss Mr. Zhong said that if you don't go back, I'll have to quit on the spot. I have a wife and kids at home depending on me. Could you please make it easy for me? As he spoke, the man practically knelt before Guemo. Gumo's expression shifted. He pressed his dry lips together, his expression hardening. Damn it! Can't I have my own personal space? People who don't know any better would think I'm being kept by someone outside. Guemo spoke up, go tell your boss Joan that I'm not going back today. I have my own rhythm. I show up for work, but after hours is my free time. I do what I want and it has nothing to do with that woman. Guemo snorted. But the moment those words left his mouth, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Whoa! See? What did I tell you? One after another, the older gentlemen and ladies hurriedly turned to the people beside them. I knew this guy was being kept. And you still don't believe it. The grumbling and muttering of these elderly folks. The others nodded thoughtfully. With such a fine set of looks, it's only natural. Getting picked up by a rich woman is perfectly normal. The Qing dynasty is long gone wide well on such things. The old folks present had mostly passed the age of nitpicking over trivial matters. Unless the sky fell, they could accept just about anything. Yet faced with such moral decline, they could only sigh helplessly, lamenting how people aren't what they used to be. Why hadn't they possessed such wisdom back in their day? Otherwise, they wouldn't have weathered life's storms together. Guemo and the driver stared each other down. In the end, the driver backed down. Guemo gave him a light pat on the shoulder and chuckled, it's no big deal. Worst case, you lose your job. Don't worry, I'll find you another one. Driving for Zhong Shiriying sucks. How about I recommend you to Huang Gongjiang and Zhang Dashu instead? At this suggestion, the driver who had been preparing to continue persuading Guemo froze in place. What? Huang Gongjiang? Zhang Dashu. These two were genuine heavyweights. One held the highest ranking position, while the other's influence was beyond question. He shot Guemo a meaningful look. Soon, the driver let out a helpless smile. It's not that I don't want to persuade you. I've been completely sincere with you. Just make sure to put in a good word for me with Principal Zhang and Professor Huan later. Chapter 136, Entering the Campus. Thus, Guemo slept soundly in the comfort of his own home. This little bed frame still offered the most restful sleep. She felt she could finally understand a little of what that pitiful Zhong Shiriying had gone through back then. After all, no matter how much others give you, it never feels truly secure. None of it was truly hers. Nothing compared to the comfort of her own bed. Back then, Guemo had been just as stubborn and domineering as Zhong Shuriying, insisting she come to his place. But naturally, she refused every time. That stubborn woman insisted on sleeping in the cramped room he'd rented for a few $100. Heartbroken, Guemo immediately sent people to remodel her cramped apartment. When Zhong Shuriying returned to her place later, she couldn't believe her eyes, thinking she must have wandered into the wrong apartment. And then, even more mix-ups followed. Finally, that malicious landlord, upon learning that this delicate young woman had a deep-pocketed backer, immediately grabbed the lease agreement and sued Zhong Shuriying in court, demanding hundreds of thousands in damages. This incident led to numerous arguments between Zhong Shuriying and Guemo. But all that was in the past now. Even now, recalling it, Guemo still found it hard to believe. Soon, drowsiness overtook Guemo. He pulled the covers over his head and quickly drifted off to sleep. But some people couldn't sleep. That Guemo. Zhong Shuriying had barely made it home when she received a message from the driver. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. How dare he return without so much as a word? And he wasn't even coming back? Zhong Shuriying felt an intense surge of anger. Just as she was about to call Guemo, for some reason, she seemed to recall her former self. Zhong Shuriying's movements halted abruptly. Her furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Fine. Let that jerk have his way for one night. She'd settle the score with him properly when he returned. Zhong Shuriying snorted. Time passed quickly. Before she knew it, it was time for Guemo to go to work. Having not seen Zhong Shuriying for a whole day, Guemo couldn't shake the strange feeling in his chest. And, logically speaking, Zhong Shuriying should have called him over the next day, just to give him a hard time. But none of that happened. This left Guemo feeling baffled. But for Guemo, it was also a good thing. He still had plenty of things to take care of. No interruptions were welcome. As he pondered this, someone approached from ahead. Mr. Gu, I'm ready. It was Lu Yen. She pressed her red lips together and addressed Guemo. Hearing this, Guemo lifted his head. The next second. Holy! He nearly fell backward in his seat. Lu Yen, what's gotten into you? He saw Lu Yen bundled up in layer upon layer of clothing today, looking incredibly bulky like a wrapped-up rice dumpling. Even her black-rimmed glasses had been replaced with a thick, heavy pair that made her look utterly lifeless. Guemo stared at the woman before him, utterly bewildered. Did something happen? Guemo hurriedly grabbed the teacup on the table, sipped some tea to steady his nerves, and asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yen inwardly rolled her eyes at Guemo. Oomph. What else could it be? It's all because of you. If you didn't have those kinds of feelings for me, would I dress up this ugly? But Lu Yen dared not voice such thoughts openly in front of Guemo. She quickly shook her head. No, it's just that winter's almost here. I'm sensitive to the cold, so I'm dressing warmly. But Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But it's only just autumn. Aren't you hot? No. Lu Yen shook her head. Mr. Gu, if you think I'm not suited for this role, feel free to reassign me elsewhere. I'm confident I can adapt. She spoke to Guemo with complete candor. Guemo nearly laughed tears out of his eyes. He quickly covered his face and shook his head. No, no such thing. As long as it's within reasonable limits, whatever you say, Genesis Tech won't hold it against you. Hearing this, Lu Yen exhaled in relief. Phew. She'd dodged a bullet. Judging by Gumo's expression, he didn't seem to hold anything against her anymore. Turns out all that online advice was spot on. Fortunately, his feelings for her weren't too intense. Otherwise, she would have had to resort to using her pepper spray. Lu Yen silently gave herself a pep talk. The campus will start operating this afternoon. If possible, we could begin moving in now. You understand what I meant when I talked to you earlier, right? Or would you like to apply for employee housing? Gumo quickly steered the conversation back to work, his tone serious. Hearing this, Lu Yen's heart stirred. Sure enough. That guy Guemo still hadn't given up. But considering how expensive renting outside was, Lu Yen couldn't really refuse. Not to mention, even if the employee dorms at Genesis Tech were subpar, they couldn't be that bad. With that thought, Lu Yen quickly pressed her red lips together and agreed. Alright, go get ready then. I'll send you the exact location later. Also, the rest of our employees will be heading to that campus area too. Guemo nodded promptly. Lu Yen dared not linger any longer and practically fled the scene. Guemo, however, watched her retreating figure with a look of suspicion, feeling both amused and exasperated. Wait. Why hadn't they paid attention to personality issues when hiring her? This is way too socially anxious. How was she supposed to get any work done with her? Just thinking about it was a headache. At Gumo's command, almost all the research department personnel headed over to the smart campus. This time, it was the construction of a massive intelligent driving system, requiring substantial manpower and resources. Even Guemo himself had to join the effort. That's why they were making such a big push. Adjacent to the smart campus was a residential complex. The campus management had acquired the land behind it and converted it into an employee housing community. The overall environment was quite decent. At least that was the case for Guemo and Lu Yan. Carrying bags and packages, Lu Yan arrived at the room assigned to her. Fortunately, it wasn't a situation where several people were crammed into one room. Instead, each person had their own room. It resembled an apartment. For a converted resettlement housing unit, calling it an apartment felt a bit extravagant. Still, the place was fully equipped with everything she needed. This put Lu Yan's mind at ease. At least she wouldn't have to buy cooking supplies during her initial period at work. Not everyone could afford to eat out all the time. It was already a blessing that her family didn't ask her for money. She set down her bags and prepared to rest, but just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Ha! Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Was it my neighbor? She tiptoed to the door, and soon her entire body froze. Chapter 137, This is the Real Miser. Whoa! Lu Yan sucked in a sharp breath. She couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell? What? Their CEO Gu is moving in with me. And he's moving in next door to her. Lu Yan felt completely dazed. It was hard to believe this was actually happening right before her eyes. She quickly shut the door, leaning her back against the security door as her breathing grew unusually rapid. No! How could this happen to me? Couldn't they have determined the gender before the assignment? Or was this all Gumo's doing? At that moment, Lu Yan's heart pounded wildly as she raced through possibilities. Her hatred for Guemo boiled over. She was convinced it had to be Gumo's doing. Just then, Guemo had finished tidying his room. He let out a long sigh, paying no heed to the commotion next door. After all, back when Guemo lived in that old neighborhood, this kind of commotion was child's play. Guemo owned very little, just a quilt and a laptop. The room even came furnished with a cotton quilt top quality stuff, washed spotless and stored in the closet. The kitchen contained cooking utensils, all left behind after the apartment inspection. Guemo was so touched he nearly shed tears. After all, in his previous living conditions, he could barely afford anything beyond instant noodles. Now he could even stir-fry vegetables and improve his meals. After a quick tidy-up, Guemo grabbed his laptop and backpack and headed out. But when he reached the room next door, Guemo stopped abruptly. It seemed the noise he'd heard earlier had come from this very room. Lu Yan? Lu Yan, are you in there? What was that noise just now? Guemo had intended to leave immediately, but then he wondered if Lu Yan might be in some kind of danger. He decided to check before departing. Ha! Lu Yan gasped in surprise. Wait, how did he know I was in this room? Wait, as the head of the research department, knowing my room number seemed normal. It was even possible he'd deliberately arranged it, probably assigned her room right next to his. How could such a high-ranking minister end up living in this temporary housing with me? Does he not have a place to live? Lu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little did she know, Guemo genuinely had nowhere else to stay. In fact, he considered landing a place like this a stroke of incredible luck. Getting to live in a place like this for free was nothing short of a huge stroke of luck. After hearing this, Lu Yan shook her head helplessly and replied to Guemo. I'm fine. I'm just a bit unsettled and need to get familiar with the surroundings. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I was worried something had happened. Guemo nodded upon hearing this. Relieved that she was alright, he felt at ease. So, since it's your first day today and there's nothing else, come to the gathering tonight. Work starts tomorrow. Guemo thought about tonight's dinner gathering and gave Lu Yan a gentle reminder. Lu Yan couldn't refuse as an insider. After all, she would be working under Guemo from now on. If she refused, she'd likely have no standing at Genesis Tech. At the very least, she couldn't openly defy Guemo. But if Guemo tried to push his advantage, she would make him pay the price. With that thought, Lu Yan tightened her grip on the pepper spray she'd prepared long ago. Little did Lu Yan know that after confirming she was unharmed, Guemo had already left the premises with his laptop bag. Top floor of Genesis Tech's headquarters. The president's office. After reviewing a contract, Zhong Shiriying swiftly signed it and tossed it aside. The commotion was noticeable. Kai He, who was organizing Zhong Shiriying's schedule for the day nearby, noticed the scene and felt a stir within. She immediately paused her work and asked Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, what's gotten into you? This contract from Mr. Wang is practically a steal for Genesis Tech. How could such a great deal not make you happy? But Zhong Shiriying had no mind for the contract now. Her mind was consumed by Guemo. That guy. So infuriating. He hadn't even bothered to send a single message all day. Did that jerk Guemo clock in this morning? Zhong Shiriying pursed her red lips and asked. He did. Guemo clocks in every single day, never late or absent. He didn't even use the pass-through privilege the company gave employees. After pulling up Gumo's records, Kai He quickly addressed Zhong Shiriying. This. Zhong Shiriying was taken aback for a moment. Not a single absence? Not even once? Now there was nothing to criticize. Zhong Shiriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Kai He looked puzzled. Ms. Zhong, what's wrong? Honestly, he'd never been so baffled by his best friend and boss. He couldn't even fathom why Zhong Shiriying was wearing such an expression. It was as if she'd encountered some kind of dilemma. Recalling what Zhong Shiriying had said earlier, it seemed the problem might involve Guo. Kai-he immediately thought of Gumo's whereabouts and quickly asked Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, you wouldn't be thinking about that guy Guo, would you? At those words, Zhong Shiriying's body stiffened slightly. No way. Her tone quickly softened. I just meant, handing over such a large sum to him without even informing me, I can't help but feel uneasy about it. Yet the words felt hollow as they left her lips. Zhong Shiriying hadn't realized she cared so much. She thought she had let it go. Kai-he interpreted it as Zhong Shiriying worrying about the whereabouts of the signed document. She immediately pressed her lips together and smiled. Rest assured, CEO Zhong, this money isn't going anywhere. Although Guo is managing this fund, all transactions ultimately pass through our company's accounts. We have complete transparency over every single transaction. So far, there haven't been any unexpected expenditures. If you're genuinely concerned about this, perhaps you should consider why Guo hasn't spent much money even after such a long time. Ha! Zhong Shiriying raised an eyebrow. Guo, he hasn't spent much? Kai-he nodded. Yes. So far, less than 1 million has been spent from the company's separate account out of the 500 million. At this revelation, Zhong Shiriying's expression shifted abruptly. What? 1 million. What can 1 million even buy? Zhong Shiriying blurted out almost instinctively. Kai-he was at a loss for words. I don't know either. And that million was just for the relocation housing contracts for that group of employees in the industrial park. Besides that, he hasn't spent a single penny. Chapter 138, Is Saving You Money a Crime? Zhong Shiriying's eyes widened. So you're saying, Guo spent only 1 million after all this time? And it was for something unavoidable? Exactly. Kai-he nodded. Zhong Shiriying, however, was anything but calm. 1 million. He didn't haggle over the price, did he? Having once been a student from a low-income background, Zhong Shiriying was extremely sensitive to pricing matters. She had already inquired about the prices of the employee dormitories in the Smart Park's resettlement housing. Given the number of employees at Genesis Tech, even the shortest 3-month quarterly payment would require nearly 2 million. And Guo had spent only 1 million. Cut it in half? Zhong Shiriying was utterly dumbfounded. After Zhong Shiriying pointed it out, Kai-he also seemed to catch on to the issue. Good grief. They'd never seen a tighter-fisted miser than Guo. Kai-he quickly gave a nervous chuckle. Maybe. Gumo's just being extra frugal now, thinking he'll need to spend a lot later on. That's actually a good thing. Kai-he even offered a rare compliment to Guo. After all, most people would go on a spending spree once they got project funding. But Guo was scrimping and saving, spending every penny where it mattered most. But Zhong Shiriying quickly frowned. No way. This isn't a good thing. Ha! Hearing this, Kai-he froze for a moment. Isn't it a good thing that Guo is helping us save money? She was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Zhong Shiriying swiftly stood up. Crossing her arms, she projected the formidable aura of a high-powered career woman. But then Zhong Shiriying slowly narrowed her eyes. Her voice grew deep and measured. I'm investing in autonomous driving precisely to spend money. Yet he's saving us funds. Does he expect to conjure an AI driving system out of thin air? What intelligent driving system isn't built by throwing money at it? Guo was indeed saving money now, but how could they possibly develop an intelligent driving system in such a short time frame? Zhong Shiriying was counting on this system to bundle with Genesis Tech's chips and drive massive sales in smart vehicles. The more they obsess over budget spending and tread carefully, the further behind they fall in the competitive market. Having worked alongside Zhong Shiriying for so long, Kai-he had long been influenced by her mindset and understood her thinking perfectly. Her expression turned slightly serious. Then, shall we go to the campus? We have to. Zhong Shiriying nodded emphatically. At the very least, we need to make sure Guo knows we're not afraid to spend money on this project. The real worry is that Guo won't spend it. Whether it's equipment or other preparations, everything requires money, a lot of money. Zhong Shiriying had previously thought their 500 million yuan wouldn't even be enough. Yet, after all this time, Guo had only spent a mere 10 million. It was a complete betrayal of her trust. With that, Zhong Shiriying and Kai-he sprang into action. They hopped into a car and headed straight for the smart industrial park. Meanwhile, Guo was dining and drinking with a group of people. These were all employees of Genesis Tech. Over the next few months, they would be working tirelessly here. Perhaps, due to the continuous upgrades in intelligent driving technology, they might even stay longer. The meal was in full swing when Guo suddenly received a message. What? Mr. Zhong is coming? Guo raised an eyebrow at the news. This woman. I'll go check it out. Guo quickly pulled on his clothes and headed outside. As soon as he reached the doorway, Guo noticed Kai-he and Zhong Shiriying arriving. Mr. Gu, how dashing. Kai-hee began to snicker the moment he saw Guemo. Our autonomous driving project is being pushed so urgently, yet you still have time to dine and drink here. Guemo immediately plastered on a smile. Ahaha, we're all new here. Just bonding a bit. After all, we'll be working together for months, maybe even years. With a laugh, Guemo scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin. Besides, it didn't cost much. I've been extremely frugal. I barely touched the company funds at all. At this point, Guemo stole a glance at Zhong Shuying. He hoped to discern something from her expression. But the next second, Kai-hee snorted coldly again. Oomph. Didn't spend much? We were worried you wouldn't spend anything at all. Kai-hee crossed his arms, snorting disdainfully. His expression looked as though he were staring at something utterly repulsive. Wait, Guemo thought to himself, he hadn't provoked this guy, had he? Why was Kai-hee acting like he'd swallowed gunpowder today? Was it wrong for him, Guemo, to save the company money? Thankfully, they were still a distance from the dinner venue. Otherwise, Guemo would have lost all face right here. Kai-hee tried to say something more, but Zhong Shuying waved him off. Guemo shifted his gaze to Zhong Shuying. Zhong Shuying remained as coolly efficient as ever. I'm giving you 500 million in project funding outright. I won't interfere with anything you do. I intend to delegate authority to you, letting you operate freely. I expect to see the results I want in the shortest possible time. Yet you've only spent 1 million in a week. Explain yourself. Zhong Shuying addressed Guemo with a stern expression. Ha? No way? Spending too little is also a problem? Gumo's expression turned peculiar. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. But facing Zhong Shuying's questioning, Guemo could only respond with a helpless laugh. It's not that, Ms. Zhong. Even if I wanted to spend money, I couldn't get it out. Ha! At those words, both Zhong Shuying and Kai-hee's expressions suddenly stiffened. Can't spend it? This was the funniest joke they'd ever heard. Kai-hee immediately snorted coldly. Guemo, stop making excuses for yourself. What can't spend it? I think you're just slacking off, ready to run off with the money at any moment. What equipment these days doesn't cost millions or even tens of millions? And don't tell me the rent for this entire park is free? Or that basic utilities like water and electricity cost nothing? 500 million in someone else's pocket would last days, yet you're still sitting on all this cash? What else could you be planning but to abscond with the losses? Did you really think we wouldn't ask about this money? Kai-hee stared intently at Guemo, trying to read something in his eyes. But disappointingly, only a wry smile flickered in Gumo's eyes. At that moment, he looked at the fiercely confrontational Kai-hee, then glanced at Zhong Shuying standing solemnly nearby. Finally, Guemo pressed his lips together, a helpless smile on his face as he spoke. If I told you that everything Secretary Kai mentioned is free, that it doesn't cost a single penny, would you believe me? Chapter 139, The Tour Proposal. Free. No cost. At this remark, Zhong Shuying and Kai-hee both froze in shock. Ha? Ha? Was Guemo implying that all that equipment worth hundreds of millions was free? Is that even possible? Guemo, don't think that just because you've done some things for Genesis Tech, our CEO Zhong will side with you. You'd better explain yourself clearly today. What exactly is going on here? Kai-hee said coldly. Even Zhong Shuying quickly furrowed her delicate brows. Guemo, if you tell the truth, I can overlook these matters. But if you're lying to me too, then there's nothing more to discuss. Zhong Shuying, out of consideration for their past relationship, wouldn't take any action against Guemo. But if Guemo truly intended to do something wrong, then Zhong Shuying wouldn't spare him out of old affection either. Hearing this, Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. Wait, even you don't believe me, Ms. Zhong? Ha, how could I trust you? Those things are worth hundreds of millions each. Why should I trust you? Forget Zhong Shuying, no one would believe this story as Guemo presented it. Couldn't you at least come up with a more plausible excuse? Why exaggerate so wildly? Guemo knew he couldn't explain this away. He shrugged helplessly. Actually, all this stuff came through Colonel Zhang's connections. It really was given to us for free. Besides, we also have support from the Dragon Science Institute. Ha! At this revelation, Zhong Shuying and Kai-hee both quickly exchanged puzzled glances. The Dragon Science Institute. Colonel Zhang. These were all people Guemo had previously come into contact with. Could it be true? Zhong Shuying began to ponder quickly. Kai-hee, however, seemed far less inclined to believe Guemo. She snorted. Who knows if you're telling the truth or lying? Even if Principal Zhang and Professor Huang are willing to support your work, they'd never invest this much in you. You must be deceiving us. Ms. Zhong, I suggest we revoke Gumo's 500 million yuan authority. From now on, if he needs to use that money, he must obtain our approval first. Kai-hee declared fiercely. Guemo, however, remained unfazed. He shrugged helplessly. Do as you please. For now, I can't think of any use for that money besides paying salaries. If you don't trust me, feel free to take the money back anytime. This. Even Kai-hee was taken aback. Wow. Could it be that Guemo truly had no plans at all? Could it be he'd misjudged him? But Kai-hee still felt something wasn't quite right. Zhong Shuriying, however, quickly shook her head. Forget it. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Zhong Shuriying waved her hand dismissively. She turned to glance at Guemo and said, Earlier you mentioned that the Dragon Science Institute and Colonel Zhang were willing to provide some equipment. Could you take us to see these items? Before Guemo could answer, Kai-hee raised an eyebrow. Hold on, Ms. Zhong. This is our territory, a subsidiary of Genesis Technologies. Why should we need to ask permission from this guy? Unbelievable. But deep down, Zhong Shuriying felt a pang of bitterness. If it was truly as Guemo claimed, then this matter really had little to do with Genesis Tech. After all, both the premises and the equipment here were registered under Genesis Tech using Gumo's name. If Guemo didn't want it, he could simply have everything removed with a single word. Oh no, this entire place belongs to Guemo. Of course, no problem. Let's go. Guemo shrugged casually at that moment, his expression utterly nonchalant. Kai-hee was furious. That damn guy. These things clearly belong to our Genesis Tech, how the hell does he treat them like his personal property? Damn it. And we actually need his approval for everything. Kai-hee gritted his teeth, finding everything about Guemo unbearable. But Guemo didn't seem to care. He asked Zhong Shuriying and Kai-hee to wait for a moment while he went to the gathering location to bring Lu Yan along. Mr. Gu? Lu Yan was discussing upcoming work matters with several people nearby when she suddenly noticed Gumo approaching. Her expression shifted slightly before she promptly stood up. Come with me. Guemo grabbed Lu Yan's hand without waiting for a response. Ha! Seeing this, Lu Yan was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on here? In the middle of the night, where is he taking me? A flood of imaginative scenes flashed through Lu Yan's mind, making her cheeks flush crimson. Seeing this, the others immediately started teasing her. Most had been drinking, and now they were absolutely buzzing with excitement. Lu Yan's face froze stiff. Her mind went completely blank, unable to process what was happening. But soon, only when the surrounding voices began to fade did Lu Yan finally snap back to reality. Mr. Gu, where are we going? Her voice was barely audible. With a timid expression, she cautiously asked Guemo. Mr. Gu is so handsome, maybe it's not such a bad thing after all? Her heart pounded wildly, her face flushing crimson. In response, Guemo replied with a straight face, Mr. Zhong is coming to inspect our campus environment. You'll follow me for now. Take notes while I give him the tour, it'll help you with your future work. Ha! At those words, Lu Yan, who had been cautious and flushed, suddenly froze. She almost didn't process it. Wait, what did Guemo just say? So Zhong Shuriying was coming, and Gumo had called her over just to ensure the upcoming work went smoothly? At that moment, a slight twitch flashed across Lu Yan's lips as she felt utterly bewildered. Poof. Ha! Good grief, what was she expecting? Even she found it hard to believe. Mr. Zhong, sorry to keep you waiting. This is my newly hired personal assistant. He possesses outstanding capabilities in the field of artificial intelligence and even won numerous awards during his university years. This is also my unwavering confidence that Genesis Tech will dominate the AI field moving forward. Guemo brought Lu Yan to Zhong Shuriying's side and spoke. And soon, the two women's gazes locked. This was Zhong Shuriying, Shanghai City star entrepreneur, the owner and CEO of Genesis Tech, the legendary powerhouse who built a billion-dollar empire from scratch in less than 2 years. Lu Yan cautiously lifted her gaze, yet for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this woman's eyes held something peculiar. Was there hostility toward her? Ms. Zhong. Lu Yan nodded cautiously. Chapter 140, The Real Deal. Good morning, Madame Zhong. Lu Yan spoke cautiously. Though she didn't understand why the woman before her was looking at her with such an expression, Lu Yan knew her own status was utterly mismatched with this woman's. Almost instinctively, she placed herself in a subordinate position. Just now, even a simple exchange of glances had made Lu Yan acutely aware of the gulf between their statuses. The gap between them. A world apart. Oh my, Mr. Gu, you sure know how to enjoy yourself already hitting on college girls? Kai-hee-nana, standing nearby, couldn't stand the sight of Guemo and seized every chance to take a jab. At this point, Guemo finally stopped holding back. He let out a soft snort. Kai-hee, I have no idea what I've done to deserve your constant sarcasm. All the work I've done for Genesis Tech, does it mean nothing to you? Kai-hee froze momentarily, utterly taken aback that Guemo dared to talk back. Was this really the same timid Guemo from before? At that moment, Kai-hee finally realized that Guemo was no ordinary junior employee. His actions had already generated substantial revenue for Genesis Tech and even continuously paved the way for the company's future. This left Kai-hee somewhat at a loss. Lu Yan, however, shot Guemo a surprised glance. For some reason, she felt as if something deep within her had been stirred. Just now, did Mr. Gu protect me? That's so manly. So handsome. A peculiar gleam flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Zhong Shuriying quickly waved her hand. Alright, Kai-hee, apologize to Gumo. Let's just put this behind us. Ms. Zhong. Kai-hee's expression shifted slightly. Apologize to that guy Gumo? No way. Kai-hee had always looked down on Gumo. And now, he was being asked to apologize to this guy he'd never respected? This was nothing short of humiliating him. Zhong Shuriying, however, remained calm. She paid no mind to Kai-hee's strained expression. Instead, she glanced at Lu Yan once more and continued addressing Kai-hee. And this new hire. Ha! Kai-hee's expression darkened further at the mention. He was second only to the CEO at Genesis Tech, yet now he was being asked to apologize to these two people. She couldn't accept it. Yet, facing Zhong Shuriying's stern expression, Kai-hee finally gritted her teeth and managed to force out the words to Gumo. I'm sorry. Gumo shrugged. I don't care. Just apologize to Lu Yan. TSK. That damn guy. Kai-hee gritted her teeth. She glanced at Zhong Shuriying, but Zhong Shuriying remained expressionless, showing no intention of meeting her gaze. With that, Kai-hee knew she had no choice. In the end, she could only turn to look at Lu Yan, whose expression was slightly unnatural. I'm sorry. Kai-hee managed to say with a pained expression. Lu Yan grew even more flustered. No, it's fine. I'm sorry, really, it's nothing. She fumbled around frantically. Completely flustered. And it was precisely this gesture that stirred something within Zhong Shuriying. She stole a glance at Gumo ahead, only to realize that this guy's gaze seemed to have been fixed on this woman named Lu Yan the entire time. This left Zhong Shuriying feeling a bit dazed. Gumo. So this is the choice you've made? Heh, I suppose so. After all, this woman does resemble me back then. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together, a complex mix of emotions stirring within her that defied description. What Zhong Shuriying didn't know at that moment was that Gumo found his subordinate utterly pathetic. He couldn't even handle accepting an apology properly. What a disgrace. No way. Once we get back, I'll have to give this guy a proper talking to. Otherwise, he'll keep embarrassing me in public. Gumo thought to himself. Soon, the commotion died down. Gumo led everyone to their smart campus. Shortly after, Zhong Shuriying and her group saw the equipment that had already been installed. Whoa! Even the notoriously picky Kai-hee couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at this sight, utterly speechless. These devices. Are you absolutely certain not a single penny was spent? Kai-hee's expression gradually began to look off. Her expression darkened, as if Gumo had just slapped her in the face. What else could it be? Gumo shrugged indifferently. Kai-hee's expression darkened further. She swallowed almost instinctively, her face contorted as she watched the scene unfold before her. The sound of money rang in her ears. After all, these things easily ran into the hundreds of millions. The 500 million they offered Gumo was nowhere near enough. Even, this testing site was the prime location within their entire complex, boasting the most comprehensive supporting facilities. That was beyond what money could solve. This guy actually pulled it off? Even Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted noticeably in that instant. Had she not known about the Gu family's recent misfortune, she might have genuinely believed this was just some smart campus complex Gumo casually set up. After all, with the Gu family's former influence, something like this would have been child's play. After stepping out of the experimental complex, Kai-hee still felt a bit dazed. When exactly had Gumo become so formidable? Or was all of this just a deliberate deception he'd orchestrated to fool them? But could something like this even be faked? Kai-hee felt a bit dazed. Zhong Shuriying appeared much calmer, though she was equally shaken inside. She resolved to seek clarification from Professor Huang or Colonel Zhang once this matter concluded. Alright, we'll stop here. At the entrance to the campus, Zhong Shuriying waved to Lu Yan. Lu Yan obediently nodded and quickly stepped aside. The conversation that followed was between Zhong Shuriying and Gumo. Let's go home. Zhong Shuriying glanced at Gumo and said slowly. Ha! At those words, Lu Yan, who had been waiting nearby for things to wrap up so she could rest, suddenly widened her eyes. Whoa! What the hell is going on? Had she accidentally overheard something? At that moment, Lu Yan lowered her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was utterly unbelievable. If she weren't worried about being noticed by Zhong Shuriying or Gumo, she would have immediately turned to see their expressions out of sheer curiosity. But at that moment, Gumo's expression remained calm. Go back? Home? Where exactly? Gumo was stubborn. He said indifferently, I'm staying in the employee dormitory here. If you have nothing else to discuss, you should head back. After all, you have to be at Genesis Tech early tomorrow morning. Chapter 141, The Backlash Hits Home. Gumo's expression remained calm. He showed no sign of backing down. Poof. As long as he wasn't comfortable sleeping there, he wouldn't go back even if it meant turning down Jiang Chu, the billionaire of Jojo. After all, who else could make his bed feel more comfortable? Gumo was genuinely displeased. Zhong Shuriying, however, raised an eyebrow. She slowly furrowed her brow. You really won't go? Humph, what's there to discuss? Ms. Zhong, do you think we're too familiar with each other? I'm a grown man, why would I sleep at your place? Guemo quickly made his stance clear. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoa! Holy crap! I knew these two weren't ordinary, but I never imagined it would be this outrageous. Liu Yan pressed her dry lips together, utterly speechless. She could only lower her head even further. She dared not even breathe a sigh. Yet she listened intently, ears perked up. After all, this was gossip you didn't hear every day. Probably, no one else knew about this besides her. At that moment, even Kai-He, who had never held high hopes for Guemo, couldn't help but look stunned by Gumo's resolute stance. Is this really Guemo? Zhong Shiriying stiffened visibly. She suddenly glanced at Lu Yan standing beside Guemo. It seemed she quickly understood. Is it because of her? Zhong Shiriying pressed her red lips together. A bitter taste she couldn't quite name welled up inside her. But such emotions were merely buried deep within Zhong Shiriying's heart. The Zhong Shiriying of today was no longer the fragile little girl she once was. The experiences she had endured had built layers of protection around her, preventing her from easily revealing her emotions. The moment those words left her lips, Lu Yan sensed a hidden meaning and instinctively looked up. Holy crap! Sure enough, she saw Zhong Shiriying pointing her finger at her, nearly making her mind go blank. Wait! I was just minding my own business, how did this suddenly land on my head? A slight twitch flicked across Lu Yan's lips. This world had truly gone mad in ways she never could have imagined. Guemo shook his head. Think whatever you want. I'm not going back with you. Fine. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiriying's body trembled slightly before she slowly nodded. Once, she too had been treated this way by Guemo. But now that she had experienced it herself, Zhong Shiriying hadn't expected it to feel so bitterly sour. Let's go back. Zhong Shiriying's expression remained calm. She beckoned to Kai-He with a wave, speaking in a detached tone. Kai-He naturally dared not linger. She quickly approached the Maybach, opened the door, and helped Zhong Shiriying inside. Soon, the Maybach faded into the night. After watching Zhong Shiriying depart, Guemo finally let out a sigh of relief. This woman. Did she really think she had me wrapped around her finger? Who would want to go back and sleep in your villa? Guemo shrugged. But, as he turned away, a vision suddenly flashed through his mind. Was it Zhong Shiriying's bitterness? Was it just his imagination? Guemo quickly fell silent. At that moment, Lu Yan felt equally unsettled inside. Her emotions were a tangled mess. Could it be that Mr. Gu had feelings for me from the very beginning? But I was the only one who didn't know? Judging by the clash between Guemo and Zhong Shiriying just now, it seemed exactly like that. Lu Yan couldn't pinpoint when Guemo had first taken a liking to her. Or was this just her being used as a shield for Guemo, only now coming into play? Lu Yan couldn't make sense of it. Mr. Gu, are you okay? She stole a glance at Guemo and asked cautiously. Guemo waved her off. I'm fine. He quickly regained his composure. Once he'd finally calmed down, Guemo turned to look at Lu Yan. So, did you remember everything I introduced to you today? Oh, I did. I'll work twice as hard from now on. I won't let you down, Mr. Gu. Lu Yan hurriedly replied. Guemo merely waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, we'll take it slow, no need to rush. If there's nothing else, go get some rest. We start work officially tomorrow. Oh. Lu Yan nodded obediently. After speaking, Guemo quickly returned to his employee dormitory. After a few quick keystrokes, he shut down his laptop, washed up briefly, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Lu Yan lay awake, unable to sleep. Mr. Gu. Could he really be interested in me? For some reason, Lu Yan felt her cheeks flush. Humph. Whatever the case, Mr. Gu looked so handsome today. Lu Yan sniffed softly, quickly clutching her cup and burying her face in it. Meanwhile, Jojo Jiangchu. Villa 98. Zhong Shiriying held a stemmed wine glass in her hand, her gaze slightly unfocused. An indescribable complexity filled her. She sat by the window, gazing at the full moon outside. The view from this angle was particularly splendid. The pure moonlight bathed Zhong Shiriying's face, reflecting off her skin as smooth and white as jade. She resembled a moonlit beauty. Yet in Zhong Shiriying's mind, the image that lingered was Guemo shielding Lu Yan. Ha! This scene felt so familiar. It was just like back then. Whether it was Guemo or that Lu Yan. If it was her, it seemed only natural. Zhong Shiriying quickly shook her head. She lifted her wineglass and drained it in one gulp. Naturally, the night passed without a word. In the days that followed, Guemo devoted himself entirely to the intelligent driving system. Thanks to the equipment delivered by Colonel Zhang and the technical support provided by the Lanka Institute, Guemo soon achieved significant research breakthroughs. This time, they finally commenced real-time testing. Mr. Gu, we're all set and ready to proceed with testing at any moment. Lu Yan held her notebook, scribbling notes as she prepared. Once ready, she addressed Guemo. Guemo gave a slight nod in response. Alright, let's begin. They stood at a central control platform, where dozens of large screens displayed the movement status of the intelligent autonomous vehicles. Soon, the autonomous vehicle began moving after receiving Gumo's command. Slowly, the autonomous vehicle began to accelerate. All monitoring systems indicated normal operation. Thankfully, the initial phase went smoothly, marking a promising start. Everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. But soon, they focused their attention even more intently. The first test was approaching. Before long, the autonomous vehicle reached the first test point. The simplest S-shaped terrain. This was also the most fundamental test. Even in driving school, S-curve maneuvers are a mandatory test item for students. Everyone began to feel the tension. Chapter 142, Testing the Large Model. The S-curve maneuver primarily tests a vehicle's obstacle avoidance capabilities. Of course, to increase the difficulty of their technique, they only drew a line on the ground. The actual obstacles were merely a few poles spaced apart at intervals. This effectively elevated the obstacle avoidance functionality. Moreover, they imposed technical constraints on themselves by designing the system as a large-scale simulation model rather than a simple obstacle avoidance system. This approach aimed to raise the upper limit and prevent system misjudgments. Back when developing this system, Gumo had pulled several all-nighters just to create a basic model. It was only through computer simulations that it gradually evolved into a large-scale model. First turn cleared. No obstacles touched. Soon, as the autonomous vehicle flawlessly navigated the first curve, the crowd gasped in unison. Second turn. Cleared. Third turn. Fourth turn. Excellent. It cleared every single turn. At that moment, everyone was overcome with excitement. Great job, Mr. Gu. We did it. Lu Yan's eyes quickly brimmed with excitement. Gumo, however, remained calm. We've only passed the first test. Let's proceed to the second one. Alright. Lu Yan nodded promptly. She immediately began discussing the upcoming test plan with the others. Soon, everyone was ready. The second segment simulated a complex scenario at an intersection. This was far from a simple act of crossing an intersection. To account for comprehensive scenarios, the test models were often more intricate than real-world situations. Here we go. Soon, everyone held their breath. This second test was also the most crucial one. The autonomous vehicle swiftly approached a complex intersection. A traffic signal ahead flashed green. The autonomous vehicle was traveling at a steady speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the green light ahead began flashing rapidly, instantly turning red. Swish! At this distance, even a normal person would need time to react. If someone's reaction is delayed, they might not even have time to brake. This was precisely to test the stability of the autonomous driving system. At that moment, after millisecond-level calculations, the autonomous system swiftly initiated deceleration. The braking was flawless. It finally came to a stop just over 10 centimeters from the sidewalk. Moreover, the process was remarkably smooth, without any abruptness. This allowed both the vehicle ahead and the one behind to react in time. However, the second test was not yet complete. This was just the beginning. Intersections are often critical locations for traffic accidents, so they must be thoroughly considered here, accounting for every possible scenario. Suddenly, the air filled with the wail of sirens. An ambulance. Soon, within everyone's sight, an ambulance blared its siren as it raced toward them. Emergency vehicle right-of-way protocol. It's coming. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. How would this test vehicle accomplish the task this time? To increase the difficulty, they had arranged vehicles around the test car, aiming to narrow its options. Now, the only option left for evasion was the sidewalk. But the most critical issue was this: there were people on the sidewalk. To stand out in this complex large model simulation, Genesis Tech opted for the most intricate scenario. They also wanted to see how, while avoiding collisions, the vehicle could allow the emergency ambulance behind it to pass. For a novice driver, this scenario would likely be utterly bewildering. Even an experienced driver might struggle to react in time. So, what would an intelligent driving system do in this situation? Many present pressed their dry lips together, utterly focused. Finally, after a moment's deliberation, the smart car began to move. The intelligent vehicle began its maneuver. Though pedestrians were crossing ahead, it activated its hazard lights and began moving forward slowly. Upon noticing this, the crowd quickly halted in place. Thus, a clear path was swiftly carved out in the midst of the crowd. The smart car swiftly began its maneuver. Crossing the sidewalk, it positioned itself just ahead of the pedestrian walkway. With that, the ambulance began to pass with its siren blaring. The flow of pedestrians soon resumed. Soon the traffic lights reset. After comprehensively assessing the situation, the smart vehicle accelerated away. Without the slightest hesitation. It was as if it possessed all-seeing eyes, constantly monitoring its surroundings. From its vantage point, the traffic light wasn't even visible. Most people probably wouldn't have noticed the light change at all. This test was a resounding success. Great! We passed. The group erupted into cheers. This second task was arguably the most challenging among all their projects. It was essentially a comprehensive test that combined all the previous challenges. With this test passed, the rest felt like a piece of cake. Later on, the tests became less critical. The only remaining concerns were navigating complex traffic scenarios and assessing the vehicle's stability at high speeds. Mr. Gu, someone's here to see you. Just then, someone approached from outside and addressed Gu Mo. Oh? Who is it? Gu Mo raised an eyebrow at the mention. He set down his headset and glanced over his shoulder. It was Sumu. After realizing he was constantly idle at headquarters, Sumu decided to find something to occupy himself with. He came over to Gu Mo, running errands and doing whatever he could to assist. Thanks to their prior friendship and mutual understanding, Gu Mo felt comfortable entrusting tasks to him. It's Colonel Zhang. Sumu quickly replied. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Mo's eyebrows arched slightly. Well. Him? What's Colonel Zhang doing here at this hour? Are university presidents that idle these days? Gu Mo paused briefly. He set down the headset in his hand. Lu Yen, I'm leaving this matter to you. I need to step out for a moment. Ha? Oh. Okay, Mr. Gu. Lu Yen snapped out of her daze. She nodded quickly and took over Gu Mo's duties. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but exchange envious glances. To earn such trust from Gu Mo meant their relationship must be exceptionally close. Perhaps. A suspicion had already formed in everyone's minds. But then again, Lu Yen was stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented. If it were any of them in her place, they'd likely feel the same way. Chapter 143, Bad News. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd behind them. But Gu Mo remained unaware of all this. He soon arrived at an office within a park. Someone was already waiting inside. Colonel Zhang. Ah, Mr. Gu, it's been ages. Upon seeing Gu Mo, Colonel Zhang's face quickly broke into a smile. He hurriedly stood up to greet Gu Mo. Gu Mo gave a slight nod. Principal Zhang, I assume you didn't come all this way just to chat about the weather. Gu Mo took another look at the smiling Zhang Dashu before getting straight to the point. People like them were always extremely busy, connected to unimaginably vast networks of influence. Without a pressing matter, an impromptu visit like this simply wouldn't happen. Hearing this, Principal Zhang chuckled as expected. Ha, you've seen right through me. Indeed, there are matters I need to discuss with you. Gu Mo stepped inside, had someone pour Zhang a cup of tea, then turned to him and asked. Alright, what's our relationship? If you came all this way, it can't be trivial. Spit it out, what is it? At that moment, Colonel Zhang wore a meaningful smile. Mr. Gu, if I recall correctly, you and Zhou Wanmian had some kind of exchange before? At these words, Gu Mo's heart stirred. Zhou Wanmian. The government official seeking to collaborate with Genesis Tech. For some reason, Major Zhang brought up her name at this moment. Though Gu Mo couldn't fathom Zhang Daxiao's intentions, he gave a slight nod. I know a little about him. We've discussed this matter before. Colonel Zhang nodded upon hearing this. Truthfully, it's not a major issue. It's just that they seem to have discovered the Gu family behind you. Suddenly, Gu Mo froze. The Gu family. Once the absolute behemoth, a cross-industry leader in the Dragon Nation. Sitting atop unimaginable wealth. But for Gu Mo, all that was now in the past. Gu Mo pressed his lips together, then quickly laughed it off as if nothing had happened. Ah, Principal Zhang, you're talking about things that are already in the past. Gu Mo shrugged indifferently. But Principal Zhang's expression immediately turned grave. Even though the Gu family's Dajing group is history, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. They may not have trillions, but they're certainly worth hundreds of billions. But what does any of that have to do with my sister now? Gu Mo shook his head. But Colonel Zhang's expression turned serious almost immediately. This matter concerns you. That group has already tracked down the Gu family. Now they're coming for the debt you owe. At these words, Gu Mo froze. What the hell? Debt collection? Seeing Gu Mo's shock, Colonel Zhang continued. I've only heard rumors. Didn't your Gu family get caught up in some scandal before? Then your entire branch was wiped out. At that moment, Gu Mo quickly recalled. Their once glorious days seemed to have plummeted to rock bottom after that incident. In the end, to quell the scandal, the Gu family had sacrificed that branch to take the fall. And that led to the situation they were in now. Not only did those people fail to offer Gu Mo any support afterward, they even severed all ties with him outright. What a classic case of using someone and then discarding them. Gu Mo later discovered by chance that his parents must have realized their inevitable downfall. They consulted with the family elders and ultimately made a demand. They could either face imprisonment or death, but they must protect Gu Mo's safety at all costs. Yet now it was clear those people had broken their word. Though Gu Mo couldn't verify the truth of this news, the Gu family's complete disregard for him made it clear they had no intention of offering him aid. Not a shred of assistance. They were even kicking him while he was down. Gu Mo faced repeated setbacks in his subsequent job search. Had he not been more vigilant, he would likely still be kept in the dark. At this moment, Gu Mo seemed unsure what Zhang Dashi was trying to say. After a moment of recollection, he turned to look at Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, could you please clarify? I'm afraid I'm not quite following. This left Zhang Dexiao both amused and exasperated. He hurriedly interjected, are you genuinely clueless, or just playing dumb? There's a massive debt hanging over your head right now. What? At these words, Gu Mo's expression shifted noticeably. How could this happen? No wonder Colonel Zhang came personally, this clearly wasn't a trivial matter. The debt Gu Mo was saddled with couldn't possibly be a small sum. After all, the Gu family had directly compensated hundreds of billions back then. It nearly bankrupted the entire Gu family conglomerate. But Gu Mo never got the full picture. His parents stepped in to shoulder everything afterward. From that point on, Gu Mo knew he had to work hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person he is today. Gulp. Gu Mo swallowed hard and quickly turned to look at Colonel Zhang. Major Zhang, about this debt. Before Gu Mo could finish, Colonel Zhang gave a wry smile, shook his head, and said, 500 billion. As an unlimited personal liability left behind, it's now yours to bear. The matter your parents couldn't resolve back then, they intend for you to take the fall. Poof. Ha! Seeing this, Gu Mo's lips twitched slightly. Good grief. How long has it been, and they're still holding onto this like a lifeline? But he never imagined those people would be so vicious, demanding he pay 500 billion yuan in compensation. Was that even something an ordinary worker could afford? Soon. Gu Mo licked his dry lips and turned to look at Colonel Zhang. Major Zhang, I know you didn't come here just to deliver bad news. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this guy make the trip. Hearing this, Colonel Zhang quickly chuckled. Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't panic over a 50 billion debt? But rest assured, Mr. Gu, if that person were you, the only one who'd suffer would be the one who made this proposal. What do you mean? Gu Mo was still completely baffled. But then Colonel Zhang gave a quick chuckle. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. We'll make sure those who dare bring this up regret it. But Gu Mo couldn't shake the feeling that the smile on this man's face held a hint of coldness. Just as Gu Mo was still puzzled, footsteps approached from outside. Chapter 144, Visitors from the Gu family. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Ha! Gu Mo's senses were exceptionally sharp, and he quickly picked up on it. What's that noise outside? Excuse me, is Gu Mo inside? Excuse me, sir, we... And the next second, the door swung open. A group of people quickly entered from outside. None other than members of the Gu family. Upon seeing this fellow, Gu Mo's expression shifted noticeably. TSK. It was him. Gu Lang. A member of the Gu family's legal department. And he had another identity, his own cousin. Back then, Gu Mo had witnessed this very man drag his parents into court. And now, he'd actually tracked him down. Gu Mo clenched his teeth, his dark eyes growing cold. Gu Lang, what do you want with me? If I recall correctly, I shouldn't have much to do with your Gu family anymore, should I? Gu Mo spoke coldly. He clearly wasn't welcoming this visitor. In fact, when Gu Lang entered, Gu Mo was so tense he stood up immediately. His entire body was tense. The other man merely shrugged. True, your people may not have much connection to the Gu family anymore, but you still carry our family's debt. That's something you can't wriggle out of. Gu Lang seemed unconcerned. But Gu Mo clenched his jaw in anger. Gu Lang, you bastard. We clearly agreed you'd let me go back then. You're lying. Gu Lang merely shrugged indifferently. My apologies, Mr. Gu Mo, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Moreover, your faction admitted to serious wrongdoing in court and accepted legal punishment. What? Are you trying to deny that fact? You? For the first time, Gu Mo felt utterly powerless. Outside, it seemed Gu Lang's men had already taken control of the situation. This gave him absolute time and control. Don't get worked up. I'm only here to settle one matter with you. Once I'm done, I'll leave. I don't want to stay here any longer anyway. But he saw Gu Lang press his lips together. I kept trying to reach you by phone, but I always felt words couldn't fully express myself that way. So I decided to come in person. He glanced down at the man before him and continued. The losses your faction inflicted on the Gu group back then were staggering beyond estimation. To this day, there remains an outstanding bill exceeding 500 billion yuan. Every single cent of it is legally enforceable. Gu Mo, you'd better start thinking about how to prepare 500 billion yuan for yourself. Of course, if you truly have no means to pay, our Gu family won't disregard our past ties entirely. Should you come to your senses, you may find me at the Gu family's Cloud Mist Villa. Having said this, Gu Lang did not linger. He swiftly turned away, seemingly unwilling to give Gu Mo a chance to speak. Let's go. At his command, Gu Lang swiftly led his men away. They came swiftly and departed just as quickly. It felt like a hard slap across the face of the eardrum, delivered with utter nonchalance before they vanished. Gumo's expression began to look distinctly uncomfortable. That bastard Gu Lang. And where's the 500 billion? Colonel Zhang, however, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young people these days sure have a fiery temper. He shrugged it off, unconcerned. Mr. Gu, don't pay any mind to these clowns. But we're just going to the Gu family? Let's go. We'll head there right now. Colonel Zhang gave Gumo a light pat on the shoulder and laughed heartily as he spoke. At this, a faint trace of calm flashed in Gumo's eyes. He quickly regained his composure. They wouldn't make this trip for no reason. Someone must be behind this. Now, prompted by Major Zhang's words, Gumo swiftly pieced together a rough idea. Oof. Indeed, they'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Gumo slowly narrowed his eyes. For some reason, when Major Zhang saw that look, he couldn't help but tremble. Damn. Gumo was genuinely furious. At that moment, Gumo let out a soft snort. You can mess with me, but threatening Gumo with insults about my parents? That's where you cross the line. Go? Of course I'll go. But not right now. Once I've finished packing, I'll pay them a proper visit. Gumo quickly regained his composure, speaking with a calm expression. Since the Gu family showed no mercy, there was no need for him to play nice with them either. Colonel Zhang observed it all. He realized he might have misjudged Gumo. This guy wasn't as harmless as he appeared. Colonel Zhang slowly stepped forward, gave Gumo a light pat on the shoulder, and chuckled. Don't worry. If you need to go, I'll request leave from the Board of Trustees. I'll make a special trip just to accompany you. Thank you. Gumo gave a deep nod. Several days later. The Gu residence. Yunwu Mountain Villa. This estate had cost a fortune to build and was a renowned scenic spot in Haihe City, Jiangnan Province. Yet the Gu family had transformed it into their private mountain retreat. What did this signify? It was essentially treating a 5-star scenic area as their own private home. Villa after villa stood within its grounds, inhabited by individuals who were either wealthy or influential. Of course, all these people belong to the Gu family. The Gu family is the leader in multiple industries across Dragon Nation, holding countless resources. At their peak, their assets were estimated to exceed 1 trillion. Even they themselves weren't entirely sure how much they possessed. Now, after that incident, they still hold hundreds of billions in assets. Of course, this is only what's publicly acknowledged. The true extent of their wealth? Only the old guard likely knows. Gumo quickly stepped out of the car. This place familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. Ha. It truly evoked a complex mix of emotions. Hello, this is private property. Please present your identification. In response, Gumo produced the identity he had once refused to use. Gu family, Gumo. Upon seeing this identity, the other party's expression shifted noticeably. First came surprise, then disdain. He even sneered coldly at Gumo. The other party gave Gumo a cold glance, flipping through the identity documents in his hand with obvious disdain. There was no intention of letting Gumo pass. Just then, someone approached from ahead. Well, if it isn't Gumo. A sharp, cutting voice cut through the air. Upon hearing this, Gumo swiftly turned his head to look. But soon, his brow furrowed slightly. TSK. Why this guy? Chapter 145, Understanding One's Place. At that moment, a slender, attractive woman approached Gumo from ahead. However, when this woman appeared before Gumo, he felt nothing but disgust. The woman before him was none other than the one he had been betrothed to back then. Back then, she had genuinely disgusted him. Jiang Wanwan. But then he saw Jiang Wanwan stride over. She gave Gumo, dressed in shabby clothes, a once-over from head to toe, then let out a cold laugh. The down-and-out dog from back then, and you have the nerve to show your face here? Thank goodness I didn't choose you back then. Otherwise, who knows where I'd be selling clothes in some store right now. Jiang Wanwan sneered with disdain. She continued to snort. Hit rock bottom out there? Thinking you could come beg for handouts from the Gu family? Before Gumo could speak, Jiang Wanwan had already pulled a card from her purse and tossed it at his feet. Here. Buy yourself some clothes. Your poverty-stricken look makes me sick. And don't you dare set foot in Cloud Mist Villa again. I can't bear the sight of you. Gumo's lips twitched slightly at the sight. Oof. This woman, she hasn't changed a bit since back then. But that provocative, sultry look clearly hadn't been neglected. Just look at those bow legs, that says it all. Facing Jiang Wanwan's dismissive attitude, Gumo remained unmoved. But she quickly sneered with disdain. Oh? You think the money isn't enough? I suppose so. The esteemed young master of the Gu family wouldn't bat an eye at a mere million, would he? Seems I underestimated the amount. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Upon hearing the figure, Gumo froze for a moment. What? 1 million. At that moment, Gumo almost instinctively swallowed hard. Just now, this guy had insulted him a few times, and now he was offering him 1 million? If I'd known, why the hell would I have bothered working at all? Why not just start a business here instead? Who would have thought that Gu Mo, once terrified by poverty, would harbor such thoughts now? If it weren't for the fact that he was currently at the Gu family's Cloud Mist Villa, he might have actually taken the money. He might even have wished for the guy to curse him out more, just to enjoy that lavish generosity. Ahem, but that's beside the point. There's a difference between a few million and a few 100 million. Gu Mo could tell the difference. Sorry, but what the Gu family owes me isn't just this measly million. Today, I'm taking back everything that belongs to me. Gu Mo declared in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha, you? Forget whether you have any money in the Gu family. Even if they really owe you, you'd have to have the guts to take it. Do you have what it takes? With that, Zhang Wanwan shrugged dismissively and swiftly turned to leave. She climbed into her supercar and swiftly entered Yunwu Manor. Watching Zhang Wanwan's fiery red Ferrari disappear into the distance, Gu Mo slowly narrowed his eyes. Poof. Ability? That's something he could actually boast about. Gu Mo quickly withdrew his gaze. He turned to glance at the man behind him tasked with verifying identification. Gu Mo spoke in a deep voice. Finished checking? If you're done, can we proceed? But the other party clearly had no intention of letting Gu Mo pass so easily. He shook his head swiftly, letting out a cold laugh. I'm afraid not, Mr. Gu Mo. Your identification has expired. Even though you're a member of the Gu family, you'll need to obtain a new personal identification to pass through here. Clearly, the other party had no intention of letting Gu Mo pass so casually. In fact, as he uttered those words, he'd already mapped out how he'd torment this man without credentials or connections. The feeling of stepping on those who once looked down on you is utterly delightful. A tiger fallen from grace is bullied by dogs. The same principle applies. Sure enough, Gu Mo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He chuckled dryly. Are you trying to put me on the spot? At this, the other party hastily waved his hands. Ah ha ha. Young Master Gu, how could I possibly have such audacity? I'm just a lowly servant. Even if you gave me the courage of a tiger or a leopard, I wouldn't dare. We're just following protocol here. Please, don't make things difficult for me. Though this fellow claimed to be in a weak position, the sneer in his voice made it clear he was doing this on purpose. Hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled dryly. Huh, so you know you're just a servant? At this remark, the waiter's previously smirking expression shifted abruptly. It wasn't anger at Gu Mo's words, but rather the sight of the figures emerging from behind Gu Mo that caused his expression to shift. These people. We are from the Southern Military District. We're escorting a high-value target into Yunwu Manor. Request your cooperation. Before the words had fully left his mouth, several figures had already charged forward, swiftly subduing the waiter in mere moments. The waiter had no time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already pinned face down on the table, his limbs restrained. This? Southern Military District? Colonel Zhang. The waiter was utterly shocked. He tried to alert the staff at Cloud Mist Villa, but they didn't give him the chance. The waiter was utterly shaken. This? When did Gu Mo get involved with these people? At that moment, he watched Gu Mo stroll past him with deliberate slowness. It's a bit early to kick someone when they're down. With that, Gu Mo and Colonel Zhang entered the Misty Cloud Manor. Through the servant's perspective, he not only saw Colonel Zhang but also the entire entourage. People from the Dragon Research Institute, and even the Dragon Security Bureau. As for the small Special Forces unit, that went without saying. The attendant desperately wanted to relay this critical information to certain individuals within the Cloud Mist Manor, but at that moment, he was held down so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Worse still, a faint electromagnetic pulse field enveloped the attendant, instantly destroying any electronic device that emitted a signal. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Gu Mo led his men into Cloud Mist Manor with complete disregard. Meanwhile, inside Cloud Mist Manor, Zhou Wannian sat in the living room with Yang Jiang and others, discussing matters with the current head of the Gu family. Yet the pleading expressions on their faces made it clear the Gu family held the upper hand. Ah ha ha ha. Mr. Zhou, you're putting us in a difficult position, aren't you? Though the Gu group may appear bloated, there's actually very little meat on its bones. As for seeking investment from our Gu family, I'm afraid I'm powerless to help. You know what happened to us these past 2 years? We've already paid out half the Gu family's assets. Chapter 146, Open Strategy. Right now, every member of the Gu family is tightening their belts. We simply don't have the resources to spare. Gu Yao, the roughly 50-year-old head of the Gu family, chuckled. He addressed Zhou Wannian with a look of difficulty on his face. At these words, Zhou Wannian's lips twitched slightly. Poof. Ha. Well. You say your Gu family can't manage anymore? In this world, who can? This entire Yunwu Manor costs hundreds of thousands just for basic daily expenses, and you're telling me you can't afford to keep it up? Who the hell would believe that? Heh, Mr. Gu, I only came this time because the pressure from the higher-ups is just too intense. Otherwise, I'd never have sought you out. For the sake of the mission, Zhou Wannian gritted her teeth and forced a smile onto her face. But how could the cunning Gu Yao fail to see through Zhou Wannian's thoughts? He had his own plan ready long ago. The moment Zhou Wannian opened her mouth, Gu Yao quickly waved his hand, cutting her off. He quickly adopted a big brotherly expression, his face filled with feigned concern as he spoke. Mr. Zhou, I understand your predicament. But you must realize this is Haihe City. It seems rather inappropriate for us Haihe locals to handle matters for people from your Zhanghai city, don't you think? Clearly, getting them to help would be no easy task. Zhou Wannian pressed his lips together, realizing there was no point in continuing. If the other party intended to help, they wouldn't have adopted this attitude from the start, they'd have tested the waters gradually. Clearly, for a behemoth like Gu Group, investigating an individual was a trivial matter. Long before Zhou Wannian arrived, he had already uncovered every detail of this matter. Zhou Wannian tried to speak, but Gu Yao, who had long seen through them, laughed heartily and continued. But hey, I'm not one to be completely unreasonable. I truly can't transfer money directly from our group's accounts to you. But I can help you devise a solution. What method? Zhou Wannian raised an eyebrow slightly. A sly grin spread across Gu Yao's face. Lang, explain it to Mr. Zhou. He gestured to Gu Lang beside him. Upon hearing this, the other man promptly stepped forward. Gu Lang produced a document. Mr. Zhou, we understand the purpose of your visit this time. As it happens, our Gu Group still has an outstanding bad debt issue. We hope this collaboration can help both our families resolve this matter perfectly. How exactly? Zhou Wannian grew increasingly alarmed. He couldn't shake the feeling that coming here had been a trap set by these people. He felt as though he was being led by the nose. Yang Jiang stood silently behind Zhou Wannian, not even getting a chance to speak at this moment. That's simple. Gu Lang smiled indifferently. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. Mr. Zhou, do you recall that our Gu Group still has a bad debt of 500 billion? Zhou Wannian nodded. Exactly. Genesis Tech's current market value is around 500 billion. Perhaps we could collaborate on this. That way, Gu Group resolves its current issues, while you use Genesis Tech's 50 billion to plug your own hole. What's not to like? At these words, Zhou Wannian broke out in a cold sweat. Whoa! These guys had thought this through so thoroughly. If they hadn't scouted the location beforehand, he'd never believe such a thing could happen. In this exchange, the Gu Group resolved their bad debt issues, while Zhou Wannian plugged his own financial hole, even making his financial statements look better. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. The only one left holding the bag was probably Genesis Tech. And this? Should they proceed? Zhou Wannian quickly frowned. This tactic is truly vicious. Seeing Zhou Wannian fall silent, Gu Yao remained unfazed. He took a deep drag on his cigar. After gently shaking off the ash, he shot Zhou Wannian a meaningful glance. He wasn't worried she'd refuse. After all, if he dared utter such words, he surely wasn't afraid she'd refuse. If Zhou Wannian truly still possessed a conscience, then he himself would take action to remove this thing. Unless Zhou Wannian truly wished to end his political career. From the very beginning, Gu Yao had never been in a position to lose. Their intelligence network was simply too formidable, and both the power at their disposal and the resources backing them were far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Otherwise, the Gu Group wouldn't have pulled off that series of actions that should have cost them their heads and still managed to thrive so comfortably. Seeing Zhou Wannian fall silent, Gu Yao had no intention of letting time slip away. A sharp hiss escaped. The pale, delicate hand of the maid beside him trembled slightly, her slender frame shaking along with it. Yet she remained silent. Instead, Gu Yao pressed the lit cigar into her palm as if it were a cigarette. He casually waved at the exposed maid beside him, who had been using his cigarette ash. She quickly withdrew. Gu Yao wore an expression of indifference as he spoke to Zhou Wannian with casual detachment. Mr. Zhou, once you're on our boat, there's no getting off. We're grasshoppers on the same string now. Think carefully. Gu Yao offered a cold, sharp smile. From the moment Zhou Wannian sought him out, Gu Yao's think tank had already calculated every possible consequence. They had thoroughly anticipated every possible scenario they might encounter. This was merely the beginning. The Gu Group hadn't reached its current position through sheer hard work. If hard work alone could make one wealthy, then the world's richest person today would be a donkey. Clearly, that wasn't the case. Zhou Wannian found herself trembling slightly. He realized that no matter which path he chose, he couldn't seem to escape this dilemma. Sacrificing Genesis Tech to secure their partnership. Sacrificing something of considerable value as a lubricant to push these things forward. Zhou Wannian seemed to have no choice left. As for Yang Jiang behind him, his mind was churning like a storm-tossed sea. An open strategy. A blatant open strategy. The crucial point was that they had no way to refuse. Just as Zhou Wannian was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Ha! Gu Yao raised an eyebrow at the commotion. Langer, go check the situation outside. I'll have a detailed chat with Mr. Zhou. Chapter 147, Gu Mo arrives. Gu Lang approached the door and gave a casual wave to one of his men. Go check it out. The servant promptly stepped outside upon receiving the order. Gu Yao nodded, then turned to Zhou Wanmian with a calm smile. A minor hiccup occurred. No need to concern yourself. Zhou Wanmian paid no heed to such matters. His mind was solely occupied with Gu Yao's earlier proposal. Clearly, if he couldn't resolve this matter this time, the pressure from above would be immense. Of course, the Gu family wasn't exactly easy to deal with either. Judging by what Gu Yao had just said, it was clear the other party wasn't particularly eager to lend a hand. In fact, Zhou Wanmian dared not let her thoughts go any further. Gu Yao, however, remained calm. He gazed at Zhou Wanmian with a faint smile, calculating what benefits this fellow might bring him next. Just then, the commotion outside seemed to grow even more intense. Ha! Seeing this, Gu Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. What on earth was happening outside? Gu Lang, what's the situation outside right now? Gu Yao frowned. Gu Lang immediately apologized upon hearing this. Even Zhou Wanmian couldn't help but show a look of curiosity. It was rare for anyone to cause trouble at Yunwu Manor. Who could it be? I'll go take a look. Gu Lang frowned almost immediately. At this critical juncture, who was causing trouble outside? Especially not here at Cloud Mist Manor. No need. Just then, a detached voice drifted in from outside. A figure slowly walked in, expression serene. It was as if he were the very same person from back then. As if strolling through his own backyard. Gu Mo. Upon seeing this man, the crowd paused in surprise. This? How could it be him? Needless to say, the Gu family members were utterly astonished by Gu Mo's sudden appearance. Zhou Wanmian's expression shifted slightly. She looked deep in thought, lost in her own musings. Well, if it isn't my dear nephew. What brings you here? Since I knew you were coming, I should have sent someone to fetch you earlier. You're such a rascal, showing up without a word. Now all of us are caught off guard. After a moment's pause, Gu Yao quickly broke into a smile. Ha! As a seasoned veteran, he certainly didn't view Gu Mo as some lowly street rat. After all, anyone who could bypass their entire security system and make it this far without them noticing wasn't some simple character. Don't let those ridiculous soap opera plots warp your perspective. Anyone who'd reached Gu Yao's level, what kind of simple character could that be? He's been a cunning old fox for 1,000 years. Beside him, Gu Lang promptly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes darkening with a grim expression. He could never match his father's cunning and patience. No need. But Gu Mo casually waved his hand. After scanning the room briefly and locking onto several individuals, he chuckled. Surprisingly, quite a few people showed up. The lineup's pretty complete. Mr. Zhou has arrived, along with Mr. Yang. Gu Mo's gaze fell upon Zhou Wanmian and Yang Jiang. Their expressions shifted slightly. Who would have thought Gu Mo would actually track them down here? What exactly was he relying on? Soon, Zhou Wanmian and Yang Jiang noticed the few figures silently trailing behind Gu Mo. Their aura. They didn't seem like ordinary people. Could it be that Gu Mo had somehow connected with some powerful contacts? Gu Yao's expression shifted subtly. He maintained his smile, though it grew slightly more restrained. If they didn't get the hint after he gave them the cold shoulder, then he'd have to rein himself in first. Gu Mo, what do you think you're doing? Bringing these people here. Are you trying to completely sever ties with me? I'm your uncle, after all. Gu Yao narrowed his eyes, his voice growing cold. Since they weren't playing ball and refusing to give him face, he saw no need to keep up appearances with Gu Mo either. At the same time, Gu Yao wanted to uncover the true identities of those lurking behind Gu Mo. Their ability to appear here without a sound clearly demonstrated their capabilities. Gu Yao didn't believe his own people were slacking off. Hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled dryly. Uncle? Still trying to pull that on me? That's hilarious. When he pushed my father into prison, where was this wonderful uncle to stop it? When Gu Mo's mother poisoned herself, where was this guy to stop her? If Gu Mo still harbors any hatred in his heart, then this guy right here definitely deserves a spot on the list. But the Gu Mo of today knew he didn't possess the power to do such things. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled indifferently. Gu Yao, didn't I come here precisely because you asked me to? I asked for it? At these words, Gu Yao paused for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, whoa! This incident seemed destined to be pinned on Gu Mo and on Genesis Tech, the company behind him. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that Gu Mo had now appeared at their Cloud Mist Manor. This development caught him completely off guard. But for Gu Yao, it made no difference either way. At that moment, Gu Lang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and promptly reminded Gu Yao. You've forgotten that Gu Mo still owes us 500 billion. The two played the roles of good cop and bad cop. They had completely cornered Gu Mo. Only then did Gu Yao look as if he'd suddenly understood. Oh, so that's what it was. My apologies, dear nephew. I've got so much on my plate, I just didn't think of it right away. From the look on your face, you seem to have some questions about this bill? But as your uncle, I understand your situation. So for this bill, I figured out a way to keep it from landing on your shoulders. It's just that the process is a bit complicated. But I am your uncle after all. How could I just ignore you? Gu Yao hastily put on a concerned expression, smiled at Gu Mo, and spoke. Yet all Gu Mo saw was this guy's hypocritical facade. Oof. At this point, you still think you can pull the wool over my eyes? Do you really think I'm that foolish? His parents had been forced by circumstances to do what they did back then. But the Gu Mo of today had no such reservations. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo quickly offered a faint smile. He gave a soft snort. This time, I've come to settle this score once and for all. Chapter 148, The Turning Point. Whoa! The room fell silent at his words. No one had expected Gu Mo to be so bold as to defy Gu Yao. At that moment, the expression on Gu Yao's face turned completely cold. Zhou Wannian, however, felt a stir within her heart. Yang Jiang, standing behind him, promptly whispered to Zhou Wannian. Mr. Zhou, it seems there's a new twist. Let's observe for now. Zhou Wannian pursed his lips slightly upon hearing this, then waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation on this visit. How interesting. It seemed his previous plans might require a slight adjustment due to the events unfolding here. She glanced again at the people behind Gu Mo, especially that seemingly lazy-looking fellow. If her guess was correct. The thought stirred something within Zhou Wannian, and a plan began to form. Gu Mo, do you realize what you're saying right now? But Gu Lang quickly snorted coldly and barked at Gu Mo. Gu Mo paid no heed whatsoever. I'm perfectly aware of what I'm saying. That 5 billion yuan was a loss incurred by Gu Group in the first place. Why should it be pinned on me, an outsider? What? Gu Lang raised an eyebrow. This guy actually doesn't acknowledge himself as part of the Gu family? Gu Mo, are you still part of the Gu family? Don't think you can just walk away and solve all the problems. Let me tell you, these are all legally binding. You have no choice but to take responsibility. If it weren't for my father taking pity on his nephew and shouldering these debts with Gu Group all these years, you'd probably be rotting in prison by now. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're even turning the tables on us. Gu Lang dropped all pretense at that moment, revealing his true, vicious expression. Gu Mo merely shrugged indifferently. Oof. By your logic, I'm still part of the Gu family? Judging by your expressions, do you yourself still consider me one? You? Gu Lang was stunned with rage. He hadn't expected Gu Mo to be so sharp-tongued. For a moment, no one in the hall spoke. Even Gu Yao remained silent. He couldn't quite figure out what kind of confidence Gu Mo possessed to utter such words. It piqued his curiosity. But Gu Mo remained calm. I'll reiterate my stance, I came here solely to resolve matters concerning that bad debt. As for the Gu family, it no longer holds much relevance to me. At least as far as I'm concerned, that's how it stands. Gu Lang, however, quickly sneered. Oomph. You think it's over just because you say so? Even if you've been expunged from the family registry, you can't deny you're your father's son. Your old man cost the Gu family hundreds of billions. That kind of debt doesn't just vanish into thin air. If not for my father's mercy, you wouldn't even be standing here today. Gu Mo scoffed dismissively. Mercy indeed. He only spared my life because no one else would take the fall for those 50 billion in bad debts. Now that I happen to have connections with Genesis Tech, they think they can use me to swallow up the company behind it. If these people succeed, then my entire journey here will have been for nothing. Oh, is that so? Well then, I'd like to know exactly what debts I'm carrying. Gu Mo shrugged indifferently. At these words, Gu Lang let out a cold, mocking laugh. Looks like you won't give up until you're forced to. Still trying to find a loophole to wriggle out of this. But I can tell you with absolute certainty these debts are inextricably tied to you. Denying it won't change a thing. Forget about our Gu family targeting you. Even if we didn't, you wouldn't last a day. We were already being incredibly generous by letting you roam free out there. Yet you show no gratitude. You've even repaid kindness with betrayal. Gu Mo grew irritated by the accusations. He quickly waved his hand. All this talk is pointless. Just hand me the bill so I can take a look. For some reason, after Gu Mo spoke those words, Gu Lang felt as though all his strength had been wasted, like punching a pile of cotton. An indescribable sense of futility washed over him. TSK. This guy. Alright, go get the stuff over here. At that moment, Gu Yao quickly waved his hand, signaling Gu Lang to calm down. With that, Gu Lang could only grit his teeth, shoot Gu Mo a hateful glance, and turn to leave. But he didn't believe Gu Mo could truly escape this time. After all, as the legal counsel, he could list over 100 ways to make Gu Mo lose. Meanwhile, Gu Yao gave Gu Mo a long, searching look. He couldn't shake the feeling that this guy seemed to have come prepared. For some reason, he couldn't shake this ominous feeling. What was it? Was it those two figures lurking behind him? Compared to Gu Lang's youthful impetuosity, Gu Yao had far more to consider. He had already discreetly sent someone to investigate the security system at Cloud Mist Manor, determined to pinpoint exactly where things had gone wrong. Yang Jiang, however, cast an unexpected glance at Gu Mo. This guy. Was this still the same Guemo who had shown his streetwise rogue side back at Genesis Tech? Why did he feel like this guy was a completely different person? Soon after, Gu Lang appeared before everyone with all the contracts in hand. There weren't many, really just a small booklet serving as a directory detailing the origins of the bad debts. Guemo, take a look yourself. These things from back then aren't just your father's assets, you're involved too. Although your father tried to find ways to remove some of these from your name, a portion still remains. The Gu Group's persistent losses over the years stem from these bad debts. It's been our Gu Group covering for you all along. Gu Lang shot Guemo a dismissive glance as he spoke indifferently. The legal representative listed on all these documents was Guemo. He refused to believe Guemo could wriggle out of this. Oof. Don't you think I'm unaware of your Gu family's knack for fudging the books? I don't know how you pulled this off, but Guemo never had anything to do with these shady deals from the start. Even if Guemo had been a complete playboy before, he would never have agreed to become a legal representative. And his father would never stand for it. He'd pull every string in his network to resolve the issue for Guemo. Guemo merely gave the stack of groundless documents a cursory glance before tossing them to Lier behind him. What are you doing? Gu Lang watched, slightly taken aback. But Guemo merely shrugged. These documents are evidence. Of course I have to collect them. Chapter 149, a 50 billion yuan identity. Evidence? What evidence? Gu Lang was slightly taken aback. He stared at Guemo in front of him, utterly shocked. These words didn't sound like something that would come out of Guemo's mouth. This was supposed to be Gu Lang's line. But Guemo quickly let out a soft snort. Poof. You're the Gu family's legal advisor yourself. What evidence are you asking me for? Of course, it's the very things you just handed over to me. Ha! At this remark, Gu Lang's expression turned slightly peculiar. Guemo. What was he up to? But then he saw Guemo shrug his shoulders. He glanced back at the capable figure behind him. So, have you written it all down? Got it. All this will be admissible evidence in court. The other person nodded promptly. Put. Gu Lang was the one who burst out laughing. Ah, Guemo, you must be out of your mind. You actually want to protect your rights through legal channels? You're just asking for trouble. It's like shooting yourself in the foot. Even Zhou Wanmian couldn't bear to watch any longer. What the hell is Guemo trying to do? Come out and make a complete fool of himself? She couldn't make heads or tails of it. Yet Guemo remained impassive, seemingly finding nothing amusing about the situation. He even adopted a look of utter disbelief as he stared at Gu Lang before him. Seeing this, Gu Lang finally couldn't laugh anymore. Ha! Since that's the case, we see no need to keep protecting you. It's a shame your old man went to such lengths to beg us to spare you, yet now you show such ingratitude. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll get the punishment wine. But then, after exchanging a glance with Gu Yao, Gu Lang swiftly snapped his fingers. Snap! Someone entered from outside. Judging by their attire, they were legal affairs personnel. Mr. Guemo, based on the documents submitted by Mr. Gu Lang, it appears you are involved in a significant financial dispute. We request your cooperation in accompanying us to the office. The lead officer spoke to Guemo with a stern expression. Beside him, Gu Lang stood with his arms crossed, chuckling at the situation. Since Guemo didn't want to maintain his dignity, there was nothing to be done. He could only help the other party preserve theirs. This was a debt of hundreds of billions. No one would take it lightly. Even if they brought Tianhe City's legal team here for a meeting at this moment, the people back there would likely be more than willing. The higher-ups have long wanted to resolve this matter. But they've never found a way. They'd be thrilled if the Gu family were willing to take the first step. Yet upon witnessing this, Guemo merely smiled indifferently. If that's all you've got, then I have nothing more to say. What do you mean? Gu Lang's smile stiffened slightly. But then he saw Guemo beckon to Lier behind him. Mr. Lier, you explain things to these people. What? This guy has backup? Gu Lang paused. But he soon let out a cold laugh. Oomph. No one can save you. You think this 5 billion yuan debt is some kind of game? Even if you were the king of kings, you couldn't possibly dodge it. A lazy-looking Lier soon emerged. Those around him couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly. Who the hell is this guy? Now even the top legal officials from Tianhe City had arrived, bringing a squad of SWAT officers. How could a mere 2 or 3 people possibly cause trouble? This isn't some martial arts world where fists settle everything. Excuse me, sir. We need to take the parties involved in this debt dispute back with us. Please don't obstruct official duties. The leader of the legal team wore a cold expression. He spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. Clearly, this was their long-awaited chance to resolve the bad debt issue. They wouldn't let it slip away. At this moment, the legal team's enthusiasm far surpassed that of the Gu family. That's why, upon receiving the Gu family's call, they'd rushed over without delay, even bringing armed personnel. After all, this was a 500 billion yuan bad debt. It was an amount that would take the entire population of Tianhe City months of working without eating or drinking to generate. No one ignored it, and no one dared to ignore it. You're not qualified to speak with me. Have your president come talk to me? But then. Upon hearing this, Lier not only refused to step aside but also gave the leader a cold glance before speaking indifferently. The moment these words left his mouth, a collective gasp erupted across the scene. Whoa! What was going on? There were so many of them. They represented the highest legal authority in Tianhe City. At that moment, not just Gu Lang and the Gu family members, but even Zhou Wanyan and the legal affairs personnel all widened their eyes in disbelief. What a bold claim! Gu Lang burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Guamo, I think you've lost your mind. Calling people like this to be your helpers, who do you think you are? No matter how big you think you are, could you possibly be bigger than the legal authorities? Especially when it's the biggest legal team in Tianhe City. Gu Lang sneered with disdain. Guamo must be out of his mind. To actually think he could go up against the legal department. How utterly delusional. The higher-ups are willing to make Guamo crawl on his knees to resolve this matter for those 500 billion. SWAT captain, arrest this insolent fool. The head of the legal affairs team's expression darkened instantly as he barked the order to the SWAT captain behind him. A man stepped forward from the ranks. However, when confronted with the legal team's demand, he immediately wore a look of difficulty. I'm afraid we can't do that. What? The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. What on earth was going on? Gu Lang was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What are they even doing? So many people and they can't take down one person? The legal team quickly frowned. Captain Lin, what's going on here? Just follow our legal team's orders. The rest is none of your concern. If anything goes wrong, legal will take responsibility. The legal team member snapped back, muttering under his breath. Little did he know, Captain Lin was filled with bitterness at that moment. This legal counsel probably had no idea who he'd actually offended. In the end, Captain Lin could only shake his head helplessly. He turned to the legal team and explained. Mr. Wang, I strongly advise you not to touch them. Not only you, but even your legal chief would be polite as can be after meeting this guy. Anyone who messes with him won't last long in their position. What? The legal counsel's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. Are you certain? Captain Lin merely gave a wry smile and nodded. At that moment, legal affairs Wang glanced at the somewhat lazy-looking Lier, then at Guamo, whose expression remained calm. He seemed utterly unconcerned about being arrested. Wang was already shaken to the core. What kind of terrifying entity could possibly rival 500 billion? At that moment, Guamo finally spoke. What? Still planning to arrest me? Chapter 150, The Hot Potato. What? Still planning to arrest me? Gumo's expression remained calm. His expression was utterly nonchalant. At that moment, the expression on the legal team member's face shifted noticeably. Who dared? Listen to me, that guy, forget your legal team, even higher-ups in Tianhe City can't handle him. This guy is a hot potato, dump him fast. Otherwise, you'll be holding a ticking time bomb. Trust me. Captain Lin leaned close to the legal counsel, speaking in a low, urgent whisper. Legal affairs Wang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation from his words. This must be true. Word had it that Captain Lin came from the Elite Special Forces unit, where he'd handled special missions and gained extensive knowledge. After sustaining an injury, he couldn't continue in that line of work and ended up here, essentially a dead-end position. Even their chief legal officer treated Captain Lin with utmost respect. They'd even shared meals together. Given this man's words, especially such a stern warning, legal counsel Wang naturally had no choice but to take it seriously. Finally, Wang cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, well. Mr. Gu Lang, we have other matters to attend to. We'll conclude today's discussion here. If you have any financial disputes, you can compile your materials and submit them to our legal department for verification. Once we confirm everything is in order, we'll handle it for you as quickly as possible. Oh, and of course, we'll notify you when it's convenient for you. Poof. Ha. At this remark, Gu Lang nearly burst out laughing in anger. What kind of response is that? Wang, legal affairs, this isn't quite right, is it? We're talking about a 5 billion yuan debt here. How can you just dismiss it like that? Yet at this moment, Gu Lang still didn't know exactly what he'd done to offend someone. But legal counsel Wang knew. He immediately forced a smile onto his face and chuckled dryly. Ahem, in our country, regardless of the amount involved, any debt-related economic dispute is classified as an economic dispute. We assure you we will provide a resolution. At that moment, all he wanted was to get out of there. What? Gu Lang couldn't accept this. His brow furrowed sharply as he spoke sternly. Wait, legal counsel Wang, are we just going to let this slide? He refused to accept it. Who could have imagined that a situation he was certain to win would end in complete failure? He'd been utterly crushed in front of Guamo, his reputation completely ruined. However, legal counsel Wang had long since wanted to move past this matter. He quickly addressed Gu Lang with a stern expression. I've made myself perfectly clear. If you're still dissatisfied, you're welcome to sue us. Our legal team has other matters to attend to, so we won't keep you any longer. After uttering these words, Wang snorted coldly and turned to leave. He showed Gu Lang not the slightest bit of courtesy. Though the Gu family was immensely wealthy and powerful, they couldn't quite reach the point of controlling everything. Why would Wang abandon his proper duties to accompany you to your doom? What a joke! Leave this rotten mess here. Those above will sort it out eventually. Finally escaping Yunwu Manor, legal counsel Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! That bastard nearly got me killed. He quickly licked his dry lips and turned to ask Captain Lin behind him. Captain Lin, who was that guy? He must have some serious clout, even you had to tiptoe around him. But unexpectedly, Captain Lin let out an even longer sigh of relief than Wang had. It was as if he'd narrowly escaped a life or death crisis. Legal counsel Wang even noticed a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on the man's forehead. Whoa! Was it really that dramatic? But Captain Lin quickly composed himself and said sternly, "You'd be wise not to mention this matter. Those people, they're terrifying. If they set their sights on you, your good days will be numbered. And they're the only ones with the authority to execute directly. The higher-ups won't lift a finger. If you get killed by mistake, you'll only have yourself to blame." What? At these words, Legal Affairs Wang's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! He'd been saying it wasn't that exaggerated, but it turns out Captain Lin saved his life back then. Alright, let's drop this topic. Captain Lin waved his hand dismissively, as if afraid of being discovered. With his counter-surveillance skills, he'd already noticed numerous eyes watching them within this misty cloud manor. This one wasn't cloud mist manners. It belonged to those people, the eyes of the Longan Bureau. He dared not speak of such things aloud. He wanted to live a few more days. Let's go. Stay away from this matter from now on. Otherwise, your director will be replaced. Captain Lin shook his head swiftly, his voice heavy as he spoke. Legal Affairs Wang dared not utter a word. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. He never imagined that simply answering a phone call could lead to such consequences. He hastened his pace, already planning to request leave from his superiors and lie low for a while. Meanwhile, after legal counsel Wang departed, the lobby quickly emptied. Gu Lang stared at the remaining evidence of the debt disputes in his hands, falling silent. He had intended to hand these documents to Wang just moments ago, but now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. If Gu Lang had taken a moment to glance at his phone and send Wang a message, he would have seen a big red exclamation mark. Excuse me, do I still owe the Gu family any debts? At that moment, Gu Mo's expression remained calm. He gave the people before him a detached glance, his gaze finally settling on Gu Yao seated at the head of the table. His indifference was unsettling. Gu Yao remained silent, maintaining his gloomy demeanor. 500 billion yuan, such a loss was beyond what the Gu group could bear. Couldn't he just resolve this with a few words? Then he glanced at the slouching Lier behind Gu Mo surprised. Gu Yao wondered what this guy's status was that he could scare off the legal team outright. Meanwhile, Zhou Wannian and Yang Jiang were still processing the earlier clash between Gu Mo and the legal team. It seemed utterly unbelievable. Judging by this, indirectly extracting Genesis tech from Gu Mo seemed increasingly unfeasible. Gu Yao's carefully laid plans seemed rather lackluster now. Seeing everyone fall silent, Gu Mo shrugged indifferently. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. If you need anything, remember to give me a call. With that, Gu Mo turned and walked away with a flourish. This time, he came swiftly and departed just as quickly. But Gu Lang and the others wouldn't be so fortunate. As if remembering something, Gu Mo turned back toward Zhou Wannian and Yang Jiang. Oh, right, Creation Tech's intelligent driving system is ready. If you're interested, you're welcome to come take a look after we wrap up. Chapter 151, Descending the Mountain. The room fell silent for a moment. It seemed as though they hadn't fully processed the information. Only after Gu Mo had completely departed did Gu Yao and the others finally exhale a deep breath. Arrogant to the extreme. Utterly arrogant. It's infuriating. We absolutely cannot let this bastard off easy. Gu Lang gritted his teeth beside him, the words practically grinding out between his jaws. Though Zhou Wannian and the others remained silent, they couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly was Gu Mo's confidence based on? It seemed that the slovenly fellow who had just emerged from behind Gu Mo possessed some extraordinary status? But even he didn't know what that status could be? Gu Mo's confidence must stem from something. A flicker of thought crossed Zhou Wannian's mind. It seemed this Gu Mo wasn't as straightforward as she had imagined. He pressed his lips together slightly. Noticing Gu Yaoti's expression growing increasingly grim, Zhou Wannian knew he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately flashed a smile. Ahaha, Mr. Gu, I'll take note of today's matter. Once we've thought it through, we'll definitely pay you a visit. I have some important matters to attend to today, so I shan't keep you any longer. After saying this, Zhou Wannian quickly rose to his feet, clearly signaling his intention to leave. Gu Yao naturally made no attempt to stop him. He shot a glance at one of his men standing nearby. See Mr. Zhou out. Yes, sir. The subordinate nodded and promptly escorted Zhou Wannian and Yang Jiang out. Once Zhou Wannian and Yang Jiang had departed, the hall fell completely silent. Phew! Gu Yao exhaled a long breath. He narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous glint within. Father, that bastard Gu Mo is utterly despicable. All these years we've never sought him out, and now that we're in trouble, not only does he refuse to help, he even dares to turn the tables on us. How can someone be so shameless? Gu Lang gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. He was deeply dissatisfied. Moreover, he had no idea what underhanded tactics Gu Mo had employed to make the legal team back down. This was highly unusual. Logically speaking, the higher-ups should be eager to resolve this 5 billion yuan bad debt. It didn't seem like they'd willingly let this bad debt fester any longer. But now, why? Gu Lang couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Gu Yao, however, remained composed. He waved his hand dismissively. This matter isn't straightforward, and I suspect that Zhou Wannian has also begun to waver. My guess is he's planning to plug this hole himself. His deal with us is about to fall through. Gu Yao shrugged. He didn't seem to care. Gu Lang, however, frowned deeply. We're talking about 500 billion in bad debt. Over the years, our Gu family has paid an unimaginable price just to ensure this thing could land softly. How could anyone give up such a golden opportunity now? Gu Yao, however, waved it off casually. Heh, we've endured these past few years, can't we wait a few more days? Send someone to keep an eye on him. I can't shake the feeling that Gu Mo's got more secrets up his sleeve. His old man wouldn't leave his son empty-handed. But then Gu Yao slowly narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. Like a cobra, utterly perilous. At that moment, Gu Lang seemed to grasp his father's meaning. Father, are you suggesting? If there really is anything left behind, take care of the person and retrieve the items. Before Gu Lang could finish, Gu Yao waved his hand to cut him off, then exhaled slowly, his expression calm. A faint smile touched his lips. Ha! Anything that belongs to the Gu family must remain in the Gu family. A gulp. Upon hearing this, Gu Lang quickly pressed his dry lips together and swallowed involuntarily. Clearly, Gu Yao was the one with foresight. He quickly understood, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Gu Lang chuckled. If soft tactics didn't work, then he'd resort to force. He promptly patted his chest and declared with solemn conviction. Rest assured, father, I'll make it look absolutely perfect. After Gu Mo left the Cloud Mist Manor, he parted ways with Lier from Lonanyo. As for why, the other party explained that he just happened to have a task to complete in this area. How peculiar. Is the Longan Bureau always this busy? To spare someone's attention for me? That's really putting them through it. Still, Lier had assured Gu Mo not to worry excessively. Though he was temporarily absent, brothers remained in the shadows, silently protecting Gu Mo. This made Gu Mo speculate that Lier's background wasn't simple. The fact he could casually command the Dragon Security Bureau alone hinted at his influence. At the same time, Gu Mo recalled the incident in the lobby. The moment Lier stepped forward, the other party's aura had weakened considerably. Later on, they had even apologized to him. He hadn't even cared about the Gu family's reputation. All of this had happened simply because Lier had stepped forward to speak on his behalf. It was clear that Lier stood in a league of his own, both in status and capability. This piqued Gu Mo's curiosity. What kind of person could possibly wield such immense influence? Just as he pondered this, a dismissive chuckle echoed from ahead. Well, who could this be? Why, it's Gu Mo. A familiar voice. Laced with contemptuous provocation. Gu Mo turned his head. Holy crap! Wasn't this Jiang Wanwan, who had only recently arrived on the mountain? She happened to be descending the mountain at that very moment. And who might this be? Meanwhile, a somewhat handsome young man beside Jiang Wanwan shot a curious glance at Gu Mo before tentatively asking her. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately sneered with disdain. Don't bother paying attention to him. He's just some guy the Gu family discarded. He even tried to hitch a ride with me into Cloud Mist Manor earlier. Ha! Ridiculous. Does he even know his place? Like he belongs here? Cloud Mist Villa has nothing to do with you anymore, Gu Mo. You'd better accept reality. Maybe I'll even show some mercy for past favors and give you a few thousand yuan as a reward, so you can afford better meals. Jiang Wanwan's sarcasm toward Gu Mo was utterly unfiltered. She said exactly what she meant. And it was the most vicious kind. But Jiang Wanwan's handsome male best friend glanced at Gu Mo in surprise, suddenly understanding. This is the notorious playboy everyone's been talking about? Chapter 152, Fuming with Rage. Once he grasped Gu Mo's identity, the male friend let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. No wonder I smelled that cheap, tacky vibe from a mile away. Turns out it was wafting off this guy. Anyone who hung out with Jiang Wanwan couldn't be a good person either. Now that he had a rough idea of Gu Mo's background, the male friend promptly launched into a verbal assault. He did this to curry favor with Jiang Wanwan. Gu Mo merely gave the pair a dismissive glance. He found them both utterly ridiculous. In the past, he might have been enraged. But things were different now. He had weathered too many storms, from the pinnacle of glory to the depths of despair. From being revered by all to enduring nothing but scorn. All of it had reshaped Guo, making him stronger than ever before. He chose to ignore their harmless taunts entirely. He shrugged and turned to leave swiftly. And that single gesture made Jiang Wanwan feel profoundly humiliated. What? How dare that bastard Guo ignore me? What does he think he is? What about my status? Does he even have the right? Jiang Wanwan instantly flew into a rage. She slammed the gas pedal, slamming her red Ferrari right in front of Guo. But then she saw Jiang Wanwan's eyebrows furrow coldly. Guo, what do you think you're doing? You better explain yourself clearly. Guo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Miss Jiang, we're talking about people from two different worlds now. It's not convenient for us to communicate. Besides, I didn't say anything just now. You were clearly talking to yourself. How can you pin this on me? Guo shrugged, his voice tinged with resignation. At this moment, he was truly grateful he hadn't fallen for this woman. She had been as docile as a kitten before, but now she was nothing short of a walking Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Wanwan gritted her teeth. Before, Guo's exalted status had kept her in check, but now? What status did Guo have? How dare he be so impolite to the young mistress of the Gu household? She immediately crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Oomph. Does he really think he's still that young master Gu from back then? Now you're nothing but a tiny ant. If I wanted to, I could crush you any time. Jiang Wanwan stared at Guo before her with a defiant gaze, feeling an indescribable sense of superiority. Once, this aloof man had barely acknowledged her existence. Yet now, she had become the young mistress of the Gu household, while he had sunk to the lowest depths of poverty, a man as ordinary as they come. How could she not be thrilled? The sensation of rising from being trampled underfoot to suddenly becoming the master had her entire being buzzing with exhilaration. However, she had expected her sharp words to make Guo show shame, but Jiang Wanwan had clearly miscalculated. Not only did Guo show no trace of negative emotion, he even shook his head with a wry smile, his eyes seemingly filled with pity. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan froze in shock. How could it feel like punching cotton? Didn't he feel the slightest bit angry? Jiang Wanwan found it utterly unbelievable. Guo merely gave her a fleeting glance before shrugging indifferently. Jiang Wanwan, just because you couldn't have something back then doesn't mean you can have it now. Our Gu family saw through you long ago, but we simply chose not to say anything. Furthermore, Guo turned his head to glance at the red Ferrari parked behind Jiang Wanwan, immediately sneering with contempt. Remember to give your car a proper wash next time. I could smell the nauseating scent of stone lilies from a mile away. Seems like this car puts on more airs than you do. You. At those words, Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened instantly, her face flushing crimson. This damn guy. Her male best friend beside her also quickly wore an awkward expression. This was Yunwu Manor. If the staff here witnessed this and reported it to the Gu family, he'd be skinned alive if not killed outright. What did you say? You better explain yourself clearly. The male friend had only intended to watch the show, but Guo had instantly seen through their relationship. If the Gu family found out, could he even survive in Tianhe City? At that moment, he was more hysterical than any woman. Guo, however, regarded them both as if they were little darlings. Boring. I've got things to do. No point wasting my breath on you lot. Goodbye. Two worthless scum. Guo couldn't care less about them. With that, Guo turned and walked away. Jiang Wanwan and her male best friend were so furious they turned red on the spot. That damn jerk. Guo rode back to Jianghai City. Night had already deepened. He returned alone to his employee dormitory. Phew. Much easier. After resolving the Gu family matter, Guo felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over him. He planned to reward himself with a good night's sleep. But soon, Guo startled himself. Several figures now stood in the employee dormitory on his floor. The crucial part was, Zhong Shuriying was among them. And at that moment, Zhong Shuriying didn't look too pleased. Ms. Zhong? What are you doing here? Gumo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward to greet her. What was Zhong Shuriying doing here so late at night? Upon hearing Gumo's words, Zhong Shuriying promptly turned around. She crossed her arms, seeming to appraise Guo without uttering a word. It was precisely the look that left Guo uncertain of her intentions. Kai He, standing nearby, snorted. Guo, you've been getting bolder lately. It's bad enough you run wild in the campus, but now you keep vanishing without a trace? Even our CEO Zhong can't get in touch with you. Our boss gave you a chance to grow on the Genesis Tech platform, not a free pass to do whatever you want. Kai He was clearly irritated by Guo. He snorted. But Guo looked utterly bewildered. Wait, what's going on now? He'd been working diligently in the campus for so long, and just today he stepped out once. Why did it have to be him they singled out? Guo felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Mr. Zhong, I just went back to handle some personal matters. Besides, I made sure to brief our staff thoroughly before leaving. Everything was running smoothly. You must have seen that yourselves earlier. Besides, I did request leave. You can't blame me just because I'm not here." Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together. She hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. After all, Guemo had a point. That sick note was approved by me personally. Just for one afternoon. And Kai he would never tell you such things. Chapter 153, Firing Guemo? Kai he snorted coldly. Guemo, mind your position and attitude. Our CEO Zhong did approve your leave request, but on the condition that you remain reachable. So tell me, why couldn't he get through when he tried calling you? Either you blocked our CEO's number, or you deliberately ignored his calls. Either way, this is something Genesis Tech absolutely cannot tolerate. Poof. Ha! Gumo's lips twitched at the words. Is that it? So you two women came all this way, even ambushing me at my own doorstep? We took time off work. Who the hell wants to talk about work with you? Guemo is in Samox in a production brigade. Come on, really? Besides, Gumo made clear arrangements for his tasks before leaving, and no issues arose at work. This level of targeting is a bit excessive, don't you think? Before Guemo could speak, Kai-he snorted coldly again. Guemo, it's not that we're deliberately making things difficult for you. It's just that you're currently in charge of a major project with a budget of 500 million yuan. That's no small sum. You know what happened with Jianghai Auto Group. We need to prevent any potential issues. From now on, your phone must remain accessible 24/7. If we lose contact with you, we will report it to the police within 12 hours. Kai-he's expression was stern. He laid down the law to Guemo. Poof. Ha! Upon hearing this, Guemo quickly shook his head. He couldn't help but let out a few cold laughs. Seeing this, Kai-he, who had been maintaining a serious demeanor, suddenly shifted his expression. This guy. What do you mean? Kai-he steeled himself and gritted his teeth at Guemo. Guemo merely shrugged. So all you've been thinking about is that 500 million. He sneered disdainfully. A mere 500 million. The equipment in his park alone was worth more than that. Running off with the money? Ha! That's laughable. Though Guemo was now a miser, call him money grubbing if you will, he wouldn't touch ill-gotten gains like this. It's about that 500 million. Kai-he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering. If we don't settle this today, it's either me or you at Genesis Tech. At these words, Zhong Shuriying beside him felt a stir in her heart, and she couldn't help but press her red lips together. Just as Zhong Shuriying was about to speak, Guemo chuckled lightly. It's only 500 million in funding. I don't need it anyway, so I'll just give it back to you. That way, you won't have to harbor any suspicions about me. Guemo shrugged indifferently. At this remark, Kai-he, who had been bristling with anger moments before, froze in place. What? This guy, he's actually willing to hand over 500 million? After all, even a tiny kickback from that 500 million would be enough for someone to live comfortably for a lifetime. Yet now, Guemo spoke of it with such casual ease. Kai-he was utterly dumbfounded. As for Zhong Shuriying, well, needless to say. You can take that 500 million back yourselves, I won't bat an eye. Just remember to pay your employees. Oh, and my salary naturally can't be calculated based on my previous position as head of the research department. I also have the technology dividends from this entire park. Guemo pursed his lips and continued. This time, it was Kai-he who was left speechless. You've got some nerve. If it weren't for President Zhong giving you this opportunity, do you think you'd still be working at Genesis Tech? Still holding a project manager position here? Or even securing 500 million in project funding without approval? Kai-he spoke coldly. Guemo merely smiled. Your Genesis Tech platform? He chuckled. As far as I know, this entire industrial park was secured through my connections. The industrial equipment here was also delivered by Colonel Zhang thanks to my influence. All this time, Genesis Tech has been reaping the benefits. Even that 500 million? I only spent $1 million on employees' salaries and housing. So I'd like to know exactly what platform and convenience has Genesis Tech provided me? You. Kai-he trembled with rage, unable to utter a word beyond that single you. Guemo, however, remained unfazed. Strictly speaking, the reason Genesis Tech has been able to steadily advance its autonomous vehicle projects is because of me. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you actively undermine me? By now, Kai-he was utterly speechless. She never imagined she'd be belittled by Guemo like this, something that would have been utterly unthinkable before. Only Zhong Shuriying seemed slightly taken aback. Guemo. He'd changed. The once rebellious, unruly guy seemed to have returned? What had he gone through this afternoon? Is there anything else? If not, please leave. I need to rest, I have work tomorrow. Seeing Kai-he at a loss for words, Guemo shrugged boredly and prepared to enter the room to rest. But at that moment, Kai-he erupted. Guemo, if you're really that great, then you'd better not work at Genesis Tech anymore. Find another place and see if anyone will take you. Once Genesis Tech puts out word, I doubt anyone in the entire Jianhai city would dare hire you. Ha! Hearing this, Guo halted abruptly. No one in Jianhai city wants me? He spun around, shooting Kai-he a mocking glance before sneering in disdain. Of course. After all, Jianhai city is such a small place. I don't think I'm qualified enough either. What? Kai-he's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Is this really the same timid Guo? How could he be so different from the timid, neat guy he remembered? Oomph. Then I'll prove it. Without Genesis Tech, what are you, Guo? Kai-he? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly. She quickly tugged at Kai-he's sleeve. Rest assured, Madam Zhong. This guy is just bluffing. He's gotten so addicted to being a project manager he's forgotten his true place. From here on out, follow my lead. We'll make this guy pack his bags. Trust me, after he's been knocked around in the real world, he'll remember our kindness. Kai-he merely snorted coldly, unimpressed. Meanwhile, Guo had already returned to his own room. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt both amused and exasperated. She shook her head at Guo. Maybe we should just let it go. Things are fine as they are now. Ms. Zhong. You're just too soft-hearted. Trust me, it won't be long before he comes crawling back to you, begging. Chapter 154, Try It and Die. Mr. Zhong, listen to me. This guy's only been project manager for 2 days, managing a handful of people, and already thinks he's the king of the hill. He doesn't realize that everything he has is thanks to our Mr. Zhong. This kind of person needs to be thoroughly humbled. Otherwise, you have no idea what he might pull next. He might even think Genesis Tech is his personal property. Kai-he gripped Zhong Shuriying's arm as he spoke with a heavy tone. Her gaze was stern. Zhong Shuriying felt a stir within her. She pressed her lips together, then quickly forced a smile onto her face. Surely not? I still choose to believe in Gumo's character. Oomph. Kai-he snorted coldly. Mr. Zhong. Think about it, what was Guo like before, and what is he like now? If he dares to snub me today, he'll snub you tomorrow. This. Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She still refused to believe Guo capable of such actions. Alright, Zhong. Time will be the ultimate judge. Just wait and see, in a couple of days, we'll find out what kind of person Guo really is. Isn't that a bit harsh? Zhong Shuriying frowned. We're all part of Genesis Tech. We've all contributed to its growth. Besides, Guo has a point, the park's remarkable development isn't Genesis Tech's doing. It's largely thanks to Guo. Kai-he's mouth twitched. She yanked Zhong Shuriying's arm sharply. Ms. Zhong, how could you be so foolish? Gumo's stuff can be brought over, and it can be taken away just as easily. It's not Genesis Tech's property. If he's unwilling, he could take back not just this equipment, but even that 500 million yuan budget, leaving you with nothing. Indeed. While these items from Guo were ostensibly gifts, they were still technically someone else's property. With a single word from his company, they could reclaim it at any moment. Then it would be Genesis Tech left holding the bag. Not to mention, Guo still holds the reins to the 500 million project funds. That level of discretionary control is far too significant. To the point where Genesis Tech wouldn't even know when Guo diverted the funds. In Kai-he's view, Zhong Shuriying was far too soft-hearted, willing to trust a man with no real standing. Kai-he let out a long sigh and spoke earnestly to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, we're talking about 500 million yuan here. Guo now has full control over that money. If he wanted to walk away with it, how easy would that be? And... Suddenly, Kai-he adopted a mysterious expression. Originally, Zhong Shuriying had no intention of listening to Kai-he. But at that moment, Kai-he's enigmatic expression quickly caught her attention. She watched as Kai-he began speaking in a deliberately cryptic tone. And I've heard that this Guo has some connection to the Gu family, the wealthiest clan in our Jiangnan province. That's not a good connection. That guy Guo actually owes the Gu group a lot of money. And it's all tied to corporate debt. I suspect this possibility is quite high. It might be 500 million now, but who knows, it could balloon to 5 billion, even 50 billion. Our Genesis Tech's total assets are only 50 billion. Kai-he's expression turned grave as he spoke in a heavy tone. Clearly, Kai-he had picked up some intelligence. As the chief secretary, her intelligence capabilities were absolutely top-notch. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this tense and solemn. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. Her expression shifted slightly. Her brows furrowed deeply. Seeing this, Kai-he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew! Thankfully Zhong Shuriying had come to her senses. Otherwise, she might have been swindled out of everything by that scoundrel Guo. However, Zhong Shuriying's concern wasn't whether Guo would deceive her, but whether he had truly taken on those debts. After all, the Gu family's debts weren't something one could shoulder lightly. Pursing her red lips at this thought, Zhong Shuriying turned to Kai-he with a question. Kai-he, how much debt does Guo have? At this question, Kai-he immediately flashed a smile. She hurriedly replied, from what we know, it's already in the tens of billions. The undisclosed debts could easily reach hundreds of billions. I have no idea how that guy racked up so much debt. Upon hearing that figure, Zhong Shiriying's face quickly turned pale. Over 100 billion. Gu-mo. So this is the pressure he's been under? Even sacrificing the entire Genesis technology wouldn't necessarily cover this hole. Zhong Shiriying's expression shifted. The two arrived at the campus parking lot. After getting into the car, Kai-he turned to comfort Zhong Shiriying. Alright, CEO Zhong, don't dwell on this. Let's just pretend that guy Gu-mo doesn't exist and let him leave Genesis Tech for a few days. Next, I'll have the headhunters find us the most brilliant autonomous driving experts. Could they possibly be worse than Gu-mo? You can rest assured. Kai-he gave Zhong Shiriying a light pat on the shoulder. Zhong Shiriying nodded absent-mindedly, her thoughts elsewhere. Her mind wandered to the debt Gu-mo had incurred. What exactly was the story behind it? Over the next few days, Gu-mo was informed that he had been temporarily suspended from duty. The reason? Nothing more than Kai-he's suspicion that Gu-mo might have embezzled funds and fled. Thus, Gu-mo was confined to his home, effectively placed on leave. Gu-mo even learned that immediately after suspending him, Kai-he had urgently recruited a 35-year-old senior manager who had been laid off to take over Gu-mo's responsibilities. This left Gu-mo feeling both amused and exasperated. Fine. So they really did give me a long vacation, huh? But Gu-mo didn't mind. After all, the lease on this employee dorm wouldn't expire for another 3 months, meaning he could still enjoy 3 months of free rent. Even though the 500 million yuan project funds had been taken over by someone else, Gu-mo couldn't care less. He hadn't even considered using that portion of the money in the first place. After quickly packing his belongings, Gu-mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out to go fishing. Glancing at the bags and bundles in his hands, Gu-mo couldn't help but curl his lips. With nothing else to do, fishing was his only option. But Gu-mo's abrupt departure nearly brought the entire park operation to a halt. After who knows how many days, Gu-mo was leisurely fishing when someone suddenly barged in. Mr. Gu! Mr. Gu! You must come back immediately. There's been a major incident at our company. A tall woman hurried over and addressed Gu-mo. The moment she spoke, curious glances immediately filled the area. The gazes of the fishing crowd instinctively converged on Gu-mo. Chapter 155, The Fishing Kid. Ha! The expressions of those present shifted slightly. Wow! Such a beautiful woman coming over, and she's actually here to find Gu-mo. At that moment, many in the crowd turned to look with curiosity. Upon seeing Gu-mo's youthful, handsome face, they seemed to quickly understand. Alright then. They were willing to concede defeat. After all, they couldn't deny the gap. One of the fishermen who had just met Gu-mo grinned at him. Not bad, Mr. Gu. I had no idea you were the boss here. Anyone who didn't know would think you're just like us here purely to fish and kill time. That chick's hot, is she your personal assistant or something? He emphasized the word personal deliberately. The implication was clear. Gu-mo couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing this. He was just caught in the crossfire here. We're just here to kill some time. That Mr. Ugu title? People just joke around and call me that. We're all the same. Gu-mo waved his hand dismissively, offering a modest smile. And the very next second. Mr. Gu, bad news, something's happened at the park. You should come back with me right away. Lu Yen, who had jogged over, looked rather grim. She hesitated before continuing. Hearing this, Gu-mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Something happened? He quickly fell silent. After all, he had given clear instructions to his men before leaving. There shouldn't have been any problems. If there were, something should have gone wrong during his last visit to the Gu family's Cloud Mist Villa. It must be some management oversight. With the system Gu-mo had set up for the park staff, even in his absence, they should be able to handle any situation with ease. But at that very moment, the angler beside him couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened. After casting a puzzled glance at Gu-mo, the fishing guy spoke with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Gu-mo, you bastard, you're hiding pretty well, aren't you? Spill it, did you pay to hire this beauty? How much? Point your buddy in the same direction? Then even if we go empty-handed, we won't be laughed at anymore. The man winked at Gu-mo. Simultaneously, the man licked his dry lips, chuckled, and continued. Oh, and do you have this girl's contact info? Hook me up with her sometime. Ha! Hearing this, Gu-mo's eyebrow arched slightly. This guy probably came here specifically to ask for her contact info, right? Gu-mo quickly waved his hand. If you're that capable, Lu Yen is right in front of you. Why not give it a shot? See if she'll trade you some green bubbles. Gu-mo's words left the other guy momentarily speechless. All eyes in the vicinity quickly turned to this guy. The man's face flushed crimson. Gu-mo, however, couldn't care less. He glanced at Lu Yen, then tidied up his fishing gear and stood up. Is something happening over at the park? Is it the management party? Gu-mo asked as he walked. Lu Yen nodded emphatically. Well, after Secretary Kai brought in a new management team, work at the park stalled almost immediately. There are even signs of regression. Our AI model is halfway through development, yet we still haven't produced satisfactory results. Secretary Kai is relentlessly pushing us, and that management team we paid a fortune to recruit has completely frozen up. He insists on meeting you personally to have you clean up this mess you left behind. So? Lu Yan pressed her lips together, feeling awkward about continuing the conversation with Gu Mo. Hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled. So, they sent you over? Lu Yan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Gu Mo didn't seem to mind. Alright, I've got all the details now. You don't need to worry about it anymore. I'll handle everything. Let's go. We're heading to the park. A flicker of thought crossed Gu Mo's mind. After a moment's thought, he quickly made up his mind and headed toward his newly purchased car. After working at Genesis Tech for so long, the salary Gu Mo earned easily covered the cost of a car. Besides, even if Gu Mo hadn't bought one himself, someone who knew his thoughts would have appeared and simply gifted him a car. Soon, as Gu Mo and Lu Yan departed, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Whoa! Holy crap! So they're right about those big shots in the fishing community being total legends. I was skeptical at first, but now I'm convinced. This guy really is a big shot. I've seen plenty of older big shots, but someone this young, this is a first. Big shot? Total scripted nonsense. Nothing can change the fact he's in no-fly zone. Whoa. Damn, now that you mention it, I kinda get it. This is just making excuses for his no hits, right? And damn, he's smooth as hell. Everyone chimed in with their own comments. The debate was intense. Everyone was wildly discussing Gu Mo's departure. But none of it mattered to Gu Mo anymore. It simply wasn't important. He soon drove to Genesis Tech's industrial park on North City Street. Since Gu Mo knew many people here, the security guard immediately opened the gate upon seeing him. Gu Mo gave the guard a nod before flooring the accelerator. He drove straight through. Soon. Central area. The group had already gathered here. Zhong Shiriying stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed. Kai he stood beside her. Her expression was less than pleasant as she coldly surveyed the somewhat flustered figure before her, her gaze icy. What's going on? It's been nearly a week, and you still haven't found any leads? And you call yourself a big shot in the autonomous driving field? I don't know how you even have the nerve to use that title. Kai he wasn't nearly as amiable with those beneath her. She snorted coldly, her voice deep and sharp as she addressed the middle-aged man before her. The man pressed his dry lips together, his expression shifting uncomfortably. Who would have thought his expertise would hit a wall here? Worse still, he couldn't make heads or tails of the materials Gu Mo had left behind. Ever since taking this position, he'd been single-mindedly focused on deciphering the things Gu Mo had left behind. This matter had even forced him to consider halting production or slowing the factory's pace to allow himself time to decipher the underlying principles. Yet, a full week had passed, and he hadn't made a single breakthrough. Didn't this just expose his lack of substance? Chapter 156, Veteran of Intelligent Driving. I actually don't know. The man's name was Wang Peng, a senior veteran of the intelligent driving field who had been laid off. Though calling it optimization, it was more accurate to say he had been completely sidelined by his former employer. When it came to capability, Wang Peng certainly had it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have landed another job so quickly after being let go. After all, Wang Peng was no spring chicken. Originally, he had planned to settle into a quiet retirement at a small company. But unexpectedly, the emerging chip company Genesis Tech reached out to him. They were even willing to pay a hefty sum to recruit him. Wasn't this like getting a pillow just when you needed one? He had assumed that with his wealth of experience, he could easily handle the small, emerging tech company. In fact, Wang Peng felt that with his formidable expertise, he could build a complete ecosystem in just half a month. But what no one could have anticipated was, this complete ecosystem had already been built. Was he here just to reap the rewards? But after Wang Peng's in-depth research, he discovered that while every step leading up to this point was flawlessly executed, the final piece was missing. It seemed as though the other party had deliberately held something back. Wang Peng soon grasped the situation. The boss of Genesis Tech was dissatisfied with his double-flowered red stick and had forced the person out, leading to his own involvement. Wang Peng considered himself quite capable, especially in the field of intelligent driving systems, where he was undoubtedly unmatched. So when the headhunter approached him, he took a quick look around the site and promptly patted his chest, guaranteeing he could handle this aspect flawlessly. He hadn't even bothered to formally resign from his previous employer. He'd simply handed in his notice and walked straight into Genesis Tech's campus. With Genesis Tech's industrial park boasting such comprehensive testing facilities, he had a hunch that within a month, he could get their intelligent driving system ready for production. However, after Wang Peng took charge of the project, he soon discovered that things were not quite as he had imagined. This project was far more complex than he had anticipated. In fact, it had reached a level where human intellect alone could no longer handle the calculations. At this stage, one often had to rely on their own judgment. Wang Peng had believed he possessed considerable depth in intelligent driving and considered his judgment sufficient. Yet after a series of operations, he realized he had perhaps overestimated himself. This thing was a full-fledged large model. It was far more sophisticated than any intelligent driving system they had encountered before. The thought made Wang Peng lick his dry lips. He couldn't help but marvel at the genius who'd developed this system. Oh no! A mad genius! Who would have thought to shove a massive model straight into a car? It's not a battlefield command center. There's no need for something that extravagant. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Seeing Wang Peng's distracted state, Kai-he immediately raised his voice, speaking coldly. Hearing this, Wang Peng snapped back to attention. He hurriedly explained, my apologies. This is my first time encountering such an issue. It's like modifying a program. If a program is functioning properly, it's best not to touch it. Otherwise, you end up with a situation like this. This project was running smoothly until personnel changes left us with this mess. Hearing this, Kai-he raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? Are you implying that it's my fault for bringing you on and giving you this opportunity? I didn't mean it that way. Wang Peng was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say it was all his fault, could he? Where would that leave the face of the veteran developer of the intelligent driving system? All right. But then Zhong Shuriying waved her hand. The two quickly fell silent. Zhong Shuriying glanced toward the distance, a thought crossing her mind. She spoke slowly, judging by the time, that bastard Guamo should be arriving any minute now. Hearing this, Kai-he's anger flared even more. It's all that bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, we'd never have gotten ourselves into this mess in the first place. And now we're even thick-skinned enough to call him back. Zhong Shuriying, however, frowned slightly. Enough. Keep your comments to yourself, especially you, Kai-he. We need his help this time. You'd better rein yourself in. Alright, Ms. Zhong, I understand. But it's just that guy, Guamo. I really don't believe he could develop an autonomous driving system all by himself. Kai-he scoffed. Even Wang Peng, one of the founding members of their autonomous driving system team, was here now. He couldn't figure it out either. It still needed more time to mature. And Guamo could pull it off. That's ridiculous. Only Wang Peng found himself torn between laughter and tears. He just couldn't imagine what expression Guamo, the very person they were talking about, would have upon hearing these two say such things. Wang Peng shook his head helplessly. He began scrutinizing the products made by the employees in the park earlier, and suddenly, an idea struck him. That guy. If he could actually develop a large model for an intelligent driving system on his own, maybe I really am getting old. Wang Peng felt a pang of melancholy. Just then, the roar of an approaching car echoed from outside. Everyone's attention shifted instantly. Soon, they saw a man sitting calmly in the driver's seat. No need to guess, it was Guamo. Guamo. Upon seeing him, Kai-he's expression shifted slightly, his face turning pale. Zhong Shuriying, though not as dramatic as Kai-he, managed to maintain her outward composure. Now, it seemed this problem could only be resolved by Guamo. Guamo quickly stepped out of the car. Seated beside him in the passenger seat was his assistant, Lu Yen. Originally, Zhong Shuriying had shown little change in expression, but now, her demeanor shifted in a rare way. TSK. Why was there such a woman by Gumo's side? Was it that she hadn't noticed, or had things between them progressed far too quickly? Zhong Shuriying couldn't shake the feeling of unease in her heart. Especially since this Lu Yen bore a striking resemblance to her former self. This only reinforced Zhong Shuriying's suspicion that her assumptions were correct. Was Guamo trying to relive his past? At that moment, Guamo stepped out of the car with Lu Yen. My apologies, everyone, for keeping you waiting. Chapter 157, Wang Peng's Attitude. Sorry I'm late. Did everything go smoothly after the shower? After stepping out of the car, Guamo briefly scanned his surroundings. His gaze quickly settled on the aloof woman in the center of the scene. Zhong Shuriying. Oh? Zhong Shuriying, the CEO of Genesis Tech, she was here too? Guamo was slightly taken aback. What could possibly be important enough to warrant Zhong Shuriying's personal attendance? Or has the pressure on Genesis Tech become that intense already? That shouldn't be the case. A thought flashed through Gumo's mind. But that wasn't the most pressing question he should be pondering. Guamo, you finally showed up. I thought you didn't want to come. At that moment, Kai-he's disdainful snort echoed through the air. Hearing this, Guamo raised an eyebrow. He turned to glance at Kai-he, who stood nearby with an intimidating aura, and chuckled. It was that guy again. Guamo shrugged immediately. Secretary Kai, what exactly are you implying? I'm still employed by Genesis Tech, so naturally I comply with higher-ups' requests. It's my job, after all. If you've got the guts, go ahead and fire me. Then you'll never find me again. You? Kai-he trembled all over. He was filled with terror. He never imagined Guamo would be so bold. How dare he speak to him in such a sarcastic tone? Guamo, have you forgotten your place? Kai he snorted coldly again. If it weren't for our CEO Zhong giving you this opportunity, do you think you'd even have the qualifications to work at Genesis Technologies? And yet our CEO still trusted you so much he handed you 500 million yuan in funds directly just to make your management easier. And what did you do? You just quit on the spot. Is this how you repay Mr. Zhong? Not to mention those colleagues who treated you with kindness day in and day out. I can't imagine anyone in this world more ruthless and unforgiving than you. Kai he pointed his finger at Gu Mo's nose and unleashed a torrent of criticism. But Gu Mo had long since grown accustomed to it all. Oof. Ha! Back when he was just a commoner in the streets, who hadn't come up to hurl insults at him. He'd long since grown accustomed to it. Now that it was Kai he, Gu Mo might even dismiss him outright if his words lacked enough bite. This near miss at breaking Kai he's defenses. This scene left Lu Yen, watching nearby, utterly speechless. Whoa! Is that even possible? Just how much does Gu Mo know? How powerful is he? You're not even human. Kai he was utterly speechless. But at that moment, Gu Mo countered lazily. I'm still not sure what I did wrong. If you have a problem with me, feel free to ask me to leave. But as for today's business deal, I'm afraid we won't get the chance to close it. Kai he trembled with rage upon hearing this. How dare this guy say such things? Did he genuinely hold no regard for Genesis Tech whatsoever? Zhong Shiriying frowned immediately. She nudged Kai he. Alright, hold your tongue. Since Gu Mo agreed to come today, it means he should handle matters here. At this, Kai he curled his lip. Makes it sound so easy. Or do you, President Zhong, know him that well? At that remark, Zhong Shiriying fell silent. Me and Gu Mo? I do know him quite well. Kai he seized the opening, continuing his verbal assault on Gu Mo. Gu Mo, don't think we can't manage without you. If need be, we'll just override your autonomous driving system and build our own on top of it. Do you really think you're the only talented person around? China has nothing but people. Without you, we'll just find someone else to do the job. Look at all those autonomous driving companies out there, didn't they manage to develop impressive systems without you? It's not like we need Gu Mo specifically. Gu Mo merely gave Kai he a dismissive glance. Fine by me. I'm just stopping by to check in anyway. My team here really needs me. What utter arrogance. Kai he snorted coldly. To be perfectly honest, we've already brought in a heavyweight in the field of intelligent driving, Mr. Wang Peng. He has helped countless smart car companies develop their own intelligent driving systems. I'm confident he can help Genesis Tech produce our own breakthrough this time. We don't need you. We've got this. However, and right at that moment, Wang Peng, who had merely been standing by as a spectator enjoying the show, suddenly froze in place. Damn it, I didn't even say a word, and you're already speaking for me? Didn't I mention needing Gu Mo's help earlier? Why did you suddenly switch tactics now? Look, if you want me to refine this large model's autonomous driving system, I can't do it. You'd better find someone else. Mr. Wang, you tell this guy whether Genesis Tech actually needs an intelligent driving system or not. Just as Wang Peng was about to keep playing dumb, he caught Kai he suddenly turning to look at him. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Peng froze solid on the spot. Good heavens. No wonder someone as talented as Gu Mo left so abruptly. I'd assumed it was because he had a fiery temper and was arrogant about his talents. But now it seems the reason is painfully obvious. Gu Mo cast an extra glance at Wang Peng, who stood frozen like a statue nearby. He knew this man well, a heavyweight in the field of intelligent driving. One of the original founding members. His seniority was undeniably immense. No wonder Kai he could make such a statement. Mr. Wang? But Kai he shot Wang Peng a displeased glance. Mr. Wang, I discussed this with you earlier. You thought it should be fine, right? Hearing this, Wang Peng nearly cursed Kai he to death in his mind. Damn fool. If you don't understand the technical aspects involved, keep your mouth shut. Quickly, Wang Peng licked his dry lips and stepped forward. Ignoring Kai he forced a smile onto his face and addressed Gu Mo politely. Gu Mo, Mr. Gu, I've reviewed your design, and it's truly ingenious. It just needs that final stroke to complete the masterpiece. I wonder if you've already prepared that final move. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Whoa. What? Wang Peng is being this polite to Gu Mo. Even. From the humble look in his eyes, it seemed he held some respect for Gu Mo. Chapter 158, serving as a subordinate to the big shot Gu Mo. Whoa. The crowd gasped in unison. Holy crap. Today they'd truly seen something. Their big shot in the smart driving field actually showed such an expression toward a newcomer. Was it just their imagination? Their expressions shifted one by one, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. Yet to the original team at their industrial park, this was perfectly normal. After all, they could see it all start to fall apart the moment that guy named Wang Peng took over their operations here. The gap between the two was nothing short of enormous. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could grasp the gulf between them. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying and Kai He quickly grasped the meaning behind Wang Peng's words. They stared at Wang Peng in utter astonishment. Their expressions betrayed utter disbelief. Wait. Wasn't Wang Peng supposed to be the undisputed leader in the field of intelligent driving? Why was he now seeking advice from Guo? Kai He couldn't bear to witness this scene. Her face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and demanded of Wang Peng, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you say that Guo left you guys with nothing but a mess? So why are you suddenly claiming everything he left behind is pure gold? However, Wang Peng merely shrugged. Pressing his lips together, he explained, I called it a mess before because I hadn't grasped the full picture. But after a week of research, I've realized this is nothing short of a groundbreaking technological innovation. This could become the industry standard for the entire autonomous driving system field. What? At this remark, many in the room sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! Was this the meaning they had understood? Using Gumo's standards to measure the entire industry's level. Whoa! That's downright terrifying, isn't it? Even Zhong Shuriying was stunned by Wang Peng's words at that moment. She couldn't help but glance at Guo, whose expression remained utterly calm. She simply couldn't wrap her head around it. This was what they'd created after spending $1 million? At any other tech company, wouldn't that cost billions? At that moment, Lu Yen, standing beside Guo, couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Unconsciously, she found the man before her dazzlingly brilliant. Anyone else might deceive others, but Wang Peng? He was absolutely incapable of deception. After all, he'd already made his fortune. His presence at Genesis Tech stemmed solely from his genuine desire to witness the nation's progress in intelligent vehicles. That was all. Money was another matter entirely. Now that he'd learned this project held the potential for an epic-level breakthrough, he simply couldn't contain his excitement. Even his own boss, Zhong Shuriying, held no sway over him. In Wang Peng's eyes, only technology and innovation mattered. Guo took in the gazes of everyone present. His expression remained calm. There's no such thing as the finishing touch, it's simply a matter of completing a task step by step. It wasn't particularly difficult, to be honest. Guo shrugged indifferently. Zhong Shuriying and the others had fallen silent because of Wang Peng's words. At that moment, they didn't even know what Guo had said. But they saw Wang Peng quickly step in front of Guo. His face flushed with excitement as he grabbed Guo's hand. Guo, no, Mr. Gu. I hope you'll continue guiding our progress. Moreover, I'm willing to give up everything I have now to work under you. I want to help you in Genesis Tech create even more outstanding artificial intelligence. What do you think? What? At this declaration, Zhong Shuriying and the others were once again left speechless. Good heavens, was this really the Wang Peng they knew? The Wang Peng they knew before was nothing like this Wang Peng now. Everyone looked utterly stunned. Just moments ago, this guy was acting like a big shot, so how did he suddenly become Gu's most devoted little fan? The kicker was, he was nearly 40 years old, yet he was acting this way toward a young man barely out of his teens. Many found it hard to stomach. It felt utterly repulsive. Guo also quickly frowned. This won't do. Genesis Tech policy mandates a minimum 3-month probation period for all new hires. Even special approvals take over a month to process. Wang Peng clenched his teeth. No. I don't want an internship, I won't even take a salary. Just treat me as an unofficial staff member. Just let me join this project. I can use my knowledge and the energy within me to solve every problem you encounter. Ha! At this declaration, everyone fell silent, utterly speechless. What a surreal day this has been. They'd expected this big shot to go head-to-head with Guo, but who'd have thought he'd end up becoming an apprentice here? No pay, just working for free. And he's so eager about it. It's just an apprenticeship. Seeing this, Guo didn't feel he could say much more. Well, in that case, I'll go ahead and request it from our CEO Zhong. After saying this, Guo quickly glanced at Zhong Shuriying, whose expression had begun to look slightly uneasy. Ms. Zhong, please approve this non-staff member. Though he's a bit older, his extensive experience could help us avoid some pitfalls and accelerate our intelligent driving system research. Poof. Ha! Zhong Shuriying's mouth twitched slightly. This was the first time in her life she'd encountered such an absurd request. And it was Wang Peng himself who proposed it. How utterly insane must one be to suggest something like this? Could it really be true, as Wang Peng claimed, that Guo was actually working on a groundbreaking technological innovation? In any case, for Genesis Tech, this was a positive development. Zhong Shuriying had no reason to refuse. Moreover, on a more pressing matter, the relationship between her and Guo seemed uncomfortably strained. She didn't want it to stay this way. This is your RD department's matter. Handle it yourselves. Zhong Shuriying said slowly. President Zhong. Kai He was displeased. She shot Zhong Shuriying an anxious glance. How can we let that guy Guo? But before she could finish, she noticed Zhong Shuriying's expression growing increasingly stern. Are you satisfied now? Zhong Shuriying turned to face Gu Mo. Gu Mo merely smiled indifferently. I am somewhat satisfied, but not entirely. This guy. Zhong Shuriying frowned. But then Gu Mo continued, I want this woman to apologize to me. His timing was impeccable. Gu Mo pointed at Kai He, whose body was trembling slightly. At that moment, Kai He stiffened as if she'd been called out by name. Chapter 159, Slinking Away. What? What? Hearing this, Kai He's expression shifted slightly. TSK. She glanced at Gu Mo, her expression unnervingly awkward. Make me apologize to Gu Mo. No way. Gu Mo, you can forget about it. I'll never apologize to you. Kai He gritted her teeth and declared angrily. But Gu Mo didn't seem to care. Well, my apologies. Since you're so capable, go ahead and handle it yourself. I trust you with this project. You thought my work was flawed, didn't you? Now it's yours. Gu Mo shrugged. Unfazed. At these words, Kai He's expression darkened even further. Damn it. That damn guy. Even Wang Peng couldn't manage it. How could Kai He, a mere clerk, possibly understand? He'd probably be scared silly just looking at those specs. But making him apologize to that bastard Gu Mo? Absolutely impossible. The situation remained deadlocked. And soon, Zhong Shuriying couldn't bear to watch any longer. She spoke slowly, Kai He, you're the one most involved in this matter. Apologize to Gu Mo immediately, and we'll put this behind us. You're all vital employees of Genesis Tech. Stop creating internal conflicts. Zhong Shuriying had spoken. Even if Kai He was utterly unwilling at this moment, she didn't want to offend Zhong Shuriying. With no other choice, Kai He gritted her teeth and let out a soft snort. Gu Mo, you win this round. I apologize. But you'd better not cross paths with me again. If you do, I'll make sure you remember today's lesson. Gu Mo merely shrugged indifferently upon hearing this. Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Are you apologizing to me? The moment those words left her mouth, Kai He's face twisted in fury. She'd been gloating over having just humiliated Gu Mo. Oof. Ha! You bastard, Gu Mo. You actually pretended not to hear me. You bastard. Unless you apologize to me, I don't think you'll get through today unscathed. Gu Mo shrugged. At those words, Kai He nearly blacked out completely, collapsing unconscious. Kai He? At that moment, Zhong Shuriying's voice also grew noticeably harsher. Kai He had no choice. Gritting her teeth in utter humiliation, she whispered to Gu Mo. I'm sorry. The words were practically squeezed out between her clenched teeth. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Gu Mo said. She had thought this matter would just blow over. But unexpectedly, Gu Mo actually claimed he hadn't heard her. Wasn't this deliberate? Kai He was boiling with rage. That damn bastard. Kai He considered his own concession humiliating enough, yet now Gu Mo was actually doubling down. Mr. Zhong, look at this guy. He's utterly despicable. Kai He tugged at Zhong Shuriying's sleeve, his voice almost gritted with fury. Zhong Shuriying had no idea Gu Mo was deliberately making things difficult for Kai He. Besides, Kai He had already apologized to Gu Mo earlier. To apologize again would make her look ridiculous. She decided not to press Kai He any further. I heard everything just now, Gu Mo. I've said it before, today's incident ends here. We're turning the page on this. From now on, no one should hold grudges against anyone else. We're all employees of Genesis Tech. Is that clear to everyone? It seemed Gu Mo still cared about Kai He's feelings to some extent. Gu Mo, however, remained unconcerned upon hearing this. He spoke slowly, since that's Mr. Zhong's wish, so be it. I won't press the issue. Whether you apologize or not is irrelevant after all, I'm a magnanimous person. You? Gu Mo, magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Kai He nearly choked on his breath and fainted. You've got some nerve. You? The words were on the tip of Kai He's tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to speak them. If she continued stirring up trouble, she'd be betraying Zhong Shuriying's recent support. In the end, she could only swallow her anger with a sigh. Oomph. You win. Kai He could only watch helplessly as she swallowed this bitter pill. Gu Mo, I'm handing over the oversight rights for those 5 projects directly to you. I trust you. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying gave Gu Mo a meaningful look before speaking. I won't let you down. Gu Mo gave a slight nod. Though he had no immediate use for the money, it was a gesture of goodwill from Zhong Shuriying, and he didn't refuse. Besides, who knew where the next financial need might arise? He certainly couldn't go begging Colonel Zhang or others for help. Having a few $100 million in his pocket was better than nothing. We have some company matters to attend to. We'll take our leave now. Zhong Shuriying made an excuse and quickly led Kai He away from this place where the atmosphere had become distinctly awkward. Little did they know she was actually the hostess here. Once Zhong Shuriying and Kai He had departed, the crowd present collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief. The tension had been unbearably thick. Yet strangely, seeing Kai He slink away left them all feeling strangely satisfied. Mr. Gu, you're something else. You just casually sent off a woman like Kai-hee like that. Ha, I've decided, Mr. Gu, you're my new idol from now on. Mr. Gu, you're simply formidable. You have no idea how badly that woman has been bullying us lately. The crowd around them spoke with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Guemo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. She finally realized how unreasonable she'd been. Alright, everyone, you can go now. Tonight, I'll get familiar with the situation here with Luyan first, then discuss with Wangpeng how to proceed with the work. Consider today a half day off for all of you, take it easy. Guemo waved his hand casually. At his words, the crowd instantly lit up with delighted expressions. Only Guemo would do something like this. If it were that vicious woman, they might not have gotten such treatment. Mr. Gu, are you being too generous? They were all young people, brimming with energy. Guemo merely smiled. After dismissing the others, he promptly summoned Wangpeng and Luyan. The two were responsible for all project matters after Gumo's departure, and he summoned them now to understand the situation. Luyan scratched her head, unsure how to answer. She glanced over at Wangpeng, who looked flustered and flustered. Seeing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Looks like you have something to say, Wangpeng? Then let's start with you. At these words, Wangpeng quickly flashed a helpless smile. He shook his head. Mr. Gu, actually, after studying it, I found your theory to be extremely well developed. So? I didn't touch it. Chapter 160, Blushing and Taking Medicine. Holy crap! You didn't touch it. Gumo's expression quickly turned stunned. Meanwhile, Wangpeng's face grew even more flustered. He cleared his throat lightly and began to explain. Mr. Gu, I originally intended to proceed with my own approach. But after delving into your theoretical framework, I realized my methods seemed outdated. They were completely relics of a bygone era. So I thought I'd use my experience to refine your project, but then I realized. At this point, the man approaching 50 suddenly looked like a child who'd done something wrong, immediately lowering his head and blushing. But then he realized that after dismantling the things Guemo had left behind, he couldn't put them back together. Ha. That's how the rest of the story unfolded. After hearing this, Guemo finally grasped the origins of the matter. He felt both amused and exasperated. Now Guemo seemed to grasp why the research department had summoned him back with such urgency. It turned out that without Guemo present, the truth would inevitably come to light over time. If word got out that Wangpeng, a veteran of the intelligent driving system, couldn't even crack a youngster's system, they'd probably be laughed out of the field. Guemo struggled to suppress his amusement. Since it's all over now, there's no point dwelling on it. I'll make a few adjustments to the upcoming plan. Just follow it strictly when the time comes. Guemo shrugged, his expression calm as he spoke. Wangpeng let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, Guemo hadn't blamed him. This made him feel a deep respect for Guemo. Wangpeng vowed to work diligently at this company and not let Guemo down. That night, after inspecting all areas of the campus, Guemo finally returned to his dormitory. Nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed. Guemo thought contentedly. Mr. Gu. Just then, Luyan called out to Guemo. What is it? Luyan hesitated for a moment. Well. She pressed her red lips together, her face suddenly flushing. She wanted to say something, but now she didn't know where to begin. Guemo noticed her expression growing increasingly unsettled. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Want some medicine? I happen to have some cold medicine in my room. Would you like some? Guemo asked with deadpan seriousness. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere she'd been trying to build vanished instantly. I just wanted to say, thank you for helping us out tonight, Mr. Gu. Luyan quickly changed the subject, hurriedly adding. Her expression shifted briefly before settling back into composure. Guemo couldn't help but give her an extra glance. But he said nothing more. No problem, it was nothing. Luyan offered a couple more polite remarks before quickly finding an excuse to leave, practically fleeing the scene. Guemo shook his head in puzzlement. This guy, what's going on? He suddenly got better? Guemo still vividly remembered how the intense heat on her face had vanished in an instant. It was as if it had been magically altered. Guemo quickly shook his head. Never mind. Just get some sleep. After Zhong Shuriying and Kai Hui returned to Genesis Tech, they had originally planned to go home. Soon, however, the two noticed two individuals of distinguished bearing waiting in the living room. Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly. Wow! These weren't just ordinary people. They were the city officials of Jianghai City. Zhou Wanmian and his assistant, Yang Jiang. In Zhong Shuriying's mind, the image of Yang Jiang seeking her out back then still lingered. And now, unexpectedly, these two men stood before her, though in a very different capacity. Mr. Zhong, we've been waiting for you. Only now did Zhou Wanmian seem to notice Zhong Shuriying. He rose quickly, his face brimming with excitement as he spoke. As Zhou Wanmian rose, Yang Jiang behind him also stood up, offering a slight bow to Zhong Shuriying with a smile. This scene left Zhong Shuriying utterly bewildered. If Zhong Shuriying was bewildered, Kai-hee was even more so. What's going on here? Zhong Shuriying wore a puzzled expression as she asked. Before she could ask further, Zhou Wannian flashed a smile and addressed Zhong Shuriying politely. Ms. Zhong, our primary purpose for visiting today is to discuss our collaboration. Oh? At those words, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. She quickly fell silent. Mr. Zhou, if you insist on making Genesis Tech the one to take the lead on this, I'm afraid we're unable to help. We currently have more critical tasks at hand and fear we cannot assist you in this matter. She had long been aware of Zhou Wannian's true intentions. How could Zhong Shuriying possibly allow Genesis Tech, the company she had painstakingly built from scratch, to be used for such a purpose? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wannian felt both amused and exasperated. He and Yang Jiang exchanged glances, neither looking particularly pleased. It seems our past actions have put Genesis Tech in a difficult position. How could it not? Zhong Shuriying wasn't someone to be trifled with. According to their finance department's calculations, if they actually agreed to Zhou Wannian's terms, Genesis Tech would likely end up losing more than they could afford. At that moment, Zhou Wannian pressed her lips together, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation as she spoke. Ms. Zhong, we've come here this time hoping to collaborate with you in a spirit of mutual assistance and goodwill. Ha! Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's heart stirred. She couldn't help but take another look at the two people before her. Especially Zhou Wannian. This guy. What exactly was he up to? It was truly intriguing. Mr. Zhou, there's no need for secrets between us. If you have something to say, just say it. If there are no issues, we'll still fulfill our obligations. Zhong Shuriying wasn't saying she completely opposed the higher-ups' work, but expecting them to sacrifice the entire Genesis Tech for it? That was simply impossible. However, offering some level of support was certainly feasible. Hearing this, Zhou Wannian quickly waved his hand. No. Not at all. My visit today is primarily to propose a collaboration between your firm and Zhanghai Automobile Group, Shanghai City's renowned automotive conglomerate. At this revelation, Zhong Shuriying's previously composed smile quickly shifted. Oof. Just as expected. How could these people be so easily dismissed? Ultimately, they still wanted her to take over Zhanghai Auto Group? Zhong Shuriying's expression gradually darkened. Chapter 161, An Unprofitable Contract. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but regarding Zhanghai Auto Group, Genesis Tech isn't particularly interested. Perhaps you should look elsewhere? Zhong Shuriying had no desire to continue this conversation. She waved her hand dismissively, seemingly wanting to change the subject. I recall I have some matters to attend to. If you have no further business, I'll have someone escort you back? Zhong Shuriying glanced at Zhou Wannian and Yang Jiang, whose faces were tinged with awkwardness. Finally, Zhou Wannian spoke with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Miss Zhong, why don't you just hear us out? We promise you won't lose out. Go ahead then. I happen to have some time. Zhong Shuriying casually glanced at her green submariner and replied indifferently. Clearly, she had no intention of listening. Zhou Wannian pressed her lips together in a helpless smile before quickly continuing. Regarding the partnership between Genesis Tech and Zhanghai Auto Group, all you need to do is provide your chips and autonomous driving system. We'll co-brand them with Zhanghai Auto Group. We'll handle everything else ourselves. Ha! At these words, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted. That's it. Provide Genesis Tech's intelligent driving system and offer some public endorsement. It didn't sound like anything too difficult. In fact, it seemed incredibly simple. After all, they weren't being asked to pay a dime. But what's in it for Zhou Wannian and his team? None at all, right? Mr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, what exactly is the purpose behind your actions? You should understand Zhanghai Auto Group's situation better than we do. Zhou Wannian pressed her red lips together, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Wannian. She asked, puzzled. Originally, she had assumed the other party intended to extract some concessions from Genesis Technology. Unexpectedly, they were so noble-minded, merely seeking to collaborate with Genesis Technology. In a way, it could even be considered helping Genesis Tech. Hearing this, Zhou Wannian couldn't help but picture Gumo's face in her mind. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Of course we must properly handle matters we failed to execute well. Otherwise, we'd betray the nation above and the people below. Genesis Tech is our most valued partner, and we have full confidence in your capabilities. Zhou Wannian stated solemnly. Zhong Shuriying did not dispute this point. Alright, Kai-hee, you go discuss the contract details with Mr. Zhou. After both parties return, we'll review it thoroughly and sign it once we confirm there are no issues. Understood. The moment contracts were mentioned, Kai-hee's expression immediately turned serious. Unfazed by the emotional tension. On Zhou Wannian's side, he gave his assistant Yang Jiang a subtle nod. Yang Jiang promptly stepped forward. After everything concluded, Zhong Shuriying returned to Villa 98. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Staring at the contract in her hands, she found not a single flaw. In fact, it seemed almost suspiciously normal. But precisely because it was so perfectly normal, benefiting Genesis Tech without a single drawback, it felt deeply unsettling. After much deliberation, Zhong Shuriying quickly thought of one person. Gu Mo. That guy must know something. Zhong Shuriying promptly dialed Gu Mo's number. But disappointingly, he didn't answer. Zhong Shuriying froze in shock. No way. Now Gu Mo won't even pick up my calls? She pressed her red lips together, her expression turning slightly grim. Little did Zhong Shuriying know at that moment that Gu Mo was already fast asleep in his own bed. Mr. Zhou, are we really doing the right thing? After all, looking at this contract, even I can't find a reason for Genesis Tech to provide us with any substantial assistance. Yang Jian covered his face, torn between laughter and tears. The contract they signed with Genesis Tech offered nothing beyond technical support. Could this truly solve their immediate crisis? But at that moment, Zhou Wannian quickly smiled. We can solve this problem without Genesis Tech. Ha! Ha! Hearing this, Yang Jiang was utterly speechless. How could it be that simple? If it were truly that simple, a crisis like theirs wouldn't have lingered until now. But just then, Zhou Wannian flashed a mysterious smile. We can't count on Genesis Tech, we never could. But that doesn't mean we can't pick up the torch elsewhere. What? Yang Jiang's heart stirred. Whenever he saw Zhou Wannian's confident smile, he knew she had a solution. He just didn't know what solution she had in mind. Mr. Zhou, I'm still a bit confused. You waited so long at Genesis Tech Tower just for Zhong Shuriying, plus the subsequent cooperation matters. Aren't we just partnering with Genesis Tech? Besides, at this point, if we can't rely on Genesis Tech, who else can we count on? That massive hole in our finances, only Genesis Tech can help us fill it. Though, this might drag Genesis Tech right into the mess. But if Jianhai Auto Group succeeds, their problems will cease to be problems. Faced with all these complications, Zhou Wannian offered a calm smile. Young Yang, you're quite sharp at times, but your experience is still too shallow. You can't see what's truly behind all this. HM? Yang Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Clearly, Zhou Wannian was speaking with hidden meaning. Zhou Wannian clasped his hands behind his back. On the surface, we appear to be collaborating with Genesis Tech, but in reality, we're working with Gu Mo, the man behind Genesis Tech. Gu Mo. At this mention, Yang Jiang's expression shifted slightly. How could it be him? Zhou Wannian exhaled sharply. I had someone look into that guy. Do you know what those informants told me? Yang Jiang's heart stirred. Gu Mo must have complex connections behind the scenes. He's not just some lowly employee at Genesis Tech. But Zhou Wannian quickly shook her head. No, you're being naive. But I used to be the same way. Naively so. He clasped his hands behind his back, lost in recollection. A few veterans retired from the provincial bureau told me to drop the investigation. His file had been wiped clean. Pursuing it further would only bring trouble. The only thing they could tell me was that this guy named Gu Mo has limitless potential. He's a sleeping dragon in Jianhai City. Chapter 162, The Unhuman Release Event. A month later. Jianhai Automobile Group. Launch event. This time, Jianhai City Automobile Group unveiled 3 models at once. 1 SUV and 2 sedans. All pure electric. And the range of one model reached an astonishing 1,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this news, everyone wore expressions of utter astonishment. Whoa! Holy crap! 1,000 kilometers on an electric vehicle? Is that even real? They must have packed in a battery rated for over 100 degrees Celsius, right? But with today's battery quality, could they really fit it in? They could understand cramming it into an SUV, but a sedan? Could it really handle that much capacity? Jianhai Auto Group's launch event. A sea of people. This automotive group, once declared dead and buried, had reappeared before everyone's eyes. Probably no one would have imagined that Jianhai Auto Group could ever show up before them again. And dare to show up before them. Jianhai Auto Group was once embroiled in scandal, with executives absconding with funds. This led to subsequent delivery issues, dragging suppliers into massive losses. There was no other choice. In the end, they had no choice but to hand this mess over to Zhou Wannian, the one who had spearheaded the new energy vehicle initiative. After acquiring Jianhai Auto Group at a bargain price, Zhou Wannian dared not claim he could revive the company. He could only do his best to keep it afloat and prevent it from imploding under his watch. They did their utmost to ensure vehicle deliveries. Yet while Zhou Wannian appeared to be resolving the issues publicly, taxpayer money was still being used. The cost ultimately fell back on the consumers. Consequently, Jianhai Auto Group now had a thoroughly tarnished reputation. When people heard this company still dared to promote itself, the internet was already flooded with criticism. Countless online trolls engaged in fierce verbal battles, showcasing the power of words. And now, at this launch event, the venue that should have been deserted was actually packed beyond their wildest expectations. The entrance was nearly crushed underfoot. All just to come in and mock it relentlessly. Many bloggers had even brought extensive gear, determined to capture today's spectacle and post it online. It's safe to say the vast majority of attendees today were die-hard haters. Guemo felt both amused and exasperated. He glanced at Yang Jiang beside him and said slowly, "Seriously, Mr. Yang? So Zhanghai Auto Group has such a terrible reputation?" Guemo nearly burst out laughing. He never imagined the venue would be packed with so many people today and all of them haters. Yang Jiang was equally torn between laughter and tears. "I had no idea either. If I'd known they were here to bash us, I wouldn't have organized this. It's all because Zhanghai Auto Group's executives fled earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive position." He gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. Guemo shrugged. "Guemo, get ready. It's your turn." Soon, a figure approached from ahead. It was Zhong Shuriying. She stood with her arms crossed, her slender figure radiating calm composure. Guemo was the specialist responsible for introducing their products this time. He was also primarily in charge of the presentation this time. "All right." Guemo nodded upon hearing this. He adjusted his suit, then turned and gave Yang Jiang a light pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry. With my silver tongue, I don't believe there's a consumer I can't convince." As he spoke, Guemo had already taken the stage. "You better be right." Yang Jiang was at a loss for words. Soon, amid the chorus of curses, Guemo made his way to the podium. The very next second, an apple suddenly flew toward Gumo's face. Guemo froze. "Wow. I knew you guys were angry, but I didn't expect it to be this intense." His expression shifted slightly. "Get down here. Get down here. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. I'm having the chairman of Zhanghai Automobile Group come see us." "Exactly. They've got to give us an explanation. I bought this car 3 years ago. My loan's almost paid off and where's the damn car? Damn it. I've heard of people getting ripped off buying houses, but this is the first time I've heard of getting screwed buying a car. Are you even human? Ha! Word is their executives bailed long ago, leaving this mess behind. Now I want to see how they handle it. Who isn't raising money in the electric vehicle sector these days? I bet this guy just wants to swindle money out of our pockets. Don't trust this dog working for capital." "Exactly. That's it." The crowd below the stage was visibly agitated. Seeing this, Guemo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But he couldn't blame them. If it were him, after 3 years of paying off loans only to never get his car, how would he feel? Zhong Shuriying, Zhou Wanyan, and the others watched the scene below the stage, which was on the verge of chaos, their expressions growing increasingly grim. TSK. Who would have thought? Guemo had barely stepped onto the stage before being targeted by so many people. Anyone else would likely have been trembling by now. But Guemo remained calm. You could tell this guy had incredibly strong mental fortitude. After enduring a round of baptism, Guemo finally crawled out from beneath the podium. He forced a smile onto his face. Damn it! No one mentioned the host would be targeted like this. Ahahaha. I'm sure everyone has some misunderstanding about Zhanghai Auto Group from before, but this time, we'll show you our absolute sincerity. A wave of disdainful murmurs quickly rippled through the audience. Oomph, the same old routine? Your boss promised us this before, but look at us now? Can't even find the bastard. Pisses me off to no end. Damn it! Give us our money back. Refund. Refund. The shouts and curses from the audience rose in waves, one after another. The commotion put immense pressure on the live streaming crew nearby. Holy crap! With this kind of thing, how could it not get banned next? And forget about getting banned. Even if it doesn't get banned, they're probably already ruined. By now, countless editors were likely already crafting scripts to amplify this footage far beyond its original reach. Even Guemo was struggling to keep things under control. Verbal attacks were one thing, but someone actually threw rotten eggs. Damn it, this magic attack is mixed with physical assault. Who can take that? It took a while, but after security finally managed to calm the crowd down, Guemo and Kai crawled out from under the podium. See? That's exactly why they installed this thing in the first place. Turns out it actually comes in handy. Once he emerged, Guemo dared not linger. He immediately declared, I solemnly announce to everyone here, especially those users who paid but never received their vehicles, that we will provide the latest model free of charge to compensate for Zhanghai Auto Group's previous wrongdoing. The moment these words left his mouth, the venue fell into an eerie silence. A silence so thick it felt almost terrifying. Chapter 163, The Explosive Meeting. The conference hall fell silent for a moment. Whispers soon began to ripple through the crowd. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Zhanghai Auto Group is actually offering to supply us for free? Whoa! Unbelievable! Oomph! Don't you dare trust those capitalists' smooth talk. Exactly. They're probably just here to check a box for some higher up. Turn around and they'll act like they know nothing. Who knows if this auto group even exists? Many people at the scene were stunned by Gumo's words, yet they still found it hard to believe his expression. What a joke! Those who trusted Zhanghai Auto Group before were now barely scraping by. If they believed him now, wouldn't they just be making fools of themselves? The room remained filled with skeptical murmurs. Hearing this, Guemo remained calm. He had anticipated this very reaction long ago. Then, Guemo snapped his fingers with a sharp click. The next second, the large screen in the venue quickly displayed rows upon rows of vehicle purchase lists. These were all vehicles yet to be delivered. As the PowerPoint slide slowly transitioned, many people spotted their own names on the list. Ha! What's this supposed to mean? Publicly shaming us? How bold! I'll just laugh it off. If they don't handle this properly this time, I think Zhanghai Auto Group is truly finished, and this time, they won't be getting back up. I'm eager to see how this young man plans to resolve this awkward situation. The crowd wore expressions of utter contempt. They'd long been fed up with empty promises. How could they possibly believe anymore? Even though they'd received word long ago that Zhanghai Auto Group had been nationalized, the prolonged failure to deliver vehicles made it clear to them that all hope was lost. They were eager to see just how Guemo intended to handle this. But at that very moment, Guemo appeared with a smile on his face, looking as though he had everything under control. He offered a calm smile. Many of you here are probably on this list, right? Well then, congratulations to you all today. This is the day you finally get your cars. What? At these words, the crowd who had previously scoffed at Gumo's empty promises suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. What did he mean? Did this guy just say today is the day they get their cars? Wait, did we hear that correctly? I know you're used to making empty promises, but you can't be this reckless, can you? The room fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned into silence, utterly speechless. After all, that list up there, though only a few pages long, represented hundreds of millions when you factored in the cars. Could Zhanghai Auto Group possibly handle that? And soon. Guemo continued, I don't think anyone should take this at face value. After all, we're talking about assets worth hundreds of millions. How could we just conjure this up out of thin air? But please trust us, trust Zhanghai Auto Group, trust Genesis Technologies. This time, we've come fully prepared. We're not just addressing new users, we're also taking care of our loyal customers. We're making our products more affordable and building greater confidence in them. Guemo continued his passionate speech on stage. Below the stage, however, snickers quickly erupted. Ha! That's hilarious. I actually thought this guy would kick off the opening with a grand gesture like giving away cars. Turns out it's just empty talk, same old, same old. Exactly. It's all just empty promises in the end, isn't it? If we're talking smooth talk, the former executive director was far more eloquent than this youngster. But what happened? He ended up running away, didn't he? Even if he made his car talk today, we wouldn't buy it. Exactly. We must resist these shady operators. Everyone, report them. Send them to jail. Instead of speaking up for Zhanghai Auto Group, the crowd was sniping with cold sarcasm, even openly demanding they be sent to jail. And then, at that very moment, suddenly, a thunderous crash. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. What the hell? That massive screen, it had actually collapsed. Strange expressions spread across their faces. Is this really Zhanghai Auto Group's launch event? How absurd, even their own people are being targeted. Many reporters around them began to stiffen. Damn it! How are we supposed to continue our live broadcast with this? Are you trying to kill us? Zhanghai City ranks among the top cities in the country, boasting an incredibly robust economic foundation. Over the years, numerous tech startups have emerged from here, followed by new powerhouses like Genesis Tech. This has elevated Zhanghai City's status significantly. Now, many regard Zhanghai City as a model for economic transformation, with everyone studying its approach. It's safe to say the entire nation is watching Zhanghai City's every move. Who would have thought? The live stream had barely begun, and you pull this stunt? Even the city's leadership team stiffened visibly at that moment. Each wiped the cold sweat from their brow, already contemplating how to draft their reports. Zhou Wannian's face turned ashen, his expression indescribable. Yet at this very moment, he dared not interrupt. If she did, the entire nation would recognize her. This guy. What the hell? My apologies, everyone. A minor incident has occurred. Facing the crowd's questioning stares, Guemo remained calm. He gave a light chuckle. Yet everyone present felt this guy seemed to be doing it on purpose. Look at that smug grin. Does he even feel a shred of guilt? Good grief. Even when he's done something wrong, he's so brazenly self-righteous. It was infuriating. The crowd quickly began to stir with unrest. At that moment, even Zhou Wannian and Yang Zheng instinctively pulled a piece of paper from their clothes to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Oh my god. Seeing the effect this had on the crowd, Guemo was actually quite satisfied. He gave a faint smile before promptly snapping his fingers again. Moments later, with a clatter, everyone witnessed a car emerge from behind the fallen screen. To be precise, it was a model previously launched by Zhanghai Automobile Group. They couldn't be more familiar with this model. After all, they had been thoroughly scammed by this very thing before. But why was Guemo doing this now? Chapter 164, On-Site Delivery. What the hell is this guy up to? What's his game? Can't figure it out. He's probably the first person in ancient times to pull off such a stunt at a conference venue. Could he be planning to give this car away? Ha, you actually believe that? I sure as hell don't. The crowd let out a collective snort of disbelief. It seemed to everyone that Guemo was just putting on a show. But soon, Gumo's next words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift. Next, we kindly request those whose names appeared on the previous list to come to our waiting area. We will now complete the vehicle delivery process that Shanghai Automotive Group was unable to fulfill earlier. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell silent. And soon, whoa! Everyone gasped in unison. Holy crap! What the hell did that guy just say? The delivery phase. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Could they really be hearing this in this very venue? Holy crap! Pick up the car on the spot. Seriously. No idea, but judging by the situation now, it seems legit. After all, the cars are already out here. Oof, that can't be right. Don't you and I know exactly what Shanghai Auto Group is up to? Otherwise, they wouldn't have dragged this out this long. What if it is? Pfft, probably just a setup. They'll end it after delivering a few cars. All thunder, no rain. I agree. The crowd murmured among themselves. Still, many licked their dry lips, eager to try. Soon, several people rose from their seats and headed toward the waiting room. Seeing this, more people felt a stir within and quickly rose to follow. No way. Are people actually buying this? Could they be plants? Ha! If they really are plants, I doubt Shanghai Auto Group could afford to pay off this many people. Faced with this scene, the crowd murmured among themselves, filled with curiosity. But, since so many people had already gone, and Shanghai Auto Group didn't seem to be stopping them, it only made them look on with even more curiosity. What on earth was going on? It was truly baffling. The commotion in the venue quickly subsided at this point. Soon, the first person took the stage. After Wang Lin arrived on stage, he glanced left and right at the vehicles. Brand new. All the features were top of the line. Wang Lin licked his dry lips, a thought striking him. It truly was a case of the bold getting rich while the timid starved. He had definitely made the right choice coming here. My name is Wang Lin. Here's my ID. Wang Lin quickly shifted his attention away from the car and produced his identification. Guemo gave a slight nod in response. Well, the fact that you made it up here confirms your credentials are in order. So, take this car and drive off. Just remember to stop by our Shanghai Automotive Group office when you leave to finalize the partnership details. All you need to do is sign a document. The keys are in the car. Just drive it yourself. Ha! At those words, Wang Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this fast? He licked his dry lips and blurted out almost instinctively. But I bought the base model. But the moment the words left his mouth, he clamped his hand over his own. Damn it! Why did I have to blurt out something like that? Still, Wang Yiling didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. After all, who knew if driving this car out might lead to demands being made of him because of its specs? But upon hearing this, Guemo waved his hand dismissively. No need. Every vehicle in this batch is factory equipped with the top-of-the-line specs. Whichever one you choose, it'll come with this configuration. I told you to just take it. I promise you won't get ripped off. If you really don't trust us, just call the police. They can guarantee you'll leave without any safety concerns. No thanks. Before Guemo could finish, Wang Lin hastily waved his hands. Holy crap! Top-of-the-line specs. What a steal! A smile instantly spread across his face as he hurriedly got into the car and drove off. Only then did everyone realize that the screen that had fallen earlier seemed to have been deliberately positioned. It was aimed directly at the main entrance of their venue. Damn it! No wonder Shanghai Auto Group insisted on holding this launch event inside their own facility. Turns out it was for convenience. This way, the car could drive straight out through the main gate. Saved them a lot of trouble. The crowd was stunned. They still hadn't recovered from the shock. The scene fell completely silent. And soon, the second car buyer approached. She was a delicate young woman with a slightly dazed yet adorable look about her. She seemed timid as she stepped onto the stage. Before Guemo could speak, she blushed and stammered. I don't know how to drive. Could I have someone come handle the paperwork tomorrow or tonight instead? But Guemo remained calm. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. We have dedicated consultants here to handle your vehicle pickup and paperwork. You can complete the paperwork later, but this car you must take it with you today. Whoa. Damn. Those two sentences hit them right where it hurt. Paperwork can be handled later, but the car can be taken away. This was clearly a move to give the car away. The crowd had been in an uproar moments ago, ready to drown Guemo in a sea of spit. But at that moment, their attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. They immediately changed their tune. Still, many in the crowd sneered and snorted in disbelief. Oof. Only the first few might get a polite response. After that, they'll just find some flimsy excuse to make those people come back at another time. Exactly. If Janhai Auto Group really pulled that, I'd do a headstand to wash my hair. Ha, what's standing on your head? I'd do a handstand while balancing a Thomas the Tank Engine and spiral straight up to heaven. The banter flowed back and forth. However, not long after they said that, they regretted it. Because Guemo showed absolutely no intention of stopping. Since all the car owners had been gathered in advance, the handover proceeded swiftly. In just over 10 seconds, the handover was complete. Those behind them had already begun lining up. At this pace, dozens of vehicles were delivered in just a few short minutes. Wow. This proves that saying true. Our competitors are just little cuties. Ha! Putting real work on the table beats all that empty talk on paper any day. Chapter 165. This isn't our subsidiary? I bought the top-of-the-line model while those people bought the base model. So why did everyone end up with the top-of-the-line version? A seemingly young owner approached his car, gave it a quick inspection, and upon finding no issues, climbed in. He turned to ask Guemo a question. Judging by his expression, he seemed rather displeased. He felt cheated. How could he be happy? Guemo merely shrugged upon hearing this. Sorry, but since the owner's configurations are all over the place, we standardize everything to the highest specs. Whether it's a low-spec or high-spec model, we uniformly process them all as high-spec. If you're dissatisfied, we can customize another one to your specifications later. But if you want to pick it up yourself, it'll likely take at least half a year. Oof. Ha! What utter extravagance. The young man pursed his lips briefly. He glanced at his sleek, high-end model, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly accepted the deal. After all, waiting another 6 months? He certainly didn't want to wait any longer. What if Janhai Auto Group went bankrupt again by then? Given the events that had unfolded, one couldn't help but maintain a certain level of caution toward this automotive group. Soon, another car was delivered. The crowd on site was stunned. What? It's not over yet? Seeing the long line stretching out like a dragon, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. All right. Is this how it's going to be? The journalists on site quickly wore expressions of disappointment. They felt like they'd been taken for a ride by this guy, Guemo. This livestream was broadcast nationwide. The footage was probably already going viral online. And next, who knew how long this live broadcast would drag on? Soon, many in the crowd began to exchange puzzled glances. Whoa! They started to wonder. Wait a minute. This direct delivery is worth hundreds of millions. When did Janhai Auto Group get so rich? The moment those words were spoken, the others quickly fell into deep thought. Just then, someone nearby chuckled softly. Heh, you guys don't know? Janhai Auto Group itself doesn't have the money, but their partners do. Ha! At this remark, the group's expressions quickly turned to shock. Several people whipped their heads around. Only to find the speaker was a 300-pound, 150-kilogram fat man. Sitting in the back row, he took up 2 seats. Essentially, each buttock took up a seat. Not to mention the layers upon layers of flab covering his entire body. It was practically like a 1,000-layer pastry. And to top it all off, he had a receding hairline. Sir, what might be your esteemed opinion? The others forced back their discomfort and addressed the man before them. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled. Waving his hand casually, he remarked, haven't you heard? Janhai Auto Group's intelligent driving system was developed by Genesis Technology. You should understand the implications of that, right? Ha! At this revelation, their eyes widened in astonishment. What? Creation technology. Janhai Auto Group might not be a household name, but Genesis Tech? That's a shining new star in the industry. Anyone who'd ever used a phone or computer knew exactly what it was. And through Li Feng's words, they seemed to grasp something else almost instantly. It seemed Janhai Auto Group partnered with Genesis Tech? Otherwise, it would be impossible for Genesis Technology to develop an intelligent driving system exclusively for Janhai Auto Group. Such arrangements typically involve technology equity investments. Of course. If they were to inject some capital during the investment, that would be even better. For the fabulously wealthy Genesis Technology, this clearly wouldn't be a difficult matter. Now everything was perfectly clear. Well then. So Genesis Tech is the one taking over. How big is Genesis Tech's operation? That's a cash flow of 500 billion. Shanghai City's top cash flow company. It's not even accurate to call it taking over Janhai Auto Group. It's practically a full-on acquisition. As for why it ultimately wasn't acquired, that involves certain power dynamics beyond their reach. Even so, everyone was utterly stunned, their hearts trembling violently. Those who had harbored doubts about Janhai Auto Group instantly swept away their last lingering reservations. Janhai Auto Group could no longer be considered Janhai Auto Group. It was now a subsidiary under Genesis Fast Technology Group. With such a powerhouse backing it, collapse was virtually impossible. Now, as they witnessed the steady stream of vehicles being delivered on the premises, a thought struck them. What if? Why not try buying a base model? Have Genesis Tech arrange a top-of-the-line model for us. How perfect! And this thought wasn't limited to just one person. Meanwhile, after seeing the scene return to calm, Zhou Wannian and Yang Zheng finally let out a long sigh of relief. They finally put away the papers in their hands, feeling much more at ease. Zhou Wannian quickly glanced over at Zhong Shuriying, who was standing not far from her. Ah, heh. Miss Zhong, it seems your Genesis Tech truly can work miracles. Working with you gives us much greater peace of mind. Zhou Wannian smiled at Zhong Shuriying, expressing his gratitude. Zhong Shuriying responded with a calm smile. It's our honor to alleviate the concerns of Zhanghai City's leadership. Serving the people is our duty. The two quickly found common ground and engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the leadership team behind Zhou Wannian also breathed a slight sigh of relief, their worries finally easing. Little did they know that this time, Genesis Tech had effectively used their turf and their money to run a promotional campaign for themselves. After all, from the very beginning, Guemo had only signed a technology equity contract with Zhou Wannian. When it came to money, he was absolutely unwilling to part with a single penny. So this money was essentially scraped together by Zhou Wannian alone, borrowing from every possible source. Ironically, it ended up doing Genesis Tech a favor. Why is it that one may not know how to do something, but absolutely must understand it? This time, everyone was grateful to Genesis Technology. As for Zhanghai Automobile Group? Isn't it just a subsidiary under Genesis Technology Group that happens to make cars? Guemo watched Zhou Wannian below the stage, chatting and laughing with Zhong Shuriying in the presidential seat, occasionally flashing a look of gratitude. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He wondered what it felt like for this guy to realize he'd been used by others, yet still had to pay them. At that thought, Guemo quickly shook his head with a smile. Chapter 166, Design, Rescue. Meanwhile, Tianhe City. Yunwu Manor. What did you say? The once quiet Yunwu Manor was suddenly shaken by a commotion. Inside a certain villa within the estate, Gu Yao's face darkened. He refused to believe that Guemo had actually teamed up with Zhou Wannian from Zhanghai City. Damn it! I thought Zhou Wannian wouldn't risk teaming up with that bastard. Looks like I underestimated things. A dangerous glint flashed in Gu Yao's eyes. What he never anticipated was Zhou Wannian's audacity. Zhanghai Auto Group was already deep in the red, with no room left for further losses. Who could have imagined he'd still be leveraging up? Oomph. I thought I'd only underestimated Guemo, but it turns out I underestimated this Zhou Wannian too. They've actually managed to pull this dying Zhanghai Auto Group back from the brink. Gu Yao narrowed his eyes, his gaze holding an indescribable quality. Deep, yet dangerous. Beside him, Gu Lang's heart stirred upon hearing these words. Perhaps we can make our move on this car project. He spoke slowly. His tone was like a venomous snake flickering its tongue. Gu Lang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and turned to look at Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly caught on. Heh, that's a brilliant idea. He chuckled immediately. Gu Yao clasped his hands behind his back. They want to build momentum, right? Great. Then let's give them a helping hand. I refuse to believe that Genesis Tech is so formidable they could develop a fully mature autonomous driving system in just 2 months. By then, under the crushing weight of leveraged debt, Zhou Wannian will surely come crawling back to me, begging for a partnership. He let out a cold laugh, already beginning to construct his blueprint. Once Zhou Wannian could no longer bear the massive losses, that would be Gu Yao's perfect opportunity to snap up Zhanghai Auto Group at rock-bottom prices. Gu Lang, go get a few people. I'll speak with them personally. Yes. Gu Lang gave a slight nod and quickly withdrew. Zhanghai City. Guemo returned to his employee dormitory. Along the way, numerous employees from the industrial park approached him, their faces brimming with excitement. Mr. Gu, you looked absolutely amazing today. I'm totally your biggest fan. Mr. Gu, can I have your baby? Could you tone it down? You're a girl, can't you be a little more reserved? Each remark was more shocking than the last. When he heard a female employee say she wanted to have his baby, Gumo's face turned deathly pale. Damn! How exaggerated. Fortunately, someone quickly stepped in to defend Guemo. Guemo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as he was about to praise the person, a wicked smile spread across their face. The man glanced at Guemo and continued speaking. Mr. Gu, why not consider me? A man isn't out of the question. I could warm your bed for you. If that doesn't work, going the dry route isn't out of the question either. Put. Guemo nearly fainted on the spot. Holy! How absurd is this? The moment she spoke, the others burst into laughter. It instantly diffused the awkward tension. They weren't embarrassed anymore, but Guemo was genuinely mortified. No need. You're welcome. Guemo hurriedly turned and left, desperate not to be singled out. It was Lu Yan who stayed by Gumo's side, making it difficult for the others to find excuses to continue teasing him. Finally extricating himself from the crowd, Gumo swiftly withdrew his hand from Lu Yan's embrace. About earlier, thank you. Gumo said, his expression slightly awkward. No, it's nothing. Lu Yan's expression shifted slightly. She seemed a bit disappointed. But she quickly composed herself, her expression soon returning to calm. At that moment, noticing Lu Yan's complex expression, Gumo felt a pang of tenderness. Yet for some reason, as his emotions churned, it was Zhong Shuriying who came to mind. This brought Gumo back to his senses a little. Even though, this person bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Shuriying. Very much like Zhong Shuriying from their university days, even excelling in certain aspects. But Zhong Shuriying was Zhong Shuriying. No one could ever replace her. Gumo nodded and quickly headed upstairs. After a moment of slight bewilderment, Lu Yan also followed closely behind Gumo. After all, their employee dorm rooms were separated by just a single wall. And just as Gumo rounded the corner, his expression shifted abruptly. Zhong. Mr. Zhong? Gumo was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to see Zhong Shuriying here. Ms. Zhong, what brings you here? What? Is there a problem with me checking on my employees? Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly. However, when she noticed Lu Yan following behind Gumo, her expression finally shifted. It was like the feeling of having something precious snatched away. An indescribable complexity. But Zhong Shuriying managed her facial expressions well, and no one noticed. What are the two of you? She shot them a suspicious glance. No, it's not what you think, CEO Zhong. There's nothing going on between us. Before Gumo could speak, Lu Yan flushed crimson and blurted out a flustered reply. Seeing this, Gumo shook his head helplessly. The way you act. Even if there really is nothing going on, people probably won't believe it. Gumo could only answer honestly. Just now, Lu Yan helped me out of a tight spot. It was unavoidable. Surely our CEO Zhong wouldn't hold such a minor thing against us? He then recounted the earlier incident in detail. Zhong Shuriying offered no comment on it. Instead, she quickly shifted her attention back to Gumo. There's something you need to handle tonight. Come with me. Ha! Hearing this, Gumo slowly furrowed his brow. He tapped his nose with a finger. Me? Tonight? Gumo's expression grew slightly peculiar. If I recall correctly, I shouldn't have anything to do with Genesis Tech, right? Why don't you tell me in person? So I can prepare myself mentally. Zhong Shuriying, however, remained evasive. She shook her head. Glancing at Lu Yan behind Gumo, Zhong Shuriying slowly said, No, this is something I can only tell you in person. What on earth was she playing at? Gumo frowned slightly. Lu Yan, however, caught Zhong Shuriying's glance. She quickly stepped past both Gumo and Zhong Shuriying. Ah, well then, Mr. Gu, if you have work to attend to, please go ahead. I'm sure Ms. Zhong has something important to discuss with you. I have work tomorrow, so I won't keep you two any longer. With that, Lu Yan made a hasty exit. Being caught between the two of them felt utterly unpleasant. Can we leave now? Zhong Shuriying crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Gumo with a faint expression. Chapter 167, Bet? Leave? Where to? Gumo crossed his arms and snorted. Before, he'd been penniless and desperate, with nowhere to turn. But now. Oomph. Today is different from yesterday, Mr. Zhong. You should give up. I have my own life, my own employee dormitory. No need for you to meddle. Gumo's confidence was unfounded. Back when he couldn't even afford rent, he naturally had to be polite to Zhong Shuriying. But things were different now. Gumo had his own dignity, didn't he? He was just a worker, not her personal guard, and certainly not her male companion. Are you serious? Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression calm yet tinged with a hint of provocation. Oof. Ha! Gumo chuckled upon hearing this. What? Madam Zhong, by the look on your face, you seem to think I'm joking with you? I admit I was a bit short on cash before, but that doesn't mean I'm only short on cash. I'm absolutely determined to sleep in my own room tonight. What are you going to do about it? Oh? Is that so? Zhong Shuriying, however, smiled calmly. She didn't seem to think she'd lose at all. Then let's make a bet. How about it? Zhong Shuriying glanced at Gumo once more before quickly proposing a condition. Gumo wasn't the sort to be so easily deceived. He snorted. No way. The ultimate strategy for guaranteed victory is to avoid the wager altogether. Since I'm bound to win anyway, why take any risks? But just then, Zhong Shuriying shrugged indifferently. If you win, I promise I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Ha! At those words, Gumo's heart stirred. Damn it! Though Gumo was a man of principles, that didn't mean he couldn't take a chance. How do we bet? Gumo licked his dry lips. He cautiously glanced at Zhong Shuriying before speaking. Even though he knew this guy might have come prepared, Gumo was still somewhat swayed by the other's terms. The wager is that you won't get through this door today, nor will you be able to sleep inside. Zhong Shiriying spoke slowly. Poof. Ha. Hearing this, Gu Mo quickly laughed. Ms. Zhong, you said it yourself. Gu Mo chuckled. This was a sure win, wasn't it? His own room, where couldn't he go? Especially when it came to something as private as sleeping. Zhong Shiriying gave a slight nod. Her arms crossed over her chest, a smile played on her lips. Yes, that's exactly how the bet works. If you don't want to, I'll just keep coming back. Zhong Shiriying's voice carried a hint of triumph. This infuriated Gu Mo beyond measure. Ms. Zhong, what do you mean by this? We're just employee and boss. I admit I had feelings for you before, and even did some things. But you must understand, those things are in the past. You can't keep putting me through this, can you? Gu Mo pressed his dry lips together, his voice tinged with both laughter and tears. At that moment, Lu Yan, who had been eavesdropping by the door, felt a sudden stir within her. Ha! Holy crap! There's such explosive news? Rumors had circulated that Zhong Shiriying had been kept by some super mysterious second-generation heir during college. She dismissed it as gossip or a joke, never imagining it could be true. And that person was Gu Mo. That penny-pinching miser? Lu Yan felt like her brain was exploding. She held her breath and strained her ears to listen more intently. Meanwhile, Zhong Shiriying remained impassive, showing no reaction to Gu Mo's words. No matter what you say, that's my stance today. First, you accept the wager. If I lose, I'll leave and never look back. Second, I'll come inspect your campus every single day from now on. Wow. So you really want to go head-to-head with me, huh? Gu Mo chuckled. Since you want to play, I'll play along. This was practically the other guy handing him a free win. For Gu Mo, such a simple task was a piece of cake. But just as Gu Mo was about to begin, he paused abruptly. Something was off. This was clearly intentional suicide. He swiftly halted his movements, glancing sideways at Zhong Shiriying beside him and instinctively furrowing his brow. This girl? Could she be doing this on purpose? Is he planning to lose to me, then part ways cleanly? Gu Mo speculated inwardly. But upon closer reflection, it didn't quite add up. After all, Zhong Shiriying could have done this effortlessly any time. Why go through all this trouble in front of him? It was a bit hard to grasp. What's wrong? Afraid? Or unwilling? At that moment, Zhong Shiriying's calm, questioning voice reached Gu Mo's ears. Oh boy, now she's questioning me too, huh? Gu Mo immediately snorted. Oomph. Who's afraid of who? Can't I even enter my own dorm room? Gu Mo quickly walked toward the door. He placed one hand on the doorknob. With his other hand, he pulled out his keys and turned to Zhong Shiriying with a dismissive tone. What's so wrong with sleeping in my own room? Even if you stuck a 300-pound agile fat guy in there, I'd still sleep like a baby. I'm not going back tonight. As he spoke, Gu Mo had already unlocked the door with his key. This security door was incredibly simple, just insert the key and turn it halfway in the opposite direction. In fact, Gu Mo had once considered replacing their locks because they were so easy to pick. Soon, with a click, the door swung open. Gu Mo stepped inside without looking back. He snorted at Zhong Shiriying, I'm going in. What are you going to do about it? I admit you, President Zhong, have some skills, but to me, you're nothing special. However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound suddenly erupted. Ah! The shrieks nearly sent Gu Mo reeling on the spot. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Gu Mo instinctively covered his ears and whipped his head around. Holy crap! He hadn't realized until now, but the sight gave him quite the shock. When had a woman appeared in his room? And there were also some girly things scattered around his room. Pink was the dominant color. Gu Mo was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Before Gu Mo could process it, he was swiftly shoved out by the other person. The reason? Gu Mo was, well, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the other person had just stripped naked, finished showering, and was lying on the bed drying their hair. Who knew Gu Mo would suddenly appear at that moment? And was staring straight at him like that? What woman could possibly remain calm after witnessing such a scene? Kicking Gu Mo out would be the least of it. Chapter 168, The Way She Used to Be. Gu Mo was utterly dumbfounded. Wait. When did my room turn into a girl's room? And there's even a woman living in it. Anyone else in this situation would have their eyes wide open. Even if they weren't genuinely shocked, they'd at least pretend to be. Holy. Gu Mo stood frozen in place, yet the other person interpreted it as him staring straight at her. What else was there to explain? Countless objects flew straight at him, overwhelming Gu Mo with their sheer force. Then bang! The other party slammed the door shut. From the moment he turned around to the moment he got his nose bloodied, Gu Mo had been in a dazed state. Only when struck did he reflexively flinch. The rest of the time, his mind was completely blank. It wasn't until he'd been kicked out for quite some time that he slowly came to his senses. Wait, what? Gu Mo pointed at his own nose, then gestured toward the room ahead. For a moment, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. He glanced at Zhong Shurying, who was smiling, then quickly took several steps back and looked at the door number ahead. 905, that was definitely it. What the hell was going on? Now you admit defeat, right? But there stood Zhong Shurying, arms crossed, standing quietly in the hallway. She spoke to Guemo in a calm tone. The expression on this woman's face suggested she had anticipated this outcome all along. That's why Zhong Shurying never once believed she would lose. Guemo heard this and quickly pressed his dry lips together, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn it! What a hell of a situation. Zhong Shurying, you did this on purpose. Zhong Shurying merely shrugged. Sorry, I didn't do anything. Don't slander me. Guemo instantly turned into a complete fool on the spot. At that moment, Zhong Shurying quickly continued. Remember back in college when you were chasing me? Didn't you do the exact same thing? That incident seemed even worse than this one. And I wasn't responsible for the changes in your room. I only heard that your dorm room was non-compliant from the start and Kai-hee helped you adjust it. Oof. Ha! Hearing this, Guemo finally understood. So it was that guy, Kai-hee, who'd have thought that after getting humiliated by me, he'd resort to this kind of payback. But the mention of the past made Guemo fall silent for a moment. This incident had occurred during his university days, back when he was foolishly pursuing Zhong Shurying. She needed to work part-time to cover her tuition fees, staying in the company dormitory. Later, Guemo played a prank on her using a method similar to what he was doing now. Because of it, Zhong Shurying couldn't return to her room and ended up losing her job. After that, Zhong Shurying was forced to work 3 grueling jobs a day, while also caring for her ailing grandmother. Meanwhile, Guemo, the very person orchestrating all this, was scheming behind the scenes to lure Zhong Shurying into his arms. When Zhong Shurying first entered his employee dormitory, the scene she witnessed was far more shocking than anything he was seeing now. Thinking of this, did he even have the right to be angry with Zhong Shurying? So, you lose, you pay up. Come with me. Zhong Shurying crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Guemo, however, fell silent. This look was exactly the same as his own back then. So this was why Zhong Shurying had been playing tricks on him all along? Only now did Guemo realize just how foolish he had been back then. I'm sorry. After a long pause, Zhong Shurying noticed Gumo's silence. A flicker of emotion crossed her face as her smile faded slightly, and she instinctively wanted to offer concern. Just then, Guemo slowly uttered those 3 words, I'm sorry. Zhong Shurying's heart sank. What's wrong? Why would you suddenly say something like that? And in that tone? Zhong Shurying felt a sharp pang in her heart. It had been so long since she'd felt this way. She had never seen Guemo display such a look of regret before, tinged with sorrow and distress. It made one want to step forward and offer comfort. Little did he know that this was precisely the same feeling Guemo had experienced when he stood in her position before. Now their roles seemed to have switched, creating a strange, mirrored experience. I'm sorry. Guemo pressed his lips together and repeated the words once more. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Zhong Shurying was utterly baffled. After all, it was Guemo who had been pranked, yet here he was apologizing. Guemo spoke slowly. I never imagined how much pain my past actions caused you. Now that I've experienced it myself, I finally understand the bitterness involved. Besides, this time, he'd merely been kicked out of a room. Back then, Zhong Shurying had lost her job, nowhere to go. In the middle of the night, she couldn't even enter her own school dormitory and ended up spending a tense night huddled under a bridge. Only then did Zhong Shurying grasp the full meaning behind Gumo's words. If he hadn't explained, how could she have known? But she had been furious back then. Only later did Zhong Shurying learn that while she was hiding under the bridge, security guards were stationed nearby to protect her at all times. Otherwise, a female college student wandering the streets, living under a bridge. Who knows what those homeless people already living there might have done? She probably wouldn't even have had a chance to call the police. Recalling these events, Zhong Shurying realized that Guemo hadn't been malicious back then, he'd simply been a bit of a klutz. Ms. Zhong, I admit defeat. I'll go with you. At that moment, Guemo finally regained his composure. He spoke calmly. Zhong Shurying didn't know what to say in response. She had only wanted to ensure Guemo lived more comfortably, ate better, and repay the kindness he had shown her back then. But now, how had things turned out like this? Guemo had already pulled out the spare key to the Maybach that Zhong Shurying had given him. Let's go. I know where the car is. There was only one Maybach in the entire complex, and it was the one and only Maybach S680 Custom Edition in all of Jianhai City. No need to look to know whose it was. Zhong Shurying pressed her red lips together, hesitating to speak. But she feared that any wrong words might make the already heavy atmosphere even more oppressive. Soon, Guemo opened the door and helped Zhong Shurying into the passenger seat. He walked around to the driver's side. The Maybach swiftly retracted its wings and glided into the night. Naturally, the night passed without a word. Chapter 169, Causing Trouble. The next day. Meanwhile, Upon learning that Jianhai Automotive Group had re-emerged, the Gu family immediately sprang into action. Ha! What a joke! Isn't Jianhai Auto Group just a tool to bleed Genesis Tech dry? This move directly connects Genesis Tech with Jianhai City's leadership, leaving no room for middlemen like us to profit from the spread. If Genesis Tech bypassed him, what would happen to those companies under his umbrella that kept racking up bad debts? Thus, Gu Lang mobilized his team overnight. After deliberating, they swiftly established the objective for this operation. That was to tarnish Jianhai Auto Group's reputation at all costs. Hadn't Jianhai Auto Group just gotten back on track? Today was the day to take it down. Once Genesis Tech realized the hole was growing ever larger and the public was increasingly unwilling to buy into it, that would be the perfect moment for them to collapse and for us to scoop up the bargains. Brother Ma, are we really okay doing this? Glancing at the Jianhai Auto Group headquarters ahead, one of the henchmen following Ma Debiao wore a look of unease. Hearing this, Ma Debiao immediately snorted coldly. Oomph. What have I always taught you guys? The timid starve, the bold feast. Even if we die, it'll be from overeating. The underling dared not speak. Ma Debiao let out another cold snort. He fixed his gaze on the Jianhai Automobile Group ahead. Remember this, young Master Lang is giving us 10 million as payment. You all better be sharp out there. Once this job is done, I'll treat you to 2 days and nights of fun at Platinum Ocean. At these words, the underling's eyes lit up with excitement. They'd been dreaming of those stunning women at Platinum Ocean. Heh, don't worry, Brother Ma. We'll definitely get it done for you. The rest of them flashed fawning looks. Except for that hothead from earlier, he was the only one among them who wasn't. Ma Debiao snorted. This isn't for me, it's for your own benefit. Once this deal goes through, everyone gets paid. If you screw this up, you'll be stuck watching porn back home. After saying this, he quickly handed out a voucher to each of them. Remember, stir up as much trouble as you can. Don't worry about cleaning up the mess. Ha. Brother Ma, you can count on us. Stirring up trouble? That's our specialty. The group chuckled. After tucking away their vehicle impound receipts, they swiftly followed Ma Debiao into the Jianhai Auto Group waiting room with strides as bold as tigers. Noticing Ma Debiao and his group, someone promptly approached to serve tea and water. Ma Debiao remained silent. He slowly made his way to a seat in the waiting room and carefully removed his leather coat. Throughout this process, his henchmen bustled about, attending to his every need. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment could tell this man was no ordinary visitor likely here to cause trouble. Upon witnessing this display, the waiting room staff immediately dropped their tasks and approached Ma Debiao. Sir, how might I assist you? The staff member offered a polite smile as he spoke. Before Ma Debiao could speak, one of his henchmen snorted coldly and said dismissively. Where's your manager? We're here to pick up a car. Tell your general manager to hurry up. Our boss has important business to attend to. Hearing this, the lobby manager's face quickly twisted into an awkward smile. I'm terribly sorry, sir. We have quite a few customers waiting to pick up their vehicles today, and some who picked up theirs yesterday are still completing paperwork. We kindly ask for your patience. Sir, we've already assigned a staff member to get you a number. When it's your turn, we'll call your number. At that moment, a female staff member approached with several cups of hot water. Gentlemen, please have some water. She offered a smile. But the very next second, smack! The young man who had spoken instantly knocked the water cup and tray flying from the other's hand. Crash, everything shattered on the floor. Fortunately, they were paper cups, so there was no broken glass everywhere. Even so, the atmosphere in the room remained extremely tense. The female staff member's face instantly turned pale. She stood there frozen, paralyzed by panic. In all her years on the job, she'd never encountered anything like this. Even the conflicts during Jianhai Auto Group's online backlash and near collapse hadn't been this extreme. Ma Debiao sat with his legs crossed, looking relaxed and unconcerned. He didn't even spare these people a proper glance. Many faces in the crowd shifted, almost instinctively moving away from the central area. Soon, a vacuum formed around Ma Debiao and his group. The lobby manager's expression began to look distinctly uneasy. Then one of Ma Debiao's henchmen cursed under his breath. Like I need your damn water. Didn't you hear what I just said? We're here to pick up our ING car. What kind of work attitude is this? The manager's expression shifted slightly. He knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew today. With great effort, the manager forced a stiff smile onto his face. My sincere apologies. Our group has been incredibly busy these past few days. As you can see, it's packed absolutely swarming with people. Regarding the vehicle pickup, it will unfortunately still require some time. But I can assure you, it won't take too long. However, the moment the lobby manager uttered those words, Ma Debiao's henchman spat on the floor. Damn it! You bastard, have you no shame? I've been waiting with my brothers for years, and now you want me to wait longer? Is this how you handle things? Get my boss's car right this instant, or I'll break your legs. Ma Debiao's henchmen were truly ruthless, making threats in front of so many people without fear of retaliation. But in reality, they knew exactly where to draw the line. This didn't even qualify as provoking trouble. After all, they were only here at Jianhai Auto Group to pick up a car just a bit more emotional than usual. The lobby manager's smile stiffened slightly. He paused, then forced a laugh. Ah ha ha, we're a bit busy today. How about this? We'll arrange a special VIP lane for you. We'll have you viewing the cars in no time. Regardless of the configuration you originally selected, we will provide you with the highest spec model available. This is Jianhai Auto Group's sincere gesture. We're committed to building our brand and will never let you down. Chapter 170, want a car? I'll need to inspect it first. Many people in the crowd began whispering among themselves. Some tough customers have arrived. Looks like the lobby manager's in for a headache. Those guys seem a bit off their rocker. But it's just picking up a car, is this really necessary? I'm starting to question their social skills. What are you talking about? People have been owed money for years, how many could possibly be in a good mood? Their behavior seems understandable. Back when I was young, I probably would have been even more hot-headed than them. But I can't shake the feeling they're not just here to pick up their cars. See? That's what happens when your two nice people take advantage. They made a scene and got special treatment. If we'd done that from the start, wouldn't we have gotten our cars faster? Maybe we wouldn't even have had to wait this long. That makes sense. Whatever. As long as they don't start fighting, I just want to get my car and get out of here. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The lobby manager maintained his utmost politeness. They thought the matter would end there, but they probably didn't realize these people weren't ordinary. They were here for Jianhai Auto Group. Don't you get our boss's meaning? We're here to pick up our cars and we want them now. You think I won't wreck this place? We can afford dozens of cars, do you think we can't wreck this place? The younger brother spat out angrily. As he spoke, the others seemed to receive a signal, pulling out objects from their coats, things that could be considered tools for a crime, yet not quite tools. Seeing this scene, many faces in the crowd shifted. Hold on, guys. Is this really necessary just to pick up a car? Jianhai Auto Group isn't going out of business. Why make such a big deal? No, you must be mistaken. Don't you think these guys are here to cause trouble? Whoa. You're right. Look at that bald guy in the leather jacket, he's been lying on the sofa the whole time without even lifting an eyelid. The one next to him has been doing all the talking. Jianhai Auto Group just opened its doors and this happens on opening day? This is ridiculous. Who exactly doesn't want to see Jianhai Auto Group succeed? The crowd murmured among themselves. But at this moment, they moved even further away. After all, if a fight broke out, they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The lobby manager's face had completely fallen by now. Gentlemen, everyone here is waiting in line. Granting you this special access is already an extraordinary concession. If you intend to cause trouble, Jianhai Automobile Group will not tolerate it. From the start, the manager knew this situation was no ordinary matter. Yet he never imagined these individuals would be so determined to antagonize them. His repeated concessions only fueled their arrogance. If this continued, how could Jianhai Auto Group possibly maintain its standing in Jianhai City? How could they hold their heads high before other Dragon Nation citizens? After all, this was the internet age, everything could be magnified infinitely. If their name became synonymous with scandal online, Jianhai Auto Group would be finished. Take the recent International Magic Combat War Tournament, for instance. When the Dragon Nation team lost to the Kimchi Nation in the finals, the corporate sponsor supporting the team was instantly branded as not cold resistant, a reputation that has been mocked ever since. If Jianhai Auto Group fails to control such a violent incident, similar voices will likely erupt online. I don't care. We want the car now. Otherwise, you're breaking your promise. We'll smash your shop to pieces. The young man spat out angrily. Seeing this, the lobby manager was at a loss. After all, these vehicles required proper paperwork and couldn't simply be handed over. Plus, they didn't even know if the delivery certificates these guys had were legit. How could they just hand over the cars? Not to mention, the cars in front had already been delivered. Even if they wanted to give them away, they had to consider the other owner's feelings. Just as the manager was caught between a rock and a hard place, trying to figure out a solution, someone approached the scene. Let me see what's going on here. The person who arrived was none other than Guemo. Mr. Gu. The lobby manager's expression shifted instantly upon seeing Guemo arrive, his delight evident. He hadn't expected Guemo to appear so suddenly at this moment. Mr. Gu, these people. We're here to pick up our cars. Before the lobby manager could finish, one of Ma Debiao's henchmen snorted dismissively, crossed his arms, and spoke coldly. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. He swiftly scanned Ma Debiao and his group. Then his gaze settled on the man sprawled across the sofa. Oof. Are you here to pick up your car or cause trouble? The moment those words left his mouth, a wave of gasps erupted throughout the room. Good grief. The lobby manager had merely been testing the waters, attempting to resolve the issue as smoothly as possible. But Guemo? This guy came in swinging right off the bat. Who else could it be? At that moment, Ma Debiao and his group froze, momentarily speechless. This is interesting. Ma Debiao opened his eyes slightly, glanced at the young Guemo before him, and chuckled. His subordinate immediately snorted coldly. Damn it! How many times do I have to repeat myself? We said we're here to pick up the car. Are you brainless? We want the car now, the one on display. I'm giving you 3 minutes. If you can't get the car to us, just wait for us to wreck your shop. Hearing this, the manager's face twisted with distress as he turned to Guemo for help. Now, Guemo was the only one with the authority to make decisions. But after hearing this, Guemo merely waved his hand dismissively. Manager, go retrieve the car. With that, he turned and walked away. I can provide the vehicle, but first I need to verify your credentials. Retrieving the vehicle required the proper documentation. Ma Debiao and his crew had already prepared everything. The younger man paused, glancing back at Ma Debiao. Give it to him. Ma Debiao took a drag on his cigarette and said casually. Upon hearing this, the younger brother quickly produced several sets of documents. My buddies couldn't make it, so we came instead. Now hurry up and get that car over here. The young man snorted coldly. Seeing this, Guemo chuckled. Once we verify everything is in order, we'll hand it over. But before that, let me make one thing clear. If you're involved in fraud, I'll have you booked and sent straight to the station. Chapter 171, Pressure on Guemo. Gumo's sudden arrival puzzled many present. Who is this guy? He's so intimidating. Damn. You don't even know Guemo. Guemo? I've never heard of him before. I suggest you get familiar with this guy. After all, he's the head of the R&D department. A lot of Genesis Tech's cutting-edge innovations came straight from him. You could say that without Guemo, Genesis Tech wouldn't have achieved such meteoric growth. In fact, the reason Genesis Tech partnered with Jianhai Auto Group this time is because they've taken over all of Jianhai Auto's AI development. This intelligent driving system came straight from the hands of this young man right here. Whoa! That impressive! Whispers rippled through the crowd. Curiosity about the young man before them grew. At that moment, none of them could have imagined that Shueikuan himself would personally come to rescue Jianhai Automobile Group. The tension in the air reached a fever pitch. The two sides stood locked in confrontation, locked horns, neither willing to back down an inch. Seeing this, Ma Debiao finally chuckled, no longer wearing his previous look of disdain. Guemo? Head of the tech department at Genesis Technologies. I've heard of you. Ma Debiao slowly rose to his feet. He gave Guemo a dismissive once-over from head to toe, chuckling. But you techies should stick to tapping away at your keyboards. This isn't the place for you. Ha! The remark sent ripples of shock through the crowd. The faces of the Jianhai Auto Group representatives quickly darkened. How dare he show such contempt for Guemo, the CEO of Genesis Technology? What utter arrogance! They had expected Ma Debiao to offer some polite words, going through the motions. But what no one could have imagined was that from start to finish, the other party had no intention of giving them Creation Technology, Jianhai Auto Group anything but a cold shoulder. They had come here to cause trouble. Mr. Gu, these people aren't ordinary. Should I have someone? The lobby manager beside him licked his dry lips and spoke in a heavy tone. At this point, they could no longer hold back. Having grasped the other party's intentions, there was nothing more to discuss. In the past, troublemakers like these might have had the guts to walk in, but they certainly wouldn't have lived to walk out. Now, after Ma Debiao flashed that shameless expression, even many car owners present who had come to pick up their vehicles were seething with rage. These guys were utterly despicable. They cursed under their breath, but no one dared step forward. After all, those men meant business. They didn't want to see bloodshed. All eyes turned to Guemo, waiting to see how he would resolve this standoff. All eyes quickly turned to Guemo. At that moment, Gumo's expression remained calm. No need. He offered the manager a faint, indifferent smile. Then, Guemo turned his head to face Ma Debiao, who was staring at him with a look full of provocation. He spoke slowly. As the head of the technical department at Genesis Technologies, I led the team that developed Jianhai Automotive Group's intelligent driving system. Moreover, I was the intermediary who facilitated the partnership between Jianhai Automotive Group and Genesis Technologies. Naturally, I have the capability to resolve such issues for you. Pick up the car, you say? Fine. But Guemo merely shrugged indifferently. He casually waved to the lobby manager beside him. Bring out 10 vehicles for this gentleman immediately. I think the number of people here should be sufficient. Hearing this, the lobby manager's expression shifted slightly. He pressed his lips together, then nodded slightly before turning to attend to the matter. After all, now that Guemo had spoken, he couldn't really say much more. Even if something went wrong, Guemo would take the fall, it wouldn't concern him. Meanwhile, another group of people were amused. He chickened out. Seeing this, Ma Debiao and his crew let out a cold chuckle. Before the lobby manager could walk away, one of Ma Debiao's henchmen grinned widely, revealing his rotten black tooth. 10 cars? That's not enough. My boss came here today to take every single car you have in one go. What? The statement sent a wave of shock rippling through the crowd. Originally, everyone present had assumed these troublemakers were just here to cause a minor disruption to the store's normal operations. But now it seemed things weren't so simple after all. They were clearly out to cause trouble. They actually threatened to take every single car out of their garage. What a bold claim. This situation had left many feeling resentful. Many faces darkened with resentment. They'd waited years for this. They certainly weren't here to stare at an empty garage. If Guemo actually followed through with his threat, regardless of today's outcome, Zhanghai Auto Group's reputation would be ruined. No matter how hot yesterday's marketing campaign was, the future would likely be a cold, dead end. Worse still, even before today's incident had settled, Zhanghai Auto Group had already trended on Zhanghai City's hot search list. At that moment, the lobby manager halted in his tracks, his expression darkening as he turned to stare at Guemo. If it were just 10 cars, they could grit their teeth and risk the backlash by giving them away. But the customer demanded to take every single car in their garage outright? That was simply unacceptable. You see, although Zhanghai Auto Group had cars available for pickup, they were produced in batches. Zhanghai Auto Group had only recently received a new batch off the production line. If they didn't get their allocation today, they'd likely face a wait of up to a month, or at least a week or two. Only after those vehicles left the lot could they resume operations. If these guys took all the cars, what would they drive? Zhanghai Auto Group, you can't run things like this. Exactly. We came all this way, took time off work, even closed our shops, just to pick up our cars. And you let these people take them? What's the meaning of this? Even the most patient person has their breaking point. And in today's world, there aren't that many honest people to begin with. Now, with others dancing right in their faces, how could they possibly tolerate it? Yet they directed their anger at Guemo and his group, hoping to pressure him into revealing the pickup authorization process. Yet Guemo merely waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, please don't panic. I will grant you the vehicle retrieval rights, I promise. Just stay calm for now. After saying this, Guemo quickly turned around. He beckoned to the lobby manager. Guemo's expression darkened. His gaze fixed intently as he spoke. Go fetch the person in charge of verifying eligibility. We're settling this today. Chapter 172, Backing Down? Guemo gave the lobby manager a heavy pat on the shoulder, seemingly implying something. The manager's eyes flickered briefly before he nodded and turned to leave. Heh, smart move. Ma Debiao's subordinate chuckled upon seeing this. He shot Guemo a knowing look. Guemo remained impassive, saying nothing more. The expressions of those waiting in the long queue shifted noticeably. TSK. This guy. He's gone completely mad. Is there no law anymore? Oomph. That's the true face of these capitalists. Everyone, take pictures, we'll expose them for what they are. Exactly. Zhanghai Auto Group, we thought you were finally doing something decent, but turns out you're all snakes and rats in one nest. Anyway, we're not getting our cars today. We'll report every last one of you later. Damn it. They've been deceiving us for years, and they still keep lying. Don't they have any conscience? Heh, they're capitalists. What defines capital? Greed. Our mistake was trusting them in the first place. The crowd soon erupted in sarcastic jeers. Many pulled out their phones to snap photos and record videos. Security guards nearby tried to intervene but couldn't stop them, eventually turning a blind eye. At that moment, Guemo remained calm. Facing the collective finger pointing, he seemed utterly unmoved. Seeing this, Ma Debiao wore a peculiar expression. This guy. Who knows what he's really up to? TSK. Is this guy serious? But none of this seemed to affect Ma Debiao in the slightest. His goal had been achieved. Now he only needed to complete this final step before withdrawing. When you're putting on a show, you've got to go all the way. Since the other party was playing along so well, he might as well keep up the act. Sir, please submit your documents. If everything checks out, you may proceed to pick up your vehicle. At that moment, the lobby manager arrived with staff to verify the documents. Seeing this, Ma Debiao didn't hesitate. He gave his henchman a signal. Here, hand them the documents. The henchman swiftly pulled a stack of documents and several ID cards from another man's hands, tossing them onto the verification officer's desk. Oomph. These are all our good brothers. They're busy working, so they sent us to pick up the car for them. Once you're done looking, get the car out of here. Otherwise, we'll make Zhanghai Auto Group pay dearly. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the perfect description of these men. Seeing Guemo and the others remain unmoved by their unreasonable demands only made them grow even more arrogant. They spoke in a commanding tone. The qualification checkers didn't say much in response. Soon, they began verifying each applicant on the spot, one after another. Many onlookers sneered with cold derision. Heh, look at them, what a sight. I'd love to see how these guys handle their PR after this. At least there are plenty of cars today. We can still get ours if we wait in line again, but these flies have really ruined our mood. Man, I can't believe I was so blind to fall for such a trash company. I should have bought another brand. The crowd murmured in discontent. Even though people were cutting in line, no one stepped forward to stop them. Any clear-eyed observer could tell those loudmouths weren't ordinary folks. They certainly didn't think the others were any good. Getting into a fight that landed them in the hospital wouldn't be good at all. Not to mention they could still board the bus. It was just a bit infuriating. Up ahead, Guemo stood with his arms crossed, glancing at his watch periodically as if calculating time. Ma Debiao, however, felt uneasy now, unsure what Guemo was really up to. TSK. Why did he have this ominous feeling? Was it just my imagination? The thought crossed his mind, and Ma Debiao quickly frowned, turning to one of his henchmen beside him and asking in a low voice, "Third brother, are you sure all this stuff came through legitimate channels?" Hearing this, the underling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Brother Ma, what legit channels? You know what kind of business we're in? But rest assured, this stuff is the real deal, guaranteed delivery. This time, we'll just give them a taste of their own medicine and ruin their reputation. Later, we can flip these cars on the black market to recoup our losses. Maybe even pick up a few more girls tonight, heh." The other guy chuckled, wiping the drool from his own face. Ma Debiao, however, remained somewhat concerned. Fortunately, the qualification verification staff worked quickly. They quickly stood up and began organizing their documents. Seeing this, the younger brother immediately snorted. These super members sure are reliable. They get things done right away. I bet if we hadn't made a fuss, we wouldn't have even gotten the car." It was unclear whether he was speaking to himself or to the others. At that moment, the expressions of the other people waiting to pick up their cars in the showroom shifted slightly, their looks growing somewhat uneasy. Clearly, they were unwilling to accept the way Ma Debiao and Guemo had handled things. It felt like someone had stepped on their heads to relieve themselves, and then afterward, cursed at them for not catching it properly. Though no one said anything aloud, resentment festered deep within their hearts. Once this incident blew over, they'd see if these guys gave Zhanghai Auto Group a bad review. This wasn't deliberate slander, it was genuinely disgusting. Thanks to the Blue Sky and White Clouds auto show incident earlier, everyone had grown accustomed to taking photos and videos as evidence. The kicker? The other party didn't even try to stop them. They just scoffed. They're basically throwing in the towel, right? Zhanghai Auto Group having these people as executives? They're doomed. The crowd snorted inwardly, their expressions growing even more displeased. Is the headcount complete? After observing the qualification verifier's movements, Guemo turned to ask them. At his prompting, the few men nodded slightly. Since everything's been checked, what are you all standing around for? Get the cars over here. We need them now. Right this instant. Or we'll tear your shop apart. The henchman barked out angrily. Noticing this attitude, many people frowned, seemingly sympathizing with Guemo. After all, if they were in his shoes, they'd probably act the same way. But soon, Ma Debiao caught sight of the smile on Gumo's face. It seemed somewhat laughable. Then, suddenly, he realized something. His expression changed abruptly. Soon. The qualification verifier spoke slowly. After our verification, these qualifications are all invalid. You cannot take delivery of the vehicles directly. Chapter 173, did Guemo do this on purpose? What? At this declaration, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Soon, Ma Debiao's entire crew froze in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. His henchman immediately frowned. He snorted coldly, muttering curses under his breath as he spoke. What the hell do you think you're doing? Damn it, all these cars were bought from your company by our brothers. Now you're just refusing to honor the deal? Now I get it, you bastards just want to make a quick buck off us. Hand over this car right this instant, or I'll bring my crew and wreck your shop today. The rest of the crew quickly swarmed forward. Though they didn't resort to violence, their actions were highly provocative. But they were walking that line, not crossing it. Otherwise, these habitual offenders knew exactly what would happen. They might even think the other side was doing it on purpose, trying to get them to strike first so the police would take them away. Veterans like them wouldn't make such an obvious mistake lightly. Facing their verbal attacks, Guemo merely smiled faintly. Sorry, but these items have all undergone specialized certification. If you have any issues, you're welcome to file a formal complaint. But fake is fake, no amount of fussing will ever make it real. Guemo seemed to have known all along, his expression remaining utterly calm throughout. So calm it was almost frightening. Damn it! You bastard! You wanna die. These things are absolutely genuine. You just don't wanna give us the car, yet you claim they're fake? My brother bought a car from you guys, how could I not know? They knew exactly how the whole operation worked behind the scenes, so they were certain these items couldn't possibly be counterfeit. The fact that it took so long could only mean one thing: Guemo and his crew had tampered with the evidence. This only strengthened Ma Debiao and the others' case. If you don't resolve this today, Zhanghai Auto Group can forget about operating. From now on, we won't show up for work, we'll come here every single day to cause trouble. We'll see if your group can even stay open. Feeling justified, they grew arrogant and defiant. However, Gumo merely chuckled. Sorry, but you probably won't get that chance. What do you mean? Ma Debiao and the others' expressions shifted slightly. It's exactly what it says. Nothing more to it. Gumo shook his head indifferently. And soon, swish, a group of people rushed in from outside. Ha! The moment they noticed the uniformed police officers, many faces in the room shifted. Holy. It's Chief Zhou Tong himself leading the team. Whoa. Holy crap. What's going on here? Now I get it. Maybe Gumo was just stalling them all along, waiting for Chief Zhou to arrive with his team. Turns out we all misjudged Mr. Gu. He had this planned from the very beginning. Damn, they even brought SWAT. If you told me this wasn't premeditated, I wouldn't believe it. The crowd murmured and whispered among themselves. Their perception of Gumo underwent a complete 180-degree shift. And soon, Ma Debiao and his group began to look distinctly uncomfortable. Director Zhou. Ma Debiao, who had been slumped lazily on the sofa, suddenly sprang to his feet. A forced smile spread across his face as he addressed Zhou Tong with utmost respect. He acted as if they were old acquaintances. Clearly, they had met on numerous occasions before. Zhou Tong merely gave him a fleeting glance. Ma Debiao, what's going on here? This time you've stirred up trouble at Jianhai Automobile Group? Do you even realize this is a pillar industry for Jianhai City? Do you have any idea what kind of impact your actions will have? Zhou Tong cleared his throat lightly before speaking in a solemn tone. Although he was acting on Gumo's request, he had to handle this strictly by the book, especially with so many people watching. They couldn't just act recklessly. In today's society governed by the rule of law, with hundreds of millions of people watching, any overly aggressive move would likely result in an entire army of online trolls tearing them apart. Hearing this, Ma Debiao's face immediately twisted into a look of distress. He hurriedly explained, Director Zhou, you can't blame me for this. I didn't have much to do today, so I just helped the guys retrieve the vehicles Jianhai Auto Group owed us. I never expected they wouldn't just refuse to give us the cars, they even claimed our qualifications were problematic. At this remark, Zhou Tong's eyebrows shot up slightly. Wow. Even after he'd made his position clear, the other party was still pushing back? Clearly, the other party had come prepared. Perhaps some big shot was backing them up behind the scenes. Zhou Tong frowned. He turned to look at Gumo. Did he mention this matter? Upon hearing this, Gumo promptly exchanged a glance with the credential verifier. The officer immediately replied. Officer Zhou, our records contain no such information. These details are fabricated. Ha! At this, Ma Debiao's henchman raised an eyebrow slightly. How could that be? But we obtained all this through loans. He blurted out. But realizing he'd said something he shouldn't have, he quickly clamped his mouth shut. Anyway, there's no way these things could be wrong. Ma Debiao shot a glance at this useless bloke who only made things worse, then quickly turned to Zhou Tong and said, Director Zhou, no matter what, we have all the proper documentation for these items. If Jianhai Auto Group refuses to honor them, there's nothing we can do. That's why we're waiting for you to step in and uphold justice. Zhou Tong's brow furrowed. He crossed his arms. Well then, I'll certainly look into this matter. Gumo, what's your take on this? He turned to look at Gumo. Gumo offered a calm smile. Our database is connected to Jianhai City's municipal system. Officer Zhou, I believe a simple check would confirm this. I don't think we need to waste any more words on these people. At these words, Ma Debiao's expression shifted abruptly. Damn it! This is bad. His henchmen, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. One of them continued to taunt defiantly. Put. That's pure bull. Gumo merely shrugged. All the records from Jianhai Auto Group back then are documented. The municipal system has them archived. Just look it up. It won't take much time anyway. Chapter 174, Playing Along Until It Becomes Real. Zhou Tong glanced at Gumo, then at Ma Debiao. He exhaled heavily. Then let's look into it. As he spoke, someone nearby brought over a notebook. Zhou Tong beckoned to a bespectacled member of his entourage. The man swiftly began working on the device. Seeing this, many in the crowd turned curious eyes toward them. Ha! The truth was about to surface. What exactly was going on? It was right before their eyes. At that moment, everyone's thoughts seemed to be seized, as if by an invisible force. Almost instinctively, they held their breath. Not a single breath dared escape. Even Ma Debiao's expression grew intensely focused at this moment. The outcome was right before their eyes. Amidst the tension, only Gumo remained composed, his expression calm from start to finish. In fact, he radiated an air of complete mastery over the situation. This was the very essence of having a plan all along. And soon, as Li's webpage redirected, the first piece of information was confirmed. What's the situation? Zhou Tong asked as soon as the screen appeared. Well, hearing this, the technician wore a peculiar expression. He replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Sorry, but there's no relevant information for the first one." Ha! At this, shock spread across the faces of many in the room. One by one, they stared in disbelief. Whoa! Holy crap! There's actually no related information. Doesn't that prove Guemo was right all along? On the other hand, Ma Debiao and his crew. At that moment, everyone turned to glance at Ma Debiao's side. They saw Ma Debiao's face had turned completely green. His men stood frozen, expressions of utter disbelief etched on their faces. Ma Debiao's eyes widened in fury as he roared, This can't be. You must have tampered with it. Otherwise, why isn't it here? These documents are all legitimate. Tell me what you've done." Ma Debiao was on the verge of breaking down. If the first one was compromised, then the rest could very well trigger a chain reaction. And then, well, the outcome was all too easy to imagine. This is a municipal system. If you have any doubts, you can call the municipal office. Zhou Tong spoke with an icy expression. With that, he gave the technician a light pat on the shoulder. "Continue." 2 words, simple and to the point. The technician wasted no time, immediately beginning to cross-reference the documents prepared earlier by Jianhai Auto Group's qualification verification team. However, the outcome were entirely predictable. During this process, Zhou Tong glanced at Guemo beside him, whose expression remained calm and composed, and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This guy. He really knows how to make things difficult for us. These matters, barring any unforeseen circumstances, probably won't hold much interest going forward, mostly just routine redline stuff. Ma Debiao and the others would soon be brought back as well. Even if their crimes had nothing to do with today's incident. We've checked them all, not a single one passed. Soon after completing the comparisons, the technicians revealed expressions of helplessness. He turned to Zhou Tong and spoke. At this remark, the crowd nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. These guys, ha, I thought they had some big move up their sleeves. Who knew? It's over. We were planning to blow up Jianhai Auto Group this time, but instead, this thing got a free ride on the internet's coattails. Turns out offline drama is way more entertaining than the internet. Forgive me for laughing so heartily. But it's still Mr. Gu, isn't it? That skill, that strategy. He probably knew from the start that those guys had fakes, they were just here to cause trouble. Who'd have thought Ma Debiao and his crew would end up shooting themselves in the foot? Whoa. What if the stuff Ma Debiao's crew had was actually real? But someone. Ahem, cut the nonsense. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhou Tong seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. Hoof. This Ma Debiao really is asking for trouble. Doesn't he know that Jianhai Automobile Group is actually a company supported by Jianhai City? To revive this company, who knows how much effort Zhou Wannian and the others poured into it? How dare you lot, mere henchmen, push it aside? What a joke. Even if Ma Debiao and his crew had the upper hand today, Zhou Tong wouldn't stand for it. Besides, before Guemo and the others called me, they'd already prepared an excuse for them. Guemo Ting probably anticipated this very outcome the moment she brought up the matter, didn't she? Zhou Tong glanced at Guemo. It was the first time he'd seen this seemingly harmless guy display such scheming cunning. At that moment, Guemo merely shrugged. He addressed Zhou Tong. Director Zhou, you saw it yourself. This is the outcome. They're now seriously disrupting the normal operations of Jianhai Automobile Group, and there's even suspicion of forgery. The amount involved is substantial. We request Director Zhou and your team to provide Jianhai Automotive Group with a resolution. At these words, Ma Debiao and his group were utterly dumbfounded. No. Director Zhou, you have to believe us. These documents all came from loans we secured. You know about the collateral arrangements, maybe some details got mixed up, but we absolutely didn't use any fake documents. His subordinates immediately dropped to their knees. Their knees buckled as if they had no bones. At this, Zhou Tong merely chuckled softly, his gaze filled with pity. Ha! It seemed these men still didn't understand what had led to their downfall. A bunch of clowns like you think you have the guts to take on the mighty Jianhai Auto Group? The entire city of Jianhai? If they actually succeeded, the entire leadership of Jianhai City would likely be forced to resign. Hearing this, Zhou Tong gave a cold snort. Loans? Your lending company charges over 36% annual interest, that's usury. I was just about to investigate you anyway. Who knew you'd confess right now? Oomph. Take them all away. Zhou Tong barked the order. At this command, Ma Debiao and his crew were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, are you arresting us too? Director Zhou, we just made a mistake. It can't be that serious, right? One by one, they wore mournful expressions, as if they'd lost their parents. Zhou Tong spoke coldly. Am I talking about the mistake with the documents? I'm talking about your illegal high-interest loan operation. We now suspect you're involved in illegal transactions linked to criminal organizations. Please come with us. Chapter 175, The real intent lies elsewhere. In the end, Ma Debiao and his men, looking utterly devastated, were escorted away, heads bowed in defeat. Many in the crowd watched the scene unfold, their jaws dropping in disbelief. A long silence fell. Finally. Whoa! One by one, they sucked in a sharp breath. Their eyes darted nervously around. Then, as if on cue, they simultaneously pulled out their documents for careful inspection. Yet they went through various verifications via their mobile apps, fearing their information might be compromised. A wave of anxiety washed over them. Damn it! Don't tell me my info's messed up too, just like those guys? Don't you dare accuse us of scamming you later. Everyone looked on edge. Others cast a lingering glance at the young man whose expression remained serene, nodding slightly in silent acknowledgement. Clearly, he could have sent Ma Debiao and the others away immediately. But now it seemed as if Guemo himself was orchestrating everything. Judging by his composed demeanor, he had clearly anticipated this outcome long ago. Clearly, nothing had deviated from his plan. Gumo's actions were likely driven by some purpose. Of course, that purpose soon became apparent. After all, Jianghai Auto Group had shot straight to the top of Jianghai City's trending topics without spending a single penny, even ranking among the top 10 nationwide. This clearly demonstrated Gumo's cunning. Alright, everything's settled. Everyone, just treat this as a bit of entertainment. After resolving the matter, Zhou Tong casually waved his hand at the crowd. After saying this, he turned to look at Guemo, whose expression remained calm. Moving forward, matters like this, you'll handle them yourselves. He seemed about to say something more, but his expression shifted slightly. Finally, he pressed his lips together and simply gave Guemo a light pat on the shoulder. He spoke slowly. Guemo responded with a calm smile. He nodded slightly. Of course. But should we encounter such vile individuals again, I'd appreciate your continued assistance, Director Zhou. In a society governed by law like ours, the emergence of such villains suggests the rule of law hasn't truly taken root in people's hearts. Hoof. Heh. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. Damn it. He'd intended to give Guemo a gentle reminder, but instead, this guy was lecturing him. Zhou Tong's expression remained unchanged. Alright, I understand. Since there's nothing else here, I'll be on my way. With a quick farewell, Zhou Tong prepared to leave. These capitalists. Oomph. Justice ran deep in Zhou Tong's veins. But he also understood the complexities of this society. Even though that bastard Guemo had exploited a loophole, it didn't mean Ma Debiao and his crew were any better. In any case, he'd steer clear of Guemo and his crew from now on. On certain matters, there was no way he could grant them any favors. Director Zhou, wait a moment. At that moment, Guemo called out to Zhou Tong. Is there anything else you need from our CEO, Mr. Gu? Zhou Tong frowned slightly, his tone growing impatient. He had no desire to continue playing along with this opportunistic fellow. Hearing this, Guemo quickly smiled and said, Director Zhou, you know how complex this matter is. I suspect it's more than just Ma Debiao causing trouble. I hope Director Zhou can help us investigate if you have the time. Heh, so you're implying someone's targeting your Jianghai Auto Group? Zhou Tong chuckled upon hearing this. Guemo certainly had a way with words. Jinghai Automobile Group was a major enterprise heavily supported by the city of Jinghai. Who would dare to mess with them? What kind of twisted scheme is this guy cooking up now? Guemo continued, Director Zhou, you've completely misunderstood. I never implied anything like that. I'm just offering a gentle reminder. If you notice it, great, if not, no big deal. It's merely a small speculation of mine, nothing to make a fuss over. But then, Guemo suddenly changed the subject. I wonder how Mr. Zhou Wannian would react if he found out about this. But I imagine it wouldn't reflect well on us. We should really put a stop to such things going forward. At these words, Zhou Tong's expression shifted slightly. Gumo's meaning was crystal clear. Someone was targeting their Jianghai Automotive Group. And the perpetrator was no small player. It was highly likely they weren't from Jianghai City. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't stand idly by. After all, the entire city of Jianghai stood behind Jianghai Auto Group. With today's incident, many will likely lose sleep. Zhou Wannian will certainly intervene. How could Director Zhou possibly remain uninvolved? The outcome was obvious. Finally, Zhou Tong gave Guemo a long, lingering look before exhaling deeply. Alright, discuss this matter with Mr. Zhou Wannian. I'm just following protocol. Once orders come down from above, action will follow. No more talk. I have other important matters to attend to. Farewell. Zhou Tong pressed down on his cap and swiftly turned to leave. Clearly, he had no desire to continue this conversation with Guemo. He knew that if this continued, he'd likely get himself entangled. He'd stick to his own business. As for the rest, Zhou Tong had no desire to get overly involved. Having occupied his high position for so long, Zhou Tong had seen far more than he'd just realized. He could already sense the undercurrents churning beneath the surface. Guemo exchanged farewells with Zhou Tong and saw him off. After handling these matters, Guemo quickly refocused his attention. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu, you were absolutely brilliant just now. I knew that even without me, you could carry the banner. Oh no. You are our leader. We're all waiting for your guidance. No sooner had Jotan left than Li Feng scurried over with a fawning grin, showering Guillermo with flattery. He grinned with an innocent look. Li Feng? Seeing this, Guillermo raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at Genesis Tech headquarters at this hour? Ever since moving to the industrial park, he had rarely seen this guy, Li Feng. He never imagined they'd meet again here. Li Feng chuckled. Mr. Gu, well, there was a bit of an issue. Ha? A little? Or a billion little things? Seeing the obsequious expression on the other's face, Guillermo casually waved his hand. Spit it out. Is it a little or a lot? What's going on? The research department at Genesis Tech had been handpicked by Zhong Shuriying herself, not like Li Feng or those other cronies brought in through nepotism to coast through retirement. Logically, nothing major should go wrong. Even if problems arose, they could handle them themselves. Chapter 176, News of Li Feng. The fact that Li Feng himself had come looking for him meant only one thing: something major had gone wrong. Nothing much. Just that our CEO Zhong sent over a set of metrics. Since you're our department head, we figured we'd bring them over for you to take a look. Ha! At this, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. A target issued by Zhong Shuriying? What's going on? Guillermo slowly furrowed his brow. Why hadn't Zhong Shuriying informed him about this beforehand? Li Feng licked his dry lips, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. It's a bit complicated, hard to explain in a few words. Guillermo frowned. What's so hard to explain? Li Feng continued. Because this matter never belonged to Genesis Tech from the very beginning. Ha! Ha! Damn, this is getting harder and harder to figure out. What exactly is going on? Bring me that metric for inspection. Guillermo emphasized his tone, speaking to Li Feng in a commanding voice. Li Feng dared not hesitate any longer and promptly produced a document. It was clearly prepared in advance. Seeing this, Guillermo's lips twitched slightly. Damn it! He clearly came prepared, yet here he was feigning a move against me. Damn it, I thought you were serious, but turns out this guy was just playing games. Mr. Gu, this is it. Li Feng licked his dry lips and said to Guillermo in a low voice. Guillermo wasn't in the mood for nitpicking at this moment. He waved his hand, taking the document folder from the other man. It felt light as a feather. What is it? So thin? A thought flashed through Guillermo's mind. He quickly opened it. Soon, a set of specifications appeared before Guillermo's eyes. As he made out the specific details, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The next second, he tossed the thing into Li Feng's arms like it was trash. Fortunately, Li Feng had a large belly, allowing him to catch it. Otherwise, it would have hit the floor. He scrambled to grab the nearly falling document from his belly, then hurried to catch up with Guillermo, taking 3 steps at a time. Mr. Gu, is there something you absolutely can't compromise on? Li Feng pressed his lips together, clearly still hoping to change Guillermo's mind. Hearing this, Guillermo's expression remained calm, but his eyes blazed with anger. Look at this nonsense. High-strength aramid fiber. This stuff is for materials manufacturing and it's made by our Genesis Tech. Guillermo stared intently at Li Feng before him. He continued, Li Feng, tolerating your petty schemes within the company has been the limit of my patience. I never imagined you'd push your luck this far. Spill it. Who gave you this design request? How much did they pay you? At Genesis Tech, Guillermo had kept a close eye on Li Feng's underhanded dealings. He didn't pry into what they were doing, as long as it didn't disrupt the operations of their R&D department. Those petty maneuvers hardly made a dent anyway. Besides, their R&D department genuinely needed someone with his talent. That's why Guillermo was willing to give him some leeway and make things easier for him. But he never expected this guy would get bolder and bolder. Hearing this, Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Mr. Gu, is that really how you see me? But Guillermo shot back with equal intensity. His expression seemed to counter, aren't you exactly that? A wave of bitterness washed over Li Feng. He pressed his dry lips together before continuing, Mr. Gu, this really isn't my doing. It's our CEO Zhong. Zhong Shuriying? Hearing this, Li Feng's eyebrows raised slightly. He studied the man before him intently. After a long moment, Guillermo could see in the other man's eyes that this matter didn't seem to be Li Feng's true intention. But then Li Feng slowly spoke up, Mr. Gu, this matter was indeed proposed by our CEO, Zhong. I'm genuinely curious about this metric myself. But it's absolutely true, no mistake. I thought you already knew about this beforehand. I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't seem to see it, so I had no choice but to come over in person. Upon hearing this, Guillermo's expression shifted slightly. He always silenced Li Feng's messages after all, the matters he sent were mostly unrelated to the company. Guillermo shot Li Feng a suspicious glance. Did Mr. Zhong give you this? He pulled the documents from the man's lap, reopened them for another look, and continued to eye Li Feng with confusion. Why hadn't Zhong Shuriying approached him directly about this matter, instead going straight to Li Feng, the vice president of their R&D department? Li Feng sighed helplessly. It really is a directive from President Zhong. Seeing Li Feng's repeated assurances, Guo didn't hesitate and quickly began reviewing the documents. After a quick scan, he declared, "This is feasible. How much is the other party offering our RD department?" After glancing at the specific figures, Guo nodded casually, quickly committing the details to memory. Simultaneously, he had already begun formulating a plan. After handing over the documents, Guo promptly began negotiating the terms. After all, any company capable of partnering with Genesis Tech was undoubtedly formidable. Especially when they were the ones coming to us. Naturally, he demanded a hefty price. Guo pressed his lips together, his eyes already glinting with that unique, money-hungry gleam. Although he was now the head of the research department, he was still working under Zhong Shuriying's authority. After all, he hadn't yet accumulated enough wealth to secure his financial future for the rest of his life. Besides, whoever complains about having too much money? At this moment, Guo was already calculating how to divide the money. Although Genesis Tech had built its foundation on chip manufacturing, back when they were still a small company, they lacked the capital to produce chips. Essentially functioning as a studio, they survived by taking on freelance orders from the internet. They did whatever it took to survive. Who knows how Zhong Shuriying and the others managed to persevere back then? Truth be told, it was their formidable business acumen that finally secured their first pot of gold, paving the way for the Genesis Tech we know today. Guo was well aware that Genesis Tech had retained a portion of these services within the company. Genesis Tech even has a dedicated department handling these projects. It's also a way for their coders and designers to earn extra income, something tacitly allowed within Genesis Tech, provided it doesn't compromise the company's integrity. Guo grasped this point almost instantly. Zhong Shuriying must have introduced some pretty lucrative deals. Chapter 177, Zhong Shuriying's uncle? Spill it. How much is our CEO Zhong willing to pay for this deal she personally secured? Guo was already dreaming of striking it rich. After all, Li Feng bringing such a thing to show him meant he'd already made the rounds in their RD department. But it turned out those people either lacked the capacity to take it on, or simply looked down on the price. Of course, this was an order placed by Zhong Shuriying, the female CEO of Genesis Tech. How could they not have the funds? Therefore, there was only one possibility: the difficulty level on this contract might be too high for the rest of Genesis Tech's team. This was precisely Guo's golden opportunity to snatch it up at rock-bottom prices. At that moment, Li Feng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Guo's words. This? How much? Why the hesitation? Guo frowned slightly. Finally, he saw the other person speak with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Our CEO Zhong says this project is a voluntary initiative for Genesis Tech's RD department. The compensation will be included in our year-end bonuses based on performance. Ha! At this, Guo's mouth twitched. Holy crap! Included in the year-end bonus based on performance? That's basically a worthless promise. Who'd want to work for that? Li Feng quickly chimed in with a wry smile. Well, that's how it sounds, but from what Kai mentioned, this matter seems more complicated than it appears. It involves one of Mr. Zhong's relatives. A relative? Hearing this, Guo chuckled. A relative doesn't mean we should work for free. Moreover, from this incident, Guo had already guessed who was behind it all. The only person who could be related to Zhong Shuriying was probably her vampire uncle, right? Back then, Guo had spent a fortune trying to free Zhong Shuriying from that uncle. Finally, after the man learned of Guo's background and the Gu family issued a warning using slightly less than proper means, he quickly got the hint and took his money and left. Who'd have thought he'd still be clinging on now? Oomph. This deal is even more off limits now. Mr. Gu, shouldn't we at least consider it? Li Feng licked his dry lips, his expression unnatural as he spoke. Seeing this, Guo gave the man an extra look. His expression shifted abruptly as he spoke in a deep voice. Li Feng, are you hiding something from me? Li Feng fell silent, unable to respond. Guo shot him a suspicious look, finally convinced the man was deliberately withholding information. Spill it. What good deeds have you been up to? I'll decide whether to keep you at Genesis Tech based on the circumstances. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Li Feng quickly spoke up. Mr. Gu, I saw how frustrated Mr. Zhong was, so I negotiated this deal with that guy Zhang Yu. Besides, this was also Mr. Zhong's idea. Our RD team neither wanted nor had the capability to handle it, so I had no choice but to approach you. In the end, Li Feng could only lay everything out honestly. Guo chuckled. Besides that, how much did you take from them? Spill it all. At those words, Li Feng's expression shifted like a stormy sky. Clearly, Guo had seen right through him. He cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Mr. Gu, I swear I didn't take anything. It was that Zhang Yu guy who insisted on shoving a red envelope with hundreds of thousands into my hands. I tried to refuse, but you know how these people are full of tricks. I had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Poof. Ha. Just as I thought. Li Feng was the very definition of someone who wouldn't get out of bed without a profit. What kind of person would agree to something so casually? And don't even get me started on him running all this way to beg me. If there wasn't some profit driving him, he probably wouldn't even glance at that Zhang. A mere few $100,000 and you'd sell me out? Gu Mo shrugged. He wore a look of utter disdain. There's no way I'm doing this. I ignored Zhang back then, and I certainly won't do it now. Earlier? Li Feng froze for a moment upon hearing this. Gu Mo had some connection with that guy Zhang before? After all, Zhang was a major materials supplier in Jianhai City, Longhua. Wasn't Gu Mo just a poor student? How did they even know each other? But none of that mattered to Li Feng anymore. What mattered now was that he had to live up to the hundreds of thousands in red envelopes Zhang had stuffed into his hands. Mr. Gu. Li Feng hurriedly grabbed Gu Mo's arm. Mr. Gu, please help us out. Besides, this project has Mr. Zhong's approval. In the end, it might still fall on our RD department to resolve it. So it'll still land on our heads in the end, won't it? Li Feng pleaded earnestly. Gu Mo merely shrugged indifferently. Since it's Zhong Shuriying's idea, let Zhong Shuriying come find me. As the head of the RD department, I believe I have the right to choose whether or not to take it on, don't I? And one more thing, if this happens again, don't blame me for being blunt. Gu Mo snorted. Seeing this, Li Feng's expression quickly turned bitter. He truly had no other options. He certainly couldn't return the hundreds of thousands in red envelopes to Zhang Yu. It would just be a matter of talking it out later. Just then, Gu Mo suddenly received a phone call. Gu Mo immediately stopped in his tracks. He glanced at his phone, and his face instantly turned green. Zhong Shuriying. Genesis Technology Group building. Gu Mo took the elevator to the top floor of Genesis Tech, the president's office. Ms. Zhong, you wanted to see me? Gu Mo's expression was less than pleasant. Even when facing Zhong Shuriying, he had no intention of giving her the courtesy. After all, the Zhang Yu incident had caused him no end of trouble back then. Now he was expected to help his enemy? Was that even possible? You're here. What's wrong? Not in a good mood today? Zhong Shuriying wrapped her arms around herself, fetched a cup of coffee from the machine beside her, took a light sip, then turned her head. Noticing Gu Mo's state, she gave him a slightly curious look. Gu Mo merely shrugged indifferently. Nothing special. Just some troublesome matters at Zhanghai Automotive Group. They're handled now. He certainly wouldn't mention Zhang Yu's situation. But that didn't mean he had no temper. He was no longer that helpless company clerk who could be pushed around. He had gradually regained some of his former assertiveness. Of course, he wouldn't forget the experiences that had shaped him. Under different circumstances, Gu Mo might have smiled it off. But facing Zhang Yu, especially after such an unreasonable demand if he were a man, he wouldn't give him a friendly look. Noticing Gu Mo's state, Zhong Shuriying spoke slowly. Let's have a cup of coffee first. We can talk at length. Chapter 178. I won't take this deal. Gu Mo, I've already learned about the Jianhai Auto Group incident through the internet in Kaihe. You handled it very well. Zhong Shuriying brewed a cup of coffee for Gu Mo as she spoke. Gu Mo waved his hand dismissively. That was merely my duty. Now, tell me, why did you summon me here? Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression turned startled. It seemed. Gu Mo's words carried a subtle edge, as if there was some underlying tension. This made Zhong Shuriying frown slightly. But quickly, when she recalled the things Zhang Yu had done in the past, it all made sense. Zhong Shuriying cleared her throat softly. Gu Mo, I assume Li Feng has already shown you the project on high-strength aramid fiber materials? She quickly brought up the question, steering the conversation. Heh, so that's what it was. Gu Mo nodded calmly upon hearing this. I've heard some information about it. I've reviewed the documents. The technical requirements are nothing special, just mediocre. Good. If you're free, why not take on this project? It seems no one in the RD department is eager to take this on either. Zhong Shuriying chimed in. Poof. Hearing this, Gu Mo promptly snorted. He made his stance clear. Ms. Zhong, I've got plenty on my plate at the park. For a job like this, I'm afraid, you'll have to send them packing. I'm too busy, and our RD department can't handle it either. He had no interest in taking on Zhang Yu's project. Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted. Little did she know how alarmingly idle the campus was now. Most employees had already been recalled, leaving only a handful to continue development and maintain the systems themselves. What important tasks could possibly require their presence? This guy was doing it on purpose. Gu Mo, is this order really causing you such difficulty? Zhong Shuriying asked in a low voice. Gu Mo shrugged, his expression impassive. Sorry, but I'm not taking that bastard Zhang Yu's order. Zhong Shuriying pressed her lips together, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. He's the last family I have left in this world. Oomph. So what? Gu Mo chuckled coldly. You must have heard about how your uncle swindled tens of millions from me back then, right? Back then, it was only because of you, CEO Zhong, that I didn't send that scumbag to prison. And now you expect me to do you a favor? Ha, what a joke. Of course, what truly angered Gu Mo wasn't the money. It was because that scumbag Zhang Yu had threatened him using Zhong Shuring. From that moment on, Gu Mo had never once looked at the man with respect. He just didn't know if Zhong Shuring was aware of this. To spare Zhong Shuring any emotional pain, Gu Mo held his tongue about the past even in his current rage. To get his hands on the money, that bastard Zhang Yu nearly sold Zhong Shuring to some old man. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time and rescued her while she was in a coma. Otherwise, even Gu Mo himself wouldn't have known what might have happened to her later. Because of that incident, he'd been resented by an unsuspecting Zhong Shuring for a long time, all because he'd interfered with her relationship with Zhang Yu. Oof. That silly girl never stopped to wonder why that scumbag Zhang Yu started pushing her away? It was because he had something to hide, wasn't it? Gu Mo, you have to help with this matter whether you want to or not. Zhong Shuring frowned immediately, her voice heavy with urgency. Zhang Yu is the last family I have left in this world. You must help him no matter what. Even if I know there's conflict between you two. What if I refuse? Gu Mo shrugged. He was ready to confront him head-on. On this matter, he would never back down. Even if Zhong Shuring intervened. Zhong Shuring was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Gu Mo to be so stubborn. After a long silence, Zhong Shuring seemed to realize she'd been speaking in the heat of the moment. She slowly waved her hand. Let's leave it at that for now. You go back first. If anything comes up, I'll notify you. That's best. Gu Mo rose immediately and left. That stupid woman. Gu Mo snorted. He was clearly just worried about her. Yet she mistook it for me opposing her. She's hopeless. Gu Mo huffed indignantly. Soon, Gu Mo returned to his office. He'd been spending most of his time at the campus lately and hadn't visited their research department in ages. His sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of the others. But before the murmurs could spread, Gu Mo slammed the door open and stormed into the office. This abruptly silenced the murmurs in the room. No one dared speak loudly. Even Li Feng, who had been reprimanding someone, pressed his lips together and silently turned away, not daring to meet Gu Mo's gaze. Like a frightened bird, he retreated to the hallway to smoke a cigarette and calm his nerves. What's gotten into Mr. Gu? Sumu, who had just finished processing a stack of documents, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the scene. Li Feng waved it off. Nothing much. Gu must have run into some unpleasant business. Life's full of disappointments. You just get used to it. Oh. Sumu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Then, suddenly, he blurted out, could it be related to that aramid fiber business? At this remark, Li Feng's eyes widened instantly. He quickly glanced around before urgently covering the other's mouth. Shoo! Don't say that. Mr. Gu is still furious right now. Watch out, he might diss you. Whoa! Sumu's heart skipped a beat at the sight. So that's what this is about. No way. It's just about aramid fiber. It can't be that serious, right? Besides, if we can't do it, we just refuse. We've handled plenty of such cases before. Don't you, Deputy Director, often sneak people in to work on them? Sumu, finally released by Li Feng, asked suspiciously. At these words, Li Feng's eyes widened in fury. He covered the man's mouth again, glaring as he snapped. What the hell are you saying? I didn't. I'm warning you once I didn't. Sumu was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. Seriously? You didn't? Bull. A lot of things still get run by me, how could I not know? Finally, seeing Sumu's face turning beet red, Li Feng released his grip. It's about the aramid fiber deal. Zhong Shuring's uncle, you know him and you took a 50,000 yuan red envelope from him. Hearing this, Sumu scratched his head awkwardly. So, did Mr. Gu decline? But does that really warrant such a huge outburst? Li Feng shook his head. I wouldn't know. I've dealt with Mr. Gu before, and it seems he and that job boss know each other, but their relationship doesn't seem very good. Hey! Mr. Gu's coming out. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw Gu Mo emerge from his office. But this time, his expression had changed completely, he was utterly calm. Chapter 179, Deciding to Meet. Mr. Gu, what are you preparing for? Something big? Just seeing your expression tells me Genesis Tech is probably about to make another big move. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. If there's anything our R&D department can do for you in the future, just give the orders. We'll follow your lead wherever you point us. Seeing Gu Mo emerge with a darkened expression, Li Feng instantly plastered on a smile and immediately began buttering him up, chuckling. Sumu had been preparing to step forward and say a few words to show his loyalty, but unexpectedly, while he was still gathering his thoughts, that guy Li Feng had already made his move. Sure enough, this was the gap between people, wasn't it? Faced with Li Feng, Sumu could only admit defeat. Hearing this, Gu Mo snorted coldly. Still sucking up at a time like this. But as the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Gu Mo didn't bother to take the bait. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Stop talking about this nonsense. Li Feng gave a sheepish grin upon hearing this, offering no defense. After all, whatever their director said went. But then he saw Guemo cross his arms, narrowing his eyes slightly. That Zhang Yu fellow said he wanted to cooperate with us, didn't he? Fine. Have him come find me personally. This matter is something only I'm willing to help him with and only I have the capability to do so. Let's hope that bastard Zhang Yu knows what he should do. I've got some business to attend to at the park. You'd better get in touch with that guy ASAP. Leave the rest to me. With that, Guemo shrugged casually and walked toward the exit. He didn't give Li Feng and the others a chance to exchange words. Seeing this, Li Feng froze, the smile on his face suddenly stiffening. He instinctively glanced at Sumu beside him, who looked equally bewildered. Just now, what did our CEO say? Sumu quickly scanned the direction Guemo had departed. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied. Just now, didn't Mr. Gu tell us to notify Mr. Zhang? When it came to getting things done, Li Feng and Sumu were lightning fast once they were paid. Guemo had just wrapped up matters at the smart car park when Li Feng's call came through. With that, Guemo finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yu. Is it time to see you again? He just didn't know what this guy was up to this time. In any case, based on Gumo's understanding of Zhang Yu, he doubted the man would be so easy to deal with. With the massive pie that is Genesis Tech laid out before him, if Zhang Yu were to pick just one inconspicuous blueberry and only eat the skin, Guemo simply refused to believe it. Precisely because of this, after much deliberation, Guemo decided to proceed with the project. Getting him to understand the issue clearly was surely better than being entangled in endless disputes, right? It was precisely this line of thinking that led to the events unfolding now. Soon, Li Feng arrived at the agreed-upon location, a tea kiosk. Upon entering the upper floor, Li Feng immediately noticed a scruffy-looking middle-aged man in the corner. Miss, how much is a pound of your new tea? Oh, right, do you have a tea name? Zhang Yu grabbed the female attendant's hand in an overly familiar way, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Working here is so grueling. Why not quit and join me? Truth be told, I've got an entire materials factory backing me, annual profits over 100 million. What's more, I'm the uncle of Zhong Shuriang, the current boss of Genesis Tech. If you join me, I guarantee you'll live in luxury. Taking advantage of pouring tea for the attendant, Zhang Yu made a pass at the attractive young waitress. Her face practically screamed disgust and revulsion. But she was a customer, and he was just a worker. No matter how unwilling he felt, he couldn't openly show it. Excuse me, sir. All our teas are listed on the menu. Would you like to take a look? If you don't see anything you like right away, you can scan the QR code to order later. The waitress's expression stiffened as she addressed Zhang Yu in a stiff tone. Hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned. But he quickly regained his smile, then swept his hand out dramatically, actually grabbing the waiter's small hand. Eat? Seeing this, the waitress's skin crawled. Zhang Yu, however, remained as calm as if nothing had happened. I've told you before, if you stick with me, you'll live in luxury. Why bother with this grueling waitressing job? Or would you rather add me on WeChat so we can discuss this in detail later? As he spoke, Zhang Yu pulled out his phone without waiting for a response, determined to forcefully add her contact information. The waitress felt utterly uncomfortable all over. Gritting her teeth, she forced a laugh. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we're not permitted to exchange personal contact information with guests. So what? If anything happens, I'll explain it to your boss. Zhong Shuriang, the big boss of Genesis Tech, is my niece. Who in Shanghai City wouldn't give me, Zhang Yu, some face? It's just adding a contact. If I come back to play, I can invite you out to hang out. Zhang Yu snorted and insisted on adding her contact information. Poof. Who wants to hang out with an old geezer like you? By now, the waiter's expression had turned deeply strained. Unbearable rage. Flames seemed ready to burst from his eyes. Zhang Yu acted as if he hadn't noticed, even attempting to take advantage of the moment to grope her. The waiter was utterly dumbfounded. He'd seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. The waiter's eyes widened, his entire body frozen in a dazed state. His brain had short-circuited, utterly unable to process what was happening. And just then, a hand swiftly slapped away Zhang Yu's wandering hands. Immediately after, a calm voice drifted over. No need. We'll scan the QR code to order shortly. There's nothing for you here. Please leave. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Zhang. At these words, the waiter snapped out of his daze. She turned her head to look. There stood a young man in his early 20s, handsome with a calm demeanor. While not breathtakingly handsome, his features were undeniably pleasing to the eye. Thank you. The waitress quickly regained her composure. She shot Guemo a grateful glance before scurrying away. The man before them was none other than Guemo. After seeing the waitress off, Guemo turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu, who sat in the chair, his expression filled with surprise and unease. Who are you? Chapter 180, It's me. Zhang Yu looked as though he'd swallowed a fly whole, his expression turning deathly pale. He never imagined he would encounter the one person he dreaded seeing most in this lifetime right here. Guemo. What are you doing here? Zhang Yu finally managed to calm himself. He knew this meeting was with a high-ranking executive from Genesis Tech's R&D department, in fact, the head of the entire division. But how could Guemo be the one who showed up here? He gasped in disbelief, his face frozen in astonishment. At the same time, in a place where no one could see, a hint of fear even flickered in his eyes. Why couldn't it be me? Guemo shrugged, sitting down as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his expression calm as he spoke. The two were like cat and mouse. Guemo was the cat, and Zhang Yu was the mouse. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt restless and uneasy. After Guemo sat down, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted nothing more than to get up from that chair and leave this place immediately. What's wrong? You look like you have something urgent to attend to? Guemo merely gave him a fleeting glance, his expression calm as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. Oomph. The Guemo of today was no longer the pampered young master he once was. There was absolutely no need for him to play nice with this man. It was Guemo who should be afraid now. Carefully recalling the information he had obtained back then, Zhang Yu quickly calmed down. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Gu young master. How come you're now dressed in nothing but cheap market stall clothes? Heard your Gu family got into some trouble, and all your assets were confiscated. I thought it was a rumor at first, but turns out it's true. Ha! His words dripped with scorn. Guemo remained calm. These past 2 years had smoothed away too many of his rough edges, leaving him largely unmoved by such remarks. Back when he just lost his status and couldn't even afford food, he probably would have lost his cool. But now. This doesn't really concern you, does it? Hearing this, Zhang Yu chuckled dismissively. He immediately crossed his legs, his expression dismissive. You're right, it doesn't concern me much. But I can tell you this, that girl you used to chase is now the CEO of Genesis Tech, worth billions. And you? You're just a penniless bum. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be just a lowly clerk at this tea house, huh? It's really a shame for you. The once proud young Master Gu has now become a waiter. How utterly ridiculous. Zhang Yu curled his lips in a sneer. He pulled a cigarette from his pouch, lit it, and puffed away with effortless ease. He was floating on air with pride. Guemo remained silent, merely observing Zhang Yu before him with a calm gaze. Even as the other man displayed utter contempt, only Guemo could discern the deep-seated fear lurking beneath his surface. After all, back then, Guemo had been the one who brought him perilously close to death. Seeing Gumo's unflinching expression, Zhang Yu finally snapped. Cornered like a rat, he began to lash out, revealing his true colors. Guemo. You probably don't know yet, but I'm here to negotiate a partnership with the R&D department of Zhongshuriying's Genesis Technology Group. This deal, they've even offered us unimaginable concessions. Now our Liang Materials factory is a nationally renowned major manufacturer, a dream utterly beyond the reach of ordinary people like you for your entire lives. Hearing this, Guemo nearly burst out laughing again. But a dream beyond reach? This guy probably couldn't even dream of where Guemo had started from. But at that moment, Guemo couldn't be bothered to argue. He silently pulled out his phone and began scanning the QR code to order. After ordering 2 cups of tea, Guemo set his phone aside and looked at the other person indifferently. If there's nothing else to discuss, shall we begin? Ha! At those words, Zhang Yu was the one left scratching his head. What the hell, what's going on with this guy? Once Zhang Yu snapped out of it, he shot back with a cold snort. Guemo, are you deaf? I'm about to discuss a partnership with the head of Genesis Tech's R&D department. What exactly are you doing occupying this space? This booth was reserved by Genesis Tech's R&D department. It has nothing to do with you, right? Get out of here while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I'll have security kick you out in a minute. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Zhang Yu snorted. His visit to Genesis Tech stemmed from their previous production of aramid fiber failing to meet strength standards, a technical issue that left them owing a massive shipment to another party. Left with no other choice, he turned to Zhongshuriying. Why not just pay someone else? Ha. Everyone kept talking about spending money, but Zhang Yu certainly wasn't going to foot that bill himself. Not to mention that spending money was a continuous bleeding wound, a massive drain on his own wallet. Thus, when trouble struck, Zhang Yu turned to Zhongshuriying, who had already carved out a niche for herself in Zhanghai City. She runs a tech company, right? Plus, she's got a team of top-notch designers from the Design Institute. Getting them to redesign the aramid fiber shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that was just Zhang Yu's perspective. In reality, they weren't even on the same level. It would be a miracle if anyone would take on this project. But then the unexpected happened. Hey! Guess what happened? Just as the veteran employees at their factory were gloating, Genesis Tech landed the order. So after mocking that group of veteran employees, Zhang Yu packed up and came knocking. For a company like theirs to partner with Genesis Tech, a firm poised to become one of China's newest Fortune 500 giants, was nothing short of a tremendous honor. Not to mention the female boss of Genesis Tech was his own niece. The swagger was overflowing. Faced with Gumo's calm expression, Zhang Yu finally relaxed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Hearing this, Gumo remained composed. You don't need to wait. I am the one you've been waiting for. Hey, you're. Put. Before Zhang Yu could finish his mockery, he suddenly realized something and his eyes widened in shock. You. What did you say? Zhang Yu stared at Gumo in utter disbelief, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This guy is actually from Genesis Tech's R&D department? You've got to be kidding me. Just then, someone approached from ahead. Excuse me, gentlemen, your tea is here. It was the same waiter. After placing the tea in Gumo's hands, he gave a slight smile. Mr. Gumo, enjoy your tea. Chapter 181, What a coincidence, I am the minister. The waiter's simple remark immediately revealed Gumo's identity. Zhang Yu's eyes widened at the sight. Impossible. He nearly leapt out of his seat. How could you possibly be the head of the research department? You've got to be kidding me. The person he requested was actually this guy. The real deal. Gumo took a sip of hot tea, shrugged, and casually remarked. At those words, Zhang Yu immediately fell silent, his protests fizzling out. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the number given to him by Li Feng, the executive from the R&D department. And soon, Gumo glanced down at his own phone. After glancing at the screen, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Yu, whose expression had grown stiff. He swiftly swiped to unlock it. Sorry, it's a client call. Gumo said casually. But, amidst Zhang Yu's frozen expression, Gumo's voice echoed from the other person's phone. Zhang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Wait, you really are? What am I supposed to do now? By then, Gumo had already hung up. He looked up at Zhang Yu, who had long since zoned out. Mr. Zhang, shall we proceed with our discussion now? After Gumo spoke these words, Zhang Yu finally licked his dry lips and accepted the reality. Mr. Gu. He cautiously glanced at the man before him. For some reason, the moment he saw Gumo, it felt like he was transported back to that memory of nearly being sunk into the river. He had nearly been drowned in the river, only to be pulled back by Gumo. To this day, Zhang Yu still remembered Gumo's expression back then, filled with both fury and anger, yet he had chosen to spare him. If not for Zhong Shuriying, his life might have ended long ago. Zhang Yu licked his dry lips and spoke cautiously. Are there others from Genesis Technologies? Talking to you is making me nervous. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, overcome by an indescribable tension. His throat felt so parched from the sheer tension that he gulped down several cups of tea in quick succession. Gumo, however, remained calm. Sorry, I can't replace that. After all, I'm the one in charge of this project. Ha! At this, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. His expression gradually turned peculiar. Was this guy Gumo doing this on purpose? He even began to suspect that Gumo had personally come to make things difficult for him because he knew Zhang Yu was the one behind the cooperative company. Zhang Yu clenched his jaw. I need to see your department head. Can't you just switch it to someone else? However, the moment he uttered those words, Gumo promptly replied with a straight face. My apologies, but the director you seek is also me. What? Are you kidding me? At that moment, Zhang Yu's expression began to stiffen. He never would have imagined that Gumo wasn't just an employee of Genesis Tech, he was actually the head of their R&D department. Which meant, when he went to seek help from Zhong Shuriying back then, he'd been spotted by this very same Gumo? I need to see Zhong Shuriying. Zhang Yu finally let out a long sigh. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone, intending to call Zhong Shuriying to vent about this situation and ideally, get her to switch his collaboration partner. However, the moment he uttered those words, Gumo calmly tossed his phone to Zhang Yu. Her number was already saved, just one tap away from connecting. I've already found it for you. If you want to call Ms. Zhong, use mine. Our internal line is faster. Poof. Ha. With those words, Zhang Yu fell completely silent, his defiance utterly crushed. He sat there with a blank expression, unable to compose himself for a long while. Meanwhile, Gumo sipped his tea leisurely. His expression was serene. He seemed utterly unhurried. After all, there was nothing for him to do at Genesis Tech right now. He had all the time in the world to deal with this guy. In any case, this time he was determined to settle this matter once and for all, ensuring Zhang Yueshao stopped causing trouble for Zhong Shuriying. After a long while, Zhang Yu finally regained his composure. He cautiously glanced at Gumo and said with some difficulty, Gumo, we've known each other for a long time. What kind of person are you planning to find for me on this project? As the head of Chuanshur Tech's R&D department, Gumo now had access to staggering resources. He could even scout out some top-tier talent within the industry for him. As long as they could solve his problem, that was all that mattered. Hearing this, Gumo remained impassive. You've already met the person I found. Ha! What do you mean? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. But when he looked at Gumo again, it suddenly clicked. Holy crap! So Gumo had been referring to himself all along. This left Zhang Yu utterly dumbfounded. He felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Mr. Gu, could you pull some strings and get me someone else? Zhang Yu asked, his voice tinged with both laughter and tears. Hearing this, Gu Mo didn't hesitate. He nodded. Sure. But you know how the industry works, it'll cost extra. As for how much, I think you already know the answer, Mr. Zhang. Poof. Ha. At those words, Zhang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. If he didn't know that, why would he have sought out Zhong Shiying? But if Gu Mo was saying this, it seemed like he was the only option left. Zhang Yu hesitated. Just then, Gu Mo leaned back casually and spoke with a detached tone. Mr. Zhang, if you feel my RD team lacks the capability to resolve your issue, you're free to replace us. I won't force the matter. But I wonder how much longer your Liang Materials factory can hold out. At these words, Zhang Yu's expression shifted slightly. It turned out he had indeed been contemplating hesitation. But Gumo's final remark had struck a nerve. How much longer could their Liang Materials factory hold out? It was no exaggeration to say the factory was facing immense cash flow pressure. If they failed to deliver successfully, they would be hit with sky-high penalty fees. This wasn't difficult to verify. Gu Mo had already thoroughly investigated the situation on his way here. Zhang Yu grew increasingly silent. This was precisely why he hadn't wanted Gu Mo involved in the matter. But now it seemed. Mr. Zhang, it seems you don't have any other options now? I'm flexible about this. If you're unwilling, I can always take a break myself and pretend this never happened. Gu Mo shrugged. Chapter 182, The Agreement Beyond the Contract. Zhang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. He was utterly speechless at that moment. Well, what do you think? If you've made up your mind, give me your answer. I'll give you 5 minutes. Additionally, I have some other requests. We'll discuss those once you agree. Gu Mo glanced at his watch before speaking casually. Meanwhile, Gu Mo signaled to the waiter. Hello, miss. Could you get me a glass of water? The waitress approached with a smile and filled his glass. As she left, she couldn't resist giving Gu Mo a wink, her eyes practically overflowing with flirtatiousness. As for Zhang Yu, after glancing at the half-full cup of tea in his hand, the waiter didn't spare him another look and turned to walk away. After it was over, Gu Mo leaned back in his chair, sipping his tea lightly, waiting for Zhang Yu's response. His purpose in coming today wasn't to solve the other's problems, but to clear the air around Zhong Shiying. As for why, even Gu Mo couldn't articulate it now. It was simply that he didn't want Zhong Shiying to be bothered by these scumbags. Especially not this Zhang Yu. After much deliberation, Gu Mo decided it was best to handle this personally. To handle this matter personally. After a long while, Zhang Yu exhaled. Mr. Gu, we humbly request your assistance. In the end, he offered this response. After all, neither the exorbitant repair costs nor the astronomical penalty fees were something their Liang factory could afford. Now, all they could do was place their trust in Genesis technology and Gu Mo. Hearing this, Gu Mo nodded slightly. Agreed. But I have one condition. Go ahead. Zhang Yu didn't say much in response. He licked his dry lips, knowing he held little power to refuse. Gu Mo shrugged indifferently. I can provide technical support for your Liang factory and also meet the performance standards you've set for the aramid fiber. However, in return, this technology will remain exclusively between Genesis Tech and your company. Intellectual property rights belong to Genesis Tech, and you will only have usage rights. How does that sound? At these words, Zhang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He clearly wasn't pleased. I came here to resolve matters, yet you're already putting us in a tight spot? Zhang Yu voiced his frustration. Gu Mo merely shrugged. Me putting you in a tight spot? Ha! I'm clearly saving you guys. If you don't agree, you can refuse. Besides, back when you signed the project agreement, you only budgeted 100,000 yuan for this. At that price, forget about hiring a top expert. Even a decent factory with this technology wouldn't send their interns to help you. Also, Genesis Tech takes a cut of this portion of the profits. We'll take our share based on international standards. After all that, I finally hit the nail on the head. Exactly, it all comes down to money. Zhang Yu had been holding some resentment, but now he fell completely silent. What a joke. What leverage did he have? If there are no issues, we can sign the contract. I guarantee your materials will exceed the project specifications, deliver even greater flexibility, and far surpass your expectations. Gu Mo declared with unwavering conviction. Zhang Yu's eyes flickered. He finally exhaled. All right. I'll trust you. By then, Gu Mo had already pulled out the contract and handed it over. All of this had been meticulously prepared long ago. All for this very moment. Zhang Yu, seeing this, realized he didn't even have a pen, and felt a pang of embarrassment. He had come to discuss business, yet he was being led by the nose by the other party. At this crucial moment, he couldn't even produce a pen. Before long, Gu Mo produced a ballpoint pen. Just sign here. Gu Mo pointed to a blank space at the end. Zhang Yu nodded. Soon it was Gu Mo's turn. Here, however, Gu Mo abruptly stopped his actions. This prompted Zhang Yu to glance at Gu Mo with a peculiar expression. Mr. Gu? Seeing Gu Mo hesitating to put pen to paper, Zhang Yu finally realized just how desperately he needed their Genesis technology. If Gu Mo didn't sign the contract today, Liang Materials Factory would go bankrupt immediately. He had come seeking help under the pressure of imminent bankruptcy. Mr. Gu, the signature? With a forced smile finally appearing on his face, Zhang Yu gave a nervous chuckle and spoke up. But Gu Mo set down his pen. He shot Zhang Yu a meaningful look. It seemed to carry hidden meaning. Upon catching that look, Zhang Yu's expression finally shifted. It was as if he saw in this man's face the corner by the river near that abandoned building in the suburbs of Jianhai City. Reeds grew thick there, and the winter wind biting into his skin made him feel utterly uneasy. That day had been the closest he'd ever come to death. Now, the expression on Gu Mo's face was identical to that of the young man from back then. Gulp. Zhang Yu swallowed almost instinctively. Gritting his teeth, he spoke slowly and painfully. Mr. Gu, if you have anything to say, please speak up. Whatever we at Liang Materials Factory can resolve for you, we will strive to resolve and cooperate fully. Hearing this, Gu Mo quickly shook his head. No, it's not necessary. This doesn't concern your Liang Materials Factory. Ah, then what is it? Zhang Yu's expression shifted. Gu Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing the man before him with a deep, piercing gaze. A dangerous aura emanated from his pupils. It made Zhang Yu's heart skip a beat. Even the fat on his body trembled involuntarily. You should know what kind of relationship Zhong Shuriying and I share. So if you have any designs on Zhong Shuriying, I advise you to abandon them sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do to you next. At these words, Zhang Yu shuddered. He hurriedly nodded. No, I wouldn't dare. Only then did Gu Mo slowly withdraw his gaze. This warning wouldn't be recorded in the contract, of course, nor would he let Zhang Yu walk away so easily. Finally, Gu Mo swiftly signed his name on the contract. Alright, this agreement is in triplicate. Take your copy. Our Genesis technology will arrange a visit to your Liang Materials Factory shortly. It won't take long. Well, exactly how soon? Zhang Yu cautiously asked after receiving the contract. Gu Mo shot him a glance. Once I return and inform Zhong Shuriying, we'll depart immediately. It's just a minor technical issue, a few days should suffice. Chapter 183, Spend Money Wisely. Days. Hearing this, Zhang Yu looked utterly dumbfounded. Good grief. Was it Gu Mo's arrogance, or were those useless experts he'd hired before just incompetent? Zhang Yu had brought in numerous technical experts, yet their projected timelines all ran into several months. The fastest estimate was 4 weeks, roughly a month, to achieve stable production. That bastard Gu Mo. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Gu Mo had already packed his things and stood up to leave. As he departed, Gu Mo didn't forget to offer Zhang Yu a parting reminder. After I meet with Zhong Shuriying, I'll leave with you. Don't rush off just yet. We'll take a taxi back together later, it'll be more convenient. We can also run it through the company accounts for reimbursement. After saying this, Gu Mo quickly waved his hand, made a dismissive gesture, and hurried away. Ha! This revelation came on top of the shock from Gu Mo's unreasonable time demand earlier. Great. Good grief. Who would have thought Gu Mo could come out with something like that? What was he saying, that the company would cover the taxi fare, and that the two of them had even taken a cab back? Seriously, don't you have your own car? Where did your Porsche and Lamborghini go? Even if they were all sold off, the former Mr. Gu wouldn't be this frugal. Zhang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the same Gu Mo who tossed a 10 million yuan bank card at him without batting an eye? This feels so damn unfamiliar. Gu Mo came and went in a flash. The distance to Genesis Tech was merely a single block away. Gu Mo reached it in just a few strides. After getting into the elevator and having Sumu organize a set of documents for him, Gu Mo went to the RD department to retrieve the materials. He then headed to Zhong Shuriying's office to inform her, and left the office amidst her slightly stunned expression. To be precise, Zhang Yu hadn't even finished a cup of tea before Gu Mo returned with everything packed up. Put. Seeing Gu Mo walk over with a laptop backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhang Yu assumed the guy hadn't even left their tea pavilion. Wait, you already handled it? Zhang Yu's eyes widened. Gu Mo nodded calmly. Yeah, everything's wrapped up. I handed the contract over to Zhong Shuriying, no major issues. Also, I've arranged a ride share. The driver's already on the way. Ride sharing. Carpool. Hearing this, Zhang Yu, already quite shocked, now widened his eyes in disbelief. No way. Mr. Gu, you're carpooling. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, his expression shifting uncomfortably. The words practically slipped out. As a manager like you, even if you don't have a dedicated car, you should at least have an exclusive one. The absolute worst you could have is a ride-sharing car, right? But you're carpooling. At that thought, Zhang Yu was genuinely speechless. He felt both amused and exasperated. Mr. Gu, I know you're used to being frugal now, but we really don't need to be this cheap, do we? Creation Tech is such a huge company, surely they can spare a few $100 for transportation. A few hundred yuan. Guemo rolled his eyes at the suggestion. Carpooling only costs a few dozen yuan, a tenth of the price. Wouldn't it be better to use the rest to stew some ribs? At that moment, Zhang Yu was practically laughing tears. After all, Guemo was helping him this time. Even if the guy was exaggerating, he should at least make an effort to show gratitude for the favor. He quickly pulled out his phone, ready to call his driver to pick them up. While Zhang Yu was pretty stingy herself, she genuinely hadn't expected Guemo to be this tight-fisted. However, before Zhang Yu could even take out his phone, Guemo swiftly tossed him a bill. Since we traveled together this time, I've included your share in the bill. Although the company can reimburse it, you're not an employee of Genesis Tech, so it's best if you pay me directly. Plus the T-kiosk charges this time total comes to 150 yuan. Would you prefer cash or online payment? As he spoke, Guemo had already pulled out a QR code. Ha! Oof. Seeing this, Zhang Yu's lips twitched slightly. Good grief. Is this really the Guemo I know? What the hell? How did things get so absurd all of a sudden? But glancing again at Gumo's expression calm yet tinged with authority, Zhang Yu dared not say another word. After licking his dry lips, he quickly scanned Guemo 150 yuan. Not a peep. After everything that happened last night, Gumo's expression finally softened slightly. He gave a slight nod. All right. The driver is waiting outside. Let's go. Ha! So soon? Zhang Yu finally snapped out of it, stunned once more by Guemo. He'd assumed carpooling would take a while, but how could this be faster than those dedicated ride-hailing services? That didn't make sense. Turns out, this is the advantage of ride-sharing. With that realization, a smile finally spread across Zhang Yu's face. Ah ha ha. So that's how it is. I get it now. So you knew the perks of ride-sharing, Mr. Gu. I knew it. A big shot like you wouldn't be caught dead in a shared ride. Ha ha ha, true. Time is money, especially for someone like you, Mr. Gu. I should learn from that. Zhang Yu chuckled awkwardly, finally managing to butter up Guemo. But Guemo just rolled his eyes at him. He quickly shook his head. You're overthinking it. I just used my custom software to pinpoint a ride-sharing trip about to depart. It happened to catch my attention. Ha! At those words, the smile that had lingered on Zhang Yu's face vanished completely, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Wait. It wasn't what he had imagined at all. Watching Gumo's retreating figure, Zhang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn. This is pure, unadulterated skill, isn't it? If I tried hailing a cab myself, I doubt I could have found one this cheap that was ready to go immediately. What are you standing around for? Hurry over. Just as he was thinking, Gumo's urging voice came from ahead. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality. He gritted his teeth and called his driver. Don't come pick me up. I've got something to do right now. Talk to you later. Oh, and I'll be heading back soon. Stop asking how I'll get back. I'll take a ride share. Don't you get it? Hanging up. After hanging up, Zhang Yu hurried to catch up with Guemo. He was afraid that if he lagged behind even for a moment, Guemo would scold him. But when he saw the ancient carpool waiting outside, Zhang Yu's face darkened instantly. What the hell? You're actually going to ride that? Chapter 184. Everyone knows you washed your feet. A bumpy ride. Finally, the two of them arrived at Liang Materials Factory. Their Liang Materials Factory specialized in custom-made industrial materials. The aramid fibers they produced were widely used in suspension bridge cables. Initially, things were manageable. After all, during the nation's major infrastructure projects, the requirements for these materials weren't particularly stringent. Moreover, the orders the Liang Materials Factory received weren't for large-scale projects. Thus, the aramid fibers produced in their factory were still passable. But soon, as requirements escalated, the factory quickly reached its limits, and its shortcomings became glaringly apparent. Under normal circumstances, such situations would warrant a shutdown for restructuring, upgrading where needed, adapting where necessary. But this happened right when the infrastructure boom was at its peak. Seeing competitors raking in profits while he got nothing, Zhang Yu was furious. What followed was predictable. Seeing that the tow ropes his factory produced hadn't changed much over the years and hadn't caused any accidents, Zhang Yu decided to exaggerate his material specifications just enough to meet the requirements. And so, Zhang Yu enjoyed a period of prosperity. But eventually, his practices were discovered. Nearly all the customers who had purchased materials from him began returning their orders. This amounted to a substantial sum. Zhang Yu had spent all his money on machine repairs and his own indulgences. Where could he possibly come up with that much cash? Left with no choice, he finally turned to Genesis Tech for help. This time, if he could still come up with the required amount, it would be fine. But if he couldn't, repaying the debt would be the least of his worries. He might even end up behind bars. That's why he was so desperate to reach out to Zhong Shuring. In the end, Zhang Yu chose to trust Guemo. But that was merely grasping at straws in desperation. Guemo gradually pieced together the situation along the way. He chuckled dryly. Zhang Yu, you've really gotten yourself into a mess this time. Anyone else would have bolted long ago. But what can you do? He happens to be Zhong Shuriying's uncle. Gu Mo shrugged. After composing himself, he quickly regained his serious demeanor. Where is the factory? Zhang Yu, seeing it was getting late, instructed his men to prepare a room for Gu Mo. Just then, he heard Gu Mo speak up and immediately flashed a smile. Ah, it's getting late today. Why don't we just rest for the night? He rubbed his aching back, forcing a stiff smile as he spoke. All because of that damn shared ride, he'd been jolted and shaken the entire way. Now his back was killing him, and all he wanted was to lie down. To hell with aramid fiber. If he didn't rest now, his back would absolutely snap. But Gu Mo waved him off. No need. It's not that late yet. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll have results tomorrow, oh, wait, maybe even tonight. As he spoke, Gu Mo had already started walking ahead. A middle-aged woman who appeared to be an assistant respectfully gestured for him to proceed, smiling as she led the way. This was tough on Zhang Yu. Damn it! My back! But what could he do? How could he possibly let Gu Mo go alone now? He absolutely had to accompany him. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong with you? Did you guys go for a foot massage today? Why are you clutching your back like that? At that moment, a man who looked like a general manager immediately noticed something was wrong with Zhang Yu's waist and instinctively asked. He pressed his dry lips together, a look of deep concern crossing his face as he spoke slowly. Mr. Zhang, you've really been through a lot today. I never imagined you'd sacrifice so much for the company. I've made up my mind from now on, I'll stand with Liang Materials Factory through thick and thin. But I still want to remind you, Mr. Zhang, we're getting older now. There are some things we shouldn't push ourselves too hard on. The only one who suffers in the end is our own body. You? Zhang Yu's eyes widened. His mouth churned, yet his throat felt like it had seized up. Not a single word came out. Damn it! He'd left himself speechless. Seeing Zhang Yu's utterly astonished expression, the general manager quickly smiled and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. The general manager smirked and said, all right, Mr. Zhang. We're all men here. I get it. I won't mention this to your wife. Zhang Yu's eyes widened even further upon hearing this. Holy. Just like before, he found himself utterly speechless. He couldn't even stammer out a coherent word. On the other side, most of the company had gathered to welcome Zhang Yu and Gu Mo, whom he had brought back. They naturally heard these words too. Then, seeing Zhang Yu's utterly unbelievable gesture, coupled with his slightly stunned expression, their faces shifted slightly. Everyone hurriedly bowed their heads in apology. Sorry, Mr. Zhang. We weren't deliberately shaking our heads while you spoke. We wouldn't go around spreading rumors about you going out to get a foot massage. No, we didn't hear anything just now. Their words came out jumbled and incoherent. As Zhang Yu's expression darkened, they dared say no more, immediately bolting from the scene. Zhang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He pressed his dry lips together, taking a long moment to calm his turbulent emotions. Soon, Zhang Yu, supporting his aching back, made his way into the factory. But just as he stepped inside, he saw Gu Mo already coming out. Their gazes locked. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Mr. Gu, didn't you say you wanted to go inside and take a look? But Gu Mo waved him off. No need. I've already seen it. There's nothing worth seeing. Ha! At this remark, Zhang Yu frowned. He gave a nervous chuckle and cautiously inquired, then, what exactly is going on? But Gu Mo just shrugged casually. What else could it be? The equipment's just too outdated. Yours clearly doesn't meet current standards. Hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned even deeper. Then, does that mean we have to replace the machine? He pressed his dry lips together, growing even more cautious. He didn't even dare meet Gu Mo's gaze. After all, they didn't have much money left in the account. They'd already lost a lot of money back and forth. How could they possibly afford this new equipment now? Gu Mo waved it off. No worries, it's a minor issue. Once I get back, I'll come up with a solution. Even your little workshop can produce something that does more than just treat symptoms. Poof. Heh. Small workshop. Zhang Yu's face darkened instantly. But he couldn't really say much. After all, they really were a small workshop. Chapter 185. The room wasn't even checked out yet, and the business was already done? After returning to the 9 points, Gu Mo quickly pulled out his notebook. After a moment's thought, he began sketching diagrams. Though the techniques themselves weren't overly complex, the sheer number of steps involved kept Gu Mo busy for quite some time. Fortunately, Gu Mo already knew the next steps. He swiftly presented a solution. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu had just gotten out of bed. Huff. He rubbed his old back, and at this moment, he finally felt no pain. But soon, something seemed to occur to him. Right. Gu Mo. With that thought, he hurriedly contacted his general manager. Has Gu Mo gotten up yet? Get breakfast ready immediately. Prepare everything to our most luxurious standards. Technicians deserve the best food and drink. He bellowed into the phone. However, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. This left Zhang Yu looking rather displeased. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? But soon after hearing this, the other party responded with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Gumo has already started. We're even beginning to debug the equipment now. Ha! At this news, Zhang Yu's expression shifted. An ah escaped his lips. After grasping the gist of the situation, Zhang Yu quickly hung up the phone, splashed water on his face, and left. When he arrived at the factory, he found a crowd gathered ahead. Like this, then like this. You're operating the program I designed for you like this? I guarantee there won't be any problems. Try it yourselves. Gumo's voice carried from the front. Zhang Yu hurriedly pushed through the crowd to squeeze in. Only then did he realize that Gumo had not only started but was already nearing completion. Damn it! He hadn't even gotten up late. What was wrong with waking up at 9? Can a boss sleep in a little? Some company founders don't even get out of bed until 2 in the afternoon. Yet, in that very time, Gumo had already handled most of it. Zhang Yu even wondered if Gumo might have left by the time he woke up 2 hours later. Here's another cold joke. He booked a hotel for Gumo. Holy crap! Before they even checked out the next day, their headache of a problem was solved. Holy crap! It really worked! Holy crap! Look at this finished product. My god, it actually passed the strength test. Whoa! You're a miracle worker. Wait, no, you're the king of engineering. Mr. Gumo, allow me to bow to you. Mr. Gumo, how on earth did you do this? We've been working with this machine for over a decade and have never witnessed anything this miraculous. Your work has completely redefined my understanding. The crowd was utterly stunned. Not only did the produced aramid fiber pass the client's strength tests, but it was also manufactured using their outdated equipment. The most crucial part? The entire process was foolproof. Not only could the veteran technicians who'd worked in the workshop for over a decade handle it, but even recent interns could master it. How could they not be stunned? The kicker? Gumo had solved it in just one night. What's going on here? It's all fixed? Just then, Zhang Yu finally arrived, pushing his way through the crowd. His eyes darted frantically around the machines before he rushed to ask Gumo and the others. Hearing this, the veteran technicians immediately gave Gumo a thumbs up. You know what? Mr. Gu is truly impressive. He fixed it in no time. Yeah. And he only did a few simple steps. Even an old-timer like me could remember them. Just now, we saw some aramid fibers produced using this method. Their strength far exceeds the client's original requirements. You won't find anything like this on the market. We're definitely going to be swamped with orders from now on. Mr. Zhang, what are you waiting for? Come give it a try. Me? No, I'm good. Zhang Yu was completely dumbfounded. His mind was still foggy. He hadn't processed it yet. Up ahead, Gumo remained calm as he slowly peeled off his anti-static suit. Watching Zhang Yu's stunned expression as he opened the machine under the urging of the veteran technicians, he found it rather amusing. Though, this guy's character left something to be desired. Having such a group of employees and not abandoning them when faced with a major problem, well, it seemed somewhat understandable. If only those past events hadn't happened. Gumo quickly shook his head. He tried his best to forget those past events. After a while, with the help of the other employees, Zhang Yu completed the entire process. Soon, a new batch of aramid fiber was completed. He was completely dumbfounded. Wait, me? I made it? How is that possible? But I did operate the entire process myself, even though it felt like being a puppet on strings. But he had participated in the entire process. After going through this, Zhang Yu quickly came to believe what the old masters had said. This thing, even an ordinary person could pull it off. As for why none of the veteran craftsmen seemed concerned about conflicts of interest, well, after all, the salary Zhang Yu offered was exceptionally high. Who wouldn't take it? In fact, the pay outside was even higher. Zhang Yu hadn't fired an employee in ages. The workers weren't worried, and Zhang Yu had no such intentions either. Otherwise, any other boss would have immediately thought about replacing them with younger, cheaper labor. Of course. That boss probably wouldn't have lasted this long anyway. After all, their employees had long been ready to jump ship, unlike these loyal folks. Gumo observed all this and found himself harboring a slight change of heart toward Zhang Yu. Perhaps there was more to that incident back then than met the eye? But this thought merely flashed through Gumo's mind before he swiftly dismissed it. Impossible. Mr. Gu, thank you so much for everything today. Emerging from the crowd, Zhang Yu's face flushed with awkward embarrassment. He rubbed his hands together and gave Gumo a nervous laugh. Gumo's expression remained calm. No problem. It's all clearly stated in black and white on the contract. If you ever need technical assistance in the future, feel free to call me. But honestly, unless your factory blows up, I doubt you'll ever need me. I've already called a ride share. No need to see me off. Gumo didn't want to engage further. He waved his hand, preparing to leave. But just then, Zhang Yu quickly grabbed Gumo's arm. Chapter 186, he insists on driving me, so I have no choice. Ha! Gumo raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned to glance at Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, is there something else? Gumo spoke in a deep voice. Although his impression of Zhang Yu had improved somewhat during this factory visit, it hadn't altered the image he held of him. Yet Zhang Yu quickly offered an awkward smile. He swiftly pulled out a bundle of bright red banknotes from his bag. Gumo's heart stirred. Zhang Yu chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ah ha ha ha. Mr. Gu, didn't I promise you before? The fee for this job is 100,000 yuan. You secured the equipment for us, so this 100,000 yuan is rightfully yours. If we were to replace the equipment, it would cost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. But for Gumo to get it done for just 100,000 yuan, that was an absolute steal. And he'd even stumbled upon it himself. What else is there to say? Not giving him the money would only make me uneasy, imagining their factory suddenly blowing up one day. But Gumo just rolled his eyes. 100,000 yuan. Red bills. You're actually carrying cash. What kind of heart does that take?" He waved his hands hurriedly. "No need. Just tell Zhong Shiriying later." Zhang Yu thought Gumo was being ungrateful. Well, it was only 100,000 yuan. The other party probably didn't even care about that amount. Most engineers wouldn't even glance at it. Gumo was actually being pretty easygoing. The engineers they'd hired back then were each more temperamental than the last. But Gumo now? He's practically a saint, isn't he? Zhang Yu licked his dry lips. He knew Gumo looked down on this 100,000 yuan. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Mr. Gu, please wait a moment." Zhang Yu grabbed Gumo's arm. Gumo frowned and turned his head. "What is it?" "My ride is already waiting. You'd better hurry, I've got work to do at the office." But just as Gumo spoke, he suddenly caught sight of the other man reaching into his bag. His eyes instantly widened with curiosity. A look of pain flashed across Zhang Yu's face. He licked his dry lips before finally pulling a card from his own bag. Instantly, Gumo's eyes lit up. A thought seemed to form in his mind. "Mr. Gu, I owe you a huge debt of gratitude for your help this time. I don't really have anything to thank you with. How about this? There's 1 million yuan on this card, it's all the savings I have right now. To express my gratitude for your timely intervention, I've decided to gift this 1 million to you." Zhang Yu spoke with a pained expression. He clutched the card tightly in his hand, reluctant to part with it. But then, the very next second, a smile instantly spread across Gumo's face. He casually snatched the card right out of Zhang Yu's hand. "What?" Seeing this, Zhang Yu froze, his expression suddenly stiffening. "No way. I was gripping it so hard my knuckles turned white. You just snatched it right out of my hand." Zhang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Damn. Could it be that Gumo couldn't tell he was just being polite? He'd only intended to put on a polite act, but Gumo wasn't playing nice at all. Zhang Yu opened his mouth to speak, only to see Gumo smiling as he tucked the card away. "Oh dear, Mr. Zhang, what's this all about? How embarrassing. Sure, I did some work and helped you out a little, but you don't have to thank me this much, do you?" Zhang Yu pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak. But Gumo waved him off immediately. "Since you're so eager to show your appreciation, Mr. Zhang, I suppose I can't refuse such kindness. Well, I guess I'll just have to accept it." Zhang Yu, momentarily speechless at Gumo's words, finally regained his composure. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly protested, "No, Mr. Gu, Well, I have matters to attend to at the office. I'll have to take my leave now. Goodbye." Before Zhang Yu could finish, Gumo turned and walked away. He didn't give Zhang Yu the slightest chance to stop him. Zhang Yu was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait. Didn't you confiscate that 100,000 yuan earlier? I thought he was just being polite, but this guy actually went for real. He wasn't being polite at all." Once Zhang Yu snapped out of it, he hurried after him. But when Zhang Yu reached the car, he heard Gumo's light, detached voice. "Driver, start the car. I have urgent business." The next second, Zhang Yu watched the car grow farther and farther away. At that moment, Gumo finally seemed to notice Zhang Yu's anxious face behind him. Gumo leaned out the window and waved at Zhang Yu. "No need to see me off, Mr. Zhang. Head back. Call me if anything comes up." After saying this, Gumo quickly turned back. The car grew farther and farther away from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stood frozen outside the factory gate, his limbs numb with cold. Unable to calm down for a long time. After a long while, "Damn it!" A heart-wrenching cry. After returning to Genesis Tech, Gumo first checked the exact balance in his bank account. 1 million in both whole and fractional amounts. Seeing this, Gumo chuckled. Never expected that old deng to be so loaded. The pain from that private message crack on the other party's face at their final parting was still vivid in Gumo's memory. It nearly made Gumo laugh himself to death. After all these years, this was the first time Gumo had felt so carefree. He quickly tucked the card away. Phew. After all, I did solve such a huge problem for them. Surely they won't make things too difficult for me. Besides, Mr. Zhang personally said he wanted to give it to me. If I refused now, wouldn't that be pointless? Guo shrugged nonchalantly. Just as Guo tucked away the million-yuan card, his phone rang. His expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the caller ID. Class reunion. After hanging up, Guo frowned slightly. What's the point of going to something like that? After a moment's thought, he chuckled. He couldn't be bothered. He might as well savor some rare alone time. It had been ages since Li Feng and the others brought him good food. Living in the campus area lately, his stomach was craving something rich. With that thought, Guo quickly sent a message to Li Feng. Of course, he didn't forget to tag Sumu either. Finally, Guo comfortably opened his laptop, ready to play a game or two. Soon. The office door swung open. Just leave the stuff on the desk. If you're done here, you can go. Guo, engrossed in his work, spoke without looking up. Li Feng and Sumu were essentially figureheads anyway, so having them handle tasks like this was perfectly normal. Soon, the other parties silently placed the items on Gumo's desk. But they didn't leave. Guo merely glanced at them before speaking impatiently. Alright, if you're done, you can go. Busy, the other asked. Yeah, what else would I be doing? Ha! Suddenly. Guo stiffened, goosebumps erupting all over his body. Chapter 187, A Man's Words. Zong Manager. The moment Guo saw Zhong Shuriying, he shot to his feet. His expression, however, was frozen stiff. Damn it! Why was Zhong Shuriying showing up at this moment? Zhong Shuriying stood with her arms crossed, her expression calm. She watched Guo silently, as if waiting for him to speak first. Seeing this, Guo licked his dry lips and cautiously began. Director Zhong, what brings you to our RD department? You should have given me a heads up beforehand so I could prepare. As he spoke, Li Feng hurriedly tidied up the mess on his desk. Unfortunately, the game was in the middle of a session, and shutting down was the only quick way to end it. Under any other circumstances, Guo probably wouldn't have been so flustered, but now that Zhong Shuriying had caught him red-handed playing games during work hours, how could he possibly explain himself? Zhong Shuriying merely gave Gumo's laptop a casual glance before folding her arms and saying flatly, "Didn't you ask me to come over?" Me. At those words, Gumo's expression froze. His expression was peculiar. Even his motion to shut down the computer froze mid-action. After regaining his composure, Guo pointed a finger at his own nose. Are you sure it's me? Not Mr. Zhong, I didn't call you. Don't go around falsely accusing me. The next second, Guo was slapped in the face. On Green Bubble, you asked me to message you about sending you some lobster. Well, I just happened to bring it over. As she spoke, Zhong Shuriying pulled out a takeout box from her hands. Poof. Ha! Seeing this, Guo finally seemed to understand. Damn it! Turns out he'd sent the wrong message. Zhong Shuriying still hadn't let Guo off the hook. She continued, after getting your message, I immediately placed an order at a high-end restaurant in Jianhai City. They did an express delivery, and it arrived in under half an hour. It's still hot. Eat up. Zhong Shuriying's tone was calm. Meanwhile, Guo felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. It felt like someone had taken a vacuum cleaner and sucked his soul right out. No, Ms. Zhong, I was just joking. I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect you'd actually buy it for me. Guo laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh? Really? Of course. How could I possibly let you buy me something like this? I just sent the message to the wrong person. So you're saying this message was originally meant for your own subordinates? Zhong Shuriying's eyes sparkled with amusement as she chuckled. Her words seemed to carry hidden meaning. Guo hastily clarified his stance. I swear, nothing like that ever happened. It was just a small gathering after work, he hurriedly explained. Honestly, we were just discussing dinner plans after work. Nothing was ever brought into the office to eat. Even if we did eat, it was just grabbing a quick bite during overtime around mealtime. Gumo's words were righteous and forceful, delivered with unwavering conviction. Zhong Shuriying shot him a look that said, do you really think I'd believe you? Still, she seemed swayed by Gumo's unwavering gaze, his conviction finally winning her over. Alright, enough. I know all about it. Let's eat. I heard you've wrapped up the Liang Materials plant matter. Consider this my reward for your efforts. Also, since you helped me out this time, I've had the finance department prepare 1,000,000 yuan for your year-end bonus in advance. You can withdraw at any time. Zhong Shuriying waved her hand dismissively. Guo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ms. Zhong, you don't trust me? I really don't have any. And this year-end bonus, Before he could finish his sentence. The next second. Bang! The door burst open. Li Feng's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. The moment he stepped inside, he addressed Guo behind the desk. Mr. Gu, I've delivered the hairy crabs you requested. The moment I saw your message, I had the kitchen staff work overtime to prepare them for you. Holy crap! Zhong. President Zhong. Before Li Feng could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically upon seeing Zhong Shiriying confronting Guemo ahead. His eyes widened, and he stammered for a moment. Wait, Ms. Zhong, when did you get here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Feng quickly stowed away the hairy crab in his hands. He forced a stiff smile and managed to speak with difficulty. Even as he spoke, Li Feng couldn't help but glance at Guemo, whose face had turned completely dark. Guemo was nearly laughing in anger. Damn it! Of all times, he had to show up now. He'd just promised Zhong Shiriying, and now this guy was slapping him right in the face. What? Is my arrival such a surprise to you? Zhong Shiriying shot Li Feng a puzzled glance, her gaze gradually sharpening. Li Feng didn't have the guts to look at Zhong Shiriying. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Li Feng quickly lowered his head and hurriedly explained. No, Ms. Zhong, I genuinely didn't know you were here. About this matter. Actually. At that point, Li Feng stalled. Actually what? Zhong Shiriying narrowed her eyes, pressing him for answers. Li Feng pressed his dry lips together, his mind racing. He took a deep breath and immediately adopted a serious tone. Ms. Zhong, I know this may violate company policy, and you can discipline me if you wish. But this time, it's to celebrate our CEO Gu just completing this project. I was preparing a celebratory banquet for him. I hadn't even had a chance to notify Mr. Gu yet. Since you caught me this time, I have nothing more to say. Do with me as you see fit. But if given another chance, I would do exactly the same thing again. Li Feng spoke with righteous indignation, his tone resonating with conviction even more forceful than Gumo's earlier display. Hoof. Seeing this, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. Good heavens. He lies without batting an eye, maintaining such composure, not even breaking a sweat. Unmatched. But this time, she should be off the hook, right? Gumo's thoughts shifted as he turned to look at Zhong Shiriying. The expression on Zhong Shiriying's face had clearly shifted, no longer as stern as before. This confirmed to Guemo that they had indeed passed this time. Li Feng had been an unexpected complication, but his smooth handling of the situation had managed to smooth things over. Not bad. Just as Guemo let out a sigh of relief, a commotion erupted outside. Mr. Gu. I don't know what you want, but I figured you must be hungry by now. I bought your favorite crayfish. A familiar voice. It was Sumu. Chapter 188, Peeling Shrimp. He. Mr. Gu probably doesn't know I already heard from Brother Foam that you're starving right now. As your devoted little assistant, how could I be so careless? Even if Mr. Gu is so careless he forgets about a lowly nobody like me, I won't let go of any chance to impress him. This spotlight can't be hogged by Brother Foam alone. Not long ago, Sumu had overheard Li Feng mention that he'd returned and even asked them to buy something to tide them over. That's when Sumu realized something was off. He knew that if he didn't do something, he was bound to be cast aside. And so, this scene unfolded. But after instructing the kitchen staff at the Spicy Crayfish restaurant to expedite the preparations, Sumu rushed to pack everything up and deliver it to Guemo. Mr. Zhong? What are you doing here? Sumu's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Sumu noticed that the expressions on Li Feng, Guemo, and even Zhong Shiriying's faces had become quite animated, all because of his sudden arrival. He felt a bit overwhelmed by all these complex reactions directed solely at him. Maybe you guys should say something? Sumu instinctively pressed his lips together, speaking cautiously. Mr. Zhong, I truly didn't mean to deceive you. Never mind. Just punish me. Only Li Feng and Zhong Shiriying remained in the office. As for Li Feng and Sumu, Zhong Shiriying dismissed them with a single sentence. Li Feng stared at Zhong Shiriying, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression unreadable. His heart raced with anxiety. This was worse than if she'd just sentenced him to death from the start. Keeping him hanging like this only made him feel restless and uneasy. It's fine. Let's eat. Zhong Shiriying waved her hand dismissively. She quickly walked away and fetched a chair from the side. Guemo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Even if I wanted to eat, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Guemo cautiously uttered. Gone was the defiant stance he'd held against Zhong Shiriying earlier. After all, she had him by the short hairs. By the time Guemo realized what he'd done, he'd probably want to slap himself twice. I know about this project. If you're hungry, eat. At Genesis Tech, we've never skimped on feeding our own employees. Just pretend I'm not here. Eat your meal. Guemo pressed his lips together, hesitating to speak. But then he saw Zhong Shiriying had already opened the takeout boxes and was actually peeling the shells for him. Seeing this, Guemo nearly popped his eyes out of his head. He hurriedly reached out to take the items from Zhong Shiriying's hands. No, Ms. Zhong, let me handle this. It's fine, I'll do it. Zhong Shiriying waved her hand dismissively. After dodging Gumo's attempt to snatch it, Zhong Shiriying casually remarked. Me? What have I ever done to deserve this? Having the female CEO of Jianhai City's Genesis Tech peel shrimp for him if word got out, wouldn't everyone be green with envy? But right now, Guemo didn't know if others would envy him. He was scared out of his wits. No, really, it's fine, Ms. Zhong. I can do it myself. But by then, Zhong Shuriying had already placed the peeled shrimp on a plate and handed it to Guemo. It's fine. Just eat. As she spoke, Zhong Shuriying continued peeling shrimp for Guemo. Guemo tried to say something, but seeing Zhong Shuriying's earnest expression, he felt strangely taken aback for some reason. It felt like they had returned to that time back then. Zhong Shuriying was still peeling shrimp for him like this, but back then, it had come with a price tag. Guemo had promised her 10,000 yuan for each shrimp peeled. Back then, it was simply out of concern for Zhong Shuriying's part-time job paying only 80 yuan a day, and her grandmother was seriously ill, desperately needing money. Originally, Guemo had only intended for her to peel 30 shrimp for him. That would have been about 3 million yuan. Who knew this guy would stubbornly peel 300 shrimp for him? He'd even haggled the price down to 10,000 yuan per shrimp himself, and it only ended because Guemo couldn't eat anymore. Looking back now, Zhong Shuriying seemed little changed from before. In fact, her earnest expression at that moment was utterly endearing. Especially that determined look on her face. Seemed exactly the same as before. Not a bit changed. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. As Guemo was lost in recollection, Zhong Shuriying suddenly spoke up to remind him. Hearing this, Guemo realized the lobster meat on his plate had already been piled up. Stop peeling it, stop peeling it. Guemo realized what he was doing and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He waved his hands hurriedly. If you keep this up, I'll be spending hundreds of thousands. I'm not that Gu family scion anymore, gotta watch my spending now. Guemo said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. At his words, Zhong Shuriying's shrimp peeling motions abruptly stiffened. Seeing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. Had he said something wrong? Damn it. Seriously. I really shouldn't have said that. That period in Zhong Shuriying's life was her most vulnerable and darkest time. Yet he had used such a joke to remind this now celebrated entrepreneur of Jianhai City of her shameful past. Wasn't that like peeling back the glossy skin of her glamorous facade to expose the rotten bones beneath? Guemo could have slapped himself twice. What a smartass, making jokes like that. He de-promised himself to bury these memories deep within his heart. Ms. Zhong, I truly didn't mean to. I absolutely didn't have any such intentions. Guemo pressed his lips together and hurriedly explained. It's fine. Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. She continued peeling the shrimp. Meanwhile, the intense inner turmoil, those thoughts that had swirled endlessly in her mind, were finally suppressed. Those words remained hidden within her. Now. Guemo should have his own life, and so should I. Unnoticed by Guemo, tears welled up in Zhong Shuriying's eyes. But having long practiced keeping her emotions hidden, she gave nothing away. Compared to the resilient young girl she once was, the Zhong Shuriying of today was entirely fortified. No one could break through it. Guemo couldn't say much either. He could only do as he always did, bury his head in his food. Soon, Guemo felt completely full. Just then, Zhong Shuriying spoke up. Guemo, I need your help with something. Only you can assist me with this. Ha! Just as Guemo finished wiping his mouth and let out a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly began pounding with anxiety. Damn it! I knew nothing free comes cheap. Chapter 189, The Hole Left Behind. What is it? After hearing the news, Guemo froze in shock for a moment. He pressed his lips together, thought it over briefly, then gritted his teeth and agreed. But, before taking action, he needed to clarify the specifics. He didn't want to be forced into doing something he wasn't entirely comfortable with. You know about the class reunion, right? Zhong Shuriying pursed her red lips before speaking. Poof. Ha! Hearing this, Gumo's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed. Zhong Shuriying's visit wasn't entirely unexpected after all. Their old class monitor had called them earlier, and the call had also reached Zhong Shuriying's phone. That explained why Zhong Shuriying had come to his office as the head of the research department. Guemo could have kicked himself for letting that idiot make the call. He certainly wasn't going to attend any of those pointless gatherings. I know. Our old squad leader called me earlier. Gumo's expression shifted uncomfortably for a moment before he shrugged indifferently. However, immediately after uttering those words, Guemo added a clarification. Anyway, I think this whole thing is pointless. Might as well stay late at the office. Heh. Just polite talk. It seemed Zhong Shuriying had been summoned, and he suspected he was somehow connected to the matter. Otherwise, Zhong Shuriying wouldn't have found me in the first place. Gumo's last remark was actually meant to shut down those brainless idiots at the source. How many people would even think to hold a reunion after graduating from college? Everyone had their own lives and social circles now. Who would care about some reunion in a circle of strangers? Guemo chuckled. As far as he was concerned, he had no interest in mingling with those who only kicked people when they were down. Back when the Gu family fell on hard times, he was so broke he couldn't even afford a hotel room. His credit cards were maxed out and overdue. When he had nowhere else to turn and asked a few close friends for a loan, they refused. They even belittled him. What was the point of keeping in touch with them? He certainly wouldn't be going. But he noticed Zhong Shuriying's expression shift slightly. She pressed her red lips together and spoke, Guomo, actually, throughout my career, I've always told people I had a steady partner. At these words, Guomo's previously dismissive expression suddenly became quite interesting. He pointed a finger at his own nose. Ms. Zhong, you wouldn't be referring to me, would you? Guomo's expression grew slightly awkward. Yet, the moment he uttered those words, Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together, looking slightly embarrassed. This alone spoke volumes for Zhong Shuriying. Guomo chuckled upon hearing this. Damn it! It really was. So, Ms. Zhong, are you planning to take me? Guomo licked his dry lips and cautiously inquired. Though he had long anticipated this outcome, Guomo still wanted to make one last attempt. But he saw Zhong Shuriying slowly nod. There's someone at this reunion you should know. Surnamed Qian. He has considerable backing. You crossed paths with him during university and should be familiar with him. Ha! Ha! At those words, Guomo quickly recalled an old acquaintance. Qian Fei? Guomo chuckled. Zhong Shuriying nodded. The Qian family behind him controls the Qian group, wielding immense influence. Even before this reunion, he'd been harassing me non-stop. Why not just refuse him outright? Guomo shrugged dismissively. Zhong Shuriying shook her head. I can't. To be honest, his father is a major shareholder in Genesis Technologies. Put. Hearing this, Guomo's eyes widened. No way. When did Genesis Tech ever owe them money? Guomo's mouth twitched. As far as he knew, when Genesis Tech was founded, they had secured a 51% stake through technology investment. Plus, the Genesis Plan Support Fund had been approved by the Zhanghai City leadership. The foundation was essentially spotless. How could this be? At that moment, Zhong Shuriying's face betrayed a look of helplessness. Didn't that Wu fellow team up with Tianxia Chips to set us up before? Back then, Genesis Tech borrowed some influence from the Qian group and they took advantage of the situation. At these words, Guomo's expression shifted slightly. He looked utterly astonished. You borrowed money from them? Guomo's eyes widened. Logically speaking, Zhong Shuriying shouldn't be that kind of person. Even if faced with the most dire circumstances, Zhong Shuriying wouldn't let others take advantage of her vulnerability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to work so hard to win her over back then. But he watched as Zhong Shuriying shook her head. It wasn't me. It was Lu Liang. Ha! At this remark, Guomo scratched his head, utterly baffled. Lu Liang? Who's that? Sorry, I've never heard of him. Or, maybe I've forgotten. Meanwhile, inside the Chuanxia Technology server room, a tall, lanky man maintaining the equipment suddenly sneezed. Lu Liang rubbed his nose, puzzled. Weird. Who's talking about me? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She explained, back then, Wu Mingxian tried to replace Genesis Tech and abscond with the funds to the States. As part of his scheme, he supported Lu Liang, one of Genesis Tech's founders. Later, Lu Liang had a change of heart and helped us recover our losses. Have you forgotten all that? Guomo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He really had forgotten. But Guomo quickly regained his composure. So it was that guy Lu Liang who signed the contract? Just as he thought Zhong Shuriying wouldn't make such a mistake. Zhong Shuriying nodded. She continued, or rather, Wu Mingxian signed it on his behalf, intending to pocket more money. With that, Li Feng quickly grasped the entire situation. In short, the previous crisis had left them with this massive hole. Poof. As for Qian Group, they really are deep-pocketed. They were actually willing to invest in Genesis Tech back when it was teetering on the brink. They must be laughing all the way to the bank now. That guy Qian Fei, huh? I see. Leave this matter to me. Guomo had already grasped the role he needed to play in this matter. He chuckled, patted his chest, and assured Zhong Shuriying. Alright, go prepare. Meet me in the underground garage later. Bring your Maybach. This time, I'll make sure that fat bastard Qian Fei stays far away from you. Chapter 190, Guomo. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the night of the class reunion had arrived. Prince Hotel. Luxury cars rolled in one after another, a sight too dazzling to take in all at once. Yet for the valet attendants at the entrance, this was nothing new, they'd seen it all before. And soon, a license plate bearing the number 1, 3 6s, and 3 8s appeared. The valet instantly perked up. A 666, AAA plate, a Maybach S680. Whoever arrived in this car was undoubtedly wealthy or influential. In fact, only someone with both wealth and status could have such a license plate. And this plate number had been the subject of rumors in Zhanghai City before. It was said to be the vehicle of the Gu family's heir, Zhanghai's wealthiest man. The Gu family. Their power is overwhelming. Their wealth was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But later, due to certain events, it vanished from sight. Yet this did nothing to dampen the rumors surrounding the license plate at their city's major entertainment venues. After all, the rumored playboy was truly lavish with his spending. For many, if they had the fortune to befriend that young master, it was practically like buying life insurance. Their future would be set for the rest of their lives. The valet rushed out with a smile, intercepting the car before it even came to a complete stop. But what should have been a simple parking request, but the driver showed no intention of stopping to accept the valet service. Instead, the car roared past the valet, found a parking spot on its own, and executed a perfect reverse park. Parked right in front of the valet. Ha! Seeing this, the valet attendant was completely dumbfounded. Seriously? With all these luxury cars, this is the first time I've seen someone just pull in like that. What was he supposed to do now? If it were just a regular Mazda, he might not have batted an eye, but this top-of-the-line Maybach. Well, you have to admit it was a bit over the top. It felt oddly unsettling. At least the valet guy had never seen anything like it in his life. Today really was a case of a knife to the butt, opening his eyes. Soon, the angel wings of the top-of-the-line Maybach unfolded. A handsome young man stepped out of the car. The stunning beauty in the passenger seat was even more breathtaking. From afar, she resembled a cold goddess, someone who should only exist in paintings, utterly unthinkable in the mortal world. The valet was completely mesmerized. These two were none other than Zhong Shiriying and Gu Mo. After stepping out, Zhong Shiriying adjusted to the feel of her high heels before voicing a slight complaint to Gu Mo. Why didn't you ask for valet parking just now? After all, they were driving a Maybach. Never mind the specs, with her status now elevated, shouldn't everything else match? Gu Mo scratched his head and chuckled. Just trying to save some cash. Hiring a valet costs at least $200. At our price point, the tip alone would easily hit $1,000. That could cover my rent for a month, no, 2 months. Oof. Ha. Meanwhile, the valet's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. Wow. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone driving a Maybach be so penny-pinching. This guy looks so flashy, yet he's so tight-fisted. The valet rolled his eyes. But that woman, she was a sight for sore eyes. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her. You talk like you know everything, as if you've done this before. Facing Gu Mo's explanation, Zhong Shiriying crossed her arms and shrugged. Gu Mo didn't hide anything. He scratched his head and chuckled. Well, yeah, I actually did that before. But later on, I had to keep giving money to my boss, and hardly any of it ended up in my own pocket, so I quit. However, Gu Mo's guilty gesture made it painfully obvious he was lying through his teeth. The truth was, that wasn't his real reason. After all, with his good looks, plenty of beautiful women were willing to pay him unimaginable sums. But his reputation in Jianghai City was too notorious. He used to be a regular at such places, making it easy for people to recognize him, so he stopped. Zhong Shiriying didn't dwell on it. She waved her hand dismissively. Alright, let's go. They're probably waiting impatiently. Gu Mo naturally said nothing more and hurried to catch up. The moment Gu Mo and Zhong Shiriying departed, the valet, Xiuxiu, let out a few whistles. What a freeloading loser, damn it. If I could land a beauty like that, I'd be laughing in my sleep. The valet rolled his eyes in disgust. He spat in the direction Gu Mo and Zhong Shiriying had departed. Soon after, another valet, having parked a car, walked over to chat with the guy. So, how much tip did you get from that Maybach driver just now? The other guy counted the few bright red bills in his hand, then smoothly stuffed them into his wallet. After taking them, he looked up and addressed the valet. Hearing this, the man chuckled. He curled his lips. Don't even mention it. Not a single penny. These days, even those driving top-of-the-line Maybachs are ing broke. Who? That doesn't make sense. The other man froze for a moment. But then he chuckled and pointed at the two figures about to disappear from view. See those two? ing freeloaders. Probably can't last 5 minutes in bed. If that woman were with me, she'd be lucky to even get out of bed and walk. The man sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, the other man narrowed his eyes slightly and studied the scene. But the very next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Holy? No way. Meanwhile, the man kept ranting, this ing disgusting freeloader. What the hell else could he do but leech off others? Does he even realize how pathetic he looks? The next second, another person covered his mouth. Damn it. What the hell is this? The man froze. He whipped his head around, glaring furiously at the person beside him. Are you out of your mind? The other man's expression darkened. He spoke in a deep voice. That guy is Gu Mo. Gu Mo. At that name, the valet paused. You mean Gu Mo, the eldest son of the Gu family who lives in Villa 98 on Jojo Jianchu Road? No. Didn't that guy go bankrupt? That guy is him. The other party looked utterly speechless. Who cares if he's bankrupt or not? Even if he is, that woman by his side could easily support him. That woman? Who is she? The man frowned even deeper. The other man gave a wry smile. Jianghai City star entrepreneur, founder of Genesis Tech Zhong Shiriying. She's also the mistress Gu's eldest son kept during college. She used to come here all the time, you didn't know. At those words, the man froze in place. No way. He turned his head to look again, but by then, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying had already entered the hotel lobby. Gone. Chapter 191, Class Reunion. Ms. Zhong, what should I do once I go inside? In the hallway, Guemo felt a slight flicker of timidity. He turned his head and asked Zhong Shuriying beside him. In this kind of setting, the old him wouldn't have batted an eye, but things were different now. Though he didn't feel out of place, the thought of parting with tens of thousands of yuan with a wave of his hand made his heart ache. Just follow me. At most, you'll drink some wine and exchange pleasantries with that guy Qian Fei. Nothing else. Zhong Shuriying replied calmly. Oh. Guemo nodded obediently upon hearing this. Looking back, many at this reunion must have learned of his current predicament. They'd likely seize the chance to taunt Zhong Shuriying relentlessly. Could he really avoid it? But these matters were best kept buried within Gumo's own heart. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhong Shuriying's chest. Her ample bosom, paired with a figure so perfectly sculpted it needed no corset, resembled an exquisitely arranged bouquet. The forward curve was like the most dazzling red rose among the starry sky. Guemo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It had to be Zhong Shuriying. She truly has the assets. I wonder which lucky guy will get to enjoy such a beauty in the future. What are you looking at? Zhong Shuriying noticed Gumo's gaze, raised an eyebrow slightly, and spoke softly. Hearing this, Guemo quickly adopted a serious tone. Ms. Zhong, there's clearly a design flaw in this evening gown. Let me know who your designer is later, I'll pay him a visit. Oof. Yeah, right. Zhong Shuriying chuckled. You'd be more convincing if you took your eyes off me while saying that. Guemo chuckled darkly. Ms. Zhong, don't you think you resemble an open, perfectly blooming red rose? I never knew you had such a smooth-talking side to you. Smooth talking. Zhong Shuriying pursed her lips, her expression turning stern. Guemo was at a loss for words. Should he take the compliment? Or not? He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Did she have to be so hard to please? Zhong Shuriying glanced around. I'll go to the dressing room. You can walk around and get familiar with the place. I'll come find you when I'm done. Guemo nodded. Just as Zhong Shuriying turned away, a proud, teasing smile flashed across her face. Oof. This guy actually knows how to talk sometimes. After Zhong Shuriying left, Guemo found a corner seat and sat down. He had nothing else to do anyway, and there was no need to wander around. The hotel was bustling with people. They came and went, mingling and networking. It could be said, those who made it into Longwa University of Science and Technology, aside from those whose backgrounds were truly unimpressive, were generally doing quite well for themselves. Now, 2 years after graduation, they all held positions with the title director attached. Some even returned home to take over their family businesses, becoming CEO candidates at a young age and helping manage all aspects of their family enterprises. They were undoubtedly the most dazzling group present. Amidst the crowd, Qian Fei and his group formed a circle, chatting and laughing, seemingly oblivious to Guemo in the corner. Guemo, for his part, had no interest in joining their banter. Beyond these individuals, even those without privileged backgrounds now earned over 200,000 yuan annually as high-level white-collar professionals. Though lacking the power and wealth of the likes of Qian Fei, they all lived respectable lives. After years of navigating the rough and tumble of corporate life, they had mastered the art of currying favor. The loudest voices in the room, speaking most rapidly, belonged to them. Zhao Gang. He was the most ruthless among them. Young Master Qian. Back in school, I knew you'd rise to great heights someday. Never imagined it'd happen this fast. You can tell a dragon from a worm early on. I love hearing you say that. Zhao Gang, right? I recall you work somewhere, where was it again? Some small-time place, nothing to write home about. Compared to your business, Mr. Qian, it's not even worth a finger. Zhao Gang was also a master at reading the room. He now addressed Qian Fei with flattery dripping from his words. Hearing this, Qian Fei basked in the flattery and immediately waved his hand. What small company? Quit immediately and come work for us. We'll give you $1 million a year. Qian Fei said casually. Holy crap. $1 million with a wave of his hand. $1 million annual salary, just like that. Zhao Gang's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Damn it. He worked his ass off for a year and only made 300,000, and that was after a recent raise. After covering his daily expenses, he only had a few tens of thousands left each year. $1 million yuan annual salary. He dared not even imagine it. The gap between 300,000 and 1 million is 700,000, but the real chasm between them is 7 million. Now, Qian Fei could effortlessly help him leap over that gap with just a casual remark. That was far easier than when he was in school. Zhao Gang was flushed with excitement. He was itching to kneel before Qian Fei right then and there. Young Master Qian is truly magnanimous. The others around them watched with envious glances. They didn't doubt the truth behind Qian Fei's offhand remark. After all, the Qian group behind him was a colossus. They casually paid them annual salaries in the millions. At that moment, they all hated themselves enough to slap themselves twice. Why couldn't they catch a break even if they tried? Look at Zhao Gang, he just groveled at Qian Fei's feet, and now he's landed $1 million a year job. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner, Gumo's expression flickered slightly upon hearing this. Damn it! His eyes widened. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! If they'd offered me $1 million annual salary, I would have quit this damn job ages ago. Just then, whether someone noticed Gumo or his muttering caught others' attention. All eyes suddenly turned toward them. And they recognized Gumo immediately. After all, Gumo had once been so dazzling that even now, long after fading from their daily view, he still left a deep impression on many. What a joke! Whoever crashed a Lamborghini into their vice principal back in college and walked away unscathed? That's the kind of legend everyone remembers. Not to mention, Gumo was also a top-tier rich kid back then. Back then, Gumo's father, dissatisfied with the campus environment, had even donated an entire building to Longwei University of Science and Technology. Yes, you heard that right. Gumo's father donated an entire building to Longwei University of Science and Technology. People like that are practically legendary figures. Who wouldn't know him? And now, all eyes turned to Gumo. Chapter 192, Targeting. The room fell unexpectedly silent in an instant. Oh ho! Isn't this Gumo, the esteemed young master? Didn't you say you wouldn't come today? Why did you suddenly show up? Finally, someone spoke up. Qian Fei. Back in school, Qian Fei was the one who despised Gumo the most. He gave a cold snort. Now that he saw Gumo again, how could he resist humiliating him thoroughly? Besides, Gumo was now a fallen dog. If he didn't take revenge now, when would he? At the end of the day, this class reunion wasn't just about the matters with Zhong Shuriying, it was also about that bastard Gumo. Of course, Qian Fei had long known about Zhong Shuriying and Gumo's relationship. He'd practically been hoping Gumo would show up. But what no one expected was that Gumo actually showed up. And now, upon hearing this, everyone instinctively grasped one thing. Qian Fei was about to give Gumo a hard time. Zhao Gang was the first to catch on. If he was going to be Qian Fei's lackey, then he should understand what a competent lackey should look like. At the very least, he had to grasp his master's intentions. Heh, isn't that Gumo over there? I heard your Gu family fell from grace. How come you're still sitting here looking perfectly fine? Just as the atmosphere was about to turn frosty, Zhao Gang stepped forward and began to sneer at Gumo. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrow arched slightly. Zhao Gang? Once a dog at my side, yet now he turns to bite me? Oof. This was rather amusing. Gumo scanned the room, taking in the expression on nearly every face. Their faces bore a variety of expressions. Soon, a smile spread across Gumo's face. What's the matter? This is a class reunion. I was invited over the phone, how could I not come? At these words, many faces in the room shifted slightly, though none said much more. They were still largely wary of Qian Fei's influence. Back in school, they were all pretty much on the same level. But out here, after enduring society's harsh realities, they had come to understand the gaps between them. This wasn't some fairy tale, it was the brutal reality. Zhao Gang's expression shifted noticeably. He glanced back at Qian Fei behind him. Seeing the other man's sullen expression, Zhao Gang quickly understood what he needed to do next. Zhao Gang immediately snorted coldly. Oomph. Do you even have the qualifications to be invited? Every single person here is a high-level white-collar professional. What are you, some kind of nobody? I hear you can't even land a job, and even if you did, it'd be some trash gig paying a few thousand a month. You should know that even the least successful among us has landed offers from major tech companies, with annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands. Zhao Gang pointed at Gumo. Now you should understand the gap between us. And that suit of yours rented, right? At least it looks decent. He gave Gumo a once-over and let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. It was clearly the same man, wearing the same impeccable suit, yet the person facing Gumo now seemed like a completely different person. At these words, many in the room flinched slightly. Qian Fei, however, burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Gumo, don't listen to that guy Zhao Gang spouting nonsense. He just loves to gossip and stir up trouble. What are you doing for work now? How about this? Come work for my company. I'll give you $1 million a year. What do you say? 1 million. Gumo's expression had been rather sour, but upon hearing that figure, he couldn't help but feel tempted. But he knew the other party was merely joking. And once Gumo came to his senses, he certainly wouldn't bend over backwards for $1 million. No thanks. I've got a job now. Gumo waved his hand dismissively. He understood perfectly well that these people had come just to toy with him. As for Qian Fei, that dog he once trampled underfoot now dared to strut around in front of him? And then there was Zhao Gang. If it weren't for the fact that Gumo's temperament had been tempered considerably over the past 2 years, he probably would have already started giving these two a taste of his strength by now. He answered calmly, his eyes fixed on these disgustingly smirking men as if they were nothing more than clowns. But Qian Fei merely sneered in contempt at those words. Poof. What do you do for a living? How much do you make a year? How about I buy your company and pay your salary? Would that work? At this remark, a chorus of sycophants erupted into raucous laughter. The others' expression shifted slightly, though none spoke. They merely felt a twinge of sympathy for Gumo. Hearing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He spoke slowly, my salary isn't much. It certainly doesn't reach the $1 million a year level. But if you want to buy our company, I think you're still a bit short on resources. Gumo finally countered. And just as before, Gumo's expression remained as calm as the depths of the ocean. Unruffled. Over the years, Gumo had weathered too much to resemble these spoiled brats in the slightest. Whether in temperament or capability, or in his mastery over his own emotions, he far surpassed these arrogant second-generation heirs. Oh, they simply couldn't compare. A chasm lies between them. At these words, Qian Fei, who had been roaring with laughter moments before, suddenly grew grim. This guy. Damn it, he's not even the Gu family's eldest son anymore, yet he's still so arrogant. Qian Fei narrowed his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Well then, I'd be quite curious to know what kind of major corporation could make even our Qian group back down. What kind of company is so powerful it can't even raise the salary of our esteemed Gu young master? Zhao Gang chimed in immediately. I reckon it's just Gumo spinning tales here. Didn't he do the same thing back when he was chasing after Zhong Shuriying? Ha ha ha, you're not kidding. Back then, he thought having a few stinking bucks made him worthy of dating Zhong Shuriying. And what happened? Later, Zhong Shuriying became Jianghai City's rising star, while young Master Gu. And I heard that back when Gumo was spending a fortune to keep Zhong Shuriying, he barely even held her hand a few times, let alone, that stuff. He's just a pure loser. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. You wanted pure love with Zhong Shuriying? What happened? Maybe she spent all these years building her career by scheming to deceive those old men. The voices of Qian Fei's sycophants echoed throughout the room. No wonder $1 million annual salary was simply too tempting. So great that many stumbled in their steps when confronted with it. Now, all the pressure fell squarely on Gumo. Chapter 193, Taunting Gumo. After hearing this, Gumo cast a brief glance at the crowd. Soon, he slowly narrowed his eyes. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. These guys might be able to talk about themselves, but when it came to Zhong Shuriying, I won't let them off the hook. Sorry to disappoint you. Gumo shrugged. Facing the crowd's mockery, Gumo let out a cold chuckle. Truth be told, I'm currently employed at Genesis Tech. Genesis Tech? What kind of small time? Creation Tech. The moment those words left his mouth, many who had been about to mock him froze in their tracks. No way. Is this the Genesis Tech they know? Was there another Genesis Tech in Jianghai City? These questions flashed through everyone's minds. Spiral strike. Straight to the soul. Yes, it's the Genesis technology you're thinking of. Zhong Shuriying did it. Seeing this, Gumo spoke with even greater gravity. At these words, the crowd fell into an even deeper silence. Even Qian Fei's expression shifted slightly. No wonder Gumo claimed he couldn't afford the company behind them. It was Genesis Tech. Even if they could afford it, they still couldn't acquire it. Its uniqueness was unparalleled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was destined to become a colossus in the industry. It was thanks to the money he'd sent them when Genesis Tech was struggling that he'd managed to hop on this express train. Otherwise, he'd never have gotten a seat. But word was that money had apparently run into trouble, leaving everyone scratching their heads. This time, aside from the matter involving Zhong Shuriying, the purpose was also to arrange a private meeting with her to resolve this issue. At this moment, Qian Fei's lackeys remained oblivious to these developments. They let out cold, mocking chuckles before resuming their scornful taunts toward Gumo once they regained their composure. Ha! Just got lucky landing a lowly clerk position at Genesis Tech, and now you think you're hot stuff? Exactly. You just got lucky landing an ordinary position. At best, you'll end up as a low-level manager. What are you trying to pull here, acting like some big shot? This is hilarious. It's only because Zhong Shuriying feels sentimental about your past together that she gives you any perks. Otherwise, with your technical skills, how high do you think you could climb at Genesis Tech? Gumo, don't go bragging here. In reality, you probably couldn't even get through Genesis Tech's front gate. They recruit top students from key universities. What makes you think you'd stand a chance? With your report card full of red marks from failed courses, who'd want you? The barbs came thick and fast. Every word dripped with scorn for Gumo. Yet Gumo remained utterly calm. He couldn't be bothered to explain himself to these idiots. I serve as the head of the research department at Genesis Technologies, overseeing technological development and pioneering new projects. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell briefly silent. Poof. Ha. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Soon, Zhao Gang burst into loud laughter. Wiping away tears of laughter, he said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Seriously, Guemo? When did you become so obsessed with saving face? Are you already making up stories just to prove how successful you are? Look at what you're saying. Back in college, you were nothing but a delinquent. You failed almost every single final exam. If it weren't for the powerful backing of the Gu family, do you really think you'd have graduated? With that kind of record, who would dare hire you? And let you manage projects? Ha! That's laughable." The others joined in with cold laughter. This time, they didn't need any incentive to drive them. They could just mock him freely. After all, Zhao Gang was telling the truth. Even many neutral observers in the crowd quickly shook their heads, unable to bear the spectacle. Man, what a waste of such a good person. What a shame. Exactly. What's there to hide? He should just admit it openly. Instead, he lies all for his own pride. Little does he know, this only makes his position more vulnerable. Probably can't handle the psychological blow. After all, how could someone who once stood so high accept this failure now? Maybe he's already gone off the deep end, wallowing in self-pity in that rented room for who knows how long. Whispers filled the room. Some were cold, sarcastic remarks, while others were sighs of regret for Gumo's current predicament. Yet Guemo remained utterly composed. What? Do you find this amusing? Isn't it funny? Zhao Gang wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and retorted. Guemo merely shrugged indifferently. Whatever you think. But then Chen Fei waved his hand dramatically. Stifling his laughter, he blurted out, Guemo, well, even though we weren't exactly close in college, we were classmates after all. As an old classmate, I'm still willing to lend you a hand. Here's the deal, I need a driver. If you take the job, I'll start you at 10,000 yuan a month, with an annual salary of 300,000. What do you say? If you ever feel the pressure of life, just let me know. I wouldn't mind bumping it up a bit. Poof. Ha. Hearing this, Guemo chuckled. Earlier it was 1 million, now it's 30,000. After uttering those words, Xian Fei couldn't help but chuckle again before continuing, after all, with your abilities. I'm already showing you great respect by letting you drive. Only then did Guemo realize the other party had been waiting for this moment. Soon after Qian Fei spoke, the room erupted in laughter. Anyone else in his position would likely have turned ashen-faced, desperate to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yet Guemo remained utterly composed. He couldn't help but think these people were like a bunch of little cuties. At that moment, Guemo glanced at a new message on his phone and promptly stood up. Excuse me, I need to pick up my girlfriend Zhong Shuriying. Could you please make way? After saying this, Guemo swiftly stood up. Yet the crowd continued to roar with laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Does he really think he's still in college? He still thinks Zhong Shuriying is his girlfriend? She's now the CEO of Genesis Tech, one of Jianhai City's star entrepreneurs. Do you really think a down-and-out loser like you could pull a scam on her? This guy must be out of his mind. Stay away from him. What if he pulls out a knife on someone? The crowd roared with laughter. But at that moment, Gumo's gaze remained calm. Someone was already waiting for him ahead. Chapter 194, Zhong Shuriying comes to back him up. Everyone burst into laughter. Just as Guemo was about to rise, Zhao Gang certainly wasn't going to let him walk away so easily. He sneered coldly, shoving Guemo back. Guemo frowned. Zhao Gang, what do you think you're doing? What else could it mean? Exposing your ugly true colors, of course. Zhao Gang snorted coldly, his expression stern. Xian Fei, however, played the good cop. Hey, Zhao Gang, what's your problem? Don't hurt him. After all, Guemo isn't thinking straight right now. What if he does something reckless later? There are plenty of us here. Listen, assistant, call Jianhai City 3rd Hospital and have them send some staff over. We have a patient with delusions here. This statement was nothing short of trampling Gumo's dignity into the ground. Originally, Guemo had no intention of getting entangled with these people. But at that moment, he changed his mind. What's going on here? A cool, detached voice cut through the air. It was Zhong Shuriying. Suddenly. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd's expression shifted slightly. They hurriedly turned around and soon noticed the cool-voiced woman walking slowly toward them. Like a queen, an invisible aura surrounded Zhong Shuriying. It was the unique aura of a first-generation founder, a sharpness tinged with dominance, giving her an air unlike ordinary people. It was a transformation wrought by long-held power. Her bearing was now on an entirely different level from theirs. Zhong Shuriying's brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Guemo. Zhong Shuriying seemed to grasp the gist of what was unfolding here. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Ms. Zhong, you're just in time. Upon seeing Zhong Shuriying arrive, Zhao Gang immediately broke into a smile, stepping out from the crowd to address her politely. During this exchange, Zhao Gang pointed a finger toward Guemo standing not far behind him, his expression tinged with resentment as he declared. Ms. Jong, you wouldn't believe it, this guy Guemo actually pretended to be an employee of your Genesis Tech earlier. He even claimed you two were in a romantic relationship. You're now a star entrepreneur in Shanghai City, yet this guy slanders you like this. He deserves to be punished. Exactly. Mr. Zhong, back in college, this guy did all sorts of outrageous things to you. We all remember it clearly. Now he insults you like this again. He clearly doesn't hold you in any regard. Mr. Qian has already called the third hospital. Someone will be here shortly to deal with this delusional fool. Guemo, you'd better cooperate with your treatment. Rest assured, as your classmates, we won't make things too difficult for you. We'll handle all the hospital arrangements during your stay at the third hospital. The group chattered on. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shuriying's eyebrows arched slightly, and her expression quickly grew more animated. She shot Guemo a puzzled glance. Wait, did this guy do all this while she was busy with her own affairs? Guemo shot Zhong Shuriying a helpless look. Oomph. Even now you still fantasize about Zhong Shuriying being your girlfriend? Didn't you just use money to make her your girlfriend back in college? Now Ms. Zhong isn't that naive, easily deceived girl anymore, and you're not that wealthy Gu family scion either. Wake up! Zhao Gang snorted. At that moment, Guemo couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. He merely shrugged indifferently. Guemo turned his gaze toward Zhong Shuriying. Shuriying, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's finish eating quickly and head back. You should give me a foot massage instead. Put. The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell briefly silent. Even. Zhong Shuriying raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes widening a bit. Seriously, this guy says whatever comes to mind. Whoa. At that moment, many in the crowd sucked in a sharp breath. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Eyes widened in shock. Once Zhao Gang snapped out of it, he erupted in fury, yelling at Guemo. Guemo, you'd better show me some respect. Mr. Zhong won't tolerate you slandering him. Xian Fei grew anxious too. He licked his dry lips, about to speak, when suddenly a figure flashed before his eyes. It was Zhong Shuriying. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhong Shuriying approached Guemo, slipped her arm through his, and addressed the others. My apologies for not introducing him earlier. Guemo is my boyfriend and always has been. We've been together for 6 years. Put. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone nearly choked on their drinks. Wait, what? What just happened? They've been together the whole time? But the rumors they'd heard before didn't match Zhong Shuriying's description at all? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Xian Fei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Meanwhile, Guemo was the one left speechless. Holy crap! Who would have thought Zhong Shuriying would give him such face? Zong Shuriying, you can't be serious? Zhao Gang's expression shifted slightly, his face clouding over. After licking his dry lips, he cautiously asked. Zhong Shuriying, however, looked slightly impatient. With a cold expression, she addressed Zhao Gang. What? Do you think we don't look the part? Zhao Gang quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Xian Fei gritted his teeth in fury. Useless. All useless. Not a single one of you is useful when it matters. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying continued, Guemo isn't just my boyfriend, he's also a crucial employee at Genesis Tech. He serves as the head of our RD department, overseeing all technical matters for Genesis Tech. He's already resolved numerous complex challenges for our company. I heard some people questioning Mr. Gu's salary earlier, so let me be clear. Mr. Gu's annual salary is 5 million yuan, all of which is taxed. Anyone who doubts this can verify it themselves. Put. But this time, it was Guemo who nearly choked on his own blood. What? When did they ever pay him 5 million a year? How come he didn't know about it? If it weren't for the ongoing charade, Guemo would have turned on Zhong Shuriying right then and there to demand answers. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. An indescribable bitterness washed over them. They had just been mocking Guemo, and now look, they were the ones being mocked. Pure and simple, shooting themselves in the foot. I don't believe you two are still a couple. If you want us to believe it, kiss right here on the spot. Just then, someone suddenly shouted out. The moment the words left their lips, the crowd snapped into action. They seemed to retaliate by shouting the same demand in unison. Kiss. Kiss. Just like back at the college party. Chapter 195. Did they kiss? Kiss. Kiss. The atmosphere in the room quickly turned suggestive. Many were secretly egging them on. The only person whose expression darkened at the call was Qian Fei. He shot his underling a fierce glare, grinding his teeth. TSK. Damn it. Why did they have to let those two kiss right now? If Zhong Shuriying really ended up kissing Guemo right in front of him, wouldn't he be utterly miserable? Oomph. This was your brilliant idea, wasn't it? Qian Fei pulled the younger guy over and spoke in a deep, heavy tone. The subordinate noticed the dark cloud hanging over Qian Fei's face and flinched in alarm. He quickly licked his dry lips and explained, Young Master Qian, have you forgotten? They went their separate ways ages ago. And what Guemo did to Zhong Shuriying, you don't know about that? At this point, not slapping Guemo twice would be showing him mercy. Do you really think Zhong Shuriying would kiss him in public? Impossible. At these words, Chen Fei's expression finally eased slightly. He snorted coldly. Oomph. If you ever suggest such a rotten idea again, I'll make sure you can't survive in Jianhai City. Chen Fei quickly released the boy, his gaze swiftly shifting to the center of the venue. Seeing the two figures ahead visibly hesitating, Chen Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Ha! Guemo, you dare? Thanks to his subordinate's reminder, Chen Fei quickly realized something. The Zhong Shuriying of today was no longer the penniless, timid little girl she once was. Now, Zhong Shuriying could even be considered a highly influential public figure. Heck, if news of this leaked out, Genesis Tech would inevitably face public backlash. That would certainly not be good news for Genesis Tech. Chen Fei crossed his arms, coldly observing Guemo in the center of the scene. Oomph. A fallen dog like you dares show your face before me now? You're asking for death. And at this moment, center stage. Guemo and Zhong Shuriying stood facing each other, their gazes locked. But this time, Gumo's gaze wavered. Kiss Zhong Shuriying? No way. Even if he had 10 times the courage, it wouldn't be enough. He never expected Chen Fei to throw such a difficult challenge his way. Ms. Zhong, well, maybe we should just forget about it? It's no big deal anyway. Guemo shrugged. He composed himself slightly and addressed Zhong Shuriying. Only children would do something so foolish. Seeking attention. Even though these people are working adults, their minds are still stuck in college. Heck, only little cuties would play such boring games. After speaking, Guemo saw Zhong Shuriying press her red lips together, but she quickly turned her head away. Though tempting, Guemo knew it was impossible between him and Zhong Shuriying. There was no need to ruin Zhong Shuriying's future over a mere joke. Seeing Gumo's reaction, Zhong Shuriying's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected he would actually refuse. Was it because she wasn't good enough? Or... Suddenly, the faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in Zhong Shuriying's heart vanished as Gumo's unexpected words struck her. She felt a pang of disappointment wash over her. But having long occupied a position of power, Zhong Shuriying had long mastered the art of keeping her emotions hidden, allowing her to conceal her feelings perfectly. Was it because another woman had already taken root in Gumo's heart? A pang of thought struck Zhong Shuriying, and a faint sense of hurt welled up inside her. At that moment, Chen Fei saw that Guemo dared not kiss Zhong Shuriying in front of her, and immediately let out a cold laugh. What? Afraid? So, you and Ms. Zhong must have ended things long ago, right? Gumo's expression remained unmoved. The others quickly grasped the situation and chuckled with schadenfreude. After saying this, Chen Fei sneered with even more disdain. He chuckled coldly, Guemo, I gave you your chance. You're the one who didn't seize it. With that, Chen Fei turned to glance at Zhong Shuriying beside him, her expression serene. His face immediately broke into a smile. Heh, Ms. Zhong, you saw it too. This is a man without backbone. When he was chasing you, he was so exaggerated. And now? He doesn't even have the courage to admit he likes you. Didn't you say you two were a couple? Seems like it's nothing more than. Suddenly. Before Chen Feihua could finish, Zhong Shuriying suddenly moved. Just as Guemo was trying to help Zhong Shuriying save face, he suddenly felt a soft, warm sensation against his lips. Ha! This. Gumo's expression changed dramatically. That warm, soft sensation made his mind go fuzzy. He looked up, holy cow. It was Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong. Don't speak. Zhong Shuriying whispered softly. Guemo was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell is going on? His mind went completely blank, like his system had crashed. He couldn't even muster the strength to speak. And now. Upon witnessing this scene, the few who had been coldly mocking him fell silent. Even Chen Fei wore a look of utter shock. No. Holy crap. Chen Fei, who had been gloating just a second ago, was now on the verge of tears. Wah! Zhong Shuriying actually kissed Guemo right in front of him. My goddess. Chen Fei felt a lump in his throat, nearly bursting into tears. Damn it. That damn bastard, who the hell suggested this? I'll kill him when I get my hands on him. As for the one who originally suggested it, he'd already hightailed it out of there by then. After a long while, Gumo's mind went blank. He had no idea what had happened, nor did he have any concept of the passage of time. For so long, even during the time Guemo had been keeping Zhong Shuriying as his mistress, he had never truly kissed her. And now, it had happened right here. Guemo found it utterly unbelievable. So many women had come before him, yet none had stirred his interest except Zhong Shuriying. Alright, stop acting like you've never been kissed before. When we were together, you certainly didn't shy away from taking liberties with me. At that moment, Zhong Shuriying's voice, cool yet tinged with playful reproach, reached his ears. It snapped Guemo back to reality. He snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream. Of course. When had he ever been intimate with Zhong Shuriying? But now. Guemo glanced around. He knew exactly what he had to do. Without hesitation, Guemo swept his arm wide. He publicly drew Zhong Shuriying's slender waist into his embrace. That was too quick just now. I didn't have time to react. Let's do it again. As he spoke, Guemo seemed possessed. Amidst Zhong Shuriying's flustered gaze, they became one once more. Chapter 196, Playing the Part to the Fullest. Ah! Damn it! Chen Fei felt completely off kilter. It was bad enough that Guemo humiliated him once in front of him, but to do it so many times. It was an utter disgrace. Chen Fei could practically feel his molars grinding to dust. The crowd quickly fell silent. Zhong Shuriying stood tense, her eyes wide as saucers, utterly stunned that Guemo would act so recklessly. Her usually icy gaze now flickered with panic, like a frightened deer caught in headlights. After all these years, she never imagined she'd feel this way again. And in such a setting. Just like Guemo back then, her mind went completely blank. And now. Zhong Shuriying noticed the surrounding silence and quickly snapped back to reality. Just as Guemo was lost in the moment, he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his tongue. Damn it! Guemo opened his eyes. Only to find Zhong Shuriying's slightly pink-tinged anger. Ouch! Gumo's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This is bad. He scrambled to his feet and steadied Zhong Shuriying as she stood. After doing this, Guemo cleared his throat softly and addressed the crowd around him in a solemn tone. Well then, if there's nothing else, let's eat. Everyone, please enjoy your meal and chat while you're at it. His words quickly eased the awkwardness in the room. Yet, the corners of everyone's mouths still twitched slightly. Ha! Heh! Seriously? We're all stuffed to the gills. Who has any appetite left for food now? Just watching you two smooch is enough to fill us up. Zhong Shuriying quickly regained her composure. The blush on her cheeks faded quickly as she turned to Chen Fei and said, Chen Fei, you're the one who initiated this. Go ahead. Alright. Chen Fei felt tears welling up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, the word practically forced out between them. Everyone, please take your seats. The meal will be served shortly. Also, you all stay seated. I need to handle something. Chen Fei's expression grew increasingly grim. He intended to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the person who had made that demand earlier. The others naturally said nothing more. Nodding in agreement, they scattered in small groups to find seats. Once the crowd dispersed, Guemo quickly broke into a smile and addressed Zhong Shuriying. Ahaha, Ms. Zhong, shall we join the gathering too? He smiled at Zhong Shuriying, trying hard to erase the earlier incident from his mind. He hoped Zhong Shuriying would forget it too. After all, it was just too awkward. How could he have acted on impulse like that just now? He feared Zhong Shuriying must be holding a grudge against him now. The current Zhong Shuriying was still relatively mild. The Zhong Shuriying of the past would have slapped him right across the face. As Guemo spoke these words, he was almost tiptoeing around them, afraid of provoking her. But what no one expected was that Zhong Shuriying showed no sign of anger. In fact, after Guemo finished speaking, she even nodded obediently. Wait a minute. Was that just my imagination? Guemo rubbed his eyes. Obedient. Could that possibly describe Zhong Shuriying, the aloof one? But soon, Guemo noticed the icy composure returning to Zhong Shuriying's face, as if she'd reverted to her usual Ice Queen persona. Was it just his eyes playing tricks on him? Guemo asked himself. Let's go. Zhong Shuriying gave a slight nod, her expression serene as she spoke. The icy chill in her words struck Guemo like a bucket of cold water in winter, jolting him back to his senses. An illusion. It must have been an illusion. After hearing her words, Guemo pressed his dry lips together and followed behind Zhong Shuriying. After observing her expression for a moment and confirming there was no trace of anger on her face, he finally spoke slowly. Ms. Zhong, you didn't seem angry just now? Guemo had intended to ask if she had shown signs of coyness, but the thought struck him that was purely his own delusion. He couldn't possibly ask that now, or he'd be packing his bags and heading out the door. So he quickly changed his words at the last moment. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying halted her steps. She turned to look at Guemo that was just acting. Ha! Gumo's eyes widened in shock. Zhong Shuriying's lips moved slightly. She pressed her red lips together before continuing, wasn't it? Guemo froze for a moment before forcing a stiff smile. He nodded hastily. Oh yeah, acting, I get it. Rest assured, CEO Zhong. This time, I'll make sure that bastard Chen Fei doesn't dare lay a finger on you. Guemo patted his chest emphatically, his words ringing with solemn assurance. Only then did Zhong Shuriying give a slight nod before taking her seat at the main table. Guemo hurried to follow. Yet for some reason, his heart felt unbearably bitter. Could it be? Zhong Shuriying had truly forgotten. No, that couldn't be right. Surely no one could forget the feeling of being looked down upon when they were weak and vulnerable? Especially since he had once forced himself upon her. Guemo quickly shook his head, letting out a bitter laugh to himself as he pushed those thoughts aside. He only needed to focus on what he had to do now. Guemo hurried over to Zhong Shuriying's side, about to sit down beside her, when suddenly a man of exceptionally tall stature beat him to it, taking the seat next to Zhong Shuriying. Ha! Seeing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn it! Blade in the car? Excuse me, sir, this is my seat. Guemo forced a smile, trying his best to keep his temper in check as he spoke politely. Hearing this, the other person quickly turned his head. Guemo recognized him instantly. Ha! Wang Gang from the university sports team. This guy used to be one of his most loyal lackeys. But now, there wasn't a shred of respect left in his eyes, only thick contempt. Well, if it isn't Mr. Gu himself? Ha! Oh, sorry about that. There are so many seats here, why not sit over there? Why don't you just find any other spot? Look, it wasn't easy for me to snag this one. I'm meeting friends for drinks later, ruining the mood would be a bummer. Why don't you switch? The other person raised an eyebrow slightly and sneered. In plain terms, he refused to let Guemo switch seats. Seeing this, the smile on Guemo's face quickly faded. Damn! This definitely wasn't an accident, it was pure, deliberate intent. Fortunately, there was still a seat next to Zhong Shuriying. After mentally noting Wang Gang's name, he promptly turned and headed to the adjacent area. Zhong Shuriying, however, felt a slight stir within her. Her delicate brows furrowed as she vaguely sensed what might unfold next. Excuse me, Mr. Guemo, this seat is already taken. Who? Guemo raised an eyebrow. Me. Soon, a huff of indignation echoed from the distance. Chapter 197, I eat soft rice, I'm proud. Me. A furious voice echoed from afar. Hearing this, Guemo turned his head. And soon, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Gumo's mouth. Poof. Ha ha ha. It really was intentional. The speaker was none other than Qian Fei. The guy had just dealt with that earlier underling and was now striding over with a hot towel handed to him by a hotel attendant. Don't let his bulk fool you, he was surprisingly agile, moving with the swiftness of a gazelle. As Qian Fei drew nearer, Guemo suddenly noticed bloodstains that hadn't been wiped clean from the gold-plated Rolex on his wrist. TSK. This guy. Excuse me, I reserved this seat in advance. I'm hosting today, so this spot has been reserved for me all along. I suppose the hotel staff didn't inform you, but now you know. Guemo, you'd better find yourself another seat. With those words, Guemo quickly understood these people's intentions. What exactly were they up to? Especially when Guemo turned to look at Wang Gang, the leader of the group, who was flashing him a wicked grin. Guemo narrowed his eyes slightly. He chuckled immediately. I suggest we add another seat here. After all, Ms. Zhong is my girlfriend. We've been together for 6 years now, so I know her habits quite well. It'll make it easier to look after her later. The moment those words left his mouth, the smile on Qian Fei's face visibly began to fade. Especially when Guemo mentioned that he and Zhong Shuriying had been together for 6 years, the veins on Qian Fei's forehead bulged visibly. But Qian Fei was no longer the man he once was. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep, measured tone. I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Zhong and I have some confidential business matters to discuss shortly. It's best if others don't interfere. Upon hearing Qian Fei's words, Wang Gang promptly stood up and snorted, retorting. Oomph, exactly. Guemo, don't you know your place? Do you really think you belong in this circle? Young Master Qian already owns 3 or 5 companies with hundreds of employees under him. What about you? If you have nothing else to contribute, don't waste our time here. You should leave before you embarrass yourself further. Exactly. Mr. Zhong is discussing business with young Master Qian. What are you doing standing here? It's not appropriate. The others quickly chimed in to back them up. Seeing this, Qian Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. He shrugged, flashing a flippant grin at Guemo before chuckling. Zhong Shuriying watched this unfold, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her fears had indeed come true. These people were targeting Guemo. She really shouldn't have brought Guemo along this time. At that moment, the smile on Guemo's face faded slightly. Instead of facing Qian Fei directly, he turned his gaze toward Wang Gang. Wang Gang, I'm curious to know where exactly do you hold your high position? At this, Wang Gang immediately wore an air of arrogance. He snorted. I'm working at Mr. Qian's financial securities firm now. Starting salary is $500,000. Guemo shook his head at once. So you're just being Qian Fei's lackey? Suddenly. The moment Guemo uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room grew deathly quiet. The sheer impact of those 2 words was devastating. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They'd expected Guemo to turn on them eventually, but never imagined he'd flip so fast. He didn't even give them time to react. At that moment, Wang Gang, who had been taunting them with a smug grin just seconds ago, suddenly turned grim. Guemo, at least I'm not a freeloader like you. Don't you have any idea what your own level is? Wang Gang gritted his teeth, pointing at Guemo as he spoke coldly. Guemo merely shrugged, unconcerned. If a few casual words from a crowd like them could break through his defenses, it would be a gross underestimation of the resilience of society's underbelly. Compared to enduring the harsh winds, frost, and scorn of the world, these empty threats were nothing but flashy, useless moves. Back when he couldn't afford food, Guemo had done far more humiliating things than this. Why should he care? Facing Wang Gang's harassment, Guemo shrugged. I earn my keep through my own skills. What? Are you proud of being someone's lapdog for a pittance? If you take pride in being someone's lapdog, then I've nothing more to say. Personally, I'm pretty proud that someone warms my bed every night when I get home, and then gives me 5 million a year to spend however I want. Put. The remark nearly gave Wang Gang internal injuries from holding back laughter. The rest of the crowd fell completely silent. Holy crap. Is this even a story they're supposed to hear? The details of warming the bed. But what they didn't see was that Zhong Shuriying had quietly widened her eyes, her pupils reflecting utter disbelief. Guemo was supposed to act alongside her, but he wasn't supposed to act like this. Putting on a show and getting carried away is one thing, but to actually. Zhong Shuriying pressed her hand to her forehead, desperate to hide the flustered look on her face. This was the first time since becoming CEO of Genesis Tech that a mere sentence or two had left her utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Wang Gang's expression flickered between anger and frustration, completely thrown off guard by Gumo's single remark. Damn it! He'd been running errands for Qianfei like a slave, working his ass off for a measly 500,000 a year. Yet this bastard Guemo got to eat and drink at Zhong Shuriying's expense every day, even sleeping with the goddess at night, and still managed to rake in 5 million a year. Comparing their situations side by side, he felt utterly pathetic. You freeloader, and you have the nerve to talk to me? I might earn less, but I work my ass off to earn my keep. Unlike some people able-bodied and healthy who leech off a woman. You're the kind of person I despise the most. Wang Gang felt like his molars were grinding to dust. Getting these words out finally eased the pain in his heart a little. After all, he'd worked hard for this money. But Guemo? He just enjoyed it and still took the money. Wait, why was this making him feel even sadder? Guemo shrugged indifferently. Whatever. I'm just living off someone else. If you have a problem with it, go ahead and report me. He was all about shamelessness. Truth be told, Guemo was utterly impervious to pressure. Even those around him found it hard to get under his skin. Are you done? At that moment, Qianfei spoke up. He held his head high, looking down his nose at Guemo. Before Guemo could respond, Qianfei coldly declared. If you're done talking, you can get lost. What comes next isn't something a pretty boy like you can get involved in. Chapter 198, Verbal Duel. What comes next isn't something a pretty boy like you can get involved in. Qianfei crossed his arms, his voice icy. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. But the pretty boy label didn't quite fit him. Guemo shrugged. Pretty boy? I don't see it that way. Qianfei chuckled upon hearing this. Heh. Guemo, you really think just because you've latched onto Zhong Shuriying, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, looks are the least valuable thing. How many more years do you think you can coast on your youth? Give it a couple of years, and once Zhong Shuriying gets bored, she'll probably dump you for another male favorite who can please her. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying quickly retorted in a low voice, Qianfei, this is my boyfriend. He's not a male plaything. Please show some respect. Qianfei chuckled at this. I get it. But Guemo, think back to what I told you before. Don't ever believe people stay the same forever. You'll understand when you get dumped. Originally, such words might have carried real weight for a male concubine. But to Guemo, they were nothing more than hot air. In fact, he found it rather comical that this guy was delivering such a serious-faced lecture. Guemo merely shrugged. Business negotiations? Ha, that's my specialty. Heh, your forte? Guemo, do you still think you're that arrogant Gu family scion? Wake up. You're nothing but a freeloading piece of trash now. Wang Gang snorted coldly. As if venting all the pent-up frustration he'd been holding in. He continued, you're the last person who deserves a seat at this table. Oh? Guemo smiled indifferently at the remark. I have no right to sit at the table? Then you have the right to sit at the table? Why wouldn't I? Wang Gang frowned. He snorted coldly. I secured a 5 million yuan project for Mr. Qian at his securities firm. Put. The remark drew a snort of laughter from someone nearby. But it wasn't Guemo. 5 million? If Guemo hadn't been in such a state of mind, he would have mocked the man at this moment. Only 5 million. Humph, with your level of expertise, that's all you could manage. But it's not hard to understand. After all, you're from the sports team. It's only natural your academic performance isn't up to par. Guemo chuckled. You? What did you say? Wang Gang's eyes widened. Many in the room fell silent. They'd all secured tens of millions in deals for the company, yet their annual salaries barely reached 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. At best, they might get a few extra thousand yuan in year-end bonuses during annual performance reviews. Now, seeing this half-baked guy Wang Gang effortlessly land such a salary just because of Qianfei? To say they felt no resentment would be impossible. No wonder everyone was scrambling to be Qian Fei's lackey. After all, it was genuinely rewarding. Noticing the strange looks around him, Wang Gang's expression darkened slightly. He quickly turned his hostility toward Gu Mo, snorting coldly. Oomph. Then tell me, what achievements has this womanizer made? What gives you the right to lecture me? Let me remind you, back in school, your grades were always at the bottom of the class. If it weren't for your family's vast wealth and influence, you'd have been expelled long ago. Someone like you has the nerve to criticize me? Wang Gang spat out angrily. He vowed to teach Gu Mo a lesson somewhere else. Gu Mo merely shrugged. He chuckled. Sorry, but I really am just a tad more outstanding than you. Gu Mo made an exaggerated gesture. He wasn't the least bit stingy with self-praise at this moment. Oomph, you bastard. Besides having a mouthful of sweet talk to deceive Zhong Shiriying, what else can you do? Wang Gang snarled. Oh, and I also improved the Lungsan 2-chip architecture. The latest flagship chip in your phones might just be my handiwork. Also, you know about Jianhai Auto Group's intelligent driving system? That system comes from our Genesis technology, and I led the entire development process. Gu Mo shrugged, looking completely unfazed. The room fell suddenly silent at his words. Wang Gang raised an eyebrow slightly before snorting coldly. Don't be ridiculous. You wouldn't even get a credit on the team list. Everyone, just look at him. No wonder Zhong Shiriying got so completely swept off her feet by Gu Mo. With a mouth like that, what outrageous thing couldn't he possibly say? Hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances at Gu Mo, their skepticism palpable. Gu Mo was long accustomed to such looks, finding them utterly laughable. Zhong Shiriying rose to her feet swiftly, her voice cool and detached as she declared. Wang Gang, what do you mean? Gu Mo is my legitimate boyfriend. What's with all this pretty boy living off women nonsense? I know, Ms. Zhong, I'm just worried you'll be deceived by this pretty boy. I'm concerned about you. Wang Gang's expression quickly turned flustered. I don't need your concern. Zhong Shiriying waved him off. She continued, this time, Gu Mo is accompanying me as the head of the technical department at Genesis Tech to discuss the partnership. Do you still have any objections? Whoa. What? Gu Mo really is. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Gu Mo shot Zhong Shiriying a slightly surprised glance. Damn, he's handsome. Who knew General Manager Zhong could be so cool when he stood his ground? Wang Gang's expression darkened considerably. And no. If that's the case, then you can leave. This seat belongs to Gu Mo, who came with me to discuss business with Mr. Qian. Zhong Shiriying said in a deep voice. Ha? At those words, Wang Gang snapped his head up. He glanced at Zhong Shiriying first, then quickly shifted his gaze to Gu Mo beside her, whose expression held a hint of amusement. That bastard. Wang Gang felt like he could grind his molars to dust. Finally, he could only turn to Qian Fei for help. After all, Qian Fei was the one who had ordered him to do all this. Qian Fei, however, snorted coldly inside. Damn it. Useless. You can't even handle this much, and now I have to clean up your mess. Didn't you hear what Mr. Zhong said? Get out of here. Useless piece of trash. At those words, Wang Gang dared not linger a moment longer. He swallowed hard, scrambled to his feet, and dared not linger for even a second longer. He shot up from his seat and slunk away in front of everyone. Seeing this, Gu Mo couldn't help but silently give Zhong Shiriying a thumbs up. Only Mr. Zhong could pull this off. What he'd failed to achieve after exhausting every argument, she'd resolved with just a few words. Absolutely commanding. Gu Mo then sat down with a clear conscience, despite Qian Fei's eyes practically shooting flames. What a relief. Chapter 199, You Own All. Young Master Qian, why are you still standing there? Sit down. Just as the tension in the room reached a peak, Gu Mo flashed a smile and chuckled. At this remark, Qian Fei's already sour expression darkened even further. TSK. That damn bastard. But with Zhong Shiriying present, he couldn't very well lose his temper. He let out a soft snort. Oomph. Soon, Qian Fei sat down. Seeing this, the others slowly withdrew their gazes. But they knew things wouldn't stay this calm for long. With a snap of his fingers, Qian Fei seemed to reclaim his role as the master of the place. Under his various instructions, the hotel staff now showed utmost deference, which at least made Qian Fei feel somewhat satisfied. After all, this was his own arrangement, and he still held some authority. Naturally, he felt a bit more superior. The others quickly relaxed. Still, they knew the matter between Gu Mo and Qian Fei wouldn't end so easily. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinks, Qian Fei could no longer contain himself and finally made his move on Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, it's such a rare occasion to be this cheerful, let's have a drink. Qian Fei seized an opportunity to invite Zhong Shiriying to drink in front of everyone else. Zhong Shiriying, naturally beautiful, had no reason to refuse. Having spent years in the business world, she wasn't easily swayed by such gestures. She didn't hesitate, quickly picking up her glass. But just then, Gu Mo stepped forward. Ha ha ha. Excuse me, but our CEO Zhong has a sensitive stomach. Let me handle it. Guemo had already taken the initiative, raising his glass as he stood up and addressed Qian Fei. At these words, Qian Fei's eyebrows arched slightly. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Gumo's expression shifted slightly. He snorted. What? Replacing our boss Zhong to drink with you? If you find it awkward, then forget it. But putting a woman in an awkward position? That's not something us real men would ever do. With that casual remark, Guemo had instantly placed Qian Fei at odds with the entire group. At those words, a vein throbbed on Qian Fei's forehead. Damn it! It was one thing when you were Guemo, the big shot Gu family heir. But what the hell are you now? How dare you come here and make a scene with me? Qian Fei snorted coldly. Guemo, what the hell do you think you are? Did I give you permission to speak? The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent. No one expected Qian Fei to flip the script so abruptly. They had assumed the two would continue their pretense of civility for a while longer, but Qian Fei proved unexpectedly aggressive, launching into provocation from the very start. Hearing this, Guemo remained calm and unmoved. He chuckled lightly. Young Master Qian, that's not quite right. What am I? I'm a human being, of course. What else could I be? But looking at you, Mr. Qian, it seems you really aren't a human being. Our CEO Zhong rarely drinks. If this is a class reunion, what's the point of forcing him to drink like this? Whether you're trying to get Zhong Shiriing drunk and then, well, I don't know what you might be planning. At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted noticeably. Of course, such scenes were commonplace. Many of the class beauties among them were practically rushing to fawn over Qian Fei, afraid of being left behind. Qian Fei's little schemes were hardly worth mentioning. Besides, judging from the earlier situation, that possibility seemed highly likely. Everyone understood without needing to say a word. At that moment, Qian Fei's expression shifted slightly. He immediately let out a cold snort. Guemo, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Oof. I'd rather ask you, Qian Fei, what exactly do you mean? Guemo retorted. You? Qian Fei was utterly speechless. He could only glare angrily at Zhong Shiriing. Ha! Ms. Zhong, look at this. This is the caliber of employee at your Genesis Tech. Fine, absolutely fine. As the majority shareholder of Genesis Tech, I believe I have the right to fire people, don't I? Qian Fei sneered coldly. His gaze turned menacing as he fixed it on Guemo, his voice heavy with menace. The moment these words left his mouth, a collective gasp erupted in the room. What? Young Master Qian wants shares in Genesis Tech. Is that even real? Unbelievable. Holy crap, impressive. I thought Genesis Tech was off limits to outsiders, but who knew? Only young Master Qian could pull something like this off. His connections are beyond compare. Looks like Mr. Qian must hold a significant stake in Genesis Tech, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make such a bold claim. That Guemo is in for a rough ride. You can say that again. Probably Zhong Shiriing didn't warn Guemo beforehand to keep a low profile, since the Qian Group holds a significant stake in Genesis Tech. They're a major shareholder. Hard to say. After all, how many men could resist that moment just now? Hair standing on end for a beauty, now he's in deep trouble. The crowd began to tease him. No one had imagined that Qian Fei already held shares in Genesis Tech. After all, owning shares in Genesis Tech these days was like riding a rocket, a surefire path to soaring success. It would even elevate the status of the entire Qian Group. A deal that would pay off almost effortlessly. But how exactly did they strike this deal? Would Zhong Shiriing really just casually hand over her shares like that? Of course, when it came to money matters, none of them could say for sure. After all, who knows when Genesis Tech, backed by Zhong Shiriing, might run short on funds? For Qian Fei to stumble upon this was pure luck. But Guemo had just hit a brick wall. He was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. All eyes were on how Guemo would handle this. Everyone pondered silently. But at that very moment, Guemo remained calm, his tone even tinged with disdain. He chuckled. Shares? Qian Fei, you must be drunk out of your mind. This is just a glass of wine, and you're already this drunk? Whoa. What? At these words, the crowd gasped in shock once more. This? Fake? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable. At that moment, Qian Fei's expression shifted abruptly, shock mingling with anger. You? He couldn't get a word out. He swiftly turned to Zhong Shiriing, who sat there as still as a cold moon goddess, and immediately demanded in a deep voice. Ms. Zhong, look at this. This is the fine employee your Genesis Tech has produced. I think it's perfectly justified to fire someone like this. Right now, as the majority shareholder, I'm firing Guemo. Chapter 200, you're drunk, aren't you? I'm firing this guy right now. Qian Fei glared at Guemo with such ferocity, flames nearly leaping from his eyes. He spat out the words, cursing under his breath. Hearing this, Guemo remained calm. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Fine. As the majority shareholder, go ahead and call our Genesis Tech Finance Department. Also, have HR come talk to me about the resignation process. To outsiders, this guy was pure and simple like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. Ha! What a fool! Gumo's still as arrogant and overbearing as he was in college. Even now, he hasn't grasped his own position. He's just an employee, yet he's arguing with the major shareholder here. Isn't that ridiculous? Exactly. Does he think becoming Zhong Shiriying's toy boy gives him free rein? What a joke! When it comes to major issues like company interests, I'm sure CEO Zhong knows what to do. Even if it weren't Zhong Shiriying, any boss in this situation would probably make Gumo kneel and apologize to Qian Fei immediately. He's still too young. All these years of upheaval haven't taught Gumo about the dark side of this world. He's still so self-righteous. The crowd shook their heads, pitying Gumo. But at that moment, they failed to notice the fleeting shift in Qian Fei's expression. Because he genuinely didn't know Genesis Tech's finance department number, nor did he have their HR contact. Only now did it dawn on him. Damn it, he didn't know a single thing. Hey! What's wrong, young Master Qian? Why the hesitation? You should be calling Genesis Tech HR right now. Exactly. I'm waiting to see that bastard Gumo kneel down and kowtow to Qian Fei apologizing. Heh, no rush. It'll happen soon. Are you all still doubting that Qian Fei really doesn't own shares in Genesis Tech? Whoa. What if Qian Fei really doesn't have any? Holy. Keep your voice down, you wanna get yourself killed? How could that be possible? The group chattered among themselves. But soon, their conversation took an unexpected turn. One by one, their expressions turned peculiar. They looked at Gumo, who remained calm and composed, even sporting a hint of playful amusement, then glanced at Qian Fei, whose face betrayed unease and confusion. They seemed to have realized something. Holy crap! Could it be true? One by one, they swallowed hard, their expressions quickly turning peculiar. They exchanged puzzled glances between Gumo and Qian Fei. It seemed the roles had reversed. At that moment, Gumo shrugged. Young Master Qian, what's going on here? Call HR immediately, I'm itching to leave Genesis Tech right now. That way I can relax even more. I'll just stay at Zhong Shiriying's big villa from now on, no need to clock in at the office anymore. Put. At that remark, several people in the room nearly choked on their spit. Holy crap! I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. At that moment, Qian Fei seemed to recall some painful memory. He clenched his teeth. Turning to Zhong Shiriying, his tone softened slightly. Ms. Zhong, call HR and have them deal with this damn fool immediately. I never want to see this guy in the Genesis Tech building again. Qian Fei spat out the words through gritted teeth. After uttering those words, Qian Fei expected to see some trace of fear in Gumo's eyes. But to his surprise, the man showed no sign of anxiety or tension, he even looked slightly amused. That look seemed to confirm what Gumo had said earlier. He was practically begging for it. That expression made Qian Fei wonder if he'd inadvertently played right into Gumo's hands. However, just as Qian Fei's thoughts raced, Zhou Mingjong spoke up. Sorry, Gumo is a key employee at Genesis Tech. We can't fire him. Ha! At this statement, everyone froze in shock. For some reason, they felt both relieved and heartbroken. They were relieved that Gumo, that guy, wouldn't have to truly live off others anymore. But the sad part was, Gumo was just too resilient, even this hadn't worked. As if anticipating this outcome, Gumo shrugged at Qian Fei in front of him, flashing a helpless expression. Sorry, I'm just, well, built that way. Can't be helped. Outstanding in certain aspects. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, their mouths twitched slightly. Good grief. Just how prominent is this trait that makes Zhong Shiriying defend him so fiercely? Of course, that was beside the point. Qian Fei clenched his teeth in fury upon hearing those words. He promptly turned to glare at Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, what's the meaning of this? As the major shareholder of Genesis Tech, am I not even allowed to fire this insubordinate employee? I demand this guy be fired immediately. In response, Zhong Shiriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she remained silent. She glanced up at Gumo. Gumo, catching her glance, immediately understood. He chuckled. Young Master Qian, have you been drinking too much? Since when did you become the major shareholder of Genesis Tech? At this remark, Qian Fei's face went completely blank. Even the anger on his face froze solid, his expression stiffening. The others also froze momentarily, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Or was Gumo telling the truth? Had Qian Fei actually been drunk? That would explain why Qian Fei couldn't produce the contact numbers for Genesis Tech's finance and HR departments earlier. As the major shareholder, how could he possibly be unaware of such basic matters? Even if he truly couldn't remember, he'd have a secretary specifically handling such matters, right? But, judging by the flustered look on the female secretary behind him, it seemed she didn't either. Oof. With that, the answer was crystal clear. Most likely, it was just Qian Fei getting drunk and causing a scene here. Many in the room understood the situation, but they were all tactful enough not to expose it. Still, those in the know chuckled inwardly. What a joke, the future heir of the Qian group. He's nothing but a clown. If it weren't for his privileged background, how could he have climbed this high? Many in the crowd were inwardly sniping at him, and some even began to root for Guo instead. At that moment, Guo shrugged casually. He shot Qian Fei a dismissive glance. Young Master Qian, if you've had too much to drink, go rest. Don't cause trouble here with drunken antics. Chapter 201, Turning on Each Other. You, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Qian Fei's expression swiftly darkened into something vicious. His face flushed crimson in an instant. Many faces in the crowd had already shifted. Qian Fei glanced around and saw nothing but mockery. Though they quickly lowered their heads or averted their gaze upon meeting Qian Fei's eyes, he had already caught their expressions. This only fueled Qian Fei's rage even more. Damn it, how dare they mock me? Of course, he knew all this was because of the man standing before him. Guo. Soon, Qian Fei let out a cold snort. He turned his gaze to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, your Genesis Tech employees can play dumb and act foolish, but you can't join them in trying to fool me. Now tell this guy is Qian Fei the major shareholder of Genesis Tech. Qian Fei's voice was low and oppressive, yet it carried explosive force. It seemed to be squeezed out from his thick vocal cords. It carried a palpable sense of danger. At this, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. She couldn't say for sure. After all, this matter had arisen outside her control at the company, and hadn't even been addressed yet. This visit was also meant to find an opportunity to discuss with Qian Fei how to handle the money. But who could have predicted that Gumo's sudden appearance would completely derail her plans, leading to an outcome she never could have imagined? No one could have foreseen the events unfolding this way. What? Are you denying it too, CEO Zhong? Qian Fei's expression shifted slightly upon noticing Zhong Shuriying's hesitation. He narrowed his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on Zhong Shuriying, yet he harbored no fear she might renege. After all, they had a contract in black and white, a legally binding document. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together. Just as she was about to speak, Guo stepped forward. Hey, Mr. Qian, what are you implying? It sounds like you're accusing Genesis Tech of being bandits. We've never stolen a penny from you. You? Qian Fei's eyes widened. It's that bastard Guo again. Damn it. Damn it. Why won't he just leave me alone? Guo, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm talking to Zhong Shuriying. What the hell are you barking about, you bloody dog? I'm telling the truth. Besides, from where we're standing, the one barking like a dog is you, right? At this remark, several faces in the crowd shifted noticeably. They quickly lowered their heads, afraid of being seen by Qian Fei. All thanks to the feedback from earlier. Qian Fei glanced at Guo, then at Zhong Shuriying, before letting out a cold chuckle. Fine, very fine indeed. You at Genesis Tech took our Qian group's money, and now you want to renege on the deal? How amusing. In that case, we'll see you in court. Qian Fei immediately snorted coldly. This outcome was precisely what Guo had been hoping for. He shrugged. Young Master Qian, look at your temper. If you keep flaring up like this, I fear your heart fire will rise, and you won't live long. What did you say? Qian Fei's eyes widened in shock at the retort. Guo quickly interjected, careful, don't get angry, lest you stir up liver fire. Besides, I know a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Why don't I introduce you? Your condition seems rather serious. Mr. Zhong. Look at this. This is the kind of excellent employee your Genesis Tech employs. I've certainly seen it all today. Qian Fei's face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. Zhong Shuriying could no longer contain herself. She shot to her feet. Qian Fei, the funds you provided to Genesis Technologies have long been frozen as unidentified assets and never entered our company's accounts. I regret to inform you that you never signed any contract with Genesis Tech, nor are you a major shareholder of our company. Furthermore, Guo is an outstanding employee of Genesis Tech. His actions represent Genesis Tech. We insist you understand this. Qian Fei was stunned upon hearing this. No. How could this be? His money, hadn't he invested it all? At that moment, Zhong Shuriying made no further delay. After speaking, she shot Guo a glance before swiftly rising and leaving. Guo, of course, didn't linger either. With a smile, he shot Qian Fei a sympathetic look, shrugged slightly, and walked away with a flourish. Many in the crowd watched the two depart, their minds reeling in shock for a long moment. As for Qian Fei, he was no exception. But how could he possibly let this go? Do you think this money is something you can just walk away from? Whether you're the major shareholder of Genesis Tech isn't something you get to decide. Qian Fei watched Guo and Zhong Shuriying's retreating figures, his eyes flashing dangerously. Several henchmen nearby instinctively took a step back upon catching that look. They all knew that when Qian Fei was like this, he was truly furious. I think we'll call it a night at this reunion. Enjoy your meal. I've got some business to attend to. I'll be heading out. Qian Fei quickly withdrew his icy glare, gave a cold snort, and swiftly departed. The crowd froze in place. When they finally snapped out of it, they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless at the turn of events. Zhong Shuriying and Gu Mo left the venue shortly after 9 and got into their car. Phew. Zhong Shuriying exhaled deeply. Getting that off my chest feels so much better. Zhong Shuriying pursed her lips slightly, speaking with a hint of relief. Gu Mo chuckled at this. Right? When faced with such a complicated issue, just cut it off cleanly. He shrugged it off nonchalantly. Zhong Shuriying, however, felt a twinge of worry after regaining her composure. But Xian Fei won't actually pursue this to the end, will he? After all, that thing back then was indeed a contract signed by Lu Liang. Gu Mo dismissed the concern. So what if he signed a contract? Do you think the higher-ups will just stand by and watch him flee with a huge sum of money? Don't worry. They won't get anywhere with a lawsuit, and we're not without our own connections. Gu Mo chuckled. Competing with Genesis Tech over connections? That's laughable. Even Zhong Shuriying probably doesn't know how many powerful figures are backing Genesis Tech now. Zhong Shuriying, however, remains somewhat concerned. It's not that I'm worried about that. They might not necessarily lose the lawsuit, but she feared Xian Fei might resort to some underhanded tactics. Don't worry, CEO Zhong. Everything will be fine. Gu Mo started the car promptly. Little did Zhong Shuriying know, Gu Mo was actually hoping Xian Fei would pull off something unexpected. Chapter 202, Youngsters Sure Know How to Play. The car sped away. Gu Mo and Zhong Shuriying soon returned to Villa 98. Same as always, I'll head to my room. After parking the car, Gu Mo entered the villa with Zhong Shuriying. Upon reaching the hallway, Gu Mo spoke to Zhong Shuriying with a calm expression. He didn't wait for her reply before hurrying inside. Hey! Zhong Shuriying tried to say something more, but at that moment, a loud thud echoed. Gu Mo had shut the door. Zhong Shuriying was left with egg on her face. That jerk. Zhong Shuriying's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She shouldn't have stood up for him at the dinner table earlier. Now he's turning his back on her? But as Zhong Shuriying reminisced about the class reunion, her thoughts swiftly drifted back to the kiss she shared with Gu Mo. Her heart, which had felt as cold as ice, had quietly trembled, and her breathing had grown slightly hurried. Unbeknownst to Zhong Shuriying, her cheeks were already flushing crimson. Damn Gu Mo. Zhong Shuriying unexpectedly flushed with a rare blush, even adopting a girlish pout. And then, suddenly, thud. Zhong Shuriying seemed to feel her kick land on someone's flesh. She looked up. Holy crap! Gu Mo. At that moment, he sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa! Mr. Zhong, what are you doing? Gu Mo's face contorted in pain. He seemed to be in immense pain. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying actually showed a hint of panic. She hurriedly asked with concern, what happened to you? Does it still hurt? You tell me. Gu Mo retorted. He fought back tears. His expression was sullen and indignant. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying grew even more flustered. I'll disinfect it for you. Quickly roll up your pant leg so I can take a look. She hurriedly offered. Inside, anxiety surged through her. Why did he open the door at this moment? And, why did I just act like that? Hey, you're not familiar with this. Let me handle it. Gu Mo's voice came from behind her. Zhong Shuriying obediently stopped what she was doing. She hadn't yet noticed the other emotions lurking beneath Gu Mo's words. It was pure playful teasing, like a cat toying with a mouse. And soon, Zhong Shuriying saw Gu Mo extend his hand toward her. What are you doing? Weren't you going to roll up my pant leg? Zhong Shuriying froze. Her mind felt like it couldn't process what was happening. Then, as she looked up, holy crap! She quickly noticed the suppressed smile on Gu Mo's face. But then she saw Gu Mo's helpless expression as he spread his hands toward her. Clumsy thing. No need for you. Just send me the money, I'll go see the doctor myself. It won't be much, just give me 5 million. After all, you promised me that kind of annual salary at our class reunion. It's almost year end now, so let's settle up, shall we? What? At those words, Zhong Shuriying stared at Gu Mo in utter shock. Holy crap! This guy, he dared to deceive her. Without another word, Zhong Shuriying yanked up Gu Mo's pant leg. What injury was he talking about? Not a single hair was missing. Zhong Shuriying was both furious and anxious. Her face, already flushed, now turned a deep crimson. Ms. Zhong, has anyone ever told you you have poor blood circulation? Look, this is how it should be. Gu Mo smirked smugly. But soon, Gu Mo couldn't laugh anymore. He noticed the panic on Zhong Shuriying's face suddenly turn into an icy coldness. She grabbed Gu Mo's collar and simultaneously notified the 24-hour emergency team at Jojo Jiangchu. Yes, I'm the owner of Villa 98. I have a patient here. Nothing serious, just some leg issues. Please come handle it. Remember to bring your tools. It'll make things easier later. Zhong Shuriying stated earnestly. At these words, Gu Mo finally stopped his banter. He even began to feel a bit flustered at this point. Ah ha ha ha. Ms. Zhong, we were just joking around. It's not that serious, right? Besides, I'm not even hurt. I was just joking around to lighten the mood. Why would I need a doctor? Guemo licked his dry lips and laughed awkwardly. But at that moment, upon hearing his words, Zhong Shuriying spoke calmly. Not now, but you will need one soon. Ha! Guemo froze upon hearing this. Soon, when he noticed the icy glint in Zhong Shuriying's eyes, he finally understood why she had said that. Guemo gulped, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Gulp. Ms. Zhong, could you go easy when you do it later? Zhouzhou Jiangchu truly lived up to its reputation. Their property management response is lightning fast. But the most commendable aspect is this professional medical team available 24/7. They were truly swift. Had they arrived a moment later, they likely would have met Guemo in the morgue. As they carried Guemo away, they couldn't help but clutch their foreheads and sigh repeatedly. TSK TSK. Young people these days sure know how to party hard. He's beaten to a pulp like this. Glancing back at Guemo lying on the stretcher with a look of utter despair, the medical staff shook their heads helplessly. Seems like freeloading isn't all it's cracked up to be these days. Look at him, what a state he's in. Thank goodness I had that thought earlier, but now it seems that idea has been thoroughly beaten out of me. My leg. Guemo let out a low moan. He was complaining bitterly. But this situation was admittedly a bit over the top. Zhong Shuriying looked flustered beside him. In her panic just now, she'd actually lashed out. It was entirely her fault. It's okay. They'll fix you up in no time. I was wrong earlier. I apologize. Zhong Shuriying seemed to have a sudden pang of conscience, speaking to Guemo with a sense of guilt. Hearing this, Guemo exhaled a long breath. He looked up at the moon in the sky and suddenly said, well, since that's the case, how about doubling the money we discussed earlier? You give me 10 million, and we'll consider this matter settled. What? At those words, the medical staff nearly collapsed to their knees. What? 10 million. At that moment, they froze completely, stiff as zombies. A gulp. The group exchanged stiff glances at Guemo on the stretcher, suddenly convinced that freeloading might be a viable career after all. But then they quickly noticed that Zhong Shuriying, who had been looking flustered moments ago, was now suddenly filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Gumo's face turned pale. No, stop. As he spoke, Guemo scrambled off the stretcher and began sprinting away. The medical staff were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, is this a medical miracle? Chapter 203, Legal Affairs arrives. What's wrong with Mr. Gu? No idea, heard he was injured yesterday while performing a heroic act. Seriously? He didn't fall down the stairs, did he? Don't talk nonsense. Watch your back. Li Feng and Sumu are both die-hard fans of Mr. Gu. Research Department. Guemo entered with a slightly unnatural gait. He soon entered his department head's office. Behind him, murmurs rippled through the crowd. This legendary director was the center of their gossip. Yet at that moment, they had no idea this was purely an accident. Whoa! Damn it! Guemo lay back in his office chair, letting out a quiet gasp. That Zhong Shuriying really went all out. She's just as ruthless as she was back in the day. Even now, recalling it sent a chill down Gumo's spine. If only he hadn't opened his mouth, now he was paying the price. Just then, the office door swung open. It was Li Feng. After entering, Li Feng quickly closed the door. Someone else seemed to be outside, but at that moment, they were blocked back by Engineer Chen. Judging by Gumo's earlier discovery, if I'm not mistaken, the person outside must be the assistant to the vice president, Sumu, right? These two. Come to think of it, his own assistant, Lu Yen, was still lingering in the campus. He needed to recall her soon so he could assign her some tasks. Relying on these two dimwits for important tasks was still a bit too reckless. What's going on? Guemo glanced at Li Feng and casually asked. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately flashed a cheeky grin. He chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, nothing else. Just came to check on you. I know this amazing traditional Chinese medicine doctor. When can you go see him? Guaranteed results. It won't interfere with your schedule at all. In fact, my friend the TCM practitioner has special expertise in certain areas. He could help you become more robust. Put. More robust. Upon hearing this, Gumo's expression quickly turned rather peculiar. Oh boy. Playing word games with me, huh? To be honest, Guemo hadn't initially thought of those things. But Li Feng's sly, mischievous expression made it impossible not to draw that connection. Guemo hastily waved his hands. No need. Just a minor mishap. I'll be fine after some rest. Well, okay then. But I've already reserved an appointment with the old Chinese medicine doctor for you. If you want to go see him, feel free anytime. Li Feng knew his place and immediately laughed it off, quickly retreating. Guemo waved his hand and let out a long sigh. He glanced down at his leg, feeling both amused and exasperated. Look what a mess this turned into. Word would probably spread throughout the company soon enough. Shortly after, when Li Feng emerged from the department head's office, he ran into Su Mu, whose face was ashen. However, upon noticing Li Feng's exit, Su Mu quickly adjusted his expression and inquired slowly. "Mr. Li, what's the situation with our CEO?" Li Feng's expression turned serious as he replied solemnly. "What situation? Don't spread rumors. Our CEO is perfectly fine. Tell everyone below not to speculate wildly." "Ha?" Su Mu's lips twitched slightly at the words. "Ha, what a guy. Like hell I believe you. So many people saw it, how could this possibly be covered up?" But there weren't any gossip stories about their CEO Gu, so Sumu didn't need to worry. But whether others worried or not was irrelevant. What mattered was making his presence felt in front of Gu Mo. Otherwise, if Gu Mo ever forgot about him, his existence in this company would become meaningless. Look at Li Feng working so diligently day after day, doing exactly the same thing as Su Mu. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Ha! What's going on out there? Holy crap, it's the legal team." At that moment, Su Mu's expression shifted slightly. Li Feng naturally noticed this change as well. He frowned slightly. "Damn! When did Genesis Tech get tangled up with the legal team? Ha, like this is the first time? How many people have tried to sue us? But what happened in the end? Forget about him. Genesis Tech might have issues everywhere else, but when it comes to technology, we're absolutely bulletproof." The group chuckled dismissively, unconcerned. After all, no matter how big the mess got, it was the management's problem. As tech guys, they wouldn't be touched. Even if the company dissolved overnight, plenty of firms would be lining up to hire them. Li Feng quickly relaxed, letting out a chuckle. The legal team has nothing to do with our tech department. I wonder which department they'll be reporting on this time. It's nothing new. Stuff like this happened all the time back when Genesis Tech was just starting out. Li Feng spoke casually, exuding the air of a seasoned veteran. Just as everyone chuckled, they suddenly noticed something. Up ahead. After communicating with someone, the legal affairs staff quickly approached the front of their RD department. "Wait, what the hell is going on here?" Suddenly, the research department staff grew slightly tense. Li Feng's smile froze on his face, especially when he noticed the gaze of the people ahead was directed squarely at them. "Oh no! What's wrong?" Sumu was still completely baffled. By then, Li Feng had already walked over. "Ah ha ha ha! Gentlemen, what brings you to our technical department? Our president's office is located." "No need. We're here for this very place." Just then, a familiar figure appeared. It was a man whose bulk rivaled Li Feng's. Qian Fei. Qian Fei's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent. He shot a cold glance at the bewildered Li Feng and spoke in a chilling tone. It was a look of utter contempt from a position of superiority. He couldn't care less about a minor figure like Li Feng. You must have the wrong people. We're from the research department. Even if we wanted to do something, we couldn't." Li Feng pressed his dry lips together, managing to steady his inner shock before speaking calmly. His colleague was also wondering what on earth had happened. Sumu hurried over from behind but could only watch from a distance, filled with shock and uncertainty. As for the people in their office, they all turned to look. What the hell is going on? Chapter 204, Qian Fei causes a ruckus. "My business here has nothing to do with you lot. Tell your director, Guamo, to get his ass out here. I'm taking him with me now," Qian Fei declared, cursing loudly in front of everyone. "Ha!" At this declaration, the expressions on everyone's faces froze for a moment. Whoa! Holy crap! What on earth had they just heard? Just what kind of entity had Guamo provoked, that the other party would personally send legal counsel to demand his release? And even behind the legal team were special police officers. Looks like this guy isn't just capable, he's incredibly powerful. What on earth did our Guamo do to attract such a big fish? That's none other than Qian Fei, the young master of the Qian group from Jiangnan province. Before anyone else could ask, someone gasped and blurted out their identities. What? People from the Qian group. At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present shifted noticeably. Wow! No wonder they have such clout. They even dared to come to their Genesis Tech building to arrest someone. After all, without some serious connections or clout, you wouldn't even get past the front gate. Let alone bring police officers to make an arrest. What the hell did that bastard Guemo do? Just as everyone stood in stunned disbelief, suddenly, the door to the director's office slowly swung open. A figure emerged from within. Guemo. Upon seeing Guemo, Qian Fei's face instantly darkened with murderous intent. Guemo. He practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. It was rare for him to rush through drafting a complaint overnight, handing it to the legal team, and then leveraging his connections to have the matter reviewed immediately. That was how this scene came to be. Qian Fei shot a cold glance at Guemo, who appeared somewhat lazy and unkempt. Moreover, he noticed something slightly off about Gumo's demeanor. Qian Fei immediately let out a cold, mocking laugh. Karma truly comes full circle. Heaven spares no one. Look at you now limping along. Serves you right, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Guemo merely smiled faintly, his expression unchanged. My apologies. I overexerted myself last night and strained my back. It's just a minor issue. I hope I haven't disappointed you, young Master Chien. What? Guemo said, he overexerted himself last night and twisted his back? What on earth did he do? And how wildly did he go about it to achieve such a result? Suddenly, Xian Fei, who had been gloating moments ago, turned ashen-faced. That damn bastard. He was seething with rage. Li Feng, Su Mu, and the others were utterly baffled. Wait, what's going on here? Was there some secret between them? At that moment, everyone's curiosity was completely drawn to the incident Li Feng mentioned from last night. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Guemo merely gave Qian Fei a casual glance. Facing the legal team behind Qian Fei, he showed not a shred of fear. He even spoke with utter disdain right in front of Qian Fei. Young Master Qian, what an elaborate setup you've arranged. Did you summon all these people for a horse race? Hearing this, Qian Fei quickly regained his composure. He immediately snorted coldly. Horse race my ass. Today is the day your doom arrives. Not just for you, but for all of Genesis Tech. I'm Genesis Tech's major shareholder, no question about it. You took my money, so don't try to deny it. Qian Fei spat out angrily. With that, the others present finally grasped the gist of the situation. Holy crap! When had Genesis Tech ever owed them money? While Chen Group was indeed a massive conglomerate, Genesis Tech had always maintained exceptionally strong cash flow. When they developed the intelligent driving system last time, they'd even shelled out 500 billion yuan outright. Oof. I've seen people try to extort money, but never anyone this utterly insane. What's wrong with the legal team? How could they even take on a case like this? What puzzles me now is how they managed to get this approved. No clue. Guess the rich have their ways. Anyway, I refuse to believe Genesis Tech is so broke we'd borrow from the Chen Group. Their interest rates are terrifying, it's practically like they're reaching into my pocket to steal money. Everyone chuckled. Originally, everyone had been on edge, but now they not only relaxed but even started cracking sunflower seeds, ready to watch the show. Mr. Guemo, here's the legal notice from our department. Please take a look. If the allegations hold true, Genesis Tech will be obligated to fulfill the share transfer agreement this time. Going forward, Qian Fei will also be a major shareholder of Genesis Technology. The legal representative stepped forward promptly. Holding a document in his hand, he addressed Guemo. At this, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. Wow. This Qian Fei sure knows how to stir things up. After taking the leaflet, Guemo casually scanned it and nearly burst out laughing. Seriously, what kind of nonsense did this guy write? With this, he actually thinks he can win a lawsuit against me? Guemo shrugged indifferently. He handed the flyer back to the other guy. Qian Fei responded with a cold sneer. If you know what's good for you, you'd better admit I'm your major shareholder right now. Then get down on your knees and kowtow to me twice. From now on, keep your tail between your legs whenever you see me at the company. That'll settle this matter. Otherwise, I'll have you packing your bags and out the door immediately. Qian Fei gritted his teeth, seemingly venting all his pent-up frustration at that moment. In response, Guemo merely shrugged indifferently. Qian Fei, don't think I'm giving you face. Even if I weren't, what could you possibly do to me? I don't think we need to go to legal after all. Let's just stay here. Better not make a fool of yourself over there. You, what did you just say? Hearing this, Qian Fei's eyes widened in utter shock. Gritting his teeth, he immediately pulled the legal counsel over and snarled at Guemo. Damn it! The legal team's already here. You think you can still get away with this? Today, I'll make you regret this. But Guemo merely shrugged. Young Master Qian, I suggest you spend some of your free time between drinking and chasing women learning about the law. You're suing Genesis Tech, what does that have to do with me, an employee? I'm just a worker. If the company gets shut down, I can always find another job. Got it? You idiot. You, what did you say? Qian Fei was furious. This guy called me an idiot. Chapter 205, Couple Relationship? This was the last straw. Qian Fei immediately roared at the legal advisor beside him. I need to know right now what can be done to wipe that smug grin off his face. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, the legal counsel racked his brains, but even if he pulled every bit of knowledge from his mind, there was nothing he could do. Who dared to restrict someone's personal freedom before a conviction? Let alone resort to other means. This isn't legal work, it's gangster stuff. Buddy, the guy behind you is a retired armed police officer from the anti-gang crackdown. Why don't you turn around and see what their expressions are saying? If they didn't know this guy was the third son of the Chen Group, those officers behind him would have already moved to subdue this enraged man. At this, the legal representative could only lick his dry lips, a helpless smile on his face as he replied. Well, the facts are exactly as Mr. Guemo stated. We truly have no authority to restrict Mr. Gumo's personal freedom. However, we can impose certain limitations on him through individuals implicated in the case. This connected individual referred to Zhong Shuriying. Unless they suspected or had concrete evidence that this incident was a conspiracy between Zhong Shuriying and Gu Mo, they had no grounds to take Gu Mo away. When Qianfei heard this, he snorted coldly. What else is there to discuss? Gu Mo and Zhong Shuriying are boyfriend and girlfriend, they share the same bed. This matter inevitably implicates Gu Mo. What are you all standing around for? Arrest them! Are you all made of wood? Qianfei turned and roared at the officers behind him. His words instantly silenced the crowd. Holy crap! What the hell did they just hear? Gu Mo and their boss at Genesis Tech, also the company's CEO, Shanghai City star entrepreneur, and the city's most beautiful woman, Zhong Shuriying, were actually dating. And even they'd slept together? At that moment, everyone felt their heads buzzing. How utterly unbelievable. Su Mu and Li Feng were both completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Li Feng muttered to himself. He'd even forgotten why Qianfei and the others had come over in the first place. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's mouth twitched slightly. He shook his head quickly. No idea. But I think I just heard that Gu Mo and our boss Zhong are a couple. I must have misheard. There's no way that could be true. Su Mu shook his head vigorously, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the tech department exploded upon hearing this news. Beyond what Qianfei had just blurted out, there were also those earlier remarks from Gu Mo. Remember when Gu Mo claimed his issues stemmed from overexertion last night? As for how he overexerted himself and with whom, well, that was a question begging deeper inquiry. How could this not cause an explosion? Noticing the commotion behind him, Gu Mo felt a twinge of helplessness. Good grief! Who would have thought that little act we pulled off back then would blow up like this? He had no idea how he was going to explain this to Zhong Shuriying later. Is there anything else you need? If not, I'll head back to work. Gu Mo shrugged, motioning to the legal team before casually adding. In Gu Mo's eyes, Qianfei looked like a clown. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the guy. At those words, Qianfei's eyes widened in shock. How could he let Gu Mo just casually walk away like that? He'd come here personally this time precisely to humiliate Gu Mo. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the CEO's office on the top floor. What are you all standing around for? Arrest him! Qianfei turned to glare at the bewildered officers, cursing under his breath. At that moment, the officers quickly shook their heads. Sorry, Mr. Qianfei, we don't have an arrest warrant and we don't have sufficient evidence against Mr. Gu Mo to take him into custody. You. Qianfei was furious. How about I pay you? 100,000 per person, no, make it 1 million. Whoever arrests Li Feng gets 1 million each. Qianfei was practically exploding on the spot. Meanwhile, the officers stared at him with expressions as if they were looking at a little cutie. So many people, arresting Gu Mo right in front of everyone? And even accepting bribes? Perhaps they would have acted without hesitation if they hadn't been wearing their uniforms, but once the matter was out in the open, it was no longer up to them to decide. Qianfei's actions weren't benefiting them. This ING move was pure suicide. Mr. Qianfei, please calm down. Our legal team will do everything in our power to protect your rights. Rest assured, our legal team always adheres to the facts. If your documents and evidence are sound, the entire nation stands behind you. The legal representative shook his head helplessly. Taking on this case was truly a difficult task. Hearing this, Qianfei's expression finally began to settle. Yet his expression remained dark and sullen. Qianfei glared coldly at Gu Mo. Gu Mo, I'm going to win this time, no matter what. Once I get the shares of Genesis Technology from Legal Affairs, I'll fire you and make you get lost. After uttering these words, Qianfei gave a cold snort. Let's go. With that, Qianfei turned and walked away. The others naturally followed behind him, though they looked somewhat resigned. Once Qianfei and his group had departed, Li Feng and Su Mu cautiously approached Gu Mo. Once Qianfei was completely out of sight, Su Mu quickly licked his dry lips and spoke up. Mr. Gu, what just happened? Hearing this, Gu Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. He glanced at Su Mu, crossed his arms, and settled into a comfortable posture. Tell me, what specific aspect are you asking about? At that, Su Mu was completely dumbfounded. What aspect? Then it hit him, and his face quickly turned awkward. Li Feng, the seasoned veteran, understood the situation perfectly. He chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Gu, these guys are just clowns. What could possibly happen between our Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhong? Only that fool would believe such nonsense. How could our Mr. Gu possibly be involved with Mr. Zhong? Right? Ha! Hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled. This guy was beating around the bush to get an answer. Gu Mo shrugged in response. He was too lazy to explain anyway. Why not let this guy speak for him? He glanced distantly at Qianfei, who had reached the end of the path, and chuckled. Yeah, sweetie. I'll believe it. Chapter 206, Mr. Zhong, come with me. I have some matters to attend to. Company affairs are in your hands now. Just as Li Feng and Su Mu were about to ask more questions, Gu Mo's expression suddenly shifted, and he started walking forward. Hey, Mr. Gu? The two still had a flood of questions to ask, but at that moment, Gu Mo had already taken the lead and departed. Thus, those questions ultimately remained unsolved mysteries, leaving endless speculation for the people in their department. Of course, this only made the discussion all the more worthwhile. Zhong Shiriying, if you have no further questions, please come with us. Rest assured, our proceedings will be swift. We'll handle this as quickly as possible, and it shouldn't impact Genesis Tech's operations. Top floor of Genesis Tech Tower. After concluding their discussion with Zhong Shiriying, the legal personnel escorted her out of the office. However, they merely used a polite tone. After all, with such an unexpected visit, there was little they could do if the other party refused. Typically, a specific date would be set. Until that date arrived, aside from certain individuals needing to be detained or placed under surveillance, life for most others would proceed without disruption. Everyone could go about their lives as usual. Especially someone like Zhong Shiriying, who served as both CEO and chairwoman of a conglomerate. This explains why lawsuits involving major corporations can drag on for unimaginably long periods unless there's damning evidence to expedite the process. With all that time, what else could they be doing? Kai-he, while I'm away, keep an eye on Genesis Technology for me. Before departing, Zhong Shiriying gave Kai-he a final instruction. Rest assured, CEO Zhong. I won't let you down. Kai-he nodded firmly. This put Zhong Shiriying at ease. After handling these matters, Zhong Shiriying turned to the legal team and others, speaking slowly. Let's go. I believe this matter should finally come to a conclusion. The legal team and others naturally treated Zhong Shiriying with utmost courtesy. They dared not overstep in the slightest. Not to mention Zhong Shiriying's reputation, she was a star entrepreneur in Jianghai City. Moreover, if Zhong Shiriying refused their request, their entire trip would have been for nothing. How could they afford to be anything but courteous? After all, Zhong Shiriying could change her mind at any moment. The only one feeling down in the dumps was Chen Fei. He was clearly in the right, yet he felt like he'd done something wrong, having to tread so carefully. Damn it! Damn legal department! Just wait a couple years, I'll buy every last one of you out of here. Xian Fei cursed under his breath as he walked. He arrived at the entrance of Genesis Technology. A shared legal affairs vehicle had already pulled up ahead. Mr. Zhong, please step out? The legal representative addressed Zhong Shiriying politely. At this, Zhong Shiriying frowned slightly. Numerous passers-by stopped and gathered around. Seeing Zhong Shiriying being led to the shared legal vehicle, it was impossible for these onlookers not to feel a sense of awe. After all, Zhong Shiriying was now a highly recognizable public figure, and every move she made was scrutinized by others. Now, being taken away by the shared vehicle of the legal department, what did this signify? This incident alone could cause their shares in Genesis Technology to plummet by several percentage points. That would be a loss of hundreds of millions. Not to mention, anyone who frequents the Genesis Tech building is, to some extent, a partner of the company. It's impossible for them not to harbor some resentment over this kind of incident. What are you still standing around for? Mr. Zhong, you don't seriously think avoiding the situation will solve it, do you? At that moment, Chen Fei's sarcastic voice cut through the air. Seeing this, the legal team and others, who had been smiling moments ago, now looked increasingly grim. Damn it! That fat pig! What a pain in the ass! Hearing this, Zhong Shiriying pressed her red lips together. I haven't done anything wrong. My conscience is clear, what is there to fear? It's just a car after all. I'll get in. After saying this, Zhong Shiriying calmly and composedly got into the car. Seeing this, the legal team and others finally let out a long sigh of relief. At least that's settled. But just then, a pair of headlights suddenly swept toward them. Even in broad daylight, they were blindingly bright. The legal team and others quickly raised their hands to shield their eyes from the glare. Fortunately, the high beams only flashed for a moment before fading. They quickly lowered their hands and looked over. Everyone froze in surprise. Before them, a Maybach slowly approached. The angel wings gleamed brilliantly, even in broad daylight. As the vehicle came to a stop and the doors opened, the angel wings, symbols of freedom and nobility, unfolded. A figure swiftly stepped out. Gu Mo. Xian Fei clenched his teeth in fury at the sight. Damn it! You actually had the nerve to show up? I thought you'd be too scared to even lift a finger. Heh, but it doesn't matter. This sort of thing is about to end anyway. Xian Fei chuckled. He spoke in a deep, measured tone. Gu Mo remained impassive. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Xian Fei. Then, Gu Mo turned his gaze to Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, why the rush to get in the car? Genesis Tech isn't exactly short on vehicles. I'll give you a ride. The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the room seemed to grow suddenly still. Ha! Many present were left puzzled. Wasn't Zhong Shiriying the one being taken away? But Zhong Shiriying cooperated? They'd misunderstood. The legal personnel's expression shifted slightly, but they couldn't say much at this point. After all, Gumo's actions were reasonable, lawful, and compliant. There was nothing wrong with them. Qianfei's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Gumo, what do you think this case is? Zhong Shuriying is the defendant, now show some respect. He spat out the words, cursing under his breath. Finally, Gumo deigned to spare him a look of resigned exasperation. He shot Qianfei a look of contempt. If you're so capable, why not just buy out their legal team? We can drag this out in court. Qianfei's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean, what? Then go ask them, can they just forcibly take Zhong Shuriying away? Go ahead and try taking one. But I can't guarantee how your director will feel after receiving a call from Zhou Wanyan, the leadership of Jianghai City. The latter remark was directed at the legal team by Gumo. At those words, the expressions of the legal team and others shifted in unison. Though, they had indeed been instructed to forcibly take her back. But did Genesis Tech really have no backing? One by one, they fell silent. Gumo saw no point in further discussion. He shrugged and extended his hand to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, get in my car. Chapter 207, Off to the Ministry of Justice. Gumo extended his hand to Zhong Shuriying, a smile on his face. He intended to take her away from here. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt a slight sense of sinking. It felt as though time had completely frozen in that moment, and the surrounding sounds quickly faded away. It felt as though someone had pulled her up from the depths of an abyss. Just like back then. It was this same man, driving his Maybach adorned with the wings of heaven, who had dragged her out of that chaotic environment, granting her liberation. Back then, Zhong Shuriying had even felt this man was a beacon of light in her life, a godlike presence. And she herself, back then, felt more like a girl who had made a pact with a deity. That was how Zhong Shuriying saw it back then. But now, as the same scene replayed, everything had changed beyond recognition. The actual situation was nowhere near as urgent or agonizing as it had been back then. Yet, simply recalling those past events, a warm current rippled through every fiber of her being. For a fleeting moment, Zhong Shuriying was even momentarily lost in thought. Her mind went blank. Yet, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Gumo stepped forward. What are you standing around for? We don't have to get on this bus. Relax, my driving skills are top-notch. I promise you'll be comfortable. But then Gumo curled his lip and muttered under his breath. Only Zhong Shuriying could hear his words. In her bewilderment, Zhong Shuriying was swept away by Gumo's forceful grip. This reminded Zhong Shuriying of her once vulnerable self, that fragile little girl. But soon, she snapped back to her senses. No need. I'll walk myself. Zhong Shuriying's gaze hardened with resolve. She spoke in a deep, measured tone. Then, with her head held high and chest thrust out, Zhong Shuriying slowly made her way toward the top of the line Maybach. With a clear conscience. To others, this seemed like a declaration of ownership. But for Zhong Shuriying, it was simply proving to Gumo that she was no longer the fragile little girl she once was. It was also a message to her former self. This time, there was no need to hold back. After all, this was what she deserved. Yet to everyone else, it felt entirely different. Damn. CEO Zhong really is a self-made badass. I couldn't even begin to imagine pulling off that kind of attitude. If it were me, I'd blow it in no time. But she is the boss of Genesis Tech. To rise from absolute poverty to where she is now, without a single scandal, that's a miracle in itself, a legend. So damn impressive. That's all I can say. Damn, I thought Genesis Tech was going under. Turns out, my bad, overthought it. Look at those legal folks, their faces are dark as hell, especially that fat bastard. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. This is definitely fine. If not, the legal team would have already made a move. Exactly. Now we're in for some fun. The crowd chattered away, murmurs of discussion rising and falling throughout the room. Qianfei felt completely off kilter. His chest heaved unsteadily as he gritted his teeth, trembling violently. You bastards. Can't you see he's already gone? Hurry up and bring that guy back here. Qianfei snarled through gritted teeth. He roared at the men whose expressions had grown uneasy, venting his pent-up frustration. Yet the legal affairs and police officers merely gave him a dismissive glance. As if they hadn't seen him at all. The police officers, in particular, showed this sentiment even more clearly, making it abundantly clear they didn't give a damn about this guy. What the hell is he, some rich idiot? What the hell is he doing hanging around here? After catching that look, Qianfei flew into a rage. Damn it! I ordered you to bring Zhong Shuriying back. Did you people have your ears cut off? Sorry, Mr. Qianfei, the suspect has the right to drive himself to the legal affairs office. We can't forcibly take him, it's the law. The legal team couldn't stand by any longer. He noticed the growing number of suspicious glances around him, and even heard whispers about the legal team possibly taking bribes to give special treatment to the boss of Genesis Tech. This made the legal team's expressions turn even more grim. And right then, Qianfei actually lost his temper on the spot. What the hell does this have to do with relieving oneself in public? Under these circumstances, the legal team member refused to continue dealing with Qian Fei and decided to confront him directly about the matter. Qian Fei was so furious his eyes nearly popped out of his head. In the end, he could only helplessly swallow his anger and let the matter drop. Meanwhile, Gu Mo had already helped Zhong Shiriying into the car. Ms. Zhong, you were so bossy just now. After getting into the car, Gu Mo gave Zhong Shiriying a thumbs up and praised her. Zhong Shiriying merely waved it off with a dismissive gesture. Talking about this is useless. What matters is making sure that bastard Qian Fei himself in fear and never dares to cause trouble at Genesis Tech again. Hearing this, Gu Mo admired her even more. No wonder she could run such a huge company. Damn it, he hadn't realized how formidable Zhong Shiriying truly was before, mistaking her for a fragile, sensitive little girl. He chuckled to himself. Rest assured, CEO Zhong, we've got this lawsuit in the bag. Qian Fei has his connections, do we not have ours? Besides, this is happening in Zhanghai City. So what if it's like a lamb walking into the lion's den? Anywhere else, Qian Fei might have had a chance. But sorry, he picked the wrong place. This is Zhanghai City. Yet a wicked smile spread across Gu Mo's face. He quickly started the vehicle, letting out a wicked chuckle. This time, not only will Qian Fei lose, but they'll regret ever doing this. Forever and ever. As he spoke, Gu Mo slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. Time passed quickly. Gu Mo drove Zhong Shiriying to the location of the legal affairs office. No sooner had he parked than he spotted Qian Fei emerging from the rear of the legal team's vehicle, glaring at him with fury. Seeing this, Gu Mo shrugged and chuckled to Zhong Shiriying. Ms. Zhong, did you see that? Qian Fei's eyes are practically glowing green. That's never a good sign, it means he's bound to lose. Gu Mo's voice carried, seemingly intended for Qian Fei's ears. And at that moment, Qian Fei did indeed hear it. Rage instantly boiled within him. Damn it! Gu Mo! You better believe I'll have someone break both your legs. Gu Mo just chuckled at that. He continued addressing Zhong Shiriying. Look at that raging fury, intense heartfire. Classic signs of premature aging. Chapter 208, Lawyer? I'll handle it myself. Gu Mo's two casual sentences completely shattered Qian Fei's defenses on the spot. He was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, Gu Mo, how could he do this? Upon hearing this, Zhong Shiriying, who had been quite serious moments before, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who knew you actually knew a thing or two about physiognomy? She couldn't help but give Gu Mo another look. Back then, you couldn't even explain the 12 zodiac signs properly. How come you know all this now? As she spoke, Zhong Shiriying shot Gu Mo a disapproving look before continuing. Be honest, have you been using this trick to charm a bunch of girls over the years? Little did she realize that the dynamic between her and Gu Mo had already begun to shift subtly. Gu Mo merely chuckled at this. Do I even need tricks to charm women? All I have to do is flick my fingers and they come running. You? Zhong Shiriying's expression shifted slightly. She snorted in response. This guy. Back when his position at the company was on the line, he wouldn't have dared joke with me like this. And now, he's grown so bold. Seems I've been paying you too much. You weren't like this when I called you into my office alone back then. Zhong Shiriying shot Gu Mo a meaningful look. Seeing his utterly fearless demeanor, a plan immediately formed in her mind. She snorted, then suddenly pursed her lips. If this keeps up, you'll have me calling you daddy next. At these words, Gu Mo, who had been smiling moments before, froze in place. He looked at Zhong Shiriying, who was smiling with a hint of something deeper. For some reason, he felt danger lurking ahead. This hesitation made Gu Mo pause, no longer daring to joke with Zhong Shiriying as he had before. And the next second. Sure enough. Zhong Shiriying's expression turned cold. Ha, looks like you really want it, huh? Gu Mo quickly lowered his head. No, I wouldn't dare. Damn it. I knew this woman wouldn't be easy to deal with. How come I never noticed she was so scheming before? Gu Mo wanted to slap himself. Why did I have to open my mouth? Seeing this, Zhong Shiriying snorted. Out of Gu Mo's sight, Zhong Shiriying smirked haughtily. After saying this, Zhong Shiriying snorted and turned toward the entrance of the Ministry of Justice. Gu Mo dared not linger and hurried after her. Meanwhile, Qian Fei, already fuming, nearly exploded upon witnessing this scene. Damn it! Now they're flaunting their affection right in front of me. He nearly choked on his own breath and passed out on the spot. Mr. Qian Fei? Mr. Qian Fei. How are you feeling now? Are you okay? The legal team was also startled upon witnessing this scene. Damn it! What the hell is this guy playing at? In this state, what the hell are you even doing? I'm fine. Qian Fei finally regained his composure, waving his hand at the legal team through gritted teeth. Just then, Qian Fei's lawyer arrived. After assessing Qian Fei's condition, he promptly feigned concern. Qian Fei's expression turned serious as he asked, "Can we win this time?" "Rest assured, Mr. Qian. With such a strong case, we're bound to win. Just watch. During my time at Atlantic Law Firm, I practically never lost a case. You hired me specifically to resolve this matter. This lawyer from Atlantic law firm wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared refined and scholarly. Responding to Jian Fei's doubt, he immediately patted his chest and declared with solemn conviction. Hearing this, Jian Fei finally relaxed. He shot a malicious glance at Gu Mo and Zhong Shuriying in the background, his expression twisting. Oomph. What's losing this much? As long as I win later, everything you have will turn to dust. Gu Mo, huh? Ha. This time, I'll make sure you're utterly disgraced. He snorted coldly and strode toward the law enforcement bureau's main gate. Both sides were preparing their materials. This required a bit of preparation time. However, at this critical juncture, Genesis Tech clearly didn't have the luxury of hiring a professional lawyer. Even if they could, they wouldn't have the time to familiarize themselves with the case. Under these circumstances, they could have stalled for time, but Gu Mo shook his head. No need. We're already prepared. Ha! The legal representative who had come to assess the situation froze upon hearing this. He shot Gu Mo a meaningful glance before quickly frowning and speaking in a heavy tone. Mr. Gu Mo, I need to make something clear up front. While you can appeal if you lose this case, the verdict for the first trial is final. Your chances of winning on appeal are slim. In fact, the higher courts might not even be willing to hear your case. Not to mention the complex procedures involved. For Genesis Tech, dragging such a massive lawsuit upon yourselves simply isn't worth it. The other party was well aware of Genesis Tech's significance to Jianhai City. Although the legal department had been influenced by Jian Fei's connections, many were still aware of the case's significance for Jianhai City. Moreover, they certainly didn't want to see the Jian Fei fellow coming to Jianhai City and telling them what to do. They certainly didn't want Genesis Tech to be corrupted and destroyed by those people. Gu Mo waved dismissively. Rest assured, we've got this in the bag. With no other option, the legal team could only turn to glance at Zhong Shuriying, seeking her opinion. Zhong Shuriying remained silent. She gave Gu Mo a deep look before speaking calmly. It's unnecessary. I trust Gu Mo. Upon hearing this, the legal team understood that there was nothing more to discuss regarding the preparatory work for this lawsuit. With that, he let out a wry smile. Very well, Mr. Gu Mo. I wonder if the lawyer you've hired has arrived. We can reserve some time for you to communicate thoroughly. Thinking he could still buy them some time, the legal representative subtly hinted at the possibility. But Gu Mo shook his head promptly. No need. Ha! The legal representative was momentarily confused by Gu Mo's response. What did he mean by, no need? But then Gu Mo casually added, I'm our lawyer for this case. I've already sorted out all the details. Just leave it to me from here on out. Put. At that remark, the legal team nearly choked on their own blood. What? Gu Mo said he'd handle it? He's handling it. No way, dude, you're serious? The legal representative's mouth twitched slightly. His expression darkened as he spoke. Mr. Gu Mo, you're representing yourself as the defense attorney. Are you serious? Chapter 209, go grab a bite before you come back. Mr. Gu Mo, you're serious. The legal representative's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Good grief. Gu Mo, this guy, he's actually a lawyer? But how come I never knew? Of course I am. Why else would I be telling you all this? Gu Mo was bent over his documents when he heard the legal staff gasp and even question him. His eyebrows shot up slightly and he gave a low snort. Hearing this, the legal team member was left speechless. He pressed on, wait, Mr. Gu Mo, do you even know the law? Losing this case would undoubtedly have a massive impact on your company, Genesis Tech. Are you sure you want to take this on personally? Gu Mo frowned. Why was this guy being so long-winded? He snorted immediately. If not me, then who? Gu Mo waved his hand dismissively. I don't trust anyone else with this. I'll handle it myself. Poof. Ha! At those words, the legal officer's mouth twitched. You don't trust anyone else to handle this? Frankly, I doubt you're the most reliable person for the job. Were they afraid they weren't losing fast enough? With no other choice, the legal staff could only glance at Zhong Shuriying with a helpless expression. They could only turn to Zhong Shuriying for her opinion. It would be best if Zhong Shuriying could somehow make that guy Gu Mo see the error of his ways. Miss Zhong, you see, this case is of great importance. I believe we still need to hire a more capable lawyer who can effectively secure your interests. The legal staff member gave a resigned smile as he offered the suggestion. Hearing this, Zhong Shuriying had initially been open to considering advice, but who knew this guy would actually say fight for? Poof. Wasn't she here precisely to fight for it? It seemed, in the other party's eyes, they were already doomed to lose. Of course, all that was beside the point. The most crucial thing was that they weren't afraid of losing at all. If they did lose here, it would only be because Zhou Wanyan and the others weren't pulling their weight. So it didn't matter who showed up. After all, Genesis Technology wasn't just their company, it was the foundation of Jianhai City, the very future of their city. Even if they did lose, Zhou Wanyan and the others would likely find a way to win it back. That's why they've been standing on unshakable ground from the very start. This was precisely why Zhong Shuriying felt at ease with Gumo. After all, they genuinely had nothing to fear. No need. I think Gumo is quite capable. I trust him. Zhong Shuriying said casually. As if Genesis Tech wasn't her own creation. Oof. Ha. Upon hearing this, the legal representative's mouth twitched. Right. So you've already prepared a backup plan, huh? This time it was intentional? Then, shall we schedule the hearing for 3 hours from now? He sighed before finally speaking. Hearing this, Gumo's eyebrows raised slightly. He frowned. 3 hours? That long? Can we move it up? Put. Holy crap. The legal team nearly choked on their words. Forget it, never mind what I said, okay? Both parties agreed to your case, so there's no time limit. You can start whenever you want now. The legal team had completely given up. After all, Gumo and the others had already given up. Why shouldn't he do the same? You can't reason with a stubborn fool. Gumo's eyes lit up. 3 hours? He rubbed his jaw, murmuring to himself. Alright then, we're not in a rush. Let's just set it for 3 hours. We'll open court after 3 hours. Ha! At this, the legal team's eyes lit up instantly. Wow! Had he finally seen the light? The legal counsel finally felt his painstaking efforts were paying off. He licked his dry lips and spoke with a hint of excitement. Mr. Gumo, we can grant you more time. If you feel uncertain about proceeding, we can even cancel the current hearing and schedule a more suitable date for you. We can follow the slowest possible procedure to set the date. The legal representative was visibly moved. All his persuasion had finally paid off. Crucially, during this period, they couldn't launch a crackdown on Genesis Technology, the company behind Zhong Shuriying. Thus, even if Qianfei mobilized his own resources, it wouldn't work. But upon hearing this, Gumo quickly waved his hand. No need. Let's just do it 3 hours from now. 3 hours gives us 2 hours to eat, right? Then we'll have the energy to fight the lawsuit afterward. What? The legal representative's smile froze instantly upon hearing this. 2 hours for dinner? Had he heard correctly? Does that mean we'll go shopping after dinner too? The look on the legal officer's face was truly priceless. Absolutely priceless. This was absolutely the most mind-blowing thing he'd heard in all his years at the legal department. Mr. Gumo, are you certain this is just a dinner meeting? The legal affairs representative, convinced his ears were deceiving him, hurriedly asked. The clerk beside them quickly looked up, casting a surprised glance at the two men before them. Their eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Yes. Gumo nodded. He even turned to glance at Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, would you like to go shopping after dinner? If so, we could eat a bit faster. Good grief. The legal team nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Dude, can you just act like a professional? This is serious business right now. Zhong Shuriying slowly shook her head upon hearing this. No need. I don't want them to worry. Let's head back after dinner. As she spoke, she even cast a rather pitying glance at the legal staff. Oof. Ha. Both of them twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this. Wow. You actually know we'd be in a bind. Fine then. We'll just grab a bite and be right back. Gumo didn't say much after hearing this. He put on his coat and quickly stood up. Zhong Shuriying did the same. Soon, the two left the room, leaving the bewildered pair behind. Finally, they looked at each other. Good grief, what had they just witnessed? The legal affairs representative gave a helpless wry smile and explained the situation to the presiding judge of the judicial department. Meanwhile, Qianfei's side was in full swing. His room was buzzing with activity. An entire professional team was working for him. Mr. Qian, we've thoroughly reviewed every detail. We guarantee this will be a complete success, absolutely no chance of failure. Attorney Wang pounded his chest emphatically as he made this solemn pledge to Qianfei. At this, Qianfei's sullen expression softened slightly. Not bad. But I have a few more ideas. I wonder if you could help me make them happen. Oh? At this remark, Attorney Wang's eyebrows arched slightly. He immediately responded, we'll do our utmost, Mr. Qian. Chapter 210, They went to eat. Inside the room, several people looked at Qianfei with curiosity. Qianfei exhaled softly, slowly narrowing his eyes as if savoring a memory. And soon, his deep voice echoed. I want that bastard Gumo to go in. Can you make it happen? The moment the words left his mouth, many faces in the room shifted slightly. Damn it! I knew he'd pull something like this. In response, Attorney Wang Jian's expression quickly turned serious. He spoke with obvious reluctance. Well, this is beyond our capabilities. Regarding this lawsuit, we can only help you take down Genesis Tech. But this individual, it seems this case has little to do with Gumo. We're in a tough spot too, you know? Difficult? Hearing this, Qianfei raised an eyebrow slightly. He immediately snorted. Once this matter is settled, I'll give you 1 million. 1 million each, he quickly added. And 5 million for you, the ringleader. Whoa. The room fell silent at his words. Then, one by one, they sucked in their breath. Holy crap! Truly the third young master of the Qian group. Money talks. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian licked his dry lips and immediately flashed a sly, fox-like gaze. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up slightly and let a smile spread across his face. Mr. Qian, while this matter presents some difficulty, it also offers us a challenge. 10 million. Suddenly. Before Wang Jian could finish, Chen Fei's voice boomed out with thunderous force. It felt like he'd been struck by a gold brick. The impact left Wang Jian reeling. Whoa. 10 million. His eyes widened. Holy crap. Don't even mention it. You're not kidding. This is ing gold bricks. Right then, Wang Jian was this close to kneeling before Chen Fei. He pounded his chest emphatically. Mr. Qian, rest assured. If that bastard Guemo doesn't go in, I'll go in for him. Today, I'm going to settle things with that bastard once and for all. It's either him or me. At this, Chen Fei's expression finally softened slightly. Fine. I'm counting on you. If you need anything, have our Qian group think tank provide it. This time, I'll make sure that bastard Guemo pays. And Zhong Shuriying along with the Genesis tech she's backed by, I'll get my hands on them too. Chen Fei chuckled. Meanwhile, lawyer Wang Jian's eyes flashed with the sly satisfaction of a fox who outwitted his prey. He was already fantasizing about his future life of luxury. Little did he know that this time, his words would prove to be a curse. Between him and Guemo, there would be no end to the trouble. Soon. Chen Fei glanced at the time, thinking that by now, the legal team should have exchanged their mutual understanding. Logically, his people should have come to report back to him by now. Sure enough. Just as the thought crossed his mind, figures swiftly approached from ahead. It was Chen Fei's people. Seeing this, a smile instantly spread across Chen Fei's face. He chuckled softly and spoke slowly. So? When did they set the date? As he spoke, Chen Fei sipped a mouthful of the premium Da Hong Pao tea on the table to moisten his throat. Feeling the smooth, rich sensation spread through his body, Chen Fei soon stretched out comfortably on the sofa his staff had specially brought over. Exactly. He'd been too impatient earlier. This was a sure thing to begin with. Why rush? It only made him unhappy. This process was the true delicacy he needed to savor. At that moment, however, Chen Fei's subordinate's expression shifted slightly. This. Ha! What are you hiding? Stuttering like that, are you even still under my command? Show us what you've got. We're guaranteed to win this time. What's there to fear? What's there to worry about? Speak up. Even if the sky falls, someone tall enough will hold it up. Seeing this, Chen Fei immediately snorted coldly. Hearing this, Chen Fei's subordinate finally spoke up slowly. Mr. Qian, they said, the hearing starts in 3 hours. At this, Chen Fei's eyebrows arched slightly. It really is heaven's blessing. 3 hours. Even if they have deep pockets, they won't have enough time to hire a lawyer and fully understand the case. This time, they're definitely going down. Isn't that a blessing? Look at you. If anyone says they're one of my guys from Chen Fei, they'll probably get laughed to death. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh, you bastards. We're winning this time. No one cries in front of me. His underlings could only manage stiff, forced smiles in response. Chen Fei shrugged. So, what did they do after that bastard Guemo dropped out? Time-wise, they shouldn't have had time to prepare by now. He thought to himself that the legal team he'd paid off this time had really given him face. They'd only given the other side 3 hours. What could Guemo and his crew possibly do? Probably still scrambling to organize documents at this hour? But 3 hours might not even be enough. Just then, his subordinate quickly licked his dry lips and stammered out. They went to eat. Gone to eat? How considerate. What? What did you just say? Chen Fei's eyes suddenly widened. He nearly choked on the sip of strong black tea he'd just taken. What did you say? They went to eat. Chen Fei couldn't believe it. Wait, are they just giving up already? 3 hours wasn't enough for them to organize the materials, but it was enough for them to eat. They could even go shopping after eating. The subordinate nodded. He hurriedly added, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying went out to eat. Our guy saw them enter a hot pot restaurant. They even captured footage of the two of them holding hands as they entered the hot pot restaurant. Hot pot, you say? Chen Fei was stunned. How much do they look down on us? And even. They were holding hands. Just then, the younger brother handed Chen Fei a photo. In the photo, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying were arm in arm, laughing and chatting. Hoof. Ha! Seeing this, Chen Fei, who had just calmed down, nearly exploded with rage. You bastard, Guemo. He practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. Shortly after, Wang Jian analyzed the situation carefully and replied with a calm smile. Mr. Qian, no need to worry. I believe they've given up entirely. This time, victory is firmly in our grasp. Is that so? Then I'll be watching to see. Chen Fei stared at the photos with a dark expression, his voice cold and menacing. Then, with a swift motion, he grabbed the photos and crumpled them into a tight ball. Next, the trial begins. Chapter 211, the trial begins. 3 hours passed quickly. After finishing their meal, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying took a leisurely stroll before finally organizing their materials with the assistance of legal staff and bringing them to the court. Soon, both parties entered the courtroom. Qianfei and his group had been waiting there for quite some time, seemingly anxious for the outcome. Guemo and Zhong Shuriying entered the courtroom together, moving at a leisurely pace. They seemed less like litigants and more like people out on a spring outing. The gallery was packed with onlookers who had come upon hearing the news. This was a lawsuit against Genesis Tech. Such major news couldn't possibly stay hidden. The moment the news broke, people began reserving seats almost immediately. And this thing even spawned scalpers charging premium prices. If Rusher had known this would be so profitable, Guemo would have probably taken the stage himself. Whoa! Holy crap! How come Guemo and his crew look so relaxed? I mean, sure, we have home field advantage, but they're making it look way too easy, don't you think? The way they stroll around like it's nothing, it's hard to find fault with them. Oomph, what's the big deal? I even saw Guemo and Zhong Shuriying out shopping and eating together earlier. They just got here too. Ha! Ha ha ha! Holy crap, what did I just hear? Could they be planning to sell Genesis Tech? Was all this just a formality? I think that's probably it. Seeing this, the crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Their expressions turned grim, filled with an indescribable bitterness. Regardless of what others were thinking, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying had already entered the courtroom. Taking their seats at the defendant's bench, Guemo and Zhong Shuriying settled in, awaiting the commencement of the trial. Soon, everyone noticed something. Whoa! Holy cow! Are their lawyers running that late? Wonder if something urgent came up. They still haven't shown up, and the hearing is about to start. Probably taking time to organize documents and clarify their arguments. Theoretically, they could delay a bit longer. Exactly. This isn't some trivial matter. If they lose, their reputation will be ruined, not to mention other consequences. The crowd murmured among themselves. Silence. Soon, the presiding judge on the platform struck his gavel and spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. At his command, the hall fell silent almost instantly. Their faces betrayed a hint of anxiety as they watched the proceedings, glancing toward the entrance where the attorneys were expected to appear, hoping the lawyers from Genesis Technologies would hurry up and take the stand. Otherwise, they would have no one to defend them when the trial commenced. Yet, despite their desperate gazes, no lawyer from Genesis Tech appeared at this moment. Not even a shadow. Wait. Could they really be delayed? Almost instinctively, everyone frowned. Soon, the presiding judge began outlining the proceedings. Plaintiff, Chen Group Dajing Investment Bank, General Manager Qianfei. Present. Qianfei flashed a smirk, glancing toward Gumo's seat before letting out a cold snort. That smug look in his eyes seemed to say he already had victory in the bag. I am Wang Jian, defense counsel for Qianfei. Wang Jian beside him promptly nodded to the presiding judge. Soon, it was Gumo's turn. The presiding judge posed similar questions to Guemo and Zhong Shuriying, though their roles had now shifted to defendants. Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together before speaking slowly. Zhong Shuriying, president of Genesis Technology, is present. Almost immediately, Guemo stood beside her and politely stated, I am Zhong Shuriying's defense attorney. My name is Guemo. However, the moment he uttered those words, the room fell into a brief silence. The next second, whoosh! A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. No way! Guemo! Defense attorney! Is this guy even a defense attorney? Does he even know anything about the law? At that moment, many eyes widened in utter shock. Shouts of disbelief and protest echoed throughout the courtroom. That was truly shocking. Yet none compared to the shock of Guemo declaring himself the defense attorney. Heh! So it really is this guy. I thought maybe the receptionist had made a mistake. Qianfei chuckled upon seeing this, convinced Zhong Shuriying was simply throwing in the towel. Looks like you're rushing to hand me cash, Ms. Zhong? Since you're so eager to hand over cash, how about giving me something else instead? Qianfei quickly flashed a wicked grin. His gaze fixed intently on Zhong Shuriying, as if lusting after something utterly irresistible. Zhong Shuriying's delicate brows furrowed slightly at this. Seeing this, Qianfei felt an even greater surge of delight within. That's the reaction he wanted. Her cool, slightly disdainful expression was absolutely perfect. But the very next second, Qianfei's smile froze momentarily. He watched as Guemo simply reached out and pulled Zhong Shuriying into his embrace. Zhong Shuriying's waist was incredibly slender, barely a hand's width around, allowing Guemo to effortlessly pull her into his embrace. Qianfei witnessed this. One moment he was grinning, the next, his smile vanished. It was like being on the verge of eating meat only to be fed a mouthful of instead. Sorry, Mr. Qian, you might want to save that talk for after you win the lawsuit. I'm sure Ms. Zhong won't mind then. Hearing this, Qianfei narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Oof. Rest assured, you'll lose for sure. With that, Jianfei finally tore his gaze away from Zhong Shiriying. Let go. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Zhong Shiriying's expression stiffened slightly as she hastily broke free from Gu Mo's embrace, lowering her voice to speak in a heavy tone. Gu Mo merely shrugged in response. Well, it worked pretty well, didn't it? Look at you, not a single ounce lost. He chuckled. Shut up. Zhong Shiriying rolled her eyes at Gu Mo. Witnessing this scene, the crowd had barely recovered from their initial shock when they were plunged into astonishment once more. Whoa! Holy crap! What on earth did I just witness? This, flirting? Zhong Shiriying, the female CEO of Jianhai City Star Enterprise, Genesis Technology? And right here in the courtroom? Everyone felt like their brains couldn't process it all. The murmurs in the room grew even more exaggerated. Even louder than when they heard Gu Mo admit he was a lawyer earlier. Silence. Finally, the presiding judge on the dais could bear it no longer. Frowning, he brought his gavel down with a resounding thud. Once the room quieted down, the presiding judge exhaled deeply before announcing in a solemn voice. Since all parties are present, we shall proceed. Chapter 212, The Fierce Offensive. As soon as the presiding judge struck the gavel, Jianfei's side sprang into action. Wang Jian rose impatiently. He pulled out the materials he had prepared long ago and began reading aloud from them. Miss Zhong Shiriying, 3 months ago, Mr. Qianfei, general manager of the plaintiff Dajing Investment Bank, conducted a series of securities transactions with your Genesis technology for legitimate purchases. Are you aware of this matter? Wang Jian understood the purpose behind this move. If she admitted knowing, he could launch his next offensive. What followed would be no longer gentle and casual, but a storm of relentless attacks. He suspected that young lawyer Gu Mo wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, Wang Jian was already imagining Gu Mo stammering and fumbling for words on the stand. At that moment, everyone's gaze quickly shifted to Zhong Shiriying. Zhong Shiriying glanced at Gu Mo, seemingly seeking his advice. Fearing Gu Mo might interrupt, Wang Jian hurriedly interjected, Miss Zhong, all you need to do now is answer yes or no. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled softly and nodded to Zhong Shiriying. Though Zhong Shiriying didn't understand Gu Mo's intent, she responded promptly. Regarding this matter, Genesis Technology is indeed aware. What? The moment those words left her mouth, many in the room furrowed their brows. Could it be true? They had all assumed it was nothing but groundless rumors. Who would have thought it was actually true? So Qianfei and his team hadn't come empty-handed after all. Looks like they're pretty confident this time around. Upon hearing Zhong Shiriying's response, Wang Jian immediately flashed a triumphant smile. He shot a contemptuous glance at Gu Mo. Heh, young people are just young people, no patience whatsoever. Serves him right to lose to me this time. But no worries. Once this is over, you'll surely learn from this experience and understand the ruthlessness of the legal profession, right? Now that his initial offensive had achieved its goal, Wang Jian wasted no time in pressing his advantage. In that case, we'd like to understand why Genesis Technology refuses to honor our legitimate rights and interests, despite all procedures being complete and proper? I believe our presiding judge has personally reviewed the evidence we submitted, and we've also engaged professional experts for verification. It has been confirmed from multiple angles that there are absolutely no issues. Therefore, we demand to know, after this trial, can Ms. Zhong provide an explanation to us at Dajing Investment Bank regarding Mr. Qian's situation? Wang Jian remained composed, and with just a few words, he had already begun to tip the scales of victory in his favor. This was inherently an unfair comparison. After all, their side relied purely on raw strength, no tactics involved. Both the evidence and testimonies had been meticulously prepared in advance. Once again, all eyes turned to Zhong Shiriying. This was inherently a complex issue. Zhong Shiriying might be adept at handling company affairs, but legal matters like this. Zhong Shiriying glanced back at Gu Mo. The result? Good grief. Gu Mo, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, as if the matter held no weight whatsoever. At this moment, Zhong Shiriying even wondered if this guy had been deliberately sent over by the other side. Sure, their Genesis tech had Zhou Wannian backing them, but they couldn't be this arrogant. She nudged him discreetly with her finger, gritting her teeth as she gave a gentle reminder. Gu Mo, stop spacing out. They're talking to us. Hearing this, Gu Mo finally responded. He shot a sleepy glance at the wide-awake Wang Jian before shrugging casually and saying, So, are you guys done talking? Ha! At those words, the smile on Wang Jian's face froze momentarily. Finished? This counter-question felt like punching air. But don't think Gu Mo and his crew will win. I have much to say, Mr. Gu Mo. You need only discuss with Miss Zhong and answer this one question of mine. Wang Jian intended to use these perplexing questions to confuse Gu Mo or Zhong Shiriying, setting the stage for his decisive move to strike. At that moment, Gu Mo merely shrugged casually upon hearing his words. First off, this payment you're referring to never appeared in any of the legitimate transactions on our Genesis Tech accounts. And we'd also like to know why that investment from your Dajing Investment Bank merely passed through our accounts before disappearing into someone else's pockets. Ha! At this revelation, Wang Jian's smile froze solid. Hearing this, the others raised their eyebrows slightly. Holy crap! We thought this guy was just a rookie, but who knew he was actually a heavyweight? With just one sentence, he'd completely turned the tables on Wang Jian. Brilliant! Everyone seemed to have even more confidence in Guemo now. Even Zhong Shiriying couldn't help but let a hint of admiration flicker in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with admiration. Meanwhile, Qian Fei's expression darkened. He turned to glance at Wang Jian beside him and growled, "Didn't you say we had this in the bag? What the hell is going on now?" Wang Jian pressed his lips together briefly before quickly resuming his smile. Responding to Qian Fei's words, Wang Jian gave a calm smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Qian. They won't get away. Everything requires evidence. They have none whatsoever. It's pure nonsense. How could it possibly stand up to our mountain of ironclad proof?" Only then did Qian Fei let out a low grunt. "You better deliver on your promise." After composing himself, Wang Jian turned to Guemo and Zhong Shiriying and declared in a deep voice. "Everything requires evidence. You have no proof, just your own words. If you can say anything and have it be true, then this court might as well be set up in your backyard. There's no point in discussing anything further." This move shifted the pressure squarely onto the presiding judge. Damn! Upon hearing this, the presiding judge shot Wang Jian a surprised glance. It was clear this guy was a seasoned veteran. If Judge Ruosher didn't take a stand now, he might as well resign from his position. The presiding judge immediately lifted his eyelids and turned his gaze toward Guemo. "Defense counsel, do you have any substantive evidence? If not, please continue presenting arguments to refute the plaintiff's accusations against you." Evidence? Upon hearing this, Guemo flashed a mysterious smile. "I'm afraid we don't have any substantive evidence." What? The moment those words left his mouth, the courtroom erupted in an uproar. Without evidence, that's practically suicide, isn't it? Chapter 213, we're also looking for that money. No evidence. This is ridiculous. Even Wang Jian froze upon hearing this, momentarily unable to react. Damn. Gumo's completely unexpected approach had left him utterly flustered. It even made Wang Jian momentarily forget what he was supposed to do next. For some reason, the opponent's deliberate sloppiness had thrown him into a state of disarray. The arena erupted in an uproar. No way, no evidence. This is obvious, he's just trying to trick me into taking it. Damn, I thought Guemo was holding back some big move, but turns out he just pulled a major stunt. We're screwed. This is clearly a gift to Qian Group. Probably someone within Genesis Tech disagreed? They never managed to reach a settlement? That's none of our business anyway. The power of capital. Just understand it. Probably those two secretly got some shady benefits behind the scenes. Exactly. Word is Genesis Tech only rose so fast because they snagged tons of government contracts and got backing from the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shot up to become a pillar enterprise in Jianhai City this quickly. Ah, what a shame. Such a promising company, yet corruption still took root from within. I've already begun predicting their downfall. The crowd sighed repeatedly. Everyone believed Guemo had completely given up. Yet even now, some still chose to believe in Guemo, convinced this guy must be holding back some big move. Just waiting for him to make a stunning breakthrough. But their faith might be misplaced. Perhaps it was just as the earlier speculators had suggested. Could it be that they were just coasting along at Creation Tech? Not to mention the rumors they'd heard earlier that Zhong Shiriying and Guemo had been enjoying hot pot together just 3 hours before the trial began. And after it ended, they even went shopping together. Oof. Damn it. Everyone gritted their teeth inwardly. Meanwhile, Qian Fei noticed Wang Jian beside him staring blankly, unable to snap out of his daze. Immediately, he huffed and puffed, muttering angrily. Top-tier lawyer my ass. Can't handle a little pressure? Remember what you should and shouldn't do. Don't waste time, get those two guys under control. Qian Fei's voice quickly snapped Wang Jian back to reality. Hearing this, Wang Jian pursed his lips, torn between laughter and tears. Honestly, he'd seen plenty of desperate last-ditch struggles before, but never one where the dying man's final blow ended up being a case of shooting himself in the foot. Today, he'd witnessed it firsthand. Wang Jian cleared his throat and continued addressing Guemo solemnly. In that case, since you lack substantive evidence, this trial is ours to win. And that's the end of it? Wang Jian shot Guemo a skeptical glance. Years of experience told him no one would be foolish enough to do this. In fact, they likely never intended to litigate at all. The presiding judge promptly turned his gaze toward Guemo. Mr. Guemo, if you have nothing further to say, based on the materials provided by Mr. Wang Jian and Mr. Qian Fei, we can proceed with the legal process as outlined. If neither party has any objections, this hearing may be adjourned. The presiding judge spoke in a deep, solemn tone. His tone was stern. It seemed as if he were issuing a warning to Guemo. Many in the courtroom, seeing Gumo's nonchalant demeanor, were furious at his lack of resolve. How infuriating. Even if you brought in a law student, they might do a better job than this guy Guemo. But at that moment, Guemo simply shrugged. I don't have any evidence, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Ha! At this remark, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. What the hell? There's more to this? What do you mean? Wang Jian's heart skipped a beat. But soon, he saw Guemo give a calm smile. First, I don't deny that Genesis Tech signed a contract with Qian Group. It's true they acquired a 30% stake in Genesis Tech for 10 billion yuan. It's all clearly stated in the contract. I reviewed it thoroughly long before Mr. Qian approached me. Then why are you standing here arguing? You know it's wrong, yet you insist on jumping in. Is this a case of the thief crying stop thief? But Wang Jian just chuckled. In his eyes, Guemo was clearly just going through the motions. He could win this fight with his eyes closed. Hearing this, Gumo's expression remained calm. For some reason, upon seeing that expression on Gumo's face, Wang Jian felt a slight stir within him. A vague sense of foreboding crept over him. But then he saw Gumo's lips curl into a faint smile. Of course, the reason we're concerned about this issue is mainly because we're also searching for that money. What? The moment those words left her mouth, the room erupted in a fresh wave of commotion. What was going on? They at Genesis Tech were also searching for this money? At that moment, everyone seemed to sense the whiff of conspiracy in the air. Good heavens, could it be what they feared? Each of them licked their dry lips, their hands trembling slightly despite their best efforts to control it. Meanwhile, the smile on Wang Jian's face quickly froze into a stiff expression. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and gave Guemo a nervous chuckle. Mr. Guemo, I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're currently discussing the contract between you and our Dajing investment bank. Exactly. That's precisely what we're discussing. At the end of the day, it's all about money. Guemo finally perked up a bit. He chuckled softly, crossed his arms, and adopted a confident, assured posture. It seemed he had anticipated this very scenario long ago. At these words, Wang Jian tensed up even more. But after years in the legal profession, he'd seen all kinds of people and remained unruffled. Based on his experience, he guessed this guy was trying to distract him with irrelevant talk while shifting blame elsewhere, forcing them to resolve the money issue first before proceeding. This calling the thief tactic was quite the maneuver. No wonder he was so confident. But I've seen right through your tricks. Wang Jian chuckled immediately. Money aside, we did indeed transfer the funds to your Genesis Technology Company account. This has been confirmed by us throughout the entire process. Moreover, all of this is documented in the evidence we submitted earlier. I find it hard to believe that you, Mr. Guemo, could possibly twist black into white. All you need to do now is admit whether the contract exists or not, and that's it. To this, Guemo remained smiling. With a calm smile, he was about to deliver the decisive blow. Chapter 214, Economic Dispute Escalates into 100 billion yuan fraud. The contract itself is flawless. But I do have one question. Why did our senior management suddenly go missing and flee after Genesis Tech just signed the contract with you? Guemo smiled. Wang Jian dismissed him with disdain. What does that have to do with us? Even if Guemo talked himself blue in the face today, it wouldn't change this fact. Guemo shrugged casually. Of course it relates to today's matter. After all, I recall that your Dajing Investment Bank and Tianxia Investment Bank have a rather close relationship. If my memory serves me correctly, the fraudster Wu Mingxian was confirmed as Tianxia Investment Bank's regional general manager. If you claim there's no shady dealings involved, I'm not buying it. What? Wang Jian's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He had heard about the previous incident involving Genesis Tech, but he never imagined it could be connected to today's case. Moreover, Guemo had even exposed the connection. At that moment, Chen Fei's brow furrowed sharply. He slammed his fist on the table and snorted coldly before speaking. Guemo, don't make baseless accusations. That's your company's business, it has nothing to do with us at Dajing Investment Bank. Today we're sticking to the matter at hand. Don't bring up irrelevant topics. Hearing this, Guemo merely smiled faintly. My apologies, Mr. Qian. We're merely making legitimate use of the resources at our disposal to protect our own interests. If there's any chance to overturn this case, it seems precisely because of that, doesn't it? By reclassifying the case, we could transform an economic dispute into fraud. That would be quite interesting. After all, we're talking about a fraud involving tens of billions. This completely changes the nature of the case. With a little maneuvering, if Guemo is willing, he could even send the other party to prison for life. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted in unison as they grasped this implication. Holy crap! So that's what Guemo had been scheming all along. They'd actually thought this guy was just coasting along? Damn it! He'd completely outmaneuvered them. Even his earlier deliberate admission about the contract had effectively cut off their retreat, leaving Qian Fei and the others stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now, continuing this lawsuit had lost all meaning. After all, the nature of this thing had completely changed. What they were about to discuss next was a fraud case involving tens of billions. Upon realizing this, Wang Jian's face quickly drained of color. Holy crap! We're talking about tens of billions here. Even after working for over a decade, he'd never encountered such a staggering sum. And now it had landed squarely on his shoulders. On the other side, even the presiding judge pressed his dry lips together, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding with dread. The rest of the jury members clutched their notebooks to steady their nerves. If they made a single misstep in today's case, their careers in Jianhai City would be over. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gu Moyan's impassioned speech, the peculiar gleam in Zhong Shuriying's eyes grew even more intense. It was as if this man had once again become the dazzling figure he had been back then, shining like the stars. No, this was how he was meant to be. Now Qian Fei and the others were in a bind. Mr. Qian, should we continue? At that moment, lawyer Wang Jian swallowed hard with some difficulty, turning to ask Qian Fei beside him, whose expression was shifting between anger and anxiety. After all, if they kept fighting like this, regardless of whether their contracts were problematic, once the funds behind them were investigated, poof, their entire business operations would be swept up in the investigation too. The question was whether Qian Fei had any skeletons in his closet. Fight. We must fight. If we don't fight, won't it just make us look like we're hiding something? Keep fighting, damn it. Qian Fei gritted his teeth as he spoke. The moment Guo uttered those words, Qian Fei knew he had effectively burned his bridges. Whether he fought or not, it hardly mattered anymore. Now, only by continuing the fight could he find a glimmer of hope. Wang Jian heard this, pressed his dry lips together, took a deep breath, then turned to Guo and said, Mr. Guo, we have essentially understood your situation. So, are you admitting that your Genesis technology conducted contractual transactions with our Dajing investment bank? It was clear Wang Jian desperately wanted to prompt the presiding judge to bring down the gavel by reiterating this confirmation. However, he didn't realize that by this point, the presiding judge was already sweating profusely. Whoever hammered down on this case now would see their career come to an abrupt end. In response, Guo gave a firm nod. Exactly. Those two simple words carried weight beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian quickly turned to the presiding judge and said, Your Honor, Guo has acknowledged the transactions between Genesis Technologies and our Dajing investment bank. The contracts are legally binding. I respectfully request your ruling. Little did he know, however, that the presiding judge he addressed had already secretly used up 3 towels. Upon hearing this, the jurors exchanged bewildered glances before their eyes settled on the presiding judge, who had yet to bring down the gavel. They saw the presiding judge lick his dry lips before clearing his throat softly. Well, this case presents numerous discrepancies. We require further evidence to proceed. We'll adjourn the proceedings for today. After uttering these words, fearing Wang Jian might make a fool of himself, he hastily banged the gavel and quickly added, Ha! Wang Jian's expression shifted slightly at the words. This. He turned to look at Qian Fei. The other man's expression was even more unpredictable. And just then, Guo suddenly called out to the presiding judge. Excuse me, Your Honor. I suspect that Dajing Investment Bank, in collusion with Wu Mingxian of Tianxia Investment Bank, has perpetrated a heinous fraud against Genesis Technology. The case involves 100 billion yuan. Given the enormous scale of this sum, we have the right to initiate a trial directly. Ha! The moment these words left his mouth, the entire courtroom sucked in a collective breath. Whoa! Holy crap! Guo, you're something else. That ambition is huge. Just as the presiding judge was about to rise and leave, Guo suddenly called out to him, leaving the judge utterly speechless. Holy moly! Have mercy on me. But as Guo had said, the funds involved in this case were simply too enormous. They had to hear it in open court. With no other choice, he could only put on a pained expression and return to his seat. Let's open court now. Since everyone seems ready, shall we proceed directly? Chapter 215, just leave like that? The contract itself is fine, but the issue lies with your Dajing Investment Bank committing economic fraud against our Genesis Technology. What did you say? Qian Fei's eyes widened in shock. He leapt to his feet. Damn it! Guo, you better know what you're saying. Dajing Investment Bank operates with complete transparency. Every single transaction is above board. You're the one trying to stiff us out of our money. And now you have the nerve to turn around and accuse us? Are you even human anymore? Guo merely shrugged. This has nothing to do with my personal character. You see, this money isn't sitting in Genesis Tech's accounts right now. It's sitting in Jianhai City's public administration account. Why do you think that is? You? Qian Fei's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. So this guy was waiting for me here. At that moment, after hearing Guo's words, the crowd finally seemed to catch on. Damn it! No wonder Guo hadn't shown the slightest sign of urgency. He'd been prepared all along. And here they were, worrying needlessly. But judging by what Guo had said, it seemed there really was some hidden matter at play here. Who could have imagined this trial would turn out like this? Even the presiding judge on the bench now wore a look of distress, as if he wished he could leave immediately. But if Guo hadn't agreed, he truly couldn't bring himself to do it. especially with so many people watching. He knew that regardless of the outcome, he would likely bear some of the blame afterward. Gumo, I advise you not to make such baseless accusations. You clearly just don't want to fulfill your obligations. Let me tell you, stop trying to wriggle out of this now. The presiding judge will deliver a fair verdict. Xianfei declared, his voice thick with indignation. Little did he know that Gumo wasn't the one panicking most at that moment. Instead, the man remained surprisingly calm. Instead, the pressure was mounting on the presiding judge and the jury. Xianfei. Was his brain filled with mush? But Gumo merely smiled indifferently. He shrugged slightly. My apologies, Mr. Qian, but I believe you've misunderstood one crucial point. While the materials you provided are all in order, this money merely passed through our accounts, not a single penny actually flowed out. In fact, it's still sitting in Shanghai City's public guarantee account. If you don't understand the implications, I'm sure the lawyer beside you can explain it to you. What? Xianfei's eyebrows shot up at the remark. He quickly turned to glance at the bespectacled lawyer beside him. He saw the man trembling as he removed his glasses, wiping them repeatedly in his hands. His face was as pale as an elderly person who had just passed the 7th day after death. Seeing this, Xianfei's anger flared. He snapped, "Aren't you supposed to be my damn defense lawyer? Why the hell are you suddenly dumb as a rock?" The man replied with a mix of laughter and tears, "Well, I don't know how this money will end up." He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Hearing this, Xianfei flew into an even greater rage. "Speak up. You've handled hundreds of cases before, didn't you promise to win this one for me?" If not for the crowd watching, Xianfei would have lashed out. The man who heard this felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. I never imagined this money would become such a dangerous currency for laundering black money. What? Xianfei's expression shifted instantly. You're calling my money dangerous currency? His eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Jian was at a loss for words. He explained, if Mr. Gumo is correct, then this money is indeed dangerous currency. At this, Xianfei was momentarily speechless. How did it become dirty money? Xianfei muttered to himself. He couldn't accept it. We clearly signed a contract with Genesis Tech and paid them through legitimate channels. Now it's suddenly dangerous currency? On what grounds? This matter, perhaps Xianfei himself saw no issue with it, but to those familiar with the law, it was nothing short of the most foolish move imaginable. After all, once this money became associated with dangerous currency, it was essentially permanently cut off from the market. It would have no connection to the market whatsoever. This was precisely what Gumo had anticipated from the very beginning. Not only could it help Chuanxia Technology wash away its tarnished reputation, but it would also render Qianfei's previous investments completely worthless. Most crucially, it would leave Qianfei utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Qian, have you all decided? Are you still going to sue? At that moment, Gumo flashed a mocking smile. He glanced toward Qianfei's position. At the question, Qianfei's expression shifted abruptly. His expression flickered between anger and frustration. Qianfei hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Though he didn't fully grasp it, he understood the crux of the matter. What sane person would knowingly jump into a pit? At that moment, Wang Jian beside him quickly shook his head at Qianfei. Mr. Qian, don't. This is a trap. He's doing this on purpose. If we fall into it, there'll be no turning back. At these words, Qianfei's eyes narrowed sharply. He gritted his teeth. TSK. This guy really got off easy. Qianfei immediately snorted. Oomph. You're just lucky. I won't press charges. After saying this, Qianfei turned to leave the courtroom. But just then, Gumo chuckled. Hold on. At those words, Qianfei's anger flared. He turned to glare at Gumo. What do you want now, you bastard? But Gumo merely shrugged. Mr. Qian, you think saying you won't sue is enough? I haven't agreed to that yet. What? At those words, Qianfei's eyes widened instantly. I'm not suing you anymore, and you're still not satisfied? You still won't agree? But Gumo just chuckled. Mr. Qian, if you're lacking in education, you can have that lawyer by your side give you a proper lesson. You say sue me, so I sue you. You say don't sue, so I don't. How the hell do you manage that? You? Qianfei's eyes widened as he glared at Gumo, fuming. He was speechless. In the end, it was his lawyer, Wang Jian, who pulled Qianfei back. Mr. Qian, this requires the presiding judge's approval. It's not up to you or me. See those armed police officers standing nearby? Even if we wanted to leave on our own, we couldn't. Wang Jian said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. At those words, Qianfei's mouth twitched. Damn it! So many rules. He shot a vicious glare toward the presiding judge's seat. Your Honor, we're dropping the charges now. Can we leave? However, he didn't realize that this matter was no longer something he could decide on his own. It depended on Gumo. Chapter 216, Fighting Until Adjournment. Ahem. Mr. Gumo, Qianfei is requesting to terminate the proceedings. Do you agree? Finally, the presiding judge cleared his throat softly and addressed Guemo. What? Ending a trial requires Gumo's approval? How troublesome. Qianfei raised an eyebrow. His visible impatience was plain for all to see. Damn it. Not only did he lose the case, but he'd also lost all face. I thought this time I'd make that bastard Guemo kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. Who'd have thought it'd be me whose knees buckled first, ending up on my knees before him? Damn it. Guemo, you'd better hurry up. Don't dawdle here and waste everyone's time. You got lucky this time, but there won't be a next time. Qianfei snapped impatiently. Hearing this, Guemo chuckled softly. This guy still doesn't realize how dire his situation really is, does he? Meanwhile, Wang Jian beside him was already holding his forehead, his face an unusual shade of grim. Oh. This little cutie. But then Guemo smiled. In front of everyone, he waved his hand and declared. Sorry, but I don't agree to adjourn the hearing. Ha? What? The moment those words left his mouth, the courtroom erupted in an uproar. Qianfei, who had been about to leave, was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guemo. What did you say? You disagree? He stared at Guemo in utter disbelief. What kind of trick is this guy playing now? That's right, I refuse. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Qian? If you can't handle it, go sit at the table with the dogs. You? Fine. 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 You bastard, Guemo. Qianfei gritted his teeth in fury, seething with rage. He slammed his butt down onto the chair. The chair beneath him screeched in protest. Qianfei slammed his fist on the table and sneered coldly at Guemo. Come on then. Today I'll see just how much you can stand up to me. Zhong Shuriying, however, frowned slightly. She sensed that Guemo was about to take action against Qianfei. And the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Though Qianfei's motives weren't pure, they were still former classmates after all. Zhong Shuriying felt a pang of reluctance. She tugged at Gumo's sleeve and spoke softly. Guemo, how about we let this one slide? After all, there's no real loss for us at Genesis Tech. I'm already satisfied we've gotten this far. Hearing this, Guemo chuckled. This is nowhere near the end. Look at Qianfei's expression. Do you really think that guy will let us off after this? Besides, doesn't someone have to shoulder that bad debt now? But then, the smile on Gumo's face suddenly took on a playful, amused expression. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying's expression shifted slightly. What is this guy? What the hell is he thinking? But then Guemo quickly turned to face the presiding judge. Your Honor, you may now review the materials I previously submitted to you. They contain detailed records of our Genesis Technologies accounting issues. Every single invoice is in order. I can confirm this sum merely passed through our company before being swiftly transferred elsewhere. Furthermore, with Dezheng Investment Bank, the entity backing Qianfei, now suing us in court, I have reason to believe they are targeting Genesis Technology specifically. They seek to exploit legal loopholes to seize control of Genesis Technology's shares. I am now filing a lawsuit against them for their malicious intent toward Genesis Technology. At these words, Qianfei was utterly dumbfounded. Wait. I paid for my own romantic history, only to end up getting myself thrown into it. Doesn't that make me the little cutie? Qianfei's eyes widened instantly. Guemo. You can take medicine recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. What do you mean? Are you accusing us? Dezheng Investment Bank put up 100 billion real money, not play money. And now you two think you can wriggle out of it with a few cheap excuses? Not fulfilling your responsibilities is one thing, but refusing to pay back the money and even suing us? This is outrageous. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd utter the words utterly unjust myself. Even Qianfei found it hard to believe. Guemo merely shrugged indifferently. Sorry, Mr. Qianfei, but this is a reasonable assumption on our part. We've submitted all the evidence required. How the judge rules is his business, it's none of your place to interfere. At this retort, Qianfei fell silent. He pressed his lips together, glaring at Guemo with pent-up fury. That damn bastard. Qianfei's entire objective this time was to have Guemo and Zhong Shuriying lose the case, allowing him to seize the relevant shares of Genesis Tech and become its majority shareholder. But who could have predicted that despite possessing flawless evidence, they would now find themselves at a disadvantage, even facing a counterattack from Guemo himself? It was impossible for Qianfei not to feel utterly frustrated. All he wanted now was to get out of here fast and avoid any further entanglement with Guemo. Qianfei snorted in response. He turned to glance at the presiding judge. Your Honor, what do you think? Qianfei asked, his tone dripping with irritation. Almost instantly, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the presiding judge. Curiosity flashed across their faces as they wondered how the presiding judge would rule. And at that moment, the presiding judge felt a bitter ache in his heart upon hearing the words. He pressed his dry lips together, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. Due to the complexity of this case, we will now adjourn for a short recess. What? Adjourn? Well. The expressions on everyone's faces in the courtroom quickly became quite something. Cases are commonplace, but few ever warrant a recess. And now this one was adjourned. Ha! But it was hardly surprising. After all, no matter how it was decided, one side would bear losses amounting to tens of billions. This isn't a problem that can be resolved with a casual decision. Even the legal department couldn't handle that. So adjourning the session at this point was the best decision. There was no other option. Qianfei, Guo, and the others could only step down and await the next hearing. They headed to the break room. Guo looked completely at ease, while Zhong Shiriying was on the phone discussing something with Kaihe from Genesis Tech Tower. "I'm fine, don't worry. Tell our shareholders to relax, nothing will happen this time." Zhong Shiriying addressed Kaihe on the phone. Meanwhile, Guo lay on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, appearing completely unhurried. The legal staff nearby, noticing Gumo's expression, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Oof. He actually managed to get the case adjourned. He deserves to be so arrogant. Chapter 217, Apology and Settlement. A moment passed. Guo met with the legal representative. Ready to proceed? Guo raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing the visitors, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. At these words, the legal representative's face darkened instantly. He licked his dry lips and promptly explained to Guo. "Mr. Guo, we wish to inquire what kind of psychological expectations are you anticipating here?" At this, Zhong Shiriying's expression shifted slightly. This? How could he say that? It seemed they were here to draw information out of Guo. The presiding judge must have realized the complexity of the matter and dared not proceed lightly. She certainly couldn't just bang the gavel without careful consideration. Thus, this current situation has unfolded. Perhaps the other party had already decided to approach Guo for a discussion after this incident. It would be best to let them resolve this matter themselves. Zhong Shiriying caught the unspoken implication in the legal officer's words. Frankly, getting Qianfei to back off was already a favorable outcome for her. Pushing further would only alienate people. Zhong Shiriying had no desire to become that kind of person. She tugged at Gumo's sleeve. "Guo, know when to quit. I'm already very satisfied with this outcome." Guo had been considering sending the other party away for a couple days of discipline, but seeing Zhong Shiriying speak up, he quickly abandoned the idea. "Fine. Since you say so, Madam Zhong, what else is there to discuss? Let's just have Qianfei drop the case and issue a public apology to Zhong Shiriying. That should settle this matter." Guo shrugged indifferently. At these words, Zhong Shiriying's expression finally eased. The legal staff let out a long sigh of relief. "Understood, Mr. Guo. We'll notify Mr. Qianfei immediately and strive for a mutually satisfactory resolution." Guo merely responded with a faint smile. "Oof. Ha? Mutually satisfactory?" As far as he was concerned, Zhong Shiriying's satisfaction was all that mattered. The real question was whether Qianfei would be satisfied. But for Guo, that guy probably wouldn't be very satisfied, would he? "What did you say?" Qianfei's lounge. Everyone wore grim expressions, but suddenly, after the legal team arrived and explained the situation, the room erupted in a deafening roar that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Qianfei's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Fire seemed to shoot from his eyes. "You? Say that again." The legal representative covered his ears, his expression turning even more grim. Nevertheless, he spoke clearly to Qianfei. "Mr. Qianfei, Mr. Guo demands that you withdraw the lawsuit against Genesis Tech and issue a public apology to them. That will settle this matter. They won't cause you any further trouble." The legal representative relayed the matter to Qianfei after adding his own spin to the story. After all, their goal was to cool both sides down and settle the matter peacefully. But judging by the current situation, Qianfei's side seemed somewhat unstable. "Damn bastard, that guy actually wants me to apologize to them. I paid money, and now I'm the one at fault? What gives?" Qianfei's eyes widened as he cursed under his breath. The scene fell silent, echoing only with Qianfei's faintly audible rant. Qianfei couldn't contain his rage. He grabbed Wang Jian, the lawyer who was currently bowing his head, staring at the ground. "You damn well said this was a sure thing. Now how do you explain this to me?" Wang Jian's face darkened. He gave a bitter smile. "Mr. Qian, we had no idea this case involved dangerous currency. Had we known about this variable, we wouldn't have ended up with such a result. He'd even lost 10 million in legal fees. Who wouldn't want to win?" But the outcome was even bleaker than they'd imagined. The mere mention of dangerous currency had all but sealed their defeat. After all, the opposing side had presented compelling evidence. The mere fact that the money passed through their accounts before flowing into the management account showed the other side was quite confident. This single point alone could have crushed them completely. While it wouldn't land them in jail for a couple days, winning the case was essentially impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Make me apologize to that bastard? I'd rather die. The mere thought of having to apologize to Guemo and worse, having to endure that despicable bastard's smug expression made Qian Fei seethe with rage. He'd never agree to it. Wang Jian, who was ahead, quickly interjected, "Mr. Qian, are you crazy? This apology is just a verbal admission. Who's going to care about it later? We just need to give a verbal promise. After that, we can ignore it completely. They can't do anything about it." Hearing this, Qian Fei felt uneasy. He waved his hand dismissively. "No way. It feels too wrong to me. I won't agree. Better to lose the battle than lose face. Even if it costs a fortune, I'm willing. We absolutely cannot back down on this." At this remark, many in the crowd froze in surprise. But inwardly, they cursed this guy over and over. This isn't pure cuteness. Is it? He's dumb and loaded. I really can't fathom how this guy ended up running Dezheng Investment Bank under the Qian Group. It's incomprehensible. Yet somehow, someone like this manages to hold the position of general manager at Dezheng Investment Bank. Aren't they afraid he'll run Dezheng Investment into the ground? Seeing this, Wang Jian hurriedly continued, "Mr. Qian, some matters can't be measured by face alone. You must understand, as long as others don't know about it, who really cares about saving face? We only need to give a verbal promise, say we'll send an apology letter once we get back. Who's going to check up on us later, right? If they say you apologized, wouldn't that give you a chance to mock them in return?" These words finally eased Qian Fei's unease. He licked his dry lips, pondered briefly, then slowly nodded. "All right, fine. Hey, you go tell Guemo and the others we've agreed. Let's leave it at that." Qian Fei knew there was no way to extract any benefit from Guemo in this case. He might be loaded, but he wasn't exactly a pushover. Why would he go head-to-head with Guemo? He could only reluctantly agree. He'd look for another opportunity later. The legal team finally let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Phew. At least he agreed. Otherwise, I might have cried myself to death. Understood, Mr. Qian Fei. We'll notify Mr. Guemo immediately. In the end, both parties reached a settlement. The matter was settled. After leaving the legal office, Guemo happened to run into Qian Fei's people. Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly, and he immediately broke into a smile. Chapter 218, The Origin of the Story. "Mr. Qian, what a coincidence. I thought you'd be hiding out for a while longer." At these words, Qian Fei's mouth twitched. This passed. "I, Qian Feisheng, have nothing to fear. There's no need to hide." He quickly composed himself, giving Guemo a cold snort. Hearing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Mr. Qian, you seem rather reluctant. Shall we continue this back at the office?" At this remark, the legal team members all felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. Holy crap! Is he trying to beat us to death? At that moment, they desperately wished these two would just leave. Qian Fei gritted his teeth, his temper flaring, but Wang Jian pulled him back. "Mr. Qian, keep your composure. Don't let this guy's words get to you." Hearing this, Qian Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Damn that bastard!" he snorted in response. "Oomph. I've got important business to attend to today. I won't play along with you lot. I'll let you off the hook." Guemo, however, chuckled upon hearing this. "Mr. Qian, what about the promise you made us earlier?" "What did I promise you?" Qian Fei snorted impatiently. Seeing this, Gumo's expression grew slightly stern. But this seemed to be within his expectations. "An apology." Gumo's voice grew noticeably colder. At this, Qian Fei chuckled. "Apologize? I'm not apologizing today. What are you gonna do about it?" After saying this, Qian Fei quickly beckoned to the people behind him and strode away. The legal team members looked slightly awkward at this sight. They offered Guemo an apologetic smile before quickly departing as well. Gumo's expression grew slightly colder. Zhong Shuriying, noticing this, quickly tugged at Gumo's sleeve. "Guemo, don't stoop to his level. He's just that kind of person. We're different. I'm already very satisfied with this outcome." Zhong Shuriying whispered softly to Guemo. After all this time, it was the first time Guemo had seen such a gentle side of Zhong Shuriying. The cold-hearted female CEO seemed to have transformed back into the young girl she once was. Guemo responded with a faint smile. "Heh, it's nothing. I simply don't care." He glanced toward Qian Fei's location, and soon the smile on his face turned amused. "Just watch, CEO Zhong. Sooner or later, this guy will come crawling back to apologize. And I believe that day won't be too far off." Guemo chuckled. Seeing this, Zhong Shuriying felt a stir in her heart. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that what Guemo had said might actually come true someday. Zhong Shuriying remained silent. She felt that the Guemo before her had suddenly become somewhat unfathomable. At that moment, Guemo didn't dwell on these thoughts. He led Zhong Shuriying to the car and drove back to Genesis Tech. "President Zhong, you're finally back. While you were away, Genesis Tech was written off 3 times over. Many thought you wouldn't return." Genesis Tech President's Office. Kaihe embraced Zhong Shuriying, his face beaming with excitement as he spoke. She looked at Zhong Shuriying with genuine curiosity. Mr. Zhong, how did you manage to return? You must know that all the evidence was solid. At this point, we should be handing over a 30% stake to Qianfei's Dezheng Investment Bank. Kai He couldn't quite wrap her head around it. If Zhong Shuriying and her team had lost the lawsuit, the legal team would definitely have followed suit by now. And Qianfei, that guy, would have strut in with his usual arrogant air, telling her to get lost without giving her any face. Clearly, none of that had happened. It meant they'd won. And they'd won in spectacular fashion. This left Kai He deeply curious. When it came to this matter, Zhong Shuriying couldn't help but mention Guemo. She glanced back at Guemo. We really have to thank Guemo. He's the one who helped us win the case. Ha! Guemo? Kai He froze for a moment. She looked up at the guy standing behind Zhong Shuriying. Wait, him? Pointed at skeptically by Kai He, Guemo immediately shook his head with a wry smile. What? Don't I look like the chosen one destined to save this crumbling empire? Oof. Ha! He really knows how to flatter himself. Kai He shook his head, his face twisted with contempt. I don't buy it. Guemo merely shrugged. Well, sorry to disappoint, but it really is me. After hearing this, Kai He refused to engage further with Guemo. She rolled her eyes at Guemo before turning to Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, what exactly happened here? Well, basically, Guemo claimed that particular sum was dangerous currency and demanded a thorough investigation into Qianfei's Dezheng Investment Bank. So they backed off. Ha! Dangerous currency? Kai He was completely baffled. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about this? It was well known that Kai He essentially oversaw all matters at Genesis Tech, including their finance department. Virtually everything passed through his hands before reaching Zhong Shuriying. We're talking about 100 billion yuan here. When had Genesis Tech ever moved such a massive sum? Nothing could slip through her fingers. Therefore, she expressed skepticism about the matters Guemo had mentioned. Hearing this, Guemo merely shrugged. That money was siphoned off from our smart driving OS project budget. You wouldn't know, but this stuff doesn't pass through your hands. Ha! At this revelation, Kai He froze in shock. So that's how it was. Wait, is that even possible? How did you manage that? Kai He frowned. Zhong Shuriying tried to explain, but realized that Guemo was the one handling everything. She couldn't explain it herself, so she could only turn her gaze toward Guemo. Guemo merely shrugged in response. Not telling you. You? Kai He's eyes widened. This guy, how despicable. She could have sliced and diced this shameless jerk 1,000 times over. In the end, Zhong Shuriying could only give a helpless, bitter smile. She turned to Guemo and said, Alright, Guemo. Just tell Kai He. We're all on the same side. After hearing this, Guemo reluctantly opened his mouth. Fine. Since President Zhong has spoken, I suppose I have no choice but to confess. What does President Zhong has spoken even mean? That damn bastard. Doesn't my blood run cold just thinking about leaving Genesis Tech's management? Furious tremors. But then Guemo gave a sly chuckle and began recounting the story slowly and clearly. It turned out that after hearing Zhong Shuriying mention Qianfei, Guemo had immediately contacted Zhou Wannian. Originally, that 10 billion had circulated through Genesis Tech's accounts countless times, long since transformed beyond recognition. But through Zhou Wannian's maneuvering, 100 billion yuan was withdrawn from Genesis Tech and injected into the frozen funds. And so the subsequent events unfolded. Chapter 219, Old Master Qian's Call. Guemo, do you think Qianfei will still come after us once he finds out about all this? Zhong Shuriying was clearly worried. At the same time, beyond these matters, Zhong Shuriying also didn't want to see their relationship completely sour. After all, they had been classmates. And even though Qianfei might have been stirring trouble this time, he had also invested 100 billion yuan into Genesis Tech through legitimate channels. Hearing this, Guemo shrugged nonchalantly. So what? You know what? If they win this lawsuit against us, they'll be dancing on our graves. And have you forgotten how that bastard Qianfei treated you? Zhong Shuriying pressed her red lips together and fell silent. True. If things had gone as before, Guemo not sending them to jail would have been letting them off easy. Anyway, if Qianfei and his crew behave themselves, fine. But if they refuse to listen and keep courting disaster, well, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, I've given them their chance. He turned to look at Zhong Shuriying. Ms. Zhong, with people like this, you have to knock them into submission once and for all. Otherwise, they become like a stubborn plaster, a constant headache down the road. That's best. Zhong Shuriying pressed her hand to her forehead, refusing to dwell on the matter any longer. Meanwhile, at Qianfei's location. Smack! A piece of expensive porcelain was smashed to the floor by Qianfei's broad palm. Such a crisp sound, hundreds of thousands gone in an instant. Qianfei felt no sense of satisfaction. He delivered another kick. Crash! The entire display case ahead of him soon crashed to the floor, its priceless contents shattering instantly. The faces of many behind him twitched in unison. Damn it! What a waste of precious things. Could you not take your frustrations out on these things? Why the hell don't you just slap me in the face twice? This infuriates me. Qianfei fumed. He vented his fury in the room. Damn it! That bastard actually expects me to apologize? Impossible. He can forget about it for the rest of his life. Though those around him remained silent, the emotions in their eyes were unmistakable. Given Qianfei's temperament, Guemo would have to wait until his next life to get an apology. Just then, someone hurried over from outside. Mr. Qian, your phone. The man spoke with a heavy expression. At these words, the surrounding underlings almost instinctively frowned. This guy, how could he be so clueless? Doesn't he know Qianfei is in a rage right now? He's walking into a trap, you know? One by one, they let out a cold chuckle. He really doesn't know when to back down. Hearing this, Qianfei immediately snorted coldly. Damn it! Can't you see I'm busy? What call? Tell him to wait. I'll take it when I'm not busy. Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, Qianfei, refusing to back down, swung the object he was holding and hurled it at the other man. Crack! The object shattered. A red mark quickly appeared on the man's forehead. Yet even so, the man remained utterly unfazed. Seeing this, the crowd, who had been suppressing laughter, quickly changed their expressions. This guy. Wait. He's not one of us. One by one, their expressions hardened. A vague sense of foreboding began to take hold. Qianfei's heart stirred at that moment. After venting his frustration, he finally realized who they were. People from the Qian group. Or rather, his father's people. Mr. Qian, this is the old man's call. Are you sure you don't want to take it? The man wiped the blood from his forehead without flinching, his expression calm as he addressed Qianfei before him. At those words, Qianfei's expression abruptly changed. Damn! It really was him. If there was anyone in this world who could make him feel fear, it was only his father. Qianfei licked his dry lips, clenched his teeth, and sprang into action. Give me the phone. Qianfei gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath as he spoke. The moment he took the phone, old Master Qian's furious shouts erupted from the other end. You good for nothing. I know everything about your business now. If you don't bring back that 10 billion, don't even think about coming back. With that, the call abruptly ended. Qianfei stared at the disconnected phone in his hand, his expression darkening further. But he saw that the old man's men had already given him a quick bandage for the wound on his forehead. He took the phone from Qianfei's hand and spoke calmly. The old man's message is clear: if he doesn't see that 10 billion yuan in Dajing Investments accounts within a month, I'll be the one to dispose of you. Dispose of? Those three simple words sent a chill through everyone present. This was the sheer terror of the Qian group. Those who rose to this level were no ordinary figures. What nonsense about a tiger not eating its own cubs? Ha! In the face of terror of this magnitude, it was nothing but a joke. Including illegitimate offspring, old Master Qian had children numbering in the double digits. Losing one less Qianfei wouldn't matter. Thus, Qianfei was plunged into utter terror. After the man departed, Qianfei collapsed onto the floor with a thud, his expression vacant. The other henchmen who witnessed this were utterly shocked. It seemed the pressure from above was immense. One glance at Qianfei's state made it clear. This once lawless, arrogant brute now looked like a lost little soul. Something truly terrifying must have happened behind the scenes. After a long silence, Qianfei finally snapped back to reality. He clenched his jaw. Glancing around, he grabbed a henchman by the collar and demanded in a deep voice, "Where's Guemo? Didn't he say he'd return that 10 billion to us?" Well, the subordinate looked bitter. He slowly shook his head. Guemo only said that you, Mr. Qian, should apologize to him. As for the 100 billion yuan, that's exactly what he said. Qianfei narrowed his eyes. Dangerous. That bastard wants me to apologize to him? He'll stop at nothing. Damn it! At a time like this, he still expects me to grovel before him? Does he still think he's that arrogant second-generation brat? Now I am. So, Mr. Qian, should we go apologize to Guemo? His subordinate suddenly piped up. At those words, Qianfei nearly lost his composure. He kicked the guy square in the chest. Damn it! Are you telling me what to do? Don't I know what I need to do? The subordinate clutched his stomach, quickly ducking his head, not daring to meet Qianfei's gaze. Gritting his teeth, Qianfei declared, "Fine. It's just an apology. I'll give it to him." Chapter 220, This Little Cutie. Did he actually believe it? Guemo was lounging leisurely in his office. Soon, a commotion erupted outside once more. Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned his head to look outside. What's going on out there? It's so noisy. Guemo frowned and called out to Li Feng outside. Before Li Feng could respond, the office door swung open. Oh? Seeing this, Guemo raised an eyebrow slightly. Good grief. What's going on here? They'd already barged into the office of the head of the research department. Good thing I wasn't taking a dump at the time, or else. What's going on? Guemo sat up straight, observing the group before him, his eyebrows arching slightly. Inside, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! What the hell were those damn security guards doing? How could they let these people barge in? He'd have to report this to Zhong Shuriying later. They needed to switch security companies. Just as Guemo uttered those words, a figure approached from ahead. That build? It could rival Li Feng's. Except Li Feng had a receding hairline, while this guy didn't. Upon seeing this fellow, Gumo's eyebrows arched slightly. Oof. Ha. Well. This was truly unexpected. The man standing before Guemo at that moment was none other than Chen Fei. Guemo chuckled immediately. He shrugged and said, Mr. Chen, you've come all this way must be exhausting. Having to lug around this body of yours 24 hours a day must be quite a hardship for you. You. Chen Fei was already seething with anger, and Gumo's provocation only fueled his rage further. He could practically feel his molars grinding to dust. He felt deeply wrong just being here today, and now Guemo had to go and say something like that. It ignited the rage smoldering within him. Guemo, don't be so ungrateful. Me coming here to apologize is already giving you plenty of face. Hearing this, Guemo snorted with derision. Chen Fei's eyes nearly shot flames. You, what are you laughing at? Guemo finally managed to suppress his laughter. My apologies, Mr. Chen. I don't usually laugh much in everyday situations unless I can't help myself. As he spoke, Guemo nearly slammed his hand on the table. Seeing this, Chen Fei gritted his teeth and spoke in a heavy tone. Guemo, don't be ungrateful. Me coming here to apologize is already showing you respect. Now hand over that 100 billion immediately, or else just wait and see what I'll do to you. Oof. Ha. Only then did Guemo understand. The other party hadn't come to apologize at all. It was purely about that 10 billion. Well, money talks, after all. Especially when it's 100 billion. But getting any money back from Li Feng? That was impossible. Li Feng chuckled. Sorry, Mr. Chen, but I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. What did you say? What the hell do you mean, Guemo? Chen Fei was completely dumbfounded. Was that bastard Guemo trying to make things even harder for him? He was furious enough to grind his teeth. Guemo nodded firmly. He quickly wore a helpless expression. This isn't something I can handle either. After all, this money is inherently risky currency. I can't help you launder it out. Besides, this money isn't even in Genesis Tech's accounts. Even if I banged my head against a wall, I couldn't get it out. Instead of wasting your time begging me, you'd be better off appealing to the leadership of Jianghai City people like Zhou Wannian. That might actually get you somewhere. If all else fails, you could always take them to court and protect your interests through legal means. Guemo shrugged, chuckling as he suggested to Chen Fei. At this remark, Li Feng and Sumu, who'd been eavesdropping curiously, nearly choked on their drinks. Holy crap! That guy Guemo really had a way with words. He actually suggested to Chen Fei that they sue the leadership of Jianghai City. Ha! What kind of lunatic would do that? Back in the day, this would be like a local gentry suing their county magistrate in the county yamen for embezzling their money. Wouldn't that be pure suicide? Guemo really has some nerve. However, just as Li Feng and Sumu were convinced this incident would inevitably trigger another escalation, they saw Chen Fei raise an eyebrow slightly. He seemed to have made some new discovery. Wait. That actually makes sense. Noticing this subtle shift, Li Feng and Sumu both froze for a moment. Wait, this guy isn't actually going to start trouble with Zhou Wannian and the others, is he? Sumu licked his dry lips, surprise evident on his face, and turned to ask Li Feng, who was also watching the spectacle. Shocked beyond belief. Li Feng chuckled at this. He smacked Sumu on the back of the head. He snorted in disdain. You bloody idiot. Seriously? How could something this stupid actually happen? If it were you, would you go? Whoa. You're right. Sumu rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully after hearing this. Just watch. This is only going to get louder. Once security shows up. These few people won't be enough to cause trouble. I bet that old fox Guemo will turn around and frame Chen Fei, then have them all hauled off to the police station. Li Feng chuckled darkly, seemingly already anticipating the outcome. Sumu believed it wholeheartedly. In fact, he believed this was how it should be. And soon, just as they were filled with curiosity, suddenly, Chen Fei slapped his forehead. He made a decision. An uneasy expression gradually spread across his face. Even so, he still had to put on a brave front in front of Li Feng. Fine then, I'll go see Zhou Wannian myself. But don't think that just because you helped me, you can accept my apology. I will never apologize to you. After uttering these words, Chen Fei gave a cold snort and strode out of the department head's office. Chen Fei and his group came and went in a flash. Everyone present was still reeling in confusion. Wait, what just happened? Li Feng and Sumu were utterly bewildered. They literally froze in place. Wait, what just happened? Why wasn't it going according to their script? No way, this little cutie actually believed what Guillermo said? Sumu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Feng's expression grew solemn. He watched Shen Fei and the others walk away one last time before letting out a long sigh. Li Feng spoke solemnly. Ha! So this is what makes Mr. Gu so formidable. He understands how to read people, pinpoint their true thoughts, then guide and utilize them. Humph. Truly worthy of being called Mr. Gu.